Chapter 1. I only have 3 years left to live, and my master's wife is forcing me to get married. Dao sect. Inside the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Jiang Sui. Su Luo Xian. Lu Miaozhu. Pei Qingran. The master's wife, Yang Wanjin, with a full head of silver hair, sat upright, her eyes coldly looking down at the man in black. Choose one of these 4 as your wife. Lu Yan looked up. The master's wife was dressed in white, her body enveloped in a faint aura of immortality. The dress was stretched high, as if a huge object was hidden inside. My teacher's wife is really beautiful. Lu Yan had seen many women, but none could compare to her. She was like a fairy descended from heaven. Lu Yan didn't dare to look any longer, withdrew his gaze, and asked softly, "Can I not choose this option?" Actually, he is a time traveler. Reincarnated into a world where cultivation is possible. At the time of his birth, auspicious purple clouds stretched for 30,000 miles to the east. A 3-legged golden crow landed on the eaves, bringing countless auspicious omens. The nearby sects felt that this young man had the potential to become a true immortal, and they all tried to snatch him away. Final. The peak master of the Vermilion Bird Peak of the Great Tao sect emerged victorious. He himself became his 6th personally taught disciple. However, he began cultivating himself from a young age. He is now 47 years old. He remains at the 2nd level of qi refining. The senior brothers and sisters all agreed that he had no talent for cultivating immortality and should go home and raise pigs instead. Looking back on these years, Lu Yan felt frustrated. He worked harder than anyone else. He doesn't sleep when others are sleeping. All I do is cultivate, and more cultivation. In order to concentrate on his cultivation, he never sought a Taoist partner. He rejected the advances of several women. In the Great Tao sect, if he's second in looks, no one dares to claim to be first. He was as handsome as Panin. In addition, he had taken his master's wife's anti-aging pills, so his appearance remained at the age of 18. But being handsome is useless. It should be qi refining level 2, or qi refining level 2. Why not choose? Yang Wanjin looked at him, her voice even colder, like frost in winter, devoid of any emotion. Lu Yan said, "Women affect the speed at which you draw your sword." Since he learned that he could cultivate immortality, he had no intention of finding a Taoist partner. All I want is to cultivate immortality. Aside from cultivating immortality, don't get involved in anything else. Yang Wanjin said, "Your master instructed me to take good care of you. If you haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage by the time your lifespan is about to end, then I will let you get married and have children. Since I haven't achieved anything in cultivating immortality, I might as well have a baby. Perhaps it will give birth to an unparalleled genius." Because when Lu Yan was born, there were many strange phenomena. "Master's wife, you're wrong," Lu Yan said. The 9 realms of immortality are qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, void refining, body integration, tribulation transcending, and Mahayana. Once you break through to the qi refining stage, you'll have a lifespan of 100 years. I'm only 47 years old now, and I'm still far from my lifespan. Yang Wanjin said, "Because you stayed up all night cultivating immortality, it backfired and damaged your essence, so you still have 3 years to live." Lu Yan's eyes widened. "Master's wife, you're not kidding me, are you?" "Yang Wanjin, I don't have time to joke with you. Your master is always busy. You could say I watched you grow up. Even if he didn't tell me, I would still take good care of you. Since you have no talent for cultivating immortality, then get married and have children. Jiang Sui, Su Luoxian, Lu Miaozhu, Pei Qingran, you choose one and try to have a child in the next few years." Seeing that Lu Yan remained silent, Yang Wanjin knew that he was still determined to cultivate immortality. But there's no time left. You can't break through to the foundation establishment realm in 3 years, so choose one. They're all very beautiful. I can get them for you if you like. Lu Yan remained silent, his mood low. "Yang Wanjin, since you're not going to choose, then I'll choose one for you. I want to cultivate immortality, not get married. If you don't choose, get out of the Great Tao sect and go home to raise pigs." "I don't want to get married." "Say it again." Lu Yan's face was cold. His master's wife was so domineering. But she's really beautiful. Unfortunately, she was already her master's wife. Yang Wanjin's icy voice rang out, "It's settled then. The wedding will take place in 3 days. 3 days later. The side hall of Zhuke Peak was decorated in a very festive manner. Lu Yan entered the bridal chamber, where the woman sitting inside wore a red veil and looked very nervous. My legs are shaking. Her fingers were twisted together. Lu Yan came to her, reached out his hand several times, and finally lifted the red veil. She has almond-shaped eyes, a high-nose bridge, and snow-white skin. Because she was sitting upright, her curves clung to her wedding dress, revealing a rather large chest. Like his teacher's wife, he is very filial. The woman was probably too nervous, her lips were trembling, and her forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat. "Who are you?" Lu Yan asked. He didn't know who the woman was, only that she was arranged by his master's wife. The moment the woman saw Lu Yan, time seemed to stand still, and two words involuntarily welled up in her mind. "So handsome." "Hello." Lu Yan waved his hand in front of her. The woman snapped out of her daze and blurted out, "I didn't call you hey. I come from White Tiger Peak of the Great Tao sect. My name is Pei Qingran. My cultivation level is the great perfection of the Golden Core realm. I am 486 years old." Lu Yan thought to himself, "Old woman. I have my own cave dwelling. Lu Yan, I own a house. He has a dragon horse as a mount. Lu Yan, there is a car. There are still 100,000 spirit stones left. Lu Yan, I have savings. After you get married, you can move to my cave to live. My master is Yuanjiu, she is a nascent soul expert, she can protect us. By the way, I want 2 children, 1 girl and 1 boy." After listening, Lu Yan gave a simple translation. She's rich, owns a house and a car, a true rich, beautiful, and successful woman, and she's also a teacher and a powerful figure. That's not right. The second level of qi refining is combined with the great perfection of golden elixir. In reality, this would be a classic case of a poor loser marrying a rich and beautiful woman. How could such a good thing happen to me? However, his master is the peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak, and his mistress is the deputy peak master. Then there's no problem. When you're out there getting by, you're out there making a living. It's about the background. My name is Lu Yan. Lu Yan gave a brief introduction. Pei Qingran said, "I know you. In fact, the entire Great Tao sect knows you. However, although I know about him, I rarely see him in person, because he seldom goes out. Some people just claim he is the most handsome man in the Great Tao sect. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Let's start making babies." She got straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. She pulled Lu Yan close. He pressed Lu Yan down onto the bed. Sweat was about to drip from her forehead and face. Lu Yan suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, frowned, and wanted to smell the source. Pei Qingran noticed Lu Yan's expression and explained. "I'm sorry, I've had a strange illness since I was a child. Whenever I sweat, my body emits a strange fragrance. But don't worry, this disease is not contagious. I'll wipe the sweat off now." Lu Yan's eyes lit up. "No need, I'm thirsty anyway." Lu Yan embraced her slender waist and gently kissed her, instantly igniting a passionate fire. 30 seconds later. Finish. Pei Qingran stared wide-eyed at Lu Yan, her face filled with disbelief. Less than a minute? This can't be real, right? Lu Yan got dressed and got out of bed, and he was shocked by his own reaction. Pei Qingran was actually a virgin. Wrong. That's not the point. The key point is that he is 47 years old. I haven't even used it yet, how could it be broken? That's not scientific. He slapped his forehead to see if he was dreaming, and then he realized it would hurt. It's not a dream. That's so tragic. 30 seconds. Just then, a blue screen appeared in front of me. Lu Yan thought it was his imagination, rubbed his eyes, and looked closely and found that it was still there. The next second. The text appeared on the screen, and at the same time, a clear female voice rang in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have married Pei Qingran and successfully activated the Many Children, Many Blessings system. Damn it. Lu Yan cursed, if I had known, I would have activated this damn system when I was 18, damn it. He abstained from women for 47 years. What does hard training matter? Am I just unlucky? Lu Yan cursed inwardly. After cursing the system's ancestors for 18 generations, he finally turned his attention back to the control panel. It turns out he did have a system after all. It's just that you're opening it the wrong way. Chapter 2 Newbie Deluxe Gift Pack. The more children, the more blessings system. You can get generous rewards just for having a baby. It is recommended that the host have more children. First-time system activation grants a complimentary newbie deluxe gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Can you see something in front of me? Lu Yan looked at Pei Qingran and asked. Pei Qingran rolled her eyes and remained silent, clearly very dissatisfied with Lu Yan. Lu Yan couldn't keep up even at the very beginning. This is really tough. Why is her life so bitter? Seeing that she didn't speak, Lu Yan was sure that only he could see the system, so he immediately turned his back to Pei Qingran and received the newbie deluxe gift pack. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following 5 rewards. Immortal Tear Gourd Pendant, a Taiyi level magic treasure, containing immortal energy. It can freely modify the displayed cultivation level, making it undetectable to others, but the maximum modification cannot exceed 3 major cultivation levels. Culinary Master, proficient in all kinds of culinary techniques. The scripture of the Plain Maiden's Path to Enlightenment, the strongest cultivation scripture for combined practice. It enhances any cultivation method, ultimate skill, supernatural power, and even realm, and also provides some assistance to one's spouse. It can also heal any injury, making it a Bible for healing. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill, 500 pills in total. It can help enhance the host's explosive power and is beneficial for harmonious marital relations. 1 pill is sufficient at a time. The effect lasts for 3 days. It takes effect immediately and has no side effects. Consuming the entire dose can cultivate the ancient kidney body. Snail, a member of the immortal snail race, virtually immortal, difficult to bury, possessing vast knowledge and astonishing defense, but extremely weak in combat. You can go to the back of Vermilion Bird Peak, dig it up, awaken it, and keep it as a pet. Map attached. It really is a luxurious gift package. Lu Yan looked at the rewards with excitement. Without any hesitation, she first put the Fairy Tear Gourd pendant around her neck. This is good stuff. You have to wear it properly. Immediately. I began to digest the knowledge related to the Complete Guide to Cooking and the classic of the Plain Girl's Inquiry. The system rewards are really impressive. It was like a sudden enlightenment, allowing me to quickly master it. After digesting the pills, Lu Yan put the 509 ox and 2 tigers pills into his storage bag. As for snails, this is my own pet. Its extensive knowledge alone is enough to help me. He immediately walked outside. I want to dig my pet out as soon as possible. However, I had only taken a few steps when a cold voice sounded from behind me. Where are you going? Pei Qingran was already dissatisfied with Lu Yan, and in less than a minute, he was even leaving. This was unheard of. Even if it doesn't work, you should at least have the right attitude. To be honest, she wasn't full. Lu Yan then remembered Pei Qingran. Turning to look at her, just as I was about to say that I needed to go out for a while, a line of text appeared before my eyes. Do you wish to activate the character identification function built into the Many Children, Many Blessings system? This function helps the host select a high-quality mate and give birth to strong offspring. Lu Yan answered in his heart, yes. This feature is enabled. Female users with a score below 90 will be automatically hidden by the system by default. This line of text appeared and then quickly disappeared, followed by information about Pei Qingran. Name, Pei Qingran. Age, 486,491,500. Current age, livable age. Age at which level? Realm level, Golden Core Perfection. Identities: goddaughter of Master Yang Wanjin, eldest disciple of Yuanjiu, Peak Master of White Tiger Peak of the Great Dao Sect, third Princess of Huasong Kingdom, pre-selected body of Huasong Kingdom's Demon Queen, Long Nanji 9 Ben Desire body, Pure Sword Cultivator. Target: the number 1 female sword immortal in the Primordial Chaos Realm. Rating, 94. Affection level, 0, she has absolutely no affection for the handsome man. If you were even slightly ugly, she would rather let the fields lie fallow than marry you. After browsing the information, especially the age section, Lu Yan finally understood why Pei Qingran was willing to marry him. It turns out she didn't have much time left to live. No wonder. The realm of Hunyuan is closely related to lifespan. One can cultivate qi and live for 100 years, or build a foundation and live for 200 years. Golden elixir takes 500 years, nascent soul takes 1,000 years. It takes 3,000 years to reach the nascent soul stage and 6,000 years to reach the void refinement stage. Combined for 10,000 years. Transcending the tribulation for 100,000 years. Pei Qingran only has 5 short years. It's impossible for her to break through the limitations of her cultivation level. There is hope for a breakthrough. She would never get married, because her goal is to become the #1 female sword immortal in the Hunyuan realm. Now everything makes sense. However, given the effectiveness of the Su Nu when Dao Jing classic of the plain girl asks the way, perhaps she has a chance to break through to the nascent soul level. No, what are you standing there for? Pei Qingran asked when she saw Lu Yan standing still. Lu Yan walked up to her, opened his arms, and said, "Remove your armor." Pei Qingran rolled her eyes. It was so exciting in less than a minute. Lu Yan said defiantly, "Call me husband." It would be great if a certain place were that assertive. Pei Qingran continued to roll her eyes. Lu Yan snorted coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll have to teach you a lesson." He swallowed a pill called 9 Oxen and 2 Tigers pill. Immediately, it was as if he possessed the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He began to practice the most powerful qi cultivation technique of the Great Tao sect, the Great Tao Qi cultivation technique. He has been practicing this technique for decades. Pity. Although his skills were powerful, he was weak, so he remained at the second level of qi refining without making a breakthrough. Fortunately, we now have the added benefit of the Su Nu and Dao Jing. As for how much the bonus will be, I don't know. Without hesitation, he activated the Su Nu and Dao Jing once. A line of text appeared before my eyes. Qi refining level 2, 80%. This is? Lu Yan was puzzled, and a guess formed in his mind. This could be a progress bar. The reason why it reaches 80% in one run is because there has been accumulation in the past. This is just speculation at the moment, I can't be sure. So we continued with the verification. The Su Nu and Dao Jing was circulated twice. Qi refining level 2, 90%. After 4 times, Lu Yan felt a booming sound coming from within his body, and his spiritual power became even more abundant. It's obvious that he has broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Lu Yan was dumbfounded. I never expected to break through in just 4 attempts and a short hour. The enhancements from the classic of the Plain Girl's Inquiry are simply heaven-defying. You actually broke through. As a golden core cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, Pei Qingran could easily sense the changes within Lu Yan's body. After all, we know each other inside and out. Even stranger is, her cultivation level has also improved somewhat. I don't know if it's just my imagination. At that moment, a line of text appeared before my eyes, clearly a system notification. Favorability, 60. Pei Qingran's favorability rating actually increased, jumping from 0 to 60. Oh. Women are really fickle. Lu Yan couldn't help but kiss her forehead and said, "You're such a lucky star. Everything is going in a good direction now." Pei Qingran, huh? What are you talking about? Lu Yan looked at her with a grin, without explaining. "It's our wedding night now, a moment of bliss is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, let's do it again." Question mark. Pei Qingran felt that Lu Yan had become stronger. He was a one-shot kill a moment ago, but now he's so strong, it's a bit strange. But I didn't think much of it. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? It has to be said that Lu Yan is very strong, and she likes him a lot. My husband. She called out softly. Favorability, 80. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he slowly began to circulate the Su Nu and Dao Jing. Once. Qi refining level 3, 10%. Second time. Qi refining level 3, 20%. 3 times. Qi refining level 3, 40%. 6 times. Qi refining level 3, 80%. The next day. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of qi refining. Lu Yan stopped circulating the Su Nu Dao Wen Jing scripture of the plain maiden asking the way, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought to himself. Heaven helps those who help themselves. With my continuous efforts and the gradual help of the cultivation technique, I finally broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. The 4th level of qi refining is a watershed moment. Unlike the first 3 levels, reaching the 4th level of qi refining means that spiritual power has accumulated to a certain level, allowing one to cultivate simple spells. I need to go to the library and pick out a martial arts manual to practice. Lu Yan originally wanted Pei Qingran to accompany her to the library to browse, but after 3 consecutive days of cultivation, she couldn't stay awake and fell asleep. The mere golden elixir great perfection. That's so lame. Lu Yan got up and dressed. However, before going to the library, you still need to go to the back of Zhuke Peak to dig out your snail. Chapter 3, The Colored Snail, the Purple Cloud Sword Technique of Transformation. The back of Zhuke Peak. Lu Yan dug down according to the location on the map. A moment later, a creature the size of a newly laid egg appeared before my eyes. Could this be the immortal snail that the system spoke of, which is difficult to bury in the heavens and earth? Lu Yan picked it up and examined it in his palm, poking it hard in an attempt to wake it up. However, the snail did not move and looked somewhat dead. Wake up, wake up. Lu Yan tapped its hard shell and heard a clanging sound. This shell is really hard. Of course, even the goddess in green said I'm very hard. She almost couldn't take it and surrendered. The snail woke up and stretched out its soft antennae. Lu Yan poked its body and said, "You're awake." Who are you?" the snail asked, looking at Lu Yan. Lu Yan said, "I just dug you out. If I'm not mistaken, you're not an ordinary snail. You're the legendary long-lived snail that's hard to bury, hard to be buried, knowledgeable, and has amazing defenses." "That's right, I'm talking about you. Now that you've dug me out," the snail said, hands on its hips. "Young man, make 3 wishes." Lu Yan was puzzled. Why did this seem like a story about finding a magic lamp and being able to make 3 wishes? He pondered for a moment and said, "My first wish is to grant me 100 wishes." "Very good. From now on, you will help me fulfill 100 wishes. Get lost." Lu Yan threw it away and headed towards the library. The snail flew back and landed on Lu Yan's head, grinning as it said, "I was just kidding earlier. From today onwards, I am your master. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying?" Lu Yan slapped his head, trying to kill the snail, but it was completely unharmed. "You're mistaken, you are my master," the snail said in a cheap, sly tone. Although the immortal snail clan is difficult to bury in the sky and the earth, possesses profound knowledge, and has amazing defense, its combat power is very weak. Therefore, people often rely on the strong to survive in this world. It is no exception. I just didn't expect that the cultivators I encountered this time were so weak. However, it's okay to be a little weak. It doesn't matter. It won't take action. Master, your strength is too weak right now. I think you should break through to the nascent soul stage first, so that you will have the ability to protect yourself. The snail offered advice from an expert's perspective. Lu Yan rolled his eyes. "Do you think it's because I don't want to break through? Otherwise what? Isn't it easy to cultivate to the nascent soul stage?" the snail said. Lu Yan remained silent for a long while before saying, "What realm are you in? Answer me." "Qi refining level 3, the snail blurted out. Lu Yan said confidently, "I'm taller than you. I'm at the 4th level of Qi refining, okay? You're such a piece of trash. I'm different from you. Although I'm weak in combat, even if an emperor were to descend, he couldn't kill me. That is how it is with our race," the snail explained, then suddenly changed its tone. "Master, look up quickly." Lu Yan looked up, puzzled. "What's wrong?" The snail lowered its voice and said, at a 45-degree angle, "There's a beautiful woman flying through the air on a sword. She's wearing a skirt. Look at what color her underwear is." Lu Yan. "That's ridiculous. We were having a perfectly normal conversation just a moment ago, and then suddenly the topic changed. This snail is so unreliable." Lu Yan squinted and examined the area closely, quickly concluding, "She's wearing leggings." The snail pounded its chest in frustration. "Damn it, what happened to trust between people? Trust between people has decreased significantly, which has led to a low birth rate and a smaller population," Lu Yan said. The snail said indignantly, "The population is smaller because the population is larger." Lu Yan didn't want to talk about this anymore, so she asked, "I need to go to the library to choose a secret manual. According to the rules of the Great Tao sect, as long as you cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refining, you can choose a secret technique to cultivate." "Old snail, what do you think is the right choice for me?" "No need to think about it." Nagi Ko, the true lord in charge of guarding the library of the Great Tao sect, said, "For anyone who cultivates immortality, the first cultivation technique should ideally be the sword control technique." "Why?" Lu Yan asked. "I just asked the snail, and its suggestion was also the sword control technique." Najimitsu Shinjun said, "It's useful in daily life." Lu Yan thanked him and then went to the bookshelf related to sword control techniques, eventually choosing the Purple Cloud Sword Control Technique of Transformation. Master, there are many types of sword control techniques. Generally, the longer the name, the more difficult it is to cultivate. I suggest you cultivate the basic sword control technique. Don't bother with this one called transforming the female purple cloud sword control technique. You won't be able to cultivate it and it's a waste of time. Based on my estimation, you have 3 years left to live. I suggest you focus on cultivating to break through to the next realm. Don't learn these fancy sword control techniques. Fine. Lu Yen spoke calmly. The snail said, "Why won't you listen to advice? You need to focus all your energy on cultivation now. I happen to have obtained the soul-burning blood refining technique, which can help you quickly break through to the foundation establishment stage." No need, Lu Yen said. He possesses the Su Nu when Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way, and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage won't take long. His progress depends entirely on Pei Qingran. If she can handle it, one can study day and night. Pity. She couldn't stay awake for more than 2 days and fell asleep. This is it. Lu Yan asked Najimitsu to register the secret cultivation method he was practicing. Nagi Ko True Monarch glanced at Lu Yan's face and said, "The transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique is considered the most difficult sword technique. No one has mastered it yet. I can give you 6 months. Regardless of whether you have mastered it or not, you must return it. If you master it ahead of time, you can also return it. Do you understand this?" Clear. Lu Yan waved his hand and left with the secret technique. Just outside the library, the snail whispered, "Najimitsu is so handsome, his legs are longer than my life." Keep your voice down. She's a nascent soul cultivator. If she hears you, you're dead. In fact, Lu Yan had already used the system's built-in character identification function to identify Najimitsu Jinjuan. Name, Najimitsu Shinken. Age, 688-900-1000. Current age livable age at which level? Realm level, nascent soul great perfection. Identities, Elder of the Great Dao Sect's Library Undercover Agent of the Hahuan Sect Butterfly Desire Body 5th Rank Array Master. Target, Vice Sect Master of the Great Dao Sect. Rating, 90. Favorability, 60, he's really handsome, no wonder he's the #1 handsome man in the Great Dao Sect. It's a pity he's weak, otherwise I could have cultivated him into my own person. That's interesting. Lu Yan clicked his tongue in admiration. A spy from the Hahuan sect wants to become the vice sect master of the Taoist sect? He's dreaming. I'm afraid the Hahuan sect will just become a branch of the Taoist sect. What are you muttering about? The snail asked. Lu Yan said, "They said she has long legs." It is indeed long. Hearing Lu Yan's answer, the snail was satisfied. Let's go back to the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak and see my master's wife. The snail was shocked. You have a master's wife? Is she pretty? Is she fair-skinned? Is she big? Forehead. Lu Yan thought the snail was a pervert, full of rubbish about being knowledgeable. The system must have made a mistake. A moment later, we arrived at the main hall of the Vermilion Bird Peak of the Great Dao Sect. Seeing his master with a full head of silver hair, sitting upright, his eyes were icy cold. Lu Yan bowed his head and cupped his hands, saying, "Master's wife." At the same time, the system's built-in character identification function has been quietly activated. Chapter 4 Master's Wife, I Want It All. Name, Yang Wanjin. Age? Realm? Identities, Drunkard Supreme Elder of the Great Dao Sect Deputy Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak Empress of Zhuanchu Kingdom Sword Master of Invincible Sword Domain Taoist Nun of Miaoyu Nunnery Goddess of the Red River Dragon Girl of the Boundless Sea Nemesis of Wanfo Temple Soul Worshipper of Yin Yang Sect Holy Maiden of the Immortal Palace Master of the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm Cave, Master of the Divine Demon Cave Abbot of the Creation Dao Temple Master of the Kunks of Forbidden Zone, Alat, loading. Goal, to drink all the wines in the world, to lie down and do nothing, to stop cultivating, and please, stop breaking through. Rating, 100, using a jade hairpin to seal 70% of her appearance. Favorability, 98. After browsing the information, Lu Yan's pupils contracted. What kind of background does Master's wife have? How can she have so many identities? What's even more outrageous is that her age and cultivation level aren't displayed. Is she even more powerful than the system? Lu Yan tentatively asked the system. Unfortunately, the system is mute. It can neither speak nor provide any prompts. Favorability, 98. Lu Yan thought to himself, I didn't expect that my master's wife, who seems so aloof and cold, actually has such a high level of affection for me. TSK, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Lu Yan. Yang Wanjin suddenly raised her voice, sounding somewhat displeased. Because Lu Yan glanced at her twice. Normally, Lu Yan would look at her with his head down, at most glancing at her twice. This time, however, he looked at her 3 times. It seems he's gotten carried away. A probe with divine sense. He's at the 4th level of chi refining, no wonder he seems a bit unsteady. Yang Wanjin asked, what do you want with me? Master's wife, I've broken through. Lu Yan shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. What a load of bull. You'll still be buried in 3 years, the master's wife said coldly. I know. It seems that letting Lu Yan get married was a wise choice. He broke through his cultivation realm on the 2nd day after the wedding. Pei Qingran is indeed her benefactor. She made the right decision. Is there anything else? She said calmly. If not, I'm going to cultivate now. Cultivation my ass. I would have believed you if I hadn't seen your character appraisal. Lu Yan muttered to himself, but outwardly said. Thank you, master's wife, for marrying Pei Qingran to me as a way to bring good luck. It is thanks to you that I have the opportunity to break through my cultivation level. I will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Wanjin said, enough with the nonsense, get to the point. Lu Yan cut to the chase, master's wife, didn't you ask me the other day to choose one of Jiang Suiying, Su Luoxian, Lu Miaozhu, and Pei Qingran? Can you ask me again now? I want them all 4 women. Yang Wanjin's calm and composed face suddenly turned shocked, and she leaned forward slightly, remaining stunned for a full 3 seconds. His chest heaved violently, his face turned ashen with rage, and he roared. Get out! Get out of here! Seeing that his master's wife seemed genuinely angry, Lu Yan laughed and said, master's wife, just kidding. I was just trying to lighten the mood because I was bored. The main reason I came to see you this time is to break through to the 4th level of chi refining. No need to emphasize that you're at the 4th level of chi refining. Yang Wanjin interrupted him. Just state your purpose. I just went to the library and got a sword control technique called transforming into the purple cloud sword control technique. I feel it's not enough, and I'd like to learn a few more. I wonder if my master's wife has any. Yang Wanjin said, don't bite off more than you can chew. Besides, the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique is the most difficult one in the Great Tao sect. It's enough for you to cultivate. I feel that since I married Pei Qingran, my comprehension and talent have been unlocked, and I want to give it a try. Okay, here you go. Yang Wanjin waved her hand, and 2 manuals flew out of her storage ring and landed in Lu Yan's hands. She said, these 2 are not Taoist sect techniques. I obtained them by chance. Get lost. Thank you, master's wife. Get out, I need to cultivate. Goodbye, master's wife. Lu Yan bowed and left, glancing at Yang Wanjin a few more times. Interesting, he's getting bolder and bolder. He looked at me 7 times today. What will he do in the future? Yang Wanjin thought for a moment and then suddenly patted her forehead. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just drink. The new drunken flower wine, hee hee. Leave the main hall. Lu Yan secretly rubbed his hands together and said. My master's wife is such a kind person, giving me 2 cultivation techniques right away. Old Wa, which one do you think I should cultivate first? Only then did the snail realize what was happening, wipe the drool from the corner of its mouth, and say. Master, your master's wife is so beautiful. I've lived for so many years and this is the first time I've ever seen someone so beautiful. She has no flaws. She has a large bust, long legs, a slim waist, and skin as tender as bamboo shoots. You are so lucky. Lu Yan said, shut up, she's my master's wife. Snail, TSK, don't think I didn't see you, you've been secretly looking at your master's wife's chest the whole time. Get lost. Lu Yan felt the snail's mouth wasn't closed properly, so he immediately covered it and said. Stop talking. If your master's wife hears this, you'll only be able to burn paper money for me next year. Snail, hee hee, you finally admit it. If you say anything more pointless, I'll throw you out of Vermilion Bird Peak. Okay, I won't say anything. The snail shot up. Lu Yan put the cultivation technique into his storage bag, returned to the side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, and opened the door. At this moment, Pei Qingran had just woken up, covering her front with the blanket, only her fragrant shoulders were visible. "Husband, you're back," she said softly, yawning. "I'm still a little sleepy." Favorability, 90. Lu Yan looked at the line of text that popped up from the system and felt satisfied. It seemed that the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill was indeed effective. "What?" the snail exclaimed in shock. "Another beautiful woman?" Moreover, this beautiful woman was quite stunning. Suddenly, she noticed a unique, pleasant fragrance emanating from the air. The snail was envious and said, "Wow, this is the unique fragrance of the 9-bend desire body. Master, you've struck gold." "Who is it?" Pei Qingran pointed to the snail on Lu Yan's head. "My pet." As Lu Yan spoke, he placed the snail in his palm and said, "You go out first, she and I have some things to do." "I'm not going out, I don't want to leave, I can watch the battle." The snail didn't want to leave. Lu Yan looked puzzled and didn't say anything. He opened the window, threw it out, locked the window, and locked the door as well. Only then did he approach Pei Qingran, smell her face, and feel the faint fragrance. "My husband." For some reason, Pei Qingran suddenly felt wide awake the moment she saw Lu Yan. She gave him a flirty wink and even bit her lip. She was actually unaware of her own constitution. The 9-bend desire body has strong recovery ability. Most people couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Lu Yan is no ordinary person. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with sparks as he kissed her directly. At the same time, the Sunu and Daojing will be put into practice. After one time, the first level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was completed. After the second time, the second level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was completed. After 3 times, the third level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. After 4 attempts, the fourth level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. After 8 times, the fifth level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. The next day, the sixth level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. On the third day, the seventh level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. On the fifth day, the eighth level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was reached. On the seventh day, the ninth level of the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique was officially completed. During this period, Lu Yan also took 2 more pills of the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 497 pills remaining. "Lu Yan, you beast, get out of here." Pei Qingran kicked Lu Yan out of the room, furious. Lu Yan touched his nose. Fortunately, the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique has reached its perfect state. At the same time, a line of text appeared before my eyes. Favorability, 99. Lu Yan pursed his lips. "You're all talk and no action." Chapter 5 Green Tea Junior Brother Wang Chongxiao. "You're all talk and no action," Lu Yan said, pursing his lips. "But I was a bit of a beast, going on for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But I couldn't help it, I was just too eager to improve." The snail clinging to the window wiggled its antennae, staring at Lu Yan and clicking its tongue. "Master, heave ho heave ho. Stop trying to imitate ghosts and leopards, what are you still doing here?" Lu Yan asked. The snail flew up and landed on Lu Yan's head, lowering its voice to say, "Master, a friend of mine is a little weak. Could you tell me the secret to your repeated battles?" Lu Yan smiled and said, "There's no secret to it, it's just my natural talent. As for the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill, it only provided a little help and stimulated one's potential, and it's not worth mentioning at all." "Didn't you sleep for a long time? Where did you get these friends?" Lu Yan asked belatedly. The snail, hands on its hips, said, "Who doesn't have a few friends with kidney deficiency?" Lu Yan stopped asking questions, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Come on, I just learned how to fly on a sword. I'll take you to experience the boundless scenery of the great Tao sect. I've only ever seen you learning how to drive piles, when are you going to learn how to fly on a sword?" the snail thought strangely. Whoosh! Without wasting words, Lu Yan immediately formed hand seals, and an ordinary flying sword flew out of his storage bag. Immediately afterwards, "Jump onto the sword." They took to the air. It was incredibly fast, like a purple streak of light piercing the sky. Wherever he flew, the surrounding space was illuminated in a vast expanse of purple, much like the auspicious phenomenon of purple clouds coming from the east. The phrase refers to the ability to transform into a magical purple sky. These 4 characters are combined with the sword control technique. It refers to the fact that once you cultivate to the great perfection, you become extremely powerful. Imagine, while others are just ordinary sword riders, the sky turns purple the moment you appear. The sword control technique that's essential for showing off. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult, and no disciple of the great Tao sect has ever succeeded in cultivating it. Those who can control swords will not be able to practice, and those who can fly will disdain cultivation. Ordinary disciples wouldn't waste a lot of time practicing the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique, which is only good for showing off and has no practical use. Fine. Lu Yan is exceptionally talented. With the little help of the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way, she cultivated to the great perfection in just 7 days through her own efforts. It can be said that there is no one like it before or since. Master, how did you do it? You cultivated it to perfection in just 7 days. This was the first time the snail had encountered such a gifted person. Lu Yanfeng said calmly, "It's due to my talent." "Then why didn't you show this talent before?" the snail asked. Lu Yan responded calmly, "Because of Pei Qingran's marriage to bring good luck, my talent has been unleashed. From today onwards, I will soar to great heights." Stop bragging. There's an emergency. A golden core cultivator who can fly is about to pass below us. We need to lower our flying swords immediately. The snail exclaimed in alarm. In the strictly hierarchical world of cultivation, it's a major taboo for a chi refining cultivator to fly above a golden core cultivator. Besides, no one else's flying style is as cool as your sword flying style, and it's easy to bump into others. Lu Yan naturally understood this principle and wanted to lower it, but it was too late. The golden core cultivator instantly appeared before him, his eyes blazing with fury. He said, "You mere chi refining cultivator dare to disregard my edge and fly over my head? You have quite the nerve." Lu Yan was planning to use the Immortal Tear Gourd Pendant. It can modify its own cultivation level, changing its chi refining realm to the golden core realm, thus scaring away the opponent. However, Lu Yan chose a more effective method. Because this is the great Tao sect, background is everything. My name is Lu Yan. My master is Li Daoxian, the peak master of Zhuke Peak, and my master's wife is Yang Wanjin. Lu Yan introduced himself briefly. Upon hearing this, he immediately became respectful and bowed, saying, "I am Song Ming, an inner disciple of Xuanwu Peak, at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. I accidentally bumped into you, senior brother. Here are 300 spirit stones as an apology. I hope you won't hold it against me." Lu Yan accepted the 300 spirit stones and said, "You can go now." Song Ming cupped his hands and quickly disappeared from sight, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, the other party was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. The snail was shocked. "Wait, are your master and mistress really that fierce?" The Great Tao sect only has 4 main peaks, and each main peak has only 1 peak master and 1 deputy peak master. So it's normal that my master and mistress are powerful. As long as I don't cause trouble in the Great Tao sect, I am invincible. The snail exclaimed, "It's so good to have powerful connections. Let's fly to the library on our swords and return the books while we're at it." It moved incredibly fast, and each time it pierced the sky, a large patch of purple clouds appeared. Suddenly, the purple clouds vanished, and Lu Yan descended upon the library, handing the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique to Nagi Ko-o True Lord, saying, "I'm here to return a book. Could you please register me?" Nagi Ko Jinjuan crossed his long, snow-white legs, looking completely bewildered. "You gave up because you found it difficult to cultivate?" Lu Yan shook his head and said, "No, I've mastered it." "Have you entered the path?" Najamitsu asked again. Lu Yan said, "No." Najamitsu Shinken, "That's all right, I thought." Lu Yan said calmly, "I've only reached the great perfection stage." Nagi Koku's pupils contracted, and he asked in shock, "How did you cultivate?" Lu Yan, "It's a matter of talent." Najamitsu said, "But you didn't have this talent before." "I married Pei Qingran, which activated my unparalleled talent." "Sigh, there's no use saying more. You won't understand if you don't get married. I'm not going to say any more. I still need to cultivate other secret techniques. I'm leaving now." He showed off a bit and walked out with an air of nonchalance. Nagi Ko Jinjuan's gaze sharpened, then he waved his hand and summoned a disciple. "Go and investigate what Lu Yan has been doing lately?" The disciple accepted the order and left. Affection level 72. Najamitsu Shinken is a little curious about you. My favorability rating has increased. Nagi Ko is really interesting. Lu Yan looked at the system interface and smiled. She will probably investigate whether I have recently obtained any opportunities. Fortunately, she can't find anything. The snail sighed and said, Najamitsa Shinken really has a pair of deadly long legs. I wish I could climb up them. Lu Yen was too lazy to pay attention to the lewd snail. Let's go. Lu Yen took off on his sword. Since he was able to fly on a sword, he had no intention of walking anymore. Back at the side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, in the front courtyard, Lu Yen was surprised that Pei Qingran had gotten up. At this moment, she was wearing a light green dress with a jade pendant at her waist. Her black hair swayed in the wind, making her look like an ethereal fairy. Such a beautiful scene, but a strange man is quietly watching her from the side, which is quite an eyesore. TSK, Master, I've noticed your hair is a bit green. The snail's antennae twitched. Lu Yen ignored the snail and walked straight up to stand between the two of them, taking Pei Qingran's hand and asking, Wife, who is this? Pei Qingran let Lu Yen hold her hand and said, You've arrived just in time. This is my husband, Lu Yen. Husband, this is Wang Chongxiao, an inner disciple of White Tiger Peak. Hello. Wang Chongxiao, with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, said, My name is Wang Chongxiao. I am currently at the Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment, but I have no clue about the Golden Core Realm, so I have come to ask my senior sister for help. Senior brother Lu, you don't mind if I discuss this with senior sister, do you? I can't even imagine it. How could senior brother Lu be such a petty person, right, senior brother Lu? Lu Yen frowned. Good heavens, his words were full of tea flavor. This Wang Chongxiao must be practicing the way of tea. He was about to speak when Pei Qingran pulled Lu Yen closer to him and said to Wang Chongxiao, Junior brother, why are you suddenly making me uncomfortable? You weren't like this before. I only started guiding you because I saw that you were sincerely asking for my advice. If you talk like this, I won't be able to teach you anything. Wang Chongxiao said, I'm sorry, senior sister. I was just in a hurry. Please continue to guide me. I'm kneeling down before you. No need to kneel. It's getting late, you should go back now. Pei Qingran said with displeasure. Good. Wang Chongxiao did not insist, bowed in thanks, and flew away on his sword. Husband, don't misunderstand. He was just asking me a question. He was indeed being sarcastic just now, and I've already told him off. Pei Qingran quickly explained, afraid that Lu Yen would misunderstand. Lu Yen smiled. He hadn't expected Pei Qingran to handle it without him saying a word. He had to admit that his wife was really amazing. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Come on, let's go inside. Chapter 6 Divine Speed Steps and 9 Dragon Seal of the Abyss. Lu Yen leaned close to her ear, blew into her earlobe, and said, Come on, let's go inside. Okay. Pei Qingran's eyelids twitched, she tossed her hair, and her eyes started to glaze over. That's right, she has recovered, and she feels that her cultivation has improved again. Really? It's not an illusion. If I work hard, I might be able to break through and reach the nascent soul stage. She never expected that doing this kind of thing with Lu Yen could lead to progress. Get out of here. Lu Yen threw the snail outside, grabbed Pei Qingran, and rushed into the room. I want to watch the fight, the snail cried. I want to watch the fight, you beast. Nobody paid him any attention. In the room, Lu Yen put her on the bed. Perhaps because Pei Qingran was also excited and her emotions erupted, she began to sweat, and a faint fragrance surrounded her. I'll wipe it off, Pei Qingran said, a little embarrassed, afraid of upsetting Lu Yen. No, I'm thirsty. Lu Yen smiled and bent down, while secretly circulating the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. The 2 spellbooks given to him by his master's wife flew out of his storage bag. The first book is a technique related to speed, and the second book is a technique for strong attacks. The 2 books were being flipped through rapidly. Pei Qingran was shocked. Husband, what are you doing? I want to cultivate with you, at the same time. Lu Yen held her chin and said with a smile, Don't you think that's exciting and novel? Pei Qingran rolled her eyes. What kind of weird hobby is this? It's really perverted. But she likes it. My wife, you smell so good. Lu Yenye stopped talking and, unable to resist, kissed Pei Qingran's lips. At the same time, the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing was running at high speed. After one time, the first level of Divine Speed Flowing Light Steps was completed. After the second time, the second level of Divine Speed Flowing Light Step was completed. After 3 times, the third level of divine speed flowing light step was reached. After 6 attempts, the fourth level of divine speed flowing light step was reached. The next day, the fifth level of divine speed flowing light step. On the fourth day, the sixth level of divine speed flowing light steps was reached. On the sixth day, the seventh level of divine speed flowing light steps was officially completed. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 495 pills remaining. Pei Qingran leaned against Lu Yan's chest, thinking to herself. What's going on? I've improved a lot again, but I feel like I'm still a little short of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Why am I always just a little short? She doesn't know where the problem lies. She wanted to tell Lu Yan, but unfortunately she didn't know how to start. No, we have to continue. She looked at Lu Yan with a determined gaze, but her face looked very tired. Lu Yan was overjoyed. Are you sure you're all right? It's all right, let's continue. This time it's my turn. Pei Qingran refused to believe that she couldn't break through this realm. She was determined to do so. The primordial spirit has a lifespan of 1,000 years. After breaking through, one can live an extra 500 years. Although her master, godmother Yang Wanjin, and many elders had all said that she had no hope of breaking through, she refused to believe it. She was determined to defy fate and become the #1 female sword immortal in the world. With her goal becoming clearer, she became even more ruthless and worked diligently. Lu Yan did nothing but directly circulate the Su Nu Dao Wenjing. After 1 time, the first layer of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. After 2 times, the second layer of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. After 4 times, the third layer of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. After 8 times, the fourth level of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. On the third day, the fifth layer of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. On the fifth day, the sixth level of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was completed. On the seventh day, the seventh level of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was reached. On the 10th day, the 8th level of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was reached. On the 15th day, the 9th level of the 9-dragon seal of Jingyuan was officially completed. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 490 pills remaining. Lu Yan, get out of here, get out of here. Pei Qingran cursed and kicked Lu Yan out of the room. After half a month of joint cultivation, her cultivation level improved significantly, and she looked radiant. She was only a little bit away from breaking through, but she was always just a little bit short. This caused her great distress. Women are really fickle. They use their husbands when they need them, and then switch to Lu Yan when they're done with them. He. Lu Yan was a little speechless. But this time the harvest was quite fruitful. Both Divine Swift Steps and 9-Dragon Seal of the Abyss have reached their ultimate perfection. It's worth it. Pretty. It's not pretty at all, boo-hoo. The snail remained perched on the window, silently weeping. Master, oh dear, you haven't come out for so long, I'm so worried. Lu Yan said, you're really bored. Don't keep peeking through the window. Come on, let me test my speed. He placed the snail on his head and instantly used the divine speed flowing light step, moving as fast as a stream of light. A long trail of shadows followed behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the gate of the Great Dao sect. Wow, that's fast. Lu Yan exclaimed in surprise. The snail stared in disbelief, bewildered in the wind. Your swift light step has reached its perfect state again? Just lucky. The snail asked again, how did you cultivate? Exceptionally gifted, Lu Yan said. Unable to get the answer it wanted, the snail stopped asking and only marveled at Lu Yan's talent, which seemed to be like he had a cheat code. Lu Yan also wanted to try the 9-Dragon Seal of Jingyuan, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance. Let's tone it down a bit. Go back. Lu Yan then used his footwork again, moving like a streak of light, and arrived at Vermilion Bird Peak in a moment. Sudden. Lu Yan's face darkened. Because another annoying person has appeared. Senior sister, I don't know why, but I can never seem to reach the threshold of the Golden Core realm. I always feel like I'm just a little short. Wang Chongxiao, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, humbly said, I beg senior sister for guidance. Pei Qingran said, I'll tell you my experience of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. I feel that Wang Chongxiao likes Pei Qingran. Otherwise, why would he come over to ask her whenever he has free time? He doesn't ask any of the senior brothers and sisters on White Tiger Peak. No one would believe he doesn't like her, Lu Yan concluded. The snail said, it's obvious that this guy likes your wife, but your wife probably doesn't know it. I don't go out much and don't know much about the various peaks, so I still need to go to White Tiger Peak to ask. Without delay, Lu Yan immediately flew on his sword and finally used 200 spirit stones to find out about Wang Chongxiao. Wang Chongxiao had 3 Taoist partners. Every Taoist partner was obtained through some means of poaching someone else's partner. And Lu Yan learned through inquiries that Wang Chongxiao had no interest in Pei Qingran before, meaning that he only became interested after Pei Qingran became his Taoist partner. So he likes married women. Chow chow, you traitor. Lu Yan finally understood. At this moment, on Vermilion Bird Peak, Pei Qingran said, "That's all the insights I have about breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Don't come looking for me again in the future." Wang Chongxiao asked, "Why, senior sister?" "Because I can tell that my husband is a little unhappy about your arrival, so you'd better not come looking for me again. Also, don't try to contact me through the communication jade slip, I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Go back. By the way, if you come looking for me again, I'll take action against you. I hope you get what's coming to you." Lu Yan had just returned when he saw Wang Chongxiao leaving, pale and disheveled. "Wife, what did you do to him?" "It's nothing, just a warning to him not to have any improper thoughts. I'm sure he won't dare to come again." She came up to Lu Yan, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and said with a smile, "Husband, I'm hungry again." "Wait a moment, I'll make you some noodles." "No, I'm the kind of person who's hungry." She was a dignified golden core cultivator, and had long since practiced abstaining from grains. Lu Yan understood, picked her up, and rushed into the room. Hee, finally I can watch the game. The snail nestled on its head thought to itself, but it didn't expect that it would fly out the moment Lu Yan closed the door. "Get out." Lu Yan threw it far away. The snail was on the verge of tears. "Master, why is it so difficult for me to watch the game?" "My husband, let me help you remove your armor." Pei Qingran was very proactive and even deliberately used her spiritual power to make herself sweat, because Lu Yan liked the fragrance emanating from her sweat. "Thirsty?" she asked provocatively. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he stopped talking, while secretly circulating the Su Nu and Dao Jing. Once. She refining level 4, 5%. Second time. She refining level 4, 10%. 6 times. She refining level 4, 15%. 12 times. She refining level 4, 20%. The next day. She refining level 4, 40%. The 5th day. She refining level 4, 80%. Day 10. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refining. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 487 pills remaining. How did you break through again? Pei Qingran was the first to know about Lu Yan's breakthrough, because they knew each other inside and out and couldn't hide it from each other. Lu Yan said, "I don't know either. I suddenly broke through, and I don't know how it happened." "Are you tired? Why don't we rest for a while?" Pei Qingran said, "I'm tired, but I'm almost at the breakthrough stage. I'm just a little bit away. If I work a little harder, I'm sure I can break through." She paints a rosy picture of herself, and it's all logically sound. Lu Yan was truly shocked to see that she was even more enthusiastic than he was. "Let's continue, my husband." She winked at him, then unleashed her full array of skills. Lu Yan had no choice but to cooperate with her and reluctantly endure the pain. Chapter 7, 7th level of Qi refining, Zai Ding refining spirit method. As expected of the 9 Ben desire body, it can withstand high-intensity continuous battles, but I'm starting to feel the strain. Lu Yan had no choice but to take out a 9 oxen 2 tigers pill and swallow it. It worked incredibly fast, instantly energizing him. "Pei Qingran, aren't you tired?" "Tired." Pei Qingran nodded, but she had reasons to insist. Because it's only a little bit away from reaching the nascent soul stage. She only has 5 years to live. If she doesn't seize the opportunity, she will never be able to break through to the next level. She didn't want to die. She has her own goals to achieve. So even if it's tiring, you have to persevere. Lu Yan is her only chance. "My husband, you are my only chance. If I can break through, I will protect you until you die of old age." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan understood. Pei Qingran must have sensed the subtle changes in the joint cultivation and wanted to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, she didn't know that her cultivation advancement relied on her own, the scripture of the plain girl asking the way, and she didn't know how much this technique boosted her, but the boost on her side was quite outrageous. Once. Qi refining level 5, 4%. Second time. Qi refining level 5, 8%. 6 times. Qi refining level 5, 13%. The next day. Qi refining level 5, 20%. Day 10. Qi refining level 5, 50%. The 22nd day. Qi refining level 5, 96%. The 24th day. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refining. Another month later. Qi refining level 6, 52%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refining. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 459 pills remaining. Lu Yan, you beast, get the hell away from me. Pei Qinran kicked Lu Yan out of the room again. She was so annoyed with him. During this time, she and Lu Yan intermittently practiced together for more than 4 months. The opponent broke through from the 2nd level of Qi refining all the way to the 7th level. And what about her? I always feel like something's missing. I want to break through, but I'm just a little bit short. She planned to go back and ask her master, Yuanjiu, what was going on. She dressed up and changed into a plain blue dress before leaving the room and finding Lu Yan. You probably haven't met my master yet, come with me to meet her. Good. Lu Yan nodded. He had indeed never seen it before. Pei Qinran pulled Lu Yan into the air and instructed him. My master, Yuanjiu, is the peak master of White Tiger Peak. She has many disciples, and I am her personal disciple. She likes to drink and sleep. Now let us go to the market under the jurisdiction of the Great Tao sect and bring back a few bottles of wine. As she spoke, she led Lu Yanfei to the market and skillfully bought the wine that her master liked. After paying the spirit stones, she handed the wine to Lu Yan and said, just say you bought this later. She gave him detailed instructions, and only when she felt it was sufficient did she take Lu Yan and fly to White Tiger Peak. White Tiger Peak is one of the 4 main peaks of the Great Tao sect. Unlike Vermilion Bird Peak, this place has a much larger number of disciples. A glance around reveals tens of thousands of disciples practicing various techniques on the training ground. Zhuke Peak has only 6 disciples, all of whom are personally taught. Lu Yan is ranked 6th. The other 5 disciples each established their own cave dwellings on a secondary peak of Vermilion Bird Peak. Only those who reach the Golden Core stage can apply to open their own cave dwelling on the secondary peak. Lu Yan is only at the Qi refining stage and lacks the skills, so he can only live in the side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Yan couldn't remember his 5 senior brothers and sisters anymore, because he had only met them once when he became their disciple and greeted them politely. After that, he had never seen them again. Senior sister is back. A sharp-eyed disciple spotted Pei Qinran, who resembled a fairy, and immediately went up to greet her. Among the disciples, a Golden Core Realm Perfection expert is an extremely powerful combat force. As the senior disciple of White Tiger Peak, and also being beautiful, she is extremely popular. One of the disciples asked, Senior sister, who is this handsome disciple? My husband is Lu Yan. Pei Qinran pulled Lu Yan over and gave him a brief introduction to everyone. The disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Yan was actually Pei Qinran's Taoist partner. Wait, Lu Yan, isn't he that handsome but terrible disciple of Vermilion Bird Peak? Someone muttered. Everyone instantly understood, and then many eyes swept over, trying to detect Lu Yan's cultivation level. Unfortunately, it couldn't be detected. Lu Yan thought to himself. Luckily I have the immortal tear gourd pendant, otherwise I would have been ridiculed by you all, and in the end I would have slapped you in the face for showing off. Everyone, make way, I need to go find my master. We'll talk again when we have time. Pei Qinran pulled Lu Yan away and arrived at the main hall of White Tiger Peak where their master lived, but they couldn't find him. They decided to look outside. As a result, I saw a drunkard in the hallway. The drunkard was curled up in the corner, seemingly asleep, with a gourd of wine in his hand. She had a cute, childlike face, but her chest was bulging and high, and because her clothes were a little loose, you could see a bit of her fair skin. Her crossed legs appeared straight and long. She has the face of a little girl but the body of a mature woman. Perhaps she had been drinking, because her cherry-like lips were pouting, making her look incredibly tempting. Her brows would furrow occasionally, like a lazy little kitten. It's really beautiful, Lu Yan thought to himself. The system's character identification function was activated, and several lines of text appeared before my eyes. Name, Yuanjiu. Age, 800-1000-3000, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, Great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Identity: Peak Master of White Tiger, Peak White Tiger, Immortal Body, Second Miss of Yuan Huang family, successor of the Drunken Sword, Immortal. Goal: drink the best wine, sleep the best sleep. As for breaking through barriers, let fate decide. Rating: 94. Favorability rating: 88, handsome, and also Yang Wanjin's disciple. Yuanjiu also meets the conditions for the spouse of the many children, many blessings. No, she is Pei Qingran's master. What is this system trying to do? Lu Yen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Pei Qingran shouted, "Master." He quickly straightened his master's open clothes, picked her up in one lap, and explained. That's just how my master is. He drinks and sleeps wherever he goes. Please don't take offense. She carried Yuanjiu to the main hall, and as soon as she put her down, she woke up. Still half asleep, she pinched Pei Qingran's cheek and said, "My dear disciple, what brings you to your master? Master, can you take a look at me? I feel like I can break through to the nascent soul stage, but I'm just a little short. Can you tell me what's wrong?" Yuanjiu directly grasped Pei Qingran's hand and took her pulse. 4 months have passed, and your cultivation has actually improved quite a bit. There is a slight chance that you will break through to the nascent soul level, but the chance is slim. How did you find this opportunity? Yuan Jojo asked, having sobered up quite a bit. Normally, it would be impossible for Pei Qingran to break through to the nascent soul stage. Because of her talent and comprehension, it was determined that she could only reach the great perfection of the golden core stage, but now there is a glimmer of hope. Pei Qingran said softly, "I discovered it by accident after cultivating with him. It seems he really is your lucky star. You can continue your joint cultivation." After saying this, Yuanjiu walked up to Lu Yan, stood on tiptoe, patted his head, and in doing so, swatted the snail off his head as well, saying, not bad, you're really handsome. Thank you for helping my disciple find a glimmer of hope." The snail that got swatted away? It had been staring at Yuanjiu, thinking to itself, Lu Yan is so lucky to have met such a beautiful woman. Then it got swatted away. It's truly outrageous. Don't be so polite, master. This is a bottle of wine for you. Lu Yan handed her the wine. You came all this way, and even brought things with you. Yuanjiu's eyes lit up immediately. He took the wine and said, I don't have anything good to give you. I just patted you and unexpectedly learned that you have broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. I remember your master's wife said that you would never reach the 2nd level of qi refining in your life. I didn't expect you would have the chance to reach the foundation establishment stage. Not bad. Since divine sense begins to emerge at the 7th level of qi refining, I will give you a secret method for tempering divine sense. As she spoke, she placed her hand inside her full breasts, groping around, then pulled out a secret manual and shoved it in front of Lu Yan, saying, This is what I obtained from my secret realm. I'm giving it to you. Thanks. Lu Yan took it and could still smell the lingering fragrance of the body on it. Okay, you guys go ahead, I'm going to sleep. She staggered into her room and collapsed into bed. Pei Qingran said, That's how my master is. Let's go. She achieved both goals she had set out for, first, to have her master examine her body, and second, to ask Lu Yan for the cultivation technique. The two returned to the side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Quickly, see what my master gave you? Pei Qingran asked. Lu Yan took out the book, and a faint fragrance wafted out. The Zeding Refining Divine Sense Method? Pei Qingran took it and flipped through it. That's right, it's a secret method for tempering divine sense, suitable for you. Lu Yan began to flip through the book, quickly finished reading and memorizing it. He smiled and looked at Pei Qingran, saying, Come on, let's go inside. You rascal, not again? Come on. Chapter 8, Pei Qingran's favorability is maxed out, Nagi Ko no Shinjun curses. The Zeding Refining Spirit Method is a secret method for tempering one's divine consciousness. The secret methods for tempering one's divine sense are extremely rare, even in the library of the Great Tao sect. Ordinary people do not temper their divine sense at low realms, but usually begin to cultivate it at higher realms. Lu Yan had no intention of cultivating his divine sense. Now that Yuanjiu had been given to him, he decided to give it a try. Inside the room, he and Pei Qingran practiced the Su Nu and Dao Jing together. After one time, the first level of the Zeding Refining Divine Method was completed. After the second time, the second level of the Zeding Refining God Method was completed. After 4 times, the third level of the Zeding Refining Spirit Method was completed. After 8 times, the 4th level of the Zeding refining divine method was reached. The next day, the 5th level of the Zeding refining spirit method. On the 3rd day, the 6th level of the Zeding refining spirit method was reached. On the 5th day, the 7th level of the Zeding refining divine method was reached. On the 7th day, the 8th level of the Zeding refining divine method was reached. On the 10th day, the 9th level of the Zeding refining divine method was officially completed. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 456 pills remaining. When this secret technique is cultivated to perfection, a black cauldron will appear in one's mind. Zeding is the embodiment of divine consciousness. By continuously refining and carving the Zeding, one can make the Zeding stronger, which in turn allows one's divine sense to grow stronger. Moreover, it requires a certain level of training. Zeding can also launch attacks outside of its body. It's like having an extra means of attack. Lu Yan thoroughly digested the relevant knowledge points, and then a few more lines of text appeared on the screen. Favorability, 100. Note, once the affection level is maxed out, it will never drop, and the host will be devoted to the host and never betray them. Lu Yan was inwardly surprised. There's such a thing? I can't take it anymore, I need to rest for a few days. Pei Qinran had no desire left, so she kicked Lu Yan out of the room again. Let me think about how to break through? A fickle woman. Outside the room, Lu Yan said helplessly, I'll rest for a while too, otherwise I'll eventually grind this iron rod into a needle and try out the divine sense I just mastered. With a sweep of his divine sense, without even opening his eyes, everything within a few meters of him was clearly visible. Ants moving house, grass bent by the wind, and snails. Seeing that it was pupaing on a leaf, Lu Yan asked curiously, What are you doing? The snail said, I'm hungry. No, you just scan me with your divine sense. You're only at the 7th level of chi refining, and you can already use your divine sense? The snail was very shocked because the 7th level of chi refining is when one just gains divine sense. To utilize it, one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that you have cultivated the Zeding refining spirit technique to its perfect state? Lu Yan laughed and said, It was just luck. The snail immediately became unhappy, finding the grass in front of it tasteless. How can your cultivation progress be so fast? Exceptionally talented, Lu Yan said with a smile. The snail said, At this rate, establishing your foundation won't be difficult for you. It's hard to say, Lu Yan said modestly. The snail rolled its eyes and said, Let's go, we should celebrate. I want to eat meat. Snails eat meat? The snail said, Eat. Come on, it's my treat. Lu Yan put the snail on his head and flew to the market on his sword. He couldn't leave the Great Tao sect, it wasn't safe. He could only wander around the market. The market town is the territory of the Great Tao sect. If you encounter danger, just shout, Master's wife, save me. Leaving the Great Tao sect. No matter who you call, it's probably no use. A distant source of water cannot quench a nearby fire. The market was a place for internal transactions within the Great Tao sect, and with its development, it became a relatively prosperous area. Lu Yan spotted a restaurant and walked straight in. Little Wa, what do you want to eat? Little snail? The snail didn't care much when it heard this, after all, it was just a name. It thought for a moment and said, I want to eat the best quality hanging tenderloin. Eat, eat, all you ever think about is eating. In the library, on the top floor, Nagi Ko Shinju saw the woman in black constantly eating beef jerky and angrily said, I've told you so many times, don't eat while working, and don't wear black, but you just won't listen. Fine, I'm too lazy to argue with you. How's the investigation going? Elder, we can't find anything. We don't know what Lu Yan did. Ever since he got married, he has been breaking through his cultivation level. He's already at the 7th level of chi refining. Nagi Ko Shinjun gasped, It's only been 4 or 5 months, yet he's progressed so quickly. He must have obtained some kind of fortuitous opportunity. What opportunities could he possibly have? He's never gone out. Since he joined the Great Tao sect, the farthest he's ever been is the market town. After getting married, he's almost always either sleeping with Pei Qingran or on his way to sleep, the woman in black said with a dark face. Najimitsu blushed and said, So, he's pretty good in that area. He's just a virgin. He finally got a wife and tasted the sweetness of life, so naturally he's become addicted, the woman in black said disdainfully. Nagi Ko Shinjun rolled his eyes, You talk as if you've tasted forbidden fruit. You're no different, the eldest brother doesn't criticize the second brother. The woman in black snorted coldly, I'm not talking to you anymore. There's nothing suspicious about Lu Yen. If you want to win him over, you'd better hurry. I need to go back to Huanzhong now to report to you on the recent situation. Get out of here. Okay. Just as the woman in black was about to leave, she couldn't help but say, want some beef jerky? This is top quality hanging tenderloin beef jerky. How about I share half with you? It's delicious. The hanging tenderloin is indeed delicious. In the market, Lu Yen was enjoying a hearty meal. The snail ate slowly. For every 10 pieces Lu Yen ate, it ate one. Half an hour later, the man and the ox had almost finished eating. Lu Yen, it's you, what a coincidence. Suddenly, Lu Yen heard a crisp voice and turned his head to see Nagi Ko Shinjun walking over, swaying his millstone-shaped buttocks. The snail's eyes widened. What a big butt, it's good for childbearing, master. Lu Yen had been paying attention to Nagi's legs because they were really long, but he hadn't noticed her buttocks. What a beauty. Najimitsu Shinjun appeared before him and asked, may I sit here? Sit, the snail said. Najimitsu asked, what is this? My pet, Lu Yen said, staring at her legs. Nagi Ko no Makoto had noticed Lu Yen's gaze long ago, both in the library and now. It seems this kid has a thing for legs. It's a pity I haven't cultivated to the nascent soul stage yet, otherwise I could have sawed off my leg and given it to Lu Yen. I'm treating you to dinner, eat whatever you like, waiter, bring another 20 bowls of hanging dragon meat. Nagi Ko Shinjuan waved his hand, signaling the waiter to bring the meat. Eat, don't be shy with me. He glanced at the snail and said, no, you eat too. Put. Lu Yen almost spat out his food. The snail, hands on hips, said, just call me snail. Nagi Ko said, alright, Z, eat up, eat more. The snail's pupils widened in surprise, and it said, just call me Nyo. So cute. Nagi Ko Shinjuan poked the snail's antennae and looked at Lu Yen. I heard you've reached the 7th level of chi refining. Lu Yen started eating the meat and said, that's right. Didn't you say you'd be stuck at the 2nd level of chi refining your whole life? How did you suddenly jump to the 7th level? Is there a secret to it? Nagi Ko asked. Lu Yen continued eating meat, exceptionally gifted. Really no trick? Lu Yen ate the meat in large bites. No. At this rate, you'll definitely go very far in the future. Perhaps even reaching the golden core, nascent soul, or deity transformation stages won't be a dream. Nagi Ko True Monarch looked at Lu Yen's face. He's so handsome. Lu Yen ate meat like crazy and said, thank you for your kind words. I'm full and will be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality. He picked up the snail, walked out of the restaurant, and returned to Zhuke Peak. Nagi Ko Shinjun stared blankly at the empty plates on the dining table. I was just saying I treat you, but you actually want me to? The man below. Excuse me, is this seat taken? May I sit here? Suddenly, a man with a thick beard came up to her side and said lewdly. It was a man who came to chat with her, but Nagi Ko Shinjun still smiled and said, no, you can sit down. Beautiful lady, are you full? No. She was so focused on looking at Lu Yen's face that she didn't eat a single bite. The man generously took out a bag of spirit stones, slammed it on the table, and said, it's on me. Ladies, order whatever you like. Najimitsu, please don't be shy, let's start ordering. Half an hour later. Najimitsu Shinjun is full. During the encounter, she noticed the man staring at her lecherously. Sure enough, he was already groping her. I have to go now, she said. It's alright, I'll pay. Seeing that the woman was really about to get up, the man also stood up and stammered, I've been watching this table for a long time, could we exchange contact information? He looked shy and awkwardly took out the communication jade slip. You can add friends using the communication jade slip. Najimitsu refused outright, sorry, I never add strangers' contact information. No, you misunderstood. I don't want to add you. I want to add the man who was sitting at the same table with you earlier. Do you know him? Can you recommend him to me? Hey girl, who the hell wants to add you? An I at by hashtag? Najimitsu cursed and swore, then turned and left. Chapter 9 Lu Miaozhu of the Hahuan sect. Lu Yen flew back on his sword, the sky turning entirely purple as he did so, drawing everyone's attention. Who is that guy? The rub for flying swords is the purple void realm, so why don't I see this phenomenon when I fly swords, someone asked. This is the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique, the most difficult sword control technique to cultivate in the Great Tao sect, Lu Yen introduced to the people who were watching. Someone rolled their eyes. Who asked you? Is it difficult to cultivate? Asked a foundation establishment ancestor. Lu Yen said, it's incredibly outrageous. It was almost a labor of love, and it took me a full 7 days to complete. You beast. It takes me 1 or 2 months to master even a basic sword control technique. You beast. The foundation establishment elders gritted their teeth in anger. Seeing the envious looks on everyone's faces, Lu Yen returned to Vermilion Bird Peak with satisfaction. The snail stretched and said, load up. Lu Yen said, Little Wa, you're being superficial. Isn't the point of practicing this sword control technique to show off? Otherwise, why would I practice it? It's also called Little Snail? Never mind. It's just a name, it doesn't really care. Suddenly, Lu Yan's eyes widened, and he said, Little Wa, look. In the front courtyard of the side hall, I think I saw a beautiful woman. It's quite unusual to see other beautiful women hanging around here right after I got back to Zhuke Peak. It's not just a resemblance, it's a beauty. The snail wiped its drool. Fair skin, beautiful face, flowing black hair, you can tell she's an absolute beauty just from her back view. Let's go take a closer look. Lu Yen quickened his pace and approached, and then a clear and sweet voice came from behind. Humph, I didn't expect you to degenerate like this. I only went into seclusion for 5 months, and you've already become Taoist partners with Lu Yen. You really make me despise you. The woman in black ate beef jerky and pounded her chest in frustration. Pei Qingran's gaze sharpened. What's it to you? Aren't you being a bit nosy? I remember your goal back then was to become the #1 female sword immortal in the cultivation world. What about your goal now? Is it gone? Why did you get married out of the blue? The woman in black took another bite of beef jerky. Pei Qingran said, this is none of your business. Mind your own business. We're best friends. Who's your sister? You always stay at my place and eat my food. You eat dozens of plates of meat in one meal, like a glutton. Who's your best friend? The woman in black, chewing on a piece of beef jerky, said, we're sisters, what's wrong with me eating a little of yours? Pei Qingran broke down, this is a little bit? Get lost. I'm your sister who has shared joys and sorrows with you, and I even saved your life. Don't always take advantage of kindness to seek repayment. The two argued for a while, then drew their swords and started fighting. After fighting for dozens of rounds, neither of us could gain the upper hand, so we stopped. Wow, it's huge. It's almost as big as Master's wife's. Lu Yen watched in fascination. This woman in black was truly amazing, her size was even larger than Pei Qingran's. The woman in black has a classic pear-shaped figure, with large breasts, a small waist, and a large bottom. Unable to get rid of Pei Qingran, the woman in black approached a handsome man and said, you must be Lu Yen. Yes. Lu Yen nodded. At the same time, the system's character identification function is enabled. Name, Lu Miaozhu. Age, 403,500,500, current age livable age limit. Realm level, Golden Core Perfection. Identities, Pei Qingran's platonic best friend Yuanqi's personal disciple, Deputy Peak Master of White Tiger Peak Infiltrator of the Joyous Union Sect Gluttonous Sacred Body Pure Sword Cultivator. Goal, eat until you eat your way to the greatest female immortal sword in the mortal realm. Rating, 93. Favorability rating, 80, I feel like you stole Pei Qingran, but I see you're handsome. Lu Yen thought to himself, good heavens, another spy from the Hahuan sect. I wonder what their relationship is with Nagi Ko'o True Monarch. I also wonder if my master's wife knows that Lu Miaozhu is a spy? I remember that my master's wife had asked me to choose 4 women, one of whom was Lu Miaozhu. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out, Lu Miaozhu said, glaring as she ate beef jerky. Pei Qingran ran over quickly and stood in front of Lu Yen, saying, don't bully him. He's my husband. If you have the guts, come at me. Humph, you're just wallowing in self-pity and have no ambition. Lu Miaozhu kept talking, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Yen. Because Najimitsu Shinjun had asked him to investigate him, but unfortunately he found nothing. After reporting the recent situation to Nagi Ko'o True Monarch at the Hahuan sect, the first thing he did upon returning to the Daodao sect was to go to his best friend Pei Qingran's side to find out why Lu Yen had moved so quickly. She and Pei Qingran were best friends for hundreds of years, but later, due to some events, their relationship deteriorated to the point where they would argue and fight whenever they met. If you mention my husband again, I'll hit you, Pei Qingran said angrily. Lu Miaozhu pressed her face against it and said, come on, hit me. Slap. Pei Qingran slapped her across the face. Wah! You actually hit me. Lu Miaozhu swallowed the beef jerky in her hand, and then she and Pei Qingran started fighting fiercely. They fought from day to night, and the main road was almost worn away. The snail watched with admiration. Girls fighting is so beautiful. Lu Yan, sparrow food. In the end, Lu Miaozhu narrowly lost. She was shocked because Pei Qingran's cultivation had improved considerably. I remember many elders saying that Pei Qingran could only reach the great perfection of the golden core stage, so how could she possibly advance further? If I improve any further, won't I break through to the nascent soul stage? Pei Qingran's progress must not be due to her own hard work, but must be related to Lu Yan. In addition, Lu Yan's breakthrough speed is so fast, there must be some connection between the two. If I can figure it out, maybe I can also advance to the nascent soul stage ahead of time. Thinking this way, she became even more curious about Lu Yan and felt she had to find out more about him. Pei Qingran, I'll let you win this time, you win. However, it's getting late, and I need to stay at Vermilion Bird Peak. Don't bother me, I'll find my own room. You go ahead with your work. Pei Qingran stomped her foot, but there was nothing she could do. You're so shameless. This complicated relationship between the two has lasted for nearly 100 years. They would argue and fight whenever they met, but after the fight, they could talk calmly again. Perhaps it was because they couldn't bear to part with their plastic best friend. Are you tired from playing? Let me help you take a bath. Lu Yan smelled her fragrance, picked her up, and carried her to the bathroom. Pei Qingran said shyly, let go of me, I'll wash myself. I'll help you. Bang! Suddenly, a sword was placed against Lu Yan's neck. Didn't you hear me? She told you to let go. The one speaking was Lu Miaozhu. Pei Qingran said, no, are you sick? What business is it of yours if our husbands are flirting? Get lost. Oh. Lu Miaozhu slunk away, with a chicken leg in her other hand. Lu Yan carried her to the bathroom to take a shower. As they showered, their breathing became heavy, and then they kissed. Outside the room, near the door, Lu Miaozhu was eating a chicken leg and eavesdropping on the people inside. Soon her face turned red, and her neck and ears also turned red. I'm not shy. She wanted to leave, but wanting to understand the reason for Lu Yan's progress, she had no choice but to listen. Result. Wife, shall we go to the bathroom entrance? Why? Stimulate. Lu Yan carried her to the door. Lu Miaozhu, standing outside the door, suddenly shuddered and thought to herself, fine, so I'm part of your marriage, right? She didn't leave. She forced herself to listen for a while, but eventually couldn't stand it anymore and left. Back in her room, Lu Miaozhu felt like ants were crawling all over her body. I forced myself to sleep. She quickly drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Lu Yan's handsome face, tall and straight figure, and the lewd words he exchanged with Pei Qingran. I woke up the next day. She looked down at her pants, and wow. Ah! There was no other way but to take a shower and wash the sheets while I was at it. There are two sides to the story. Lu Yan reaped a great harvest. After 7 times. She refining level 7, 2%. I need to get up and see what that bastard is doing. Despite not having slept all night, Pei Qingran was still full of energy, her face rosy. She wouldn't come here without a reason. This bitch must have something to do with it. Chapter 10 Pregnancy. Early morning. Don't go, let's continue. Lu Yan holding her hand wasn't because he was lustful or obsessed with sex. Instead, the progress bar of, she refining level 7, 2%, was frustrating to look at, and he wanted to max out the progress bar. Pei Qingran kissed Lu Yan's forehead, her face full of tenderness, and said, my lord, you should sleep for a while. I just feel that this vile woman is definitely up to something. I'll go check on her and then come back to favor you later, okay? Seeing that Lu Yan didn't object, she kissed him again before getting up, getting dressed, and leaving the room. Just went out. I saw clothes hanging out to dry in the courtyard. That bitch is doing laundry so early. Pei Qingran found it strange and noticed the white sheets dancing in the wind. It's so strange, why is she washing the sheets? Is she really that hardworking? She glanced around but didn't see Lu Miaozhu. She quickly went over to examine the clothes and bed sheets. There's nothing wrong with the clothes. However, some marks were visible on the bedsheet, including a large, rather deep water stain. I smelled it. It has a very, very, very faint taste. This smell? Pei Qingran frowned. It's a bit familiar. Why does it feel like? Did she have a wet dream with that slut last night? I'm probably overthinking it. All she can think about is food. She's not interested in anything else. What are you doing? Suddenly a sound came. Pei Qingran turned around. Lu Miaozhu walked out with a flushed face and slightly trembling lips, carrying a large bowl of lean meat porridge. Why are you touching my sheets? Don't look around. That stain is from when I accidentally spilled water on the bed last night. Please don't misunderstand, Lu Miaozhu quickly explained. Pei Qingran laughed and said, I didn't ask you, so what are you explaining? Humph, don't disturb my porridge, get lost. Lu Miaozhu picked up a bowl of porridge and started eating. This basin is about the size of a wash basin. A basin filled to the brim. There was more lean meat inside than in the porridge, and it was steaming hot. Pei Qingran said coldly, eat so much like a pig. I really don't understand. You can abstain from grains once you reach the foundation establishment stage, but you insist on eating and wasting rice. What's it to you? I like to eat, so what? Lu Miaozhu scooped a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, looking satisfied, and said, It's delicious. Do you want some? There's more in the kitchen. Pei Qingran said, Even if my cultivation level drops to the qi refining realm, and I starve to death outside, I won't eat a single thing from you. He. Lu Miaozhu ran over, holding a bowl of porridge in front of her, and while she wasn't paying attention, she fed her a spoonful of porridge. For some reason, Pei Qingran couldn't help but open her mouth and put the porridge in her mouth when it was brought to her lips, and it went into her stomach as well. She opened her eyes wide and said, It smells so good. It's really delicious. There's still some in the kitchen, go and have some, Lu Miaozhu said with a smile. Her specialty is cooking porridge, and she also loves eating beef jerky and chicken legs. Then I won't be polite. Pei Qingran went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of porridge. She ate it as she came to the room and sat on the edge of the bed. Husband, the porridge is quite delicious. You should try it. She personally fed it to Lu Yan's mouth. Open your mouth. Lu Yan took a bite and almost spat it out. How can it taste so bad? Have you never eaten anything good before? It's quite delicious, Pei Qingran said. Throw it away, and I'll cook you something delicious. Lu Yan got up. He had never eaten anything so awful. Before I time traveled, I did eat some terrible pre-cooked meals. Since he mastered the master of culinary arts, nothing he made has ever tasted bad. Unfortunately, Pei Qingran is at the great perfection of the golden core stage and doesn't need to eat, so he hasn't tasted it. I'll show you something today. Lu Yan went to the kitchen and started making lean meat porridge. The porridge is made from top-quality spiritual rice, grown in a century-old spiritual field, so the porridge will emit a faint spiritual fragrance without needing to add anything else. The lean meat comes from the small tenderloin cut of the spirit pigs raised by the sect for at least 30 years. While the porridge is cooking, slice the lean meat into thin pieces. Because it is both spirit and flesh. The marinating time should be longer, preferably 20 minutes. Bring the porridge to a boil over high heat. Add lean meat next. Add shredded ginger, chopped green onions, salt, and other seasonings, mix well, and it's ready to serve. Try it. Lu Yan ladled out a bowl and handed it to Pei Qingran. Pei Qingran hadn't even eaten yet, but her eyes lingered on the food, and she kept swallowing, saying, It looks delicious. She carefully fed the porridge into her mouth with a spoon. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the bowl in Pei Qingran's hand disappeared. 2 meters away, Lu Miaozhu was holding Pei Qingran's bowl and began to eat. Wow! Lu Miaozhu took a bite, and her whole demeanor seemed different. She then wolfed down the porridge, finishing it in just a few bites. It's so delicious. No, how did you make it? Why is it so delicious? Practice makes perfect. Lu Yan said calmly. As for mastering cooking, it's just an aid. The most important thing is still yourself. Afterwards, Pei Qingran filled a bowl. Lu Yan also asked for a bowl, while Lu Miaozhu picked up the pot and ate it, wolfing it down like a starving ghost. Wife, please wait a moment, I'll make you 2 dishes. Lu Yan made shredded potatoes and romaine lettuce in about 10 minutes, perfect for serving with porridge. Pei Qingran was shocked. How did you manage to stir-fry the shredded potatoes so tangy, crisp, and spicy, and make the romaine lettuce so delicious? Lu Yanfeng said casually, practice makes perfect. In the end, Lu Yan and Pei Qingran only ate a little bit. The rest was all eaten by the gluttonous Lu Miaozhu, who even refilled the pot. Lu Yan, you cook so well, can you cook for me every day from now on? She asked with a sweet and obedient expression. Lu Yan said, we're not familiar with each other. Aren't we familiar now? She walked to Lu Yan's side, wrapped her arm around his, and said coquettishly, please? Lu Miaozhu has a pear-shaped figure and large breasts, so the soft touch of her arms made Lu Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Lu Miaozhu's chest had touched Lu Yan's hand, Pei Qingran suddenly stood up and said, let me go. Don't loosen it. Pei Qingran rushed over and pulled Lu Yan away, ignoring Lu Miaozhu. Lu Yan put his arm around her waist and said, we've eaten and drunk our fill, and we have nothing to do, so how about we? You again? Pei Qingran gave him a flirtatious wink, her eyes full of allure. Come. Lu Yan picked her up and rushed into the room, where soon soft, seductive music filled the air. Lu Miaozhu blushed, are these two lustful devils? Don't they get tired of doing this every day? She listened at the door for a while, found it unbearable, and was about to leave when she saw the doorway shaking violently, as if something was banging against it. You pervert, I'm not part of your marriage. Lu Miaozhu left with a dark expression, went back to her room, and went to sleep. When I woke up the next day, he looked down at his pants, paused for a moment, and then continued washing the sheets. On the third day, the first thing I did upon waking up was still to wash the sheets. This continued for half a month. Washed the bed sheets daily. She dared not look at Lu Yan again. Every time she saw him, she would run away as fast as she could, her heart pounding. Like a mouse seeing a cat. Favorability, 90. Meanwhile, Lu Yan and Pei Qingran continued to cultivate together, and the Sunu Daowen Jing was almost smoking from the constant circulation. 2 weeks later. Qi refining level 7, 16%. 1 month later. Qi refining level 7, 34%. 2 months later. Qi refining level 7, 69%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 426 pills remaining. Lu Yan's days were very leisurely. Aside from daily joint cultivation with Pei Qingran, he spends his time wandering around with the snail. Pei Qingran practiced swordsmanship every day, and Lu Miaozhu stubbornly refused to leave, but she washed the sheets and changed clothes more and more frequently. Time flies, and another 7 months have passed. Qi refining level 8, 35%. Qi refining level 8, 65%. Qi refining level 8, 98%. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Qi refining level 9, 32%. Qi refining level 9, 65%. Qi refining level 9, 99%. Qi refining level 9, 99%. Qi refining level 9, 99%. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 356 pills remaining. To this day, Lu Yan has spent 15 months, or 1 year and 3 months, to reach the 9th level of Qi refining, which can also be called the great perfection of Qi refining. But each time, he was just a little short of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. It seems I've reached a bottleneck. The bottleneck can't be addressed by the Sunu and Dao Jing classic of the plain girl asking the way. It seems I can only rely on myself. Lu Yan began to collect more information and data related to foundation establishment. Foundation building is actually not difficult. When you feel that your spiritual energy in the Qi refining realm is saturated to the point where it can no longer be contained, you can take foundation establishment liquid to liquefy your spiritual energy. Successful liquefaction is a sign of successful foundation building. Another method of foundation building is to liquefy spiritual energy through tribulation. Often only a young supreme being can trigger a lightning tribulation, but it is extremely dangerous, with a survival rate of 1 in a million. It's so dangerous, who would choose to undergo tribulation to liquefy spiritual energy? Only a fool would do that. Without a second thought, Lu Yan chose the relatively safe foundation building liquid to build his foundation. But he was in no hurry to build his foundation. Because Pei Qingran became pregnant half a month ago. He plans to further improve his cultivation, and after the child is born, he will receive the many children, many blessings reward before attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Let's play it safe. It will be ready for production in 9 months. Let's wait a little longer. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months have passed. 2 years of Lu Yan's 3-year lifespan has already passed, and he has 1 year left to live, but he is not worried at all. Because of a solid foundation. Foundation building can be done at any time. Moreover, the success rate of foundation building reaches 98%. On this day, Pei Qingran gave birth. Chapter 11: The birth of the first offspring. Inside the room, Pei Qingran gripped the blanket tightly with both hands, her face pale and her forehead covered in sweat, and said, "Midwife, it hurts so much. Hasn't it come out yet? Why isn't it coming out? Wa'ada. It hurts so much. If it doesn't come out soon, I'm not giving birth anymore. Please, midwife, put it back in for me." These words startled the midwife. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Stopping childbirth is impossible." She comforted her. "Madam, give it your all, it'll be out soon." Outside the house, the master's wife, Yang Wanjin, with a full head of silver hair, paced anxiously in front of the door. This is nothing like her usual aloof and unapproachable demeanor. "Master's wife, please stop walking around, you're making me dizzy," Lu Yan said. Even as a father, he wasn't this anxious. His teacher's wife was even more anxious than he was, making it seem as if she was the father. Seeing her concern for the thief's disorder, Lu Yan suddenly found his master's wife rather endearing. So I couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. It must be said, my teacher's wife is really beautiful. Even phrases like fish sink and geese fall from the sky, moon hides and flowers blush, cannot adequately describe her beauty. She was aloof and otherworldly, seemingly on a different level from others. She was as if she were alone in a fairyland, exuding an ethereal aura. Lu Yan knew Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko True Lord, and that Yuanzhou was considered a celestial grade wine. But master's wife Yang Wanjin was in a league of her own, possessing unparalleled beauty. No wonder the system gave her a perfect score of 100. Moreover, the master's wife is currently using a jade hairpin to seal away 70% of her beauty. If she were to remove the hairpin, one wonders how beautiful she would be. Oh. The teacher's wife stopped pacing back and forth, stood to one side, and twisted her hands together. You could still tell she was a little nervous. After all, it was Lu Yan's first child, and she was very nervous. Lu Miaozhu stood silently beside her, feeling a little jealous and her mind in turmoil. She doesn't dare to get close to Lu Yan now, nor does she dare to talk to him much. She once went to a temple to consult a master. The master said she was in love and had someone she liked. She was startled upon hearing this. He put his hands on his hips on the spot. She berated the master for talking nonsense like a shrew. However, the master's words still often echo in my ears. So she no longer dared to look Lu Yan in the eye, and rarely spoke to him, but he appeared in her dreams more and more frequently. Liking Lu Yan, or even becoming his Taoist partner, is not a problem or anything shameful. The key point is, she and Pei Qingran didn't get along. She's always arguing and fighting with Pei Qingran. If she were to become Lu Yan's Taoist partner, she'd probably be ridiculed by Pei Qingran for the rest of her life. Whoosh! Sudden. A figure riding a sword descended upon the place. It was none other than Wang Chongxiao, whom they had not seen for a long time. How did he get here? Lu Yan wondered. Greetings, Peak Master Yang. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. I heard that my senior sister is about to give birth, so I came to check on her. Wang Chongxiao spoke, revealing a hearty smile. He dared not look at Yang Wanjin. The other party is the Deputy Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak. He was also a ruthless and cunning individual. Not to mention him, even the sect elders didn't dare to stare at her. Everyone knew that Yang Wanjin was the most beautiful woman in the Great Tao sect, so beautiful that words couldn't describe her. Lu Yan greeted him politely. Hello, Junior Brother Wang. He cursed inwardly, thinking, you damn idiot. He had no liking for him whatsoever because he knew that Pei Qingran had a thing for married women. Fortunately, Pei Qingran's favorability rating was raised to 100, so even if she wanted to poach him, there would be no chance. And who is this? Wang Chongxiao saw a woman with a great figure, large breasts, and a big butt, and quickly asked, May I ask who you are, friend? Snort! Lu Miaozhu's face was icy cold. She was in a bad mood. I hope you won't talk to me, or else I'll castrate you. Wang Chongxiao was stunned for a moment, wondering what he had done to offend her. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Damn it! Lu Yan is really lucky. One beautiful woman after another flocks to him like a simp. I heard that Najimitsu Shinjun is also interested in him. She's so lucky. They should all be mine, they should all be mine. He was inwardly raging, but outwardly he remained polite and maintained basic courtesy. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, a cry finally broke the silence and came from the room. The midwife wrapped the child in a cloth, opened the door, and came out, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Lu. Madame Pei has given birth to a healthy, chubby daughter. She's so adorable. I thought it was a son. Looks like Lu Yan is destined to have no sons. How satisfying." Wang Chongxiao thought to himself with a sneer. Heh heh, a daughter, huh? In 18 years, I'll seduce his daughter and get her pregnant. Make her have an abortion, make her pregnant again, have another abortion, until she can't have children anymore, ha ha ha. However, I still prefer Pei Qingran. Being a married woman is great. Unfortunately, she didn't pay much attention to me, which gave me no chance to make a move. Otherwise, how wonderful it would be to make fun of Pei Qingran, the incompetent husband, in front of Lu Yan. He was thinking wickedly in his heart, but he maintained a perfect facade, walking up to Lu Yan with a beaming smile and saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Lu, on the birth of your daughter. I have nothing good to give you, but this jade flute is a top-grade magic weapon, so I'll give it to your daughter. I hope she likes it." He played the flute. He didn't say the last two words aloud, but only thought them to himself. "Thank you, senior brother Wang." Lu Yan outwardly accepted the gift, but inwardly he was pondering what Wang Chongxiao meant by giving his daughter a jade flute. However, regardless of the other party's intentions, the first thing I would do after reaching the foundation establishment stage was to kill him. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Wang Chongxiao is doomed. Only when he dies can he, Pei Qingran, and their daughter find peace of mind. If there is even the slightest threat to his daughter or Pei Qingran, Wang Chongxiao will die a horrible death. Once you receive the reward, you can begin foundation building. Lu Yan, she's so cute. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, carefully poked her daughter's cheek, then took out a longevity lock and said, "This is a 6th-grade magic treasure, the longevity lock. Give it to your daughter, and may she live a long, happy, and carefree life." "Thank you, Master's wife." Immediately afterwards, Lu Miaozhu also came up to present a gift, a 3rd-grade magic weapon called the Frost Sword. Lu Yan thanked him. It is worth mentioning here that the levels of magical artifacts are classified as follows. This is a magical artifact, suitable for use in the Qi refining stage. A top-grade magical artifact, suitable for use by those in the foundation establishment stage. Above these are the 3rd-grade magic treasures usable by golden core cultivators, 4th-grade magic treasures nascent soul cultivators, 5th-grade magic treasures deity transformation cultivators, 6th-grade magic treasures void refining cultivators, 7th-grade magic treasures body integration cultivators, 8th-grade magic treasures tribulation transcending cultivators, and 9th-grade magic treasures Mahayana cultivators. "By the way, how about we name your daughter," said Yang Wanjin, the teacher's wife. Lu Yan carried his daughter into the room and looked at the weak Pei Qingran, asking for her opinion. "Thank you for your hard work. What name would you like to give our daughter?" Pei Qingran said weakly, "Husband, I'll listen to you." Lu Yan thought for a moment and said, "My master's wife bestowed upon her the longevity lock, hoping that she would be carefree, live a long and happy life, so let's name her Longevity." "Lu Changsheng, that's a nice name, let us call him that," Pei Qingran said with a smile. Lu Yan showed her the child. Pei Qingran looked at Lu Changsheng and gave him a bright smile. "My daughter is so cute." After 3 days later, Pei Qingran had basically recovered. Only then did Lu Yan look at the system with relief and check the "many children, many blessings" reward. I wonder what the reward will be. Lu Yan was somewhat expectant. Chapter 12 Rewards for having a baby, preparing for foundation establishment. Congratulations to your spouse Pei Qingran on the successful birth of your first child, Lu Changsheng, a girl. The host has actively responded to the call for more children and more blessings. The system commends you and is now issuing 3 rewards. Please check your accounts. Only 3 rewards? It seems the newbie gift pack has more than 5. But it's enough. Don't be greedy. Lu Yan continued to look at the system. A look of anticipation on his face. The art of observing qi, a technique for discerning good and bad fortune, which can, to some extent, help one avoid misfortune and attract good luck. Invincible swordsmanship. In swordsmanship, no one can rival you. You can learn by analogy, quickly copy your opponent's swordsmanship, and even instantly understand the weaknesses in their techniques. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique, a Taoist method using the 5 thunders, capable of subduing demons and monsters. It has 5 levels: beginner, proficient, minor success, major success, and perfection. This method cannot be cultivated through the Su Nu Dao and Jing scripture of the Plain Maiden's inquiry into the way it can only be cultivated using thunder. Lu Yen finished browsing the information. Without further hesitation, I immediately began to digest the relevant knowledge points. Almost instantly, the techniques of Qi observation and invincible swordsmanship were imprinted in my mind. A deluge of information emerged, allowing me to gradually digest it. The art of observing Qi is simpler, it can be used with a little understanding. The invincible sword path is more complex, but not difficult. In less than half an incense stick's time, he completely understood it, and from then on, he had no more doubts or problems in the sword path. As for the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, this method cannot be used for systematic irrigation, so I haven't learned it yet. What's the use of this thing? Lu Yen reviewed the information related to this method again, memorized the incantation, and asked with a puzzled look. You actually want to use lightning to cultivate? Do you want me to die? I can't cultivate in the lightning, so it seems this method will just have to stay in my storage bag and gather dust. Lu Yen stopped paying attention to the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, stretched, and muttered. It seems we still need to have more children. Having 1 child can bring 3 rewards. If we had 10, 100, or 1,000 children, wouldn't we be invincible? The snail on the head asked, Master, what are you muttering about? Nothing. Have you heard of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique? Lu Yen asked. The snail said, Of course I know. It is the orthodox Taoist technique of drawing lightning. Unfortunately, the world has changed drastically and it is no longer suitable for cultivation. Now, if you want to cultivate it, you have to rely on lightning. Think about it, which idiot would go into the lightning to cultivate? It would be deadly, so this technique was lost. Lu Yen asked, Is it powerful? That's incredibly impressive. Just at the beginner level, you can summon a bolt of lightning to attack. Do you think that's amazing? The snail asked. Lu Yen gasped, So this is powerful. What a pity, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to cultivate in this lifetime. What, you still want to cultivate? The snail exclaimed in shock. Wait, do you have the incantation for the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique? Have. But I still don't recommend you cultivate. It's a thankless task, and you might even die. I see. Lu Yen stopped worrying and said, Old snail, I need to prepare for foundation establishment. What do you think I need to prepare? The snail was taken aback. Why did it change its name to Old Snail again? But it doesn't care about what you call it. The snail thought for a moment and said, Foundation building is as easy as drinking water. Go get the foundation building liquid and start your foundation building. Good. Lu Yen nodded and went to the resource hall to collect the foundation establishment liquid that could be used for foundation establishment. The old man said, A cultivator can only receive foundation establishment fluid 3 times. If you fail to establish your foundation 3 times, you must find another way to do so yourself. You understand this rule, right? Clear. Then come over and register. The old man picked his nose and began to record. Lu Yen, she refining great perfection, received 1 bottle of foundation establishment liquid. Lu Yen asked, Can I take 3 bottles of foundation building liquid at once? No. The old man flicked his nose, then sniffed it closely, and said, If you successfully establish your foundation on the first try, wouldn't you be able to sell the other 2 bottles? So no, you can only come and collect them if you fail. If you succeed, don't come. The old man looked at Lu Yen with a higher opinion, because at 49 years old, attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage was considered an average level. But he didn't know. Lu Yen cultivated from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the great perfection of Qi refining in just 1 year and 3 months. The old man said, Go and establish your foundation. Come back and register when you succeed. Lu Yen politely bowed and left. Just a few steps after leaving the main hall, someone suddenly appeared listless and bumped into him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The man immediately apologized, Here are 200 spirit stones. I'm sorry for offending you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. For the sake of 200 spirit stones, Lu Yen didn't argue with him, but he remembered the man's appearance. At the same time, he took out the foundation establishment liquid from his pocket and left his mark on the bottle. The fact that the mark did not disappear indicates that the foundation building liquid was the original foundation building liquid obtained from the resource hall. Was that an accident? He didn't bump into me on purpose? Lu Yen still felt there was a problem. At the crucial stage of foundation building, there's no telling if someone might try to harm you. Without hesitation, he used the aura observation technique and was able to see a wisp of black smoke above the other person's head. This is a bad omen for me. The art of observing chi is used to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, but it cannot reveal the specific reasons. Therefore, Lu Yan immediately rushed back to Zhuke Peak to pay his respects to his master's wife, Yang Wanjin. He recounted what had happened and asked, "Master's wife, do you think it was an accident? Give me the foundation building liquid." Hey! Yang Wanjin took the foundation establishment liquid from Lu Yan, opened the bottle to observe it for a while, and said, "No problem, go and establish your foundation with peace of mind." "Thank you, master's wife." Lu Yan relaxed and went to the Zhuke Peak Square to build his foundation. Interesting. After Lu Yan left, his master's wife, Yang Wanjin, gave a strange smile. "Lu Yan, the fact that you were able to break through to the foundation establishment stage in just 2 years shows that you have great potential. In that case, your master's wife will take this opportunity to see your ultimate potential." That's right, the foundation building liquid is indeed the same foundation building liquid from the resource hall, but someone has added an array to it. Drinking it won't kill you, but there's a 90% chance it will trigger a lightning tribulation. This person probably wanted to use the lightning tribulation to kill Lu Yan. I wonder who is so vicious. Fortunately, Lu Yan was vigilant and knew about it in advance. The teacher's wife rubbed her hands together, looking somewhat expectant. "Lu Yan, I don't know if you are 1 in a million. If not, I have no choice but to take action." With a wave of her hand, Lu Yan's figure appeared in the void. At the same time, she took out a gourd and drank some wine. The attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage is about to begin. Start. Zhuke Peak Square was deserted except for Lu Yan. He took out the foundation building liquid and swallowed it. Chi refining level 9, 99%. He had already cultivated to the great perfection of chi refining, and was only 1 step away from foundation establishment. Now that he has ingested the foundation establishment liquid, he has a 98% chance of successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. By circulating the mental technique, one can slowly compress the spiritual energy within the body. Once it is compressed into a liquid, one has successfully established a foundation. This process, he already knew it by heart. Let's get started. However, after only 1 cycle of the universe had been completed, the sky above the square, which had been clear and bright, suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and gradually lightning and thunder began to appear. Lu Yan looked puzzled. A foundation establishment cultivator exhibiting such a strange phenomenon? You bumpkin, this isn't a foundation establishment phenomenon, it's a lightning summoning formation. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out, "Ha, Lu Yan, your death is near. Activate the lightning summoning formation." Chapter 13 Tribulation. Lightning attracting formation, activate. As soon as the clear and crisp voice fell, a 5-star array appeared on the ground of the Vermilion Bird Peak Square where Lu Yan was sitting cross-legged. The array's light shot into the sky, connecting with the heavens. Dark clouds in the sky formed a black vortex, its rotation speed constantly increasing, and a lightning tribulation was slowly forming. Lu Yan glanced at the person who had just spoken and saw that the man behind him was the same man who had bumped into him at the entrance of the library. His face immediately darkened like a black cloud. "Wang Chongxiao, did you set up the formation?" "That's right, it's me." Wang Chongxiao smiled. "Didn't he expect that, did you? I'm a second-grade array master." A mere second-grade array master can kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Plus, I have the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage, so you're doomed. Lu Yan pointed behind him and said, "Then why did you bring so many people with you?" "I brought 13 junior brothers with foundation establishment cultivation here because I was afraid you'd be lucky enough to survive a lightning strike, and then we could join forces." He wasn't good at fighting alone. He's good at gang fights. Or challenge someone of a higher level. Making 2 preparations means killing Lu Yan, making him completely and utterly dead. Lu Yan asked curiously, "What exactly is your purpose in making so many preparations to kill me?" "I'm not afraid to tell you," Wang Chongxiao explained patiently. "I don't know if you've ever read storybooks? I'm just like the protagonist in a novel, exceptionally talented, destined to be the protagonist. I have a natural ability to sense other people's murderous intent. Actually, most of the time, you harbor murderous intent towards me, but not intensely. However, on the day Pei Qingran gave birth, your murderous intent reached its peak, almost materializing. That's right, you fucking want to kill me. That's why I planned ahead to turn the tables on you. Lu Yan was shocked. There really are people more talented than you. He even had this kind of talent. Aren't you afraid that your feeling is wrong? Impossible. I've been through this many times, so I'm 100% sure you want to kill me, Wang Chongxiao said. Lu Yan looked at Wang Chongxiao with newfound respect for the first time. If you don't die, with such talent, you will definitely become a great figure in the future. Why are you so fixated on my wife, Pei Qingran? Pei Qingran is my senior sister. She is at the great perfection of the golden core stage. You are only at the qi refining stage. Do you think you are worthy of her? She deserves a better future. I am doing this for her own good. What a fine way of saying you're doing this for her own good. Did you even ask her? No need to ask, my senior sister knows I'm doing this for her own good, and she'll thank me. Wang Chongxiao then transmitted his voice to Lu Yan. After you die, I will take good care of your wife and your daughter. 18 years later, I will make your daughter pregnant with my child. You can rest in peace. If you're so capable, just say it. Why use telepathy? Lu Yan laughed. Are you too timid? Wang Chongxiao was shocked. You're pretty good, kid. Even after I said all that, you didn't get angry. Your emotions are so stable. Not bad, better than me. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the sky and said, Lu Yan, your tribulation has arrived. Enjoy it. Boom. Through the lightning attracting array, dense black vortexes filled the sky. Gradually, a lightning bolt the size of a bucket appeared. The lightning tribulation was still gathering, but countless smaller lightning tribulations around it could not gather, so they were precisely drawn to Lu Yan by the lightning attracting array. Run, the snail on Lu Yan's head said. Lu Yan wanted to run away, but the formation locked him in place. He could only run around inside the formation, but he couldn't leave. He was torn apart by just a small lightning tribulation. Lu Yan felt his internal organs tremble. Lu Yan trembled and said, Is this the power of the lightning tribulation? If that lightning tribulation the size of a bucket were to descend from the sky, I would be reduced to ashes. It seems I have to cultivate the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. You mean using lightning to cultivate the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique? The snail then remembered what Lu Yan had mentioned before. Lu Yan said no more. That's right, since this is a rare opportunity, let's begin. He didn't complain about his circumstances. Instead, he began to cultivate using the lightning tribulation as a means to do so. The moves were performed while chanting incantations within the formation. Gradually, he came under control of the small thunderbolts descending from the sky, seemingly with ease. During this process, Lu Yan's physical body has also been strengthened. It can gradually withstand the attacks of the small thunderbolts. Inside the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Master's wife Yan Wanjin sat upright, drinking wine, and asked in confusion, when did Lu Yan obtain the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique? Where did he get this opportunity? But no matter how he obtained it, it is indeed powerful. Amazing. Amazing. Zhuke Peak Square. Wang Chongxiao stared in shock as Lu Yan cultivated amidst the lightning. How did you do that? What kind of technique is this? I've never heard of it before. Senior brother Wang, what is Lu Yan doing? Is he cultivating by using lightning? Wang Chongxiao said, he won't be arrogant for long. Once that bucket-sized lightning tribulation descends from the sky, he'll be doomed. Lu Yan remained silent, focusing on cultivating the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. The snails overhead also occasionally offered pointers. Lu Yan's cultivation progressed even faster. Not long after. Apart from the lightning tribulation the size of a bucket in the sky, all the other smaller lightning tribulations were refined by Lu Yan to strengthen his physical body. His Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique has also entered the first level of entry level. Once you get the basics, it can summon a bolt of lightning. Upon reaching the fifth level of cultivation, one can summon 5 bolts of lightning. The snail said, Master, you have now reached the entry level of cultivation, so you can use the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique to move that bucket-sized lightning tribulation in the sky, which has not yet descended, to another place. I know, Lu Yan said calmly. The snail said anxiously, then hurry up, the tribulation lightning is about to descend. No need to move. I plan to use the lightning tribulation to liquefy the spiritual energy in my body for foundation building. Lu Yan felt that his physical body had been strengthened, and with the addition of practicing the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, his confidence increased considerably. He had seen two methods of foundation building. First, take the foundation building liquid. Second, it is about transcending tribulations. This kind of tribulation can usually only be triggered by a young supreme being, but now someone else is helping him to trigger it. He must seize this opportunity. According to the information, those who establish their foundation through tribulation often receive rewards from the heavenly Tao. So, Lu Yan decided to give it a try. If that doesn't work, then we can use the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique to draw away the excess lightning tribulation. Let's begin. Lu Yan's mind raced. The sword appeared in his hand from the storage bag. The sword was conductive. He raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. Therefore, the lightning tribulation the size of a bucket in the sky descended directly upon Lu Yan through the sword. The tribulation begins. He's gone mad. Wang Chongshao was dumbfounded. This madman actually invited the lightning tribulation on his own initiative. He's insane, truly insane. How did I manage to mess with such a crazy person? The foundation establishment disciple beside him said, "Don't worry, senior brother Wang. According to ancient records, the success rate of foundation establishment through tribulation is 1 in a million. I don't believe it's 1 in a million." Boom! A lightning bolt the size of a bucket descended, instantly engulfing Lu Yan's figure. Ah! Lu Yan couldn't help but let out a roar, and his skin was instantly torn open, and blood gushed out. The strange phenomena and roaring sounds at Zhuke Peak Square immediately alerted Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who then flew over. Pei Qingran was terrified, staring at Lu Yan's figure, which was faintly visible amidst the lightning. "Lu Yan, what's wrong with you?" "Lu Yan!" Lu Miaozhu shouted, "How did you get engulfed by the lightning tribulation? What exactly happened?" Pei Qingran trembled all over, then saw Wang Chongshao and the 13 White Tiger Peak disciples. "Why did you come to Vermilion Bird Peak Square when Lu Yan was still in the foundation establishment stage? Did you do this?" "Senior sister, don't misunderstand, I didn't do it," Wang Chongshao lied. Pei Qingran was furious. "You just wait. If anything happens to Lu Yan, I'll chop you all to pieces. I'll kill you all right now." Lu Miaozhu gritted her teeth, wanting to kill Wang Chongshao and the others. Pei Qingran said, "Never mind them for now, let's hurry up and save people. I'll call my master over, and you should call your master over too." The two immediately exchanged messages via communication jade slips. Suddenly, Pei Qingran remembered something. "Master's wife, godmother, Lu Yan is in trouble, where are you?" Inside the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Yang Wanjin transmitted her voice to the two of them. "Don't panic, I'm keeping an eye on him. He can still hold on for now. If he can't, I'll take action." The two women breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Yan. "Please make sure nothing happens to you." Not far away, on the lightning attracting array, Lu Yan was engulfed by lightning tribulation. Although the skin was torn open and blood was dripping. However, after being tempered by the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique, he has entered the entry-level stage, so he can still withstand it for now. "Liquefy it for me." Lu Yan concentrated his mind, letting the lightning surround him, and continuously formed hand seals, trying to compress the spiritual power in his body into liquid. Chapter 14 Heavenly Reward, Invincible Physical Body, Instant Kill of Those in the Same Realm. Foundation building is the process of compressing the spiritual power of the chi refining realm into liquid. Once successful, that is, entering the foundation establishment stage. It looks easy, but you'll find it's really difficult when you actually do it. Lu Yan had practiced the foundation establishment steps countless times, but when he actually reached the foundation establishment stage, he realized how difficult it was. But Lu Yan was very confident. He could have established his foundation long ago. He could have done so in 1 year and 3 months. Later, when Pei Qingran gave birth, he wanted to solidify his foundation and strive to succeed in establishing his foundation on the first try. The foundation establishment activity here was quite significant, attracting the attention of disciples from White Tiger Peak and Black Tortoise Peak. The Great Tao sect is situated in a terrain where 4 peaks surround a palace, with the 4 main peaks built around the Great Tao Palace. To the left and right of Vermilion Bird Peak are White Tiger Peak and Black Tortoise Peak. As for Azure Dragon Peak, it's impossible to see it because it's separated from the Great Tao Palace. Therefore, the commotion at the Vermilion Bird Peak Square attracted the attention of some disciples from the White Tiger Peak and Black Tortoise Peak. They flew over on their swords or through the air to watch, and were stunned to see someone undergoing tribulation. What's going on? Can someone at the foundation establishment stage transcend tribulation? A disciple of the Imperial Sword sect was dumbfounded. One of the disciples said, "Hillbilly, that's someone who liquefies spiritual energy through tribulation. People like that are usually crazy, don't mess with them." I never expected that the great Tao sect would have such a courageous person who has successfully transcended tribulation and established his foundation. He is truly a talent. One of Yukon's disciples said, "Have you heard of this? Once you successfully complete this tribulation crossing foundation establishment, the heavenly Tao will give you a certain reward." I wonder if it's true. Everyone was shocked. A reward from heaven? There's such a good thing? I've never heard of it before. Is it true? Of course it's true. Inside the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Master's wife Yang Wanjin listened to the conversation outside and muttered to herself, "Moreover, the heavenly Tao is never stingy with rewards, so I'm somewhat looking forward to what reward the heavenly Tao might give Lu Yan." The tribulation crossing and foundation building process is a rule encouraged by the heavenly Tao. Success brings rewards, while failure means death. However, most of them are seeking stability. They will not risk undergoing tribulation to establish their foundation. Even if he successfully transcends the tribulation and establishes his foundation, there will still be certain drawbacks, which we will not discuss for now. We will talk to Lu Yan about them after he successfully transcends the tribulation. Let's take another look. Yang Wanjin looked into the void. At Suzaku Peak Square, Lu Yan's skin gradually turned black. The lightning tribulation had damaged his skin and even caused minor damage to his body, but Lu Yan didn't care. Because he felt he was in great shape, better than ever before. Hands forming a mudra. The seals are flipped and overlapped. The spiritual energy was blasted away like an electric snake in the lightning tribulation. Lu Yan persevered, focusing intently on repeating this process time and time again, once, twice, 3 times, countless times. Although his body was damaged by the lightning, his mental state was wonderful. At the same time, he also began to use the Zetting refining divine method to try to temper his divine consciousness. A moment later, his spiritual consciousness then entered the great perfection of foundation establishment. If it's a contest of divine sense at the same level, he is invincible. When his spiritual training stopped making any progress, Lu Yan continued to focus on liquefying his spiritual energy, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. "You failed at least 1,000 times, but that's okay, keep going." Lu Yan continued to form hand seals, constantly transforming his form, failing time and time again, but persevering each time. "Lu Miaozhu, can you smell it?" Pei Qingran asked anxiously. "I can smell the aroma." "Is Lu Yan burnt?" Lu Miaozhu's face turned ashen. She said, "I smelled it too. I just used my concentration to take a closer look and found that Lu Yan's clothes were gone and his skin was covered with wounds from being struck by lightning, and it was charred black. If his hand hadn't been still moving, I would have thought he was gone. It's okay, as long as he's still moving, it's fine." Suddenly, Lu Yan's hand stopped moving, remaining in the hand seal posture. It was unclear whether he was dead or doing something else. The 2 women were very anxious and kept sending telepathic messages to their master's wife, Yang Wanjin. She told them not to be afraid, that the person was still alive, and not to panic. About half an hour later, the power of the lightning tribulation gradually dissipated, revealing Lu Yan, whose body was charred black, and the strong smell of burning. Finally dead. I knew he couldn't possibly survive the tribulation. Wang Chongxiao thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction, but he hadn't expected to attract so many onlookers. Fortunately, the man was dead. "My husband." Pei Qingran was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed over to check on the situation, but was electrocuted. She took a few steps back, her hands trembling. At this moment, it was noticed that Lu Yan's body was crackling with electric light, which was the power of thunder, swirling around his body. Gradually, the charred skin disappeared, and new skin grew back, revealing healthy bronze skin. Suddenly, Lu Yan opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with lightning, as if a tribulation of thunder was swirling within them. "Stand up. 8-pack abs are visible. It's good that you're alright." Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu ran over at the same time and hugged Lu Yan tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "It's good that you're alright." Favorability, 99. A line of text appeared, and Lu Miaozhu's favorability rating actually reached 99. A few seconds later, Pei Qingran noticed something and angrily said, "Lu Miaozhu, you bitch, let go of my husband." "Hee, I won't let go, go ahead and bite me if you dare." Lu Miaozhu stuck out her tongue. Pei Qingran gritted her teeth and said, "You shameless wretch. Lu Yan pushed them aside and said, "Alright, you two stand aside, I need to take care of something." Hands quickly form hand seals. A brand new set of clothes was on her body. "Wang Chongxiao, since you haven't left yet, then don't leave," Lu Yan said with a smile, looking like a villain. Wang Chongxiao hugged his waist and said, "Lu Yan, don't forget the rules of the Great Tao Sect's discipline hall. If you kill a disciple of the sect without going through the life and death arena, you will be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect." "So what?" Lu Yan stared at him coldly. "Kill him without hesitation." Wang Chongxiao was intimidated by Lu Yan's aura just now, but he only just realized what was going on. "Arrogant my ass, you just successfully established your foundation, people who don't know better would think you're so awesome." "By the way, master, what realm are you at now?" the unharmed snail asked. Lu Yan said, "Foundation building level 1. However, I kill foundation establishment cultivators as easily as slaughtering chickens." "I don't know where you get the courage. We're leaving, so you can keep showing off here." Wang Chongxiao saw too many people around and couldn't make a move. He needed to find another opportunity to kill Lu Yan. Lu Yan said, "Did I say you could leave? Don't be so arrogant." Before Wang Chongxiao could finish speaking, Lu Yan used the divine speed flowing light step and moved with lightning speed, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye and making his move. Wang Chongxiao retreated. However, he still managed to throw a punch, instantly killing one of his foundation establishment level 6 disciples. How is that possible? Wang Chongxiao felt a chill run down his spine. "How did you do that?" Lu Yan didn't speak and made another move. The 9 dragon seal that suppresses the abyss. 9 dragons appear. The 9 dragons charged toward the 9 foundation establishment disciples, each of whom was at or above the 4th level of foundation establishment. But facing his own killing move, they had no chance to fight back, and in an instant, all 9 disciples were pierced through the body and died. Of the 13 disciples Wang Chongxiao brought, 10 died at once. Apart from Wang Chongxiao, the remaining 3 trembled with fear and immediately turned and fled on their swords. But Lu Yan would not let them escape. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew out of the storage bag and soared into the sky. Speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, a single sword pierced through the bodies of all 3. At this point, before anyone could react, all 13 disciples that Wang Chongxiao had brought were dead. How could you possibly have such methods? Wang Chongxiao panicked, his voice trembling. However, I am at the great perfection of foundation establishment. You are no match for me. If you make another move, I will kill you. Die. Lu Yan uttered a single word, and the flying sword rushed towards him. Wang Chongxiao didn't even have to use any special techniques, because the sword was too fast and pierced right through his body. Before Wang Chongxiao breathed his last, he asked, "What reward did heaven give you after you successfully transcended the tribulation?" Lu Yan approached him and lowered his voice, saying, "Invincible physical body, instant kill of those in the same realm." Puff! Wang Chongxiao coughed up blood and died with his eyes wide open. The onlookers were all shocked. 14 people died in the blink of an eye, one of whom was at the great perfection of foundation establishment. What kind of combat power was this? They don't know. She had no choice but to memorize Lu Yan's appearance so that she could run away as soon as she encountered him in the future. "Everyone, I have successfully established my foundation and can leave now," Lu Yan said. Only then did the onlookers realize that they had been holding their breath. They could actually breathe. All of a sudden, people left and birds scattered. Only Lu Yan, Lu Miaozhu, and Pei Qingran remained. "Lu Yan, come to the main hall." The voice of Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, came through with an icy tone. "Let's go." Lu Yan and the other 2 immediately went over. Chapter 15 Famous throughout the sect, Realm Curse. White Tiger Peak of the Great Tao Sect. What? It was a disciple of Vermilion Bird Peak who killed them? Upon hearing that Wang Chongxiao and the other 14 people were all dead, the disciples of White Tiger Peak were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They exclaimed, "Wang Chongxiao is at the great perfection of foundation establishment, half a step into golden core." Apart from Peak Master Li Daoxian and Deputy Peak Master Yang Wanjin, the only 5 people who can kill him are those 5. Li Daoxian, the master of Zhuke Peak, has 6 disciples. The 6th one is Lu Yan, who is at the qi refining stage, so he can be eliminated immediately. The other 5 were all elites among elites. It must have been one of the 5 who killed them. One of the disciples asked, "Who exactly did the killing?" The speaker stopped being mysterious and said, "It was Lu Yan, the sixth disciple of the Peak Master, who killed them. He killed 14 Foundation Establishment cultivators all by himself. I heard that he killed them all instantly. How is that possible?" The people of White Tiger Peak were all astonished. Isn't he in the Qi refining realm? How can someone in the Qi refining realm kill someone at the Foundation Establishment realm? Is the information outdated? The man, waving a folding fan, named Zhang Che, began to speak. He cultivated to the great perfection of Qi refining in 2 years, and a few days ago he went to the resource hall to collect Foundation Establishment liquid in preparation for Foundation Establishment. Unexpectedly, Wang Chongxiao tampered with his Foundation Establishment liquid, placing an array inside, which caused Lu Yan to suffer a lightning tribulation after taking it. Fortunately, he was lucky and successfully passed the tribulation to establish his foundation. Once the foundation is established, we will kill all the people Wang Chongxiao brought with him. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, terrifying indeed. Lu Yan, is he the handsome guy who's been cultivating for decades but is still only at the second level of Qi refining? Zhang Che said, "Yes, it's him." "You didn't expect that, did you?" He made a comeback. How did he achieve this turnaround? Was there a method? Zhang Che stroked his chin and said, "I heard that he married senior sister Pei Qinran to bring good luck, and from then on, he soared to great heights." The crowd seemed to be deep in thought and decided to follow suit. Someone else asked, "The great Tao sect's rules state that if someone kills a disciple of the sect without going through the life and death arena, their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled from the sect, right?" "Yes, has he been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect?" Zhang Che shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's wait for the notification. The discipline hall will give everyone an explanation." The matter of Lu Yan killing Wang Chongxiao was being discussed not only by people on White Tiger Peak, but also by people on Black Tortoise Peak and Azure Dragon Peak. It was generating a lot of buzz because the murder was carried out in full view of everyone. It can't be hidden. However, no one seemed to care much about Wang Chongxiao's death. What everyone found amazing was that Lu Yan, having just entered the Foundation Establishment stage, was able to kill a Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection cultivator, and in an instant at that. So this is how incredibly powerful the Tribulation Transcending and Foundation Establishment stage is. Those above the Foundation Establishment stage regretted reaching the Foundation Establishment stage so early. If they had also undergone the tribulation to reach the Foundation Establishment stage, their combat power would definitely have doubled. The disciples at the Qi refining stage seemed thoughtful upon hearing this, and planned to follow Lu Yan's example in undergoing tribulation to establish their foundation. If Lu Yan can transcend tribulation and establish his foundation, so can I. Not bad, not bad. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, with a full head of silver hair, sat regally in the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak and said, "Lu Yan, not bad. You are now the first person in the Great Tao sect to successfully transcend tribulation and establish a foundation. I believe that in a short time, your name will resound throughout the sect, and it may even inspire Qi refining cultivators to follow suit. However, others don't have Lu Yan's luck. Lu Yan has the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, while others don't. They would probably die if they tried to transcend tribulation and reach the Foundation Establishment stage." Yang Wanjin then asked, "What reward did heaven give you for successfully overcoming the tribulation?" "Invincible physical body, capable of instantly killing those of the same realm. This is the information heaven has given me," Lu Yan said. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, nodded, her voice still icy, and said, "I wonder if you are aware of the drawbacks of the tribulation and Foundation Establishment stage?" Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were taken aback and a little nervous. They quickly asked, "Are there any drawbacks to undergoing tribulation and establishing a foundation?" "Yes," Yang Wanjin said. "The reason why the Great Tao sect has no relevant records is because no one from the Great Tao sect has ever achieved the tribulation crossing foundation establishment. Now I will tell you about the drawbacks of those who achieve the tribulation crossing foundation establishment, which can also be called the curse of the realm. Once you successfully transcend the tribulation and establish your foundation, the heavenly Tao will recognize your capabilities. Since you have the ability, then the capable should do more work. Therefore, every time a breakthrough to a higher realm occurs, a tribulation of lightning will descend. The 9 realms of immortality, Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, void refining, body integration, tribulation transcending, and Mahayana. Generally speaking, cultivators only need to undergo tribulation when they reach the tribulation transcending realm. You are different. From today onwards, you will need to undergo tribulation every time you break through a major realm, and the lightning tribulation will be more and more terrifying each time. Can't withstand death. If you can withstand it, you will still receive generous rewards from heaven. After hearing this, Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had ever heard of this rule. Pei Qingran was very worried and asked, is it possible to back out, that is, not to undergo the tribulation to establish the foundation, but just to establish the foundation normally? This way, practicing will be much safer. The tribulation of lightning is too dangerous, there's no guarantee I can survive it next time. No, Yang Wanjin shook her head and said. Now that you have successfully transcended the tribulation and established your foundation, it is your destiny no matter what. So, Lu Yan, you must be mentally prepared to undergo tribulation every time you break through a major realm. Lu Yan nodded and said, Master's wife, I understand. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, waved her hand and said, since you understand, then let's go. Lu Yan asked again, Master's wife, I've killed someone. I don't know what the consequences will be? Yang Wanjin said calmly, I have already reported it to the discipline hall. I believe they will handle it impartially. You can focus on your cultivation. Thank you, Master's wife. Lu Yan bowed and left with the two women. After Lu Yan and the other two left, Yang Wanjin's cold face vanished instantly. She took out her wine gourd, took a sip, and said that Lu Yan guy really had no manners at first. He actually dared to stare at me for dozens of seconds. Never mind, it's probably just the confidence he gained from reaching the foundation establishment stage. Lu Yan had just left the main hall. Pei Qingran pulled him and said, come on, let's go back to the room. I'll check your body. Great. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Lu Miaozhu blushed and said, in broad daylight? You bitch, get lost. Pei Qingran pulled Lu Yan back to the side hall, into the room, and immediately stripped him naked. A thorough physical examination was conducted, inside and out. You're completely unharmed, and even stronger than when you were in the qi refining realm. You didn't have abs when you were in the qi refining realm, but now you have 8. Pei Qingran started drooling as he touched it. Lu Yan asked with a smile, have you recovered? I'm at the peak of the golden core stage. Giving birth to a child only takes a day or two to recover, Pei Qingran said. Lu Yan pulled her into his arms and said, now that you're better, let's give it a try. He carried her directly to the bed and quickly stripped her naked. The two were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, and immediately began. Lu Miaozhu, standing outside the room, was blushing and felt terrible. After listening for a while, she went back to her room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, I got up. She continued washing the bed sheets as usual. Don't you know shame? Lu Miaozhu patted her cheeks and said, I dream about Lu Yan every day, it's so annoying. Can't he just leave my dreams? There are two sides to the story. In a side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Lu Yan and Pei Qingran had been cultivating together all night, circulating the Sunu Dao Wen Jing scripture of the Plain Maiden asking the way, and they were still full of energy. Once. First layer of foundation, 0.4%. Second time. First layer of foundation, 1.1%. 4 times. First layer of foundation, 1.9%. 8 times. First floor foundation, 3%. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 355 pills remaining. Lu Yan looked at the system notification. Thinking to myself, it took me 4 months to reach the 9th level of qi refining. Currently at the first level of foundation establishment, 1 night of cultivation yields a 3% progress. In other words, with some hard work, it would take about a month to break through to the second level of foundation establishment. Could it be that the efficacy of the Su Nu and Dao Jing has been enhanced? Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that as one's cultivation level increases, cultivating together with Pei Qingran becomes more efficient. Lu Yan thought both were possible. Just as he was pondering, a loud voice came from the sky above the Great Dao sect, as if someone had turned on the sect's loudspeaker. Good morning, fellow disciples of the Great Dao sect. I am the Grand Elder of the Discipline Hall. A major event happened yesterday, please allow me to explain in detail. Yesterday, a disciple received foundation establishment elixir to begin his foundation building process. However, Wang Chongxiao of White Tiger Peak, harboring malicious intentions, added a lightning-attracting formation to the disciple's foundation establishment elixir, causing the disciple to suffer a lightning tribulation after consuming it. This matter has caused quite a stir, and now the discipline hall has taken disciplinary action as a warning to others. First, Wang Chongxiao and the other 14 others deserve to die and will not be prosecuted. If you have any doubts, come and confront me. Second, the disciples of White Tiger Peak caused this disaster, which is entirely due to the poor discipline of White Tiger Peak. As punishment, each disciple of this peak will have their cultivation resources reduced to 2/3 per month for 6 months. Third, there are recent rumors that a disciple has successfully completed the tribulation and foundation building process. This is not a rumor, he has already succeeded. To protect him, we will not reveal his name. However, the tribulation and foundation building process is extremely dangerous. In the future, if any disciple attempts to complete the tribulation and foundation building process without reporting to the sect, he will be severely punished. The discipline hall will only make these 3 points. We apologize for disturbing everyone's precious cultivation time. Everyone, get back to your own business. Disperse. Install. After the Grand Elder of the Discipline Hall finished speaking, he returned to the Discipline Hall, cupped his hands to his master's wife Yang Wanjin, his forehead covered in sweat, and said tremblingly, "I wonder if the Supreme Elder is satisfied with what I have done?" "Okay." Yang Wanjin nodded and disappeared on the spot. The Grand Elder of the Discipline Hall wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily, and said, "She's finally gone." The second elder asked, "Elder, why are you so afraid?" "Who is she?" The first elder said, "She is the deputy peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak, but she possesses the Supreme Elder's token, which hasn't appeared in the world for 300 years. The Great Tao sect has 3 Supreme Elders whose status is above that of the sect master." The second elder asked, "You mean she's one of the 3 eunuchs?" "Perhaps, I don't know. Even if it's not, it's still related to Third Ant. This matter is not allowed to be discussed anymore. The matter of Lu Yen killing someone ends here." Pei Qingran smiled and said, "The Discipline Hall has stepped in, so they're not going to hold you responsible." "It seems the Discipline Hall is quite fair and just," Lu Yen said. Suddenly, I remembered what my master's wife had said. The matter was resolved so simply, perhaps it was the master's wife who intervened. Pei Qingran touched Lu Yen's face, biting her red lips, and said, "Continue, I'm not full yet." "Good." Just as Lu Yen was about to continue the joint repair, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lu Yen asked angrily. Lu Miaozhu, blushing, stood outside the door and said shyly, "Someone has come to visit you. Please come out." Chapter 16: The Wang Family's Apology, the Wind and Thunder Scroll. "I wonder who wants to see me. I'll be going out for a bit." Hearing Lu Miaozhu's words, Lu Yen kissed Pei Qingran's forehead, pinched her snow-white chin, and said, "You lie here at a 180-degree angle and wait for me. I'll be back at a 90-degree angle very soon." Pei Qingran lifted her skirt, bit her lip, and said seductively, "Husband, hurry up, don't keep me waiting in loneliness." "Good." Lu Yen got up, dressed, and left the room to go with Lu Miaozhu. Outside the side hall of Zhuke Peak, an elderly man and a burly, strong man were waiting respectfully. The burly man was very puzzled. "Patriarch, why has our Wang family traveled all this way to apologize? Wouldn't it be all right if we didn't apologize?" The head of the Wang family said, "You don't know anything. Wang Chongxiao is the 3rd son of our Wang family. He cultivates in the Great Tao sect and has a vicious mind. He plotted to trap Lu Yen, the 6th disciple of the peak master of Zhuke Peak. Do you think that Wang Chongxiao, a mere 2nd-grade array master, could have created a lightning-attracting array without the guidance of the elders of the Wang family? So before Lu Yen could react, we went to his door to apologize and took the initiative to admit our mistake. Otherwise, even if Lu Yen doesn't pursue the matter, his master and mistress will. We'd better take the initiative to apologize. If we have a good attitude, perhaps Lu Yen will not hold it against us. In this way, our Wang family can prosper for a long time and remain invincible." The burly man stroked his chin. "I see. The patriarch is indeed wise. You silly child, you have a big build and superhuman strength, but your brain isn't working. Sigh, never mind, when we're out in the open, you can call me Grandpa," the Wang family patriarch said. Wang Guanlong scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Okay, Grandpa." "You silly child." The head of the Wang family wanted to pat his head, but the child was too tall to reach. The Wang family has 3 successful grandsons, Wang Chongxiao, Wang Guanlong, and Wang Tang. Wang Chongxiao joined the Great Tao sect and became an inner disciple of White Tiger Peak. However, he was aloof, had a dark heart, and did not know how to avoid trouble. His current flaw is that he likes married women. He had predicted that this grandson would face a life or death calamity, and it turned out to be true. Wang Guanlong possesses superhuman strength, enabling him to defeat enemies across borders. He is currently the strongest fighter in the Wang family, but unfortunately, he is not very intelligent. Wang Tang was indeed very powerful. At the time of his birth, purple aura came from the east, and he held the heavenly mandate in his mouth. The accompanying spiritual treasure, the dragon subduing cauldron, descended from the sky and recognized him as its master. Flood dragons and blood phoenixes danced together, and countless strange phenomena appeared. The clansmen all said he had the appearance of a true immortal. Unfortunately, he was not even 3 years old when a crane, appearing out of nowhere, carried him away and took him to the forbidden zone of life, the immortal's tomb. To this day, there is no news of whether he is alive or dead. Even if Wang Tang were still alive, the Wang family would have to keep a low profile if they wanted to rise to prominence, let alone now that he's gone. He wasn't surprised at all by Wang Chengxiao's death with his personality, it was only a matter of time before he died. He was just afraid that Wang Chengxiao would bring disaster to the family. So the first thing he did after understanding the whole story was to rush over and apologize. After waiting for a while, he saw a handsome man with sharp features and a woman walk out. He quickly adjusted his emotions and lowered his posture. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu." As she spoke, she knelt down in front of Lu Yan with a thump. Lu Yan was startled. All that could be heard was the old man saying, "I am Wang Tao, the head of the Wang family. I was unaware that your grandson, Wang Chongxiao, had devised a lightning summoning formation to kill you. I have come here specifically to beg for your forgiveness and hope that you will not hold a grudge against the Wang family." When Wang Guanlong saw his grandfather kneeling, he was a little confused. The head of the family was a man who cared a lot about his reputation, so he couldn't understand why his grandfather would kneel down to a junior. Lu Yan had long known that Wang Chengxiao's matter was either related to White Tiger Peak or Wang Chengxiao's family, because as a second-grade array master, he was not capable of creating a lightning-attracting array on his own. "I just didn't expect their family to arrive so quickly." The Great Tao sect only announced the results yesterday. Wang Tao then handed over a secret manual with both hands, saying, "This is the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll, passed down through generations of the Wang family. It is the core secret technique of the Wang family. Even among the Wang family, only a handful of people can cultivate. My grandson offended you, so today I offer it to you, hoping you will forgive my petty offense. This secret technique has 13 levels. When cultivated to perfection, one can grow wind and thunder wings on their back, making them incredibly fast and able to travel thousands of miles in an instant." Lu Yan accepted the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll and said, "Patriarch Wang, you are too kind. Wang Chengxiao's personal actions have nothing to do with your Wang family. Please rise." "Thank you." Wang Tao stood up, bowed at a 45-degree angle, and said, "Senior Brother Lu, we won't disturb your cultivation any longer. Let's go back first. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? No need to trouble you." Lu Yan looked at Lu Miaozhu and said, "In that case, let's see Patriarch Wang off." "No need to trouble yourself, we can leave on our own. You're busy." He quickly left with his grandson, Wang Guanlong. Leaving the Great Tao sect, Wang Guanlong felt somewhat aggrieved and said, "Grandpa, are we just going to give him the family's core secret technique like this?" "Yes." Wang Guanlong said, "I still feel uneasy." "Grandpa, you are stronger than him, you can just take action. Sometimes connections are the most powerful thing," Wang Tao said. Wang Guanlong grew increasingly angry. "Are we just going to put up with this? You silly child, let me tell you something today, a dog that bites doesn't bark." Wang Tao stroked his beard and said, "Besides, even if he were given the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll, he wouldn't be able to master it. Could it be that Grandpa gave me a fake? It's true, but he can't possibly master it. At most, he can only reach the 6th or 7th level. Only members of the Wang family can cultivate to the great perfection." He continued, "Even for members of the clan, it is extremely difficult to cultivate to the great perfection. I have the highest talent, but I have only cultivated to the 9th level. Why is it so difficult to repair? You'll find out later." Without saying another word, Wang Tao took to the air and disappeared. Would this old man really be so kind? Lu Yan flipped through the pages of the precious scroll of Wind and Thunder one by one. He used the aura observation technique to examine the manual and found no problems. It takes the time it takes to burn an incense stick. He memorized the words, thinking, no matter what his intentions are, the secret technique is now mine. Then they went to Pei Qingran's room. "Don't keep her waiting too long, hee." Seeing Lu Yan enter the room again, Lu Miaozhu felt uneasy and depressed. "Hello. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. Lu Miaozhu looked down at the grass and saw a snail eating grass. I won't call for food. The snail spoke up, I know your name is Lu Miaozhu, you clown. What did you say? Lu Miaozhu clenched her fists, her expression murderous. The snail said, I'm not here to suppress you, I'm here to help you. What are you saying? Lu Miaozhu asked, puzzled. The snail asked, do you like Lu Yen? No. Lu Miaozhu shook her head, blushing. The snail said, you're the most stubborn person in the whole body. I've known it for a long time. You like him, so say it. I've already told you I don't like her, Lu Miaozhu said, raising her voice considerably. The snail sneered, stop hiding it. Even a dog could see that you're interested in Lu Yen. Just admit it. I can help you and make your wish come true. I already said I don't like it. Snail interrupted her, stop being stubborn. If you weren't afraid of Pei Qingran mocking you, you would have been with him long ago. Actually, you just can't let go of your pride. Let me ask you, before you refuse, what do you think of Lu Yen? He is a good person, Lu Miaozhu said. The snail rolled its eyes and said, I don't need you to give me a friend card. What I want to say is, I don't know if you've noticed, but he broke through to the foundation establishment stage in a short period of time and practiced various techniques. But have you ever seen him cultivate? No, there really isn't. After the snail's reminder, Lu Miaozhu suddenly realized. The snail asked, what does this mean? What does that mean? Lu Miaozhu asked. Snail said, look at him, he and Pei Qingran are inseparable every day, so you might as well guess that his talent comes from this aspect. You mean you can become stronger by sleeping? Lu Miaozhu asked in shock. The snail said, to be precise, it is through joint cultivation that one can become stronger. Of course, these are just my guesses. You can verify them yourself. But I'm afraid Pei Qingran will say I stole his husband. Lu Miaozhu said. The snail, frustrated and disappointed, said. What do you mean steal? Who told you to steal? You weren't going to break them up, you were going to join them. Chapter 17 Foundation Establishment Level 3, Pei Qingran advances to nascent soul. What do you mean steal? Who told you to steal? You weren't going to break them up, you were going to join them. The snail rolled its eyes, thinking that Lu Miaozhu's clear eyes revealed stupidity. Luckily, it had its help, otherwise she would never have been able to make it in this lifetime. Lu Miaozhu was taken aback and said, not to break them up, but to join them? But what's so good about it? The snail asked. Lu Miaozhu hesitated and stammered, I don't know. I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your girlish attitude. You think it's bad if word gets out that two women are serving one man, and you feel ashamed, right? Snail saw right through her thoughts. Lu Miaozhu nodded, yes. Have you gone mad from cultivating? This is the cultivation world. The cultivation world has mortal dynasties. Each sect governs numerous dynasties. In a dynasty, let alone an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, even a small landlord has countless wives and concubines. He can have as many as he wants. I'm not trying to be mean, but do you think Lu Yen is bad? The snail asked. Lu Miaozhu shook her head and said, it's fine. The snail patiently persuaded, that's it. He achieved foundation establishment in such a short time, and it's a foundation establishment with a survival rate of 1 in a million. Do you think his future achievements will stop here? Of course not, I reckon a lot of people are watching him right now. They're interested in him. Right now, he's at the foundation establishment stage, a low-level realm. Once he reaches a higher level, you won't even get a share of the spoils. If you want to get on board now, you can still enjoy the spoils. Lu Miaozhu felt that the snail's words made a lot of sense, and her mind suddenly became clear. Thank you, Senior Snail, I understand now. It's good that you figured it out. The snail gave a meaningful smile. I'm leaving now, thank you, I already have plans. Lu Miaozhu jumped up and down excitedly, then took out a chicken leg and ate it, finding it even more delicious than the one she usually ate. The snail couldn't help but put its hands on its hips and say, who else can do this? I just casually fooled this kid and he went crazy. TSK, master, you really have to thank me properly. At least you have to treat me to some diaolong, a type of dragon meat, otherwise, where would you get so many girls? I'm really a good Samaritan who does good deeds without seeking recognition. Wait, who is Lei Feng? How did this name come to mind? It couldn't understand. Let's just keep eating grass. A room in the side hall of Zhuke Peak. Lu Yan pushed open the door, locked it from the inside, and said, "Have you been waiting long?" "Husband," Pei Qingran said sweetly, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Lu Yan walked towards the bed and saw Pei Qingran had set up a swing on it, which was swaying back and forth. "What's this?" Pei Qingran placed her finger on Lu Yan's lips and said, "Shoo, I can't say, do you like it?" She was already scantily clad, and what was revealed was incredibly alluring. In addition, she deliberately forced herself to sweat, and the sweat slid down her skin, filling the room with a faint fragrance. Lu Yan couldn't withstand it at all and lunged forward. At the same time, the Su Nu and Dao Jing is running at high speed. After one time, the first level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. After 2 times, the second level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. After 4 times, the third level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. After 8 times, the fourth level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. The next day, the fifth level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. On the third day, the sixth level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was completed. On the fourth day, the seventh level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was reached. On the fifth day, the eighth level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was reached. On the seventh day, the ninth level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was reached. On the ninth day, the 10th level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was reached. The 11th day, the 11th level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll. Day 13, the 12th level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll. On the 15th day, the 13th level of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll was officially completed. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 351 pills remaining. Lu Yan thought to himself, the core secret technique of the Wang family, the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll, doesn't seem to be too difficult to cultivate. He reached the great perfection in just 15 days. Pity. I'm busy right now. Otherwise, you could test its speed to see if it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Suddenly, Pei Qingran, sitting on the swing, blushed, sweated profusely, and gasped, "Husband, I feel like I'm about to break through my cultivation level." "Didn't you say you couldn't break through to a higher realm?" Lu Yan pretended not to know the effects of the Su Nu and Dao Jing. "Pei Qingran, I don't know. 2 years ago, I had a feeling that I could break through to the nascent soul stage. Now this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Husband, can you still hold on? I want to make a strong push. I'm trying to break through to the nascent soul stage. I wonder if you would be willing to help me with my cultivation." Lu Yan said, "My wife, your husband is happy to serve you." He was speaking while rapidly reciting the Su Nu and Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. Day 1. First floor foundation, 3%. The next day. First floor foundation, 4%. On the third day. First floor foundation, 5%. 1 month later. First floor foundation, 32%. 2 months later. First floor foundation, 64%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the second level of foundation establishment. Time flies, and the progress bar is exactly the same as when I was building the foundation. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the third level of foundation establishment. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 291 pills remaining. Lu Yan nodded, "Not bad, you've finally broken through to the third level of foundation establishment. That's a commendable progress." Ah! Suddenly, Pei Qingran screamed, and the bed shook violently before collapsing within seconds. She was covered in sweat. The intense fluctuations in spiritual energy caused her body to tremble, her face to turn ashen, her lips to quiver, and her eyes to roll back repeatedly. After a while, she opened her eyes and formed a hand seal. Immediately, a figure resembling a baby, radiating golden light, flew out from between his eyebrows. "I've finally broken through to the nascent soul stage." Pei Qingran was sweating profusely and said excitedly, "Lu Yan, this is my nascent soul, haha, you didn't expect that I could break through to the nascent soul stage." Lu Yan stared at her nascent soul, and had to admit, this nascent soul, which looked like a figurine, was quite cute. Pei Qingran said excitedly, "Upon reaching the nascent soul level, one's lifespan is 1,000 years. After the physical body is destroyed, the nascent soul can seize another body and be reborn. This is the benefit of the nascent soul. I no longer have to worry about insufficient lifespan. Thank you, Lu Yan. It was you who helped me break through." Lu Yan said, "You're welcome. I need to go out for a bit." Pei Qingran immediately withdrew her nascent soul into her body, dressed herself, and cast the cleansing clothes technique, dust removal technique, and cleansing technique. Instantly, his whole body was fragrant, without any trace of the smell of cultivation. I left the room. From afar, I could see Lu Miaozhu eating beef jerky. It's been half a year, and you finally decided to come out. Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes. For 6 months, the two of them stayed in the room, and she couldn't find an opportunity to ask Lu Yan out. Lu Miaozhu immediately released her nascent soul level pressure. How did you know I had broken through to the nascent soul stage? Who the hell asked you that? Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes, only belatedly realizing what she had said. Wait, you broke through to the nascent soul stage? I just broke through. Pei Qingran was in high spirits. I have to go see my master in person and tell her this good news. As she spoke, she soared into the sky, releasing the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator all the way. Without even asking anyone, she directly told them that she had broken through to the nascent soul stage. She arrived at White Tiger Peak and found her drunken master. Master, I am now a nascent soul true monarch. Yuanjiu sobered up considerably, pinched Pei Qingran's cheek, and said, It's true, you actually managed to break through. Tell me in detail, how did you break through? Pei Qingran said she had been practicing diligently all along, without mentioning at all that she and Lu Yan had been practicing together for half a year. Yuanjiu, reeking of alcohol, hugged Pei Qingran's shoulders excitedly. Not bad at all. It seems that making you and Lu Yan Dao partners was the right choice. Pei Qingran said, Master, now that I have broken through, I am not afraid of the lifespan issue for the time being, so I will stay with you for a few days. Okay. Yuanjiu poked Pei Qingran's cheek and said, Disciple, you're so good. Come on, have a drink with me. Okay. Pei Qingran was so happy that she drank with her master. There are two sides to the story. In a side hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Lu Miaozhu ate the beef jerky, blinked, and pondered. Pei Qingran is probably showing off her nascent soul cultivation everywhere, and she will definitely go to see her master. So she might not come back for a few days. Doesn't that mean my chance has come? Hey! The snail exclaimed in surprise, Lu Miaozhu, your comprehension is quite good. Wait for my good news. Lu Miaozhu went directly to Lu Yan's room. Knock. Lu Miaozhu knocked on the door. Lu Yan, thinking it was Pei Qingran, said, Come in. Lu Miaozhu pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 18 I also want to improve. Maximum affection. Lu Miaozhu pushed open the door and came in, looking over there. Lu Yan was seen repairing the collapsed bedboard while completely naked. What a handsome face. What handsome bronze skin. 8-pack abs. Her gaze swept greedily from top to bottom. When the light reached below the navel, I gasped, remembering an article I had once studied. The koan is so large that no one knows how many thousands of miles it spans. It transforms into a bird, which is called Pang. You're back so soon? Lu Yanxiu was too busy looking at the bed to pay attention when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Something was wrong. You, Lu Miaozhu, it's you. I'm not even dressed. Lu Miaozhu touched her burning cheeks and said, It's okay, I didn't see anything. You should get dressed quickly. Good. Lu Yan made a hand seal and instantly put on a set of clothes. I'm sorry, I offended you. It's nothing. Lu Miaozhu shook her head and began to look around the room. Suddenly, she smelled a strange odor, but didn't ask any questions. Then her gaze was drawn to something that looked like a swing. What's this? Nothing. Lu Yan packed his things and threw them under the bed, tidied up briefly, and said, Let's go outside and talk. Stepping out of the room, the air felt noticeably fresher. Lu Miaozhu couldn't help but take out some beef jerky and eat it again, asking Lu Yan if he wanted some, but Lu Yan shook his head. She had no choice but to eat it herself. Not far away, a snail lay on a blade of grass, not bothering the snail, but couldn't help but mutter, Lu Miaozhu was really indecisive. She should have just pushed it down and done it. Let us go for a walk ahead. I have something to ask you, Lu Miaozhu said. Lu Yan nodded and followed, arriving at a pavilion. A gentle breeze wafted around the pavilion, and the water below rippled, just like Lu Miaozhu's current state of mind, her heart fluttering with spring fever. I just saw Pei Qingran break through to the nascent soul stage, right? Lu Miaozhu started the conversation by mentioning Pei Qingran. Lu Yan nodded, yes. Many people have consulted her before, saying that her life's achievements stopped at the great perfection of the golden core stage. How did she break through to the nascent soul stage? Lu Miaozhu was very curious. Because the two were not far apart, and because of the gentle breeze. So when Lu Miaozhu's hair accidentally drifted onto Lu Yan's face, it tickled a little, but at the same time carried a faint rose scent, which smelled quite nice. Lu Yan shook his head, glancing at her profile out of the corner of his eye, and said, I don't know. Maybe she had accumulated enough experience and then it just happened naturally. As for the technique, you'll have to ask her. All right. Lu Miaozhu turned around and found that the tip of her hair had hit Lu Yan's face. Her ears immediately turned red, and she said, I'm sorry, my hair is a bit long, and I accidentally got it on your face. It's okay, you have a lot of hair, you take good care of it, and it smells nice too. Lu Miaozhu smiled brightly and said, thank you for the compliment. She didn't know what to say for a moment and felt the atmosphere was very awkward. So I took 2 steps. Not noticing the puddles underfoot, I suddenly slipped and fell backward. Be careful. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, Lu Yan reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. It must be said. It's soft. Lu Miaozhu has a pear-shaped figure, with large breasts, a small waist, and a large bottom. Her waist was so slender that it could be described as so delicate that you could wrap your hand around it. It's thin and soft, like a sheet of A4 paper. Lu Yan steadied her and quickly let go of her hand. At the same time, he looked towards the system. Favorability, 99. Why is my favorability rating still 99? Logically, the behavior just now should have been a bonus point, so it's strange that it didn't even reach 100. He wasted his spiritual power. He had secretly used his spiritual power to create some water 2 steps in front of her feet, intending to make her fall so he could catch her. However, the favorability rating did not increase. TSK tisk. Lu Miaozhu smiled inwardly. Actually, she saw Lu Yan's little trick, but she still played along as he fell, letting him play the hero and save the damsel in distress. From a great distance, the snail watched and couldn't help but say, high-level hunters often make their appearance as prey. Lu Yan is going to be in trouble. She's the one who's going to get hurt. Lu Yan knew that Lu Miaozhu had feelings for him, because her feelings for him were 99%, meaning she was basically easy to push over. He transmigrated into the world of cultivation for 49 years and had long since become accustomed to the outdated custom of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Therefore, regarding his wife. Furthermore, he has also awakened the many children, many blessings system, so the number of his wives is naturally like Han Xian counting his troops. Since the woman was also interested, Lu Yan would no longer hold back. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to hold hands, Lu Miaozhu asked, by the way, Lu Yan, do you know swordsmanship? She felt that this aimless chatting was awkward and made no progress. She needed physical contact to take things further. This is something I'm good at. Lu Yan wasn't bragging, because he possessed the invincible sword Dao. In the art of swordsmanship, no one can rival you. You can learn by analogy, quickly replicate your opponent's swordsmanship, and even instantly understand the flaws in their techniques. Lu Miaozhu said, then shall we have a friendly spar? Okay, you make the first move, Lu Yan said. Actually, he had never practiced swordsmanship, but fortunately, he had already digested the information related to the invincible swordsmanship, so he used it with ease, as if he had practiced for hundreds of years. Take this. Lu Miaozhu made her move. Lu Yan followed her moves, and his swordplay was even more advanced than hers, his movements flowing smoothly and seamlessly. After an incense stick had burned, Lu Miaozhu was shocked. How do you know the Tai Ching sword technique? This is a sword technique that my master only taught me. I am the only one in the Great Tao sect who knows it. Could it be Pei Qin Ran? Impossible, the sword technique she learned is not the Tai Ching sword technique. Lu Yan said, actually, I can learn it after watching it once, and I also know the flaws in your swordsmanship. Ha! Lu Miaozhu was stunned. Lu Yan came up behind her and embraced her, but kept a half-inch distance between them. He held Lu Miaozhu's hands and taught her step by step. They spoke into her ear almost simultaneously. Follow me, and I'll help you correct your flaws, Lu Yan whispered in her ear. Lu Miaozhu felt heat entering her ears, and her ears and neck immediately turned red. Her heart was in turmoil, and her body gradually went limp, leaving her with no strength to grip the sword. Follow me. Lu Yan provided hands-on guidance. The two were very close. Another incense stick later, Lu Miaozhu's pupil shrank, and she was shocked, so this is the flaw. Lu Yan, you are amazing. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my swordsmanship would have always had flaws and I wouldn't have been able to improve. As she spoke, she tiptoed and quickly kissed Lu Yan on the cheek. Thank you. Favorability, 100. Note, once the affection level is maxed out, it will never drop, and the host will be devoted to the host and never betray them. So it's Mu Chang. Lu Yan then understood why Lu Miaozhu's progress bar had gone from 99 to 100. It seemed that the patriarch had said that women all admire strength. After kissing Lu Yan's cheek, Lu Miaozhu blushed so much her cheeks were almost dripping with water, and then she turned and ran away. But how could Lu Yan let her go? He grabbed her and said, "You think you can just kiss me and run away? No way, I have to kiss you back." As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her lips gently. Because of Pei Qingran's experience, he easily pried open Lu Miaozhu's mouth. Lu Miaozhu initially struggled symbolically, but after a few seconds she stopped struggling and let Lu Yan take what he wanted. Their breathing gradually became ambiguous and heavy. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yan picked her up and carried her to her room. She hooked her arm around Lu Yan's neck, her gaze as gentle as water, and said, "Lu Yan, you're so handsome, I like you so much. You're prettier, but I like you too." Lu Yan was in a hurry, so he used the divine speed flowing light step. In the blink of an eye, with lightning speed, he rushed into the room and gently placed her on the bed. Chapter 19 Lu Miaozhu, husband, help me. Lu Yan gently placed her on the bed, stroked her face, and said, "Miaozhu, would you be willing to be my Taoist partner, or rather, my wife?" Lu Miaozhu reached out and cupped Lu Yan's face in her hands, her voice tender and gentle, and said, "I'm willing, 100 times willing." The two looked at each other, their emotions perfectly conveyed, their eyes gradually softening, needing no further words. Lu Yan gently kissed him. She responded fiercely instead. Soon, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Lu Yan stared at her body, swallowed hard, and said, "She has a great figure. No wonder she has a pear-shaped figure. This curve is amazing." Lu Yan couldn't wait to cover it up. She tugged on the bed curtains, and the pink gauze curtain slowly fell down. Through the gauze curtain, one can vaguely see the two alluring figures, inseparable and intimately intertwined. 2 hours later, Lu Yan covered himself with the blanket, put his arm around her fragrant shoulder, and kissed her forehead. She nestled into his arms, her hand touching his abs, even giving them a squeeze, and said, "Husband, you're still practicing body cultivation? Your physique is amazing." "Yes, I've practiced it." Lu Yan usually did vigorous exercise with Pei Qingran, and with the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique he cultivated during his tribulation and foundation building phase, his physical body began to transform. Furthermore, with the added reward from heaven, his physical body became invincible. Therefore, Lu Yan's physical body is now extremely powerful, and he could fight for several days without taking the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill. However, in the long run, one still needs to rely on the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill. There are currently 291 pills of Jiunio Era 1 remaining, and it will take some time to use them all up. "Husband, you're amazing, you have such a great physique." Lu Miaozhu's hands were still kneading her abs. Lu Yan sighed helplessly. It seems she really enjoys playing with her abs. Just then, a line of text appeared before my eyes. "Congratulations, host, you have married Lu Miaozhu. A reward is now being issued." Lu Yan asked in confusion, "I wonder how the system determines this. Does it mean that as long as you have sex with a woman, you're considered married?" 8 crushing fists, a series of 8 consecutive punches stacked together, capable of shattering mountains and overturning seas. Lu Yan quickly digested the relevant knowledge of 8 collapse fist. Unless otherwise specified, all system rewards can be mastered in a short time without needing to rely on the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Yan then mastered the 8 collapse fist. That's impressive boxing. Lu Yan sensed the intent of the punches. The combined force of 8 punches can really destroy a mountain. The rewards from the system are awesome. "Husband?" Lu Miaozhu, who was nestled in his arms, was originally pinching Lu Yan's abs, but as she pinched, she moved her hand down. "TSK, husband." A smile appeared on her lips. Seeing her like this, Lu Yan felt unbearably hot and his blood was boiling. He pinned her down and gave her a good lesson. At the same time, he did not forget to operate the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing. Once. Foundation level 3, 0.4%. Second time. Foundation level 3, 1.1%. 4 times. Foundation level 3, 1.9%. 8 times. Foundation level 3, 3%. Lu Yan pondered to himself, my joint cultivation progress is the same as Pei Qingran's, 3% per day. I can break through to the next level in 3 months. The speed is not bad. I will enter the Golden Core realm soon. However, he is currently entering the Golden Core realm. The next day. Foundation level 3, 4%. On the 7th day. Foundation level 3, 9%. 2 weeks later. Foundation level 3, 17%. Lu Miaozhu touched Lu Yan's face and said with a smile, "Husband, I want you to help me with my cultivation." She finally understood Pei Qingran's happiness, because her cultivation had improved considerably. It's only been half a month. Her cultivation at the great perfection of the Golden Core realm had actually improved. I'm not ready to break through to the nascent soul realm yet, but my cultivation is slowly improving. In a few days, reaching the nascent soul realm will not be a dream. I finally understand why Pei Qingran was able to break through to the nascent soul realm. It was indeed Lu Yan's problem. Is he a furnace cauldron type? Why can one make progress by practicing together with him? Lu Miaozhu couldn't understand it, but it didn't matter, as long as she became stronger. Lu Miaozhu kissed and hugged Lu Yan, saying, "Husband, you are wonderful." Thankfully, Senior Snail persuaded me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this benefit at all. Now, I completely understand why Pei Qingran kept pestering Lu Yan to cultivate together. So that's how it is. I've figured everything out. Hey. We must make the most of this opportunity to have Lu Yan all to ourselves. So he trained diligently. Another half-month passed. Foundation level 3, 34%. Seeing that she hadn't stopped, Lu Yan decided to continue. Another month later. Foundation level 3, 70%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 231 pills remaining. Lu Yan was secretly delighted, breaking through 1 level in 3 months, just as planned. Lu Miaozhu instantly sensed Lu Yan's change and exclaimed in shock. You've actually reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. That's fast. I remember you broke through to foundation establishment not long ago. Lu Yan thought for a moment and said, it's been more than 9 months. In 3 months, I will turn 50. In the mundane world. He's over 50, and 1 leg is already in his coffin. However, in the world of cultivation, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator is 200 years. So you're still young. Upon hearing Lu Yan say 9 months, Lu Miaozhu was momentarily stunned and said, time flies. Sudden. The communication jade slip on the ground lit up. Lu Yan noticed, it's yours. My husband, I'll go out for a while and come back to you later. After dressing, Lu Miaozhu left with the communication jade slip, thinking to herself, I hope Lu Yan doesn't know that I'm an undercover agent. After reading the contents of the communication jade slip, she quickly flew to the library and arrived before Najimitsu, saying, You'd better come to me if you need something? Najimitsu crossed his legs, looked up, saw her eating beef jerky again, rolled his eyes, and said, How's the matter I asked you to investigate going? What kind of opportunity did Lu Yan obtain? There was no opportunity. Lu Miaozhu ate her beef jerky and said casually. Nagi Kaoshinjuan asked in confusion, if he didn't have any special opportunities, then why is his breakthrough speed as fast as drinking water? Lu Miaozhu thought for a moment and made up a reason. He is wise in his appearance but foolish in his actions. Everyone knows that when he was born, there were many strange phenomena, which is why he was taken in as a disciple by the Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak. He has been working hard to cultivate ever since. It's just that I haven't figured it out yet, which is why I've been stuck at the 2nd level of chi refining. Now that he's figured it out, breaking through to a higher realm is as easy as drinking water. She is now Lu Yan's Taoist partner and his wife, no longer a member of the Hahuan sect, so naturally she has to consider Lu Yan's interests in everything she does. Nagi Ko Shinjun waved his hand and said, Come here, get closer to me. Lu Miaozhu approached. Sudden. Najimitsu made a move, pulling her onto his lap and sitting her down. He then lowered his head and inhaled her scent. The beef jerky in Lu Miaozhu's hand fell to the ground, and she said tremblingly, Najimitsu Shinken, I have no interest in women. Nagi Koku quickly rolled up Lu Miaozhu's sleeve, revealing that the virginity mark on her was gone. He immediately snorted coldly, Next time you come, remember to use magic to remove the manly scent from your body. Lu Miaozhu remained silent. Nagi Ko asked, You slept with Lu Yan? Um, how are you feeling? Great. Nagi Kazuro rolled his eyes. What I want to ask is, have you noticed anything strange about him? Lu Miaozhu shook her head. No. You like him? Right. Okay, get lost. Sleeping with men is fine, but don't let it affect your work. Oh. Lu Miaozhu said no more, left, and returned to Zhuke Peak. Seeing that Lu Yan was talking to the snail, she pounced on him, jumped on him, wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. My husband, I'm back. She kissed and hugged Lu Yan. Lu Yan asked, where did you go? A friend is looking for me. All right. Lu Yan didn't ask any more questions, because he already knew she was an undercover agent and was probably going to find Najimitsu. It seems we need to speed things up and also bring Najimitsu Shinjun into our fold. Seeing the two of them like this, the snail was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, and angrily cursed, you two are a pair of adulterers. Little snail, what did you say? Chapter 20. A battleground between two women, you've arrived just in time. Seeing Lu Yan's unfriendly gaze, the snail grinned and said, I didn't say anything. By the way, I'm so bored staying here. Take me out for a walk. I want to eat some hanging scallops. Lu Miaozhu's eyes lit up at the mention of food, but she quickly gave up and said, it's my treat, my husband, here are 3,000 spirit stones. She took out a storage bag and stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand. You guys eat well, I won't go. I'll try to cultivate and see if I can break through to the nascent soul stage. You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. Lu Yan asked, are you really not going? You guys go ahead and eat more, and help me with my portion, Lu Miaozhu said. Seeing that Lu Miaozhu insisted, Lu Yan said no more and took the snail and flew away on his sword. Seeing him leave, Lu Miaozhu's mouth watered, so she took out some beef jerky and started eating, saying, I've been with Lu Yan for the past 3 months and neglected my sword practice. I wonder if I'd become rusty. She has a goal. Her goal is the same as Pei Qingran's, to become the #1 female sword immortal. She took out her sword and began to practice. With Lu Yan's guidance, her swordsmanship had improved, but she still lacked refinement, which required time to hone. With consistent practice, one can naturally master swordsmanship. The sky, above the clouds. She's really hardworking, the snail on Lu Yan's head said. Lu Yan said, she and Pei Qingran both have their own goals and ideals. They want to become the #1 female sword immortal. Once people have a goal, they will have a continuous source of motivation. Speaking of which, I'm also working hard. What are you trying to do? The snail couldn't help but complain. Lu Yan had a bitter pill to swallow. He had indeed worked very hard, diligently practicing combined cultivation, otherwise how could he make progress? But you can't tell the snail. Let's go eat some hanging dragon. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze and flew to the market on his sword. Sudden. Remembering the wind and thunder treasure scroll, he quickly sheathed his flying sword. Without any support, there is no point of leverage, and the person immediately begins to fall downwards. The snail felt weightless and was about to die, so it screamed. Ah! I'm going to die. What are you doing? Where's your sword? You're only at the foundation establishment stage, you can't fly yet. Don't panic. Lu Yan made a hand seal, and instantly, a pair of spiritual wings made of wind and thunder grew from his back. Spread your wings. Soaring into the sky. Lightning and thunder. It's even faster than flying on a sword. The snail was shocked. Is this the purple cloud wings, a flying technique? What nonsense are you talking about? This is the wind and thunder treasure scroll that the Wang family gave me as an apology. As long as you cultivate it to the great perfection, you will be able to grow wind and thunder wings on your back. The snail said, I never expected there to be such a secret method, it's quite rare. Whoosh! Lu Yan unleashed his ultimate speed, but unfortunately, he couldn't travel 1,000 miles in an instant. As expected, the Wang family was just bragging. I folded my wings and switched to flying on my sword, because we were almost at the market. Enter the restaurant. Surprisingly, they encountered Najimitsu Shinjun again, whose legs were longer than his life and whose buttocks were as big as a millstone. Lu Yan, what a coincidence, what are you doing here? I'm here to eat, what about you? Me too. Shouldn't fairies not need to eat? I want to eat it, I'm craving it, I can't forget the taste, how about we share a table? All right. Lu Yan didn't stand on ceremony and sat at the same table as her. Countless cultivators around her were envious, because Nagi KO was simply too beautiful. Her legs and buttocks were eye-catching wonders. As usual, it's still hanging dragon, a type of snail, because snails like to eat it. They ate and chatted. During the process, Lu Yen noticed that Nagi Ko, true monarch, kept touching him and even touching his hand. Only then did Lu Yen remember that he had used the immortal tear gourd pendant to hide his cultivation level at the first level of foundation establishment. The fairy tear gourd pendant is really useful. If there is no physical contact, even if the other party's cultivation level is higher than yours, they cannot detect your cultivation level. By the way, do you know Lu Miaozhu? Lu Yen asked casually. Nagi Ko Shinjin's hands suddenly trembled, and he shook his head. We've met a few times, but we're not familiar with each other. She lives on Vermilion Bird Peak now, and she is my second Taoist partner, Lu Yen said casually. Affection level 3, Najimitsu has almost no affection for you. Pei Qingran is not enough for him. He also needs Lu Miaozhu. Lu Yen was speechless. I remember that Najimitsu's favorability towards me was 72 before, but suddenly it jumped to 3. The fluctuation is huge. Women are too fickle. Lu Miaozhu said she's on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, and she'll probably break through soon, Lu Yen said casually. Affection level 60, Najimitsu Shinken is curious. Lu Yen leaned closer to Nagi Ko, true monarch, and lowered his voice, saying, I'll tell you something in secret, I've reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. Favorability 80. Lu Yen said, I don't know if you know, but I am the one who transcended tribulation and established foundation, the only one in the Great Tao sect to achieve this. Favorability 86. I established my foundation 9 months ago, and I'm now at the 4th level of foundation establishment. I wonder if my cultivation progress is considered fast. Favorability 90. Nagi Ko Shinjuan said, Quick, you are the fastest person I have ever seen to break through to the next realm. Just lucky. Lu Yen kept provoking her, causing her favorability rating to fluctuate wildly, which she found quite amusing. She asked, Is there a trick? It's just my talent, Lu Yen said. I've almost finished eating, I have to go. What about you? I haven't even started yet. Lu Yen pointed, Then this meal. Najimitsu Shinjun said, I'll go first. Lu Yen didn't stand on ceremony anymore and even packed another portion for himself before leaving with snails with a smile on his face. After Lu Yen disappeared, Nagi Ko Shinjuan came to his senses and asked, Why is it me treating again? This person is really shameless, taking both food and money. They're really going all out. However, despite her words, her affection for Lu Yen didn't diminish. In fact, she became increasingly curious about him. Upon returning to Vermilion Bird Peak, Lu Yen saw Lu Miaozhu practicing her swordplay and said, Take a break. I've packed some food for you. Come and eat. Is it your favorite cut of beef, the hanging tenderloin? Lu Miaozhu was surprised that Lu Yen would pack it up. She ran over with a smile and kissed Lu Yen a few more times, saying, Thank you. Then I started eating. They finished eating in a few bites. Lu Yen and the snail were both stunned. That's enough for them to eat 3 or 4 times. I never expected such a petite woman to eat so much, yet she doesn't seem to gain weight. Where does all the nutrition go? Lu Yen glanced at Lu Miaozhu's chest a few times. Big. White. It became clear immediately. She gave Lu Yen a whack and said, What are you looking at? Look at you, you're beautiful. Lu Yen smiled, then pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek. Lu Miaozhu asked shyly, What are you doing in broad daylight? Ugh. The snail almost vomited when it heard the two's shy conversation. It immediately left Lu Yen's head and moved away. Lu Yen didn't say anything, but hugged her and kissed her. Sudden. I think of Pei Qingran. It's been 3 months already, why hasn't she come back yet? Strangeness. Where did they go? They didn't even say a word. Lu Yen was about to complain when he heard footsteps ahead. Look up. Just then, Pei Qingran walked slowly towards them, carrying a sword. She also saw Lu Yen. Lu Yen was holding Lu Miaozhu. She was stunned for a moment. The scene remained silent for a long time, as if frozen in time. She finally uttered a few words. I'm sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time. No, you've come at just the right time. Lu Yen waved his hand, beckoning Pei Qingran over, and then pulled her into his arms. The two women smiled sweetly in his arms, their faces radiant with happiness. Certainly. The above scene was all in Lu Yan's imagination. In fact, he was kicked away by Pei Qingran. Chapter 21. For the three of us, living a good life is more important than anything else. Pei Qingran was speechless. I never expected to see this when I returned 3 months later. It's not that she can't accept Lu Yan and Lu Miaozhu being together. She was the third princess of the Wusong kingdom. Having witnessed her father's harem of 3,000 beauties since childhood, she was influenced by this and therefore could not be intolerant of men having multiple wives and concubines. Rather, it was because this happened too suddenly. But it's not that there were no signs at all. She had known all along that Lu Miaozhu liked Lu Yan, and the fact that she washed the bedsheets every day was enough to guess her desire. It just happened a bit suddenly. Lu Miaozhu ran up to Pei Qingran, hugged her hand, and said coquettishly, "Sister Pei, please don't be angry. It's better for the three of us to live a good life than anything else." Pei Qingran wasn't initially that angry, but upon hearing this, she became enraged, and the two started fighting. They fought from noon until the stars filled the sky, and the great road was almost obliterated. Pei Qingran asked in confusion, "Lu Miaozhu, you bitch, what's going on with your swordsmanship? Why is there no flaw in your technique? It's so smooth and flowing, it seems like you've improved by several levels. Was it my husband who guided me?" Lu Miaozhu asked. Pei Qingran was stunned. "Who?" "Lu Yan," Lu Miaozhu said, rolling her eyes. Pei Qingran stopped, utterly shocked, and looked at Lu Yan, who was watching the scene from a distance. "You know swordsmanship?" Seeing this, Lu Yan stepped forward and said, "Yes, I can. Look, I'll demonstrate your swordsmanship." Lu Yan drew his sword and, on the open ground, perfectly replicated Pei Qingran's swordsmanship 1-to-1. His movements looked even more skilled than Pei Qingran's, as if he had practiced for hundreds of years. Pei Qingran was shocked, her eyes widening. "How do you know the Tai Azure Skysword technique that I cultivate? This secret technique was given to me by my master, who said it could lead directly to becoming a true immortal." Lu Yan said, "Your master didn't learn this secret technique?" "Yes, she didn't learn it, she just picked it up by chance. She saw that I like swordsmanship, so she let me practice," Pei Qingran said. She learned and practiced this sword technique on her own. No one offered any guidance. Lu Yan said, "You've practiced for so long, but there are actually 3 mistakes. First, it should be the sword intent circulating qi, with the qi rising upwards and filling the meridians, thus dispelling the physical form. Second, the qi, meridians, and spirit are divided into the middle of the stomach and the center of the tailbone. Third, the order in which the spiritual energy sword flow passes through is Shinkei, Xiaowan, Jianli, Jiwei, Zhongting, and Tanzhong." Lu Yan explained the situation simply and clearly. Pei Qingran was stunned when she heard it. Then she practiced according to Lu Yan's instructions, and unexpectedly the power of her sword technique increased threefold. Pei Qingran said, "Lu Yan, I have no idea how many surprises you have in store for me." "There will be more in the future," Lu Yan said softly. "By the way, if you have any questions about swordsmanship, feel free to ask me." Pei Qingran remained silent and said, "Thank you." "Then let's not fight anymore. Come on, let's go inside, I'll help you take a bath." Lu Yan took her hand. Seeing that she didn't react, I carried her to take a bath, and after she finished, I carried her back to the room. Suddenly, the door opened. Then the door closed again. Pei Qingran said coldly, "Lu Miaozhu, what are you doing in my room?" "Sister Pei, I'll sleep with you." "Roll." Lu Miaozhu said, "What are you shy about, sister? Let's sleep together. It's quite boring to sleep alone." "You're really shameless," Pei Qingran rolled her eyes. Lu Miaozhu ruthlessly kicked Lu Yan aside, lay down next to Pei Qingran, and said, "Sister Pei, I'm sorry, let's not fight, let's make up, okay?" Pei Qingran has been waiting for this sentence for over 100 years. They were very close sisters from the beginning, and had been friends for hundreds of years, but it all ended because of a small matter. Specifically, after Lu Miaozhu returned from gossiping, the first person she shared her story with wasn't Pei Qingran. Pei Qingran held a grudge, and the first person she shared her gossip with afterward wasn't her. So the two of them argued over this trivial matter for over 100 years. They couldn't stand each other. When they meet, they either argue or fight. Unexpectedly, more than 100 years have passed. After learning the whole story, Lu Yan was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "What kind of strange species are girls? It's really outrageous that they can argue about such a small thing for over 100 years." Hearing the apology, Pei Qingran finally felt relieved and said, "I forgive you. Lu Miaozhu immediately hugged Pei Qingran and kissed her on the cheek, saying, "Thank you, Sister Pei. From today onwards, you are my dear sister. I would never hesitate to ask you to go through fire and water. From today onwards, I belong to you." Pei Qingran smiled. Lu Miaozhu smiled too. Lu Yan was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're all my people." In this atmosphere, it was the perfect time to make an unreasonable request, so Lu Yan said, I'd like to sleep in the middle." As he spoke, he lay down in the middle. "Get out of the way, you're interrupting our conversation." Pei Qingran pinched his arm. Lu Miaozhu also pinched his arm and said, "Yes, I want to talk to Sister Pei, you go away. Let's talk later, let's get down to business first." Lu Yan secretly took one of the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 230 pills remaining. The moment he took it, Lu Yanhu's body trembled, and he became as fierce as 9 bulls and 2 tigers. 1 in each arm. 1 day later. Foundation level 4, 2%. 2 days later. Foundation level 4, 4%. Half a month later. Foundation level 4, 33%. 1 month later. Foundation level 4, 98%. A few more days passed. "Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of foundation establishment." Lu Yan was surprised. "I didn't expect the progress to be even faster. In the past, it would take 3 months to break through one level. Now it only takes a month and a half. Is it because the quantity makes it more efficient and faster? Not quite sure. We had no choice but to continue testing." Another month and a half passed. "Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of foundation establishment. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 200 pills remaining." Lu Yan confirmed it, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. I never imagined that the Su Nuwen Daojing would have such a miraculous effect." "Lu Yan, you beast, get out." Lu Yan was still pondering when Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu kicked him out of the room. TCH, another fickle woman. Lu Yan, standing outside the room, ignored him and said helplessly, "Time flies. Another 3 months have passed. Does that mean I'm 50 years old? My birthday is around September 10th, which is 7 days away. After cultivating immortality, how can I not celebrate my birthday? Life is too long, and celebrating my birthday every year would be too time-consuming. I'll just not celebrate it this year as well." He doesn't intend to tell anyone. "Little snail, let's go outside for some fresh air." With a wave of his hand, Lu Yan sent the snail flying onto his head. In the evening, when I returned, I saw Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu practicing swordsmanship together, exchanging sparring moves. They really love practicing swordsmanship. Days passed by, and soon it was September 10th. On this day, Lu Yan continued to wander around the Great Dao sect with Snail as usual. We didn't get back until evening. My master's wife, Yang Wanjin, gave me a top-grade magic weapon called the Jinghong sword. Every year on my birthday, the teacher's wife would always give him gifts. This year is no exception. However, he didn't know his teacher's wife's birthday, and when he asked her, she wouldn't tell him. Put away the gifts and returned to the side hall. Lu Miaozhu suddenly ran out, covered her eyes, and said, "Withdraw your divine sense and come with me." "What? Why are you being so mysterious?" Lu Yan asked curiously. Lu Miaozhu didn't speak, but covered his eyes and led him into the room, then released her hands. Inside the room were earthly balloons and a cake. She and Pei Qingran spoke at the same time. "Happy birthday." Lu Yan was touched. "How did you know my birthday?" The 2 women replied, "We remember." They both knew Lu Yan, so they naturally knew. Lu Yan smiled and said, "Thank you. Come blow out the candles." Good. Soon, the birthday celebration ended. Let's begin the main meal. Lu Yan carried them to the bed. Chapter 22 Foundation Establishment Level 7, Zhang Yuanqing's Challenge. Lu Yan carried them to the bed. "Husband, you. Lu Miaozhu saw Lu Yan's lecherous look and pushed him away coquettishly. "Go tease Sister Pei." Pei Qingran shook his head vigorously, waved his hand, and said, No, let's go with Sister Lu, she's easier to bully." What are you being so modest about?" Lu Yan thought they were being pretentious, so he slapped them and said, "Stop pretending and just follow my orders." He casually patted the camera and looked at Lu Miaozhu. Or 7. Helpless, Lu Miaozhu blushed and did as she was told. Pei Qingran saw the same look in Lu Yan's eyes. 7. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yan said no more, smiling, "You're celebrating my birthday, I'll thank you properly. I hope you are satisfied." The qi cultivation method he practiced was the most powerful qi cultivation method of the Great Tao sect, the Great Tao Qi cultivation technique. Now, with the added benefits of the Su Nu and Dao Jing classic of the plain girl asking the way, the effects are very significant. 1 day later. 6th floor of foundation building, 2%. 2 days later. 6th floor of foundation building, 4%. 2 weeks later. 6th floor of foundation building, 35%. A month and a half later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 7th level of foundation establishment. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 185 pills remaining. Lu Yan, you beast, you're like an ox, with inexhaustible strength, get out. Pei Qingran kicked Lu Yan out of the room again. As for Lu Miaozhu, she had already fainted from exhaustion. Standing outside the room, Lu Yan couldn't help but sigh. One is a nascent soul cultivator, the other is a golden core cultivator at the great perfection stage, and I'm just a mere foundation establishment cultivator. What right do I have to make you all so arrogant? Are you just putting on airs? If you're so capable, then don't take medicine. The snail flew over, accompanied by a strange, sarcastic voice. Lu Yan caught it and placed it on his head, putting on a very good performance. I didn't take any medicine, why should I take medicine? You really didn't take your medicine? The snail was a little unconvinced. It had always thought Lu Yan was taking medicine. Lu Yan said, taking medicine is bad for your health. I never take medicine. My physical body is invincible. I can easily capture 2 mere women. Bragging, the snail exclaimed. Lu Yan was too lazy to talk to him anymore and went to the kitchen to cook something. An hour later. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu smelled the fragrance and limped out of the room, their faces pale, looking as if they had been drained of their life force by the zombies. That beast is perfectly fine, it's not human. Upon seeing Lu Yan, Lu Miaozhu cursed inwardly, thinking how fierce he was, which reminded her of 2 idioms. A mighty dragon crosses the river, a rock spreads its wings. Pei Qingran was inwardly cursing as well. Lu Yan smiled and said, "Here, I've cooked it. It's a complete tonic, so drink more to nourish your bodies." The 2 women limped over, sat down, and began to eat. I have to say, Lu Yan's cooking is really delicious. Pei Qingran wolfed down her food. Lu Miaozhu was holding chopsticks in both her left and right hands, clearly using both hands simultaneously, like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Half an hour later, the food was devoured in a whirlwind, leaving only gleaming plates licked clean on the table. After eating their fill, the 2 lay down contentedly for a while before circulating their spiritual energy to forcibly repair the fatigue from their joint cultivation. They quickly recovered and were fully restored. The 2 understood each other without saying a word and went back to practicing their swordsmanship. Their goal is to become the #1 female sword immortal, but there can only be one #1, and in the end, it is unknown who will prevail. Lu Yan gazed at their stunning figures and said. As they practiced, they started sparring, but only to the point of exhaustion. Gradually. It was afternoon. Lu Yan was a little sleepy and was just about to go to sleep. Suddenly, a streak of fire flew rapidly across the sky. It was someone flying in on a sword. Who is Lu Yan? The man had 2 eyes and a mouth, and looked quite human. His hair was flying everywhere, and he seemed like he was up to no good. A storm is brewing. What do you want with him? Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who were practicing their swordsmanship, looked on warily. Fortunately, a quick scan with his divine sense revealed that the other party was merely at the great perfection of foundation establishment, not worth mentioning. The man sheathed his flying sword, landed on the ground, and stared at the 2 women. The woman in the blue dress held a sword in her hand. She had a well-proportioned figure, with plumpness in the right places and thinness in the right places. She had almond-shaped eyes, a high nose, and skin as white as milk. The other one also has a super great figure, a pear-shaped body with a large bust, a small waist, long legs, and a very noticeable big butt. What are 2 stunningly beautiful women doing here? Could they be disciples of Vermilion Bird Peak? Unable to discern the 2 women's cultivation levels, he cupped his hands and said, I am Zhang Yuancheng from Azure Dragon Peak, a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. May I ask who you 2 senior sisters are? Lu Yan's Taoist partner. The 2 women spoke at the same time. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze froze, his steps faltered, and he almost tripped and fell. What is that? Such stunning beauties are actually Lu Yan's Taoist partners? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. What right did Lu Yan have? I am Lu Yan. What do you want? Lu Yan walked over and asked. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Lu Yan, his pupils dilating in shock. This kid is indeed as ridiculously handsome as the rumors say. Even at his peak, people had to avoid him. He said directly, I want to challenge you. Why? Lu Yan asked. Zhang Yuanqing said, I just came out of seclusion and heard that Lu Yan of Vermilion Bird Peak has passed the tribulation and established his foundation, and is invincible among his peers. I am not convinced, so I came to challenge you to strengthen my Tao heart. After the challenge, I'm afraid your Tao heart will collapse, Lu Yan said with a smile. Zhang Yuanqing said, arrogant. I'll just ask you if you accept the challenge. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. It won't take 3 days, it can be done now, but why should I spar with you? What benefit would I get? If everyone challenges me from now on, I'll be so busy, Lu Yan said. Zhang Yuanqing said, if you win, I will give you the cave dwelling that my master prepared for me. No need, I'll reach the golden core stage sooner or later, and I'll apply for it myself then. I don't need yours. If you don't have enough bargaining chips, please keep bidding, Lu Yan said. Zhang Yuanqing thought for a moment and said, I have a third-grade magic weapon called the Heaven Asking Sword. If you can beat me, I'll give it to you. Not enough. Zhang Yuanqing asked, then what do you want? Just say it. Whatever, Lu Yan said. Fuck you. Zhang Yuanqing cursed. He recalled that he had been pursuing Najamitsa Shinken a few years ago, and it was the same way. He would ask her what she wanted to eat, and she would say anything. He would ask her again, and she would still say anything. It was really torturous. The snail on Lu Yan's head spoke. I've heard you have a beautiful younger sister named Zhang Yuanqing. If you lose, you'll give your sister to my master as his Taoist partner, how about that? Lu Yan asked curiously, no, Xiao, how do you know about this? The snail said, you have the nerve to say that? You do useless things at the Great Tao sect every day, so I have to go out and wander around. In more than 2 years, I have gained a basic understanding of the Great Tao sect. Awesome. Lu Yan gave a thumbs up. This snail is a really good pet. Zhang Yuanqing said, impossible, I don't agree, it's impossible for me to have designs on my sister. Then there's nothing I can do, Lu Yan said. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Zhang Yuanqing thought for a moment, wait, I accept. If you beat me, I'll give you my sister, but if you lose. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, Lu Yan said. But I won't lose. Zhang Yuanqing looked at the 2 beautiful women and said, I would like to ask you 2 to be my witnesses. Good. The 2 women nodded. Zhang Yuanqing looked at Lu Yan and said, I won't hold back. Be careful not to lose too badly. I'm about to start. He drew his sword and charged out. You're too slow. Lu Yan shook his head, then used the divine speed flowing light step, moving with lightning speed. 8-fold fist. The first punch, the second punch, the third punch, the 6th punch added together. Boom. It was just one strike. Zhang Yuanqing's sword sent him flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Lu Yan clapped his hands and said, the battle is over. You've lost. Chapter 23. Your sister is my wife. Divine consciousness transforms into a cauldron and leaves the body. Lu Yan looked at him lying on the ground and said, the battle is over. You've lost. Zhang Yuanqing got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I haven't lost yet. I was just careless and didn't dodge. Now I'm going to use my strongest foundation building technique. He formed a mudra with his hands. A surge of foundation establishment spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, transforming into streams of water that surged and roared like a raging river. Flow collapse technique. He shouted and unleashed his magic. Lu Yan shook his head. It's still the 8-fold blow fist. The first punch, the second punch, all the way to the 8th punch, 8 punches in a row. As the 8 punches stacked together, the enormous fist imprint flew out like a mountain. It directly overwhelmed the opponent's magic, and in the process, blasted Zhang Yuanqing away more than 100 meters. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, but stubbornly stood up again, saying, come on, I don't believe it. If you're so capable, let's compete in a physical contest. He charged at us like a ferocious beast. Okay. Lu Yan smiled. He was physically invincible, he didn't use anything else, he just used his body to smash through. Bang! Zhang Yuanqing flew out like a kite, crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. The impact shook his internal organs, and his vision blurred. How can you be so strong? It's impossible. I am at the great perfection of foundation establishment, why am I powerless to fight back? Lu Yan said, it must be because of the tribulation and foundation building. You wouldn't know if you weren't undergoing the tribulation and foundation building. To be honest, I can take on 10 foundation establishment realm cultivators. He still has several cards up his sleeve. Especially the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, which, at the beginner stage, can summon a thunder tribulation to descend. If we use this method, Zhang Yuanqing had long since turned to ashes and disappeared into the world. Brother-in-law, you lost. Your sister is my wife now. Lu Yan smiled and said, brother-in-law, get up. The ground is cold. Remember to tell your sister to come to Vermilion Bird Peak when you have time. Zhang Yuanqing covered his wound, letting the blood from the corner of his mouth drip downstairs, his heart filled with despair. Sister, I'm so sorry. I should have told you not to make that bet with Lu Yan. All right, go back and recover. Remember to bring your sister with you, Lu Yan said. Zhang Yuanqing wiped away his tears and said, I know. After saying that, he flew away on his sword and disappeared into Vermilion Bird Peak in an instant. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who were watching the battle from a short distance away, were stunned and remained in shock for a long time. You won so easily? Lu Miaozhu found it unbelievable. In her opinion, Lu Yan hadn't even had his fill and had just made a casual move. Is my husband really that strong? Pei Qingran opened her mouth and murmured, my husband is truly unfathomable. I'm awesome, aren't I? Lu Yan walked towards Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran, looking smug. The two women exclaimed in unison, amazing. How did you do that? The snail couldn't understand where Lu Yan had learned his tricks from. The techniques he had just used were clearly not from the Great Tao sect. Lu Yan said, it's just a matter of talent and luck. Unable to hear what it wants to hear, the snail remains silent, but keeps pondering in its heart. Lu Yan, come to the main hall. You two continue practicing your swordsmanship. Suddenly, the voice of Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, came from inside. Lu Yan immediately went to the main hall. Look up. I saw my master's wife sitting high up, holding a child who was a little over a year old. Lu Yan's attention was on his teacher's wife. Every time he saw her, he was amazed. She was unbelievably beautiful. If he had to describe her, he would have to quote Chao Zhi's Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River to accurately describe her. How dare he stare at my chest like that? Is it good looking? The master's wife wanted to get angry, but Lu Yan lowered his head. She couldn't get angry, so she said, your child, Lu Changsheng, is already 1 year and 2 months old. He is getting harder and harder to raise. If you have time, find a maid to take care of him. I'll cover the spirit stones in money. Understood, master's wife. His son with Pei Qingran, Lu Changsheng, has been raised by his teacher's wife since birth. Yang Wanjin, holding the child, said coldly, I've come to see you today for something else. Have you heard of the Great Tao Sect's flying sword competition? No. Lu Yan didn't care about these things. Yang Wanjin said, flying on a sword is a competition that can only be participated in by those with foundation establishment cultivation. All the other 3 peaks that should have signed up have done so, leaving only our Vermilion Bird Peak without any activity. I thought about it and realized that if I participate, there will be generous rewards for those who place, especially the first place winner, who will receive the biggest reward. Among the Vermilion Bird Peak members, you are the weakest, so I'd like to ask if you want to participate? Lu Yan refused outright, Master, I will not participate. Are you kidding me? A flying sword competition? What's so interesting about that? He possesses the transformation of the female purple cloud sword technique, the most powerful sword control technique of the Great Tao sect. He went to participate. If someone doesn't get first place, it means there's something fishy going on. Therefore, there is no need to participate. Wasting time. I want to spend more time cultivating and breaking through to higher realms, rather than participating in the sword control competition, which is useless to me, Lu Yan said. Yang Wanjin said, okay, I'll refuse for you. Alright, that's all, you can go now. Lu Yen bowed in thanks and turned to leave the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Leaving the main hall and returning to the side hall, one sees Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu practicing swordsmanship. Without disturbing anyone, he returned to his room, sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began cultivating the Zeding refining spirit method. Ever since Pei Qingran's master gave him this secret manual, Lu Yen has been tempering his divine sense whenever he has free time. Moreover, the divine consciousness had already been materialized. It transformed into a cauldron. However, it will take some time before one's consciousness can leave the body to attack or kill. Try cultivating it. Lu Yen circulated his cultivation technique, constantly tempering and refining his divine sense. Time flies. 10 days have passed. Lu Yen finally managed to remove the Zeding, which had been transformed into divine consciousness, from between his eyebrows. A large black cauldron, carved with various birds, fish, insects, and beasts, hovered before my eyes. It's ready to leave the body now. Let's try an attack. Lu Yen glanced around, and his divine sense transformed into a cauldron that flew over like lightning, shattering a vase not far away. The broken vase was pieced back together by divine intervention. The snail exclaimed in shock, "Your spiritual cultivation has clearly reached the foundation establishment level. The Zeding refining spirit method has its merits, and you will surely reap a bountiful harvest in time." "Master, I'm so rich. The things Yuanjiu gave me are really good." Lu Yen nodded. The wine Yuanjiu had indeed provided was excellent. Next, he continued to hone his spiritual awareness. As dusk approached, Lu Yen withdrew his divine sense from the cauldron, stood up, and saw Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu still practicing their swordsmanship. This is insane. He had no choice but to go cook. In fact, he could have abstained from grains once he entered the advanced realm, but he still preferred to eat. For half an hour, the fragrance wafted throughout the side hall. Lu Miaozhu was the first to stop. "My husband has made something delicious again, let's go eat." She was still eating from a large plate, but Pei Qingran was more refined. Lu Miaozhu exclaimed as if she were a starving ghost, "It's so delicious. My husband's cooking is truly superb." Nonsense. That's a comprehensive guide to cooking. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lu Yen blinked and said, "We should go take a bath." Okay. The two women went ahead. After they entered the bath, Lu Yen quietly went in as well, saying, "I'm here." Pei Qingran. Lu Miaozhu. In the bath, Lu Yen glanced around, licked his lips, and said, "This place is nice." He immediately swallowed a pill called 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 184 pills remaining. "I want to take a bath, go to Sister Lu's," Pei Qingran said. Lu Yen picked her up and placed her by the pool, saying, "Miaozhu, come help me." Okay. Lu Miaozhu's face was flushed, and she was eager to try. Before long, the surface of the bathwater rippled, and the sound of water continued. But in front of Lu Yen, lines of system text appeared. Chapter 24 Foundation Establishment Level 9, Lu Miaozhu is pregnant. 1 day later. 7th floor of foundation building, 2%. 2 days later. 7th floor of foundation building, 4%. 2 weeks later. 7th floor of foundation building, 35%. A month and a half later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another month and a half has passed. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 164 pills remaining. In the bath, Lu Miaozhu clutched her heart, gasping for breath, and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "I can't go on, I need to rest for a while." "Lu Yen, get out of here right now." Pei Qingran gritted her teeth and kicked Lu Yen's face. "I'm exhausted. Hurry up and leave, or I'll kick you." That's just her personality. She kicks people out every time she's done having fun. Lu Yen didn't mind, kissed her foot, and said, "Take your time washing, call me if you need anything." He also planned to go out for some fresh air, never dreaming that he would end up staying in the bathhouse for 3 months. That's crazy. But it's alright, I've finally broken through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. My hard work has finally paid off. Lu Yen nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied, upon seeing the prompt on the system screen. But why are there still 164, 9 oxen 2 tigers pills, left? He actually didn't need to take any pills to fight these battles. However, in order to obtain the ancient kidney constitution, he has been consistently eating it. Outside the bath, the snail rolled its eyes when it saw Lu Yan emerge looking refreshed and said, "Master, 3 months, a full 3 months, I've finally waited for you to come out." "Is something the matter?" Lu Yan asked. The snail put its hands on its hips and said, "The sword control competition ended half a month ago." "Then what?" Lu Yan knew about this competition, and his teacher's wife even wanted him to participate, but he wasn't interested. Snail continued, "Hands on hips, I went to see it, and it's really interesting. It's not an ordinary sword flying competition, it has several scenes, including one where air travel is prohibited. You can only walk here, not fly. There are all sorts of ferocious beasts roaming around. How exciting! But the most interesting part is the sword flying segment, where you can actually use talismans to blow up the sword flying riders in front of you. Most notably, a beautiful woman won first place. Do you know who it is? Take a guess?" It kept everyone in suspense, deliberately creating an air of mystery. Lu Yan said, "Tell me if you want, I don't have time to guess with you." The snail said arrogantly, "You still remember Zhang Yuanqing, right? The one who lost his sister to you." "That's right, this time it was his sister Zhang Yuanqing who won first place in the imperial sword competition. What's even more outrageous is that a few days ago she successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm by consuming the reward she won in the competition. However, I urged Zhang Yuanqing, but it turns out that this guy hasn't even told his sister about the bet yet. He said he was afraid his sister would beat him to death. He also said he could dress as a woman and wanted to replace his sister as your Taoist partner. I refused on the spot for you." Lu Yan said with a dark face, "This kid hasn't said anything yet. It's been several months. Let's go see him." He took the snail with him, intending to go to Azure Dragon Peak to find him, but it turned out he didn't need to go. Because he came. Zhang Yuanqing approached Lu Yan and said hesitantly, "Senior brother Lu, I'm sorry, my sister is at the Golden Core stage, I can't beat her, so I dare not mention the bet. Why don't you take back your order? I'll go through fire and water for you, I'll do anything you ask." Lu Yan said, "Actually, you can tell your sister maybe she can help you get back at her." Zhang Yuanqing said, "I am willing to accept defeat and will never go back on my word. I will not let my sister stand up for me." Actually, he simply felt that his sister couldn't beat Lu Yan. Lu Yan gave him a look of superiority, then stopped mentioning the matter and asked, "Several months have passed, and you're still only at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Why aren't you preparing to form your core yet? Is it that I don't want to form my core? No, I'm not ready yet. I'll wait a few more years." His Tao heart was shattered by the beating, so he had no mind to form his core. Zhang Yuanqing said, "I'm really sorry, I'll find an opportunity to talk to my sister, please wait a little longer. This is the only third-grade magic weapon my master rewarded me with, the Heaven-Asking Sword. I'm giving it to you now, even though it hurts, as interest. I'll talk to my sister about it properly. No matter what the outcome, I'll tell you." He then shoved the magic weapon directly into Lu Yan's hand and left, regardless of whether Lu Yan wanted it or not. Watching his soaring figure disappear into the sky, the snail said, "He's willing to give you a third-grade magic weapon. It seems his master treats him well. The main thing is that Zhang Yuanqing is willing to give it to you. This guy is quite interesting." Yes, he didn't dare tell his sister he lost, and he didn't ask his master to intervene. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yan also found this person quite interesting. In the bath, Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran quickly washed off the remaining marks on their bodies and then came out. Pei Qingran was so tired that she limped off to sleep. Lu Miaozhu also wanted to go to sleep. But the communication jade slip lit up again. Having no other choice, I went to the library to see Najimitsu Shinjun. Why do you always make me see you in person? Can't you leave a message using the communication jade slip? It's not like the communication jade slip doesn't have that function. Lu Miaozhu was tired and hungry, her stomach was growling, so she had no choice but to take out some beef jerky to eat. Eat, eat, all you ever do is eat. Najimitsu slammed his fist on the table. And is this how you talk to your superiors? Lu Miaozhu said, "Don't try to pressure me with your superiors. Don't forget, although I obey your orders, I am also keeping an eye on you. Stop talking nonsense, how's the investigation going? What's wrong with Lu Yan?" Najimitsu asked. Lu Miaozhu said, "He has no problem. I have investigated him, and he has not been possessed. He simply had his talent unleashed. Don't forget that there were many extraordinary phenomena at his birth, and many people fought over him. In the end, the peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak emerged victorious. I advise you to stop investigating him and focus your attention elsewhere. The sect wants you to become the vice sect master of the Great Tao sect as soon as possible. She would never betray Lu Yen, not even if it meant death. Not to mention, before long, I will be able to break through to the nascent soul stage, and then I will no longer be subject to the Hahuan sect. Now that I'm with Lu Yen, I'm making progress every day. A breakthrough is only a matter of time. Get lost. Najimitsu Shinken couldn't get any questions out of him, but he always felt there was something wrong. Forget it, let's put this matter aside for now. We still need to break through as soon as possible. Only when we reach the nascent soul stage will we be qualified to compete for the position of vice sect master. She had been stuck at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage for a long time, but unfortunately she still had no clue how to transform into a divine transformation. It seems I need to go to the Zhuanshu kingdom and consult the Empress of Zhuanshu. Fortunately, I had met the Empress of Zhuanshu once before. If she can help me, I may have a chance to become a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of gift should I give her for her to help me? After thinking for a moment, she realized that the only thing she could offer was a replica of the Thunder Emperor's Taoist robe that she had obtained from the Thunder Emperor's secret realm. Although it's a replica, it's still a 5th grade magic weapon. She originally intended to use it herself after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but now she has no choice but to give it up. Lu Miaozhu left the library and returned to the side hall of Zhuke Peak to rest. Night. There was a sudden knock on the door. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yen smiling. "No, aren't you tired?" Lu Miaozhu asked, frowning. Lu Yen smiled and said, "I'm not tired when I see you. If you're tired, just lie down. I can do it myself." "You really don't stand on ceremony," Lu Miaozhu said with a smile. "But how can that be? Come on, let's all have some." Recent. Her cultivation has improved considerably. She must continue to work hard and strive to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. She raised a flirtatious eye, licked her lips, making them appear luscious and tempting, and slowly covered Lu Yan's lips with hers. Her emotions continued to rise, and soon the gauze curtain was lowered. The two of them can have sex in one go. 1 month later. Foundation level 9, 33%. 2 months later. 9 levels of foundation building, 66%. 3 months later. 9 levels of foundation building, 99%. 9 levels of foundation building, 99%. 9 levels of foundation building, 99%. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 134 pills remaining. Lu Miaozhu said, "Husband, I have made great progress. I want to try to break through to the nascent soul stage." "Husband, you should go out first." Lu Yen dressed and left, looking at the system screen, and sighed, "I've reached another bottleneck. It seems we need to prepare for a breakthrough. The Golden Core realm is a major realm. I have a realm curse and must undergo tribulation. This time, I have prepared more things." He ran to the main hall and asked his master's wife for the magic weapon. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, sat upright, her silver hair falling down, and after thinking for a moment, said, "I recently acquired a replica of the Thunder Emperor's Taoist robe by chance, a 5th grade magic weapon. The Thunder Emperor ascended to immortality by proving his Tao through thunder, so his imitations should also be able to withstand thunder tribulations to some extent. I'll give it to you now." With a wave of her hand, a Taoist robe fell into Lu Yan's hands. "Thank you, master's wife." Lu Yan bowed in gratitude and left. 3 days later, Lu Yan was almost ready when Lu Miaozhu told him that she had failed to break through because she was pregnant. "It seems we'll have to wait 9 months before we can break through." Lu Yan plans to use the reward for having a baby to try and reach the Golden Core stage. Time flies, and 9 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yan roughly calculated his age using hand seals, and found that he was 51 years and 5 months old. "My daughter, Lu Changsheng, is 2.5 years old." Lu Miaozhu was about 2 weeks away from giving birth. On this day, Lu Miaozhu had a sweet tooth, so she pulled Lu Yan along and said, "My husband, I want to go down the mountain to Stone Town. That town has paper-wrapped chicken, which is delicious. I want to eat it." Lu Yan said, "I'll pack it up for you. I want to go by myself. I want to eat something hot, something that's fresh out of the oven. You're about to give birth, it must be inconvenient for you." Lu Yan didn't really want to leave the Great Tao sect. He has never left the Great Tao sect since he entered it, mainly because he is afraid of dying. Lu Miaozhu said coquettishly, "It's okay, there are still half a month before delivery, and Stone Town is not far from the Great Dao sect. We'll come back after we finish eating, okay?" "I think it's better to stay here," the snail said. She started to whine again. "Husband? Husband?" Lu Yen couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Don't rush, let me calculate it." Chapter 25 Assassins of the Underworld. Lu Yen has mastered the art of observing qi. This is a technique for observing good and bad fortune, which can help one avoid misfortune and attract good fortune to a certain extent. He formed a Dao seal with both hands and swept it in front of his eyes, revealing that Lu Miaozhu's aura was extremely chaotic. "I almost forgot, pregnant women are a special case, their aura is chaotic, making it impossible to determine their fortune," Lu Yen said helplessly. Lu Miaozhu asked, "Then what should we do?" "You can observe those who are in the same industry. That's up to you." "No, the art of observing qi is like a doctor not being able to heal himself. You can't see yourself, you have to rely on others to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune." Lu Yen thought for a moment and then looked at the snail. After a moment, he said, "It was completely clear, without any black smoke, which means it's fine. However, snails are a special case. It is difficult to bury in the sky or on the ground, and its defensive capabilities are astonishing. No one can kill it, and even if something happens, it cannot avert disaster." Lu Miaozhu thought for a moment and said, "I'll go find Sister Pei." A moment later, she found Pei Qingran and excitedly said, "I just asked, and Sister Pei is willing to come with me. She said she also wants to take her daughter Changsheng down the mountain to buy some fun things. Can you check how her breathing is?" Lu Yen used the qi observation technique to observe Pei Qingran and Lu Changsheng. A conclusion will be reached soon. Changsheng exudes a red aura, which is quite refreshing, and the aura is black with a hint of red. What's the meaning? It means that she will have a great opportunity to live long and prosper. However, Pei Qingran will encounter some problems and friction, but they can all be resolved. Pei Qingran's eyes lit up, and she said, "My daughter will have an opportunity, so let's set off." She wanted to know what kind of opportunity her daughter would have. This would be a good thing. Seeing that Lu Yen remained silent, Lu Miaozhu asked, "Husband, shall we go?" "Let's go. I have a mount, let us ride there." Pei Qingran has a dragon horse as his mount. Her mount was obtained in a secret realm years ago. She also has her own cave dwelling, but she hasn't been there since becoming Lu Yan's Taoist partner, and it has long been abandoned. The dragon horse is actually a type of horse, but it possesses a trace of dragon blood, making it extremely powerful. Pei Qingran's dragon horse is a 4th-grade demon beast, equivalent to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. He's a top-tier fighter. My daughter has a great opportunity to achieve immortality. If we don't go because of a small problem, she will miss this opportunity and may miss it for the rest of her life. Therefore, it's worth the risk. The group set off from the Great Dao sect on dragon horses that resembled small hills, riding the clouds and mist towards Stone Town. "Daddy, this dragon horse is so big." 2.5-year-old Lu Changsheng was very cute, with chubby cheeks, hugging his own legs. "Daddy, I want to find a mount that's even bigger than this when I grow up." Lu Yen hugged her and pinched her cheek, saying, "Okay, Daddy will catch one for you." "No, I want to catch it myself." She spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice and even kissed Lu Yen on the cheek. White clouds darted past, and Lu Changsheng clapped his hands repeatedly. "Huh, what a fast mount. Daddy, where are we?" "We're almost at Stone Town." In Stone Town, a man with the words Yellow Springs written on the back of his clothes slammed his hand on the table and said, "Boss, we've been waiting for Lu Yen for 2.5 years, and he's finally gone out. He's really hiding his true colors. I heard that after he entered the Great Dao sect, he didn't tea leave for more than 50 years. How afraid of death must he be?" The leading man, whose clothes also bore the words Yellow Springs, suddenly opened his eyes, purple mist swirling within them, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha, after 2.5 years, he's finally out. 2.5 years ago. Wang Tao, the head of the Wang family, used half of his wealth to hire us at the Yellow Springs Palace to kill Lu Yen. Pity. He has been hiding in the Great Dao sect and has no opportunity. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Our Huangquan Palace branch, Luofu Hall, has never gone on a mission since its establishment. This time, headquarters thinks highly of us and has given us the opportunity to take action. Whether our Luofu Hall can rise depends on this. Everyone should be on their best. When Lu Yen arrives, we'll surround and annihilate him swiftly and decisively, killing him instantly. Do you all understand?" The assassins of the branch, Luofu Hall, were extremely excited. We heard that. This is the first time that the Huangquan Palace branch, Luofu Hall, has opened, so naturally, we are excited. The leader, Zhang Jian, was no exception. Actually, Zhang Jian was merely an outsourced employee of the branch office, Luofu Hall. Initially, Wang Tao, the patriarch of the Wang family, paid a high price to have Huangquan Hall kill Lu Yan, but Lu Yan refused to leave the house. With no other option, headquarters assigned the task to the branch, Luofu Hall. Luofu Hall received the mission. Seeing that Lu Yan didn't come out, they asked Zhang Jian, an outsourced contractor, to wait for him to come out. Zhang Jian was originally an outsourced worker, so the people he hired were naturally also outsourced. I just didn't expect that the outsourcer I hired was so brainless, willing to work even without pay. Boss, Lu Yan is almost here riding his dragon horse, but there are still a few people with him, his Taoist partners Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, and a little kid who's 2 or 3 years old. Zhang Jian said, let's go, let's wait outside Stone Town, and start killing as soon as they arrive. A group of about a dozen men, each carrying a large sword on their shoulder, walked out of Stone Town in 3 neat rows, looking down on everyone else. Those who witnessed it were terrified. Once outside, Zhang Jian stood in the middle, with the others on either side of him. Boss, how do we kill them later? Do we have a plan? The strong don't need plans, they just kill, Zhang Jian said. A sharp-eyed man with a pointed face said, Boss, it's here. What a huge dragon horse, it's as big as a small hill. Its aura is terrifying. Should we avoid it? Should I avoid its sharp edge? Zhang Jian smirked, no way. Everyone, perk up and get ready to kill. Boss, look. The dragon horse is descending upon us. Should we go? Holy crap, that's huge. Should we run? That makes sense. Suddenly, the dragon horse plummeted down, like a mountain descending from the sky. Boom! It crashed directly to the ground, obliterating everything in its path, leaving billowing smoke and dust. Wow, Longma is mighty, Longma is mighty. Lu Changcheng clapped his little hands and said in a childish voice, I like you so much, Longma. Hee hee, I'm glad you like it, little master. On our way back, I'll show you an aerial backflip. Longma said with some pride. Great. Great. Lu Changcheng clapped his hands again. Lu Yan jumped down from the dragon horse, frowning, and said, Dragon horse, didn't you notice? You just crushed a group of people to death. Ha? Really? I thought it was a speed bump. Longma wagged its tail and asked doubtfully, I don't know. It's a blind spot, so I don't think I could have hit anyone, right? It wasn't sure, so it moved to a different location. There was only a large pit at the original location, and no body was found there. I knew it. No one was killed. That was just a speed bump, Longma said, looking up. All right. Lu Yan no longer cared. Let's go in. Longma, you wait outside. Don't run around and scare people. Dragon horse's forehead. As for the group that died, why are there no bodies? It's all turned to mud, where would the bodies come from? It doesn't care. Dead. Who cares? In reality, it was because Lu Changcheng praised it so much that he didn't pay attention and it smashed and killed a group of people. But if it's called a speed bump, then it's a speed bump. Luofu Hall, on the bank of the Great River. A man wearing a straw hat is fishing. Hearing the report from the visitor, he gradually became shocked. What did you say? That idiot Zhang Jian led a group of assassins, but when a level 4 monster descended, he didn't even run away. Instead, he was used as a speed bump and smashed into mud. What an idiot! It's a good thing this guy was outsourced and not hired into the Yellow Springs Palace, otherwise he would have been utterly disgraced. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Zhang Jian, who was at the foundation establishment stage, was brave enough to fight a dragon horse that was equivalent to the nascent soul stage. However, there was a benefit to his death. The advantage is that in another 18 years, he will be a hero again. Don't talk about these ignorant people, tell me about their situation, the fisherman said. The visitor said, Lu Yan is at the foundation establishment stage, Pei Qingran is at the first level of the nascent soul stage, Lu Miaozhu is at the great perfection of the golden core stage, and there is also a child who is not yet cultivated. The fisherman put away his fishing rod. There wasn't a single fish in his basket. He had come up empty-handed today, which made him very unhappy. I'll go kill them. I'm at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, so dealing with them won't be a problem. But the people of the Great Tao sect have a strong sect foundation, so I'm afraid they might have some powerful magic weapons. Go to Luofu Hall and summon 6 assassins at the peak of the Golden Core stage. That will guarantee the mission's success. I'll go ahead first. We'll meet outside Stone Town in an hour. An hour later. Lu Miaozhu ate 30 paper-wrapped chickens before she was willing to leave. Lu Yan thought she was truly terrifying. The name Gluttonous Holy Body was well-deserved, she really could eat a lot. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they bought many small toys for their daughter Changsheng and also bought small gifts for their master's wife before planning to leave Stone Town. When they came out, they saw that Longma was asleep. No matter how much I shouted, it didn't work. No, it's been drugged, Lu Yan concluded. 10 times the dose of rat poison, and it won't wake up for at least 6 hours. The person who spoke walked out slowly, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and spoke in a light and airy tone. The snail immediately noticed the words Yellow Springs written on his straw hat. Behind the fisherman stood 6 assassins at the peak of the Golden Core realm. This is an assassin from the Underworld Palace. Run, the snail shouted. The fisherman unleashed the pressure of a 7th-level nascent soul cultivator, saying, "You can't escape." Pei Qingran's expression was grave. "I'll hold him off for a bit, you guys run." A 1st-level nascent soul cultivator can't hold off my 7th-level nascent soul cultivator unless the dragon horse wakes up, the fisherman said confidently. Lu Yan stepped forward and said, "No need, I'll just kill them directly." Immortal Tear Gourd Pendant, a Taiyi-level magic treasure, containing immortal energy. It can freely modify the displayed cultivation level, making it undetectable to others, but the maximum modification cannot exceed 3 major cultivation levels. Lu Yan has never used the Immortal Tear Gourd Pendant before, and he plans to give it a try this time. Immediately, the aura of a nascent soul-level cultivator poured down like a waterfall, unleashing immense pressure that sent sand and stones flying, making it hard for people to breathe. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who were standing beside him, couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down. The 6 assassins at the peak of the Golden Core realm also knelt down with a thud. The fisherman was stunned, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him from behind, and he almost knelt down. A nascent soul cultivator? I fucking offended a nascent soul cultivator? Cold sweat dripped down his back like soybeans. Actually, this is just a scare tactic. His true strength is at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, but it's impossible to tell without contact. Excuse me, I'm a nascent soul cultivator. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Lu Yan's aura reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 26: The Birth of the Second Offspring. At this moment, Lu Changsheng, the only daughter who hadn't knelt down, cried out. "Daddy is so handsome," she clapped repeatedly. The fisherman trembled as he looked at the 2 or 3-year-old toddler. Why was she alright? Only then did they notice the faint glow emanating from her neck. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a 6th-grade magic treasure called the Longevity Lock. You bastard! A 6th-grade magic weapon. It is equivalent to a magic weapon used by someone in the Void Refinement realm. This is absolutely outrageous. A cute little kid possesses such an incredible treasure, it's such a waste. The fisherman felt the pressure growing stronger and stronger, and he was about to reach his limit. Just as he was about to kneel down, he made a hand seal, cast a spell, and instantly left the place with 6 Golden Core Realm assassins. Husband, you were actually a nascent soul cultivator? You hid it so well? Lu Miaozhu's eyes lit up. Was her husband really that amazing? She had thought he was only at the Foundation Establishment stage, but she hadn't expected him to be at the nascent soul stage. That's awesome. Her eyes lit up. My god-level husband is amazing. Lu Yan said, I tricked them with a magic weapon, let's go quickly. Pei Qingran was stunned for a moment, then immediately released a flying sword and said, hurry up and get on, I will fly you back to the Great Tao sect at the speed of flying. Lu Yan and the others quickly went up. The sword flew away in a flash. Lu Yan said, Qingran, can you hurry up? The fisherman isn't stupid. He'll realize soon enough that if I really am a nascent soul cultivator, they won't be able to escape. This is the limit for a nascent soul cultivator. There's nothing we can do. Hopefully, we can make it to the sect in time. However, in less than 15 breaths, the void rippled, the clouds parted, and the fisherman arrived with his fishing rod. I almost fell for your tricks. He looked at Lu Yan and sighed. You're quite cunning and smart, but no matter how smart you are, it's all in vain in the face of strength. Pei Qingran said, I'll stop them, you guys go. None of them will escape. The fisherman made his move, his fishing rod transforming into a sword as he charged forward. Pei Qingran made a move, but was defeated in a single exchange. The difference in cultivation level is insurmountable. I can't beat him. Let's go. He grabbed Lu Yan, Pei Qingran, and his daughter, and they instantly vanished into thin air. But the people behind them were in hot pursuit and were about to catch up. Go there. Lu Yan pointed to a large mountain range ahead. Let's go into the mountains and then figure things out. Pei Qingran instantly teleported away, disappearing into thin air and directly entering the mountain range. The fisherman and his companions continued their pursuit. We'll split up. I'll lure them aside, and the three of you can escape when you have the chance. Pei Qingran handed her daughter's hand to Lu Miaozhu. I'm counting on you. As she spoke, she walked to the other side. Sister Pei, it's me. Lu Yan pulled her along without hesitation and said, she'll be fine. Let's go the other way. The three continued deeper into the mountains, where the environment grew increasingly dark, and they felt that danger could strike at any moment. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Changshan, the daughter, said, Father, Aunt Lu is bleeding. Lu Yan turned around, seeing that Lu Miaozhu's legs were stained red. What's going on here? Lu Yan checked her pulse, then looked anxious and said, Your water broke, why didn't you say so? Her water broke unexpectedly. If labor does not begin within 6 hours, problems will arise, and either the person or the child will die. Lu Miaozhu lowered her head. Are we on the run now? I didn't say so because I was afraid of the consequences. Lu Yan picked her up and said, I just used my divine sense to explore the area, and there's a cave ahead. Let's go there to give birth. Can you do it? Lu Miaozhu asked. Lu Yan certainly wouldn't, but he carried her to the cave first. However, I've seen videos before, so I know a little bit. I'll help you. Changsheng, go to the side and don't look. Good. The cave was quite large. Lu Changsheng walked to the other side and, as he walked, he came to a small path. She kept walking inside and found a skeleton with a blue manual on its chest. She ran out to tell her father, but seeing that he was very anxious in taking care of Lu Miaozhu, she didn't disturb him and went back, pushing the skeleton to the ground. Suddenly, plumes of black smoke billowed out, locking onto her and attempting to devour her. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the 6th grade magic treasure around her neck, the longevity lock, took effect and directly eliminated the black smoke. She reached for the blue manual. I took it out and looked through it. These characters look like birds. Is it bird script? I can't understand them. Put the manual away. They continued to wander around, looking for any more treasures. After walking for a while, they saw a golden bowl on the ground. Huh, what's this? This is a place of malevolent influence. On the other side, Pei Qingran felt a chill run down her spine because she had unexpectedly wandered into a place full of graves. How did I end up here? Pei Qingran was a little scared. The fisherman, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, was also numb and stammered. Something's not right here. This woman is deliberately leading us to follow her. Damn it, you guys go after Lu Yan right now, I'll take care of this woman. The 6 golden core cultivators retreated simultaneously, examined the traces on the ground, and followed them to pursue Lu Yan. Cave. Lu Changsheng hugged the golden bowl to his chest and went out to find his father, who was in a great hurry. Aunt Lu was about to give birth, so I'd better not disturb father. He then put the golden bowl and the secret manual into his storage bag and continued to wander around, looking for any other treasures. On the other side of the cave, Lu Yan stared intently at Lu Miaozhu and said, Let's start the birthing process. Good luck. Lu Miaozhu continued to exert her strength. But she was nervous and scared. Her fetal energy was disturbed, and even though she was at the great perfection of the golden core realm, she couldn't muster any strength. Lu Yan assisted from the side. But 2 hours into labor, the baby still hadn't been born. Lu Yan took the pulse, his forehead dripping with sweat, and said, It's very dangerous, the baby could suffocate at any moment. Lu Miaozhu wiped her sweat and said, I really have no strength left. I can't give birth on my own. Husband, please help me with a C-section to take the baby out. Although a cesarean section will leave a scar that will never disappear, this is the only option at this point. Good. Lu Yan was aware of the situation, it was an emergency, and the only option was to perform a cesarean section. He touched Lu Miaozhu's side and said, Don't worry, you won't have a scar. I'll heal you. The Sunu Daowen Jing he cultivates is a combined cultivation immortal scripture and a healing Bible. It can completely heal her injuries and restore her to her original state, which is why Lu Yen dares to make such a guarantee. Lu Yen took out a sword, sterilized it with his spiritual power, and then slashed it across Lu Miaoju's stomach, causing blood to flow freely. There is no such thing as anesthesia, so it's impossible to know how much pain Lu Miaoju was in. But she remained silent, gritting her teeth and enduring it. Her face was ashen, and she looked bloodless, as if she had suffered from severe anemia. Lu Yen sped up. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the work was completed, including stopping Lu Miaoju's bleeding, bandaging the cesarean section site, and cutting the umbilical cord. Finally, the silence of the cave was broken by the baby's loud cry. It's a daughter. Thank you, Lu Miaoju, for giving me a daughter. Lu Yen handed his daughter to her and said. Hearing the baby cry, Lu Changsheng ran out, stood on tiptoe to look, and said. I have a younger sister now. Hello, little sister, I'm the older sister. The baby is crying, we've finally found it. Let's go, to that cave, we'll charge in. The assassin from Huangquan Palace drew his sword and quickly approached. Lu Yen keenly heard the footsteps, scanned them with his divine sense, his expression turned solemn, and he said, 6 golden core great perfection cultivators are coming soon. Niao Zhu, you take the baby and Lu Changsheng and leave. I'll go and kill them. They are golden core cultivators, Lu Miaoju said worriedly. It's all right, Lu Yen said. Lu Miaoju seemed to see Lu Yen gone and never return, and choked up as she said, let's give our daughter a name. At this moment, Lu Yan's gaze inadvertently fell upon an Angelica dihurica plant at the entrance of the cave, and he said. Lu Baiji. Lu Baiji, what a good name. I will take good care of Baiji and Changsheng, I swear on my life. She had just given birth and was still very weak, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and carry Lu Baiji, leading Lu Changsheng toward another exit of the cave. Lu Yen glanced at them, and the two walked away in opposite directions, as if they were two different fates. No, I'm not feeling sad at all. I'm going out to kill them. Lu Yen pulled himself back to his senses and said, let's take a look at the baby giving rewards first, to increase our means of killing enemies. Chapter 27 Rewards for Giving Birth, Aiming for the Golden Core Stage. Congratulations to your spouse, Lu Miaoju, on the successful birth of your second child, Lu Baiji, a girl. The system commends the host for actively responding to the call for more children and more blessings, and hereby issues 3 rewards to you. Please check your accounts. I hope the system will be more efficient. Lu Yen clenched his fists, a little nervous, and looked at the system interface with anticipation. The 1,000 Faces technique, one person, 1,000 faces meaning one can freely change their appearance, temperament, expression, and height, transforming themselves into another person. Divine Ape Mountain Moving Technique, transforms into a 300 zheng tall ancient divine ape, capable of moving a mountain using only brute force. Miraculous Spring Hand, a pulse diagnosis is all it takes to understand a patient's condition, and channeling spiritual energy can alleviate it. It also includes hundreds of medical classics such as the Compendium of Materia Medica, the Book of the Green Bag, and the Complete Compendium of Spiritual Medicines. Awesome, this reward is amazing. Lu Yen was extremely excited. There should be no delay. Immediately digest the knowledge related to 1,000-faced divine art and divine ape moving mountains art. He mastered these 2 secret techniques in just over 10 breaths. It has to be said that the system is never stingy, everything it provides is incredibly useful. After digestion, he then immediately integrated and mastered the relevant knowledge points such as the Miaochuan Hand and the Qingnang Book. Suddenly, a massive amount of information flooded his mind, causing him to feel a throbbing pain. Thankfully, it only lasted for 2 minutes. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Lu Yen felt that he had become much smarter. The snail tapped Lu Yen on the head and said, Master, what are you standing there for? The assassin is already at the cave entrance, run. Run? Lu Yen frowned and sneered, I'm not running for now. I want to test my limits. I am currently at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and I can break through to the golden core stage at any time. However, I want to test whether a great perfection of foundation establishment can defeat 6 great perfection of golden core cultivators? The snail shook its head and said, although you have transcended the tribulation and established your foundation, your physical body is invincible, and you can kill those of the same realm instantly, and you are only 1 step away from the golden core stage. The gap between realms is difficult to overcome, and there are 6 of them on the other side. If it were just 1, I could put up a fight, but with 6, there's no way I could win. Lu Yen was full of confidence, I know I can't beat them, but I want to give it a try. It's not easy to have a chance, and I won't feel at ease if I don't try. Besides, if I really can't beat them, I still have a backup plan. Then let's get the hell out of him, Snail said, hands on hips. Lu Yen made a hand seal, and the Thousand Faces divine art quietly activated, instantly transforming him into the appearance of a fisherman, with the same expression and movements. The snail was shocked. Master, you can also use the art of disguise. Your disguise skills are amazing. I can't even tell the real thing from the fake one. No, this isn't a simple disguise technique, it's a more advanced technique called the Thousand Faces Divine Technique. As far as I know, the Thousand Faces Divine Technique of the Thief Heaven sect has long been lost. How do you know it? Lu Yen laughed and said, that's not important. If you stay here, it'll be easy to expose your weakness if you're still above me. He then tossed the snail aside. Suddenly, a panting voice came, Lu Yen, you little bastard, you can run pretty fast, huh? We finally found you this time, didn't we? 6 assassins at the peak of the Golden Core stage arrived at the cave, but instead of seeing Lu Yen, they saw the fisherman. The 6 men immediately stood at attention and respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Elder, weren't you chasing Pei Qinran? Why are you here? Someone asked. Lu Yen said with a serious expression, there are actually teleportation arrays carved in the mountains here. I was accidentally teleported here. I just heard the sound of a baby crying. You've come at the right time. Let's split into 2 groups. You go this way and chase after them. The 6 people immediately ran to the other side, completely unprepared. Lu Yen smiled, quickly made a hand seal, and instantly transformed into a 300-foot-tall ancient divine ape, its enormous size causing the cave to burst open. The 6 people were instantly buried by the collapsing mountain. However, they were at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, and they rushed out quickly, so they only suffered minor skin abrasions, which were not a big problem. Just as they were bewildered, they saw a giant divine ape standing in front of them, holding a majestic mountain in its hands. The mountains were getting closer and closer to them. The 6 people had no time to escape before they were hit by the mountain. Boom! The mountain crashed down, sending mud and sand flying in billowing dust. Break! 6 people, swords in hand, broke through the mountain and rushed up, standing in mid-air. What kind of beast is this, blocking our way? He deserves to die, one of them said. Without wasting words, Lu Yen attacked directly. His enormous fist was like a mountain, and it created an afterimage, stacking 8 times. It was blasted out instantly. 8 crushing fists, 8 fists stacked together. Before the 6 could react, they were blasted away by the punch and landed on the opposite mountain. Puff! The 6 people coughed up blood, climbed out, stood in the air, and stared at the ancient divine ape. One of them said, I finally figured it out. This thing is Lu Yen. He actually cultivated such a secret technique. If we get it, we will definitely have a place on the assassins list. He is only at the foundation establishment stage, while we are at the Golden Core stage. We have the advantage in cultivation level, so we'll kill him. When the 6 of them, all at the peak of the Golden Core stage, attacked simultaneously, their sword energy soared into the sky, their spiritual power pierced the rainbow, and the aftershocks were enough to collapse the surrounding mountains. Lu Yen's 300-foot-tall ancient divine ape body was shattered by the sword energy. Retract! Lu Yen quickly reverted to his original form, stood on his sword, and stretched his right hand rapidly towards the sky. He planned to use the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, and since he had now cultivated it to the first level of entry-level cultivation, he was able to summon a lightning tribulation. He formed a hand seal with his right hand. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A lightning bolt the size of a fist descended from the sky. It directly hit a Golden Core Grand Perfection assassin. I didn't expect him to be alive. He was covered in blood, and his cultivation level had dropped from the great perfection of the Golden Core realm to the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm. Clearly, his cultivation level was reduced by the lightning tribulation. Lu Yen, you fucking want to die. The assassin, whose cultivation level had been weakened, was furious and gritted his teeth. I'm going to kill you. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yen had already used the divine flowing light step to arrive at his side, holding a sword, and skillfully executed Pei Qingran's Tai Azure Sky Sword technique. 3 swords passed. Puff! The killer was stabbed through the heart. Lu Yen exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, after expending several methods, I finally managed to kill a Golden Core cultivator. It's your turn. Lu Yen took the initiative and unleashed his invincible sword technique, his sword energy soaring into the sky. During the fight, Zhe Ding, which suddenly materialized, burst out from between the eyebrows and severed the arm of a golden core cultivator. This kid is terrifying. He can fight against a golden core cultivator while only at the foundation establishment stage. We can't let him grow stronger. He must die. Let us attack together, one of the assassins said. Thus, the 5 assassins at the peak of the golden core stage began to besiege Lu Yan. Despite Lu Yan's best efforts, the gap between their cultivation levels remained as vast as an insurmountable chasm, making the fight extremely difficult. It seems there's only one way to kill them. Break through to the golden core stage. Lu Yan no longer hesitated, reaching out to fully activate the spiritual power within his body, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge wildly. In just 3 breaths, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning rapidly formed, striking directly at Lu Yan. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he need to undergo tribulation after breaking through to the golden core stage? The assassins looked at each other in bewilderment. The other assassin shook his head, I don't know. Boundary curse, lightning tribulation, descend upon me. Lu Yan stretched out his hand, and the lightning tribulation crashed down. However, he did not intend to break through his realm yet. He wanted to use the lightning tribulation brought by the realm curse to kill these bastards. Ha, everyone, I've arrived. Let's overcome this tribulation together. Lu Yanchao charged towards the assassin. The lightning strikes descending from the sky seemed to be locked onto Lu Yan, following him wherever he went. Don't you fucking come any closer. The golden core assassin immediately ran away. Because Lu Yan is undergoing his tribulation, if anyone else enters, the lightning tribulation will assume that someone is trying to help Lu Yan overcome his tribulation, and therefore will strike them. What's even more terrifying is that the lightning tribulation will increase as the opponent's cultivation level rises. In other words, Lu Yan is still undergoing the golden core tribulation, but those people have to undergo the great perfection of the golden core or the nascent soul level tribulation. These assassins had never experienced a tribulation before, and now that Lu Yan had deliberately led them into the lightning tribulation, they were instantly scorched and burned. 3 of the 5 golden core cultivators died at once. The remaining 2 were struggling to hold on using their magical artifacts, but lightning quickly shattered them and struck them. Turned to ashes in an instant. Another person, whose neck was being gripped by Lu Yan, who was bathed in lightning, asked, "Who sent you to kill me?" The other person was shaking constantly, their whole body was electrified, and they kept trembling as they tried to speak. I have never provoked anyone. If there is anyone, it is the Wang family. Is the Wang family going to deal with me? If you can't speak, you can send me a telepathic message. The assassin transmitted his voice, it's the Wang family that wants to kill you. They've been planning to kill you for 2 years, but you've never left your home. Very well, you can die now. Lu Yan snapped his neck, and at the same time, the lightning tribulation turned him into ashes. The Wang family, is it? Very well, I'll go and wipe you out right now. Instead of breaking through to the golden core realm, he carried the tribulation of lightning and used the wind and thunder wings, which are only available at the great perfection of the wind and thunder treasure scroll, to quickly rush to the Wang family. The Wang family should be wiped out. He has never been an easy person to talk to. When Wang Tao, the head of the Wang family, apologized, he didn't hold it against him. Wang Tao is two-faced, always saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. Very well, then the Wang family has no reason to exist. He swiftly tore through the void, with lightning closely following him. As they passed through the town, a cultivator shouted, "Look! What's going on with that person? Why is he being struck by lightning? Interesting, this scene is a once-in-a-millennium event. This person is at the great perfection of foundation establishment. The lightning tribulation is chasing after him, so he probably won't survive. Let's go and see when he dies." Many cultivators were very curious upon seeing this, so they followed Lu Yan from a distance. Soon, he hovered above a mansion. Chapter 28: Crossing the Golden Core Tribulation. Wang Family Mansion. Inner Courtyard. The head of the family, Wang Tao, is supervising his grandson, Wang Guanlong, in his cultivation practice. Sun Tzu Wang Guanlong practiced the Divine Ape Visualization True Spirit technique. This technique was accidentally discovered by the clansmen in the deep mountains 2 years ago. The clansmen tried to cultivate it but could not succeed. Unexpectedly, it was suitable for Wang Guanlong, who was born with superhuman strength. Book's record. Once mastered, one's body transforms into a 100-foot-tall divine ape, possessing invincible physical strength and boundless divine power. 2 years have now passed. Wang Guanlong has already cultivated to the minor completion level and can transform into a 30-zhan-long divine ape, his whole body radiating golden light, like a god looking down on the world, full of domineering power. Excellent, excellent. The future of the Wang family rests on your shoulders. Wang Tao stroked his beard, looking very happy. Wang Chongxiao of the Wang family is dead, and the dead cannot be trusted. Wang Tang is in the forbidden zone of life, the immortal's tomb, and his fate is unknown. Therefore, the Wang family's only hope is Wang Guanlong, but his only flaw is that he is not very smart. Big in stature, not very bright, rigid, and inflexible. However, I will teach him slowly and help him grow, so the future of the Wang family is promising. He stroked his beard. He vaguely saw the Wang family rising like a dazzling pearl, rivaling a major sect, and he could then marry the empress and take the holy maiden as a concubine. Just as he was dreaming of a bright future, his clansman, Uncle Wang San, descended on his sword, scrambling to his feet before the clan head, and said, "Something terrible has happened, master. Something terrible has happened." Wang Tao was a little annoyed. "Why are you in such a panic? I have taught you more than once that no matter what happens, you should remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you. This is the quality of our Wang family. How could you have forgotten it?" Uncle Wang said, "No, Patriarch, do you remember? 2.5 years ago, we secretly asked the Yellow Springs Palace to kill Lu Yan, but he never came out. Today he came out. The assassins from the Hall of the Dead ambushed him. As a result, he killed 6 golden core cultivators at the Great Perfection stage. Now, with sparks and lightning flashing all the way, he's being chased by lightning tribulation and is heading straight for our Wang family." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. "Grandpa, the ground is cold, get up quickly." Wang Guanlong felt that his grandfather was a good-for-nothing. 2.5 years ago, he knelt before Lu Yan, and now he kneels again upon hearing that name. They helped him up to stand, but Grandpa stumbled several times, his lips trembling as he said, what did you say? He killed 6 golden core cultivators at the Great Perfection stage? How did he kill him? Does he have such ability? It's terrifying. Never mind, it's not important. Quickly go and inform the Wang family members to leave Qingyang town immediately. Quickly, grandson, don't just stand there, go and inform the clansmen. He now realizes the gravity of the situation. If he runs too slowly, the Wang family will face annihilation. Trying to run? Too late. A loud sound suddenly came from the sky, like a great bell being struck in the heavens. The newcomer deliberately amplified his voice 100-fold using spiritual power, and instantly everyone in Qingyang town heard those words. Everyone came out to see who was so domineering. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Why is he surrounded by lightning? No, the lightning tribulation in the sky is striking him. It's terrifying. Has he reached the tribulation transcending realm? Someone immediately retorted, he only has the cultivation of the great perfection of foundation establishment, not the tribulation transcending realm. How can someone who isn't at the tribulation transcending realm be subject to a lightning tribulation? Could he be undergoing tribulation to establish his foundation? Yes, I read it in ancient books. It is said that after the tribulation and foundation building, there will be a realm curse. Every time you break through a major realm, you have to undergo tribulation. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, all finding the young man terrifyingly powerful. Whose disciple is he? Which sect does he belong to? He's undergone the tribulation and foundation establishment stage? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Lu Yan, the head of the family, Wang Tao, looked ashen-faced. The first thing he saw wasn't the lightning striking Lu Yan, but the wings on Lu Yan's back, those wind and thunder wings that could only appear when one cultivated the wind and thunder treasure scroll to its peak. Lu Yan, you developed the wind and thunder wings in just 2.5 years. You have such talent. For decades, no one in the Wang family has been able to cultivate to this level. This young man is truly remarkable. Lu Yan's expression was as cold as frost. I didn't come here to waste my breath on you. You paid a high price to have the assassins from the underworld kill me, which caused my wife's accident and almost killed my unborn child. I will only be at peace with this grudge if the Wang family is wiped out. Wang Guanlong was the first to object, arrogant. Who do you think you are, to think you can wipe out an entire clan? I'll take you on. You're only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, you're no match for Wang Chongxiao. Lu Yan's eyes flashed as he said. Wang Guanlong said, although I am only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, I have cultivated the divine ape visualization true spirit technique and I have innate divine strength, so killing golden core realm experts is not a problem for me. Kill. Without wasting words, he soared into the sky and transformed into a divine ape, 30 feet tall. A mere trick. Your divine ape is far too small. Since that's the case, I will use the same technique to kill you. Lu Yen made a hand seal. With the divine ape mountain moving technique unleashed, its 300-foot-tall body traversed the heavens and earth. He stomped down. A burst of golden light erupted, just like the sun. Wang Guanlong was completely powerless to fight back and was crushed into a pulp with one stomp. So tall. So big. The audience exclaimed in shock. What kind of magic is this? Someone whispered, it's probably the Sex Foundation. Only a sect with such a foundation could possess such a divine technique. Lu Yen, you. Patriarch Wang Tao was so angry that he vomited blood. How dare you? You killed Wang Chongxiao, and you also killed Wang Guanlong. You have killed all the seeds of my Wang family. With the seed dead, my Wang family is destined to decline. Since that is the case, then I have no more scruples. I'm going to kill you. I am at the great perfection of the golden core stage, and I also possess the blood burning technique, which can instantly elevate my cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Your death is imminent. He quickly formed hand seals, and his cultivation level rose visibly until it stopped at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Yen, you can kill a golden core cultivator at the great perfection stage, but I am a nascent soul cultivator. You can't possibly kill me. If you weren't hiding your strength and are still at the foundation establishment stage, then you might as well die. Lu Yen said, from this day forward, the Wang family will be destroyed. What can you possibly do to kill a mere foundation establishment noob like you? Wang Tao laughed. Lu Yen laughed and kicked the Wang family mansion, instantly shattering it. At the same time, a lightning tribulation descended, accompanied by continuous thunder. The entire area of the Wang family mansion was shrouded in lightning. Ah! Uncle Wang couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation. Patriarch, save me! But it was too late. He was struck by lightning and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing instantly. At the same time, no one in the Wang family mansion could escape even if they wanted to. The weak were instantly reduced to ashes, while the strong could hold on for a while, but soon they couldn't withstand it and turned into smoke. Lu Yen, you beast! You wantonly killed my Wang family disciples. You will die a horrible death. Wang Tao roared. Fall. Lu Yen pressed down with his index and middle fingers, and the lightning tribulation descended upon him. As expected of the patriarch, Wang Tao actually took out a magic weapon to temporarily block the lightning tribulation. Chapter 29 Destroying the Wang Family, 3 Tribulations of the Dao Flower. Someone watching the battle recognized the magical weapon Wang Tao was using and exclaimed excitedly. That's a lightning shield, a 4th grade magic treasure. It can withstand lightning tribulations to a certain extent. He actually has such a rare item. It seems that the Wang family's resources are not to be underestimated. Wang Tao used hand seals to control the lightning protection shield to resist the lightning tribulation. No, this magic weapon won't last much longer. I have to go. Wang Tao wanted to escape from the Wang family, but the entire Wang family was shrouded in lightning tribulation, making it extremely difficult for him to move. I never expected that I, a nascent soul cultivator, would be held back by a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage. Damn it, this beast actually used the tribulation lightning to deal with the Wang family. What a beastly act. Lu Yen frowned. Lightning shield, good stuff, but it won't last even half an incense stick's time. You can last for half an incense stick's time, but I don't know if your family can? He retracted his divine ape form and descended to the ground, completely ignoring the lightning striking him. He took out the 3rd grade magic weapon, the Heaven Asking Sword, and began a massacre in the mansion. Anyone from the Wang family will be killed without mercy. In less than half an incense stick's time, the Wang family members, regardless of age or gender, were either struck by lightning or killed by Lu Yen. All but Wang Tao, a family of dozens, died. After killing the man, Lu Yen calmly walked out and stood in front of Wang Tao, saying, Your Wang family is wiped out, and only you are left. Once your lightning rod fails due to lightning, you will be the next to die. You beast. You're a beast. My family is innocent. Why did you kill them all? Wang Tao roared. Lu Yen said, I'm afraid that if we don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. To prevent your family from seeking revenge in the future, I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'm sending them all to the king of hell. You beast, you will die a horrible death. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and held onto the lightning rod, his eyes white as copper bells, and said, I also have a grandson, Wang Tang. He was taken by the innate Holy Spirit into the forbidden zone of life, the immortal tomb, to cultivate. Once he comes out, you're doomed. He will avenge me, so don't be smug. Lu Yan noted down the name Wang Tang and said, Do you have any other members of the Wang family who haven't returned yet? I'll write them down as well. Wang Tao, shut up, you win. Lu Yan began to approach Wang Tao, and as he got closer, the lightning strikes became more intense. Wang Tao's lightning rod couldn't withstand the pressure and gradually cracked. Finally, it turned to ashes with a loud bang. The audience gasped, even a fourth-grade magic weapon couldn't withstand the bombardment of the lightning tribulation. It's truly amazing. No wonder so many cultivators have died under the lightning tribulation since ancient times. Lu Yan, I want to die with you. Wang Tao leaped up, sword in hand, attempting to kill Lu Yan. However, he was within the range of the lightning tribulation. With one move, the lightning tribulation assumed he had a nascent soul cultivation level, so the lightning strikes on him were extremely terrifying. He reached the nascent soul realm by burning his blood, so his cultivation was not solid and he could not withstand the tribulation lightning at all. Boom! Thunder and lightning. Wang Tao coughed up blood. His body had been struck by lightning, leaving it charred and raw. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, Lu Yan, I'm going to kill you. However, he could not advance an inch, because the lightning tribulation enveloped him, dragging him along. Instantly, smoke rose from his scalp, blood seeped from his skin, flesh splattered, revealing ghastly white bones. How come you're completely unharmed? Wang Tao sensed something was wrong with Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled, because his physical body was invincible, and he had also cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique and the Divine 8 Mountain Moving technique to strengthen his physical body. Old dang, I'm someone who has transcended tribulation and established my foundation. This isn't the first time I've experienced a tribulation. Lu Yan looked at him with a smile. Wang Tao roared in a fit of impotent rage, his skin torn and bleeding from the impact. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to his knees, crying out. Please, please spare me. I am the only living member of the Wang family. I cannot die. I have 16 concubines on an estate outside the family. They are all beautiful. I can give them all to you. Lu Yan laughed. Do you think I'm a lecherous person? If you let me go, I'll tell you a core secret of the Wang family. Our ancestors once obtained a 3 tribulations Dao flower. If you let me go, I'll tell you its location. Lu Yan frowned. The 3 tribulations Dao flower is recorded in the Complete Encyclopedia of Spiritual Herbs. The formation of Dao flowers is very complex and they are prone to attracting lightning. They cannot be artificially cultivated and can only be grown naturally. The Dao flower that has been struck by lightning 3 times refers to a Dao flower that has been struck by lightning 3 times. The more times it is struck by lightning, the higher its value. Consuming the 3 tribulations Dao flower can cure shattered dantian, fall into lower realms, and even damage to the great Dao. For example, if you were crippled, you could recover immediately by taking it, and your cultivation level could even be improved. There are many such benefits. Seeing that Lu Yan remained silent, Wang Tao quickly said. The 3 tribulations Dao flower is kept in the Wang family ancestral hall. I'll take you there, but you have to let me go, or else. Lu Yan said, no need, even if I kill you, you'll still be mine. Lu Yan stopped wasting words with him and charged straight at him. The 3rd-grade magic weapon, the heaven-asking sword, shone brightly, while Wang Tao was busy resisting the lightning tribulation. He was distracted and the lightning tribulation struck him directly. After a few moves, his cultivation level was reduced to the golden core stage by the lightning tribulation. The advantages of the nascent soul realm were never fully utilized before reaching the golden core realm. Vitality was diminished. He suddenly looked more than 10 years older. Lu Yan, are you really going to kill us all? His eyes were bloodshot, like a lion's. Lu Yan said, I'm the kind of person who doesn't bother others unless they provoke me. But if someone does provoke me, they're doomed. You gave me the Wind and Thunder treasure scroll before, and I originally didn't intend to hold a grudge against the Wang family. But since you sent assassins to kill me, I'm sorry, the Wang family has no choice but to be exterminated. Enough talk, let's hit the road. Lu Yan, wielding the quest for heaven sword, used his invincible swordsmanship to replicate the Tai Azure Heaven sword technique, and began to slash and kill him relentlessly. I don't know how many swords I struck. In the end, Wang Tao couldn't withstand it, because the lightning tribulation was striking and Lu Yan was killing. He was covered in blood and lay on the ground. Lu Yan swiftly slashed his sword, and with a flash of light, his head flew off, blood blooming into a plum blossom on the ground. I should go see my 3 tribulations Dao flower. He quickly went to the Wang family ancestral hall. The Wang family ancestral hall was located within the Wang family mansion, so it was easily found. With a sweep of his divine sense, he located the location of the 3 tribulations Dao flower, which was stored in a clean bottle. Lu Yan waved his hand and put the jade bottle away. They also looted the Wang family's weapons apart from the 3rd grade, skull umbrella. The others were not worth mentioning. Looting complete. The tribulation begins. While undergoing tribulation, one must cultivate the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique, a secret method that can only be practiced with the aid of thunder. Therefore, it is most suitable to cultivate during the tribulation. Those watching from afar were dumbfounded. This guy is awesome, we can't mess with him. Quickly memorize his face, and next time we see him, we'll run far away. An incense stick has burned for a while. The Wang family mansion was reduced to ruins by lightning. From this day forward, the Wang family will no longer exist in Xingyang town. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yan used the power of lightning to cultivate the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique to the 2nd level, the proficient realm. At this level, one can summon 2 bolts of lightning to kill enemies. When this method fails to improve, he then used the Zeding refining divine technique to allow his divine consciousness to enter the golden core realm by taking advantage of the pressure of the lightning tribulation. After, it's time to undergo the golden core tribulation and break through to the golden core stage. He made a hand seal with one hand and began to undergo the tribulation. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over Qingyang town, accompanied by lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world had arrived. Fearing being affected, the cultivators in Qingyang town immediately withdrew from the town. Boom! After a clap of thunder, a lightning bolt the size of a water vat descended from the sky. Lu Yan's clothes were instantly turned to ashes by lightning. Chapter 30 Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram. Boom! After a clap of thunder, a lightning bolt the size of a water tank descended from the sky and engulfed Lu Yan. The clothes were instantly reduced to ashes. He hadn't expected the golden core tribulation to be even more terrifying than he had anticipated, at least twice as terrifying as the foundation establishment tribulation. The lightning relentlessly struck his own body. Not long after, Lu Yan's skin was torn open, blood was dripping from his wounds, and he was charred on the outside but tender on the inside. The onlookers were greatly alarmed. Such a tribulation of lightning, this boy is truly terrifying, worthy of being called the Young Supreme. Some people who don't understand ask, what is a Young Supreme being? An insider explained, cultivators who pass the tribulation and establish their foundation can be called Young Supreme beings. Once they grow up, they will surely become supreme beings in their own right. As far as I know, the sect leaders of the 30 sects are all at the supreme level now. Those who heard this gasped in shock. Doesn't this mean that this boy has the potential to become the leader of 30 sects? That's truly terrifying. The path to immortality is strictly hierarchical. One step at a time. If you want to say someone has amazing talent, then praise them as a prodigy. This title represents strength and potential. I just don't know if this child can survive the golden core tribulation. Those who were watching were not optimistic about Lu Yan, because this tribulation was indeed quite terrifying. Just then, a whoosh 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 sound came from the air, and 2 stunningly beautiful women arrived in Xingyang town one after the other. The former was wearing a blue dress, holding a sword in her hand, and had a serious expression. The latter had a chest like a mountain peak, a rounded bottom, a slender waist, and a graceful overall figure. She was holding a child in her arms and leading a 2 or 3-year-old girl by the hand. Sister Pei, it's you. Lu Miaozhu was very surprised to see Pei Qingran. The enemy was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, yet she had escaped unscathed. You're really amazing. When Lu Changsheng saw Pei Qingran, he immediately ran over and hugged her leg. Mother. It's all right now. Pei Qingran picked up her daughter, patted her head, and then looked at Lu Miaozhu with a worried expression. You actually gave birth. Are you all right? Is it a boy or a girl? Lu Miaozhu said, it's all right, it's a girl. Fortunately, my husband lured the enemy away from me, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive now. By the way, how did you escape? Pei Qingran said, "The fisherman and I came to a cemetery. It was a very dangerous and ominous place. I was dealing with him when I accidentally stepped on a trap. The tomb split open, and thousands of ghouls appeared. As the fighting continued, the corpse king was born. She chased after the fisherman and killed him. I ran straight away. She chased after me after killing the fisherman, but as I ran, I saw a black stone tablet. The stone tablet has the words 'Immortal's Tomb' written on it. The corpse king and the corpse demons dared not pursue me, which is why I was able to survive and escape safely. After I came out, I heard that someone was undergoing a tribulation of lightning. I guessed it was my husband, so I followed him all the way here. Sure enough, it was him. He is currently undergoing the Golden Core tribulation. I don't know if it went smoothly. By the way, are you really alright? You look pale and very weak." Lu Miaozhu shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little weak after giving birth. I've already taken qi nourishing pills and yuan gathering pills, so I should recover soon." "That's good." Pei Qingran came up to her and said, "Let me see the child." Her name is Lu Baiji, a name given to her by her husband. "That's a good name." Pei Qingran took the child and looked at him. The child was very small and cute. Just as I was enjoying the show, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. Boom! Above Qingyang town, for lightning tribulations appeared simultaneously: yin, yang, life, and death. Wow! The onlookers were all shocked. He has unexpectedly triggered the 4 great tribulations of yin, yang, life, and death. He is doomed this time. My husband, you must be alright. The 2 women were very nervous and worried, fearing that Lu Yan would not be able to withstand the 4 tribulations. Ouch, that really hurts. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, staring at the 4 bolts of lightning. "Beast, this lightning tribulation wants to kill me." He was covered in blood and was no longer recognizable as a human. "We need to add a magic weapon, otherwise we will definitely not be able to survive the 4 tribulations." He took out the replica of the Thunder Emperor's Taoist robe given to him by his master's wife and put it on. "This is a 5th grade magic weapon. The moment I put it on, the defense took effect, and I didn't feel as uncomfortable as before." Continue through the tribulations. Half an hour later, the 4 lightning tribulations dissipated simultaneously. Lu Yan put the Thunder Emperor's Taoist robe back into his storage bag, revealing its charred black exterior, as if it had been carbonized. Suddenly, streaks of golden liquid appeared on the carbonized surface. "That's blood. His blood is golden. It has actually transformed to this extent," someone exclaimed in surprise. The onlookers were all astonished. "This is the first time I've ever seen golden blood. This blood is a precious medicine. If only we could get a cup." Soon, golden blood formed veins. Immediately afterwards, the charred black skin faded quickly, and new skin reappeared, its whiteness as white as milk. Lu Yan's black hair moved without wind, and gradually his internal energy stabilized. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes. "I've finally broken through to the Golden Core realm." Lu Yan stood up, exhaled a breath of stale air, and said, "It wasn't easy." Just then, a man dressed in a blue robe flew over and bowed, saying, "I am Lier, at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. I saw that your blood turned golden after you successfully transcended the tribulation. I was previously tainted by a strange aura, and my lifespan is running out. I want to ask you for a cup of blood, just 1 cup." If it were just 1 cup, Lu Yan thought it wouldn't be a big problem, nodded, and was about to give it to him, but he underestimated human nature. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures simultaneously flew through the air and bowed in unison. One of them said, "My bones are brittle and I only have 3 years left to live. I would like to ask for a cup of golden blood." The other person said, "My cultivation level has been stuck at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. I asked around and was told that I have a stubborn ailment in my body. If it can't be cured, I'll be stuck here for the rest of my life. So I'd like to ask for a cup of golden blood. You wouldn't refuse, would you? My brother was poisoned and his dantian was damaged. Saving his life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I would also like to ask for a cup." These people were all talking at once, but they all had only one goal: to get a cup of golden blood. Lu Yan's expression was unfriendly. "Are you all trying to morally blackmail me? Sorry, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. I can't give you that. Get out of my way." Lu Yan walked outside. Someone angrily said, you clearly have golden blood, which is a precious medicine for healing diseases and injuries, but you are unwilling to give it away. You are really selfish. I only want a cup, not all of your golden blood. Being so selfish and self-serving, you won't even lend a hand to help the cultivation world if it faces difficulties in the future. You have no kind heart, you cannot be allowed to live. Everyone, attack together and capture him alive. Suddenly, someone shouted, and dozens of people attacked Lu Yan at the same time. Just as Lu Miaozhu was about to offer her help, Pei Qingran stopped her, saying, "He can handle it, we don't need to." Lu Yan soared into the sky and shouted, "Anyone else who wants the golden blood, come here. I want it. I want one too. Me too." Suddenly, more than 80 men appeared in the sky above Qingyang town, all wanting the golden blood. Most of them were at the golden core stage, and some were at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold, and he laughed loudly. "Very well, you can all go die now." Demon. This is definitely a demon. We only want a cup of golden blood. He won't give it to us, and he wants us all to die. If this kid is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a great demon who will plague the cultivation world in the future. He cannot be allowed to live. Kill him. Someone spoke up righteously and sternly. 6. Lu Yan didn't want to waste words, so he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, centered on him, a huge yin-yang diagram of life and death appeared beneath his feet, covering the entire Qingyang town. The image slowly rotated beneath Lu Yan's feet. One side is a yin fish, the other side is a yang fish. The dark fish exudes a vibrant vitality. The yang fish was shrouded in a deathly stillness. Together, they form a yin-yang diagram of life and death in the style of a landscape painting. The entire town of Qingyang was shrouded in a gray haze, as if one were in a colorless landscape painting. What the hell is this? Someone panicked. It seems so? A knowledgeable golden core cultivator at the Great Perfection stage said. This is a supernatural power, the yin-yang life and death diagram. You beast. Legend has it that only those who have reached the nascent soul stage can cultivate supernatural powers. How can someone at the golden core stage use supernatural powers? I refuse to accept this. I know why now. Someone spoke up. I heard that there is a realm curse for successfully transcending the tribulation and establishing the foundation. Every major realm requires transcending the tribulation, and the heavenly Tao will send certain rewards after successfully transcending the tribulation. This time, the 4 great tribulations of yin, yang, life, and death struck him. Therefore, the heavenly Tao rewarded him with the supernatural power, yin-yang life and death diagram, allowing him to use supernatural powers even in the golden core realm. Lu Yan looked at the person who spoke in surprise and said, "Not bad, you know a lot, but I'm sorry, everyone has to die." Click. A crisp snap of fingers rang out. The yin-yang life and death diagram is fully operational. The cultivators above Qingyang town fell to the ground like leaves. Help! I don't want to die. Why should I provoke this killer? I should have known better than to come. However, there is no going back in life. In the blink of an eye, more than 80 cultivators fell to the ground like leaves, completely dying under the yin-yang life and death diagram, divine power. Lu Yan withdrew his supernatural power, and a unique fragrance wafted over as he spoke. My husband, you are amazing. Lu Yan knew without even looking who the owner of the strange fragrance was. Because only she emits a unique and wonderful fragrance when she sweats. Lu Miaozhu also flew to Lu Yan's side and said, "My husband." Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good, you're all right. Let's go back quickly. I'm afraid there might be more assassins coming later. That's too dangerous. The outside world is too dangerous." Having learned his lesson, Lu Yan resolved that no matter who asked him to leave the Great Tao sect in the future, he would never leave. This is a bloody lesson. Unless one cultivates to the Mahayana stage, I will never go out for a stroll until I reach that level. Let's go, Lu Yan said. But I always felt like something was missing, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The group quickly returned to the Great Tao sect. Back at the sect, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, because he was finally safe. The Great Tao sect is an absolutely safe place. Unless the 30 sects come to destroy the sect. Sudden. Holding the child, Lu Miaozhu's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Lu Yan reacted quickly, freezing the child in mid-air and reaching out to hug Lu Miaozhu. However, she fainted. Chapter 31 Bounty for the Underworld, the Snail Returns. Lu Yan grabbed her waist and asked, What's wrong with you? Lu Miaozhu did not reply, because she had already fainted. Pei Qingran reached out and caught the baby who had been frozen in midair by Lu Yan. Holding the baby in her arms, she asked anxiously, "What happened to Sister Lu?" Lu Yan didn't say anything, but carried Lu Miaozhu to the room. After a while, Lu Miaozhu woke up groggily and opened her eyes weakly. Seeing that Pei Qingran and Lu Yan both looked very serious, she asked, "What's with those expressions?" "I'm not dead." Lu Yan continued to check her pulse, but remained silent. Lu Miaozhu also sensed something was wrong and asked, "Husband, what's wrong with me?" "I examined your body and found." Lu Yan stammered. He has the skill of the wonderful spring hand. He also possesses various medical classics such as the Qingnong Shu, and can determine her physical condition with just a slight examination. "What did you find, my husband? Say something." Lu Miaozhu asked, frowning. Lu Yan composed himself and looked at her, saying, "I've noticed that you're in very poor health. The cause was being chased by assassins, which affected the pregnancy, and a cesarean section was performed to deliver the baby prematurely. This has caused damage to your internal organs and resulted in the loss of 80 years of your lifespan." Lu Yan used the system to assess Lu Miaozhu's condition. She was at the full lifespan of her cultivation realm, meaning she could live to be 500 years old. She was currently 405 years old, but had lost 80 years of her lifespan. In other words, she is not far from her death. Lu Miaozhu originally had plenty of time to break through to the nascent soul stage and extend her lifespan, but an unexpected event left her with only 15 years of lifespan remaining. Her aptitude for cultivation was not very good to begin with. Such is the change. The chances of achieving the nascent soul stage are almost non-existent. "It's alright, I still have 15 years left, it'll be fine," Lu Miaozhu said. Pei Qingran said, "Husband, don't worry. I still broke through to the nascent soul stage when I still had 5 years of lifespan left." "She has 15 years, which is enough time." "Yes, I still have 15 years, no rush," Lu Miaozhu said. Lu Yan remained silent. In fact, Lu Miaozhu's situation was different from Pei Qingran's. Pei Qingran's problem was with her talent, but her body was fine. Lu Miaozhu, on the other hand, had a physical problem. She has lost too much lifespan in the past 2 days. Although the rate of loss has slowed down, it will continue to decrease without treatment. It is estimated that her total lifespan will not exceed 7 years. "This is outrageous?" Pei Qingran was shocked. "Qingran, you can go out now." "Good." Pei Qingran left the room and closed the door behind her. Lu Yan looked at Lu Miaozhu and said, "Let me treat you first." Use the wonderful spring technique to alleviate Lu Miaozhu's condition. Half an hour later, her cheeks flushed and her expression returned to normal. "Thank you, I feel much better." Lu Miaozhu hadn't expected Lu Yan to also know medicine, but she had just finished expressing her gratitude when she realized that he was skilled in medicine. Lu Yan then began to undress her and start kissing her. Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes. "No, my husband, I'm still injured. Don't be in such a hurry. If you want, go find Sister Pei." Lu Yan looked at her, smiled, and put his arm around her neck. Pei Qingran's emotions were quickly stirred again. The gauze curtain was drawn down, and the two began to intertwine once more. Lu Yan was working at high speed on the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing. It is a scripture for cultivating immortality, and also a holy book for healing. Time passed little by little. 1 day later. Golden Core level 1, 1%. 2 days later. Golden Elixir level 1, 2%. 1 month later. Golden Core level 1, 33%. 2 months later. Golden Core level 1, 68%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the second level of the Golden Core stage. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 101 pills remaining. At the same time, Lu Miaozhu felt that she was in very good spirits. At first, I thought Lu Yan was not cherishing her, but I didn't expect there was another reason behind it. It's amazing. I had a C-section, and I had a scar on my stomach, but why is there no scar on my stomach now? Lu Miaozhu found it very amazing. Not only are there no scars, but I feel wonderful, and my lifespan has stopped decreasing. Husband, how did you do that? She really couldn't see through Lu Yan. He was indeed mysterious. Lu Yan did not answer, but said, "I have fully healed your injuries. However, your lifespan has still been lost, so you still have 15 years left to live. But don't worry, I will definitely help you advance to the nascent soul stage within 15 years. She hugged Lu Yan tightly and said, "Thank you, my husband. It's so good to have you. Okay, let's go out and take a look." Lu Yan and she each got dressed and walked out. In the courtyard of a side hall on Vermilion Bird Peak, Pei Qingran saw the two of them come out and quickly stood up to ask, "How did it go?" "Sister Pei, look." Lu Miaozhu approached Pei Qingran, lifted her clothes to reveal her smooth, white belly, and said, "My scars are gone, not a single one." "Isn't that amazing?" "Husband, your medical skills are amazing," Pei Qingran exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yan smiled and said, "I only know a little bit about it. Her wound is small, so she can recover completely." "Oh, right, I have something to tell you all," Pei Qingran said. Lu Miaozhu asked, "What is it?" Pei Qingran said bitterly, "Husband, you killed so many people from the Yellow Springs Palace. Now they are angry and have issued a bounty, offering 200,000 spirit stones to kill you. Fortunately, I don't go out, so their bounty is useless." "Yellow Springs Palace, is it? I'll remember you. When I reach the Great Ascension stage, this sect will be destroyed." Lu Yan asked, "Do you know what level of sect the Yellow Springs Palace is?" Lu Miaozhu replied, "It is one of the 30 most powerful sects in the cultivation world. All members of the sect are assassins, skilled in all kinds of killing techniques." Lu Yan asked, "What is the ranking of the Great Tao sect?" Lu Miaozhu said, "The Great Tao sect is a sect that opened outside the 30 sects, so it should be slightly inferior to the Yellow Springs Palace. However, no one has dared to provoke the Great Tao sect since it has survived to this day. I've heard that the Great Tao sect has 3 mysterious and unpredictable Supreme Elders, whose identities are still unknown. Legend has it that when 3 Supreme Elders act together, it is equivalent to the actions of a single Supreme Being. Among the 30 sects, only the sect leader is a Supreme Being, so they will not be easily provoked unless the Great Tao sect does something that angers both gods and men." Lu Yan only knew one of the Supreme Elders, his master's wife, Yang Wanjin. As for the other 2, I'm not sure. That means the people of the Yellow Springs Palace can only offer rewards, but dare not enter the Great Tao sect, Lu Yan concluded. Right. Then I can rest assured. Lu Yan no longer understood the Yellow Springs Palace. Once he reached the Mahayana stage, the Yellow Springs Palace would be nothing but a clown, easily destroyed with his bare hands. "Don't you guys feel like something's missing?" Lu Yan scratched his head. "But I just can't remember what's missing." The 2 women shook their heads, "No." Sudden, an angry voice rang out. "You beasts, a bunch of beasts. You've forgotten me. It took me 3 months to fly back. You beasts." Hearing a familiar voice, Lu Yan finally remembered who it was. "Snails. I never thought I'd forgotten about it. Old Snail, I was just about to go look for you, but you came back on your own. Old Snail, I miss you so much. I can't get used to life without you." The snail gritted its teeth, trembling with rage. "Get lost. You're putting your girlfriend before your friend. You must have forgotten me. You beast." It grumbled and cursed for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. "Huh, how did you break through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage?" The snail was shocked. "Just how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Those words sound familiar. It seems Pei Qingran said something similar. "Humph, even if you break through, I still can't forgive you, unless you treat me to a month's worth of hanging dragon meat." Lu Yan said, "I've been hiring you for 3 months. Make a deal." Finally, he managed to appease the snail. To be honest, Lu Yan himself hadn't expected that he would forget about this pet. What a talent! Fortunately, it was able to fly back on its own, otherwise, where would we have found it? The snail landed on Lu Yan's head and whispered, "Master, let me tell you something in secret. The mountain range we went to unintentionally is actually the outer perimeter of the forbidden zone of life, the immortal tomb. We're incredibly lucky to be alive. If we had ventured deeper into the forbidden zone, we would have certainly died." Lu Yan asked, "How come the immortal's tomb is there? Didn't you know that the forbidden zone of life, the immortal's tomb, can move?" "Lu Yan, I just found out. Moreover, I vaguely seem to see someone in the immortal tomb. Isn't that a forbidden zone for life? Human life is prohibited from setting foot there, so where did this person come from?" Snail tugged at Lu Yan's hair. "Maybe you're seeing things, but hurry up and cultivate to the Great Ascension stage so we can go to the immortal tomb to look for opportunities." He thought so too. However, the Mahayana stage is quite far from him. Let's not talk about that. Let's go to the resource hall. Lu Yen flew directly there. The snail wondered, what are we going there for? Chapter 32. One move to defeat junior sister, Hun Yuan Cave. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Yen kept everyone in suspense, then flew away at an extremely fast speed, heading directly towards the resource hall. At the entrance of the library, Nagi Ko was sunbathing on a chaise lounge when suddenly a familiar figure flew by in the distance. Judging from the back, it's Lu Yen from Vermilion Bird Peak. Wait? Flying? He can fly? Soaring through the air is the best sign of the Golden Core realm. It's impossible to determine whether those walking on the ground are at the Golden Core stage, but those flying in the sky are definitely at or above the Golden Core stage. Lu Yen has actually broken through to the Golden Core realm. Startled, Nagi Ko jumped up from the chaise longue and began to recall. I remember that he was 47 years old and at the second level of chi refining, he was determined to be stuck there for life, and then he married Pei Qingran. At 49, he transcended tribulation and established his foundation. At 50 years old, he has built the foundation for 6 levels. In less than 2 years, he has actually cultivated to the Golden Core realm. What kind of opportunity allowed him to go from the second level of chi refining at the age of 47 to the Golden Core stage at less than 52? Why is his cultivation speed so fast in less than 5 years? Nagi Ko no Makoto couldn't understand it, so he had the undercover agent Lu Miaozhu investigate as well, but she couldn't find anything wrong. She thought for a moment, could it be that Lu Miaozhu is lying to me? This is the only possibility now. Damn bitch, how dare you lie to me when we're both disciples of the Joyful Union sect? You'll be sorry. That bitch is unreliable, should I take the initiative and strike? She thought about it but couldn't be sure. Finally, she sat back on the chaise lounge and murmured, perhaps it's a coincidence. Let's wait and see. Still looking? Senior brother, you've looked at it several times and touched it already, do you want to look at it again? In the main hall of resources, the woman dressed in beautiful clothes frowned. She was speechless. The man in front of her had looked at and touched the cave's resource area more than a dozen times. Lu Yen said, no rush, let's take another look. Choosing a cave dwelling is a major event and must be done with great care. The Great Tao sect has clear benefits for cultivators. As long as a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, they can receive a cave dwelling for free. Cultivators who reach the Golden Core stage tend to prefer asceticism and privacy, so they often choose cave dwellings, as do their 5 senior brothers and sisters. They had long since left the main hall and established their own cave dwellings on the secondary peak of Vermilion Bird Peak. Pei Qingran had her own cave dwelling before, but she hadn't returned to it since coming to Zhuke. Lu Yen also wanted his own cave dwelling. It's mainly free. Any purchase requiring spirit stones. He didn't even glance at it. Lu Yen looked around several times, finally stopping in front of a cave dwelling, and said, Junior sister Song, come here for a second, I need this. He set his sights on a cave dwelling. This cave dwelling has pavilions and towers, a vast architectural complex, palaces and pavilions, and a magnificent atmosphere. 300 rooms. There is a fountain. A crane is cooling its wings in the pond. There are also waterfalls, spiritual springs, alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, and so on. The greenbelt was very well done, with various plants surrounding the palace, including morning glories and trumpet flowers, and there were also grapevines in the garden. It makes the entire cave look ethereal and otherworldly. Lu Yen took a liking to it at first sight. Junior sister Song immediately registered, her face full of disdain, and said, You've decided on this one, right? You can only choose once. If you move in and something goes wrong, you can't return it. She actually looked down on Lu Yen, thinking he was like someone who had never seen the world, looking at and touching the cave dwelling. She had never seen such a person since she entered the resource hall more than 3 months ago. The mere second level of the Golden Core realm is not worth mentioning, because she has reached the great perfection of the Golden Elixir. As long as you work for 100 years and accumulate some resources, you can break through to the nascent soul stage. She will be a nascent soul true lord. Therefore, she felt that cultivators below the great perfection of the Golden Core stage were no longer considered human, but rather wasteful of resources. Lu Yen thought for a moment and said, It's confirmed, this is it, let's register. Registration is complete. Lu Yen left the resource hall with the palm-sized cave dwelling in his hand. A moment later, an elderly man, without even putting on his shoes, rushed over and asked, Where is he? Where is the person who applied for the cave dwelling? He took the cave dwelling and left. Fool, the Grand Elder of the resource hall cursed, a complete waste, unable to even keep a single person. Junior Sister Song muttered, he's only at the second level of the Golden Core stage. Every month, countless cultivators in the Great Tao sect break through to the Golden Core stage. What's so special about him that makes him worth keeping around? Don't think I didn't hear you, you idiot. Do you even know who he is? Junior Sister Song scratched her head and said, Lu Yen, a disciple of Vermilion Bird Peak, could he have another identity? The old man grinned, disappointed in him. He is the only person in the Great Tao sect to have transcended tribulation and established his foundation. By the way, he was 49 when he established his foundation, and now he's not even 52 and he's already at the second level of the Golden Core stage. How dare you give him attitude? Even I have to give him some face. What? He's the legendary foundation establishment cultivator who transcended tribulation? Yes, so you're fired. Go collect your paycheck. He absolutely cannot hire such an idiot into the resource hall. This kind of idiot will definitely cause trouble. Feeling wronged, Junior Sister Song had no choice but to go and collect her salary. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, because she had paid a lot of money to get this job, and she never expected it to be gone after only 3 months. Lu Yen, I challenge you. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, she immediately flew to Vermilion Bird Peak and cried out, Lu Yen, come out, I want to challenge you. Lu Yen was pondering which secondary peak of Vermilion Bird Peak to open a cave dwelling when he heard the sound. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu naturally heard it too, and immediately came out with wary expressions, only to find that the other party was just at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Calmly pull out the chair. I'm eating sunflower seeds and getting ready to watch the show. Another fool who doesn't know his own mortality, the snail said, hands on hips. Who is speaking? Junior Sister Song looked around and noticed a tiny snail on Lu Yen's head. What the heck is this? Is it your pet? Lu Yen didn't even glance at her, only admiring his cave dwelling. I'm in a hurry. If there's nothing else, let's go. I challenge you. If you lose, go to the resource hall and plead for me, because I wouldn't have been fired if it weren't for you. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Lu Yen shook his head. No, you have to give me something specific. The snail said, if you lose, you'll become a maid. We're short of maids here, we need to raise children. No, she is not qualified to be a maid, Lu Yen said. Since the system did not automatically identify her information, it means that her score is below 90. Only scores below 90 will be ignored by the system. If someone as brainless as her were to be a maid, I'm afraid she'd cause trouble if guests came here, so she is not suitable. Hearing Lu Yen say that, she became furious. How dare you? Lu Yen stared at the cave dwelling and said, tell me, what's your most valuable possession? I have an oil paper umbrella, a third-grade magic weapon. You won, so it's yours. Okay, let's start with this one. I don't have much time. Take this. Junior Sister Song drew her sword and charged forward menacingly, saying, my sword technique is cloud collapse. One strike can cleave the sky and shatter the clouds. Even a nascent soul true monarch would have to avoid my edge. What are you saying in your gibberish? Lu Yen shook his head, looked at him, and quickly made his move. 8-fold fist. The first punch, the second punch, all the way to the 8th punch, 8 punches stacked together, a mountain-like fist blasted out. The opponent's sword broke. She couldn't withstand it and was blasted off Vermilion Bird Peak, crashing onto some secondary peak of White Tiger Peak. Boom! The second peak split open, and she was covered in blood. The snail clicked its tongue and said, flying so far, will she even come back for dinner? Eat my ass. Lu Yen said, she's full just from eating dust. The next moment, Junior Sister Song, covered in blood, flew back from the secondary peak. I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. This time I will definitely. Lu Yen didn't want to listen to her. He pointed his right hand toward the sky. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique is unleashed. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and struck her precisely from the sky. She offered no resistance and crashed into the valley, raising a cloud of dust, where she remained motionless for a long time. Is she dead? The snail looked at him strangely. Impossible. I controlled it very well and didn't let all the lightning strike her. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Lu Yen waited for a while, but the other party still didn't get up. He scanned her with his divine sense and found that she was unconscious in the valley. Lu Yen woke her up with a basin of water. Hey, you lost. Junior sister Song was a bit confused and bewildered. Now she was scared. So this was the tribulation and foundation establishment stage. She had no chance of winning. Even 10 of myself couldn't defeat him. As long as he is in the Golden Core realm, he is invincible. A 3-grade magic weapon and oil paper umbrella is here for you. She accepted her loss, handed the magic weapon to Lu Yan, and bowed, saying, "Thank you for sparing my life." After saying that, he immediately fled into the air as if his life depended on it. Lu Yan put away the magic weapon, unconcerned, and walked towards Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, saying, "I'm going to open up my own cave dwelling. I've chosen a location on the secondary peak east of the main peak of Vermilion Bird Peak. But one secondary peak is a bit small, so I plan to merge 3 secondary peaks." As he spoke, he unleashed the Divine Ape Mountain moving technique, instantly transforming into a 300-foot-tall divine ape. Move the 2 adjacent secondary peaks without a main peak over here, and combine them with another secondary peak to form 3 main peaks. Then the 3 mountain peaks were leveled. He threw the cave dwelling onto the flattened mountaintop while simultaneously forming a hand seal. The true spirit of the cave dwelling has manifested. Thus, the true form of this cave was revealed. With a thunderous roar, it landed atop the mountain. The enormous palace complex stood side by side, resembling a behemoth and extremely conspicuous. My senior brothers and sisters have their cave dwellings located inside the mountains, out of sight of outsiders, and some are even hidden away. Lu Yan was different. He was only placed on the mountaintop, where he could come out to enjoy the sunrise and sunset whenever he wanted. He thought this was good, otherwise he would get bored staying at home in the Great Tao sect all the time. Pei Qingran stood beside him and said, "It doesn't have a name yet. Let's give it one." Lu Yan thought for a moment. "Write 4 characters on the plaque in the main hall. The Primordial Chaos Cave." Pei Qingran asked in confusion, "Why is it called that?" Lu Miaozhu also looked curious. "Yes, why?" The snail also wanted to ask, but fortunately the 2 women did, so he only needed to listen to Lu Yan's explanation. Chapter 33 Golden Core Stage 3, Zhang Yuanying falls from grace. Our cultivation world is also called the Primordial Chaos World, so it's reasonable for my cave dwelling to be called the Primordial Chaos Cave Dwelling, Lu Yan explained. The snail lay on Lu Yan's head, pondering. "I see. But the name of your cave dwelling includes the characters Hun Yuan, which is a bit grand. Could it be that your intention is to unify the Hun Yuan realm?" Lu Yan tapped the snail on the head and said, "Don't imagine things." He paused, then said, "We used to live in the side hall of Zhuke Peak, but now we have our own cave dwelling, and we will live here from now on. Xingran, Miaozhu, you 2 go and pack up and move over." Lu Miaozhu asked, "Husband, which room are you staying in?" Lu Yan pointed to the main hall and said, "The 5th room in the 1st row." "Then I'll stay in the 6th room," Lu Miaozhu said. Pei Qingran said, "I'll stay in the 4th one. My husband, I want to go back to my old cave and move any useful things there, and I'll also bring my dragon horse with me." Hun Yuan Cave boasts 3 secondary peaks and covers a large area, making it suitable for raising dragon horses. Since being drugged and rendered ineffective last time, Ryoma has felt extremely guilty and has been trying to do something to make up for it. Now we can give it something to do: guard the Hun Yuan Cave. Lu Yan waved his hand and said, "Go." The 2 women were busy with their own things. Lu Yan placed the snail on his shoulder and said, "Let's go see our teacher's wife and tell her about what happened to me." "You want to see your master's wife's breasts, don't you?" the snail said. Lu Yan was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? I only have respect for my master's wife, and I have no other intentions." "Tell me with your heart," the snail said. Lu Yan was too lazy to waste words with the snail and went straight to the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Seeing his master's wife, Yang Wanjin, sitting on the ground like a duck, leaning forward with her silver hair hanging down to the ground, she was as beautiful as a landscape painting. It turns out she was sitting on the ground taking care of her child. It is worth mentioning that both Lu Changsheng and Lu Baiji were raised by their master's wife. Lu Yan walked up to her. Because she was sitting while he was standing, looking down at her, his gaze unintentionally opened and locked onto her chest. Snow White. Big Mac. The teacher's wife is truly filial. She has an ethereal beauty, and her figure and looks are absolutely stunning. No wonder the system gave her a score of 100. She is currently the only woman to receive a perfect score. Moreover, the master's wife's beauty is currently 70% sealed by the jade hairpin, meaning that what we see now is only 30% of her beauty. I wonder how beautiful she would be if she took off the jade hairpin. It's not good, it's impolite, to keep staring at your teacher's wife's chest. To avoid awkwardness, Lu Yan also sat in front of his teacher's wife, but his gaze seemed to automatically drift towards her chest. Master's wife, I have built my own cave dwelling and plan to move there tonight. In the future, I will come back to visit you more often when I have time. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. The secondary peak is not far from the main peak. If you were to fly, it would take less than 5 minutes. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, gave Lu Yan a cold glance and said, fine. That brat is really something. At the time, I thought he would die when his lifespan ended, but I never expected that he would cultivate to the Golden Core realm in just a few years. What kind of monster is this? Ha? What's wrong with this brat? Every time he comes here, he stares at me. Is he out of his mind? Wait, only now did she notice that because she was sitting, her clothes had slipped down, revealing a large expanse of white skin on her chest, and Lu Yan was staring at her like a pervert. Lu Yan, you. She was about to explode and slap Lu Yan on the head. Lu Yan clasped his hands together in front of her chest, his face serious. Ahmedba, Master's wife, you believe in Buddhism? It turned out that Lu Yan was looking at the jade Buddha pendant on her chest. She had thought Lu Yan was looking at her chest. If you don't believe me, this jade Buddha pendant was brought back to me by my dear younger sister after she had it blessed during a trip to Wanfo Temple. I've been wearing it ever since. If it weren't for her good sister giving it to her, she wouldn't have been able to bring things from Wanfo Temple. She hates Wanfo Temple. I hate bald monks. Because she once walked past Wanfo Temple wearing red clothes and barefoot, more than a dozen monks who saw her all left the monastic life. The abbot of Wanfo Temple was furious and rebuked her, saying that she was seducing men everywhere and was a femme fatale. She was furious and went straight into Wanfo Temple for a stroll. As a result, 2/3 of the monks' faith collapsed, and they all returned to secular life to pursue her, wanting to become her Taoist partners. Yang Wanjin naturally ignored these bald monks. Since then, the abbot of Wanfo Temple has written a sign that reads, Yang Wanjin and dogs are not allowed inside. Bald monks are stingy. After learning about this, Yang Wanjin did not hold it against the bald monks. He inexplicably earned the title of Killer of Wanfo Temple. It's really not her fault. The bald monk's heart was inherently fragile. He went crazy when he saw a woman, acting as if he had never seen a woman before. Originally, she hadn't thought of this, but thinking of it now, Yang Wanjin was a little annoyed. She took off the jade Buddha pendant and put it around Lu Baiji's neck, saying, Let's give this jade Buddha to Baiji, so that she can grow up healthy. She touched Baiji's fair and delicate face, and suddenly realized that Lu Yan was still staring at her chest. That was too much. When are you going to hire a maid? I don't have time to help you take care of the child. Looking for it. Get lost. Master's wife, I'm leaving now. Lu Yan glanced at his master's wife a few more times with reluctance before standing up and leaving. This brat is getting bolder and bolder. He dared to stare at me for so long today. He'll probably be able to keep me in check in the future. The teacher's wife clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Wa'ada. As soon as the child cried, she immediately forgot about it and focused on taking care of the child. As they walked out of the palace, the snail said, I noticed you were staring at your master's wife's chest, and you even said you didn't like her. Really not, Lu Yan retorted. The snail said, based on my years of experience, she doesn't dislike you. She appears cold on the surface but is very warm-hearted inside. She definitely likes you. I think you can try it next time you see her. Just ask her to show you your legs. If she doesn't refuse, just make your move. What if you refuse? I refuse to say anything more. He'll probably be beaten to death. Lu Yan ignored the snail's silly advice and returned to the Hanyuan cave. At dusk, Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran had finished packing their things. The two were a little tired, so they went to soak in the spring. Lu Yan immediately followed after finding out. Women, I'm here. Lu Yan pounced into the gentle embrace like a lecherous wolf, while simultaneously circulating the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. 1 day later. Golden Core Level 2, 2.1%. 2 days later. Golden Core Level 2, 4.2%. 2 weeks later. Golden Core Level 2, 34.7%. A month and a half later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 86 pills remaining. Just as I expected, cultivating with 2 people is faster than cultivating alone. Pei Qingran said, we just wanted to take a bath, but now we're even more tired. Lu Yan said, it's alright, I'll use the wonderful spring hand technique to treat you before we continue. Get out. Get out of here. Pei Qingran kicked him out of the spiritual spring. It's really time to take a bath. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't withstand Lu Yan's torment. As Lu Yan's physical body gradually became stronger, Lu Miaozhu was the one who couldn't keep up the most, because she was at the great perfection of the golden core stage. In terms of strength, she felt that even if she and Pei Qingran fought together, they couldn't beat Lu Yan. Lu Yan is truly monstrous. He has mastered supernatural powers at the golden core stage alone. That's something that can only be cultivated when you reach the nascent soul stage. The tribulation and foundation building process is truly terrifying, but I get scared every time I think about Lu Yan undergoing that tribulation. If it's her, it's absolutely unbearable. Okay, you guys take your time washing, I'm leaving now. Lu Yan felt refreshed and left the spiritual spring. The snails outside saw Lu Yan come out and said, Master, you've finally come out. Lu Yan asked, what is it? Someone is looking for you, the snail said. Lu Yan went there and arrived outside the Hunyuan cave. There was a handsome man with a beautiful woman by his side. The woman was also carrying a wooden box on her back, the contents of which were unknown. At the same time, the system's built-in character identification function is enabled. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 89,110,500, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, Qi refining level 3, originally golden core level 1, now fallen to a lower level. Identity, second disciple of the third elder of Qinglong Peak, sister of Zhang Yuanqing, eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua of Zhuanshu Kingdom, 3 sword style. Goal, to prove oneself as a true immortal through the sword. Rating, 92. Affection level, 0, he knows that his brother Zhang Yuanqing lost the bet with you, and that he wants her to be his Taoist partner even though you already have one, so he has no affection for you at all. After browsing her information, Lu Yan finally understood. Zhang Yuanqing's younger sister, Zhang Yuanying, must have entered a state of decline, her cultivation level dropping from the golden core realm to the third level of Qi refining. No wonder she came looking for him. Zhang Yuanqing, holding his younger sister's hand, said, Senior brother Lu, I made a bet with you before and lost my sister. Now I've brought her with me. Lu Yan asked, is she willing to be my Taoist partner? Zhang Yuanqing said, I'm unwilling. However, she can't beat me right now, which is why I was able to bring her here. Although I made the bet with you on a whim, I hope that senior brother Lu can save my sister. Her life is slipping away very quickly. I am willing to do anything as long as you can save her. He had already asked his master, the third elder. He and his sister were both disciples of the third elder. The third elder said he couldn't save him, and the only person he could save now was Lu Yan from Vermilion Bird Peak. He immediately brought his sister over. Lu Yan asked curiously, how did she suddenly fall from grace? Chapter 34, 50 years of raising a child, now you're free. Zhang Yuanqing revealed the whole story of his sister's fall from grace. Since my sister entered the Great Tao sect, she has been eager to achieve quick success, only pursuing the advancement of her realm. She also frequently takes pills. Some time ago, after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, she wanted to immediately break through to the second level of the Golden Core realm. For years, she has been cultivating in this way, only wanting to break through. Master said that she would definitely have problems in the future if she continued like this, but she never listened. A few days ago, she was in a hurry to break through her cultivation realm and accidentally went into a state of demonic possession. Her cultivation level was not solid to begin with, and she couldn't withstand the backlash from becoming a demon, so her cultivation level kept dropping. If it weren't for her master giving her pills and consuming decades of her cultivation, she would have no cultivation left by now. It's a good thing that she can still maintain the third level of Qi refining. Lu Yan nodded, I understand. What is your purpose? I want you to save my sister. From now on, my sister will be your Taoist partner, and I can do anything for you unconditionally, Zhang Yuanqing said. Lu Yan glanced at Zhang Yuanying. Slim figure. The standard pale, young and thin. Judging by appearance, her chest was not as large as Pei Qingran's or Lu Miaozhu's. However, her face and eyes are very beautiful, giving her a pure and innocent, moonlight-like feeling. She's only 89 years old, which is very young considering the 500-year lifespan of a golden core cultivator. It's reasonable that her eyes are clear. She's not the same style as Pei Qingran or Lu Miaozhu. Pei Qingran possesses a 9-curved body, a veritable winding corridor, and her alluring eyes are like ripe grapes. She is the mature, sophisticated type. Pei Qingran has a pear-shaped figure, with a small and cute face, but a mature and sophisticated body. Suddenly I remembered Najimitsu, whose legs were longer than his life, and whose buttocks moved like a millstone. Each can be described as having its own style. Zhang Yuanying felt very uncomfortable being stared at like that by Lu Yan, and immediately hid behind her brother Zhang Yuanqing. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze and said, "I can't save them." "My master said only you can save her," Zhang Yuanqing said. Please save my sister. I'm begging you on my knees." Lu Yan stopped him and said, "Your master is the third elder of Azure Dragon Peak. If even he couldn't save you, how could I possibly have that kind of ability?" "You have it," Zhang Yuanqing said. Lu Yan remained silent. He does have a method. The Su Nu Wen Dao Jing is a healing Bible. However, if we want to restore it, we need to repair it together. But Zhang Yuanying didn't say a word the whole time, and her favorability towards him didn't change, which clearly indicated that she was unwilling. He never forced anyone, and always gave Zhang Yuanying a way out. "I don't have any. You should find someone else." Zhang Yuanqing said, "My master said you have the 3 tribulations Dao flower, which can save my sister." He paused, then said solemnly, "As long as you save my sister, I'm yours. I'll go through fire and water for you, even if it means dying." Lu Yan was stunned. He hadn't even remembered having such a thing for a moment, yet the third elder of Azure Dragon Peak knew about it. It seems that the higher-ups of the Great Dao sect probably know about my destruction of the Wang family. Lu Yan shrugged, "You're quite well informed. I do indeed have the 3 tribulations Dao flower. But, alright, I'll save her then. Let's not talk about the Dao companion anymore, but I have one condition." "Please speak." Zhang Yuanqing's eyes lit up. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Yuanying, "I need a maid. If you are willing to help me take care of my child for 50 years, I will give you the 3 tribulations Dao flower." Zhang Yuanying said, "I agree." This was the first time she had spoken. Consuming the 3 tribulations Dao flower will restore one's golden core stage strength and increase lifespan. Therefore, it will not be a loss for 50 years. When the children are young, they need a lot of care. Once they grow up and can cultivate, they won't need it anymore. However, my children will keep coming. You will have to help take care of them as long as they are born. After 50 years, you will be free, Lu Yan added. Zhang Yuanying said, "Thank you very much, senior brother Lu, for saving my child. I will help you take care of the child for the next 50 years, and I will never break my promise. I swear an oath on the Great Dao. If I break my promise, may I die a horrible death." Zhang Yuanqing was moved to tears. "Thank you so much, senior brother Lu. If you ever need me, just call me and I'll definitely take care of it." "Okay, enough talk." Lu Yan waved his hand, and a clean bottle flew out of his storage bag. He said, "This is the 3 tribulations Dao flower. This rare flower of heaven and earth is very easy to consume. There is no complicated process. Just swallow and refine it directly." Zhang Yuanying cupped his hands, accepted the cleansing bottle, and drank it on the spot without any hesitation. Immediately sit cross-legged on the ground to digest the effects of the medicine. Period. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu also came out of the bath and learned what had happened. The former said, "Perfect, let her be a maid and take care of the child." Lu Miaozhu agreed, "That's right, this way master's wife will have time, and it won't interfere with our cultivation." 2 hours later, Zhang Yuanying opened her eyes, walked up to Lu Yan, and spoke in the manner of a maid. "Thank you, young master. I have recovered." Lu Yan scanned the screen, and the system's character identification function was immediately activated. Only 2 rows of data changed. Age, 89,350,500, current age livable age at which level? Favorability, 60. Lu Yan thought to himself, the 3 tribulations Dao flower can indeed help her, but unfortunately, it cannot make up for her lifespan. However, with her talent, she is capable of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. "Very good, you're recovering well." Lu Yan nodded and introduced, "This is Pei Qingran, and Lu Miaozhu, my Daoist partner. Now we're going to the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak to bring the child back. Greetings, Madame Pei and Madame Lu." Zhang Yuanying bowed. The 2 women waved their hands, no need for formalities. "Walk." Lu Yan took to the air. Follow me. Zhang Yuanying also took to the air. Zhang Yuanqing cupped his hands and said, respectfully seeing off senior brother Lu, then this junior brother will return first. He bowed to the two women and quickly left the place. In just a few minutes, Lu Yan arrived at the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Seeing that his master's wife, Yang Wanjin, was sitting upright on a high seat, her face as cold as frost, like a block of ice that had stood for 10,000 years. Master's wife, this is the new maid I've found. She can work for 50 years. From now on, you won't have to trouble yourself to take care of the children. Lu Yan looked up and stared at his teacher's wife. Greetings, Deputy Peak Master. Zhang Yuanying cupped his hands in greeting as he met Yang Wanjin, the Deputy Peak Master of Zhuke Peak, for the first time. I never expected her to be so good-looking. She thought Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were already beautiful enough, but Yang Wanjin was even more stunning, as beautiful as a painting. Compared to her, she looks like a haggard old woman. Yang Wanjin didn't even glance at Zhang Yuanying, but looked at Lu Yan and said, "Okay, take it with you." Finally, it's quiet. She likes quiet. She really doesn't want to take care of the child unless it's absolutely necessary. Having said that, he looked at Zhang Yuanying and said coldly, "Since you've agreed to be a maid, then do it well. If anything goes wrong and harms the child, I'll kill you." The master's wife's aura was simply too strong. Zhang Yuanying felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her back, making it hard for her to breathe. Just as she felt her dantian was about to shatter and she was about to kneel down, that immense power vanished without a trace. You take the child out. I have something to say to Lu Yan. Yes. Zhang Yuanying, carrying 6-month-old Lu Baizhi, led nearly 3-year-old Lu Changsheng out of the palace. Master's wife, what is it? Lu Yan asked. Yang Wanjin asked, you're at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage now, right? Absolutely. Zhang Yuanying's face turned ashen. Why were Yang Wanjin and Lu Yan speaking so gently? Could it be that the two of them were having an affair? Wait, how could she have such an absurd thought? Yes, Lu Yan said. He did not use the Immortal Tears Gourd pendant to conceal his cultivation level. Abnormal. Zhang Yuanying shuddered. Why was Lu Yan breaking through so quickly? With these questions in mind, she walked out of the palace. Suddenly, the palace doors slammed shut. Very good. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, looked at Lu Yan with admiration and said, have you ever heard of the Golden Core Prodigies battle? What the heck? Lu Yan was stunned. Chapter 35 Golden Core Prodigy Battle, 1 million participants. Battle of Golden Core Prodigies. Yang Wanjin repeated herself, her voice icy, as if she were transporting someone to a freezing inferno. Lu Yan shook his head, never heard of it. The Golden Core Prodigy Battle is held every 70 years. Anyone who breaks through to the Golden Core realm before the age of 100 can participate. You're lucky to have encountered this year's battle. Registration is currently open, as long as... Yang Wanjin was interrupted by Lu Yan before she could finish speaking. I don't want to leave the Great Tao sect, so I won't participate. Don't rush, let me finish. More than 100 sects are participating this year, and the venue is at the Great Tao sect. All you need to do is register. You refused the flying sword competition last time, but you can't refuse this time. Lu Yan said, I don't like competitions. I just want to cultivate in peace. Master's wife, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. He turned and walked outside, but his teacher's wife's voice continued to drift in. The first place winner of the Golden Core Prodigy Battle will receive a nascent soul fruit. Nascent soul fruit? On the other hand, Lu Yan turned to look at his master's wife, his face full of surprise. You mean the nascent soul fruit that can help one break through to the nascent soul stage by consuming just one? Right. Seeing that Lu Yan was interested, Yang Wanjin continued. The second prize is Heavenly Thunder Liquid, which can temper the physical body and make it reach a higher level. The third prize is Guanine Bamboo, a well-known material for refining weapons. The fourth prize is a fire-repelling pearl. Lu Yan wasn't very interested in the other prizes, but he was very interested in the nascent soul fruit. He had promised Lu Miaozhu that he would help her break through to the nascent soul stage. This fruit is just the right thing to do to solve this problem. Only by resolving Lu Miaozhu's lifespan issue can I better cultivate the Su Nu and Dao Jing and make greater progress. I've thought it through. Master's wife, I'm going. I'll participate in the Golden Core Prodigy Battle. The most powerful people from all sects will gather here at that time, so you have to be careful. How long until the match starts? Lu Yan couldn't wait any longer. Yang Wanjin said, about 4 months. Okay, please help me register, madam. What ranking do you think you can achieve? First place. Okay, I'll register you. Now get lost. Yes, master's wife. Lu Yan waved his hand and turned to leave the main hall. When Lu Changsheng saw Lu Yan come out, he immediately ran over and said, Daddy, I want a hug. Lu Yan picked her up, nuzzled her little face, and said, Changsheng baby, what have you been up to lately? Are you having fun with my master's wife? Happy. Lu Changsheng revealed 2 small, shiny tiger teeth. Lu Yan then asked, besides playing, what else did you do? I do nothing but play all sorts of things. My master says I'm at the age where I should be playing, and he won't let me learn anything, Lu Changsheng said in a childish voice. Lu Yan smiled and patted her head, saying, I suddenly remembered something. Didn't we go out a while ago? I wonder if you got anything? He only now remembered that he had calculated that Lu Changsheng had a chance. But Lu Changsheng has always been with me, so where did this opportunity come from? Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and something flew out of the storage bag at his waist. He said, Father, yes, I got 2 things. The first one was a golden bowl. I even asked a fortune teller to take a look at it. She said that this golden bowl might be a treasure bowl and that I should keep it with me for good luck. The second one is a blue manual. She truthfully recounted what she had found in the cave. Look, Father, the second one is this manual. I asked the sorceress, and she said that the characters on it are bird script, which has been lost for a long time, and she can't understand them. Lu Yan took the blue manual from her hand and flipped through it. What's this? Zhang Yuanying, holding the baby, approached Lu Baizhi and looked at the words on it, dejectedly saying, This writing is so ugly, it looks like scribbles, I can't understand a single one of it. Lu Changsheng said, My master said that it's normal not to understand. Lu Yan remained silent. He knew bird script. This script has a very early origin. The most impressive example is the jade pendant of Qin Shi Huang, which bears the inscription, Receive the mandate from heaven, may your life be long and prosperous, in bird seal script. The bird script is very strange, each character looks like a bird. It does look a bit like scribbles. Father, can you understand it? Lu Changsheng asked. Lu Yan stared at the large characters on the cover, pointed to them, and said, I only know these 3 words. What do those 3 words mean? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. Lu Yan said, the qi cultivation technique. Zhang Yuanying asked, is that so? Lu Yan was quite certain that he recognized these 3 characters because he had studied them a little before transmigrating and had learned them through a combination of guesswork and deduction. Bird script is really too difficult to recognize. Even a 3-year-old like Lu Changsheng knew, isn't the qi refining technique the most ordinary method of absorbing qi? Yes. Lu Yan couldn't understand why the qi observation technique said this was an opportunity. I don't understand. You can keep it and play with it yourself. He held Lu Changsheng in his arms. They took to the air. Zhang Yuanying followed, carrying Lu Baizhi in her arms. He returned very quickly. In the courtyard of the main hall of the Hunyuan cave, Lu Miaozhu held her child, Lu Baizhi, and rocked her gently, saying, Daughter, grow up quickly. Pei Qingran sat with Lu Changsheng on the grass not far away, playing together. Seeing that he finally had some free time, Zhang Yuanying went to a corner to practice his swordsmanship. She uses the 3-sword style. She practiced for 2 hours straight, and as dusk fell, she began to cook for Lu Changsheng. Sister, what did you make? Why does it taste so bad? She spat out the food. It's not that Lu Changsheng is a picky eater, it's just that her cooking is really terrible. You should go and ask my father for advice, he cooks delicious food. Okay, little master. She found Lu Yan, who tried what she had cooked. It's awful, it's all bitter. Spit it out. Lu Yan came in person. In less than half an hour, the delicious dishes were served, 3 dishes and a soup. Lu Changsheng ate with great relish. Daddy, you're amazing, this is delicious. Zhang Yuanying also tried it, and her eyes lit up when she compared it to her own. What I have is pig feed. Lu Yan said, it's okay. Cooking skills are something that need to be practiced. I'm not free all the time. Here's what I'll do. I'll write out a recipe for you, including the steps and ingredients. Just follow this recipe and it won't taste too bad. Thanks. Zhang Yuanying spoke. Favorability, 65. Lu Yan was speechless that this could increase his favorability rating. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yuanying brought Lu Baizhi to Lu Miaozhu and said, "It's time for her to nurse." Good. Because they were both women, Lu Miaozhu was very open and simply lifted her clothes to breastfeed. Zhang Yuanying was shocked, her eyes widening like a bull's. Because Lu Miaozhu was just too big. She looked at her own reflection and felt extremely inferior in comparison. Suckling. Baby Lu Baizhi drank with gusto, her big eyes looking around in a way that was not typical of an infant, but no one paid any attention. After all, she was just a baby. The baby thought to himself, "I didn't die, I actually came back to life, very good. It seems that the reincarnation decree can really reincarnate me, and I even have the memories of my previous life." She was nursing enthusiastically when she started to sort through the information. "I was actually reincarnated into the Great Tao sect. Wow, this family really knows how to name their children. My name in my previous life was Lu Baizhi. Taishan Holy Land, how are you? Since I'm not dead, you're in for a world of trouble." She had actually used the reincarnation decree to reincarnate quite a long time ago, but she had been in a daze and had not recovered until now, when her consciousness finally returned. Wow, Mom is so beautiful. In her previous life, she had no parents since childhood, so she regarded her master, senior brothers, and junior sisters in the Taishan Holy Land as her family. The result was that he was pierced by 1,000 swords. Very good. I have family in this life. Wait, why does my mother have such a great figure? She's so fair-skinned. She ate with even more gusto. Ha! Lu Miaozhu felt that the child's eyes were strange, not like a child's eyes, but she didn't think much of it and just pinched her cheek. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Miaozhu held her and said some words to lull her to sleep. This mother smells so good, feels so comfortable, and is so soft. Before she could even enjoy herself, her mother handed her over to Zhang Yuanying, saying, "Please put her to sleep." Okay. Zhang Yuanying carried her away. Lu Baizhi leaned against Zhang Yuanying's chest, inwardly complaining. The land is flat as a pancake. Oh, poor child. Luckily, I'm not her biological mother, or she would definitely go hungry. My mother's love is still the best. I miss my mother so much. Zhang Yuanying carried Lu Baizhi to the room and sang nursery rhymes to lull her to sleep, but she was not sleepy and only wanted to cultivate. She struggled for a long time. He did not cultivate a single trace of spiritual power. This body is still too young, I'll wait until I'm older. Since I didn't experience parental love in my past life, I'll cherish it in this one. By the way, where's my real father? Since he was able to marry such a beautiful Taoist partner as his mother, his biological father must be quite good as well. Achoo! Lu Yan sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Pei Qingran or Lu Miaozhu? It must be Lu Miaozhu. He was thinking of going to see her. Because he was a little hungry. It just so happens that I can eat my fill at Lu Miaozhu's place. Without hesitation, Lu Yan slipped into the 6th room, quickly went to the bedside, and pulled back the covers. I am coming. You. Both of them covered their bodies at the same time. To Lu Yan's surprise, there were 2 women in the bed, Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu. Qingran, isn't your room the 4th one? Lu Yan asked. Pei Qingran said, I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with Sister Lu. If I can't sleep, then I won't sleep. Lu Yan got into bed, lay in the middle, turned towards Lu Miaozhu, and said, I'm hungry. Roll. Lu Yan, of course, did not leave. Soon the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing was activated. 1 day later. Golden Core Level 3, 1.6%. 2 days later. Golden Core Level 3, 3.2%. 1 month later. Golden Core Level 3, 49.8%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 46 pills remaining. Previously, Lu Yan's combined cultivation progress with the 2 was 2% per day, but now it has slowed down considerably. This is because Pei Qingran has to take time to practice swordsmanship every day, and Lu Miaozhu has to take time to nurse the child and practice swordsmanship, so it has been slower. But it has no impact. The 2 women aren't cows. It will be tiring. Practicing swordplay and nursing the baby are just ways to relax. Now the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill is almost used up. Once I finish taking it, I can cultivate the ancient kidney body soon. This day. The time for the Golden Core Prodigy battle is approaching. Lu Yan said. I'm off. You guys wash yourselves clean and wait for me. I'll be back soon. TCH. The 2 women rolled their eyes. Lu Yan smiled and flew towards the Great Tao Palace, because the Golden Core Prodigy battle was being held there. The layout of the Great Tao sect is that 4 peaks surround one palace. The Great Tao Palace is the core of the Great Tao sect. In a short while, Grand Palace Square. The area here is ridiculously large, with a circular shape and tiered steps leading up, like a bird's nest stadium magnified dozens of times. It is said that this place can accommodate 1 million people. Looking around, it was a sea of people. A tall and handsome man floated in the middle of the square. He was Jiang Junlin, the holy son of the Great Tao sect. I am Jiang Junlin, the holy son of the Great Tao sect. On behalf of all cultivators of the Great Tao sect, I welcome the cultivators from more than 100 sects to the 67th Golden Core Prodigy battle. The competition will begin in half an hour. Now I will announce the rules. The competition will take place in a spatial cave created by a powerful being. The rule is that anyone can challenge you, and the higher the number of people you defeat, the higher your ranking will be. The competition will last for 3 months. All participants are encouraged not to hold back, as this is the best and biggest stage to showcase your talents. The prize for first place in the competition is a nascent soul fruit. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. Jiang Junlin, the holy son of the Great Tao sect, took out a ball the size of a fist, ran to the center of the plaza, snapped his fingers, and said, "The competition is officially starting. Contestants, please enter the venue." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of qualified Golden Core cultivators rushed toward the small ball with their participation tokens. Lu Yan was no exception. They instantly entered the small ball. Chapter 36: The 4 Beauties of the Joyous Union, the 4 Desire Bodies. Inside the small sphere at the Grand Palace Square. This is a spatial grotto heaven crafted by a powerful being. It's so realistic. Lu Yan glanced around and said, I didn't expect there to be bamboo forests, mountains, forests, caves, and various ferocious beasts lurking in the forest inside the sphere. It's a huge man-made secret realm. At this moment, the snail that was lying on the back of Lu Yan's ear spoke. You bumpkin. The great power is to directly refine the regions in reality and then compress them into something else. This is the method of the great power. It's a heaven-reaching technique that only those at the integration realm possess. Lu Yan thought about it and realized that after the Golden Core realm came the nascent soul realm, the spirit transformation realm, the void refining realm, and the body integration realm. It seems that the integration realm is still quite far away from me. I don't want to think about it that much. Just as Lu Yan was taking in his surroundings, 4 beautiful women wearing veils came to his side. They completely ignored themselves and started talking. The woman in white said, "This lush bamboo forest is a wonderful place. We can stay here for a month or 2 before going out to challenge the higher-ranked cultivators. By directly inheriting the opponent's number of wins, you don't have to go through the trouble of starting from scratch." The woman in pink nodded in agreement. That's right, this saves time and effort. Let's go down and cultivate for 2 months before going out again. We can improve a lot in 2 months. The women in green and red also expressed their opinions, and they all agreed. The 4 women talked the whole time, and as for Lu Yan in front of them, they probably treated him like he wasn't there. After all, he was only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Lu Yan did not use the Immortal Tear Gourd pendant to conceal his cultivation level. One's aura can be detected by the other party with a single probe. The woman in red said, "Boy, you're lucky. Let's go, we won't challenge you." The woman in green laughed and said, "Little sister, you're too kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have told him to get lost. How dare he, a mere 5th level Golden Core cultivator, participate in the Golden Core Prodigy battle? Yes, I wonder who gave him the courage." The woman in pink said. The woman in white waved her hand and said, "Kid, get lost before we get angry." Lu Yan's gaze swept over the 4 women one by one. Her slender waist and navel were both exposed, delicate and fair, so small that they could be grasped in one hand, and looked fresh and juicy. However, the most eye-catching feature is her jade-like feet. Her jade-like feet shone brightly, like a crystal curtain, giving one the urge to take a bite. Lu Yan asked, "The 4 of you are dressed scantily, exposing your waists, navels, and even your bare feet. Are you disciples of the demonic path? This is Lu Yan's stereotype, that the characters in The Untamed are scantily clad and provocative. You bumpkin, we are disciples of the Hahuan sect. The woman in white rolled her eyes. Seeing that Lu Yan looked like he had never seen the world, she said, I'm not afraid to tell you, we are the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect, the 4 most beautiful women. I am Yun Xiangyi. She paused, then pointed to the woman in pink, the woman in green, and the woman in red, and said, Hua Shangron, Zibuyu, and Hongfonu. The 4 of us are the 4 beauties of Hahuan. The most famous woman in the Hahuan sect, without exception, and her reputation is widespread even in sects outside of the Hahuan sect. Lu Yan's gaze continued to linger on their waists and delicate feet, and he said, She is indeed a beauty. Thank you for the explanation. I've learned something new that I don't really know. Yun Xiangyi, dressed in flowing white robes, angrily retorted, You ungrateful wretch. It's a blessing you've accumulated over 3 lifetimes for us to introduce ourselves to you, yet you say you've gained useless knowledge. Humph, which sect are you from? Lu Yan said, What business is it of yours which sect I belong to? I'm so angry, I'm going to fuck you. Yun Xiangyi was so angry she looked like a hamster, her mouth puffed out, ready to attack. Wait a moment. Lu Yan waved his hand. As the system displays rows of data about the identified individuals. He wanted to check on the 4 women. Name, Yun Xiangyi. Age, 99,480,500, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, golden core perfection. Identity, first among the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect orphan jade pot desire body. Goals, 1. To become an apprentice of Fairy Yaoji in the sacred jade pool 2. If the first goal cannot be achieved, then find a good man. Rating, 91. Favorability, 0. Name, Hua Shamrong. Age, 99,490,500, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, golden core perfection. Identity, second among the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect orphan contains a pearl and desires. Goals, 1. To become an apprentice of Fairy Yaoji in the sacred jade pool 2. If the first goal cannot be achieved, then find a good man. Rating, 91. Favorability, 0. Name, Zibuyu. Age, 99,485,500, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, golden core perfection. Identity, third of the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect orphan jade gate desire body. Goals, 1. To become an apprentice of Fairy Yaoji in the sacred jade pool 2. If the first goal cannot be achieved, then find a good man. Rating, 91. Favorability, 0. Name, Red Buddha Girl. Age, 99,499,500, current age livable age at which level? Realm level, golden core perfection. Identity, fourth of the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect orphan jade whirlpool desire body. Goals, 1. To become an apprentice of Fairy Yaoji in the sacred jade pool 2. If the first goal cannot be achieved, then find a good man. Rating, 91. Favorability, 0. Lu Yan quickly scanned the information. Now I finally understand why these 4 are such good friends. They share the same goal. Birds of a feather flock together. After reading the information, the only thing Lu Yan couldn't understand was why all 4 of them had desire bodies. Jade pot. Pearl. Yu Mun. Jade vortex. Truly terrifying. Lu Yan couldn't help but tremble. He had some understanding of the desire body, because his Taoist partner Pei Qingran was a 9-ben desire body. That feeling is indescribable to outsiders. Wait a minute, it seems that Najimitsu Shinken is a butterfly with a desire body. That's a bit outrageous. I've encountered quite a few sexual beings. If I could take them all as my Taoist partners, that would be. What? Are you scared? Seeing that Lu Yan hadn't spoken for a long time, Yun Xiangyi said, If you're scared, just say so. We won't hit you. Get lost, get as far away as you can. TSK Tisk. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. The Joyful Union Sect. The Joyful Union Sect is great. I have a question for you. I don't know if it's just my stereotype, but do the Hahuan sect members have sex with men every day? Yun Xiangyi said, What filthy things are you thinking about? You don't understand the Hahuan sect at all. The Hahuan sect follows the Yin-Yang harmony path. Our Hahuan sect's Hahuan pavilion has spread throughout the Hunyuan realm, and many Hahuan ladies are welcoming guests. They don't need to charge money, they only need 3 strands of primordial yang. A man has plenty of vital energy, which can be restored every once in a while. Drawing out 3 strands of vital energy once every 3 months will have no effect at all. Of the 3 strands of primordial yang, the welcoming Hahuan Miss will receive 1 strand, while the remaining 2 strands must be handed over and eventually converge at the Hahuan sect. This is how we cultivate ourselves. We have the highest status, so we can just cultivate within the sect and don't need to go out. I've finished speaking. Is this the answer you wanted? Yun Shangyi stared coldly at Lu Yan, her face full of sarcasm, thinking that Lu Yan had no knowledge. Lu Yan said, I apologize for my ignorance. I have gained a lot of knowledge. To thank you, I will go easy on you. You can all attack together. You want to challenge us? The 3 women were shocked. Red Buddha woman clutched her stomach and laughed, a mere 5th level of the golden core stage? That's hilarious, ha ha ha. Did you know? We are all at the great perfection of the golden core stage. Our goal this time is to take 1st to 4th place. Our Hahuan sect plans to sweep the rewards for the top 4 places. Lu Yan nodded and said, that's a good goal. Having a goal is a good thing. Hua Shangrong laughed so hard she bent over. This is hilarious, I can't take it anymore, it's just too funny. What sect are you from and what's your name? I'll write it down. Enough laughing, let's begin. All 4 of you, attack together, Lu Yan said calmly. Sisters, you don't need to do anything, I'll take care of it. Red-haired Buddha girl stepped forward and said. You ignorant fool, I'll defeat you now. Watch out, I'm about to make my move. She took out a sword. They attacked. Lu Yan easily kicked her out, sending her crashing into the bamboo forest, creating a cloud of dust. The clouds longed for clothes, the flowers longed for beauty, and Z remained silent as her smile vanished instantly. The 3 women had solemn expressions. The red-clad woman, who had fallen into the bamboo grove, got up and soared into the sky. Drink! Take this sword strike! Pear blossom falls. Pear blossoms fluttered down from the sky. A murderous aura emanated from them. Yun Xiangyi said, 4th sister actually used this move. It seems she is really angry. That man is going to be in trouble. I hope 4th sister can control the sword energy and not take his life. The Golden Core Prodigy battle is jointly organized by more than 100 sections. It's best to stop when the fighting is over. Killing is not a good thing. If the sect investigates, there will be a price to pay. Bang! They didn't expect that Lu Yan would kick her again, and the red Buddha girl was blasted into the bamboo forest, creating a cloud of dust. Having been kicked to the ground twice, the red Buddha woman had lost her mind and charged at Lu Yan again. However, they couldn't even touch a single hair on Lu Yan's head. The woman in red was already in a serious state, but it was no use. The man opposite her was completely at ease, grinning as if he were mocking her. The 3 women looked at each other in bewilderment. Unexpectedly, their first attempt was unsuccessful, as they encountered a troublesome person on their very first visit to the spatial cave. Yun Shangyi said. We've met our match this time, let's join forces. 4 women attacked at the same time. With all their magic unleashed, a murderous aura filled the air, attracting cultivators from afar. It's actually the 4 beauties of Hahuan beating up a man? Who is that man? The spectators swallowed hard. Someone exclaimed in shock, how is that possible? He's at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. A mere 5th level Golden Core cultivator can actually fight the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect? So valiant. Whose subordinate is this? I am a disciple of the Great Tao sect. This man is named Lu Yan. He is the only person in the Great Tao sect to have transcended tribulation and established his foundation. What is tribulation transcending and foundation building? The 4 beauties of Hahuan are in for a rough time. They never expected to run into Lu Yan right from the start. What bad luck! A short while later, more and more people gathered to watch, numbering around 30 or 40 cultivators. Just then, Lu Yan snapped his fingers, and the world changed color, as if the whole world had turned into a gray landscape painting. Then, a yin-yang diagram of life and death stretched for miles, enveloping the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect and also enveloping the cultivators watching the battle. You beast, what is this thing? Is this some kind of supernatural power? Aren't supernatural powers something that can only be cultivated by those who have reached the nascent soul stage? Holy crap, We've been caught in the crossfire of the four beauties of Hawon. Damn, I should have known better than to come watch the show. Lu Yan stepped onto the yin yang life and death diagram and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry, you've been too kind." With that, a crisp snap of his fingers echoed across the sky. Anyone who was enveloped by the yin yang life and death diagram was defeated and fell into the mountains like fallen leaves. Lu Yan didn't kill them after all, it was just a competition. Simply defeat them. At this time, the token at Lu Yan's waist was shining brightly. When he picked it up, he was surprised to find that the data of the Golden Core Prodigy battle had appeared on it so quickly. Lu Yan of the Great Tao Sect, number of wins, 43, ranking, 1. Remark: wins refer to the number of people defeated. Besides displaying the rankings, the ranking data also has another function. By swiping up on the tokens, you can clearly see who is ranked what number, making it easier for you to challenge them. Chapter 37: Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Lu Yan stared at the token. TSK. I actually came in first place. He wanted to find out who was in second place, but the second place had not yet appeared. Because everyone here is new to this place. When you step into a new environment, you naturally need to familiarize yourself with it. Lu Yan had only been in the room for a few minutes when he started fighting with the four beauties of Hawon, and what was funny was that the spectators were also caught in the crossfire. They were all captured by Lu Yan. We lost everything. In the central square of the Grand Palace, there is a super large screen that displays the data of the top 100 challengers in real time. Now, however, a line of text stands out prominently. Lu Yan of the Great Tao Sect, number of wins, 43, ranking, 1. Everyone in the Great Tao Sect was shocked. The host, Xingzi Zhang Junlin, was also shocked. This Lu Yan is too high profile. But I'm curious how he managed to take on 43 people at the start. What happened? Who is this person? Many sects have questions. Who is he? He defeated 43 people in one go. He must be cheating. The elder of the Hawon sect frowned. What are you doing, Dao sect? Just because we're holding an event here doesn't mean you're cheating. Besides the Hawon sect, dozens of other sects, including the Qingyun sect, Tianjian sect, Yuqing sect, Zixia sect, Lingshu sect, Nanhua sect, Qingshu sect, Haoranjingqi sect, Fenshan sect, Bingyan sect, Yinxian sect, Suolong sect, Duanshan sect, Yenyu sect, Jiankuan sect, Xinghaishan sect, Xinghe sect, and so on, were dissatisfied. Zhang Junlin, who was in charge of this Golden Core Prodigy battle, immediately pulled up the video. Everyone saw Lu Yan challenge the four beauties of Hawon. Finally, the ink painting of the yin-yang life and death diagram appeared, defeating all 43 people in one fell swoop. Everyone was convinced. Then he began to learn about Lu Yan. The more I learned, the more shocked I became. This boy had actually transcended tribulation and established his foundation. No wonder it's so impressive. Of the more than 100 sects present, not a single one had reached the foundation establishment stage or the tribulation transcending stage. Everyone was curious, how exactly did he cultivate? It's so abnormal. That's perverted. Absolutely perverted. Who exactly is he? How did he cultivate? How can someone at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage defeat so many cultivators at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage? Within the spatial cave, the four beauties of Hawon fell into the lush green bamboo forest, their bodies covered in wounds. The one who was most seriously injured was the Red Buddha girl. Her face was pale and her legs were trembling. Because Lu Yan is just too fierce. Yun Xiangyi came over to comfort the silent Hong Fu Nu. Fourth sister, don't worry, we will help you get revenge. We will definitely help you vent your anger. The woman in red, regaining her senses, blushed and said, no need, I've made up my mind. Yun Xiangyi was stunned, said what? The woman in red touched her slender waist and said, I've decided to pursue him. I really like him. This man is not only handsome, but also incredibly strong. He can fight against a Golden Core cultivator at the Great Perfection stage when he is only at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Such a person is bound to become a powerful figure who dominates the region in the future. So she wanted to become Lu Yan's woman before he fully matured. You'll definitely benefit from it in the future. Yun Xiangyi said, have you forgotten your goal? It's simply a pipe dream to become the disciple of Fairy Yao Ji, but he's different. I still have a chance, so I've decided that I'll become his woman no matter what the cost. With a resolute gaze, the Red Buddha woman made a very important decision regarding her fate. A person doesn't have many opportunities to change their destiny in their lifetime. Perhaps this is just one time. She decided to take a gamble. Even if Lu Yen doesn't become a powerful figure in the future, he's handsome, and that's enough. The three women advised, it's still too hasty. I suggest you think it over. The woman in red said, no need to think about it anymore, I've decided it's her. You can't steal my man. Who's going to take it from you? The three women shook their heads and stopped trying to persuade her, knowing that the red Buddha was stubborn and wouldn't turn back until she crashed into the south gate. The red-clad maiden's eyes shone brightly as she said, I want to find him, but I don't know where he is. Wake up, fourth sister. The Golden Core Prodigy battle is still going on. Go out and find him. That makes sense. A spatial cave. Lu Yen flew alone through the mountains and forests. The snail said, Master, you lost 43 people at the start and are now in first place. I estimate that millions of contestants are paying attention to your name. I know that many high-profile geniuses cannot escape the fate of falling. Why don't you avoid the limelight? Why? Lu Yen also felt that he was being a bit too high-profile, but my goal is to get the nascent soul fruit. How can I obtain the nascent soul fruit if I don't get first place? The snail had a sudden inspiration, perhaps I can get the nascent soul fruit without needing your name. After hearing what the snail said, Lu Yen had a flash of inspiration and said, I have a plan. I can create an alternate account, fabricate an identity, and rampage through the ranks to get first place. That way, I can also obtain the nascent soul fruit. Clever. But how can sect tokens be forged? The snail smiled mysteriously and said, I can fake it. Anyway, with so many sects participating, the verification of tokens will definitely not be particularly strict. Its main purpose is to display the contestants' data, so you can steal a few tokens, and I'll change your name for you, and that will do. Hearing what the snail said, Lu Yen became bolder. He plans to make 3 vests. Add yourself. So he wanted to take home all 4 of the awards by himself. Hold. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Let's get right to it. He immediately challenged another group of people and quickly defeated them. Lu Yen of the Great Tao Sect, number of wins, 58, ranking, 1. During the process, they secretly stole 3 tokens. Anyway, it's reasonable if someone loses their token during a fight. Run to a deserted place and immediately have the snail modify the token. Modifications complete. Lu Yen began designing his own disguise. A short while later, 3 new usernames have been created. The first pseudonym is Wei Yi, from the Heavenly Sword Sect. He is at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage and has mastered the Invincible Sword Dao. His main sword techniques are the Tai Ching Sword Technique and the Tai Azure Sky Sword Technique. His second pseudonym is Man Air, from the Qing Yun Sect. He is at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage and has mastered the Divine Ape Moving Mountain Technique. The third pseudonym is Zhang San, from the Chu Sheng Sect, a Golden Core cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, who has mastered the 8 Collapse Fist, the Divine Flowing Light Step, and the 9 Dragon Seal of the Abyss. The Immortal Tears Gourd Pendant can modify the cultivation level displayed to the outside world. The Thousand Faces Divine Technique was a reward Lu Miaozhu received when she gave birth, and she has never used it since. This secret method allows one person to have 1,000 faces. You can freely change your face, temperament, expression, and height to become another person. Lu Yen stroked his chin and said, the combination of the Immortal Tear Gourd Pendant and the Thousand Faces Divine Technique is simply perfect. Now that all 3 disguises are complete, we can put the plan into action. He gets excited just thinking about it. When you're out and about, you give yourself your own identity, hee. Lu Yen plans to use his first alias, Wei Yi, to reduce the battle record of the real name Lu Yen. He went into the mountains. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed no one. He used the Thousand Faces Divine Technique to change his appearance. After, he gripped a sword and began to kill indiscriminately. No matter who you encounter, you'll face an invincible swordsmanship challenge. In just 1 hour, the ranking rose rapidly. Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, number of wins, 300, ranking, 1. Not enough. Lu Yen continued onward, defeating all the Golden Core cultivators. 1 day later, Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, number of wins, 2,800, ranking, 1. 2 days later, Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, number of wins, 6,000, ranking, 1. The 7th day, As Lu Yan flew through the air, he saw a familiar face, Yun Xiangyi, the most beautiful of the four beauties of Hahuan. He saw dozens of people surrounding her. Out of good intentions, he defeated dozens of people on the spot. Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, number of wins, 15,000, ranking, 1. Seeing that the man was impeccably dressed and possessed an ethereal air, Yun Xiangyi stepped forward, cupped her hands, and said, "Thank you for saving me, young master. My name is Yun Xiangyi. May I ask your name?" "Wei Yi." Lu Yan spoke calmly. She blushed and said shyly, "I wonder if I can travel with young Master Wei and join forces to challenge the Golden Core stage." "No." Lu Yan refused outright. What a joke. He wanted to fight alone. This woman is probably following me because she wants to steal my kills. Lu Yan left immediately. She followed him the whole time. After following her for 2 days, Yun Xiangyi broke down. Because Wei Yi's sword was too fast, she had been quietly watching him show off for the past 2 days. She didn't win a single point. In the end, I had no choice but to leave. Another day passed, and Lu Yan checked the rankings. Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, number of wins, 23,000, ranking, 1. The progress is still too slow. There are millions of people participating this time. We need to be more high profile and quickly increase the number of wins. He arrived at a great mountain, full of vigor, and announced aloud, "My name is Wei Yi, and I'm currently ranked number 1. Who else dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Because he was just too arrogant. Countless people came upon hearing the news. Unfortunately, no one could match Wei Yi. 5 more days passed. Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 70,000 wins, ranking, 1. The second place winner came from the Yuqing sect, with only 10,001 wins. It was only half a month. Wei Yi's name became known throughout the spatial cave, and everyone knew him. At the Great Dao Palace Square, the elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect couldn't stop smiling. Although he didn't remember if the sect had a disciple named Wei Yi, he was just too fierce. "My Heavenly Sword Sect is invincible, who else can compare?" He was very happy. No one from any sect was comfortable, except him. Everyone wished Wei Yi were a disciple of their own sect. In the spatial cave, Lu Yan stared at the ranking on the token and murmured, "It's far ahead of the second place, great, now we can start a second account." Chapter 38. I am invincible below the nascent soul stage. Lu Yan quietly slipped into a large mountain. He used the 1,000 Faces divine art to change his appearance again and went out from another direction. Having learned from the experience of using Wei Yi as an alias, Lu Yan stopped dawdling and charged around like a bull, making loud noises. Half a day. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 700, ranking, 280,000. It seems the competition is fierce right now. Lu Yan pondered, we need to speed things up and get our rankings up first. Since the people ahead of me have been playing for half a month, I need to speed up if I want to advance, like a thunderbolt. 1 day later. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 1,800, ranking, 200,000. The next day. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 4,000, ranking, 150,000. On the third day. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 6,000, ranking, 10,000. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect noticed a disciple who was rising rapidly in rank and asked in confusion, "Does our sect have someone named Man Air?" The second elder wasn't entirely sure, but still said, "Yes." The Grand Elder grinned from ear to ear, "It seems our Qingyun sect is about to produce a genius." It doesn't matter. Wei Yi of our Heavenly Sword Sect is invincible. He has already reached 70,000 points, leaving the second place far behind. The Heavenly Sword Sect is very arrogant now, with a completely different aura. No one paid him any attention. If they pay attention, the Heavenly Sword Sect will become even more arrogant and rampant. On the 7th day. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 10,000, rank, 100. The top 100 rankings. Each ranking is only a few people apart. But don't be fooled by these few people. Everyone in the top 100 is an elite among elites, and it takes a lot of effort to defeat the next one. Some couldn't even defeat their opponent in half a day. The Qingyun sect arrogantly declared, "Xingyun Sect's Man Air is awesome. He's made it into the top 100. Hurrah! Idiot!" Everyone cursed inwardly. Nobody paid any attention to him. Day 10. Xingyun Sect Man Air, wins, 23,000, rank, 6. The elders of the Qingyun sect have now lost their minds. Man Air is awesome, awesome. I never expected this big guy to kill his way through. The elder of the Chushang sect angrily said, Qingyun brat, what are you being so arrogant about? What's there to be so arrogant about? He's not using Qingyun sect techniques. Transforming into an ancient ape, with an invincible physical body and boundless divine power, humph, as far as I know, the Qingyun sect does not have such a technique. The Grand Elder of Qingyun sect said, what business is it of yours what kind of cultivation technique my disciple uses? Does he not deserve a chance to win? As long as my Qingyun sect disciple wins, that's all that matters. Your first saint sect will always be beasts, you'll never get a good ranking. Say that again, and I'll kill you. The elder of the Chushang sect roared in fury. The elder in charge of maintaining discipline at the Great Tao sect's discipline hall said, whether it's a bird, it's not easy for anyone. Snort. Both men snorted coldly and said nothing more. A spatial cave. Lu Yan defeated another group of people, and looking at the constantly changing rankings, he felt at ease. Qingyun sect Man Air wins, 25,000, rank 3. Wow, that's impressive, pretty silly. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Lu Yan looked in the direction of the sound, thought for a moment, and said, I can't remember who you are from the Hahuan sect for the moment. Hello, I am Hua Xiangrong, one of the 4 beauties of the Hahuan family. The woman wasn't angry that the other person didn't remember her name. Instead, she felt a little shy. Lu Yan asked, did you need something from me? Do you like watching dancing? I can dance, Hua Xiangrong said after thinking for a moment. Lu Yan squinted at her slender waist and jade-like feet, then stretched out his enormous ape-like palm and said, I'm a little tired from playing. If you want to jump, feel free to jump in my palm. Good. Hua Xiangrong showed no hesitation, landing in Lu Yan's hands and beginning to dance gracefully. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Wow, no wonder it's the Hahuan sect. Her waist was slender and thin as paper. The jade feet were crystal clear. Her figure moved like a swimming dragon, graceful as a startled swan. Lu Yan was stunned. As the dance ended, Lu Yan remained gazing intently at her waist and said, You danced very well. Hua Xiangrong said. Actually, the signature skill of the 4 beauties of Hahuan is the dancing on lotus leaves, which all 4 of us sisters can do. Dancing on lotus leaves? Lu Yan asked, puzzled. Hua Xiangrong explained, it's like dancing gracefully on lotus leaves, like an elf. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yan could picture it. Do you think I'm pretty? Hua Xiangrong asked. Lu Yan said, she's beautiful, like a fairy. Do you like me? Do you want to marry me? Hua Xiangrong asked shyly. Lu Yan stared at her slender waist, don't scare me like that, just say what's on your mind. Hua Xiangrong smiled sweetly and said, then I'll be frank. My ranking is a bit low. Could you let me win and pretend to lose to me? That way, I can get your winnings and my ranking will soar to the top 5. No way. In that case, I will challenge you. Come. Lu Yan started fighting immediately, showing no regard for the concept of chivalry. Hua Xiangrong retreated dozens of feet and shouted to the sky, Man Air is here. Everyone come and fight him. There's no way we can lose to him if there are a bunch of us. Man Air is currently in 3rd place. If we defeat him, we can share his winnings, and our ranking will definitely improve. So don't be afraid, he's just a bit bigger, we'll work together to defeat him. As soon as Hua Xiangrong finished speaking, countless black dots appeared in the sky, all of them people flying in and working together to attack Lu Yan. You guys? Lu Yan, brimming with confidence, declared, whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group brawl, I'm not afraid. Below the nascent soul stage, I'm invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan was killing indiscriminately. The divine ape moving mountains technique transforms into an ancient divine ape, 300 feet tall, whose casual movement or strike can send countless people flying. To Lu Yan's surprise, there was a constant stream of people attacking him. Do you really think I'm the boss to fight? Lu Yan did not use any other techniques, he fought solely based on his massive physique. The surrounding mountains collapsed. Pebbles flew everywhere. The battle raged for 3 days and 2 nights before it ended. No one is challenging themselves anymore. Lu Yan looked at the token. Qingyun Sec Man Air wins 69800, rank 2. Gu Chang'e of Yuqing Sect wins 26,000, rank 3. The elders of the Jade Purity sect were ashen-faced. They hadn't expected that Man Air would surpass the Azure Cloud sect by such a large margin, making it impossible for them to catch up. The elders of the Qingyun sect were so happy that they danced around like monkeys. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect were on tenterhooks. Because Man Air was very close to Wei Yi. It's strange, really. 2 weeks ago, Wei Yi's data stopped changing and remained at 70,000 wins, meaning he hadn't challenged anyone for half a month. Man Air, before Wei Yi can react, hurry up and charge. Get to first place and make Qingyun sect famous, shouted the Qingyun sect elder. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The data for Man Air also stopped changing. Wah! Why is this happening? The elder of the Qingyun sect slapped his thigh, because they were just a hair's breadth away from taking first place. Man Air, keep it up, let's change the stats. There's a reason why things haven't changed. Lu Yan has changed his alias again. Now he is Zhang San. Chapter 39. I'll avoid your edge? I'm Zhang San. Excuse my bluntness, but I'm not targeting you personally. I'm saying you're all trash. Lu Yan remained calm and composed, showing no panic in the face of being surrounded by dozens of people. You trash, come at me all at once, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The men from each sect brandished their swords, their anger blazing. This brat is too arrogant, let's kill him. Lu Yan stopped wasting words and charged out, immediately unleashing the 8 collapse fist. Bang bang bang. 8 punches stacked together. A fist as heavy as a mountain came crashing down. How could those people possibly stop them? They were all blasted away by the fists and imprinted in the mountains, impossible to remove. Zhang San, the first Sage Sect, number of wins, 19, ranking, 290200. Lu Yan left calmly, always drawing a wave of hatred before each fight. I am Zhang San, I am invincible, do as you please. The defeated Golden Core cultivator said. How arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you go and challenge Wei Yi or Man Air? You only pick on the weak. What's the point? When Lu Yan gets ruthless, even he curses himself. Wei Yi and Man Air are trash too. It's just that I haven't met them yet. Otherwise, they would know why the flowers are so red. Because he was so arrogant, he stirred up wave after wave of hatred. This also led to a rapid increase in his winnings. Day 3. Zhang San, the first Sage Sect, has won against 9,000 people and ranks 1,000. At the Grand Dao Palace Square, the elders of the initial Saint Sect were shocked. Our sect has such an expert who defeated 9,000 cultivators in just 3 days. If he had more time, he might be able to break into the top 100. The elder of the Hahuan sect rolled his eyes and said, Dream on. Getting into the top 100 is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Just dream about it. You old bastard, what business is it of yours here? The elder of the Hahuan sect immediately launched into a tirade. The elder of the Hahuan sect was furious. Who are you calling an old turtle dove? Whoever gets angry gets criticized. Looking for a beating, huh? Come and get me if you dare. I'll grant your wish. Garlic bird, garlic bird. The elder of the discipline hall of the Great Dao sect came to mediate the fight again. The onlookers found it quite interesting, but unfortunately, no fight broke out. Within the spatial cave, Lu Yan's alias Zhang San is still wreaking havoc, and his ranking is still soaring rapidly. Who else? He was extremely arrogant. Anyway, this is Zhang San, not the real Zhang San, so I'm not afraid at all. It's so satisfying to use an alternate account. I did things that the real person wouldn't dare to do. You're Zhang San? A sweet, soft voice drifted over, like the melodious strains of a flute. Lu Yan looked over and saw that the newcomer was wearing a veil, dressed in green, revealing a slender waist and beautiful jade feet. Lu Yan racked his brains for a moment, then said, This sounds familiar. You must be from the Hahuan sect. Excuse me. I really don't remember her name. The woman spoke. The 4 beauties of Hahuan remained silent. So it was you. Lu Yan remembered, and vaguely recalled, so you're here to challenge me too? The master remained silent and said, That's right. Great, how many wins do you have? Lu Yan asked excitedly. The master did not speak, but said, 8,000. Not bad, your 8,000 winnings are mine now. Lu Yan rubbed his hands together. The master did not speak. Then let's see if you have the ability, Zhang San. I've also set my sights on your winnings. As long as I add you, I can enter the top 10. Take this. Wind sweeps away the clouds. She quickly drew her sword and unleashed her swordsmanship. The swordplay, which whipped up a whirlwind, seemed to tear down even the remaining clouds on the horizon. Your swordsmanship is quite good. Lu Yan also knows swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the current pseudonym is Zhang San. I don't know swordsmanship. He only knows the 8 collapse fist, the divine flowing light step, and the 9 dragon seal of the abyss. But that's enough. Use movement techniques to dodge. The 8 collapse fist and the 9 dragon seal of the abyss were used alternately. Boom! The 8 break fist aims to shatter mountains. The 9 dragon seal of Jinyuan sank the earth and shattered the void. The elders of the First Saint sect were extremely shocked. Is this even human? Is this someone from my First Saint sect? When did the First Saint sect have such an amazing person? How come he didn't know? Zhang Junlin, the holy son of the Great Tao sect, also had a solemn expression. Truly terrifying. If he can grow up, he will be no less powerful than me. The battle continues within the spatial cave. However, Zibuyu was severely suppressed and could only try to escape. She wanted to keep her 8,000 wins. Where are you going? Lu Yan shouted. He used the swift light step to strike. He kicked her away. They then annihilated them with overwhelming force. The 8 collapse fist and the 9 dragon seal of Jinyuan flew together, their colors blending seamlessly with the autumn waters and the vast sky. Boom! Zibuyu could not withstand the attack and retreated step by step, his legs trembling. The enemy's attack was simply too fierce. Defeat! Lu Yan blasted her away and sat on her, saying, "Do you admit defeat? If you don't, I'll beat you into a pig's head." Zibuyu blushed and said, "I lost. Can you get up now? Something poked me." "What is it?" Lu Yan didn't quite understand. Z remained silent, his face flushed, and he stammered, You. Oh, Lu Yan just realized, I'm sorry. Lu Yan remained completely calm and composed. He jumped off her. Road. Give it to me, you. They snatched the token from her waist and inherited her winnings directly. Zhang San, the first sage sect, won against 17,000 people, ranking 18. Fine, get lost. Lu Yan waved his hand. Zibuyu awkwardly picked up the sword from the ground and left with a flushed face. We arrived in the mountains and forests and had just sat down. Footsteps approached, and she looked in the direction of the sound with great alertness. It is the cloud that longs for clothes, the flower that longs for beauty, the red-clad Buddha. Why are you here? Yun Shangyi said, We heard about what happened to you. Zhang San took all your winnings, so now you only have 0 left. Z remained silent. Yun Shangyi said, Hua Shangrong and I were also wiped out before. I was taken down by Wei Yi, and Hua Shangrong was taken down by Man Air. I didn't expect that it would be the third sister's turn now. But it's okay, there's still plenty of time, we can take what others have. Third sister, don't overthink it. There's still time. Time is running out. Lu Yan, disguised as Zhang San, stared at the empty mountain range ahead. I need to climb to the third as soon as possible. That's right. Lu Yan's plan is to get Zhang San to third place. Then the main character started ranking. It ranked 4th. And so he got all 4 spots in the top 4 by himself. One word. Cool. We need to speed things up. Lu Yan strolled around and, as he walked, he saw the 4 beauties of Huan resting. He immediately descended and said, Robbery. Yin Shangyi said, Zhang San, you beast, let us go. I finally managed to save up some money. Robbery. Hand it over, or else, hee. In the end, the 4 of them handed over their winnings because they couldn't win. Thank you, Lu Yan said with a smile as he left. Yun Shangyi, Hua Shangrong, and Hong Funa cursed and said, Zhang San is a beast. Zibuyu stepped forward and said, I will not allow you to insult Zhang San. The 3 women were completely bewildered. What's wrong with you? Zibuyu bit her lip and said, I think Zhang San is really cool, don't you guys think so? The 3 women sighed simultaneously. Those with romantic minds, get out. Lu Yan continued to reap the rewards. They also encountered a golden core cultivator from the Great Tao sect. One person spoke. I am Yu Guanchao from the Azure Dragon Peak of the Great Tao sect. I think you shouldn't be so high profile. You should learn to avoid confrontation. Lu Yan, you think I'd avoid your sharp edge? Are you kidding me? After saying that, they immediately started fighting, and they would fight even if the cultivators were from their own sect. In the blink of an eye, they were bruised and battered. On the 8th day, we finally climbed to 3rd place. Wei of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 70,000 wins, ranking 1. Qingyun Sect Man wins, 69800, rank 2. Zhang San of the Chusheng Sect, wins, 65,000, rank 3. Gu Chang'e of Yuqing Sect, wins, 38,000, rank 4. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yan nodded, stopped using the alias Zhang San, and began to revert to his original appearance. Zhang San is awesome. He climbed to 3rd place so quickly. It reminds me of Lu Yan from the Great Tao Sect. Unfortunately, he was short-lived and has been unknown ever since. As soon as he finished speaking. Holy crap, Lu Yan's ranking is rising rapidly. Is he finally starting to exert his strength? I have high hopes for him. It's finally starting. I look forward to him competing for 1st place. Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram, open. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique, 2nd level, summon 2 bolts of heavenly lightning, strike. Lu Yan really started frying fish. They started indiscriminate killing based on just those 2. It can defeat a whole bunch of people at once. Those who saw it fled in terror, and those who heard of it were filled with fear. 5 days later, he managed to take all 4 spots in the top 4. Wei of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 70,000 wins, ranking 1. Qingyun Sect Man wins, 69800, rank 2. Zhang San of the Chusheng Sect, wins, 65,000, rank 3. Lu Yan of the Great Tao Sect, wins, 64,000, rank 4. Gu Chang'e of Yuqing Sect, wins, 45,000, rank 5. After working myself to the bone, I've finally stabilized my ranking. It's been almost 2 months now. From now on, I just need to change my alias and attack people every few days. Then we just wait for the game to end. Lu Yan plans to keep his ranking unchanged, with only a slight change in the number of people, and not a significant change, unless the 5th ranked player makes a strong push. A person is in high spirits when they have a happy occasion. One day, Lu Yan was taking a stroll with Snail when they suddenly saw the 4 beauties of Hawan. Lu Yan, it's you. Yun Shangyi, Hua Shangrong, Zibuyu gritted his teeth, I'll kill you. Red Buddha Girl stood in front of the 3 women and said, don't hurt Lu Yan. Lu Yan was stunned. What are you guys doing? Lu Yan, this is my winnings, I'll give it to you. The woman in red robes proactively approached and handed over the money, her face flushed. The fight hasn't even started yet, what are you up to? Lu Yan was startled and immediately flew away without daring to look back. Chapter 40, The Battle of the Prodigies ends, Lu Yan takes all 4 spots. Lu Yan, why are you running? Hong Fu Nu chased after him, but Lu Yan vanished without a trace in an instant. That fast? She stomped her feet in anger. Unable to find them, he reluctantly returned, gazing at the 3 women. Does he not like me? Clouds long for clothes, flowers long for beauty, but Zibuyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Love struck. Get him out. No. Hong Fu Nu raised her voice. He must like me. I offered him the token, but he refused it. I guess he was worried that I wouldn't get a ranking. Yes, that must be it. He loves me to death. Yun Shangyi walked over and said, no, 4th sister, can you please not think like that? By the way, elder sister, who do you like? Hong Fu Nu asked. Yun Shangyi thought for a moment, Wei's image flashing through her mind, and said, I don't have anyone I like. And you, 2nd sister? Hong Fu Nu asked Hua Xiangrong. The first person that came to Hua Shangrong's mind was Manair, but she quickly dismissed him, I don't have anyone I like either. Where is 3rd sister? Hong Fu Nu looked at Zibuyu. I don't need to ask you. I know who you like. You like Zhang San, right? Let me tell you, he is indeed good, but he is still inferior to my Lu Yan. She felt that among the 4 most outstanding people, only Lu Yan was the most handsome. The master did not speak of what was unacceptable. No, even if you like Lu Yan, you can't suppress my Zhang San. Zhang San is the most handsome. Yun Shangyi said, alright, stop talking like that. The most important thing now is to improve our ranking. There's still a month left, so we need to be serious and get a good result. I don't want to fight, I want to find Lu Yan, said Hong Fu Nu. Seeing that both he and Z were infatuated, Yun Shangyi had a sudden inspiration and said, Do you think you deserve this score? Both of them thought this made sense. Hong Funu said, we need to get serious and fight for the rankings, aiming for the top 10. Now I have a new plan, the four of us can team up to fight, and we can split the wins equally. Because we are at a disadvantage when fighting alone, we have to make use of the advantage of having four people together. What do you guys think? Everyone stared at her in astonishment. Just a moment ago she seemed love-struck, but now she's suddenly like this. Why does she suddenly seem so smart? That's really weird. I will work hard to be worthy of you, Lu Yan, Hong Funu thought to herself. Achoo! Lu Yan felt that someone was cursing him, and if nothing unexpected happened, it was the four beauties of Hawan and others. There's still a month left. Keep a low profile and remember to keep an eye on the fifth place player to prevent him from stealing a win. Just as he was about to stroll ahead, a dozen golden core cultivators appeared. It's you, Lu Yan. Yes, it's me, Lu Yan said. Someone suggested, you should challenge someone ranked higher than you. Do you think I'm stupid? Every single one of my moves was based on real strength. Do you think I'm going to throw an egg against a rock? Lu Yan said. Alright, you don't need to change the subject. I'm going to beat you up. One of the golden core cultivators shouted, kill. The crowd surged forward at the same time. Lu Yan snapped his fingers. The yin-yang life and death diagram, open. The group fell to the ground like leaves, injured but not dead. Soon, a line of text appeared on the token. Lu Yan of the Great Tao Sect, wins, 64018, ranking, 4. Grand Palace Square. The basic rankings are basically set now. The top 5 will likely remain unchanged, as the gap is too large. Any changes will occur after the 5th place. The elder of the Great Tao Sect stroked his beard. The foundation establishment stage after tribulation is still more powerful. But why haven't we encountered Wei Yi, Manair, or Zhang San yet? These people are quite amazing. I haven't run into them for so long. I really want to know who among these people is the most powerful? The elder of the Jade Purity Sect said, yes? I'd like to know too. The crowd was discussing the people in front of them intensely, praising them as awesome. Time flies. A month has passed. The top 5 rankings remained unchanged, but the rankings at the bottom were unexpected, as all 4 beauties of Hawan made it into the top 10. Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 70,300 wins, ranking 1. Xingyun Sect Manair, wins, 70,000, rank 2. Zhang San, the First Sage Sect, wins, 65,600, ranking 3. Lu Yan of the Great Tao Sect, wins, 64,800, rank 4. Gu Chang'e of Yuqing Sect, wins, 48,000, rank 5. Hawan Sect Yongxianji, wins, 44011, rank 6. Hawan Sect Hua Shangrong, wins, 43025, rank 7. The Hawan Sect Master remains silent, winnings, 42,000, ranking 8th. Hong Funu of the Hawan Sect, wins, 41,000, ranking 9. Li Hao of the Righteous Chi Sect, wins, 40231, ranking 10. After seeing the rankings, Lu Yan felt they were outrageous. How did these 4 weaklings, the 4 beauties of Hawan, manage to break in? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it's none of his business. As long as you get into the top 4, that's fine. Daogong Square, Holy Sun Jiang Junlin Road. Everyone, the Golden Core Prodigy battle has come to a successful conclusion. Welcome to all the participants. Thank you for coming all this way from your sections. You've all worked hard. 2 hours later, the first 100 people will come here to collect their rewards. Please wait patiently for a moment. We are currently compiling and verifying the rewards. Please wait patiently. Wei Yi, where are you? The elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect are trying to contact Wei Yi, but unfortunately they can't reach him at all. Does anyone know Wei Yi? Do you have his communication jade slip? Tell him to come here. The elder was anxious. No, none of us have his contact information. The Heavenly Sword Sect was in a panic. Their disciple had finally won first place, and they had to take a good look at this young man. But he just wouldn't show up. Where's Manair? Where is Manair? The elders of the Qingyun sect were also extremely anxious, like grasshoppers on a hot plate. Manair, the Qingyun sect is here. If you see them, please come over. Come here quickly. However, Manair was nowhere to be seen. The elders of the first saint sect were furious, and unable to find the person, they began to curse. Zhang San, you beast, where have you been? Come over here quickly. Our sect also offers rewards. Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, Zhang San never showed up. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Azure Cloud sect, and the First Saint sect were all searching for their respective people, but they couldn't find them. Just when the three sects thought something had happened to the three saints, Sun Jiang Junlin said, "The award ceremony is now officially beginning. Please have Wei Yi, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, come and collect your prize." Heavenly Sword sect, Wei Yi, please come up. He used his spiritual power to amplify his voice, spreading it throughout the great Tao Palace. They're here. Lu Yan hurriedly flew over, took the first prize, nascent soul fruit, and then disappeared in a hurry. The speed is ridiculously fast. Before the Heavenly Sword sect elders could react, Lu Yan had vanished. The second prize is 10 bottles of Heavenly Thunder liquid. Man Air goes up to collect it. The third prize is 7 stalks of guanine bamboo. Zhang San goes up to collect them. The fourth prize is a fire-avoiding bead. Lu Yan went up to collect the fire-avoiding pearl himself. As for the rewards that follow, Lu Yan didn't care. After collecting the money, he ran away and quickly flew back to Vermilion Bird Peak. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Azure Cloud sect, and the First Saint sect searched for Wei Yi, Man Air, and Zhang San respectively, but to no avail. Cannot find it. They reported it to the Great Tao sect. The Great Tao sect launched a full investigation, but ultimately found nothing. How could a person just disappear for no reason? Sunzone felt something was amiss. Sadly, Sun Jiang Junlin felt that things were a bit outrageous, so he summoned the sect elders and said, "I would like to trouble the elders to use the recording bead to check the video recordings and the videos of the relevant personnel. We found Wei Yi, Man Air, and Zhang San. They mysteriously emerged from the sky. After receiving the award, he vanished into thin air. As for how it appeared and how it disappeared, there is no way to find out. Each time, it cleverly avoids the recording bead and disappears. So fast?" The three elders fell into deep thought. They did it on purpose. They probably don't want anyone to know their whereabouts. What are they trying to hide? There's definitely something wrong here. Chapter 41. Both daughters are acting strangely. Next, elders from the Heavenly Sword sect, Azure Cloud sect, and Initial Saints sect insisted on investigating the matter thoroughly. The elders of the Great Tao sect had no choice. We had no choice but to comply. The group investigated the numerous videos in the recording bead, and even sent cultivators to carefully examine every clue. But after searching for half a day, still no clue. Even more strangely, the elders of the three sects all received messages from their respective sects. Wei Yi is not in the Heavenly Sword sect. The Qingyun sect does not have Man Air. The First Holy sect did not have Zhang San. The elder of the Great Tao sect felt that things were very strange and said, "Your sect doesn't even know if there's a disciple like this? If not, how did they manage to sneak in?" No one spoke. The elder of the First Saint sect stroked his beard, his expression solemn, and said, "Could it be that a demonic disciple has infiltrated the sect and stolen the rewards from the 100 sects?" The elder of the Qingyun sect said, "This is probably the only possibility. We just don't know how many demonic spies have infiltrated. If they continue to infiltrate for a long time, our 100 sects will eventually become the backyard of demonic disciples. The demonic path is truly rampant." The elder of Qingyun sect gritted his teeth, veins throbbing. "I am irreconcilably opposed to the demonic path." The term demonic path here refers to the 6 major demonic sects, with the Xianming sect at the head. The demonic sect has always been ruthless and unscrupulous. They would rather sacrifice the people of the world than fail to achieve their own interests. In particular, the Xianming sect, which was the leader, committed arson, murder, looting, and all sorts of atrocities. The demonic sect's core philosophy is, "All beings are for me." It means that all living beings can be used by me. Therefore, the demonic path often operates in an extremely extreme manner, such as crafting magical artifacts that violate the laws of nature, like the Myriad Soul Banner and the White Bone Sword. The most famous of the 6 major demonic sects is the Xianming sect. An incident once occurred. The Xianming sect master sacrificed a country with a population of over 1 billion to barely break through. The first thing he did after breaking through was to use 10 billion souls to refine an 8th grade magic treasure called the 10 billion soul banner. He also used the flesh and blood of a nation to create a 6th grade magic weapon called the purgatory diagram. Those who heard it were all terrified. That is precisely why the 30 sects are cracking down on demonic cultivators. But the demonic cultivators can never be defeated. Because there will always be people who want to take shortcuts, because shortcuts allow for faster training. For example, the method of offering sacrifices or using a furnace. This method allows for a rapid breakthrough to the desired level. This is something that even those who diligently cultivate the righteous path for decades or even centuries could never achieve. Therefore, the demonic path cannot be eradicated. Unless there is no one in this Hunyuan realm. The elder of the Heavenly Sword sect said, the only explanation at present is that those 3 were demonic cultivators who used our reputation to obtain the top 3 rewards, and because they were afraid of being exposed, they came and went in a hurry. Then what should we do? Asked the elder of the Qingyun sect. The elder of the Chusheng sect said, there's nothing we can do but accept our bad luck. Heavenly Sword sect elder, are there any other methods? We can't exactly storm the demon sect, can we? Even if we did go, would we be able to defeat them? The demonic path is no less advanced than ours, they just don't operate in the open. The group continued to discuss and deliberate, but ultimately there was no solution, so they could only accept their bad luck and leave. Everyone goes back to their homes. The 3 elders left. The elder of the Great Tao sect breathed a sigh of relief and said, they're finally gone. On another note, even a disciple of the demonic path couldn't possibly skillfully avoid all the recordings from the recording beads, could they? He stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Then a bold idea popped into his head. There is only one possibility that could have avoided them all, and that person might be a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Who could it be? We need to report this to the Elders' Hall. Having made up his mind, he patted Zhang Junlin on the shoulder and said, Holy Son, you've worked hard in the Golden Core Prodigy battle. Go collect your rewards and continue your cultivation. Leave the rest to us. Yes. Zhang Junlin bowed and left. Seeing that the Holy Son was about to disappear, he also prepared to disappear on the spot. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by. Make him stay still. He wanted to break free. Unexpectedly, I was unable to move. Who on earth could render even a nascent soul realm cultivator, at the great perfection stage, unable to move? You don't need to report to the Elders' Hall. I already know about this. Let's leave it at that. A voice devoid of any emotion drifted over like willow catkins, and he felt a chill. Then he saw a stunningly beautiful figure from behind. The person in the figure had long silver hair and was dressed in flowing white robes. They looked very holy, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. In the Great Tao sect, there is only one woman with silver hair. That is Yang Wanjin, the deputy peak master of Zhuke Peak. Greetings. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Wanjin interrupted him. All right, you can go back now. Leave this to me. Yes. The man left as quickly as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. The woman sighed, oh, Lu Yan, you really know how to cause trouble. What were you thinking? You got all 4 spots in the top 4. You did it, and you even left traces. There's nothing I can do but clean up your mess. Having said that, she transformed into a wisp of wind, seemingly merging into the world, and disappeared. There are 2 sides to the story. On the second peak of Zhuke Peak, in the Hunyuan cave, is Lu Miaozhu's room. This is the nascent soul fruit, Miaozhu, you should refine it quickly. Lu Yan handed the nascent soul fruit to her. Lu Miaozhu was stunned. Isn't this the prize for first place in the Golden Core Prodigy battle? How did you get it? Don't ask, just take it, Lu Yan said. Lu Miaozhu shook her head. It's too precious. You should take it yourself. It would be a waste for me to take it. I don't need to take it. I'll break through to the nascent soul level soon, Lu Yan said. Don't be polite. You're in this state because of having a child. It's all my fault. Consider this my way of making it up to you. Lu Miaozhu said, but this is too expensive. If you think it's valuable, then refine it quickly and have children for me later, Lu Yan said. Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes and said, then I won't be polite. She immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, swallowed the nascent soul fruit, and began refining it. Refining takes time, I'll wait for your good news. Lu Yan walked out of the room and saw Pei Qinran coming towards him. He said, my husband, you're back. 4th place, not bad. You're amazing. Although she didn't watch the competition, she still knew Lu Yan's ranking. You've come at the perfect time. Lu Yan pulled her close, dragged her into the room, took something out and handed it to her, saying, "This is the Heavenly Thunder liquid. Use it to temper your body and strengthen your physique. Isn't this a reward only for the second place winner? How come you have it?" Pei Qingran asked in confusion. Lu Yan said, "Don't ask, just refine it." "Okay, I'll listen to my husband." Pei Qingran immediately consumed and refined the medicine. Lu Yan left the room. Arrive at the back mountain of Hunyuan Cave and plant the third place reward, the guanyin bamboo. Given time. Your own crafting materials will be inexhaustible. After planting the guanyin bamboo, Lu Yan thought about it and finally decided to go to the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak to confess to his master's wife. The master's wife is one of our own. It doesn't matter to her if she knows. Unfortunately, the master's wife was not in the palace. He placed a bottle of Heavenly Thunder liquid next to the chair where his master's wife usually sat, and wrote down what had happened in his Golden Core Prodigy battle. Only then did they return to the Hunyuan Cave. Not long after he left, his master's wife returned and saw the Heavenly Thunder liquid on the table. That brat is quite thoughtful. Although this thing was useless to her, she accepted it because it was a token of her goodwill. There are two sides to the story. On this side of the Hunyuan Cave, because Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were both refining things, he had some free time, so he took care of the child. The eldest daughter, Lu Changsheng, is 3 years and 6 months old. She has a chubby face and is very cute. The second daughter, Lu Baizhi, is 1 year and 1 month old and is even cuter. However, her eyes were strange, they didn't look like those of a child. But what's even stranger is the eldest daughter, Lu Changsheng. She actually started cultivating. He was practicing the Qi cultivation technique written in bird script, which he had obtained in the mountain cave. Can you understand how to cultivate it? Lu Yan asked. Lu Changsheng said in a childish voice, "Daddy, I feel that these bird script words resonate with me." You can understand it? Lu Yan was shocked. Lu Changsheng said, "I don't understand it, but it doesn't affect my cultivation." Lu Yan? Lu Baizhi? My cheap older sister can actually understand bird language, he. Could she have been a bird in her past life? Lu Baizhi thought to herself. She has recently been trying to cultivate, but unfortunately she is still too young. It is estimated that she will be able to barely try to cultivate when she is 3 years old. She thought to herself as she glanced at Lu Yan, "Wow, this dad is really handsome." Since Lu Yan was taking care of the child, Zhang Yuanying had some free time and immediately began practicing her swordsmanship nearby. Day 3. Pei Qingran finished refining it, came out, hugged Lu Yan, and said, "My husband, I have broken through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage." The 7th day. Lu Miaozhu also came out of the room and said, "Husband, I have broken through to the nascent soul stage." Thank you for the nascent soul fruit. Lu Yan glanced at her. The system's character identification function has been triggered. Only the lifespan column has changed, now adding 500 years to the lifespan. Now that you're all done, it's my turn. Lu Yan stared at the two women with a lecherous look, then put his arm around one of them and led them into his room. Chapter 42, 6th level of Golden Core, for beauties invite me. Inside the room, Pei Qingran rolled her eyes and said, "You rascal, you're the one who loves this the most. You talk like you're not satisfied." As Lu Yan spoke, he patted her bottom and whispered, "You have the 9-ben desire body, so once you start, your needs are even stronger than mine, he. I just want to ask, isn't that right?" Snort. Pei Qingran gave her a flirtatious wink, her eyes filled with longing and desire. Lu Miaozhu plopped down on Lu Yan's lap and asked, "Husband, what is the 9-ben desire body?" Lu Yan wrapped his arms around her waist, buried his head in her chest, and said, "Women have 30 famous treasures, each one a celestial treasure, something that is rare and hard to come by. But your sister Pei has the 9-ben desire body, hence the name 9-ben corridor." After listening, Lu Miaozhu gasped and said, "That sounds impressive, but do I have it?" Lu Yan smiled and said, "You have the gluttonous sacred body, so you are quite good at eating. You can also turn what you eat into your own potential. Given time, you will definitely be able to eat your way to a bright future." Lu Miaozhu bit her lip, staring at Lu Yan with a lecherous look, and said, "You're really good at eating, aren't you? I want to eat right now." Lu Yan looked at her and said, "Eat." Eat. Half an hour later, Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes and said, Sister Pei, why do you think he's so fierce? He's probably on drugs. Pei Qingran deliberately revealed a lewd smile. Lu Yan couldn't stand this. His body trembled, and his aura was as fierce as a spear and as powerful as a dragon. He said, Very well, Pei Qingran, you're the most arrogant. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. He immediately took the drug, 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill. He suddenly felt an inexhaustible surge of energy, as if 9 large black bulls and 2 tigers were writhing inside his body. This is the effect of medicine. Fortunately, it has no side effects. So you can use it with confidence. 2 hours later, Pei Qingran's eyes were lifeless, and she was terrified. Husband, go to Sister Lu's place. Snort. Lu Yan had no intention of letting her go. We need to show her just how domineering that 9 bulls and 2 tigers pill is. Outside the courtyard of the room, Zhang Yuanying, a golden core cultivator, blushed and said, These 3 are really sick. They don't do anything important all day long, and they just do useless things. You should all fall into depravity. Speaking of which, Lu Miaozhu is really lucky. She still has 15 years of lifespan left, and she unexpectedly obtained the nascent soul fruit. She gained an extra 500 years of lifespan upon breaking through. I'm so envious. I also want the nascent soul fruit, but unfortunately, I'm not destined for it. She kept thinking. I remember that the nascent soul fruit was the prize for Wei Yi, the first place winner of the Golden Core Prodigy battle. Lu Miaozhu also obtained the nascent soul fruit. It's impossible for 2 nascent soul fruits to appear at the same time. They might just be the same fruit. Perhaps these 2 have some unknown secret? Could it be that Lu Miaozhu and Wei Yi are having an affair? Otherwise, why would Wei Yi have given her the nascent soul fruit? It seems I need to do something to subtly imply that Lu Yan is being cuckolded. Sister Yuanying, I want to play this. Suddenly, Lu Baizhi waved and said. I pulled myself back to reality and continued looking at the child. Days passed by. Lu Yan was so engrossed in the wonderful cultivation that he was completely unaware of what the world was like. With each repetition of the Su Nu and Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way, his own cultivation level also improved steadily. 2 days later. Golden Core level 5, 3.2%. 4 days later. Golden Core level 5, 6.5%. 1 month later. Golden Core level 5, 50.1%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 26 pills remaining. 26 pills left, my ancient kidney body is about to be completed, then I won't have to secretly take drugs anymore. Lu Yan felt that victory was just around the corner. If you just persevere for another 2 months, you'll master it. Just as he was about to continue, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Lu Yan asked, Who? I am Zhang Yuanying. Someone is looking for you. Good. Lu Yan looked at Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran and said, You 2 should rest for a while. The 2 women, of course, did not rest. They got up to practice their swordsmanship. However, Zhang Yuanying was the one who suffered. When she came in to clean, she found the whole house in a mess. Coffee table, chairs, table, chaise lounge, swing. Her face flushed. My heart is racing. Quickly open the window to let in some fresh air. I could only endure cleaning the house before finally washing the blankets. She was stunned. It didn't rain, so why are the sheets all wet? She shook her head, gritted her teeth, and tore off the sheets to wash them. I never thought that I, a dignified Golden Core cultivator, would have to be a maid. Why? What's outrageous is that I have to be a maid for 50 years. It's absolutely necessary to do it. She couldn't beat Lu Yan, nor could she beat the 2 women. Zhang Yuanying gritted his teeth. We can only endure it. 50 years will pass. She saw Lu Yan chatting with a woman while she was washing the sheets. The woman was dressed in red, with a floral design carved between her eyebrows, giving her the appearance of a nun. Yet, she also exuded a pure and innocent aura, much like a Buddhist nun. How strange. It's not important, what's important is. I'm so envious. This guy is really popular with women. He's got another beauty. I wonder what her name is. You are the Red Buddha woman. Lu Yan recognized her at a glance. The 4 beauties of the Hahuan family are Yin Xiangyi, Hua Xiangrong, Zibuyu, and Hong Funu. Each one of them showed off her slender waist and glistening jade feet. Besides these, each person also has their own unique characteristics. Take this red Buddha girl for example. She gave Lu Yin the feeling that she was born a Buddhist nun, yet also had the air of a courtesan who had left home to become a nun. Lu Yin looked at her and said, "The Golden Core Prodigy battle has been over for 2 months. What do you want from me? First of all, I don't need to borrow any money." The red Buddha woman no longer beats around the bush. "Lu Yin, I like you." As soon as he finished speaking, a line of text popped up on the system. Favorability, 99. Lu Yin was stunned. He had thought the other party was trying to set him up, but now he was 100% sure that Hong Fu Nu liked him. Lu Yin asked, "What is the reason?" "There's no reason, I just fell in love with you at first sight," the red Buddha said shyly. Lu Yin, "Bullshit, you were yelling at me to fight and kill me at the beginning." The red Buddha woman thought for a moment and said, "You are very strong, and I want to be your Taoist partner. Besides, you are also very beautiful." So it was because he admired strength, that's understandable. Etc. You're a sucker for good looks, aren't you? Now Lu Yin understood that the red Buddha was lusting after his body. The red-clad maiden asked, "May I become your Taoist partner?" Lu Yin said, "I have 2 Taoist partners. If you don't mind, I don't mind." The red Buddha woman has already investigated. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu are both his Taoist partners, and both women's cultivation levels are higher than his. What does that mean? This shows that Lu Yin must have some extraordinary abilities. Therefore, she won't lose money by investing at this time. Very well, then from now on you are mine. Before Lu Yin could finish speaking, the communication jade slip in his arms lit up. Wait for me a moment. Lu Yin walked a little further away, opened the communication jade slip, and saw a message coming out. "I am Yun Shangi, Wei Yi. Let's meet. The ground is at XXX. What the hell?" Lu Yin couldn't understand why Yun Shangi knew about his communication jade slip. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have known that her communication jade slip couldn't transmit sound. Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, 2 more telepathic messages popped up. "I am Hua Shangrong, also known as Man Air. Let's meet. The ground is at XXX. I am Zi Buyu, Zhang San. Let's meet. The ground is at XXX." Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. How did they all know my contact information? Who did this? Who leaked it? Lu Yin found it strange. How do they accurately transmit their voices to themselves? It's understandable that the red Buddha woman sought him out, since he was using her true form. The other 3 all used the Thousand Faces divine technique to change their identities. Who's messing with me? He couldn't understand it. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak, Yang Wanjin watched the commotion unfold. "You brat, don't you like role-playing? Let's see how you play this time." That's right, she gave me the contact information. She wanted to punish Lu Yin. Because Lu Yin was too greedy, all the rewards for the top 4 places went to him. They have to be punished. Let him learn his lesson and not do it again next time. Otherwise, if he plays the role of 10 people in various competitions, wouldn't everyone else be out of the game? There's going to be some excitement. Let's see if he gets beaten up. She took out her wine gourd, took a sip, and smiled broadly. Lu Yin racked his brains. Could it be that my identity has been exposed, and someone knows that I'm the one playing Wei Yi, Man Air, and Zhang San? Is this the only way? But what are they after? Why did he have to do this when he could have just exposed himself? No, I have to go and see them, and see what's going on. Without further hesitation, he immediately flew to see Yun Shangi. Chapter 43. Lu Yin, who was fought over by many beauties. Lu Yin was just about to set off. But then I calmed down. Because it's unknown whether the address Yun Shangi gave is within the Great Tao sect. Even though he was a disciple of the Great Tao sect, he rarely went out, so he was not very familiar with many places in the Great Tao sect, such as the address Qingmu Cliff that Yun Shangi gave him. Where is Qingmu Cliff? Lu Yin contacted Yun Shangi via a communication jade slip. Yun Shangi replied instantly using the communication jade slip. Qingmu Cliff is 30 kilometers to the right of the Cloud Sea waterfall of the Great Tao Palace. Although I've never been there. However, I know that the Cloud Sea waterfall is one of the 7 most beautiful scenic spots in Dedeo Palace. I heard the scenery is picturesque. Above the sea of clouds, there are mullet The chub looks like a cow, with a snake's tail and wings, and is extremely powerful. From a distance, the mullet looks like it's leaping from a waterfall into the clouds. Such beautiful scenery is a rare sight to behold. However, this place is not famous for its beautiful scenery, but because it is a well-known dating spot. I've heard that the young sect leader, the holy son, the holy daughter, and the young patriarch have all had dates here. Only Lu Yen knew that it was all his mother's marketing tactics. Because visiting the Cloud Sea waterfall requires paying with spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones per visit. Disciples who perform menial tasks receive 300 spirit stones a month, outer disciples receive 600, and inner disciples receive 1,200. Disciples who perform menial tasks and outer disciples can barely afford to spend their money. You'll have to earn money for a long time before you can afford to spend it. Cultivating immortality. The most important thing is the spirit stone. Because spirit stones contain purified spiritual energy, cultivators with poor aptitude can often cultivate using them. Those with good qualifications often don't need it. Take Lu Yen for example, he doesn't need to use spirit stones to cultivate. He was the sixth disciple personally taught by the Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak, and his status was of great importance. Upon entering, one can begin cultivating the most powerful technique of the Great Tao sect, the Great Tao Qi cultivation technique. This Qi cultivation method can efficiently transform and incorporate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. There is no need for spirit stones at all. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, inexhaustible, and never-ending. The Great Tao sect Qi cultivation method can filter and transform impurities in spiritual energy. Before awakening that many children, many blessings ability, he possessed powerful skills but didn't know how to cultivate them. Now, he has the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. It's like having an accelerator activated. It's just like Xuanlei, the download speed is sluggish before it's turned on, but like a rocket after it's turned on. A moment later, Lu Yen transformed into Wei Yi and flew to Qingmu Cliff, where he saw Yun Shangyi in white robes from afar. Her black hair was gently blown by the wind. It forms an extremely beautiful landscape with the surrounding environment of Qingmu Cliff. Wei Yi, you finally arrived. Yun Shangyi revealed a bright smile. With a smile, two small dimples appeared faintly. Lu Yen noticed that her face suddenly turned red, and she looked at his face several times before quickly looking away. Lu Yen said, I didn't have to wait long, did I? No, I just waited for a while. Yun Shangyi said that she had actually been waiting for half an hour. The Red Buddha woman was determined to find Lu Yen within the sect. She, Hua Shangron, and Zi Buyu were worried about her safety going out alone, so they decided to accompany her. Unexpectedly, after arriving here, they were told by a mysterious person that Wei Yi was also here. They also provided contact information for the communication jade slip. Lu Yen glanced at her face, then quickly looked down at her slender waist. What brings you here? I came here with my fourth sister, Hong Fu Nu. When I learned you were here, I immediately contacted you. By the way, what are you doing at the Great Tao sect? Yun Shangyi asked, twisting her sash with both hands. Lu Yen asked, can you keep this a secret for me? Just tell me, and I absolutely can. Yun Shangyi glanced happily at Lu Yen's face, then quickly looked down at her toes. But you can't see it at all because it's blocked by her chest. Lu Yen said, actually, I left the Heavenly Sword sect a long time ago and became a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Ah. I see. Don't worry, Wei Yi, I'll keep it a secret for you, Yun Shangyi said. Favorability, 99. Lu Yen gasped, thinking to himself. Wow, her favorability rating has reached 99 without us even realizing it, just a little short of 100. It seems she's head over heels in love with herself. Lu Yen kept staring at her waist, and then, taking advantage of the situation, he took 2 steps forward. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist. It's so soft. It has to be admitted that her waist is even more flexible than Pei Qingran's and Lu Miaozhu's. It's truly amazing. Ah. Yun Shangyi was shocked and began to struggle. Wei Yi, you can't do this, I. Lu Yen forcefully wrapped his arm around her slender waist. She struggled only briefly before giving up, saying, Wei Yi, this is broad daylight, this is Qingmu Cliff. What if someone sees us? Do you like me? There was only an inch between Lu Yen's lips and hers. His breath hit her face. Yun Shangyi felt weak all over because the other person was touching her waist. Immediately, my legs felt weak, and I felt dizzy. I felt my blood boiling. I. She stammered, her mind blank, unsure how to answer. Lu Yan hugged her tighter and said, I like you. What do you like about me? Yun Shangyi asked subconsciously. Lu Yan said, you are beautiful, it feels very comfortable to hold you, if possible, I would like to take care of you for the rest of my life. Yun Shangyi was overjoyed and her eyes welled up with tears. Lu Yan slowly lowered his head. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, Yun Shangyi closed her eyes shyly. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yan didn't kiss her. She saw his lips move, and he almost whispered in her earlobe. Since you like me, then become my Taoist partner. Sure, Yun Shangyi said. Seeing that she was completely captivated, Lu Yan asked, how did you get my contact information? Yun Shangyi truthfully informed. It was said by a mysterious person, but we don't know who it was? Good. Lu Yan knew she wasn't lying. He hugged her and was about to kiss her when suddenly the communication jade slip in his arms lit up again. He took it out and glanced at it. It was Hua Shangrong contacting him. I have something to attend to. Go back to Huanzhong and pack your things, then come find me. I'll be waiting for you at Dadiazong. Yun Shangyi said shyly, okay. Lu Yan kissed her cheek again and quickly flew to the peach blossom forest, one of the 7 scenic spots of the Great Tao sect. The peach blossoms here are seasonal, blooming year-round. Under a century-old peach tree, a woman dressed in pink was looking very nervous, glancing left and right, unaware that someone behind her was tapping her on the shoulder. Lu Yan said, I'm here. Ah. Hua Shangrong jumped high in fright, who? You're such a coward, it's me, Lu Yan said with a smile. Hua Shangrong looked at the newcomer and said, Man-er, you finally arrived. Favorability, 99. Upon seeing the system's notification, Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he became even bolder, taking a few steps forward. What are you going to do? Hua Shangrong stepped back, but accidentally stepped on a stone and almost fell. Lu Yan quickly stepped forward and put his arm around her waist, saying, Be careful, don't fall. Hua Shangrong blushed and said, Let me go. I won't let go. Lu Yan still held her waist, his face full of affection. I love you. With a 99% favorability rating, feel free to play around and get straight to the point, there's no need to waste time. Hua Shangrong said, Ah? This is too sudden. I didn't expect it. I just. No buts, do you like me? Lu Yan gazed into her eyes. Hua Shangrong remained silent, she didn't know. Silence means you like me. I'll be staying at the Great Tao sect from now on. Go back and pack your things, then come find me. By the way, who gave you my contact information? I don't know, he's a mysterious person. Good. Lu Yan put his arm around her waist and said, Remember to come find me. Okay, I have something urgent to take care of. I'll wait for you to come find me. Lu Yan kissed her forehead and immediately disappeared into the air. Because she simply didn't have the time. I have to go see the next person. Chapter 44 Najimitsu Shinjun, the melons picked by force are fragrant and sweet. One of the 7 scenic wonders of the Great Tao sect, the white stone wonder. There isn't a single colored stone here, they're all white. The stones intertwine to form a stone forest, and this place is home to only one animal, the groundhog. Countless marmots live here, burrowing in the ground. At this time, Zibuyu stood upright, like a pine tree, because groundhogs were hanging from her shoulders, head, and legs. Groundhogs are both silly and cute. Very cute. Zibuyu wanted to touch it, but was also afraid, which made her seem very cute. She actually has this side to her. Because her attention was focused on the groundhog, Zibuyu was completely unaware that Lu Yan had already come up in front of her. Lu Yan picked up the groundhog from her head and put it on the ground, saying, You really know how to pick a place. This place is inhabited by a group of groundhogs. The cultivators all like them very much and often come here to feed them, so they are not afraid of people. Zibuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang-san, you finally arrived. There are so many groundhogs here, they're so cute and fluffy. No, I think you're cuter, Lu Yan said. Zibuyu froze, staring blankly at Lu Yan. Favorability, 99. Lu Yan suddenly found the group of groundhogs an eyesore, so he waved his hand and scattered a handful of wild fruit. The groundhogs immediately swarmed over to snatch the fruit. Only one person stood not far away, neither vying for anything, and quietly took out a recording bead to record Lu Yan and Zibuyu. Zibuyu asked, Zhang-san, what brings you to the Great Tao sect? I will continue to cultivate at the Great Tao sect from now on. As for the initial Saints sect, it's too beastly. I will not go there again, Luyan said. As he spoke, he moved closer to her and casually took her hand, asking, "And you, how did you get my contact information?" "Given by a mysterious person." Zibuyu tried to pull his hand back, but Luyan held it tightly. Luyan asked, "Was the mysterious person male or female?" "Have no idea." Zibuyu shook his head. "That person gave it to me, and I figured I had nothing better to do, so I thought I'd ask you. It seems the person behind the scenes knows something." "Who could this person be?" "He was in the Great Tao sect, rarely went out, and didn't make friends. Logically speaking, he hadn't offended anyone." "Very few people know about this? Could it be Master's wife, Yang Wanjin?" "Impossible. She's the first one to be ruled out. She wasn't that bored. It can only be someone else, but who could that be? My head is spinning, I can't think of anything." "That's right, it's fate. Being in this vast sea of people means we are destined to meet." Lu Yen was originally holding her hand, but then he thought that his favorability rating was already 99, so he simply pulled her hand away. He let her dribble the ball into his arms. She resisted strongly, but Lu Yen held her tightly, so she had no choice but to give in and said weakly, "Jiang-san, aren't we developing too fast? If you're interested and I'm interested, we can just click and it's done." "It's not fast at all." Lu Yen put his arm around her waist. The four beauties of Hahuan were truly exceptional. Each of them had an incredibly slender waist, both soft and delicate. But Lu Yen was even more eager to try their jade-like feet. "Go back and pack your things, then come find me at the Great Tao sect. I'll give you a home." Lu Yen hugged her and patted her head. The master remained silent and said, "Good. By the way, I wanted to ask, will the Hahuan sect let you leave?" Lu Yen asked again. Zibuyu said, "Yes, the Hahuan sect has gradually developed by making connections with various sects in this way. Currently, we have not made connections with the Dedeo sect. I believe the Hahuan sect will let us leave." "Then I'm relieved. I'll be waiting for you at the Great Tao sect." Lu Yen kissed her lips. His hands were restless, touching everything. Suddenly, the communication jade slip in his arms lit up again. Lu Yen took it out and looked at it, then said, "I'm leaving now." "Something came up. Remember, I'll be waiting for you at the Great Tao sect." Zibuyu smiled broadly and said, "Yes, I will come to the Great Tao sect as soon as possible to be your Taoist partner." Lu Yen waved goodbye and left the White Stone Wonder, returning to the Hanyuan cave of the Great Tao sect, because the Red Buddha woman urged him, "Why haven't you come back yet? Have you finished everything?" "All right," Lu Yen said as he returned. He was actually exhausted. Dealing with the four beauties of Hahuan was just too tiring. Lu Yen said, "Since you like me, as I said before, if you don't mind, move in and become my Taoist partner." "Okay, I'll go back and explain the situation to the sect, then I'll come find you." Red Buddha girl tiptoed and kissed Lu Yen on the cheek. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." "Good. Fourth sister, it's getting late, we should go." Suddenly, three figures descended: Yun Shangyi, Hua Shangron, and Zibuyu. They didn't even glance at Lu Yen. Because they each have someone they like in their hearts. The Red Buddha maiden was reluctant to part with Lu Yen, hugging him several more times before finally leaving with the three women and flying back to the Hahuan sect. The main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Yang Wanjin was dumbfounded. "You little rascal, you've got some skills. You managed to handle all of this. But this is just the beginning. If they all come to the Great Tao sect, they will be exposed sooner or later, and this brat will suffer the consequences. He already has 2 Taoist partners. If he had 4 more, I wonder if he could handle it?" She was a little curious about Lu Yan's fighting ability. Thinking of this, a blush spread across her cheeks like rosy clouds. She quickly suppressed her chaotic thoughts. How embarrassing. He then stopped observing Lu Yen, took out his wine gourd and drank from it, his face full of worry as he said, "I wonder if my husband is still alive." Finally, we're all done. Lu Yen breathed a sigh of relief when the 4 women completely disappeared from his sight. Suddenly, the communication jade slip lit up again. "No way, not again?" Lu Yen rolled her eyes. "My life is just too miserable." I took it out and looked at it. It wasn't the 4 beauties of Hahuan who sent the message to me, it was Nagi Ko Shinjun who sent it. "Come to the library immediately." Lu Yenkai suddenly remembered, Nagi Ko is also a member of the Hahuan sect. What does she want from me? Could it be because of the four beauties of Hawan? Let's go and take a look first. Lu Yen did not hesitate. We flew there. Upon arriving at the first floor of the library, Najimitsu Shinjun was not seen. Go to the top floor. A soft, gentle voice reached my ears. Lu Yen scanned the library and found that there were people on every floor, and quite a few of them. It seems everyone wants to improve. Etc. Lu Yen suddenly noticed a man in the corner of the third floor rooftop wriggling his hands. The book in my hand had several large, gilded characters on its cover. The Untold Story of Humans and Beasts. Lu Yen shook his head and stopped looking around, heading towards the top floor. Legend has it that there is only one book in the top floor library, which was found by the founding patriarch. Only a few people can go up to see it, but because the book is so difficult, no one knows how to read it to this day. Even the founding patriarch wouldn't know that. Upon reaching the top floor, the door opened automatically, but as soon as I entered, it closed again. It's obvious that Najimitsu is controlling the mechanism. Today, Najimitsu Shinken is wearing a thin veil, revealing her perfect figure, long, snow-white legs, and a bottom as big as a millstone. I wonder what business the true lord has with me. Lu Yen watched her retreating figure. Najihiro slowly turned around, revealing blood-red eyes, as if he had fallen into demonic possession. Lu Yen asked, "What happened? Come over." Nagikoku stretched out his hand and pulled Lu Yen towards him, then pressed Lu Yen to the floor. Favorability, 100. A line of text appeared on the system screen. Lu Yen, confused, asked, "What's going on?" Without saying a word, Najimitsu kissed Lu Yen directly and roughly tore at Lu Yen's clothes. At this time, Lu Yen also figured out the problem with her. It turned out they had been poisoned by a dragon. There are several types of dragon poison. The poison in Nagi Ko no Shinjun comes from the dragon's gallbladder, which is the best material for making aphrodisiacs. How did you get poisoned like this? Give me enough materials, and I can concoct an antidote immediately, Lu Yen said. Nagi Ko Shinjun shook his head and said, "No need. I've checked the information. The antidote materials are very expensive in terms of spirit stones. I don't plan to spend that money. Anyway, using a man to detoxify is the same." She knew many people in the Great Tao sect, but the only one who was handsome was Lu Yen. "You're getting a good deal today, kid." As she spoke, she began to tear at Lu Yen's clothes, her desire growing stronger in her eyes. "You're planning to rape me, aren't you?" Lu Yen gasped, feigning arrogance, but forced love is never sweet. Whether it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches my thirst, that's all that matters. Nagikoku Shinjun pinned Lu Yen down and unleashed his full power. Lu Yen originally intended to resist. After thinking about it, I decided to let her do whatever she wanted. Thankfully, this is in another world. If it were in my previous life, I would have accused her of rape for violating a woman's will. At least half of the property. Nagi Ko was very rough and showed no mercy to Lu Yen, causing a deafening noise on the top floor. "Who's up there?" The men in the library sensed something was wrong, and one of them even went up to the top floor and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Chapter 45 7th level of Golden Core, Ancient Kidney Body. Knock knock knock. There was a persistent knocking on the door. "Who's inside?" "I." Lu Yen was about to speak when Nagi Ko Shinjun silenced him with a kiss. Her eyes were alluring and bloodshot, radiating an intense desire. She said, "Shoo, Lu Yen, don't speak." She stopped moving and gritted her teeth to endure it. The disciples outside found it strange. "There's no sound." "That's strange. Did I hear wrong?" He tried to push the door open to go in and take a look, but he couldn't open it. "I forgot, only Najimitsu Shinran can open this place." Could the commotion inside be related to Najimitsu Shinran? Could something have happened to her? I need to find the elders to take a look right away. Nagi Ko Shinjun gritted his teeth and tried his best to sound normal. "I'm fine. I'm practicing my cultivation technique right now. You can go." The disciple said, "Since you are all right, I will be leaving now. Remember to call me anytime if you need anything. I'll be downstairs." After his disciple had gone far away, Najimitsu no longer could bear the poison taking effect. Lu Yen couldn't take it anymore either. Because she is just too amazing. It truly lives up to its name as a butterfly with a sensual body. Bang bang bang. Another loud noise came from the top floor, like someone was pounding on the floor. Because it makes too much noise. Many more people went up to the top floor to check the situation. Unable to bear being interrupted, Najimitsu said, "Carry me to the door." Lu Yan picked her up and carried her to the door. Nagikoku Shinjun, still with his arms around Lu Yan's neck, peeked out and opened a crack in the door, shouting angrily, "Anyone who comes up here will die. Get out! Get out of here with me now." She was truly enraged, and the oppressive aura of a nascent soul grand perfection level descended upon her. Suddenly, everyone felt as if they had been hit by a mountain, barely able to breathe, their knees buckled, and they almost knelt down. As expected of a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A nascent soul cultivator is truly powerful. Just the pressure alone makes me want to die. However, her aura seems a bit disordered. Is something wrong? Get out, what problem could I possibly have? If you don't get out, I'll kick you out of the Great Tao sect for offending an elder. We didn't clash the elders. We just felt there was danger and came up to check. I'm not in danger. Ugh. Bastard. Get lost. True Lord, please open the door. We'll leave once we see you're alright. Someone tried to push the door open, but was unable to stand up straight due to the oppressive aura of Najimitsu. What a nuisance. They're disturbing my cultivation. If they don't leave now, they'll die. Najimitsu no longer wasted words. With a burst of spiritual pressure, he swept them all away to the floors below, saying, "What a nuisance. There are always people coming here to disturb us." Not a spoilsport, just right, Lu Yan said. Najimitsu looked somewhat bewildered. Huh? Fine. Lu Yan did not explain, and began to circulate the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing. 1 day later. Golden Core Level 6, 1.8%. 2 days later. Golden Core Level 6, 3.6%. 4 days later. Golden Core Level 6, 7.2%. 1 month later. Golden Core Level 6, 52%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. 9 oxen and 2 tigers pills, 0 pills remaining. Congratulations, host, on mastering the ancient kidney body. From this day forward, you are invincible. Lu Yan thought to himself, strange, why is the progress of my cultivation with Nagi Ko no Jinjuan so fast? It's even comparable to the sum of Pei Qingran and Lu Miaoju's. Could it be because Nagi Ko is at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage? This is the only way. Lu Yan looked at Najimitsu Jinjuan and said, "Your poison is really potent. It took 2 months to barely clear it. I'll prescribe a medicine for you in a bit, and you'll be fully recovered in less than 3 months after taking it." Nagi Ko, leaning against Lu Yan's chest, winked and said, "No need for a prescription, you are the best prescription." She finally understood why Lu Miaozhu was so determined to become Lu Yan's Taoist partner. It turned out there were benefits to it. She had only been studying together for 2 months. "I feel that my cultivation level has improved." He had previously sought advice from Empress Xuanqiu, who gave him some experience, but after studying it, he found it to be completely useless. It's still more useful to cultivate together with Lu Yan. She discovered a new continent. If she had known about these benefits earlier, she would have slept with Lu Yan long ago. "Thank you." She kissed Lu Yan's forehead and said, "Thank you so much. Whether I can break through to the nascent soul stage depends on you. In the future, I'll take care of you in the Great Tao sect." Lu Yan smiled as he looked at her. Because he knew the benefits of the Su Nu Dao Wen Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. Najimitsu Shinken must have benefited from this to do so. "I'm a little tired and need to take a shower. You can go now. I'll come find you again in a few days. I'm leaving." Lu Yan glanced at her a few times, and a poem came to mind. "With a spear, I pierce through 1,000 waves of beauty. With a finger, I break through the clouds of Wushan. The first petal of the crabapple blossoms newly unfurls, and the first hint of red appears on the peonies." Lu Yan waved his hand and said, "Rest well, wash up and wait for me to pamper you." Najimitsu smiled charmingly and said, "Hurry up, your sister is waiting for you." Lu Yan walked out of the top floor and down. Unexpectedly, many disciples stared at him and asked, "Why are you up there? Isn't Nagi Koku practicing his skills up there?" Lu Yan said, "That's right, I wanted to see, but she didn't open the door." "I see. The disciples stopped paying attention to him. Lu Yan walked out of the library and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, looked at the system. Congratulations, host, you have married Najamitsu Shinju. A reward is now being issued. Somersault Cloud, 1 somersault covers 108,000 li. Somersault Cloud, what a good thing. Lu Yan immediately digested the spell. In the blink of an eye. He then mastered the trick. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he tried to do a somersault, but ended up outside the Great Tao sect. It startled him. I quickly flipped back over. Inside the Hunyuan cave, Lu Yan saw Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu practicing sword moves. Lu Yan watched from the sidelines. That's outrageous. Despite their years of sword practice, they still couldn't match his invincible swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship skills, they can't compare to me. My husband, you're back. Lu Miaozhu stopped what she was doing, looked at Lu Yan, and smiled broadly. Pei Qingran also stopped. Both women walked toward him. Lu Yan reached out, and they immediately threw themselves into his arms. Zhang Yuanying, who was looking after the child, felt a little envious. Lately, she felt strange and found Lu Yan more agreeable. Pei Qingran said, "Husband, I miss you." "Me too, come on in." Lu Yan held one in each hand. The two girls, looking shy and bashful, followed her inside. Zhang Yuanying rolled her eyes and said, "This guy is really lecherous." He couldn't wait to go inside as soon as he got back. How thirsty is he? My initial goodwill towards him vanished instantly. "Sister Zhang, could you lend me a sword?" Lu Baizhi said. Zhang Yuanying refused, "The sword is too sharp for you to play with." Lu Baizhi's gaze sharpened, and a murderous aura surged as she stared at Zhang Yuanying. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Yuanying felt as if she had been killed by her several times. She was so frightened that she instinctively handed the sword to her. I only realized it after I gave it to them. Zhang Yuanying felt a chill run down her spine. These two kids are terrifying. Lu Baizhi's eyes don't look like a child's, and Lu Changxing is terrifying too. She actually understood the bird script. He also practiced the bizarre chi refining technique. It's outrageous that he hasn't even reached the first level of cultivation. When asked about the incantation, she said she didn't know it. She couldn't read, but she could still cultivate. They're all weirdos. These two kids are terrifying. I feel like they'll surpass me in no time. No, why would I have such a misconception? Zhang Yuanying shook his head and began practicing his sword again. I hope my 3-sword style can improve quickly. She likes knives. I especially like the 3-sword style. As she practiced, a seductive sound came from a nearby room, making her blush. Chapter 46. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu are both pregnant. While Lu Changcheng and Lu Baizhi were playing with their own things, Zhang Yuanying seized every spare moment to practice the unique combat techniques of the 3-sword style. However, as they were practicing, they heard a soft, seductive sound coming from Lu Yan's room. "Husband, husband. I can't take it, Sister Pei, you come. Sister Lu, you come." As a golden core cultivator, her hearing was naturally extraordinary. Even without listening carefully, you could hear the foul language they were using, and you couldn't help but blush. "Lu Yan, how could you be so rude to Sister Pei and Sister Lu? You're despicable." The two women's moans stirred up long-forgotten memories in her. Her father was the powerful Duke of Zhuanshu, who had many wives and concubines, including 3,000 beauties. Every day, he either spends his time playing wildly in bed with his wives and concubines or on his way to play wildly. Several times, the father sexually assaulted his concubine, causing her to bleed to death. This incident shocked her young mind, leaving her unable to understand how such reckless play could lead to someone's death. She never understood. I don't want to understand either. Even now, she still can't understand it. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were both nascent soul-level cultivators, yet they were willing to serve one man with two women. Moreover, while the two women appeared as pure and innocent as lotus flowers in public, they were no different from sluts and brothels in bed. She really couldn't understand it. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and bear it. He practiced the 3-sword style with madness. But the lewd sounds coming from the room kept her having impure thoughts. She felt like she was losing control of her body. Your mind is in turmoil. If you continue cultivating, you might suffer a chi deviation again. A crisp sound suddenly came from his chest. Zhang Yuanying found it strange. She looked down at her chest and saw a snail crawling on it. I remember you were Lu Yan's pet, how did you end up on my chest? The snail remained nestled on her chest, lazily saying. I'm right next to you and you still haven't noticed me, which means you're incredibly distracted. Tell me, what are you thinking about? Zhang Yuanying said, it's nothing, come down quickly. It's quite soft, I'll just lie here for a while, the snail said. Zhang Yuanying felt sticky and uncomfortable, and said. As expected, the pet reflects its master. You lecherous snail, if you don't come down, I'll slap you to death. The snail said, no, I'm here to help you solve your problem. Are you male or female? Zhang Yuanying asked. The snail asked, is it important? Important. Zhang Yuanying said with a serious expression. The snail said, before the immortal snail clan matures, it has no gender to protect itself. It only distinguishes gender later on, so I don't even know if I am male or female? No matter what you are, get off my chest. Zhang Yuanying thought the snail looked lecherous and that it would definitely be male after it transformed. Snail, let me lie here for a while, why are you so stingy? Besides, yours isn't even that big. You're so small and miserly. We should show off our snails more generously. Zhang Yuanying was too lazy to waste words with it, so he picked it up and threw it on the ground. The snail said, I guess the reason you're upset is Lu Yan. Is that right? Get out. Zhang Yuanying roared. I was right. I never expected that you, who seemed so aloof and detached from worldly affairs, would also have feelings for him. I don't. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Why are you shouting like that? Roll. Zhang Yuanying didn't want to talk to the snail, so he went to the side to practice his swordsmanship, but he dropped the sword after only a few swings. This was the first time she had dropped her knife during practice. Lu Baizhi walked over with her hands behind her back, looking old-fashioned. Your mind is in turmoil. Take it easy. Forcing yourself to cultivate will not do you any good. Zhang Yuanying remained silent. Lu Baizhi asked, what are you thinking about? Zhang Yuanying, no. Lu Baizhi said, you'd better not have any. I'm hungry and want to drink spirit beast meat porridge. Go and get me a serving. Zhang Yuanying quickly went to the kitchen to cook, and soon brought out a bowl of porridge to feed her. The snail shook its head and sighed beside them. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, ha, I have broken through to the second level of qi refining. This thing can actually be used for cultivation? The snail flew over, opened the qi cultivation manual in Lu Changsheng's hand, looked at it from left to right but couldn't understand a single bird script character. He boasted of his extensive knowledge and wide experience, but he really didn't understand bird seal script. The snail asked, what does this mean? I don't know, I only know that I can cultivate it. Lu Changsheng was very excited and wanted to show off to his parents, but Zhang Yuanying stopped him. Zhang Yuanying said, your parents they're not available yet. Before the words were finished, Lu Yan's room door opened, and Lu Yan walked out looking refreshed. Zhang Yuanying wondered, didn't it usually take several months to complete? Why is it so fast today? Could it be that it's been ruined? Father, I have broken through to the second level of qi refining. Lu Changsheng came running over, waving his little hands excitedly. Lu Yan bent down and hugged her, pinching her chubby cheeks, and said, you're great, keep it up, but don't rush things, take it slow and build a solid foundation. Unexpectedly, the child, who was not even 4 years old, had reached the second level of qi refining. Lu Yan realized that this was her destiny. Daughters are people with great blessings. Their achievements are destined to be significant. Father, go and hug Baizhi too. Lu Changsheng pointed to the little girl with her hands behind her back. Okay. Lu Yan was about to hug her. Lu Baizhi quickly stepped back because she was so small that she almost fell to the ground when she took a big step. Fortunately, Lu Yan reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. Lu Baizhi thought to herself, this cheap dad is really handsome, but it's a pity he's a bit weak. I have to grow up quickly and help my parents take off. The snail quickly flew over and landed on Lu Yan's head. Master. What is it? Lu Yan asked. Nothing's wrong, just shouting out of boredom, the snail said. Zhang Yuanying was curious why only Lu Yan came out. She used her divine sense to check on Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, and what she found shocked her. The two women fainted. No wonder Lu Yan got out so quickly. Zhang Yuanying's pretty face flushed slightly. Lu Yan is that strong? It's fake, right? It's a lie, isn't it? Zhang Yuanying, please take care of my wife, they. Good. Zhang Yuanying stood there. Lu Yan played with his two daughters on the grass. Sunset. He entrusted his daughter to Zhang Yuanying's care, then flew away to the library. Library. Top floor. A small window was half open. By the window, Nagi Ko Shinjun was bathed in rays of sunlight, his whole body seemingly radiating golden light, looking incredibly beautiful. You finally arrived. Her words carried a hint of dissatisfaction, like those of a resentful woman confined to the palace. Lu Yan walked behind her, put his arm around her waist, and said, "Sorry I'm late." "Hurry up, the dragon poison hasn't been cleared yet, you need to pay attention," said Nagi Ko Shinjun. "Yes." Lu Yan stopped dawdling and pushed half of her body out the window. Nagi Ko Shinjun was startled. "Are you trying to kill me? You're trying to push me down the stairs. Is this murder?" Lu Yan patted her buttocks and said, "No, you can just put your upper body on the window." Najimitsu looked completely bewildered before finally realizing what he meant and said, "You rascal, you're really something. But I'm afraid someone will see us." Lu Yan patted her buttocks and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." After saying that, enough with the chit-chat. Lu Yan began to help her detoxify. Half an hour later. Nagi Ko trembled with nervousness. "Lu Yan, quickly pull me back, I think I saw someone." Bang! Lu Yan quickly pulled her back and closed the window at the same time. He held Najimitsu in his arms. The two of them held their breath, not daring to breathe. Whoosh! A disciple flew by in the air. "There's someone at the top floor window, it looks like Najimitsu Shinjun, what's she doing here?" He also liked the elder of the library. Because her legs are longer than her life, especially her buttocks, walking is like a millstone moving. "Of course you'd like it." He leaned closer and called out, "Is that you, Najimitsu Shinken?" Nagi Ko and Lu Yan embraced each other, neither of them speaking, only their eyes were filled with longing, and then they kissed. Whoosh! Another disciple flew over and said, "Don't look. She's a very aloof person. She won't even acknowledge us if we try to talk to her. Even if you pursue her, she won't like you." The man said, "But I really like her. She's so alluring, she exudes seduction from head to toe. Just think about it. She's so beautiful, it's not something we disciples can even dream of. Just look and that's enough." I heard that a nascent soul elder from the Great Tao Palace wanted to pursue her, but she didn't even glance at him. "Which elder?" "It seems to be Elder Zuo Weian." "Well, maybe he just likes my type." "Something fell off your nose." "What? Clown. You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" The disciple flew away on his sword, still reluctant to leave, saying, "To be honest, she's so pure and yet so alluring, she's probably still a virgin. Perhaps there's some underlying unfulfilled desire." "Impossible, I won't allow you to slander her like that." The two walked away as they talked. Lu Yan hugged Najimitsu and kissed her cheek, saying, "Unsatisfied, aren't you? You're kidding me, you almost got caught." She pinched Lu Yan's ear and said, "Hurry up and help your sister detoxify." "Beg me." She winked seductively, her eyes blazing with fury, "My lord. I beg you." The next day. Nagi Ko Shinjun fainted. Lu Yan carried her back to her cave before returning to Hunyuan Cave. For the next 2 weeks, Lu Yan lingered between Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran, or at Nagi Ko Shinjuan's residence. Each time, they couldn't hold on and fainted. The ancient kidney body is indeed amazing. Several more days passed. One day, Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Lu Yan immediately checked his pulse and smiled. "Madam, you are pregnant." The two women smiled in unison. "That's wonderful, we're pregnant again." As they became pregnant, Lu Yan paid even more attention to their diet and health, and gave Zhang Yuanying a prescription to follow every day to nourish her pregnancy. Zhang Yuanying has a big head. Because she will have to take care of 2 more children in 10 months. "I have 2 children now, and I also need to take care of my wife during her pregnancy. I'm too busy to manage everything. Should I hire another maid?" Zhang Yuanying made a simple request. She was afraid Lu Yan wouldn't agree, so she adopted an extremely humble attitude. Lu Yan thought for a moment, "But there isn't a suitable candidate?" "We can go to the secular world to choose maids," Zhang Yuanying said. It was perfect timing, as she hadn't been out to play in a long time. Lu Yan shook his head. I'm not going out. Let fate decide. If a maid falls from the sky, I'll take her in. If not, you'll have to take care of her yourself. Zhang Yuanying felt that this kind of life was miserable. Oh God, please send me a maid from heaven. Whoosh! A streak of fire flashed across the sky as a stunningly beautiful woman flew in. Snail said, Lu Yan, look up and see if she's wearing underwear. Lu Yan felt that the snail was extremely embarrassed, saying such a thing in public. I'm wearing leggings, so you can't see it. What happened to trust between people? Wah-ah! Just as the two were staring at the girl, she unexpectedly appeared there. Zhang Yuanying murmured, could it be a maidservant sent from heaven? Chapter 47. The Demon Queen Long Nanji is Pei Qingran's mother. The newcomer was dressed in red, her black hair fluttering in the wind, revealing her delicate face. This face has a very sophisticated look. They possess a regal, noble, and domineering aura. She was tall and slender, with a perfect figure, fair and delicate skin, the kind of cool white that's fair. Her collarbones were so deep that Lu Yan thought you could raise goldfish in them. What a beautiful woman! The only possibility is that her body was completely covered up, unlike the fourth sister of Hahuan who showed off her slender waist. The two have very different styles. This woman looks very conservative. The clothes on her chest were stretched high, indicating that she must be quite large. The system's character identification function is now enabled. Name, Long Nanji Spirit Body. A spirit body condensed using special techniques, with no difference in strength from the true body. Age, 2780 2800 3000. Realm level, Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul Stage. Identity, Demon Queen of the Fire Mulberry Kingdom, Second Princess of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, naturally alluring. Objective, to possess Pei Qingran's body and live a second life. Rating, 95. Affection level, 82, hee, there's a handsome guy there. After browsing the information, Lu Yan frowned and thought to himself. I remember Pei Qingran mentioned this person in her character assessment. I never expected her to dare to come to the Great Tao sect. She's really bold. However, she doesn't have much time left to live, and if she doesn't come soon, she will pass away. Luckily, I knew the information in advance. It can avoid many problems. The woman looked left and right, and then asked very politely, Gentlemen, I would like to ask where the Hunyuan cave is? The snail spoke first. This is the primordial chaos cave. Beautiful lady, who are you looking for here? I'm looking for Pei Qingran. May I ask who you are? Zhang Yuanying asked. Before the woman could introduce herself, Pei Qingran emerged from the room, sword in hand, his expression displeased. What are you doing here? How can you speak like that, child? As your mother, am I not allowed to come and see you? Pei Qingran said coldly, You are not my mother. My mother died long ago. You wicked empress, don't get involved. You are not welcome here. Please go back to your palace. Qingran, I miss you. She ran over and grabbed Pei Qingran's hand. In reality, they were probing the pulse. Goodness. She really is pregnant. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. She has set up 100,000 possessed bodies in the Fire Mulberry Kingdom. As long as these possessed bodies cultivate to the nascent soul stage, they will send information back to her. She doesn't have much lifespan left, and it's absolutely impossible for her to break through to the void refinement realm with the aptitude of this body, so she's considering possessing another body. Unexpectedly, over the years, only Pei Qingran has met the conditions for possession. So after dealing with the affairs of Huasong Kingdom, I rushed here quickly. Let's find out. I heard she found a Taoist partner. There is also a daughter. At first she didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. The other woman was pregnant with her second child. Hateful. Who exactly defiled my body? Seeing that the two were behaving unusually, Zhang Yuanying came over and asked, Madam, who is this lady? I don't know him. Pei Qingran said coldly. Long Nanji wasn't embarrassed at all, and said, Qingran is a child who likes to joke around. Actually, I am her mother. Her mother died early. Later, her father met me, and I married into the Huasong Kingdom and became its empress. However, this child has a poor mental capacity and has never accepted me. But it's okay, I believe she will accept me in the future. Qingran, please don't target me at every turn. I truly love your father, and I hope you can accept me as well. Pei Qingran remained cold and said, I don't need it, you can get lost. After saying that, he walked directly into the room. Lu Yan hurriedly followed her in, but was stopped by Long Nanji. What are you doing going into her room? I'm her husband, what do you think? Long Nanji was stunned. Favorability, 0. This time it was Lu Yan's turn to be stunned. No way, his favorability rating had dropped to 0. Long Nanji angrily retorted, she is a princess of the Wusong kingdom of noble status, and also the disciple of Yuanzhou, the peak master of Baihu Peak, at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. You are merely at the golden core stage. How did you get her? Did you use some tricks to deceive my daughter? Just as Lu Yan was about to explain, Lu Miaozhu walked over gracefully and asked, Husband, who is this? Long Nanji asked, what did you call him? Lu Miaozhu was somewhat bewildered, call him husband, what's wrong? Long Nanji's pupils dilated, you have 2 Taoist partners? Lu Yan, holding Lu Miaozhu's hand, said with a smile, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Yan, my master is Li Daoxian, the peak master of Zhuke Peak, and my master's wife is Yang Wanjin, the deputy peak master. Long Nanji didn't hear what was said after that, but she noticed the key words. I don't have a strong impression of the name Yang Wanjin. But the name Li Daoxian is incredibly impressive. He is a being capable of slaying immortals. Legend has it that he cultivated to the Mahayana realm and did not want to ascend, but the immortals in the celestial realm said that his delay in ascending was disrupting the order of the mortal world, so they descended to the mortal world to force him to ascend. As a result, he argued with the immortal and eventually killed him. This is how Li Daoxian became famous. Unfortunately, he later went into seclusion, and no one knows where he went. Long Nanji gasped, is the Li Daoxian you're talking about the one who slayed immortals? Exactly, Lu Yan said firmly. Long Nanji trembled and gasped. So he was living in seclusion at the Great Tao sect. It seems this possession journey cannot be forced. We must outsmart them. The task is to take Pei Qinran away from the Great Tao sect and then seize his body. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lu Yan smiled and said, may I go in then? Please. Long Nanji gestured for him to proceed, no longer stopping him. After Lu Yan went inside, Long Nanji looked at Zhang Yuanying and asked, what is the background of that Yang Wanjin? He is the deputy peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak, Zhang Yuanying said. Long Nanji then asked, how is your cultivation level? Zhang Yuanying said, I don't know, but she is Li Daoxuan's wife. Do you think she's bad? I've seen her before. She has a very strong aura. I guess her cultivation level is at least at the integration realm, or maybe even the tribulation transcending realm. Long Nanji gasped after hearing this. The cultivation world is also called the primordial chaos world. This place has a strict hierarchy of cultivation levels, also known as the 9 realms of immortality. Shi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, tribulation crossing, Mahayana. The Great Tao sect is not one of the 30 sects, yet it has someone at the tribulation transcending realm. She felt that the Great Tao sect was even more terrifying than she had imagined, and that she had to act with caution. She made a gesture of invitation and said, could you tell me about the power and influence of the Great Tao sect? Zhang Yuanying said, that's fine. The Great Tao sect is surrounded by 4 peaks guarding 1 palace. The 4 peaks are Azure Dragon Peak, White Tiger Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, and Black Tortoise Peak. The first palace refers to the Great Tao Palace. There are very few disciples who can enter the Great Tao Palace, you can count them on 2 hands. Long Nanji then asked, what is the cultivation level of the sect master of the Great Tao sect? Zhang Yuanying shook his head, I don't know. He's quite mysterious. No one has ever seen him. Long Nanji asked, which of the 4 main peaks has the strongest disciples? Azure Dragon Peak is the strongest, Vermilion Bird Peak is the weakest, because Vermilion Bird Peak only has 6 disciples. 6 of them? Who are they? Yes. Just as Zhang Yuanying was about to introduce her, Lu Baiji's childish voice came from behind, Zhang Yuanying, come here, I'm hungry. Good. Zhang Yuanying ran to the kitchen and brought her a bowl of spirit beast meat porridge. I am currently working as a maid in the Hunyuan cave, and I will be doing this for 50 years. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Baiji, the second young lady, born to Lu Yan and Lu Miaozhu. She pointed to a 3 or 4-year-old child not far away. This is Lu Changsheng, the eldest young lady, born to Lu Yan and Pei Qingran. Long Nanji asked curiously, what is she doing? Meditation and cultivation. How old is she? She is 3 years and 10 months old, almost 4 years old. Can you understand how to cultivate it? she is now at the second level of qi refining. Wrong. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and said smugly, I just broke through, and I'm now at the third level of qi refining. Long Nanji ran over to look at the books in front of her and exclaimed in shock. Wow, so many birds. Did you draw this? Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes. Auntie, this is the qi refining manual. Aunt? Does she look old? However, she doesn't really care about how she's addressed. If you don't understand, ask, why are there so many birds up there? This is bird script. Auntie. Lu Changsheng said helplessly. Long Nanji had never heard of this kind of writing before. It was truly an eye-opening experience. I feel like I've lived 2,780 years in vain. Long Nanji didn't intend to talk to her, and said, then you should cultivate well. She continued to entice Zhang Yuanying, trying to get her to talk about what happened here and why she had been a maid for 50 years. Like a curious child, they asked questions everywhere. Half a day later. In Pei Qingran's room, she exclaimed in shock, what? You're saying I'm her possessed body? Right. Lu Yan explained in detail. Moreover, this time she didn't come in her real body, but in her spirit body. Pei Qingran said, I've only heard of external avatars, which can only be cultivated by those at the void refinement realm. As for a spiritual body, what is that? It's a body condensed using a special technique, and it's no different from your real body, Lu Yan explained. Pei Qingran asked, then what should we do? Lu Yan said, her goal is to possess you, but her cultivation level is too low. She can't cause any trouble in the Great Tao sect. As long as you don't leave the Great Tao sect, you are absolutely safe. Pei Qingran asked, should we send her away? Lu Yan's eyes flashed, and he said, let's keep her. We're short of maids, and her arrival is just in time. She is determined to possess you, so she can endure being a maid, preferably without being able to endure it, preferably being humiliated, and then her true form will come, so that we can take her down in one fell swoop. Let's get rid of this potential problem. Lu Yan cannot leave the Great Tao sect, so he can only lure Long Nanji's true form here. As long as you are in the Great Tao sect, she wouldn't have enough lives even if she had 10. If you can't beat them yourself, can't you call for backup? The master's wife, Yang Wanjin, could easily kill her. Pei Qingran's eyes lit up and he said, great idea. It would be best if we could lure her to the Great Tao sect. If we can't, we'll still have a free maid to serve us. That's right, that is exactly it, Lu Yan said. Pei Qingran revealed a sinister and cunning smile. Hee, let's go out and talk to her now. She was a little impatient. I just stepped out of the room. Long Nanji ran over and said, Qingran, I miss you so much, and your father misses you too. Shall we go home? Pei Qingran said, I'm pregnant now and it's not advisable for me to go out. I'll give birth to the baby first. Good. Long Nanji agreed she could tolerate it for 10 months at most. But there's a problem right now? Pei Qingran looked troubled. Long Nanji asked, what's the problem? We are short of a maid, but we don't trust anyone other than Zhang Yuanying. You are my mother, so you should have experience in taking care of people. I would like you to take care of us for a while. You mean you want me to be a maid? Long Nanji was shocked. You brat, how dare you say such cold words? Maid? Even a dog wouldn't do that. She would never work as a maid in her entire life. Chapter 48. A maid? Even a dog wouldn't do that. But I will. Maid? Even a dog wouldn't do that. Long Nanji would never work as a maid in her entire life. Unless she dies. Even jumping off a cliff wouldn't dry you completely. Seeing Long Nanji's ashen face, Pei Qingran deliberately raised her voice. It seems you can't do this job. If you can't, there are plenty of others who can. I'll hire someone else here. Since everything's alright, you can go back to your country now. Long Nanji gritted his teeth. I'm capable, I'm only good at the work of a maid. There was no other way. She came here with a purpose, and she wouldn't leave rashly until she had accomplished it. Pei Qingran looked at her with suspicion. Can you do the job of a maid properly? Trust your mother, she has experience in taking care of people. Long Nanji has absolutely no experience, but he has no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it in order to stay here. But let's make it clear beforehand, I'll only work for 10 months. After you give birth, you can come home with me to visit. It depends on your performance. Pei Qingran said calmly. Long Nanji's eyes lit up. As long as Pei Qingran could leave the Great Tao sect, the chances of her seizing his body would reach 90%. She had high hopes for Pei Qingran's body. Long Nanji said, "Mother will work hard. From now on, I am a maid, and you can order me around as you please." Pei Qingran, follow Zhang Yuanying for now, and ask her if you don't understand anything. Good. She quickly got into character, even changing into a maid's outfit and having her hairstyle like a maid. The snail's pupils dilated in shock, and it put its hands on its hips, saying, Look, this is what professionalism is all about." Lu Yan said, "She is indeed professional, you can tell she has worked as a maid before." Pei Qingran smiled faintly, pinched Lu Yan's waist, making Lu Yan yelp, before she leaned closer and said, "I never expected that the high and mighty queen of Huasan Kingdom would actually work as a maid. She's really good at enduring things. Let's see how long she can keep it up. Come on, husband, let's go inside." She pulled Lu Yan into the house. Lu Miaozhu also went in with the two. Soon after, a voice that was both captivating and intoxicating was heard. 1 day later. Golden Core Level 7, 1.7%. 2 days later. Golden Core Level 7, 3.5%. 4 days later. Golden Core Level 7, 7.2%. 1 month later. Golden Core Stage 7, 51%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Lu Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After 2 months of hard work, I have finally broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. The only pity is that their endurance is not as strong as before, perhaps due to the ancient kidney body. Looking back, the two women were fast asleep, not sleeping at all. I remember Pei Qingran used to kick me afterward, but now she doesn't even have the strength to kick Lu Yan. It truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient kidney body. Lu Yan felt no fatigue at all. Full of energy. Lu Yan got dressed and got out of bed, pondering. They're pregnant. We can't play like this anymore, it's easy to cause trouble. Luckily, Najimitsu was here, so she's not pregnant. By the way, where are the 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect? Why haven't they arrived yet? I thought of the 4 beauties of Hahuan, but unfortunately I haven't heard from them since, and they don't reply to my messages. Has something happened? Lu Yan patted his head, let's not overthink it. I left the room. Seeing Zhang Yuanying playing with the child, Long Nanji was bending over, wiping the corridor floor. Long Nanji in this pose. Not very elegant. But it is very tempting. Lu Yan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. It has to be said that the curve of her hips is really beautiful, clinging tightly to her skin, showing off her perfect figure, and also outlining the graceful upper body. Seeing Lu Yan approach, Long Nanji turned around to greet him and continued wiping the floor. It's okay if you don't turn around. As soon as she turned around, Lu Yan's gaze locked onto the area in front of her. Her clothes hung loosely over her chest as she bent over, revealing her snow-white skin and round, white breasts, and her forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat. It made her look as tempting as a ripe grape. Lu Yan was amazed by the Emperor of Huasan Kingdom's vision. In a word, it was brilliant. Lu Yan's gaze kept drifting back and forth as she wiped the floor. After observing her for a while, he called Zhang Yuanying over and said, Xingran and Miaozhu are still resting. Once they wake up, you can clean up the traces. Remember to clean it thoroughly and wash the sheets while you're at it. Seeing them nod, Lu Yan turned and left. The snail quickly followed. Long Nanji sat down dejectedly on the ground and said, Yuanying, work is so tiring, I don't want to do it anymore. In fact, she had never done any work. She was born as the second princess of the Wanyao kingdom and lived a life of luxury. Later, she married the emperor of the Huasang kingdom and became the empress, so she naturally never did any work. I never expected such a simple task. So miserable. What's even more outrageous is that she did it for 2 whole months. Long Nanji suddenly had a question. For the past 2 months, Lu Yan and the others haven't left their room. Has it always been like this? Is Lu Yan really that strong? Zhang Yuanying said, don't make a fuss. They've always been like this, sometimes they don't come out for half a year. That intense? Long Nanji licked her lips, her eyes shining. What kind of physique does he have? It's so strong. What is your constitution, husband? Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu woke up groggily, the latter clutching her chest in fear. Why is my husband so strong? And he has broken through again, and is now at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Could he be using us as a furnace? Pei Qingran tapped her on the head and said, "Are you stupid? If your husband treats us as furnaces, will we still improve? Don't you think you improve every time you cultivate with her?" "I was able to break through because I cultivated with him." Lu Miaozhu said, "So you're saying we're using him as a furnace?" "You idiot," Pei Qingran said, tapping her on the head. "If we used him as a furnace, he would have been drained long ago. This situation should be a matter of his constitution. Joint cultivation is beneficial to both him and us. Get up. Let's go practice our swordsmanship." Lu Miaozhu nodded, got dressed, and went to practice swordsmanship together. It was tough on Zhang Yuanying and Long Nanji, who had to clean up. Long Nanji stared at the bedsheet, too shocked to describe it. "It looks like rain. Is this thing even usable?" Zhang Yuanying said, "It's a small matter, let's do it." The two began washing the sheets and wiping the table, windows, coffee table, and other surfaces. After a long day of exhaustion, Lu Changshang and Lu Baizhi started howling again. "I'm hungry. Kids eat a lot and get hungry easily. I had no choice but to go and cook." On the other side, in the library, Lu Yan embraced Najimitsu and said, "Your poison has been completely cured by me. From today onwards, you no longer need to cultivate with me. However, if you wish, you can contact me anytime." Najimitsu tapped him on the head. "So you're just going to use me and then abandon me?" "No." Lu Yan put his arm around her and said, "If you like, you can move to Hunyuan Cave and live with Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu." Nagi Ko Shinjun kissed Lu Yan's cheek and said, "I still prefer the library. It's so much better here. I'm not moving there." "Sure, you can move anytime you want." "Yes, my husband." Najimitsu Shinjun acted coquettishly. Lu Yan then gave her a severe scolding several more times. Nagi Ko was satisfied, his face beaming with joy, and a trace of glistening on his lips. He then stopped trying to seduce Lu Yan. "You're really amazing. You've completely subdued me, a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. You're incredibly strong." Najimitsu gave a thumbs up. Lu Yan smiled without saying a word, and was about to leave after getting dressed. Nagi Ko Shinjun said, "Don't rush off. We are now on the top floor of the library. There is a peerless secret manual here, which is said to be something that even the founding patriarch could not learn. You've come here so many times, but I've never shown it to you. I'll show you now." Lu Yan said, "Isn't this against the rules?" Najimitsu smiled and took his hand, leading him forward. "What kind of bullshit rules are these? Rules are for ordinary disciples. I am an elder of the library, and I am the rule. If you can learn what's in here, then you'll be the rule. After all, no one in the Great Tao sect has mastered it. If Lu Yan can, then his status will. I don't want to think that far ahead." She pulled Lu Yan to the center, pressed a mechanism, and a wooden box was slowly pushed up. "The secret manual is inside. Take a look and see if you can learn it." Lu Yan reached into the wooden box, took out the manual, and said, "Want to look at it together?" She shook her head, "I've already seen it, I can't learn it." Lu Yan no longer held back. He tried to turn to the first page of the manual, but the manual was shrouded in a layer of golden light, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on the back of his hand, making it impossible for him to turn it over. What's going on? Lu Yan felt something was amiss. He then looked toward Najimitsu Shinjun. Chapter 49, at the 9th level of the Golden Core, Zhang Yuanying desires to serve in the Emperor's. Forgot. Najimitsu slapped his forehead, "I'm such an idiot, I forgot to tell you. This thing can only be turned upside down when you reach the nascent soul realm. Those below the nascent soul realm cannot withstand that pressure from the heavens and earth. You're currently at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, not far from the nascent soul stage. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, we'll do it again." "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Yan pinched the corner of her mouth, his face full of smiles. "It's okay, I'll break through to the nascent soul stage soon." He's becoming increasingly curious about what's inside. We shouldn't pull this stunt. I'm not that curious yet. Nagi Koku hooked his arm around Lu Yan's neck and said, "To make it up to you, let's do it again, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times." Lu Yan smiled. He picked her up in one swift motion. At the same time, the Sunu Wen Dao Jing is being circulated. 1 day later. Golden Core Level 8, 1.8%. 2 days later. Golden Core Level 8, 3.5%. 4 days later. Golden Core level 8, 7.4%. 1 month later. Golden Core level 8, 53%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in this way. Suddenly, Nagi Ko Shinjun shuddered, quite surprised. Husband, you've actually broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm? Lu Yen said, an unexpected breakthrough. Nagi Ko Shinjun believed that it was only a matter of time before Lu Yen became the number 1 in the Hunyuan realm, because his cultivation speed was too fast. Fortunately, she invested in the company beforehand. I can get a bit of the light. She plopped down on Lu Yen and said, my husband, you are amazing. With enough time, you will definitely be able to reach the top. Lu Yen put his arm around her waist. I appreciate your kind words. After another round of intimacy, Nagi Ko Shinjun was exhausted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lu Yen carried her back to her cave. Her cave dwelling wasn't as nice as her own, it was just a very simple dwelling. After placing her on the bed, Lu Yen kissed her forehead and said, I'm going back now. Call me via the communication jade slip if you need anything. She groggily opened her eyes and said, yes, my husband, I love you. Only after Lu Yen disappeared did she remember to use her spiritual power to force out what Lu Yen had left in her body. Wait, I should have a child with him. Only with a child can we have a bond. With that thought in mind, she stopped trying to force things out. Let it be. If I get pregnant, I'll have the baby. I'm ready to have his child. She never dreamed that one day she would be the one to have a child for a man. She doesn't actually like men very much. Because he was born into the Hahuan sect. I've seen far too many cases of ingratitude. Unexpectedly, they fell into Lu Yan's hands at the Great Tao sect. However, she had to admit that Lu Yan was great and she was very satisfied. Her eyes were filled with love. As he was thinking, he rolled over and immediately bared his teeth in a grimace. Ouch, that hurts. My husband is really strong. She quickly used her spiritual power to heal herself before drifting off to sleep. Lu Yen returned to the Hunyuan cave. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were practicing swordsmanship. Surprisingly, they weren't showing at all even when they were 4 months pregnant. They are practicing swordsmanship. Lu Yen didn't disturb them, and went to see his eldest daughter Lu Chansheng and second daughter Lu Baiji. Zhang Yuanying practiced his swordplay on the side. Long Nanji sat on the grass, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Can time go by faster? It's only been 4 months. When will they be able to have children? I don't want to work anymore, I don't want to be a maid. Father. The eldest daughter, Lu Changsheng, came running over excitedly. Daddy, I want a hug. Lu Yen picked her up in one go. My eldest daughter has gotten a weight again. They grow so fast. Lu Changsheng said, Father, I have some good news to tell you. Can you guess what it is? Is this a breakthrough? Lu Yen asked. Lu Changsheng, Father, you guessed right, I am now at the 9th level of qi refining. Lu Yen feigned shock. That amazing? Lu Changsheng clapped his hands and said, you didn't expect that, did you? I was only at the 3rd level of qi refining last time, but I practiced faster and faster, and before I knew it, I had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. Wow, you're amazing. You'll surpass Dad sooner or later. Ga ga ga. Lu Changsheng laughed so hard he quacked like a duck. Lu Baiji, who was not far away, rolled her eyes and thought Lu Baiji was very childish. So what if she was only at the 9th level of qi refining? What's there to brag about? Wait until she grows up a bit. 1 thought to cultivate qi, 3 days to build a foundation. Half a month to reach the golden core stage, 2 months to reach the nascent soul stage. 6 months to reach the nascent soul stage, 1 year to reach the void refinement stage. 2 years to unite, 3 years to undergo tribulation. He attained the status of emperor after 5 years. Based on this calculation, one would reach the Mahayana realm around the age of 8, which is also known as the Great Emperor realm. The 8-year-old emperor. Who else is there? She was daydreaming about her achievements when she suddenly felt her pants were a little wet. Looking down, I realized it was urine. Long Nanji smelled urine and quickly ran over. Baiji, you've soiled your pants again. This child, named Baiji, is only 1 year and 9 months old. It's normal for a child under 2 years old to not be able to control their urination. She quickly helped him change his pants. On this day, Lu Baiji felt utterly humiliated. Even if she becomes an emperor in the future, this incident will still be a stain on her reputation. Who would have thought that the emperor couldn't control his urination when he was young? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Aha! She rolled around on the grass, venting her frustration. Lu Yan thought his second daughter was a bit silly. Lu Yan was stunned for a long time, and then secretly came to a conclusion. Lu Baiji's account is ruined. Fortunately, the third and fourth accounts are about to be born. Happy times are always fleeting. In the blink of an eye. Several more days have passed. On this day, Lu Yan was sunbathing on the grass when Zhang Yuanying ran over and sat down. Seeing that she hesitated to speak, Lu Yan asked, "Speak if you have something to say." "I feel so tired?" Lu Yan looked at her and said, "Explain in detail." Zhang Yuanying dared not meet Lu Yan's gaze and said softly, "Long Nanji doesn't quite understand. Most of the time, I'm the one taking care of the children, and I also have to take care of Madame Pei and Madame Lu's daily lives. I'm so busy that I'm overwhelmed. I'm too tired every day, so I have very little time to cultivate." After listening, Lu Yan asked, "Then what are your demands and your purpose?" Zhang Yuanying said, "I don't want to be a maid anymore." Lu Yan was astonished. "You've only been doing this for a little over a year and you already don't want to do it anymore? There are still 49 years to go. If you don't want to be a maid, what do you want to do?" She hesitated and didn't say anything. Favorability, 89. Lu Yan finally understood the system prompt. "As I said before, your brother also made a bet with me that I also intended to take you as my Taoist partner, but you have always insisted on being a maid. This is your choice." "Yes, that's my choice." Zhang Yuanying looked up at Lu Yan, her gaze resolute, and said, "But I don't want to keep going now." During this time, her opinion of Lu Yan changed. They discovered that apart from being a bit lecherous, Lu Yan was otherwise fine. And he treats women very well. You can tell he has good qualities just by looking at Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu. Thinking about it this way, what's wrong with being Lu Yan's woman? Anyway, I don't have to do hard labor every day. She can use the time she would spend doing manual labor to cultivate herself, so she must have grown a lot. Favorability, 90. Lu Yan was startled to see that her favorability rating had increased again, and quickly comforted her. "It's okay, just hang in there for a while longer. You won't be so busy after Qingran and Miaozhu have their babies." Zhang Yuanying was the maid I was most comfortable with. If she quit being a maid, who would? Is it near Long Nancy? Unreliable. You must not touch Zhang Yuanying before you find your third maid. Zhang Yuanying continued to complain. "But Lu Yan, it's still a long time. Only 4 months have passed now. She is in her 10th month of pregnancy, so there are still 5 or 6 months to go." Lu Yan patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay, hang in there and work hard. I have something to do, I need to go cultivate." Lu Yan quickly slipped away. The snail asked curiously, "Master, she's practically offering herself up, why don't you accept her? If we take her in, she definitely won't work anymore." "We don't have enough maids right now, so we'll wait until after a while before taking her in," Lu Yan said. Then, another line of system text appeared in front of them. Favorability, 92. Why did my favorability rating increase even though I ran away? Lu Yan couldn't understand it. Seeing that Lu Yan had completely walked away, Zhang Yuanying smiled and said, "He didn't even touch me. It seems he's not just a lecher, but has principles. Very good. It seems I have good taste. I do have a good eye for people. If Lu Yan touches her, she won't resist because she really doesn't want to work anymore. But I won't touch it." Zhang Yuanying looked at Lu Yan with even greater respect. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yuanqing. "Brother, I've decided to become Lu Yan's Taoist partner. He can give me the life I want." Zhang Yuanqing replied instantly, "I told you long ago, he's very capable and worth it. He has connections. His master is the peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak, and his master's wife is the deputy peak master. Even if he lives an ordinary life without any cultivation, he can still roam freely in the Great Tao sect. Look, Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu are both at the nascent soul stage, yet they both chose Lu Yan. You are only at the golden core stage. You want to be his Taoist partner, but I don't know if he would be willing. However, you must try your best to have a few children, so that you can have a place to stand in the Hunyuan cave. I'm doing this for your own good. I won't hurt you." Zhang Yuanying replied, "Understood, brother." Zhang Yuanying figured it out. My brother Zhang Yuanqing makes a good point. Favorability, 93. Why is it going up again? Lu Yan frowned, don't raise the price anymore. Let me find the third maid before raising it. Chapter 50, the truth comes out, I'm an undercover agent, helping me with my cultivation? What are you muttering about? The snail asked. Lu Yan looked up at the azure sky and said, it's nothing. Let's go for a walk in the market and have some dialong, a type of dragon meat, while we're at it. Okay. The snail licked its body, its eyes gleaming, and exclaimed excitedly. I want to eat 20 plates of top quality hanging tenderloin, and I also want to eat beef tendon and beef gizzard. No problem. Lu Yan naturally granted its small request, but wait, there's a word that doesn't seem right. Niu Huanxi? The snail, hands on its hips, said, it's Niu Huanxi, haven't you ever eaten it before? Lu Yan remained silent. The snail scratched its antennae and said, actually, I've never eaten it before. I heard from other cultivators that it was delicious, that the taste was simply the best in the world, so I wanted to try it. Do you know what that is? Lu Yan was speechless. The snail didn't care, I don't need to know. Even if it's shit, I'll still taste it to see if it's salty or not. Lu Yan thought the snail's courage was commendable. I won't try to persuade them any further. I brought it to the market. The place remains bustling with traffic and lively atmosphere. There are vendors selling all kinds of unparalleled martial arts skills, stall owners selling dual cultivation techniques, and shops selling antiques and treasures. There are various pet shops. Lu Yan paid no attention to any of these, focusing instead on scrutinizing a golden core cultivator from head to toe. Because this golden core cultivator is selling his menial disciples. Fellow Daoist, take a look. These are all my handy disciples. They are strong and healthy, and their cultivation levels are all at the third level of qi refining. I have to stop raising them recently due to some reasons, so I would like to transfer them to you. I wonder if you are interested in buying them. Lu Yan was stopped as soon as he got closer. He glanced at the stall owner with surprise, then at the dozen or so servant disciples. The Great Tao sect has clear regulations regarding its miscellaneous disciples. If you join a sect and cultivate for 10 years but are still stuck at the third level of qi refining, you have two choices. First, we went down the mountain. Secondly, the golden core cultivators would pay them a fee to buy these menial disciples, essentially buying them out like maids. From then on, the lives and deaths of these menial disciples would be in the hands of the golden core cultivators. The old stall owner stroked his beard and asked, Fellow Daoist, do you have any favorites? Pick a few and I'll sell them to you cheaply? Lu Yan glanced at it a few times and asked, is this legitimate and legal? The old stall owner quickly said, it's legal. This is my identity. My name is Wang Yudua, and it can be verified by the Great Tao sect. If it weren't legal, I would have been arrested by the discipline hall long ago, so you don't need to worry about this issue, fellow Daoist. I wonder which one you have taken a fancy to, fellow Daoist. If you don't know, I can recommend this one. He's strong and healthy, and he's perfect for working. Lu Yan glanced at the servant disciples a few times and shook his head, saying, they're all men, none of them are what I want. I want a woman, but unfortunately you don't have any here. Fellow Daoist, there are women too, but you'll have to wait 6 months. Lu Yan asked, why do we have to wait half a year? Because they are both underage, only 6 months apart, the old stall owner said. Lu Yan said, I want to reach a higher realm, preferably foundation establishment. The old stall owner said, they just happen to be at the foundation establishment stage, but we have to wait half a year. They'll be 18 in half a year. They can be maids, bed warmers, and do a lot of work. But they can't be used until half a year later. Lu Yan asked, how many are there? The old stall owner said, 2 of them, twins, and they're very beautiful. They're still virgins, so don't worry, I didn't touch them. They are my goddaughters. During the mortal dynasty, they were abandoned by their parents. I was just passing by and didn't want to get involved, but then I thought, it wouldn't be bad to have 2 daughters to take care of me in my old age and see me off when I die. I never expected to be so lucky. Later, I became a Taoist partner with an elder from the Tianyuan sect, one of the 30 sections. She will do everything she can to help me break through to the nascent soul stage, so I will have to leave the Great Tao sect in 6 months. I can't bring them along, mainly because my Taoist partner would object. I'm leaving, and they have no home to return to. It will be difficult for the sisters to survive in the Great Tao sect unless they are taken care of by a golden core cultivator. So I would like to trouble you to take care of them. Whether they serve as maids or warm beds, just teach them cultivation in your spare time. After listening, Lu Yan was a little puzzled. To have reached the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18, you have quite the talent, don't you? Even after you leave, they can live well without me taking care of them. The old stall owner said, fellow Taoist, don't be fooled by their current foundation establishment state. They were actually raised to foundation establishment by my resources and pills. Their lifelong achievement will stop at foundation establishment. In the Great Tao sect, foundation establishment is still too weak. So we can only ask someone to take care of them, hoping they can find a good home. Lu Yan asked, do you have a recording bead? Have. The old stall owner understood Lu Yan's meaning and took out the recording bead, instantly revealing the faces of the twins. Snail, so beautiful. The old stall owner only noticed the snail on Lu Yan's head when he heard the sound. Amazing. Someone actually mistook a pet for a snail. How bizarre. Great, I'll take it. Send it over in 6 months. Lu Yan happens to be short of maids. The old stall owner asked, may I ask your name, fellow Taoist? Lu Yan was willing, but out of a sense of responsibility, he also needed to investigate Lu Yan to see what kind of person he was. Lu Yan said, the primordial chaos cave on Vermilion Bird Peak, Lu Yan. Is that Lu Yan, the 4th place winner of the Golden Core Prodigy battle? Yes. Is it Lu Yan, whose master is Li Daoshan and whose master's wife is Yang Wanjin? Right. Lu Yan's fame was too great. The old stall owner thought the twins would definitely find a good home and said with a smile, okay, I'll bring them to your Hunyuan cave in 6 months. It's a deal. Lu Yan agreed with him and, without further adu, went straight into the restaurant to eat. It's 20 hanging dragons straight away. The 10 cows were delighted. Just ordered. The chopsticks fell. Lu Yan bent down to pick up the chopsticks, and suddenly 2 straight, slender, fair legs came into view. Look up along the curve of the legs. 2 large, round buttocks came into view, like 2 interlocking millstones shaking. You can't tell who it is just by looking at their legs. However, it's obvious that this sign belongs to Najimitsu Shinken without needing to look closely. Why are you here? Why wouldn't you welcome me? Nagi Ko, with a coquettish air, plopped down next to Lu Yan, the long chair creaking loudly. The surrounding diners cast envious and jealous glances. Lu Yan patted her bottom with a smile and said, welcome, sit down. Order whatever you like, it's on me. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Najimitsu clicked randomly, aiming at the most expensive spots. The ingredients were served quickly. Lu Yan touched her leg with one hand and held chopsticks in the other, eating with great relish. After an incense stick had burned, Nagi Kuang stood up with a disappointed look on his face. A disciple said there was a problem with the library. I'll go and take care of it. You don't need to wait for me. You can eat slowly. She vanished instantly. Lu Yan had no choice but to eat rice with the snails. It's worth mentioning that snails like to eat cow's ecstasy because they don't yet know exactly what it is. Half an hour later, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Yan called over the waiter. A total of 26,000 spirit stones were spent. I was just about to pay the bill. The waiter waved his hand and said that the woman had paid the bill before she left. The snail spoke up, Master, it seems like she always pays for you, making it seem like you're being kept. Yes, let's go see her. Lu Yan went to the library, only to find that the matter had already been resolved. The reason was that some disciples had fought in the library, damaging many bookshelves and costing him over 100,000 spirit stones in compensation. The top floor. Not long after Lu Yan arrived, he heard Najimitsu's voice. Lu Yan carefully placed the snail away. We quickly made our way to the top floor. Upon seeing this, a disciple said, fellow Taoist, the top floor is not accessible. I can get in after replying, and I got in, so Lu Yan stopped wasting time. Knock on the door. Thump thump thump. The door was slowly opened. Lu Yan walked in calmly. The disciple looked puzzled. I remember Najimitsu Shinjun was also inside. Could these two be? Impossible. I'm just overthinking it. With questions in his mind, he didn't leave, but instead listened at the door. I want to hear what's going on inside. Soon, a violent thud was heard inside, as if the floor was about to be overturned. What the hell? Such a commotion, they must be practicing their skills. Nagi Ko no Shinju could be such a dissolute person. He didn't believe it. The disciple wanted to leave, but couldn't resist listening. Najimitsu lowered his voice and said, "There are people at the door, aren't you afraid?" "Don't worry, it's not like there's been someone at the door for the first time." Lu Yan also lowered his voice. "It's the presence of people that's exciting." "Devil." Najimitsu Shinjin's face was flushed, and he breathed slightly as he said, "By the way, there's something I need to tell you." "Explain." "I received information, the assassins from the underworld have been looking for you, attempting to kill you." "I know, they issued the bounty a long time ago, but unfortunately, I won't leave the Great Tao sect." What I meant was that assassins from the Yellow Springs Palace have infiltrated, intending to, kill you, They're really courting death. In the Great Tao sect, I'm invincible." Lu Yan remained completely calm. As long as his master's wife was in the Great Tao sect, he would not die. If you can't beat them, just shout it out. "Master's wife, save me." Nagi Ko put his arm around Lu Yan's neck and said, "Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "Explain." "Actually, I'm an undercover agent." Chapter 51 Nagi's Addiction, The Ancient Demon's Guide. Najimitsu lowered his voice and said with a serious expression, "Actually, I'm an undercover agent." Lu Yan silently opened her character information. Name, Najimitsu Shinken. Age, 694-900-1000. Realm level, nascent soul great perfection. Identities, Elder of the Great Tao Sect's Library Undercover Agent of the Hahuan Sect Butterfly Desire Body 5th Rank Array Master. Objectives, 1. To have a child with Lu Yan. 2. To become the Vice Sect Master of the Great Tao Sect. Rating, 93. Favorability, 100. A casual glance revealed that her age had changed, her goals had changed, and her rating had actually increased by 3 points. Lu Yan was shocked. Can this thing really go up in price? Nagi Ko True Monarch continued, "I am a member of the Hahuan sect. I was sent by the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect to infiltrate the Dao sect. Their main goal is to make me the vice sect leader of the Dao sect so that they can annex the Dao sect. I've been keeping this from you. Are you angry? Everyone has secrets, that's normal." Lu Yan already knew her secret he found out the first time they met. Lu Yan touched her face, "Then would you betray me for the sake of the Hahuan sect?" Najimitsu Shinjun said in a firm and powerful voice. "Never. Even if it means death, I will never betray you." Lu Yan learned through the system that when the favorability rating is at its maximum, it will never drop, and the host will be devoted to her and never betray her, so he was not worried about her betraying him at all. "Do you think you can succeed in going undercover?" Lu Yan asked. Nagi Ko True Monarch shook his head, "Impossible. I am only at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Even if I reach the divine transformation stage, I still cannot become the vice sect master." Lu Yan then asked, "If you became the vice sect leader, would you annex the Great Tao sect for the sake of the Joyful Union sect?" Najimitsu Shinjun said, "No." Lu Yan asked curiously, "Why?" Najimitsu kissed Lu Yan's neck and said, "Because I can see that you like the Great Tao sect, I can't let you be without a home." "Thank you." Lu Yan thought Nagi Ko was really great, and to thank her, he could only bury himself in his work. The butterfly-shaped erotic body is truly formidable. It made him linger and never want to leave. Nagi Ko Shinju swallowed hard, gripping Lu Yan's shoulders tightly, and said, "By the way, what do you think I should do in the future to deal with the Hahuan sect? What were your initial thoughts? Since I've been with you, my thinking has changed a bit. Before, I would give all the intelligence I gathered to the Hahuan sect. Now I only give what I want to give. If I don't want to give it or if it would harm the interests of the Dao sect, I won't give it." Lu Yan said, "Your idea is good. Let's keep it this way for now. Once I have the strength, you won't be able to bother with the Hahuan sect anymore." "Munhum." She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "By the way, actually, I'm not the only one who's infiltrated the Hahuan sect. Lu Miaozhu is also from the Hahuan sect. She is my subordinate and also monitors me." Lu Yan said, "I know that." "She told you?" Najimitsu asked in surprise. "Yes, she told me that she was from the Hahuan sect, and she also mentioned you." Lu Yan had caused Lu Miaozhu to faint several times. She had long been conquered by herself. In bed. She dares to say anything, and these little secrets are no exception. Najimitsu Shinjin's eyes were filled with seductive allure. Husband, you're still amazing. No wonder you were so calm, so you already knew about this. Do you know the 4 beauties of the Albizia clover? What? Husband, are you thinking of making a move on them? They are indeed beautiful. Please ask them about their situation for me. Okay. Husband. I'll ask carefully. The entrance to the top floor. The disciple who had been listening felt that something was very wrong with the meeting inside. Because the noise was very loud, but the voice was too soft, it was as if they were deliberately suppressing their voice. Even if you strain your ears, you can't hear it. The disciple asked, Lord Najimitsu, are you inside? Exist. Are you all right? Get lost, don't disturb my practice. Good. Unable to get the answer he wanted, the disciple reluctantly left. Although I didn't see it, I suspect that Najimitsu and that disciple are definitely having an affair. After his disciple left, Lu Yen began to rapidly circulate the Sunu Daowen Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way. 1 day later. 9th level of Golden Core, 1.8%. 2 days later. 9th level of Golden Core, 3.5%. 4 days later. 9th level of Golden Core, 7.4%. 1 month later. Golden Core level 9, 53%. 2 months later. 9th level of Golden Core, 99%. 9th level of Golden Core, 99%. 9th level of Golden Core, 99%. Lu Yen was speechless. We've hit another bottleneck. Nagi Ko Jinjuan's pupils contracted as he looked at Lu Yen. You've actually broken through again. You're at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage now, aren't you? Lu Yen put his arm around her neck. Yes. Najimitsu looked on with envy. Husband, you are so amazing. I feel like you will break through to the nascent soul stage soon. Luckily, I didn't hold you back, and I have also made a lot of progress. Every time I do this with you, I can improve. My husband, you are wonderful. I think it won't be long before I can break through to the nascent soul stage. Lu Yen said, That's great. You're going to surpass me by another whole realm. I can't keep up with you. Nagi Ko Shinjun suddenly found Lu Yen very cute, pinched his cheek, and said, Call me older sister. Lu Yen, sister, sister, sister. A few days later, Najimitsu stopped demanding more. I need to take a break. Najimitsu Shinjun looked utterly dejected and said. Lu Yen stood up with a smile, feeling refreshed. With nothing else to do, he walked to the middle of the top floor and saw the manual again. This manual cannot be opened without a nascent soul cultivation level. Once you reach the nascent soul stage. She hadn't finished speaking. Lu Yen mobilized all his spiritual power, and golden spiritual power surged onto the books like a tide. Such surging spiritual energy. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have such abundant spiritual energy. Nagi Ko Jinjuan, with his limp, walked over and said, How did you do that? You've reached the nascent soul stage at the golden core stage. Perhaps it's because I'm undergoing tribulation to establish my foundation. As Lu Yen spoke, his spiritual power erupted in full force, spreading out like ripples. The windows on the top floor were blown off. The entire library was swaying and rocking. It looked like it was about to collapse. Upon seeing this, Nagi Ko Shinjun quickly formed a hand seal in front of his chest. Immediately, the 5th grade formation, the vast ocean stabilizing formation, quickly enveloped the library. The windows that had flown out flew back and pressed against the windows, and the library gradually stabilized. The disciples in the library fled one after another. In the open space in front of the library, hundreds of disciples gazed at the formation. What exactly happened that made Nagi Ko True Monarch use the 5th grade formation, vast ocean mind stabilizing formation? As everyone knows, Nagi Ko is not only a cultivator, but also a 5th grade array master. A typical example of dual cultivation. Within the system of formation masters, 1st grade is equivalent to Qi refining realm, 2nd grade is equivalent to foundation establishment realm, 3rd grade is equivalent to golden core realm, and 4th grade is equivalent to nascent soul realm. She is a 5th rank official. It is equivalent to the nascent soul realm. That is to say, she is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. What exactly caused her to activate the 5th grade formation, the vast ocean mind stabilizing formation? At the same time, on the top floor of the library, Nagi looked out. Lu Yen was seen rapidly turning the pages of the book. Then, characters resembling black tadpoles formed a vortex on all sides, slowly drilling into Lu Yan's body. Najihiro's pupils trembled. My husband is cultivating, and he has actually been recognized by the books? My husband is really amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, appreciation, and love. My judgment was correct. He truly deserves to be the number one in the Hunyuan realm. Oh shit. Lu Yan cursed inwardly. I didn't expect to lose control of my hand after turning the first page. I don't know what force is controlling my hand to turn the pages so quickly. The text appeared quickly. Immediately afterwards, information about the book came to mind. Having transcended tribulation and established a foundation, and received the favor of heaven, this individual is well suited to cultivate the immortal ancient desolate demon guide. The immortal ancient demon guide was the foremost demonic cultivation technique of the immortal ancient era. Its wielder slaughtered countless kings and was bestowed the title of Grandmaster of the demonic path, yet he was universally reviled. Later, with the great changes in the world, very few were able to cultivate it. Cultivating the immortal ancient desolate demon guide requires enduring the pain of bone breaking and blood reversal. Once mastered, it grants the ability to fight beyond one's realm, killing anyone who stands in one's way. Lu Yan lost interest in cultivation after seeing the keywords bone breaking and blood reversal. However, this technique seemed to operate on its own as if possessed by a demon. The next second, the bones inside the body seemed to grow and directly broke through the skin, causing blood to splatter. At the same time, the blood in the body begins to flow backward. In an instant, he was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked man. My husband. When Nagi-ko Shinjun saw the scene, he was terrified and quickly ran over. Don't come any closer, I'm fine. Fortunately, he was struck by lightning and has an invincible physical body, so he can still withstand it for now. No way. He was forced to use the immortal ancient desolate demon guide technique. 2 hours passed. The ground where he was sitting was covered in blood. His entire body emanated a dark spiritual energy. This dark spiritual energy was different from the golden spiritual energy within his body. It's domineering. He pushed the golden spiritual energy in his dantian to one side. Lu Yan then activated the Great Dao Qi cultivation technique to make the golden spiritual energy move. The dark spiritual energy seemed to have a life of its own, continuing to compress. The two spiritual energies churned within his body. His body would sometimes appear to be filled with golden spiritual energy, and sometimes with dark spiritual energy. They persisted for several more days. Finally, a state of balance has been maintained. They each account for half. Upon closer inspection, the two streams of spiritual energy did indeed rotate within the body like a Tai Chi symbol. His aura was restrained. The blood flowing back into the body from the person sitting cross-legged on the ground seemed to have a life of its own. Lu Yan then stood up unharmed. Husband, are you all right? Najimitsu asked anxiously. Lu Yan said, I'm fine, surprisingly well, but I still suffered some internal injuries. Can you help me? He was about to pin Nagi-ko to the ground and use the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing to heal his wounds. Nagi-ko Shinjuan stopped him, saying, the commotion was too great. I even used the vast ocean mind stabilizing array, which alerted the Elder Hall. They are all watching from outside. Next, Lu Yan was taken away by the people from the Elder Hall. Proceed to the Elder's Hall. Lu Yan was trying to figure out how to lie. After all, this demonic cultivation technique was really domineering. If they are taken to the Elder's Hall, I don't know what will happen. Fortunately, it happened halfway there. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, appeared and looked at Lu Yan. Don't worry about anything, I'm here. You can go back now. One of the elders said, this is not in accordance with the rules. Logically speaking, I am the rule. Why are you doing this again? If you're not convinced, let's have a fight. As for how the matter was handled, Lu Yan didn't know. I've only heard that many of the elders in the Elder Hall have bruises and swelling on their faces, and they look very unhappy. But the problem was solved. Lu Yan secretly admired. Master's wife is amazing. Master's wife is amazing. Master's wife is so beautiful. It would be even better if I could marry her. Chapter 52 The Birth of the Third and Fourth Offspring. My master's wife is so wonderful. It would be even better if I could marry her. Just as Lu Yan was pondering this, a voice as cold as ice suddenly drifted into his ear. Lu Yan, come to the main hall. The person who sent her the message was Yang Wanjin. Lu Yan was startled and said, "Fortunately, my master's wife doesn't know what I'm thinking." The snail put its hands on its hips and said, "She'll find out sooner or later, and you'll be in for it. You can shut up now." Lu Yan placed the snail on his earlobe and said, "When you see your master's wife later, don't say anything out of line. If she finds out, I'll be in big trouble." The snail stretched and said, "Great." Lu Yan rushed to the main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. On the high seat, Yang Wanjin sat upright, her full head of silver hair cascading down like a waterfall. The massive peaks stand tall. It is larger than those of Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and Nejiko no Jinjuan. It reminded him of an anime he had watched in a past life, where the female lead was so big that it took two people to support her. "Greetings, master's wife." Lu Yan bowed. Yang Wanjin remained cold and expressionless. "Come forward." When Lu Yan came to her, Yang Wanjin stood up and said, "Lower your head." Lu Yan did as instructed. He lowered his head and bent slightly, at an angle that brought him to eye level with his teacher's wife. Upon closer inspection, the teacher's wife's face was even more exquisite and beautiful than he had imagined. No wonder the entire Great Tao sect described her as a beauty like that of a celestial being. Just as Lu Yan was still gazing at his master's wife with adoration, she moved closer to him, only an inch away. Lu Yan could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her, a scent different from Pei Qingran's. "They all smell very nice." Looking at that face so closely, Lu Yan felt a little nervous. My heart started racing. Yang Wanjin suddenly pressed her hand against her head and pressed her forehead against Yang Wanjin's. Forehead to forehead. "What is your master's wife doing?" Lu Yan held his breath. You can hear her breathing, you can feel her breath as she speaks. Her breath smells sweet and delicious. Her small mouth is very alluring. A feast for the eyes. He almost couldn't resist kissing her. Yang Wanjin pulled him back to reality. "Why is your breath flowing downwards? How can you not be lewd standing so close?" Yang Wanjin said, "Hold your breath and relax. I'll go inside your body to check on you." "Enter my body?" Lu Yan was still puzzled. Suddenly, a terrifying force forcefully broke through his sea of consciousness and rushed directly into it. Instantly, his sea of consciousness was completely filled. "No problem." After Yang Wanjin finished speaking, she began to circulate her energy through Lu Yan's meridians and quickly came to a conclusion. "There's no sign of being possessed. You've progressed so quickly. I thought you'd been possessed by some old monster." Her power ultimately settled in her dantian. She observed carefully and said, "One is demonic power, and the other is immortal power. The powers of immortality and demonism coexist. You are very clever to have come up with the solution to the yin-yang symbol. Otherwise, if the two powers clash and the meridians flow backward, you may die suddenly. You're lucky." Lu Yan said smugly, "Master's wife, you underestimate me too much. When I was in the golden core stage, I obtained the yin-yang life and death diagram, so the two forces in my body naturally came to mind the yin-yang fish." Yang Wanjin's face lit up with joy. "Not bad, you've learned by analogy." Having said that, he released Lu Yan, returned to his seat, and sat upright with a cold face, saying, "You must cultivate the immortal ancient desolate demon guide carefully and not reveal it easily. If word gets out, you'll be an enemy of the whole world. I won't be able to protect you then either." Lu Yan said, "I understand, thank you, master's wife. Get lost, I need to cultivate." Actually, she wanted to drink, but she needed to get Lu Yan away. She didn't want Lu Yan to know that she was an alcoholic. Lu Yan bowed in thanks, left the main hall, and touched his forehead as the scene with his master's wife just now flashed before his eyes. His relationship with his teacher's wife was truly ambiguous. But I must say, it feels pretty good. The snail on the earlobe said, "You scared me. I thought she was going to kiss you." The result was a physical examination. "You had such a good opportunity just now, I think you could have kissed her." "Are you crazy? That's my dear and beloved master's wife. She has a husband, who is my master, Li Daoxian," Lu Yan said. The snail said, "Trying to act high and mighty with me, huh? By the way, where's your master? I've never seen him before. He left decades ago and hasn't come back since. I wonder what he's doing now." Lu Yan missed his master a little, but he also had feelings for his master's wife. "If my master finds out, will he kill me?" The snail said, "I think you can each call yourselves what you call yourselves. You can call your master master or your mistress wife wife and it won't make a difference. As long as the three of you live your lives well, that's better than anything else. Lu Yan felt that the sentence sounded familiar. Don't overthink it, she's my master's wife. Even if you like her, it's not allowed. Lu Yan felt that his dog's life was more important. Just as he was about to return to the Hunyuan cave, the communication jade slip in his arms lit up. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Nagi Ko, True Lord. I miss you, my husband. Lu Yan placed the snail in the Hunyuan cave and immediately went to the top floor of the library to find him. She pushed herself directly against the wall. He immediately pinned her against the wall. It's not safe here since you started making noise. If we keep causing trouble here, we'll be discovered. Let's go to my cave. She made a hand seal. The hand seals were formed swiftly. A third-grade array, the teleportation array, appeared beside him. She pulled Lu Yan into the teleportation array. The next second, they were teleported to her bed in her cave. Lu Yan couldn't wait to pin her down and activated the Su Nu Daowen Jing scripture of the Plain Girl's inquiry, and the combined cultivation bonus immediately took effect. 1 day later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 0.1%. 2 days later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 0.2%. 4 days later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 0.4%. 8 days later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 0.8%. 1 month later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 3%. 2 months later. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 6%. In the midst of their joint cultivation, Najamitsu suddenly called for a halt, saying, I've improved a lot this time, and I want to try to break through to the nascent soul realm. You should go back first, and I'll find you again after I break through. Call me if you need anything. Lu Yan told her to focus on her cultivation and then leave the cave. He looked up at the system, a puzzled expression on his face. At this rate, it will take 3 years to complete the first chapter of Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide. It is indeed a bit long, but fortunately, as long as you master the first step, you will be equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Looking at it this way, 3 years seems worthwhile. Lu Yan no longer paid attention to this cultivation technique, because his main focus was still on immortal cultivation techniques, and he would leave demonic cultivation techniques to fate. They flew back to the Hunyuan cave. Zhang Yuanying and Long Nanji are still taking care of the children. Zhang Yuanying, however, was different. Every time Lu Yan appeared, her face would flush, and she would act all shy and coy, like she was in love. Pei Qingran persisted in practicing swordsmanship, leaving early and returning late every day. Lu Miaozhu also practices swordsmanship. She's just eating more now. She used to eat from a basin, but now she eats from a bucket. The gluttonous sacred body is indeed awesome. It's like she's pregnant with a little glutton. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. On this day, both women gave birth. Perhaps due to previous experience, this production went very smoothly. Lu Yan's third and fourth children were born. Chapter 53 Rewards for Giving Birth, Aiming for the Nascent Soul Stage. Thank you for giving birth to my children. Lu Yan looked at Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who were pale-faced and covered in sweat, and said, I will now use the miraculous spring hand to treat you and help you recover as soon as possible. 2 hours later. Lu Yan withdrew his golden spiritual power and the wonderful spring hand. The two women's complexions had mostly recovered, and their faces were glowing and rosy. Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran immediately took off their pants. Look down and observe. In a short while, the two girls' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but rush over and hug Lu Yan's arm, saying, Thank you, my husband. We've fully recovered, and we even feel better and more youthful than before. Lu Yan let the two women hug him, his face full of smiles. No need to thank me, it's all the best I can do. I haven't even thanked you for giving birth to my child yet. We're family, so there's no need for thanks or formalities, Pei Qingran said with a charming smile. After having 2 children, she looked even better in figure, exuding the unique charm of a young married woman. Lu Miaozhu also said, Yes, we're family, there's no need for thanks. Lu Miaozhu was a little thinner than before, but only her waist and hips were thinner. She was still plump in the right places, and her size was starting to resemble that of her master's wife. Pei Qingran smiled sweetly and nudged her elbow. Husband, are you hungry? Lu Yan, not understanding what she meant, stared at her with a strange expression until she stood up straight and puffed out her chest. Lu Yenkai then understood what it meant. Lu Miaozhu said coquettishly, "Husband, I have some too. Are you hungry?" Lu Yan smiled without saying a word, took a deep breath, and felt a tightness in his chest. After an incense stick has burned, Lu Yan ate and drank his fill. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu both brought the child over and said, "Husband, let's name the child." Lu Yan first brought Pei Qingran's child over, because this child was born a dozen breaths earlier than her younger sister. "Let's call him Lu Shi. I hope he will be successful when he grows up." "A good name." Pei Qingran smiled and picked up the child. "Where is he?" Lu Miaozhu gestured to the child in her arms. Lu Yan picked up the child and examined her. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, blowing Lu Miaozhu's hair and making her look exceptionally beautiful. "Let's call him Lu Feng. I hope he's as free as the wind, able to go wherever he wants." "A good name." Lu Miaozhu kissed Lu Yan and then picked up the child with satisfaction. "I must say, my husband really knows how to name things." Lu Yan said. "You two should rest well after giving birth. Don't rush to cultivate. I'll prescribe some tonics for you. You can leave the childcare to Long Nanji and Zhang Yuanying." The two women smiled happily. Okay. Knock, knock, knock. The door suddenly rang, and Zhang Yuanying's voice came from outside. "Master, someone is here to see you." "I'll go out and take a look first." Lu Yan stood up and walked out, pausing at the door. "Take good care of them." Zhang Yuanying blushed and dared not look directly at Lu Yan, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. She's growing to like Lu Yan more and more. Several times she woke up to find herself forced to wash the sheets, which made her afraid to look Lu Yan in the eye. Lu Yan walked outside the main entrance of Han Yuan Cave. Lu Yan saw a middle-aged man and two beautiful women standing quietly there. Upon seeing Lu Yan emerge, the man quickly approached and said, "Brother Lu, I am Wang Yudua. Do you remember? Half a year ago, we made an agreement. These are my two twin goddaughters. I'm about to leave the Great Tao sect for the Heavenly Abyss sect, and I probably won't be coming back in this lifetime. I'll leave my two goddaughters to you." As he spoke, he beckoned the twins over. "Come here, this is the famous Lu Yan, come and greet your master." The twins said in unison, "Greetings, master." Her voice was soft, sweet, and pleasant to listen to. Lu Yan looked up and carefully examined their appearances. They look exactly alike. Even the tiny beauty mark under her left eye and the size of her breasts are exactly the same. She has a cute and innocent appearance. His eyes were like those of a naive and innocent college student. They look very innocent. After observing for 2 breaths, the system's built-in character identification function was activated, and relevant data appeared on the screen. Name, Ngu. Age, 18,200,200. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 4. Identities, Wang Yudua's goddaughter and Jichan's sister heir to the Pisces Jade Pendant. Goal, Immortality and Eternal Life. Rating, 91. Affection level, 80, this face is so handsome, I wish he were my husband. Name, Enchichan. Age, 18,200,200. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 4. Identities, Wang Yudua's goddaughter and Jiu's sister heir to the Pisces Jade Pendant. Goal, Immortality and Eternal Life. Rating, 91. Affection level, 80, this face is so handsome, I wish he were my husband. After reviewing the information, Lu Yan came to the following conclusion. These two have almost identical data, no wonder they're twins. I've heard that twins are very likely to fall in love with the same person, but I don't know if it's true. Among the twins' information, the only noteworthy item was the Pisces Jade Pendant. Lu Yan moved closer and looked at their chests. They noticed Lu Yan's gaze and lowered their heads shyly. Don't misunderstand, Lu Yan explained, where did you get the jade pendants around your necks? Wang Yu explained, they were participating in a training mission for the Great Tao sect when they happened to meet them. They were beautiful, and there was a pair of them, so the two sisters each took one with them. Judging from the expressions of the two women, they didn't know it was a treasure. They probably understand even less about inheritance. Wang Yu said, Brother Lu, I'll leave them to you. I need to hurry to Tianyuan sect to find my Taoist partner. Wait a moment. Lu Yan took out a storage bag and said, this contains 100,000 spirit stones. It's settled, consider it my buyout of them. Good. Wang Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He took the spirit stones and was about to leave when he turned around and beckoned to the twins, "Come here." Seeing the twins approach, he divided the spirit stones in his storage bag in half and gave them to the sisters, saying earnestly, "I don't need these 100,000 spirit stones, so each of you can have 50,000. Remember, from today onwards, put Lu Yan first in everything. He's a good person, and you won't lose out by following him. I'm very good at judging people. I'm leaving, don't see me off. Until we meet again." He waved to the twins and Lu Yan, then left without looking back, soaring away into the sky. The twins' eyes welled up with tears, which involuntarily streamed down their faces. Lu Yan said, "All right, you can live here from now on. From today onwards, your identity is that of maids. Your main job is to take care of the children. In your spare time, you can cultivate. If you lack cultivation resources or have any questions, you can ask me. Make arrangements for the twins." Lu Yan finally had time to check the rewards for having a baby. "We need to see what good prizes they'll win. Congratulations to your spouse Pei Qingran on the successful birth of your third child, Lu Shi, a boy. The host has actively responded to the call for many children and many blessings, so the system is issuing you 3 rewards. Please check them. Invincible swordsmanship. In the art of the sword, no one can rival you. You can learn by analogy, quickly copy your opponent's swordsmanship, and even instantly grasp the flaws in their techniques. Divine Tree of the Natural Barrier. A divine tree growing at the end of a natural barrier, it is the best primary material for refining weapons. Star Compass. A 9th grade magic weapon forged primarily from half a star, capable of traversing the void. After browsing through the rewards for the third offspring, Lu Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Because the rewards are so generous. A 9th grade magic weapon is a magic weapon that only a 9th grade weapon refiner can condense. A 9th grade weapon refiner is equivalent to a Mahayana cultivator. Lu Yan looked excitedly at the rewards for his 4 offspring. Congratulations to your spouse Lu Miaozhu on the successful birth of your 4th child, Lu Feng, a boy. The host has actively responded to the call for many children and many blessings, so the system is issuing you 3 rewards. Please check them. Invincible array mastery. In the realm of array formations, no one can rival you. You can quickly discern the weaknesses of array formations and, as your array master level increases, set up even stronger arrays. Guanyin Treasure Vase. A magical artifact crafted primarily from 3,000-year-old Guanyin bamboo, capable of containing living beings. 100 strategies for weapon forging. Master the art of weapon forging, which improves as your cultivation level increases. Comprehensive rewards. Lu Yan focused on the invincible swordsmanship and the invincible formations. He had previously mastered the invincible swordsmanship. Could something like Invincible X-Path be combined into a powerful system? Lu Yan kept his questions to himself and immediately processed the relevant information. It was 3 days later, at night, that he finally grasped the essence of it. Lu Yan stretched and looked up at the boundless starry sky, saying, "Now that I've received the many children, many blessings reward, my cultivation level has reached a bottleneck. It's time to break through to the nascent soul realm." He planned to launch the assault the next day, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from beside the mountain. It sounded like someone had stepped on a piece of wood and broken it. Who? Lu Yan became more vigilant, and his divine sense swept over the area like a tidal wave. One person jumped up in anger. "That's 500,000 spirit stones. Brothers, kill them." Chapter 54. The Yellow Springs arrive, the third tribulation. A golden core cultivator led the charge, wielding a sword. A terrifying aura of slaughter permeated the air. Lu Yan's divine sense surged out like a tide, and he saw people attacking from his left, front, and right. They were all menacing. "It looks like a mad dog. Who are you all? Why are you trying to kill me?" Lu Yan asked. "Don't waste time talking to him. We need to finish this quickly. After killing him, we need to leave through the teleportation array as soon as possible. If we're too slow, we won't be able to get away." One of the cultivators spoke angrily, his sword enlarging several times over. The blade emitted a blood-red light. A single slash cleaved down. The void itself was ablaze with dazzling sparks. Lu Yan did not avoid his sharp edge. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and golden spiritual power quickly surged out from his dantian. 9 dragon seal to suppress the abyss. Lu Yan unleashed a spell. 9 golden dragons roared and charged out, opening their mouths to bite. It bit the large knife in half in one go. The knife-wielding man was cleaved in two at the waist, and blood splattered like plum blossoms. The nine-dragon seal of Jinyuan was still rampaging, blasting the cultivators who got close into mincemeat. He acted as if he were in an empty place. Every time he made a move, a cultivator would fall to the ground. 30 breaths later, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, each one either torn to pieces or blasted into mincemeat. The commotion instantly woke up the people inside the Hunyuan cave. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Long Nanji emerged from the sky. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, flew out on their swords. Just as the women were about to make a move, they saw Lu Yan snap his fingers, and the surrounding world turned gray instantly. A landscape painting slowly takes shape. The yin-yang diagram of life and death. This divine ability was a reward from heaven for Lu Yan's successful completion of the Golden Core Tribulation. Supernatural powers are often techniques that can only be used by cultivators in disguise. Therefore, once Lu Yan unleashed his divine power, it covered several miles, and all the cultivators attacking from three sides were enveloped by this divine power. Pei Qingran counted them and was utterly shocked. There are actually more than 120 Golden Core Realm cultivators. Lu Miaozhu was shocked. Where did all these people come from, attacking us like this? Pei Qingran was a little worried. Let's make a move. Long Nanji said, we don't need you. He alone is enough. Once he unleashes his supernatural power, he is invincible below the nascent soul realm. Your actions will only hinder his speed. Besides, you two have only recently entered the nascent soul stage, and you're probably not as strong as him. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, who were watching the battle, widened their eyes. So strong? Is he really only at the Golden Core realm? Zhang Yuanying felt a chill run down her spine. She was also at the Golden Core stage. However, there are also differences between those at the Golden Core stage. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she looked at it. I wish I could be that strong. Die. Lu Yan fully activated the yin-yang life and death diagram, and golden spiritual power illuminated the sky. Anyone caught in the shroud was immediately killed. The people fell downwards like leaves. Damn, this guy is definitely not a Golden Core cultivator, he must be a nascent soul cultivator. Those bastards from the Yellow Springs Palace tricked us. Quickly activate the teleportation array to leave the Great Tao sect. A Golden Core cultivator at the Great Perfection stage immediately activated the compass array, but before he could activate it, Lu Yan shattered it with a single slap. He himself was punched through the chest. A surge of spiritual energy. This person was transformed into countless pieces of limbs and flew away. Lu Yan was like a god of death, slaughtering indiscriminately. The dozen or so people who were still alive were terrified and knelt down, begging for mercy. I'm not an assassin from the Underworld Palace. I just heard that killing me would get you 500,000 spirit stones. I desperately need spirit stones, so I came here to take a gamble. I am innocent. The one who wanted to kill you was an assassin from the underworld. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You have to go to the underworld. By the way, it was the assassins from the Underworld Palace who brought us in. Please let me go. Lu Yan remained silent as he used the divine flowing light step technique to approach him. He twisted his head with both hands. They simply ripped his head off. Blood gushed out instantly. It stained his clothes red. One of the Golden Core cultivators cried out, "Spare me! I have elderly parents and young children to support. I earn spirit stones to raise my wife." Eightfold fist. Puff. Lu Yan punched straight through his neck. Blood flowed freely. The others who were still alive trembled in fear. I am the assassin of the underworld, and I am proficient in the great art of killing in the underworld. This technique requires the activation of one's own heart's blood, and once. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yan grabbed him by the neck. Golden spiritual energy immediately enveloped his body. Lu Yan directly ripped out his heart. My heart was pounding strongly in my palm. Then, to the other person's horrified expression, he crushed their heart. After a few more breaths, more than 100 people were all dead. The ground was covered with broken corpses, and the blood stained the open space in front of the Hunyuan cave with a dark red color. Long Nanji was dumbfounded. She, a cultivator at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, was shocked. Because Lu Yan is too terrifying. You should know that he is a Golden Core cultivator. Pei Qingran was filled with excitement, wanting to speak but not knowing how to say it. Lu Miaozhu swallowed hard. Zhang Yuanying's eyes were filled with adoration and love. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, were stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen such a bloody scene, and they also thought Lu Yan was really awesome. One person killed more than 100 golden core cultivators. This completely changed their understanding of the golden core. Just as the women were in shock, Lu Yan coldly spoke. The two of you hidden in the heart of the tree and inside the stone, you can come out now. Long Nanji was astonished. Was there someone hiding? How did Lu Yan know? Was his divine sense already that strong? Her gaze was drawn to the bloody scene, and she paid no attention to anything else. That's a disgrace to the nascent soul realm. She really let her guard down this time. Even Long Nanji couldn't notice it, let alone Pei Qingran and Lu Niaozhu and other women. He. A strange laugh followed. One person emerged from the heart of the tree, and the other emerged from the stone. Your divine sense is truly remarkable. You were able to detect something that was hidden so well. The man who emerged from the tree side, I am at the second level of the nascent soul realm. I originally intended to ambush you, but I saw how powerful you were during the process and decided not to come out. I planned to wait until you left before I came out. The man who emerged from the stone said, that's what I think too. You are all from the Yellow Springs Palace, aren't you? You have mastered this kind of concealment technique. That's right, said the man who stepped out of the book. I didn't want to come to the Great Tao sect to kill you, but the bounty has increased from 200,000 to 500,000. There's just too much money, so I have to take the risk. Lu Yan said, you two are both at the nascent soul stage, one at the second level and the other at the first level. Right. Great, come here and play with me. Lu Yan's interest was piqued, and he said, remember to use the Yellow Springs Palace's killing techniques to make your move. The two knew they wouldn't survive, because there were still two nascent soul cultivators present. There's another one whose cultivation level is unfathomable. That's very strong. It's impossible to escape. The only option is to start a fight and see if we can kill Lu Yan. The ultimate killing technique, the Yellow Springs Finger. The ultimate killing technique, the Yellow Springs Palm. The two attacked simultaneously, not underestimating Lu Yan, but using their strongest moves. A gigantic finger tore through the void and descended from the sky. A giant hand ripped through the ground. Lu Yan did not use any weapons, relying solely on his physical strength to push through. Eightfold Fist. The 9-dragon seal that suppresses the abyss. It took a full incense stick's time to stomp on their chests. One of them said, please don't kill me, spare my life, and I'll tell you a secret. Lu Yan said coldly, speak. I can only tell you if you don't kill me. Okay, I won't kill you. The man was overjoyed and immediately said, the Yellow Springs Palace assigned the mission to the Hall of Rebirth, which is not far from the Great Tao sect. We are the assassins of the Hall of Rebirth. It's just that as long as you don't leave the Great Tao sect, the bounty keeps getting higher and higher, eventually reaching 500,000 spirit stones. The Hall of Rebirth has a Hall Master at the nascent soul level, as well as a Deputy Hall Master and 3 elders. The other party clearly wanted to continue, but Lu Yan interrupted, do you have a list of assassins from the Yellow Springs Palace? How could that be? However, I have a list of assassins from the Hall of Rebirth of the Yellow Springs Palace. There are 102 people in this hall, and I know all their names. Hand over the list. Okay, but you can't kill me. I won't kill you, Lu Yan said confidently. The other party then handed Lu Yan a list. The list was very detailed, including names and dates of birth. Thanks a lot. Lu Yan put the list away, took out a sword, and slit the throats of the 2 men. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? I meant I didn't kill you with my fist. I didn't kill you with my fist. I killed you with my sword. As Lu Yan finished speaking, sword light flashed, and 2 heads flew up, eventually crashing to the ground like watermelons. Lu Yan sheathed his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the difference between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage is huge, they are not even on the same level. Fortunately, they are only at the first or second level of the nascent soul stage. If they were higher, they would probably have to use all their trump cards. Lu Yan scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and finally found nothing suspicious. I originally planned to attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage tomorrow, but my clothes are all dirty. Since that's the case, I'll try now. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to break through the barrier between the golden core and the nascent soul. Less than 30 breaths. Dark clouds gathered over the area where he was, gradually forming a vortex, followed by lightning and thunder, as if it were the end of the world. Is this a curse of the boundary? Long Nanji's pupils dilated in shock. She had only seen people undergoing tribulation and foundation building in ancient books, after which there was a curse on their realm, and the heavenly Tao would send down a lightning tribulation for each major realm breakthrough. Those who can withstand it will be rewarded by heaven. We can't take it. Die. Long Nanji understood. No wonder he could kill so many golden core cultivators. It turns out he can kill those at the same cultivation level instantly. She's the only one who doesn't know. In the Great Tao sect, Lu Yan is a celebrity, almost everyone knows him. Rumble. The cloud vortex grew thicker and thicker, and a large bolt of lightning gradually formed. Because it was late at night and strange phenomena were occurring, many cultivators noticed this place and watched from a distance. At White Tiger Peak, Jiang Che squinted his eyes. It's the Hunyuan Cave on Vermilion Bird Peak. Senior brother Lu has started his tribulation again. He's really powerful. Every time he attracts strange phenomena, it's like the end of the world. At Xuanwu Peak, Song Ming was cultivating. What did he notice? I knew it was him. Luckily, I didn't bump into him. Many other disciples arrived, some flying through the air and others riding swords. Several sect elders also came out to observe, including Nagi Ko from the Library Pavilion, Yuanjiu, the Peak Master of White Tiger Peak, and 7 or 8 other elders from the Discipline Hall. The master's wife, Yang Wanjin, was not left out either. Actually, she was the first to notice the commotion. She sensed it as soon as the assassin appeared and had been watching. She never expected Lu Yan to give her so many surprises. You little rascal, you're really something. My husband, I hope you overcome your tribulation smoothly and successfully break through to the nascent soul stage. Not far away, Najamitsu Shinken clasped his hands in prayer. God, please protect her. Friends invited one after another, and more people came to watch. After all, it is extremely rare for someone to transcend tribulation with the golden core stage. As time passed, 8 lightning bolts appeared in the sky, each the size of a water vat. That's scary. Lu Yan looked up and gasped. What a powerful lightning tribulation. It's a pity I don't know the location of the Hall of Rebirth, otherwise I could have taken the lightning tribulation there and blown this place up. The lightning tribulation annihilated everything. To kill someone, you have to leave the Great Tao sect. It's pointless. Let's just play it safe. Wait until you reach the Mahayana stage of cultivation before going out to have fun. Lu Yan sat cross-legged, his hands forming a mudra, continuing to attack the golden core within his body, attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. With the impact, the tribulation of lightning descended. A bolt of lightning the size of a water tank instantly engulfed Lu Yan. Outsiders couldn't tell whether Lu Yan was still alive in the thunder. Surrounded by thunder, lightning, and constant clap of thunder, this scene was not something that could appear on someone at the golden core stage. Let's open the betting market and take a gamble. Will he survive? Seeing this, some cultivators opened betting pools and invited their friends to gamble. The odds of winning are 3. The odds of losing are 1. I'll bet 3,000 spirit stones on his death. I'll bet 5,000 that he'll die. I'll bet 10,000 that he dies. I'll bet 20,000 that he'll die. No one had high hopes for Lu Yan. At this moment, Nagi Gaku True Monarch walked through the air with a smile on his face. I'm betting 100,000 spirit stones that he survives and can even break through to the nascent soul realm. Do you dare to take my bet? Chapter 55 Nascent Soul Tribulation, A Narrow Escape. The man running the gambling den looked in the direction of the sound. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of long, snow-white legs, followed by a round and full bottom. Such distinctive features make it impossible to tell without even looking at his face that he is the magnanimous and inclusive elder of the library. What is there to be afraid of? The young man smiled and waved an iron fan. True Lord Nagi, I accept your bet of 100,000 spirit stones. His father was Zhuo Weiyan. He's been obsessed with Najamitsu Shinjun for years, but she doesn't care about his father at all. Seeing that his father was a bit crazy, he secretly went to see this elder. He was immediately struck by her beauty. She was his type. From then on, he tried to pursue her. His father didn't hit him when he found out. On the contrary, she felt that her son had good taste. The two hit it off immediately and agreed to pursue her together to see who would win her over. But the woman never paid them any attention. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always the best. The more the woman ignored them, the more enthusiastically they pursued her. You'd even take a 100,000 yuan job? His friend was shocked. Drunken master, you're a bit crazy. If you lose, you'll have to pay 300,000. Ha ha ha. The drunken young master, brandishing his iron fan, said with high spirits, "Do you think I'll lose?" Everyone chimed in. How could he possibly lose? Judging from the state of this tribulation, Lu Yan won't last even half an hour before he's reduced to ashes. Very few people are optimistic about him. Because this tribulation was truly terrifying. It was terrifying beyond their comprehension. The drunken young master smiled and said, "Anyone else want to place a bet? Hurry up and place your bet." The odds of betting on Lu Yan failing his tribulation are 1. That means if you bet 10,000 spirit stones, you will receive 10,000 spirit stones if Lu Yan fails. I have so many spirit stones that I don't know what to do with them. Those who want to place bets, hurry up and come. One person's eyes lit up. Young master drunkenness, isn't this just a simple gift of money? Lu Yan is bound to fail. I bet 10,000. It's a pity I don't have any extra spirit stones, otherwise I would definitely go all in. The drunken young master shouted, "Place your bets now, do you still want anyone to place bets?" Some people found it interesting and placed bets. Except for Najimitsu Shinjun. Everyone else bet on Lu Yan and failed. Okay, time's up, no more betting allowed. The drunken young master closed the gambling table. A quick scan revealed that those who bet against Lu Yan lost a total of 1.2 million spirit stones, while those who bet against Lu Yan won only received 100,000 spirit stones. We've won too much this time. The drunken young master was inwardly laughing his head off. He walked to Nagi Ko's side, took out 400,000 spirit stones, handed them to her, and said, "Take it." Najimitsu looked completely bewildered, ? The drunken young master transmitted his voice, saying, "This is what you earned. You bet 100,000, and the odds of winning are 3, so you can get 300,000. Adding the principal, you have a total of 400,000. I'll give it all to you now." Najimitsu Shinjun still couldn't understand. The drunken young master transmitted his voice again, "I did it on purpose, making the failure rate 3 times higher, just to mislead those who are greedy for money. Actually, I bet on Lu Yan to win, so you're the only one here who can win money. In this round, I made 900,000 yuan for nothing." In this way, he gained fame and made money. Nagi Koku looked at him with admiration, thinking, "This kid is quite cunning." She asked, "How do you know Lu Yan can win? Aren't you afraid of losing the bet?" "I always lose when I gamble, do you know why? Because I'm the house, I can win. I'm 98% sure Lu Yan can win, I'm not stupid, I've looked into him. Anyone who knows him knows he's not simple." The drunken young master smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. This young man is too cunning and has a complicated mind. He is not a foolish second-generation Nagato cultivator. Nagi Ko felt that he could not stand with him and quickly distanced himself. In the blink of an eye, they flew into the Hunyuan cave. They appeared beside Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu. Lu Yan has excellent taste. Both of them were very beautiful, not to mention him, she liked them too. The two women bowed. "Greetings, elder of the library." Nagi Ko Shinjun waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, let's see what Lu Yan has to say." Ahead. During the tribulation of lightning, Lu Yan was engulfed by the lightning, and his clothes instantly turned to ashes. His skin was surrounded by electric sparks from being struck by lightning. This wasn't his first time undergoing tribulation, so he wasn't flustered at all. He practiced the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique within the lightning tribulation, cultivating with the help of the thunder. His whole body was crackling with electricity. Crackle, crackle. An hour has passed. The thunder did not diminish, instead, it became even more violent. The cultivators watching from the outside couldn't see what was happening at all, because they dared not extend their divine senses for fear of being annihilated by the lightning. Cultivating spiritual consciousness is extremely difficult. Although one can cultivate divine sense at the 7th level of chi refining, many people do not deliberately cultivate it, as their realm is more important. Often, it is only when one reaches the nascent soul stage that one specifically seeks out secret methods to cultivate one's divine sense. Very few people like Lu Yan, who are at the 7th level of chi refining, can cultivate the Zeding refining spirit method. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, most people don't deliberately cultivate, so the divine sense they unleash is often the divine sense that comes with their cultivation level. While cultivating the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique, Lu Yan did not forget to temper his divine sense. With the slightest thought, his divine consciousness transformed into a cauldron and emerged to receive the baptism of thunder. Another half hour passed. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level, minor success. From then on, the moment he had the thought, he could unleash 3 bolts of lightning to kill his enemy. With the blessing of the Zeding refining divine method in thunder, his divine sense had quietly reached the nascent soul level. At this moment, Lu Yen could quickly kill low-level nascent soul cultivators using his divine sense. It has been subjected to 3 thunderous trials. The divine consciousness transformed into a cauldron, which was no longer monotonous but was now filled with lightning. Lu Yen was surprised. The divine consciousness cauldron can actually advance to a higher level. At this stage, one's divine sense should be able to kill a high-level nascent soul cultivator. Not bad, an unexpected gain. Lu Yen withdrew his divine sense from the cauldron, and several dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in his sea of consciousness between his brows. He was very satisfied. He then mobilized all his spiritual power and frantically attacked the barrier of his cultivation realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Zhuke Peak converges into rivers, which flow towards Hunyuan Cave to irrigate it. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered around the thunder. A powerful tornado suddenly formed. The eye of the storm. Lu Yen was bathed in lightning, his skin charred black. He repeatedly practiced the great Dao Qi cultivation technique. A frenzied assault. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rapidly transformed. A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, instantly expanding the area affected by the tribulation. Those outside could see even less of what was happening inside. As they watched, black mist filled the engulfing lightning tribulation, and soon, the black mist condensed into clusters of skulls. After a few breaths, countless black skulls piled up at the center of the thunder. This. The drunken young master's face darkened. He had bet that Lu Yen would win. But the situation is not good now. What's going on? He's actually developed a demon in his heart, someone frowned. Pei Qingran's face was pale, and her lips trembled as she said, "Why would inner demons still exist during this tribulation? It's a tribulation of inner demons." Long Nanji exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the legendary inner demon tribulation." The inner demon tribulation usually only occurs during the tribulation transcending realm. Why is he experiencing it now? She felt that Lu Yan's tribulation this time was a bit unusual. "I've heard that to overcome inner demons, one must confront one's true nature. A slight misstep and one will be reduced to ashes." Long Nanji explained. "I was very happy when I lost my bet on Lu Yan. Lu Yan is doomed this time." Only the drunken young master looked ashen-faced. If Lu Yan failed, he would go bankrupt. Chapter 56 Heavenly Reward, the Misfortune Wooden Fish. During the tribulation of lightning, Lu Yen was a little confused because the scene of the lightning tribulation had disappeared. He didn't know if it was a hallucination or reality. All he knew was that he had returned to several years ago, back to Vermilion Bird Peak, when he was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. Where is my cultivation level? Shouldn't I be at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage? Lu Yen lay on the table, looking puzzled as he had just woken up. The sound of footsteps came from Master's wife, Yang Wanjin. "Lu Yen, what are you dreaming about in broad daylight?" Lu Yen rubbed his eyes and said, "Am I dreaming?" Yang Wanjin tapped his head. "What are you thinking? You've always been at the 2nd level of Qi refining. What Golden Core perfection? You must be dreaming. You only have 3 years left to live because of staying up all night cultivating immortality. Now I'm giving you 4 choices. Jiang Sui, Su Luo Xian, Lu Miaozhu, Pei Qingran. Choose one of these 4 women to be your wife, and live an ordinary life after you get married and have children." Lu Yen stood up and looked at his teacher's wife. "Can I not choose? I don't want to get married, I don't want to have children, I just want to cultivate immortality." Yang Wanjin said helplessly, "You've worked hard for decades, cultivated immortality for decades, and persevered for decades, but your talent is what it is. Just accept your fate. The 2nd level of Qi refining is your destiny. Some people can only go so far, no matter what. Accept your fate, Lu Yen." Lu Yen said firmly, "Master's wife, I want to cultivate immortality." "Now you dare to talk back to me, now you dare to look your master's wife in the eye, now you're very bold, but fate is not in your own hands. You'd better get married right now." The master's wife arranged for her to marry Pei Qingran and even kidnapped her to marry him. Wedding night. You met Pei Qingran. You may not accept your fate, but a beautiful bride awaits you. You lecherous scoundrel still couldn't resist consummating your marriage with her. After the wedding night, He didn't awaken the many children, many blessings system. Instead, he lived an ordinary life. You gradually accepted reality, lived a good life with Pei Qingran, and started a happy life together. Not long after, you have a child. Lu Chongsheng. Her master's wife gave her a 6th grade magic weapon called the longevity lock. Days passed by. You are becoming happier and happier. The following year, Pei Qingran gave birth to another son for you, named Lu Shi. You said he would definitely be successful. The 3rd year of marriage. You are 50 years old, and you still look like you are 18, but your vitality is exhausted, there is no cure, and you will die of old age. On the day of the funeral, the daughter and son had red, swollen eyes from crying. Your wife, Pei Qingran, passed away 2 months later due to heartbreak. The teacher's wife, an elderly woman, was heartbroken for months after losing her son, but she still gritted her teeth and took care of the child. The rope breaks at its thinnest point. Several years later, his daughter Lu Changsheng was murdered, his son Lu Shi drowned, and his master's wife was also beaten to death. Lu Yan gradually regained consciousness. What the hell is this melodramatic plot? Could this scene be a result of undergoing tribulation? What are all these? Idiot. Even female writers wouldn't write such an outrageous plot. Besides, who is my master's wife? She's someone even the system can't identify. How could she be killed so easily? It must be a hallucination. It should be some kind of dark side of the tribulation that appears along with the tribulation. Lu Yan didn't know what kind of lightning tribulation these were, but he knew something was definitely wrong. If you can't kill me, you resort to this kind of thing, trying to mess with my mentality, huh? Lu Yan stretched his hand towards the sky and roared. The 3rd level of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. He summoned 3 bolts of lightning, and the sky was filled with lightning. Break! Instantly, a terrifying lightning tribulation descended, as if the sky had been torn apart by brute force. In an instant, Lu Yan regained consciousness. The scene from before disappeared, and he reappeared in the center of the lightning tribulation. It hurts. When Lu Yan came to his senses, he found that his skin was charred black and his blood was blurred, making him unrecognizable. Black skulls were surrounding them. He made a hand seal, draped the 5th grade magic treasure replica, the Thunder Emperor's robe, over his body, and struck with lightning speed, smashing all the skulls to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. All the lightning in the sky descended simultaneously. Lu Yan showed no fear and soared into the sky. Bathing in thunder. Fighting amidst thunder and lightning. We'll turn it upside down. He fought constantly, honing his skills. They don't care about time at all. Gradually, the darkness in the sky receded, and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. He actually spent the whole night undergoing the tribulation. Lu Yan shattered the last trace of lightning tribulation. The vortex of thunder in the sky disappeared, the dark clouds vanished, and at that moment, the first ray of sunlight shone upon him. From a distance, it shines brightly, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. Smack! Lu Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The 5th grade magic weapon replica was put back into the storage bag, and a brand new white robe was put on. At the same time, the message from the heavenly Tao came to my mind. Because he successfully survived the tribulation, heaven has already given the reward. Alas! The spectators were in a frenzy, having watched and worried all night. I finally succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. The crowd was even more nervous than Lu Yan himself, who was undergoing his tribulation. They were both afraid that he would fail. In such a complicated state of mind, they watched all night. He actually succeeded in transcending the tribulation. That's awesome. It's so shocking. I've recorded the entire night of his tribulation using the recording bead, and plan to include it in the history of the Great Tao sect. He'll be remembered in history. Awesome. He is absolutely the most powerful nascent soul cultivator in history. I wonder if this person has a partner. I have a daughter, and I wonder if he would be interested. Incredible. They even overcame their inner demons. Holy shit. What a formidable person. Everyone was extremely excited, even more so than Lu Yan. Lu Yan waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. People gradually left the scene, telling their friends and family about the incident. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone knew about Lu Yan, this amazing person. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and Najiko True Lord all flew over, their eyes slightly moist, Congratulations, you succeeded. Long Nanji and Zhang Yuanying also came. Lu Chongsheng waved her little pink fist and said, "Daddy is awesome." Lu Baiji was also stunned. She didn't expect that her adoptive father was really amazing, even more amazing than the geniuses she had seen in her previous life. Lu Shi and Lu Feng, who were crying for milk, were also babbling, probably happy for their father. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lu Yan returned to the Hunyuan cave. Najimitsu Shinjun hurriedly asked, "You successfully transcended this tribulation. What reward did heaven give you?" The girls were also curious and looked on expectantly. Lu Yan's mind was focused. The rewards from heaven appeared before my eyes. It consists of a wooden hammer and a fish-shaped main body. Pei Qingran said, "Isn't this the wooden fish that monks like to use?" "What does it mean? Does it mean that heaven wants you to become a monk?" "Husband, you can't become a monk." Lu Yan tapped her on the head. Pei Qingran rubbed her head. "Husband, it hurts." This is called the Misfortune Wooden Fish, a rare growth-type magic weapon, currently at the 5th rank, Lu Yan explained. Lu Miaozhu asked, "What is it used for?" Lu Yan said, "It is a cursed wooden fish made from inner demons. When used with incantations, it can effectively curse living beings. The cursed person will experience various negative emotions such as unease, fear, and irritability, and may eventually develop inner demons, leading to the collapse of their Dao heart." Nagi Ko Shinjun was shocked. "Amazing. Wouldn't this kind of magic weapon kill people without them even realizing it?" Lu Yan smiled but remained silent. He planned to use the murderous wooden fish to curse a few people to test the waters. Chapter 57 curses all assassins of the Hall of Rebirth to death in half a year. Lu Yan took out the list of the Huangquan Palace branch that the assassins had given him earlier. This list includes all members of the Hall of Rebirth, including the Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, Elders, and Assassins, totaling 102 people. The list is very detailed. Even his birthday is clearly stated. The snail couldn't help but complain, "This assassin is really stupid, carrying something like this around." "Really?" Lu Yan agreed. Their gazes were fixed on Xiaqinghe, a nascent soul elder on the list. "I've started cursing him, let's see what happens." Lu Yan sat on the ground, holding a wooden mallet, and began to strike the wooden fish. At the same time, he murmured the other person's name and incantations. Xiaqinghe was born in such and such a year and such month. After reciting his birth date and time, Lu Yan chanted a strange incantation. "Sprites and spirits, heads shattered by armor, left side facing the southern dipper, right side facing the 7 stars, those who oppose me die, those who obey me live. The 3 wonders of the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars, penetrate heaven and earth, startling ghosts and gods. All the gods bow down and worship, and evil spirits flee without stopping when they encounter them. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding heed my command. Golden Boy and Jade Maiden lead the heavenly soldiers. What god will not submit? What ghost will not tremble? Obey my decree and sweep away the demons." He was typing as he read. "Repeat twice." The wooden fish made a buzzing sound, like a mosquito. "It's very noisy." Add to that the bizarre spells. Nagi Ko, Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Long Nanji, who were all present, all had dark expressions. Forget about the fact that this thing can curse, the incantation itself is annoying to listen to. It sounds like the lines a funeral teen would recite when someone dies in the mortal world. It's just too noisy. Unable to bear the noise, the group left the area. I felt like I would die here if I stayed any longer. Pei Qingran walked behind, and unintentionally wrinkled her nose, smelling the scent of Najiko Jinjuan in front of her. She actually smelled Lu Yan on her. She wondered to herself, could it be that she and her husband are having an affair? Isn't it rumored that she's pure and innocent, averse to men, and even rejected the advances of Elder Zhuo Weiyan, a nascent soul cultivator? Is her husband really that capable of having a relationship with her? Najimitsu Shinjun said. "Ladies, please wait a moment. I must return to continue my breakthrough." She has been constantly pushing her limits. After 2 months of effort, we still fell short. She was annoyed. Seeing that Lu Yan was undergoing tribulation, she immediately came out of seclusion. Seeing that Lu Yan was alright, she had to go back to her cave to try to break through her cultivation level again. As soon as Nagi Ko Jinjuan left, Lu Miaozhu said, "I smelled her husband's scent on her just now, could they be?" Pei Qingran shrugged, "I smelled it too." The two women then smiled at each other and said nothing more. Zhang Yuanying's heart skipped a beat. So Lu Yan slept with Nagi Ko'o, true monarch too? She was at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Would Lu Yan still be interested in her, who was only at the golden core realm? She was unsure. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, unknowingly stumbled upon a major scandal. Long Nanji rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. Men are all the same, thankfully I won't fall in love with any man. She took Pei Qingran's hand and said, Daughter, your child has been born, and Lu Yan has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Isn't it time for you to come home with me to visit? Pei Qingran naturally knew Long Nanji's scheme and said with a smile. No rush, let's wait a few days and see how my husband is doing before we decide. After saying that, he immediately went to practice his sword. Then I'll wait a few days. 2 days later, Lu Yan was still striking the wooden fish and chanting incantations. I have to say, this incantation is pretty awesome. It sounds like a line used to send someone off to their death. Hall of Rebirth. While fishing, Elder Xia Qinghe, a nascent soul cultivator, suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, as if someone was striking a wooden fish in his mind. Who the hell is he? Show yourself. He jumped up, scanning his surroundings warily. There wasn't a single person there. Strangeness. He continued fishing. But soon he became agitated and irritable, and his anger overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It fell into the lake. He fainted. After a while, his men realized something was wrong, so they pulled him out of the lake and called a doctor, but the doctor couldn't find any symptoms. Another half-day passed. He vomited blood repeatedly until his face turned ashen. Hallmaster Chen Wangsheng walked over and said, Elder Xia, what's going on? What happened? I don't know, I just feel like someone is banging a wooden fish in my head. It's so annoying and noisy. I want to kick the sound out, but I can't kick it out no matter what I do. Put. As he spoke, he started vomiting blood again. Several hours later, Xia Qinghe could not hold on any longer and died. Hallmaster Chen Wangsheng sighed. I was ordered to kill Lu Yan, but he's perfectly fine now while we've suffered heavy losses. And now Elder Xia has passed away inexplicably. Sigh, life is truly unpredictable. He presided over Xia Qinghe's funeral, but during the funeral, the deputy head of the hall, Wang Xiaochui, also suddenly vomited blood. What's wrong with you? Chen Wangxing asked. Deputy Hall Master Wang Xiaochui's face turned ashen. I feel strange, and I hear the sound of a wooden fish being struck in my head. It's over. Chen Wangsheng sensed something was wrong. Your symptoms are exactly the same as the elders, but you are a nascent soul cultivator. Puff. Deputy Hall Master Wang Xiaochui coughed up blood, and his head was constantly buzzing. Unable to bear it any longer, he banged his head against a pillar. Ouch, it hurts so much. He kept crashing into things. The hall master, Chen Wangsheng, immediately ordered his men to tie him up, but he continued to vomit blood, and no illness could be found in him. 2 days later. Death of a prince. Chen Wangsheng was a little confused. A dignified nascent soul cultivator died inexplicably? Investigate for me. But it was no use. One person dies in the temple every day and a half. It lasted for 6 months. In the end, he was the only one left in the gang. He stared at the hall filled with white flowers, feeling a chill run down his spine and his hair stand on end. No, I have to leave here. Chen Wangxing decided to run to headquarters to report the strange events to the Yellow Springs Palace. En route. A heart attack occurs when someone falls from a great height to the ground. It smashed out a huge crater. He's not dead yet. He gritted his teeth and persevered. As long as we get to headquarters, that's all that matters. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach it. The sound of a wooden fish echoed in my mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Spirits, heads cut off, armored soldiers, left side of the Southern Dipper, right side of the 7 stars, those who oppose me die, those who obey me live. Heaven spirits, earth spirits, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding heed my command. Obey my talisman to sweep away the demons. Hold. What the hell is this thing? He coughed up a mouthful of blood, aging himself by more than 10 years. The next 3 days. He hears this sound every moment. The sound penetrates the soul. It made him extremely uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than going into a state of demonic possession. No, headquarters can't possibly get here in time, but I remember there's a branch nearby called Netherworld Hall. Let's go there and ask for help. He quickened his pace and arrived half an hour later. I am Chen Wangsheng, the head of the Hall of Rebirth. I request an audience with the head of the Netherworld Hall. Please save me. Aye. The leader of the Netherworld Hall arrived, only to witness a bizarre scene. Ah! Unable to bear the voice in his mind, Chen Wangsheng frantically stabbed himself with a dagger as if he had gone mad. Finally, a dagger was plunged into his heart. He died. Before his death, Chen Wangsheng sent out a wisp of his divine consciousness to the head of the Netherworld Hall. The master of the Netherworld Hall reads divine consciousness. They learned of the strange deaths at the Hall of Rebirth. He looked completely bewildered. A wooden fish sound? Investigate, go investigate quickly. Inside the Hunyuan cave, in a room. Lu Yan looked up at the lines of death messages that appeared before him. Xia Qinghai is dead. Wang Xiaochue is dead. Chen Wang's fate is sealed. Lu Yan only stopped striking the wooden fish when Chen Wang died. It's been half a year, and I've cursed all the assassins from the Hall of Rebirth to death. It feels great. It's really exhilarating to be able to kill someone from 1,000 miles away without even leaving home. Put away the misfortune wooden fish. I left the room. Before half an incense stick had burned, both of his arms were being held. It was Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, whom they hadn't seen for half a year. Lu Yan's eyes lit up and he said, "Come on, let's go inside." Chapter 58 Nascent Soul Stage 2, Supreme Bone and Double Pupils, 4 updates. Room. Pei Qingran pouted coquettishly, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she said, "You rascal, you've been chanting the wooden fish for half a year. I thought you were going to become a monk." Lu Miaozhu nuzzled against Lu Yan's chest and said, "That's right, my sister and I are so lonely waiting, we miss you so much." Lu Yan said, "Sorry, I've been busy killing people for the past 6 months. Now I'm here to pamper you." Pei Qingran asked, "Can it really kill people?" Lu Yan nodded and smiled, saying, "Now all 102 people in the Hall of Rebirth are dead, including the Hallmaster Chen Wangsheng and the Deputy Hallmaster Wang Xiaochue, who were both at the nascent soul realm. In a while, the grass on the grave will be half a meter tall. Unfortunately, the misfortune wooden fish is currently only a 5th grade magic weapon. The strongest being can only kill a nascent soul realm expert with a curse. It is difficult to kill someone stronger than the nascent soul realm with a curse, but even if you cannot kill them with a curse, you can still affect their Dao heart. Fortunately, the misfortune wooden fish is a growth-type magic item. To advance to the 6th rank, you need to fuse guanine bamboo and 4-leaf dragon tongue grass. I grow my own guanine bamboo. 4-leaf salsa is extremely precious, and the Great Dao sect has no stock. They can only ask outsiders to find it, and the outsiders need to ask Nagi Ko'o True Lord for help. Pei Qingran said, "My husband is truly amazing, killing enemies from 1,000 miles away." Lu Miaozhu bit her tongue, her face full of allure. "My husband is so wonderful, I love you so much." Lu Yan was aroused by the two women's teasing. No more hesitation. They pinned the two down. Quietly, the Sunu Wen Dao Jing scripture of the plain girl asks the way. 1 day later. Nascent Soul Level 1, 1%. 2 days later. First layer of Nascent Soul, 2%. 4 days later. Nascent Soul Level 1, 4%. 1 month later. Nascent Soul Level 1, 32%. 2 months later. Nascent Soul Level 1, 64%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul stage. Lu Yan looked at the system notification and pondered. It takes 3 months to break through the 1st level of the Nascent Soul realm. It may seem slower than the Golden Core stage, but it is a terrifying speed because there are 9 levels in the entire Nascent Soul realm, which means that it can be broken through in 2 or 3 years. Which cultivator can reach the Divine Transformation stage within 2 or 3 years after breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage? In the entire Hunyuan realm, only Lu Yan remains. In just a few years, they caught up with Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu's speed. Lu Yan thought the cheat was really useful. At this moment, another line of eye-catching gilded text appeared in the system. The first induction of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 6% plus 9% equals 15%. It is worth mentioning that Lu Yan also cultivated the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide while practicing the combined cultivation. This thing is progressing incredibly slowly. Like a lazy donkey slowly grinding grain. We need to continue joint repairs and increase our efforts. Lu Yan wanted to continue cultivating with the two women, but Pei Qingran kicked him out, saying, "I've been indulging in depravity for 3 months, I have to go practice my sword." Lu Miaozhu meant the same thing. She took a bite of beef jerky, pulled Pei Qingran's hand, and left. They really do turn their backs on you after you've done your work. Lu Yan pursed his lips. I left the room. Go see your children. Lu Changxing's cultivation of the qi refining technique has been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for a long time, without breaking through to the next level. She was dejected and very anxious. Lu Yan said, let me check the condition of your body. He checked it over and found no problems. Lu Yan patiently explained again, saying, follow my instructions on the qi refining technique. Now, take the foundation establishment liquid and transform your spiritual energy into liquid. Yes, Father. Lu Changsheng consumed another bottle of foundation building liquid, marking her 3rd time using it. If it fails, the resource hall will no longer provide her with foundation establishment liquid for free. She will need to purchase it herself. After taking the medicine, Lu Changsheng immediately began practicing the qi cultivation technique. Half an hour later, Lu Changxing's face turned ashen. Just grit your teeth and bear it, it's normal to feel a little pain. Lu Yan comforted him, just grit your teeth and it will be alright. Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth and persevered, beginning to compress the spiritual energy within his body, but he failed 3 more times. She managed to hold on for 2 more days. Zhang Yuaning, Long Nanji, Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and the twins all stared at her, looking nervous. Until the 3rd day. Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth and shouted, break! Boom! A rumbling sound came from within his body. The barrier to his realm had shattered. I've finally broken through. Lu Changsheng was overjoyed, jumping for joy. After a while, she calmed down and said with a dark face, Father, something's wrong. The spiritual energy in my body is still in a gaseous state, not a liquid state. The sign of successful foundation establishment is that it is in a liquid state. Have I failed? No, my spiritual power is obviously stronger than qi refining, comparable to foundation establishment. Father, it seems I have entered the 10th level of qi refining. Lu Yan's face darkened. There are 9 levels of qi refining in the primordial chaos realm, so where did this 10th level of qi refining come from? Everyone was baffled. After examining her, Lu Yan confirmed that, as Lu Changsheng had said, she had entered a wondrous state, reaching the 10th level of qi refining. Judging from her current state, she might break through to the 11th or 12th level of qi refining. And so on. Lu Yan said, this is too strange. Let's go see Master's wife. In the end, Master's wife Yang Wanjin also shook her head, saying that she had never heard of such a situation, but that they could continue to cultivate and try. Say something if anything seems off, Lu Yan instructed. Yes, Father. 3-year-old Lu Baiji was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. She thought to herself, my cheap older sister is really awesome. She's at the 10th level of qi refining. I should start cultivating too, otherwise there will be no hope of revenge. You bastards from the Taishan Holy Land, just you wait. Lu Yan then went to check on Lu Shi and Lu Feng, who were 9 months old. The 2 of them were babbling incoherently, unable to speak yet. Lu Yan used the wonderful spring hand to examine their bodies. He didn't find anything when he didn't examine them, but he was shocked when he did. Lu Shi had a golden bone in his chest, which looked like the supreme bone that only existed in the era of gods. Lu Feng's eyes seemed strange. Is it cataracts? Lu Yan was startled. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a condition known as double pupils, a trait unique to the Divine Path era. Your own children are all extraordinary. Lu Changsheng has the great opportunity of the qi refining technique, Lu Shi possesses the supreme bone, and Lu Feng has double pupils. Only Lu Baiji was unremarkable. It's good to be safe and sound, there's no need to be anything extraordinary. Lu Yan smiled, left the Hunyuan cave, and headed to the library to meet Nagi Ko'o True Lord. Strangeness. She wasn't in the library. Lu Yan sent a message asking. She immediately replied, I am in my own cave. Lu Yan rushed there immediately. Upon seeing Najimitsu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, her legs were even whiter, longer and whiter. Lu Yan picked her up and carried her. My husband, I'm still a little short of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I'm just a little short. Don't be too anxious. Pei Qingran used to tell me that I was just a little short. If I was just a little short, it means I wasn't ready yet. I'll help you with your training. Lu Yan carried her to the bed. Nagi Ko immediately stripped Lu Yan of his clothes, his eyes blazing with desire, and said, You're right, there's no rush to break through, we can do it later. The two were like dry wood meeting a raging fire. We are inseparable. 3 days later, Nagi Ko Shinjun leaned against Lu Yan's chest, drawing circles on his heart with his finger. I found the information you asked me to look up. What did I ask you to look up? I forgot. The story of the four beauties of the Hahuan family. Oh? How are they now? Chapter 59 Death Order. Zhang Yuanying wants to advance, 5 updates. Nagi Ko Shinjun said, the elders of the Hahuan sect told me that they left the sect a long time ago, saying they were coming to the Dadeo sect, but after leaving the sect, there has been no news of them. We sent people to investigate, but no matter how they investigated, there was no news. The elders suspected that something bad had happened to them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Impossible, they are definitely not dead. I once used the chi observation technique to examine their auras, and they are not people with shallow fortunes. Najimitsu said, perhaps they have their own destiny and have gone to some place where they cannot come out for the time being. Lu Yan agreed, that's also a possibility. Nagi Ko gave Lu Yan a kiss on the chest, then sat on his lap, revealing her graceful waistline. Lu Yan felt something and was about to press her down. She smiled broadly and said, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What's up? Lu Yan asked, his hands not idle, but around her waist. Nagi Ko Shinjun said, the Huangquan Palace branch, Wansheng Hall, was destroyed. Chen Wansheng went to the headquarters and sought help from Yuming Hall on the way. Before he died, he passed on the strange death wooden fish incident. The head of the Netherworld Hall reported this matter to the Yellow Springs Palace. After a long investigation, the cause of death could not be found. In the end, the black-faced judge of the Yellow Springs Palace made his move and used the 6 lines divination to deduce that it was you. You are the one who is responsible for this. As for what kind of magic was used to kill everyone in the Hall of Rebirth, the method is currently unknown. In other words, the Hall of the Underworld does not yet know that you used the wooden fish of misfortune to kill people. Lu Yan was shocked. The Yellow Springs Palace has such a divine person who has mastered the 6 lines divination. Awesome. Don't be envious. This kind of deduction method often comes at a heavy price, the lightest price being a reduction in lifespan. Nagi Ko True Monarch spoke, the Yellow Springs Palace discovered that it was you and was furious, but they dared not come to the Great Dao sect to kill you, so they deployed the Yellow Springs Undying and Indestructible Order. Lu Yan asked for the first time, what is that? Nagi Ko Shinjun gasped and said, the Undying and Undying Order of the Underworld means that as long as the Underworld Palace is not destroyed, the pursuit will continue endlessly generation after generation until the pursued person dies or the Underworld Palace is destroyed. The Yellow Springs Palace is determined to kill you. Therefore you must never leave the Great Dao sect. They still don't dare to act recklessly on a large scale within the Great Dao sect. The Great Dao sect is not to be trifled with. As long as the third elder is still alive, the Yellow Springs Palace will not dare to act recklessly, and the 30 sects will not dare to attack. The 3 supreme elders are 3 supreme elders. Their combined attack is equivalent to that of a tribulation transcending supreme being. This is the foundation of the Great Dao sect. Having obtained such important information, Lu Yan smiled and said, thank you. What kind of compensation do you want? I'll grant your wish. I want a child. She smiled charmingly. Good. Lu Yan put his arm around her and said, by the way, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Have you ever heard of the 4-leaf angelica? Najimitsu bit her lip, her expression incredibly alluring. Would you like to? Want. Okay, I'll ask someone to look for it. Najimitsu asked, is everything all right now? Shall we continue? Good. Lu Yan nodded and forcefully blocked her path. The two were inseparable. Her cave was deserted, allowing her to go anywhere without any worries. Rooms, grass, kitchen, trees, swings. 1 day later. Nascent Soul Level 2, 1%. 2 days later. Nascent Soul Level 2, 2%. 4 days later. Nascent Soul Level 2, 4%. 1 month later. Nascent Soul Level 2, 32%. 2 months later. Nascent Soul Level 2, 64%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul stage. Time always flies, and there wasn't a single place in Nagi Ko no Shinju that Lu Yan and she hadn't been to. Nagi Ko Shinjuan said, I have made great progress. I will try to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. Perhaps I can succeed. Don't rush, take your time. You have plenty of lifespan. Lu Yan touched her face and said, Are you really not going to move to the Hunyuan cave? She shook her head, Let's not move for now. How about we move in after I get pregnant? Good. Lu Yan kissed her cheek and said, Then I'll be going now. Remember, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. If I don't understand, I'll ask my master's wife. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered something. Don't you have a 5th grade magic weapon replica, the Thunder Emperor's robe? Lu Yan said, Yes, this is what my master's wife gave me when I was undergoing my Golden Core Tribulation. You're undergoing the Golden Core Tribulation? Let me calculate the time. She calculated with her fingers, Before you underwent the Golden Core Tribulation, I went to the Xuanxu Kingdom and requested an audience with Empress Xuanxu. I used the Thunder Emperor's robe to gain experience for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and I didn't expect the Thunder Emperor's robe to end up with you right afterward. I suspect that Empress Xuanxu is another identity of your master's wife, Yang Wanjin. Lu Yan kissed her forehead and said with a smile, There's no doubt about this. I already knew about it, but if you know, but don't go around telling everyone. When Lu Yan used the system to identify people, there were so many identities of his master's wife that they couldn't all be loaded. I wonder what the purpose of my master's wife having so many identities is? Najihiro Shinjun opened his eyes wide. She knows all about you. You and your master's wife have a very good relationship. Lu Yan smiled but didn't explain. He couldn't very well say that he saw it through the system. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't break through, then don't try, Lu Yan said. I'll become stronger, and I'll protect you. Okay. Najimitsu Shinjun tossed his hair and smiled brightly, You should leave now, I'm going to attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. She formed hand seals and began her attack. Lu Yan left. Returned to Hunyuan cave. Pei Qingran was seen practicing her sword. Lu Miaozhu practiced while eating beef jerky. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, each held a child. Long Nanji stared blankly at Lu Changsheng and Lu Baiji. He planned to go back to his room to rest. Seeing that Lu Yan closed the door as soon as he returned, Zhang Yuanying looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, secretly stood up and walked towards Lu Yan's room. Zhang Yuanying's favorability rating, 96. Zhang Yuanying's favorability rating, 97. Zhang Yuanying's favorability rating, 98. Zhang Yuanying's favorability rating, 99. Lu Yan found lines of text appearing before his eyes. Her popularity rating has risen way too fast. Lu Yan, who was in the room, was startled. What is she trying to do? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Thump thump thump. Lu Yan, it's me. Zhang Yuanqing gently knocked on the door. Lu Yan asked, Is there something you need? She lowered her voice and asked, May I come in? Enter. Lu Yan said calmly. Zhang Yuanying came in and closed the door. He then approached Lu Yan and said, I'm currently stuck at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. I wonder if you could help me take a look. She reached out her hand. Lu Yan took her hand and checked her pulse. A moment later. Conclusion. You've accumulated enough, you can break through now, but your meridians are blocked and need to be cleared. How can we clear this blockage? Zhang Yuanying asked, blushing. Lu Yan said, Let me help you. Sit on the bed, and I'll use my spiritual power to clear the blockage. She was a little nervous, but she still sat on the edge of the bed. Lu Yan mobilized the golden spiritual power within his body, enveloping her entire body. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Lu Yan said, It hurts a little, but you can bear with it. Aha! Half an hour later. A loud boom came from her body, and she successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Zhang Yuanying was panting heavily, her forehead covered in sweat, and said breathlessly, Thank you for helping me clear my meridians. Zhang Yuanying's favorability rating, 100. You're welcome, Lu Yan said. I have to repay you. She stared at Lu Yan, her neck and ears turning bright red. Then he reached out and pushed. He pushed Lu Yan down. No way. She desperately wanted to improve. The only person who can help her improve is Lu Yan. Chapter 60, Gathering Rainbows and Refining the Profound Scripture, Guide Sword Techniques. Zhang Yuanying gently pushed Lu Yan onto the bed with both hands. Lu Yan asked the question knowing the answer already. Zhang Yuanying, what are you trying to do? She slowly crawled over and looked at Lu Yan. I like you, I've liked you for a long time. She took Lu Yan's hand and placed it on her chest, saying, Listen, thump thump thump, my heart is beating so hard, can you feel how much I love you? Lu Yan, to be honest, these breasts are quite soft. She had a typical fair, slender figure and a pair of clear, large eyes that gave him a feeling of pure, innocent beauty. Her breasts aren't very big. But it falls somewhere between B and C. Compared to Lu Miaozhu, Pei Qingran, and Najiko no Makoto, she naturally appears younger. But Zhang Yuanying also surpasses most people. Zhang Yuanying leaned closer to Lu Yan, her eyes brimming with desire, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Lu Yan, can you feel it? I really like you. You're just lusting after my body, aren't you? Lu Yan laughed. She said coquettishly, Who told you to be so beautiful? You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. I think of you countless nights, and every time I think of you I have to wash the sheets. I never dreamed I would like you. I did have a prejudice against you at first because my brother lost a bet. Gradually I started to like you, and I fantasized about being with you. I think I will never like anyone else in the future, except you. Because she has met so many outstanding people, it is difficult for her to like other people. She had read storybooks. There's a line in it that says, Don't meet someone too amazing when you're young. Because you will never forget it. As she spoke, she became more and more excited, placing her hands on Lu Yan's waist and sitting on him, her eyes brimming with desire. It's so beautiful. Lu Yan gazed at her face and her eyes. If the woman is so proactive, and he still acts like a block of wood, then he's worse than an animal. Really? She smiled faintly, clearly very happy. Lu Yan said softly. Your eyes, nose, and face are all very beautiful. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Zhang Yuanying's flushed face was full of happiness. She quickly lowered her head and kissed his lips, kissing them for a long time before opening them slightly, and said, Thank you. Lu Yan was also aroused by her, so he flipped her over, pinned her down, and kissed her roughly, prying open her lips. The two of them were getting closer and closer. His breathing became increasingly labored. Lu Yan's hands couldn't help but explore everywhere. Ah, be gentle. Zhang Yuanying's eyes shimmered like spring water, as if a pool were overflowing. Lu Yan was gentle and quickly removed her clothes one by one, revealing her snow-white skin, as white as snow. Seriously. She was ridiculously fair-skinned, and her skin was so white and delicate. A moment later. Lu Yan conquered cities and seized territories. Having never experienced love before, she was no match for Lu Yan's advances. Her voice came from the room. It spread very far. Pei Qingran, who was practicing swordsmanship, paused for a moment while Lu Miaozhu, who was eating beef jerky, before continuing with her work. The twins, in Jiyu and in Jichan, had flushed faces. Very embarrassing. They had long suspected that Zhang Yuanying had feelings for Lu Yan, but they hadn't expected her to deliver herself so quickly. Long Nanji was looking after the child when she heard the noise from the room and muttered a curse under her breath. You shameless slut, you've already climbed into Lu Yan's bed so quickly. She acts like she's never seen a man before. She thought Zhang Yuanying was shameless. I really don't know what she likes about Lu Yan. I really think he's just an ordinary-looking guy. Forget about this, let's get Pei Qingran away from the Great Tao sect as soon as possible. That's why she came here. Now that Lu Yan is enjoying himself with the beauty, he certainly won't have time to study Pei Qingran, so her chance has come. Daughter, several months have passed now, it's time for us to go home and visit. Pei Qingran naturally knew Long Nanji's little scheme, possession? You'll never have the chance in this lifetime. She thought for a moment and replied perfunctorily. I need to ask my husband and see what his plans are. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and visit my father. Good. Long Nanji's eyes lit up. It seemed that possession was not far off. She glanced at the room in the distance, a wicked idea forming in her mind. Lu Yan, you'd better finish this quickly, or don't blame me for interrupting you. Inside the room. Lu Yan rapidly activated the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing to enhance the Dao Lian Qi Ju. Certainly. I haven't forgotten the immortal ancient wild demon guide. 1 day later. Nascent Soul Level 3, 0.83%. 2 days later. Nascent Soul Level 3, 1.65%. 1 month later. Nascent Soul Level 3, 25.03%. 2 months later. Nascent Soul Level 3, 50.02%. 4 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. The first induction of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 12% plus 15% equals 27%. Lu Yen couldn't help but complain in his heart, the progress of Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide is still the most tedious. 0.1 per day, no matter how hard I try, it's only 0.1. This thing is too slow. It takes 3 years to cultivate to the 1st level. There might be a better way to cultivate this thing. This thing might be suitable for demonic cultivators, but it might be suppressed in righteous sections. But I could never go out. I need to think of a way to cultivate in the demonic sect without having to go out. Is there such a way in the world? Lu Yen thought about it and realized he really hadn't thought of it. Zhang Yuanying, who knew the truth well, woke up groggily. Husband, have you broken through again? She fainted several times during the process, but she woke up quickly because she felt that her cultivation had improved. He had only recently broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, but he was already showing signs of breaking through to the 6th level. The speed has increased. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Lu Yen's doing. It can help people cultivate themselves. My husband is probably a furnace for urging, isn't he? Lu Yen said, yes, it's a coincidence that I broke through to the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. My husband is so amazing. Zhang Yuanying sat up and gave Lu Yen a quick kiss. 2 lines of text suddenly appeared before Lu Yan's eyes. Congratulations, host, on marrying Zhang Yuanying. A reward is now being issued. The Rainbow Gathering Finger Technique, a long-lost method for cultivating finger energy, gathering spiritual power within the body at the fingertips, capable of killing silently with a single point. This stuff is good. Lu Yen quickly digested the gathering rainbows and refining the profound scripture that the system had rewarded him with. In a short while. Completely master it. The system rewards are really good. No need for self-cultivation. Once you digest the knowledge, you can integrate it and avoid many detours. Husband, why are you stunned? Zhang Yuanying poked Lu Yan's cheek several times, but he didn't react. Lu Yan snapped out of his reverie and said, I was daydreaming just now, hee, let's try again. Don't. Zhang Yuanying shook her head. I'm in so much pain. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. If this happens again, I'll die. Lu Yan immediately used the wonderful spring hand technique to heal her. 2 hours later. She had fully recovered, but was still shaken, so she quickly ran out of the room. I'm going to practice my sword skills. 4 months had made Zhang Yuanying feel scared. Lu Yan was like a beast. She had inexhaustible energy, and it took her 4 whole months to get out of bed. If this continues, she really won't be able to hold on and will die. Now I finally understand why my father's concubine couldn't take it and died. It turns out she was playing too wildly and overtaxing her body. She felt like she was going crazy herself. 4 whole months. He's much crazier than his father and concubines. Just thinking about it makes me think she's a complete idiot. 4 months. She cleared her mind of these chaotic thoughts. I can't think about it anymore. I'll practice my swordsmanship for a while. It's been 4 months since I last practiced. I wonder if I'd become rusty. She began her cultivation. As they were practicing, a sudden sound came from somewhere. You're practicing it wrong. That's not how you practice the 3-sword style. Zhang Yuanying looked over and asked Lu Yen with a surprised expression, you also know swordsmanship? I know a little bit about it. Lu Yanfeng spoke casually, saying, give me the knife. Chapter 61 A mere nascent soul cultivator, I can kill with a single finger. Then. Zhang Yuanying threw all 3 knives at once. Lu Yen took a knife in each hand, one in his left and one in his right, and bit another in his mouth, saying, I'll now copy the sword technique you just practiced. Pei Qingran gave birth to her 2nd child. He received a reward, invincible swordsmanship. It means that in terms of swordsmanship, no one can rival you. You can apply what you've learned to other situations, quickly replicate the opponent's swordsmanship, and even instantly understand the flaws in their swordsmanship. This is the power of the invincible blade style. The 3-sword style also uses a sword. The moment Lu Yen grasped the knife, he understood everything. He quickly copied the 3-sword style technique that Zhang Yuanying had practiced. Half an incense stick has burned. He copied it perfectly. Zhang Yuanying was stunned. How come you are more skilled than me after decades of cultivation? But I have never seen you practice swordsmanship. It's all due to my talent. Lu Yan smiled and said, I know more than you think. Next, I'll tell you how you should cultivate. You're too gentle with your knife, you need to be more assertive. The left hand is primarily for attack, with defense as a secondary function. Attack only with the right hand. The knife of the mouth can both defend and attack. What's needed is an indomitable spirit. It all boils down to one word: kill. Moreover, your three-sword style is full of flaws, making it very cumbersome. Even if you are at the same level, you can't beat them. You need to simplify. I'll teach you, watch. Lu Yan practiced for a while, displaying a fierce and decisive demeanor. He held the knife like a tyrant. All they see is killing. But the defense was not neglected at all. After an incense stick had burned, Lu Yan said, try practicing. If you're not practicing your aura when practicing the knife, then you might as well switch to practicing the sword. A knife is heavier than a sword. It's all about momentum. To have an indomitable spirit, one must have an invincible mind. No matter who it is, kill them with one blow. Zhang Yuanying benefited greatly from the lecture. It was the first time someone had systematically taught her swordsmanship. Even her master, the third elder of Azure Dragon Peak, could not achieve such a profound understanding. My husband has studied the art of the sword very deeply. Practice as I say. Lu Yan handed the knife back to her. Zhang Yuanying kissed Lu Yan again and said, thank you. She is right. Really. If I hadn't broken through the barrier in our relationship, Lu Yan probably would never have taught me. She was just a maid who had been sold into servitude for 50 years. Why should Lu Yan teach me? He secretly rejoiced, thinking that it was all worth it this time. She definitely has good taste in men. Lu Yan said, don't just stand there. While you still remember what I just said, start practicing. Oh. Zhang Yuanying immediately began practicing. Impressive, Lu Yan. You've really impressed me. You even know swordsmanship? Long Nanji walked slowly over. She was just taking care of the child. Lu Changsheng is 6 years old, and Lu Baiji is 3 years and 7 months old. Lu Shi and Lu Feng are both 1 year and 4 months old. She and Zhang Yuanying used to be in charge of Lu Changsheng and Lu Baiji, but now that they've grown up, she only needs to keep an eye on them a little. Neither of the two women wanted her to keep an eye on them. Especially Lu Baiji, who was always acting mysteriously and hiding from her while doing other things. Lu Changshan was still working on the qi refining technique. The two younger ones were cared for by twins. So she's been quite free lately. Lu Yan glanced at her. I know a little bit. This woman always wears red, has an aristocratic air about her, is beautiful, and highly cultivated. If I were to marry her... Hey. However, her relationship with Pei Qingran. Upon closer reflection, she's just a stepmother. What does that have to do with anything? You're being modest, Long Nanji said with a slight smile. A small dimple appeared on her face, which was quite beautiful. Lu Yan asked, just say what you want to say. Is there something you need from me? Yes, Long Nanji said. You said before that after the baby was born, you would let me take my daughter Pei Qingran home. Now the child is over a year old. I asked my daughter, and she told me to ask you. Lu Yan pondered, where is she now? She and Lu Miaozhu went to the market this morning to buy some toys for the children, and they should be back in the afternoon. Suddenly, a small, childlike voice rang out, Daddy. It is Lu Changsheng. She jogged over and even jumped up when she reached Lu Yan. Lu Yan casually picked her up. Father, I have good news for you. I have broken through to the 12th level of qi refining. Hearing Lu Changsheng mention this qi refining level gave Long Nanji a headache. It was the first time she had encountered something so bizarre. Lu Yan said, that's great. After exchanging pleasantries with his eldest daughter for a while, he looked around but couldn't find his second daughter, Lu Baiji. I don't know where they've gone to hide. The eldest son possesses the supreme bone, while the second son has double pupils. They are all very capable. The second daughter is rarely seen. She was just here a moment ago, and then she disappeared in the blink of an eye, Long Nanji said helplessly. It's okay, kids all love to run around. Suddenly, a weak voice came from not far away. Father, please save me. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yan instantly unleashed his power, pushing his divine flowing light step to its limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. He has disappeared. Long Nanji and Zhang Yuanying reacted quickly and followed. A man in yellow was seen grabbing Lu Baiji by the back of the neck. He. Lu Yan, this is your daughter, right? Now I'm giving you two choices, either let me strangle your daughter, or you commit suicide on the spot. Choose one. Lu Yan asked, who the hell are you? The man in white smiled. Wang Dafa, the assassin from the Yellow Springs Palace, Netherworld Hall, is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The Yellow Springs Palace has issued the Immortal and Indestructible Order, especially the Netherworld Hall. Every now and then, assassins will come here to kill you, you dog. We plan to trade one life for another. Killing you will be enough. Lu Yan stared at him. Do you have the exact location of the Yellow Springs Palace? Have no idea. What is the address of the Netherworld Hall? Lu Yan asked again. I've already taken poison, it will take effect soon, you won't get any information out of me. Do you have the complete list of the Yellow Springs killers? Where would I get such a thing? Lu Yan's face turned cold. Since you don't have any, then you can go die. He. Your daughter is in my hands. If you dare to make a move, I'll. Splat. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. He reached up and touched his neck. It was all blood. The assassin was shocked. When did you make your move? I didn't see it. Since you're like this, then I'll kill your woman. Before he could finish speaking, he realized that the hand holding Lu Baiji by the back of her neck had broken. The entire hand was severed at the arm. This time he saw it clearly. It was Lu Yan who made the move with a flick of his finger, a burst of finger energy erupted. He was killed with a single finger. The assassin asked, what kind of martial art is this? Unfortunately, he could not hear Lu Yan's reply, because he had already stopped breathing. But Lu Yan did not stop. To prevent him from having other methods, Lu Yan transformed into a streak of light and slashed across with his sword. The assassin's head flew off and crashed to the ground. Lu Yan then caught his second daughter, Lu Baiji, who was about to fall to the ground, and asked, are you alright? Lu Baiji was terrified. She stared intently at Lu Yan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Father. From this moment on, having been reincarnated, she now truly accepts Lu Yan as her father. I'm fine. Lu Yan patted her head. It's good that you're alright. Don't run around like that next time. It's possible that he was frightened. She quickly fell asleep in Lu Yan's arms. Put her on the bed. As Lu Yankai left the room, he thought to himself. The Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Hall, is it? You just wait. She immediately sent a message to Najimitsu, explaining the situation, and then asked, could you help me find out the name or address of the assassin from the Underworld Palace? What do you want to do? Nagi Ko no Shinju said, you must not do anything reckless, and you must not leave the Great Tao sect. I cursed them all to death with the Dune wooden fish. That's good. I'll have someone check for you. Lu Yan asked, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage? Almost there, let me try again. Lu Yan asked, do you need my help? No need, I'm coming to find you now, wait for me a moment. A moment later. Nagi Ko Shinjun descended from the sky, holding a compass, and said, my lord, I have set up a 5th grade protective formation, the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang Formation. It is based on mountains and rivers and uses the numbers of the Heavenly Gang to cover the entire Hunyuan cave, thus playing a protective role. Keep strangers out. She was just about to cast a spell and set up an array. Lu Yan stopped him. Let me see the compass. He took the compass handed to him by Nagi Ko Shinju, casually adjusted the array flags and array nodes, and said, I modified the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation so that if a stranger approaches, in addition to blocking him out, it will also immediately notify me of his location. Najimitsu Shinjun took the compass, checked it, and found that it only required modifying a few parameters to gain an additional function. No. You also know about formations? She was very surprised. Lu Yan smiled and said, I know a little bit about it. When you have time, please give me some pointers, said Najimitsu Shinjun. It's not a big problem. Then I'll help you set up the formation first. Nagi Ko Shinjun cast a spell and immediately threw the compass out. The compass changes its position depending on the wind. In an instant, a massive array enveloped the Hunyuan cave. Nagi Kyojinjuan said, "Alright, I'll go back and try to break through to a higher realm. I'll find you again after I do." She vanished in a flash. "Thank you." Lu Yan waved. Zhang Yuanying noticed something and pinched Lu Yan's arm. "Husband, she is calling you husband." Chapter 62 Dragon Pattern Stone Carving, deciphered by a snail. Lu Yan was taken aback. "Huh? Did I? You didn't notice? Husband, are you still pretending to be stupid with me?" Zhang Yuanying changed her tone and pinched Lu Yan's waist. Long Nanji also laughed and said, "She's really good looking. Those legs, tsk, she looks like a leg goddess reincarnated. And that millstone-like buttocks could probably crush you." She suddenly realized that what she had said was a bit suggestive and changed the subject. "I never expected her to be a 5th grade array master." Lu Yan, you've hit the jackpot. This protective formation, the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation, needs to be set up at least several months in advance. She must have planned this formation in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete a formation of this level in a short time. You're lucky, kid. They always think of you. She's so virtuous. He knew it even without Long Nanji reminding him. He possesses the invincible array Dao, which is why he can manipulate the compass to make changes. He just didn't expect that Nagi Ko would have prepared a protective array for him. That really shows their thoughtfulness. I must help her break through to the nascent soul realm in the future. I remember she also wanted to become the deputy sect leader, but that goal could only be achieved once she took control of the Great Dao sect. It's still a long way off. We'll see how things go then. Lu Yan looked at the grand formation with great satisfaction. If another assassin comes, we'll make sure he has nowhere to leave. The snail, which hadn't been seen for a long time, flew up and landed on Lu Yan's earlobe, saying, "The formation she set up, the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation, is indeed powerful, but I know an even more powerful killing formation. Unfortunately, it requires a lot of materials. It's alright, we can collect the materials slowly. Once we've collected them all, we can set up the formation." At first, Lu Yan naively believed that as long as he stayed in the Great Dao sect, he would be safe. It seems naive now. Fortunately, the other party only sent little Cammy. They pose no threat to themselves. But there are times when I'm not around, and I'm afraid of endangering the people around me. For example, this time. Zhang Yuanying suddenly tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve and lowered her voice, saying, "Husband, come here for a moment. I just remembered something from a long time ago." "Stop whispering, I want to stop for a bit too." Long Nanji leaned closer, pricked up her ears, and said. Zhang Yuanying rolled her eyes at her, pulled Lu Yan into her room, and locked the door. "You guys are causing trouble again, aren't you? I'm getting out." "I can't help it," the snail said helplessly. "Need not." Zhang Yuanying glanced at it. "Need not?" The snail was shocked. He pointed to his back. Could it be that it can watch the game this time? His interest was immediately piqued, and he pulled out a recording bead. "You guys start, I'll record the video for you. If you want me to push, I'll do it, 10 times with the dragon's head." Zhang Yuanying tapped the snail, making a loud thumping sound. "I give up. What kind of unhealthy things are you thinking about? What exactly happened?" Lu Yan noticed that Zhang Yuanying was acting mysteriously, even closing the windows and doors he seemed rather secretive. "Shoo." Seeing that no one was watching or paying attention to this place, Zhang Yuanying had an idea. Immediately, a jade-colored stone, about the size of a door panel, flew out of the storage bag. The stone is covered with dragon patterns. It looked as if several dragons were protecting this thing. Very mysterious. Zhang Yuanying said, "I obtained this item 50 years ago when I went down the mountain to train in a secret realm. There is a special formation on it. As soon as I touch it, the formation is activated and I am thrown away. I suspect that it is some kind of formation. It's a pity I don't practice formations. So over time, I forgot about it. I only remembered this matter when Najimitsu was setting up the formation just now. Look what this is." She didn't chase the snail out of the room because the snail was knowledgeable and might know things that Lu Yan didn't. Lu Yan gazed at the enormous stone carving, examining it from top to bottom. There is indeed a protective formation above. However, this does not affect viewing the text on the stone carvings. The script is not bird script, it is more abstract than bird script, resembling scribbles. Lu Yan asked, "What is this?" Ha ha ha. The snail stood up straight behind Lu Yan's ear, hands on its hips. "I've been waiting for you to ask me that." It was very proud of itself. "Old snail, do you know him?" Lu Yan asked in surprise. "Old snail?" A long-lost form of address. It doesn't care much about what it's called. The snail proudly declared, "I am a member of the immortal snail clan. Neither the heavens nor the earth can bury me, so I am nowhere to be found." Lu Yan interrupted its boasting. "Stop talking nonsense." Snail put his hands on his hips and said, "Actually, it's called dragon pattern stone carving. It's made of rare dragon pattern black gold material, and its defense is amazing." "Where is the text on it?" Lu Yan asked again. The snail said, "This script is a rare, divine and demonic script, even in the divine era. It is the script used by the divine and demonic race. This clan is a branch of the 13 mud people. In other words, the god-demon race is a human race, but because they have consumed the blood of gods and demons, they possess half of the bloodline of gods and demons. This tradition has continued and evolved into a tribe. This race is very clever. They combined a certain technique from the god-demon race and the human race to create a second nascent soul. The text written above explains how to cultivate a second nascent soul." Zhang Yuanying asked, "What is the 13 mud people clan?" The snail was very proud and explained, "Legend has it that when Yuwa created humans, she first made 13 clay figures by hand. Later, she found it troublesome, so she used a vine to make people in batches. Each of the 13 clay figures she sculpted by hand possessed extraordinary power, and later generations called the 13 clay figures the Clay Figure Clan. After development, the Mud People tribe has given rise to many powerful races. The God Demon Clan is one of its branches." Zhang Yuanying suddenly realized that she had learned something useful. A second nascent soul? Lu Yan became even more curious about this. The snail said, "As we all know, cultivators only have one nascent soul, but the god and demon race is different. They can cultivate a second nascent soul. Unfortunately, the second nascent soul technique was lost during the Divine Path period. It couldn't have been passed down to the ancient times. Few people know this now. If I hadn't lived so long, I wouldn't have known such a secret." Lu Yan said, "Oldwa, quickly translate the text into a language we can understand." "It's not a big problem, but I can't write." "I'll read, and you write," the snail said. Zhang Yuanying immediately fetched a pen and paper. 2 hours later, Zhang Yuanying finally finished writing and handed it to the snail to read again. The snail said, "That's right, that's roughly the idea." Lu Yan leaned over to take a look. A moment later, he then used his divine sense to memorize all the words on it. "I've memorized everything. Here, take this piece of paper." Zhang Yuanying was shocked. "You remembered it in just a short while? What kind of memory do you have?" "Basic operation." Lu Yan has always had a good memory. Zhang Yuanying was stunned. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Because she only read 4 lines of text and the other person remembered it. The snail said, "I have something to say, Zhang Yuanying. Your talent for cultivation is indeed lacking, so don't even think about cultivating a second nascent soul. You'll be lucky if you can break through to the nascent soul stage. However, you can keep it and pass it on to your child." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanying lowered her head shyly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Yan said, "Keep it. This thing was originally yours. I'm just benefiting from your generosity. Why say such things between husband and wife? Besides, if it weren't for your 3 tribulations Dao flower, I'm afraid I would have died soon, and you only made me a maid for 50 years. You don't need to do the maid duties anymore, just leave them to Njiyu and Nji-chan." Since he had a relationship with Zhang Yuanying, he could no longer treat her as a maid. Lu Yan patted her head. "From now on, you won't have to be a maid anymore. You're free now. If you want to leave, you can do so anytime, but remember to tell me when you leave." "Thank you, my husband." Zhang Yuanying looked up with a firm gaze. "But I have no intention of leaving, I will stay here." She plans to cultivate here until she dies of old age. She also wants to have several children with Lu Yan. "Alright, let's begin our cultivation." Lu Yan picked her up and carried her to the bed. "Ah! In broad daylight, you. Zhang Yuanying panicked. "Finally, I can watch the game." The snail thought to itself, silently taking out the recording bead, when suddenly a gust of wind blew it out of the room. "Lu Yan, you bastard, you use me and then throw me away, it makes me so angry." The The snail was so angry it gritted its teeth. However, it didn't leave. Instead, it pressed itself against the wall, intending to listen to the sounds of the people inside. Husband, we are. Zhang Yuanying was finding it hard to keep up. I have only been cultivating with Lu Yan for 4 months. She's about to fall apart. However, Lu Yan's technique was too good, and soon she couldn't help but moan and groan again. Chapter 63 The Second Nascent Soul Level 6. Husband, be gentle. Zhang Yuanying squinted her eyes, thoroughly enjoying herself. She felt like a slut, always silently indulging in pleasure, but she quickly forgot about it. Lu Yan smiled faintly. The Su Nu Wen Dao Jing is running at high speed. The technique translated by Snail is called the Second Nascent Soul Technique. The name was simple and straightforward. This method has a total of 13 layers. For an ordinary person to cultivate, it would be extremely difficult, and it would probably be impossible to succeed even after a lifetime of pursuit. Although Lu Yan remembered the contents, they were obscure and difficult to understand. For example, the celestial sphere revolves, and the dark spirit shines around. I have no idea what it means. Fortunately, he had a cheat code. As the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing was put into practice, its effects were quickly demonstrated. After 1 time, the first level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. After 2 times, the second level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was completed. After 3 times, the third level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was reached. After 4 times, the fourth level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was reached. 8 times later, the fifth level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. The next day, the sixth level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was reached. On the third day, the seventh level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was reached. On the 5th day, the 8th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. On the 7th day, the 9th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. On the 10th day, the 10th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. On the 15th day, the 11th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method. On the 20th day, the 12th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was reached. On the 30th day, the 13th level of the Second Nascent Soul Method was officially completed. Lu Yan was shocked. I didn't expect it to take a month to cultivate this method. Perhaps Zhang Yuanying's cultivation level is too low, and the effect is not good. Just as he was staring at his work, Zhang Yuanying hugged him excitedly. My husband, I've broken through again. I'm now at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Congratulations, your cultivation progress is quite fast. It's all thanks to my husband, thank you, my husband. Zhang Yuanying hugged Lu Yan, laughing happily. She hadn't expected that her cultivation progress would be so much faster since she slept with Lu Yan. You can improve by cultivating with Lu Yan. No wonder Pei Qingran and Lu Niaozhu always sleep with him. Lu Yan looked at her. With a smile in his eyes, he said, in that case, shall we continue? Don't. Zhang Yuanying immediately waved his hand. It's been 5 months in a row, and I'm starting to feel the strain. You should ask Sister Pei and Sister Lu for help. I need to get some sleep. She was so tired. But that's only one of the reasons. Another reason. If she continues to monopolize Lu Yan, her 2 older sisters will have objections. She can't be so ignorant. Alright, I'll use my wonderful spring hands to heal you. Lu Yan helped her treat her fatigue and pain. 1 hour later. Leave the room. The snail said with a dark face, finally out. It's been a whole month. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lu Yan asked. The snail said, you have had the Second Nascent Soul Technique for over a month now. I want you to try cultivating it and strive to refine your Second Nascent Soul. Little snail, I've mastered it. Lu Yan smiled. Little snail? The form of address has changed again. Very good. It doesn't care. Suddenly it noticed something. What did you just say? You've mastered it? Yes. Lu Yan said, you heard me right, you've mastered it. Come on, I'll go back to my room and show you. He went back to his room. Immediately performed the incantation. His own nascent soul emerged from between his eyebrows. The nascent soul was about the size of a figurine, cute and adorable. This is the nascent soul that Lu Yan has condensed. Immediately afterwards, the Second Nascent Soul Technique, a technique at the Great Perfection Realm, was unleashed. A moment later, based on the original nascent soul, another identical nascent soul was directly split off. This is my second nascent soul. Lu Yan gazed at the second nascent soul. It is exactly the same as the original nascent soul, without any difference. The snail was shocked. How is this possible? The second nascent soul technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Logically speaking, it should take at least 80 years to cultivate it to the great perfection. You completed it in a month? How did you do that? It was very curious. Is Lu Yan cheating? It's all due to my talent, Lu Yan said with a faint smile. The snail rolled its eyes. Don't give me that talent nonsense. I've never heard of such a talent that can be mastered in 3 months. There's nothing I can do. I have a wife, but you don't. You can hardly understand this. Well, snails are beyond words. Lu Yan must have some secrets that no one knows. It wants to ask. But then I thought everyone has secrets, so I didn't press the issue to find out more. Lu Yan observes the differences between the two nascent souls. The second nascent soul is different from the original nascent soul. Although they look the same, they have their own independent consciousness and are not controlled by the original nascent soul. Indeed, this second nascent soul is truly wondrous. I wonder if it would be able to cultivate the immortal ancient desolate demon guide? Let's get right to it. He controlled the second nascent soul to cultivate the immortal ancient desolate demon guide. It actually works. Wow, that's awesome. Previously, I had been considering how to efficiently cultivate the immortal ancient wild demon guide. Isn't that a solution? Lu Yan controlled the second nascent soul, making it cultivate this technique continuously for 24 hours a day. It is gradually stabilizing. Lu Yankai walked out of the room. They happened to run into Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu. My husband, it's been a long time. Pei Qingran smiled. Lu Yan stepped forward, took the two women's hands, and said, Yes, it's been a long time. Have you missed me? Think. I miss you all too. Lu Miaozhu poked his chest. What are you thinking? Who you're with every day, do you think we don't know? Lu Yan explained, I'm cultivating. Cultivation my foot. The two women rolled their eyes simultaneously. Lu Yan pointed to his room and said, Come on, let's go inside. The two girls wanted to practice swordsmanship. But Lu Yan dragged her into the room. 1 day later. Nascent Soul Level 4, 1%. 2 days later. Nascent Soul Level 4, 2%. 4 days later. Nascent Soul Level 4, 4%. 1 month later. Nascent Soul Level 4, 32%. 2 months later. Nascent Soul Level 4, 64%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 36%. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 45%. Lu Miaozhu cried out, Husband, no, I can't take it anymore. Me too. Pei Qingran kicked Lu Yan out of the room. They never imagined that they would stay in the room for half a year. That's fucking insane. Fortunately, thankfully. She broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Miaozhu broke through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. That can be considered progress. However, Lu Yan's subtlety has already surpassed theirs. Even if they were stacked together, they still couldn't detect Lu Yan's cultivation level, so there's only one possibility. Lu Yan is better than them. That's really perverted. The two women felt that Lu Yan's cultivation speed was too fast. They were overtaken before they could even react. At the door of the room. As soon as Lu Yan stepped out, he saw Long Nanji. Is something the matter? Lu Yan asked. Long Nanji, it's about the same thing as before. I remember telling you that I was going to take my daughter back to Huasong Kingdom. Lu Yan shook his head, not yet. Why? The children are still young and cannot be separated from their mother for the time being. Then take the child with you. The journey is long and unsafe. Then you should come along too. No. Lu Yan refused, I cannot leave the Great Tao sect. I have been given the Immortal Order by the Yellow Springs Prince. Do you remember the lesson from last time? The assassin came here, captured my second daughter, Lu Baiji, and threatened me to commit suicide. If I leave, it will be very dangerous. Pei Qingran cannot leave either. She is my woman, and the Yellow Springs Palace may capture her to threaten me. So I'm sorry, I can't leave for the time being. Let's wait a while. Long Nanji said angrily, we agreed that we could take her back after she gave birth, but now it's been dragging on for a year and 11 months. I'm sorry, the situation is different now. Long Nanji gritted her teeth. She, a dignified great perfection of the divine transformation realm, is actually compromising herself here. She was both a mother and a maid. Was it easy for her? She was furious and, bypassing Lu Yen, banged on the door. Daughter, come out here. Pei Qingran, inside the room, asked in confusion, did you need something from me? Long Nanji said, come home with me to see your father, the emperor. Not yet, it's too dangerous now. I'm afraid that if I go out, I'll be hunted down by the people from the Yellow Springs Palace. Isn't that what I'm here for? Have you reached the void refinement stage? No. Then you can't protect me. The Yellow Springs Palace has cultivators at the refinement realm and the integration realm. If you are at the tribulation transcending realm, I will go home with you immediately. Fuck you. Long Nanji lost her temper and started cursing. Lu Yen was surprised to learn that even beautiful women could swear when they lost their temper. Interesting. But I miss your father, please come back with me. Wha? Long Nanji cried, tears streaming down her face. She really had no other choice. If Pei Qingran hadn't left, how could she have possessed another body? Within the Great Tao sect, she dared not risk taking action. She is at the great perfection of the divine transformation realm. Unlike the assassins of the underworld palace who were fearless, she valued her life more. Let's wait a while longer. We'll go home once things calm down, Pei Qingran said dismissively. But in his heart he thought, going home is absolutely impossible. If she were to leave the Great Tao sect even half a step, she would be considered to have lost. If you miss father, go now. Husband, please see the guest out. Okay. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yen gestured for him to enter. You go back first, I'll bring Qingran back to see you later. Long Nanji, of course, did not leave. Her goal was to possess Pei Qingran's body, but she didn't even complete the mission. Why go back? It seems the only option is to use force and trick Pei Qingran into leaving the Great Tao sect. You need to use your brain. 2 days later. Long Nanji found Pei Qingran and said, let's take the kids out of the Great Tao sect for a stroll, they're feeling restless. Chapter 64 Lu Yen, you've come at just the right time. Pei Qingran shook her head upon hearing this. The Yellow Springs Palace is keeping an eye on us. It's not safe to go out. Let the children be patient. If something happens, neither of us can afford the consequences. When one plan failed, Long Nanji devised another. She planned to secretly take Lu Changsheng and Lu Baiji away from the Great Tao sect in order to force Pei Qingran to submit. Just as she was about to take action, Lu Yen came in from outside and said, even with the 5th Great Formation, Mountain and River Heavenly Gang Formation, I still don't think it's safe enough, so I asked my master's wife to keep an eye on us. She is one of the 3 great masters of the Great Tao sect, and her strength is unimaginable. If she keeps an eye on things, even if the Lord of the Underworld Palace comes in person, he won't be able to handle it. Long Nanji gasped, third aunt? She knew the secrets of the Great Tao sect. Legend has it that the Great Tao sect has 3 supreme elders whose combined attack is comparable to that of a tribulation transcending supreme. In other words, the 3 primordial ones should be at the integration realm. She simply cannot afford to offend someone at the integration realm. She could hardly imagine the methods of someone at the integration realm. Let alone the integration realm, even the refinement realm would make her hesitant. Long Nanji's face was full of worry, and she muttered to herself. I was so stupid back then, why did I choose Pei Qingran as my body to possess? She possessed 100,000 bodies in the Fire Mulberry Kingdom, and Pei Qingran was the only one who cultivated to the nascent soul stage. I thought he was highly talented. After possessing another body, one will have more time to advance to the void refinement stage. Now she's worried. It was difficult to lure Pei Qingran away from the Great Tao sect. Perhaps we could try to possess Pei Qingran's body within the Hunyuan cave? No. She is merely the spirit of Long Nanji. She was responsible for taking him out. Possession was the original owner's business. She rubbed her temples. Why is it so difficult to possess someone's body? She was determined to possess someone else's body because her lifespan was running out. She has a total of 20 years of lifespan left. She has been lingering in the Great Tao sect for 2 or 3 years, which means she still has 16 or 17 years of lifespan left. She must hurry up and seize Pei Qingran's body. After possessing Pei Qingran's body, he must immediately leave the Great Tao sect and the Huasong Kingdom. How can I get away with this if I run into Lu Yan again? She thought about it carefully. If I manage to encounter Lu Yan after possessing his body, I'll pretend to be Pei Qingran and sleep with him. That way, I can do it without anyone noticing. Reasonable. Perfect. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Yan patted her on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? I've been calling you, but you haven't responded. What did you call me? Long Nanji said. I was lost in thought just now, sorry. Lu Yan said, I will not rest until the Yellow Springs Palace is destroyed, so you should hurry back to Huasong Kingdom. Besides, you have been here for 2 or 3 years, and I am afraid that people will gossip if this continues. What gossip could spread? In name only, I am your mother-in-law, Long Nanji said. Lu Yan thought to himself. Mother-in-law my foot. My mother-in-law is Pei Qingran's biological mother, and her biological mother has been gone for a long time. Seeing that Lu Yan remained silent, Long Nanji said. It's all right. My relationship with Pei Qingran is what it is, no one will think too much about it. Lu Yan said, all right, if you insist, then stay. But I want to make it clear beforehand that we will not leave the Great Tao sect easily. The assassins from the Yellow Springs Palace are just too crazy. Long Nanji remained silent, went back to her room, and locked the door. Contact me to explain the situation. Are you stupid? Couldn't you just knock Pei Qingran unconscious and take her away? Dream on. Yang Wanjin is watching. She's one of the 3 wives. Third wife? Long Nanji himself had a solemn expression. I can't get away right now. I have to deal with the old emperor of Huasong Kingdom. By the way, I have a way. You can use your seductive arts to control Lu Yan, bewitch him, and gradually create an illusion, just like I bewitched the emperor of Huasong Kingdom. The spirit rolled its eyes. Do you think everyone is that stupid emperor? Lu Yan is very smart. The main reason is that Yang Wanjin is watching me, so I don't dare to make a move. The Venerable One said, then let's think of a way to keep Yang Wanjin out of the Great Tao sect. The spirit was speechless. I don't have the ability to lure her out. If you have the ability, then you do it. The Venerable One sighed, then there's only one way left. The spirit perked up its ears, speak. The Venerable One said, just tell me that there is a secret method in a certain secret realm that can refine a spiritual body. I don't believe I won't be tempted. You can use this method to lure Yang Wanjin to the secret realm. Are you crazy? You're willing to give away such a heaven-defying skill as the spirit body secret technique? Your lifespan is limited, so you have no choice but to take a gamble. Besides, are you stupid? Who told you to give away the real spirit body secret technique? Okay, I'll try this method. 3 days later. Lu Yan received news that the spiritual body secret technique had appeared in the Kunlun secret realm. The spirit body secret technique is a secret method that allows one to create a spirit body without reaching the void refinement realm, and the spirit body possesses the same strength as the original body. This method is very similar to the external avatar of someone in the void refinement realm. Therefore, the secret realm appeared. All the cultivators went into a frenzy. I never imagined that such a heaven-defying secret technique existed in the world. Everyone was very interested. They all went there. Long Nanji asked, Lu Yan, aren't you going? I cannot leave the Great Tao sect. Lu Yan's words were meaningful. Long Nanji already knew through the system that the woman in front of him was Long Nanji's spirit body, and he could guess with his own eyes that this secret realm must have been created by her. If the assassins from the Palace of the Dead aren't watching me, I'll definitely go out. He put on a pained expression. Long Nanji said, such a heaven-defying secret technique, your master's wife must have gone out to search for it, right? They're actually testing me, Lu Yan said with a smile. You're overthinking it. My master's wife is incredibly lazy. She didn't go, she's cultivating in the main hall. Long Nanji left dejectedly, unable to get the answer she wanted. Several days later. It has been confirmed that the Kunlun secret realm is fake. In Lu Yan's room, Pei Qingran shook her head. It seems Long Nanji is getting anxious, she can't wait to lure us out. It's probably because he doesn't have much lifespan left. So, should we just let her continue like this? It's alright, we can wait. I don't believe she won't come. Lu Yan is being rather greedy now. He wanted to extract the secret techniques of spiritual body from Long Nanji. This way, a spiritual body can be separated. Thus, the second nascent soul was placed inside the spirit body, and the spirit body was used to cultivate the immortal ancient desolate demon guide, allowing the spirit body to go out and experience trials in place of the individual. What a perfect idea! As soon as the idea came to mind, Lu Yan was surprised by his own thoughts. That's a perfect idea. Pei Qingran said, I'm afraid she'll do something desperate. Lu Yan said, don't worry, we have Master's wife. With Master's wife around, we wouldn't dare to take any risks. She's the one in a hurry. We're not. We have plenty of lifespans. Let's see who can outlast whom. Pei Qingran nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Yan scanned the area with his divine sense and recognized Lu Miaozhu. He said, come in. Husband, you guys are playing secretly without me. Lu Miaozhu rolled her eyes as she ate beef jerky. Pei Qingran said, we have important business to attend to. Snort. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door. A voice came from outside the door. It's me, Zhang Yuanying. Lu Yan, are you inside? Just as Lu Yan was about to speak, Zhang Yuanying pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, she paused in her tracks. I'm sorry, I've come at the wrong time. You've come at just the right time. Lu Yan pulled her over. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu both stood up and said, then let's go. Lu Yan stopped them. No, let's do it together. The two women looked at Lu Yan and said, together my foot. Lu Yan chuckled and put his arm around their waists, it's just about growing together. After saying that, he pushed them all onto the bed. Lu Yan rubbed his hands together. My ladies, I'm here. Quietly circulate the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing. Chapter 65 Nascent Soul Stage 8, Nagi Ko-O True Monarch is pregnant. 1 day later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 1.5%. 2 days later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 3.1%. 4 days later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 6.2%. 1 month later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 50%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 42%. Lu Yan was surprised to find that his cultivation speed had increased. Could it really be related to the quantity? Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu were together for 3 months. Zhang Yuanying was alone for 4 months. Now it only takes 2 months to break through 1 layer. Lu Yan finally confirmed that his conjecture was correct. It really does have to do with quantity. Pei Qingran rolled her eyes and panted, you beast, aren't you tired? Lu Yan smiled but remained silent. Ancient kidney body. It's a human-shaped pile driver. It's all just a trivial matter. On the contrary, Zhang Yuanying couldn't take it and fainted, while Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran rolled their eyes. I have to go practice my swordsmanship, I won't follow you into this depravity. Pei Qingran got up, dressed, and left. Lu Miaozhu also left, and the first thing she did was go to the kitchen and eat a bucket of spirit meat porridge. No way. She was so hungry. Lu Yan couldn't help but complain, it seems that the Taotai sacred body is not working. The cultivation speed is still slow. It feels like a waste. It's not as good as my own Su Nu Dao Wen Jing, but... When Long Nanji saw 3 women walk out of Lu Yan's room, she was shocked. No way, you can take on 3 people at once with that body? Long Nanji found it unbelievable. Lu Yan said, what nonsense are you talking about? We were just cultivating, we didn't do anything. Despicable people think despicable things. Long Nanji was speechless, unsure of what to say in response. Why are you so free? Aren't you taking care of the kids? Lu Yan asked. Long Nanji said, Lu Changsheng has cultivated to the 15th level of qi refining, and Lu Baizhi has also broken through to the qi refining realm. As for Lu Xi and Lu Feng, they don't understand anything and are still playing in the mud and sand. Lu Xi and Lu Feng weren't being looked after by her, the twins were watching over them. These children have all grown up. Bouncing and jumping. Just take a look. The most important thing right now is to take Pei Qingran away. Unfortunately, I racked my brains. I still can't figure it out. With no other option, she had to stay in the Hunyuan cave for the time being, freeloading off others. It has to be said that Lu Yan is really crazy, taking on 3 people at once. It seems that physical strength is indeed invincible. She has recently tried to contact him, but he is always busy and she doesn't know what he's busy with. Because the information of the main body will not be shared with her. However, all of one's own information will be synchronized with the real person. This is the only difference between the physical body and the spirit body. Long Nanji added, the children are growing up, the youngest is over 2 years old. Don't you really want to go out and see the world? It would be good for them to broaden their horizons. They can't just stay cooped up in the Great Tao sect all the time. Lu Yan said, the assassins from the Yellow Springs Palace are watching us, so we're not going. By the way, you shouldn't always be thinking about playing around. In your free time, you can cultivate and try to break through to the void refinement stage. Long Nanji was speechless. She also wanted to break through. But even the original body hasn't broken through, so what's the point of her breaking through? She still has 16 or 17 years of lifespan left to break through to the void refinement stage in such a short time is undoubtedly wishful thinking. The only way to break through is to possess another body. Lu Yan patted her shoulder, focus on your cultivation, I have to go out for a while. Whoosh! He vanished into thin air. The top floor of the library. Lu Yan saw the charming and alluring Najimitsu. Weren't you trying to break through to the nascent soul stage? Why did you call me here? Najimitsu said, I can't break through. I'm always just a little short of succeeding. But every time I'm just a little short. Sigh. I've figured it out. Whether I break through or not depends on fate. I can't force it. Since we can't break through, let's just call Lu Yan to the top floor and relive the madness of the past. Are you sure it's here? Lu Yan stepped forward and put his arm around her waist. I've already checked with my divine sense, and no one is watching this place. Najimitsu Shinken tossed his hair and licked his lips. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Yan picked her up in one go. She seems to have become more voluptuous. Her buttocks became more rounded. This butt is absolutely deadly. Lu Yan took a deep breath and quietly began to circulate the Su Nu and Dao Jing. 1 day later. 7th level of nascent soul, 1%. 2 days later. 7th level of nascent soul, 2%. 4 days later. 7th level of nascent soul, 4%. 1 month later. Nascent soul level 7, 32%. 2 months later. Nascent soul level 7, 64%. 3 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 51%. Nagi Ko Shinjuan said, Husband, how come you've broken through again? You're at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage now, right? Right. How did you do that? Why are you always able to break through like this? Have you been practicing some kind of strange magic? No, I don't know either. Maybe I'm just exceptionally gifted. Indeed, exceptionally talented. Nagi Ko Shinjun stared at a certain part of Lu Yan's body. Is this called the Unicorn Dragon King? Lu Yan was shocked, how did you know? She said shyly, I've read some ancient books and know a little about it, but it's just a legend. I never expected it to appear here. That's why I'm so gifted. Lu Yan put his arm around her and said, I feel like you're not far from reaching the nascent soul stage. Najimitsu Shinjun said. Yes, I didn't expect that I could continue to improve even at this level. Perhaps this is why I cannot break through to the nascent soul stage. Believe me, your cultivation has improved so much, you're about to break through. Thank you for your kind words. She leaned against Lu Yan's chest and said, Husband, I want a child. Want it? Lu Yan was shocked. Which child do you want? I have 4, Lu Changsheng, Lu Baiji, Lu Shi, and Lu Feng. She rolled her eyes and punched Lu Yan. I mean, I want to have a child with you, to have a child for you. Ha ha ha. Lu Yan knew what she meant, but just wanted to tease her. Okay, then have the baby for me. Najimitsu asked, Husband, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I love all children. Lu Yan felt that men and women were the same. I suddenly remembered my parents. They abandoned me after I was born. Luckily, I was born and taken in by the Hahuan sect. Otherwise, you would never have met me. She didn't really want to talk about the past this time, it just suddenly came to mind. Lu Yan kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I don't discriminate against girls. I know, I can see it. You treat your daughter very well, I've seen it with both Lu Chongsheng and Lu Baiji. Then let's keep trying to have a baby, and try to give me one as soon as possible. Good. The two remained on the top floor. The floor rattled loudly. Those reading below found it strange and went up to investigate, but there was no sound when they came up. Is it haunted? After the disciple left, Lu Yan continued. Gradually, the two became so engrossed in their own world that they forgot what the world was like. 3 more days passed. On this day, Nagi Ko felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, so he quickly told Lu Yan to stop. Lu Yan checked her pulse and said with a smile, My wife, you're pregnant. You're already a month along. It's all my fault for not paying attention before. Najimitsu smiled brightly, kissed Lu Yan, and said excitedly. I'm going to have a child. Yes, come on, come back to Hunyuan Cave with me. Lu Yan pulled her along. She stammered, I think I should go back to my own cave, I. Lu Yan felt she was a bit socially anxious, so he stopped pressuring her and touched her forehead. Okay, I'll take you. After sending her back to her cave, Lu Yan did not return to the Hunyuan Cave. Instead, he opened a pharmacy to help with pregnancy and cared for her for about a month before leaving. Lu Yan said, Remember to call me if you need anything, call me anytime. Good. Najimitsu touched his little belly, his face full of happiness. She had long been prepared to be a mother, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Lu Yan had just returned to the Hunyuan Cave. Pei Qingran and the other women asked, Husband, where have you been? Lu Yan told her about Najimitsu. Pei Qingran already knew about this and wasn't surprised at all, but she hadn't expected her to be pregnant. After thinking for a moment, she said, She is pregnant, so why don't you bring her back here? There are maids here, it's inconvenient for her to be alone. I've called her many times, and she seems to have some social anxiety. The girls were both amused and exasperated upon hearing this, never expecting that someone at the peak of the nascent soul stage would also be so socially awkward. Damn, this family is getting more and more lively, Long Nanji complained from a distance. Lu Yan really has more and more women he has 4 now. He is indeed a lecher. How about I seduce him, control him, and then take him away from the Great Tao sect? She thought about it. In the end, I gave up the idea. She was afraid that Yang Wanjin would kill her. The twins were shocked to learn that Nagi Ko was pregnant. They both thought Lu Yan was amazing, as he was the grand elder of the library and had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. He managed to win them all over. Awesome! And Jiyuan and Jichan stared at Lu Yan, and upon closer inspection, he was indeed ridiculously handsome, no wonder he was so popular. And Jiyu's favorability rating, 83. And Jichan's favorability rating, 84. Lu Yan was exchanging pleasantries with the girls when he suddenly looked at the twins and asked, What do you mean by this? The twins felt Lu Yan's gaze and lowered their heads, frantically looking around for the children. Hey! My damn charm! Lu Yan withdrew his gaze. My husband, there are still some things I don't understand about swordsmanship. Could you please give me some pointers? Pei Qingran held Lu Yan's hand. What don't you understand? Let me see. Lu Yan asked. Pei Qingran was practicing his swordsmanship, but when he reached the character KK, there was a momentary lapse in the smoothness of his movements. Lu Yan said, Change the way you wield your sword. Here, change the flow of your meridians from Dongting to Thunder Origin and then to Sparrowgate. Try my method. Good. Pei Qingran practiced swordsmanship according to Lu Yan's instructions. Sudden. The sword energy surged. The uninhabited secondary peak on the right was shaken by the sword energy, and the mountain split open, billowing with dust. Lu Yan gave a thumbs up and said, Congratulations, you have entered the second realm of swordsmanship. The sword path of the primordial chaos realm is divided into 10 realms. Sword techniques, sword energy, sword aura, sword momentum, sword spirit, sword intent, sword domain, sword realm, sword master, sword immortal. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu are both pure sword cultivators. Purely refers to specialization. Both women only studied swordsmanship and practiced swordsmanship, they didn't practice anything else. Lu Yan is different from them. He learned a wide variety of things. Chapter 66 An elder was killed in one move, he deserved to die. Second stage of swordsmanship, Sister Pei, you are really amazing. Lu Miaozhu, watching from a distance, was filled with envy. The first level of swordsmanship is sword techniques. She is currently at this stage. This stage requires extensive sword practice. It takes time and effort to accumulate knowledge and skills before one can develop sword energy. The sword energy here refers to natural sword energy. Most cultivators know how to use swords, but they simply channel their spiritual energy into the sword. It is actually the use of spiritual power. This is what a regular cultivator is like. He is not a pure sword cultivator. The requirements for pure sword cultivators are even more stringent. To enter the second realm, one must learn to vibrate the sword body to generate sword energy. Once you enter this stage, the mere sword energy was enough to destroy a mountain. He was several times stronger than an ordinary cultivator who merely used a sword as a weapon. She had been cultivating for hundreds of years but still hadn't reached the second realm. She never expected Pei Qingran to reach it today. It was truly terrifying. Pei Qingran casually twirled her sword and looked at Lu Miaozhu. It's not that I'm good, it's that my husband is good. With just a little guidance from him, I can make a breakthrough. Lu Yan did not claim all the credit, saying, You're quick to grasp things. You have a good aptitude for swordsmanship. If you persevere in your practice, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Lu Miaozhu clung to Lu Yan's arm and acted coquettishly. Husband, why don't you give me some pointers? Lu Yan gently patted her hand and said, I've seen your sword before, but you'll need to practice for a few more years before you break through to the second realm. You can't rush it. Will it get better in a few years? Lu Miaozhu's eyes lit up. Right. Then I'll continue practicing my sword. Lu Miaozhu stuffed the beef jerky in her hand into her mouth like a hamster, and then began to practice her sword. Pei Qingran was not idle either. Because she still has a long way to go before she can become a sword immortal. Seeing that the two women were focused on practicing their swordsmanship, Zhang Yuanying ran over, put her arms around Lu Yan's neck, and said, My husband, please teach me the three-sword style. Lu Yan said, Don't rush, just continue practicing using your current method. If you persist for a few more years, you will definitely make a breakthrough in the three-sword style. Hearing Lu Yan say that, Zhang Yuanying was full of motivation. She started practicing. Long Nanji frowned slightly. How did Lu Yan do that? Why can't I see the problem, but he can? Long Nanji's favorability, 20, curious about you. Lu Yan noticed the system notification, paused for a moment, and looked at Long Nanji. Long Nanji quickly turned her head to the side. Her favorability rating is actually starting to rise. Lu Yan thought it was outrageous. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. I can't figure it out. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. A month has passed. There have been many more assassins this month. They appear outside the Hunyuan cave every 2 or 3 days. It was the formation set up by Najimitsu that took effect. Lu Yan immediately went to kill the assassin. He also asked the assassins about the locations of the Palace of the Underworld and Hall of the Netherworld. Or a list of killers. But none of these killers had any relevant information. It's such a waste of time. He killed them all. In the end, they killed too many people, so they simply strung the killers together and hung them on the door. This is what happens to assassins. Anyone who's not afraid of death, come on over. He felt that the Underworld Palace was like a piece of chewing gum. Once it was stuck, it was impossible to get rid of it. But it doesn't matter. In the Great Tao sect, I have the advantage of timing, location, and popular support. Whoever comes will die. I wonder how Najimitsu, who is 2 months pregnant, is doing. He initially intended to send a message using the communication jade slip, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to go find her. Without further hesitation, they soared into the sky. Najiko Cave. Nagi Ko Shinjun was pouring tea for an old woman, and said very respectfully, Ninth Elder, have some tea. She was reluctant to pour the tea. This was the 8th time the other party had come to see her since she became pregnant. The Ninth Elder sipped his tea, a bright smile on his face. Being able to drink 600-year-old Langya tea is quite impressive. It seems you're living a comfortable life. Najimitsu felt the other party was being sarcastic, but not wanting to lash out, he smiled and said, No, this is a benefit of the Great Tao sect. Every elder receives a fixed monthly benefit, and this is just one of them. If Ninth Elder likes it, I'll pack it up for you when you leave. The old woman in front of me is not from the great Tao sect, she is the ninth elder of the Joyful Union sect. Achieved the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. She couldn't afford to offend her boss. The ninth elder tapped his index finger on his teacup and said, "No need for that. Let me ask you one last time, are you really not going to get rid of that bastard in your belly? Why should I hit him? Besides, the child in my belly isn't a bastard. He has a father, a name, and a surname." Najimitsu raised his voice. The ninth elder was exasperated. "I really don't know what to say to you. Isn't Elder Zhuo Weiyan of the Great Tao Palace interested in you? Why don't you go with him, or even his son? You insist on going with Lu Yan, but Lu Yan already has investors. Lu Miaozhu is enough. You should invest in Zhuo Weiyan, or his son. Don't put all your eggs in one basket." The Hahuan sect didn't object to Nagi Quan True Lord liking someone, but they never expected it to be Lu Yan. She said solemnly, "This is not something you can do recklessly. Since the baby is only 2 months old, abortion now will have the least impact on you. This is abortion powder brought by the Hahuan sect. As long as you take it, you can have a painless miscarriage. Take it immediately." Nagi Ko Shinjun said, "So this is the result the Hahuan sect gave me?" "Yes, there is no room for discussion. We won't waste our beauty on the same person," said the ninth elder. Najimitsu Shinken said, "What if I disagree?" The ninth elder said coldly, "Then I will do it myself. I knew you wouldn't give in easily, so I came myself and fed it to you personally." The ninth elder stood up and pointed with his finger. Najimitsu Shinjun was immobilized. With a wave of her left hand, Najimitsu's mouth was opened, and she immediately opened the medicine powder on the table, intending to feed it to Najimitsu. Najimitsu tried to struggle, but unfortunately he couldn't move. "My husband, save me." With tears in his eyes, Najimitsu sent a message to Lu Yan at the critical moment. "I don't know if I can make it in time. Eat it. I won't hurt you. I'm doing this for your own good." Just as the ninth elder poured the abortion powder into Najimitsu's mouth, the door to the cave was suddenly opened. "My wife, I'm here. Are you happy to see me? Are you surprised or delighted?" Lu Yan pushed open the door and entered, seeing this strange scene. "Wife, what does this old woman want? She's going to abort our child. Save me, my husband." Nagi Ko shouted, tears streaming down his face. Lu Yan's speed exploded. Like lightning, he instantly carried Najimitsu and retreated 30 meters away. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, she hasn't put the powder in yet." "That's good." Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the old woman. "I'll kill her now. You must be Lu Yan. I am the ninth elder of the Hahuan sect. I mean no harm. I just want her to be better. I'm doing this for her own good. Please cooperate with me. Otherwise, I won't be polite." "Old man." Lu Yan spoke eloquently, and with one kick, sent the old woman flying. Puff. The ninth elder collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his rage uncontrollable. "I am the ninth elder of the Hahuan sect. You dare to attack me? You are courting death. I didn't want to attack you, but now you must die." She acted immediately. With swift movements, it transformed into a raging lion. Lu Yan kicked again. "Go to hell." He kicked her away again. Puff. She coughed up blood again and was kicked away twice in a row. Enraged, she took out a blood-red copper bell. "Lu Yan, you are a genius, but a genius who hasn't grown up isn't a genius. Today you have completely enraged me. Blood copper bell, get it to me." Nagi Ko Shinken immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Ninth elder, please don't kill my husband. Please don't kill her, I'm willing to have an abortion." "It's too late." The ninth elder's gaze sharpened. "I am a half-step nascent soul cultivator. Anyone who comes today will die." This made Lu Yan laugh. "What do you mean by half-step nascent soul? Do nascent soul cultivators invite you to meetings? You brat, you're asking for death." She unleashed the blood-red bronze bell and charged towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan snapped his fingers, triggering the third minor success of the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. Suddenly, 3 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. It shattered the blood copper bell in one fell swoop. "Ha!" Upon seeing this, the ninth elder tried to run away. But she was no match for the lightning. She was struck directly, her body smoking, and before she could even utter a last word, she was reduced to a charred corpse. Najimitsu Shinjun was shocked. Husband, you. She was so shocked she could hardly speak. Lu Yen said, you are also at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, what are you afraid of him for? She is the ninth elder of the Hahuan sect. In fact, she has many more tricks up her sleeve because you were too fast and she didn't get to use them. If she had used all her tricks, she could have fought against a low-level nascent soul cultivator. Killing someone means being quick. Who's going to wait for her to use her skills? By the way, if I kill her, it won't affect you, will it? Najimitsu said, what impact does it have? She was going to kill my child. She deserved to die. Even if it were the sect leader of the Hahuan sect himself, I would say the same thing. Lu Yen said, it's still not safe here. Come with me to the Hunyuan cave. Najimitsu thought about it and decided not to refuse again. Go back with Lu Yen. Chapter 67 Drunken Flower Shade seeks instructions on picking up girls. Because of the arrival of Najimitsu Shinjun, the Hunyuan cave was quite lively. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu both actively tried to talk to her. Because they could tell that although Najimitsu was of a high level, he was indeed a bit socially awkward. I never expected the elder of the library to be so socially awkward. You can't tell at all on a normal day. Seeing that they were chatting happily, Lu Yen came to Njiyu and Njichan and said, she will also be your mistress from now on, so you must take good care of her and not neglect her. Do you understand? I've got it. The twins bowed respectfully. Who designed this maid's clothes? You can see her snow-white cleavage when she bends over. So white. Lu Yen glanced at it a couple more times before turning his gaze away and leaving. The twins realized the problem only after standing up straight, and their faces immediately turned red like the sunset. They quickly pulled their shirts up. The Grand Palace, a spacious square. A man waving an iron fan listened to his underlings report. What? What did you say? Najimitsu Shinjun is pregnant? How is that possible? When the drunken young master heard this news, he was stunned. Spreading rumors is punishable by death. Where did these rumors come from? Zhang Lon, the younger brother, lowered his voice and said, someone saw it personally. I heard that Nagi Ko'o True Monarch was taken to the Hunyuan cave by Lu Yen. You know Lu Yen, right? He's a pervert. I won't let any female go. We already have 3 Taoist partners. If we add Najimitsu, that will make 4. Some people say that Najimitsu Shinken is always touching his belly, which is obviously a sign of pregnancy. The drunken young master slapped himself in the face, his legs went weak, and he couldn't help but kneel down, saying, Look! This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He finished yelling, stood up, dusted off his trousers, and said menacingly, let's go see if this is true or not. He did not hesitate at all. They charged menacingly towards the Hunyuan cave. Najimitsu Shinjun. He roared, his voice amplified several times, and echoed into the Hunyuan cave. Who? Lu Yen assumed it was an assassin and quickly went outside. But then they saw a man dressed in a Taoist robe, who looked like a disciple of the Great Tao sect. I need to speak with my wife. Is she your wife? The drunken young master staggered. Yes, and she's pregnant too. Don't shout and make a scene, it will upset the pregnant woman. The drunken young master suddenly roared to the sky. Are you sick? Lu Yen was already prepared for a satisfying fight. Then the drunken young master stepped forward and handed over a gift box with both hands. This is a gift for my brother. Please don't find it offensive. I apologize for disturbing you and will leave now. He came and went in a hurry. Lu Yen found the other person's behavior a bit strange. He's really sick. Young master drunkenness, are you out of your mind? Zhang Long shouted. What did you say? It's nothing, we went all this way just to give him a gift? Otherwise what? The drunken young master shook his iron fan and said, I can't see through his cultivation level, but it's at least higher than mine, so why should I risk my life to fight him? She's just a woman, why risk her life? However, I can tell my father about this and have him confront Lu Yen head on. Anyway, Dad likes Najimitsu Shinjun, so if he finds out she's married and pregnant, he'll probably be furious. He needs to use his father to see how things are going. If I were to challenge Lu Yen myself, I might get proven wrong. My father is a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Yen couldn't possibly defeat a nascent soul cultivator, could he? What? Elder Zhuo Weiyan quickly learned of this and immediately flew into a rage. Lu Yen, I know this bastard. Every time he breaks through a major realm, he makes a huge commotion, as if he wants the whole world to know that he is about to break through. I don't like this guy. But there's nothing we can do, they're just awesome. I never imagined he was so amazing that he could even get the person I liked and get her pregnant. It's true that every generation has its own talents, each leading the way for hundreds of years. No, this matter cannot be left like this. He got angrier the more he thought about it. They immediately charged towards the Hunyuan cave. Here it comes, the show is about to begin. The drunken young master rubbed his hands together. Father finally knows about this. We can watch the show now. Get me some watermelon. He was really looking forward to seeing if his father would slap Lu Yen to death. If you press it to death. This is exciting. The deputy peak master of Vermilion Bird Peak is probably going crazy. He would love to see that kind of drama. As for whether Daddy lives or dies, he didn't really care. If Dad really dies, he'll be so excited he'll dance on his grave. More and more people are learning about Nagi Ko no Shinjin's pregnancy, and many have noticed that Zue Huayin is heading towards Hunyuan Cave, so they are all flying around to watch the show from afar. I heard that Zue Weiyan has been pursuing Nagi Ko-sama for several years, but he hasn't even touched her hand. Ha ha ha. Now that Lu Yen has succeeded, don't get her pregnant. Zue Weiyan must be furious. The holy son Jiang Junlin, who was cultivating, was immediately observed by the holy maiden Shen Qinglan. Even the sect leader was secretly watching. The story of Zue Weiyan chasing after Nagi Ko-jinjuan caused a great uproar and was known to everyone in the Great Tao sect. The woman he'd been pursuing for so long is now pregnant with someone else's child. One word. Stimulate. Lu Yen, get out here. Zue Weiyan arrived in front of the Hunyuan cave, and the pressure of a nascent soul-level expert descended from the sky. A crack has appeared in the 5th grade formation, the mountain and river heavenly gang formation. It should be noted that that was merely the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. If a nascent soul cultivator were to launch a single attack, the formation would collapse on the spot. Lu Yen calmly walked out and asked, "What is it?" Zue Weiyan descended from the sky and came before Lu Yen, scrutinizing him closely. He's really handsome. Even at his peak, people had to avoid his sharp edge. You are Lu Yen. Yes, it's me. Do you realize you're in deep trouble? Have no idea. Are you aware that I'm pursuing Najimitsu Shinjun? And then? Lu Yen asked. Zue Weiyan's expression grew increasingly fierce. We've been chasing them for hundreds of years. Then what? You've messed things up. Lu Yen remained silent. Is she your wife now? Yes. Is she pregnant? Yes. How far along in the pregnancy? 2 months. Ah. Suddenly, Zue Weiyan roared, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged rapidly, causing countless secondary peaks to crack open. He felt extremely insulted at that moment. Unexpectedly, after chasing for hundreds of years, he was devoured by this young upstart, Lu Yen. He was so angry he was about to explode. Ah! He roared, and the secondary peaks not far away all exploded, one after another, like fireworks exploding. After a while, he calmed down, waved his hand, and the hilltop returned to normal. Without saying a word, he transmitted his voice to Lu Yen. I came here for one thing only, publish the book. What? Lu Yen scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? Zue Huayin Dao, publish a guide to picking up girls, and I'll pay for it. Lu Yen. He was stunned for a moment. In the end, I still taught him some skills. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers lingers as we depart. Something's not right, this isn't right, why didn't they fight? The drunken young master slapped his thigh, racking his brains but still couldn't figure it out. Why didn't Dad beat Lu Yen to death? This isn't like Dad. Something unusual must be going on. Everyone was also disappointed, because when Zue Huayin arrived, it was terrifying, but in the end, it was like a deflated balloon. Wasting time. Everyone left. Hunyuan Cave. Najimitsu asked with great concern, "Are you alright, my husband?" "It's alright, he's not here to cause trouble, he's here to learn from us." He was also startled. He wanted to scream for his master's wife to save him on the spot. Luckily, I don't need it. What? Najamitsu was completely confused. Lu Yen smiled without explaining, took a few steps forward, and said softly, "Come on, let's go inside." Are you crazy? I'm pregnant, 2 months along. Nagi Ko Shinjun rolled his eyes. Go find them. They're free. Come on, let's watch together. Roll. Najihiro Shinjun kicked him. Lu Yen dodged her, then put his arm around her waist and said, I killed the 9th elder of the Hahuan sect. Has the Hahuan sect master come looking for you? She contacted me. Say what? I didn't listen and immediately cut off the communication jade slip. She can no longer send me messages. Thanks a lot. Lu Yen held her close, feeling that his cultivation speed was still too slow. We need to speed things up. If you are strong enough, you don't need to care about anyone else's opinion. Night. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and Zhang Yuanying were bathing in the spirit pool. They were exhausted after a long day. Now is the time to enjoy it. Suddenly, a shadow crept in and embraced Pei Qingran. Ah! Chapter 68 Nascent Soul Perfection, Reincarnation Order. Ah! Inside the spirit pool of the primordial chaos cave, Pei Qingran was suddenly grabbed and let out a piercing scream. Ah, who is it? Her instinctive reaction was to unleash her full nascent soul realm cultivation, but it was instantly suppressed, indicating that her opponent was stronger than her. In the Hanyuan cave, the only people stronger than her besides the demon queen Long Nanji are her husband Lu Yen. This situation. Only Lu Yen would secretly come here to tease her. He turned around and looked. She rolled her eyes dramatically. It really was you. You scared me half to death. You walk like a cat, without making a sound. Lu Yen chuckled, that's what makes it exciting. Zhang Yuanying said, Husband, we are taking a bath. What are you doing here? Lu Miaozhu said coquettishly, what could he possibly be doing here? It can't be anything good. Lu Yen smiled without saying a word, quickly took off his clothes, and stepped into the spirit pool. Until the spirit pool submerged his waist. Lu Yen spoke. Just taking a bath is so boring, how about we play a game? Zhang Yuanying asked curiously, what game? Lu Yen beckoned the 3 women to his side and lowered his voice to say. The 3 immortals returned to the cave. Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran frowned slightly, a hint of curiosity in their expressions. Never heard of it, tell me more. Zhang Yuanying opened her eyes even wider with curiosity. Lu Yen, with his left arm around Lu Miaozhu and his right arm around Pei Qingran, said. This game requires me to be blindfolded, and I will also consciously block my divine sense. You can move around in the spirit pool, but you cannot make any sound. Until I pin someone down. You all made various noises to distract me, ultimately making me guess who this person is? If I guess right, you will have to be punished. If I'm wrong, you can make any demands you want. Zhang Yuanying twisted her waist and puffed out her chest, saying, Husband, you have so many tricks up your sleeve. No objections, let's begin now. Lu Yen took out a black cloth and began the game. The 3 women ran around in the spirit pool. Lu Yen began to arrest people. Several hours later. The 3 women lay beside the spirit pool, exhausted and panting heavily. Lu Yen shook his head, you're already tired? Don't try to take advantage of the situation. I know this isn't your strength. All of you, lie down properly. Zhang Yuanying obediently did as instructed, saying, My husband, I want to have your child. Please cherish me. Lu Yen has 4 women in total. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu are both pregnant with their second child, and Nagi Ko is also pregnant. Only she is missing. She also wanted to have a child with Lu Yen. There are fewer children. I feel like something's missing. Lu Yen patted Zhang Yuanying's buttocks and said. Good. Next. Lu Yen recklessly activated the Sunu Daowen Jing. 1 day later. 8th level of Nascent Soul, 1.5%. 2 days later. Nascent Soul level 8, 3.1%. 4 days later. Nascent Soul level 8, 6.2%. 1 month later. Nascent Soul level 8, 50.1%. 2 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 9th level of the Nascent Soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 57%. Time flies, and another 2 months have passed. Ninth level of nascent soul, 99%. Ninth level of nascent soul, 99%. Ninth level of nascent soul, 99%. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 63%. Lu Yan stared at the text that appeared in the system and sighed silently in his heart. It seems that the enhancement from the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing has reached a bottleneck again. If I want a breakthrough, I still have to rely on myself. But the most noteworthy is still the Immortal Ancient Wild Demon Guide. The progress on this thing is really slow. I have a second nascent soul, and I cultivate it 24 hours a day, yet it's still so slow. The first cultivation technique in the Immortal Ancient Era was defying the heavens. Zhang Yuanying exhaled more than he inhaled, saying, Lu Yan, take a rest for a while, I can't take it anymore. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu also convulsed all over. Lu Yan, you beast, I can't let you ruin me like this anymore. Alright, I'll let you off this time. Lu Yan dressed himself, feeling refreshed and smug, and left the spirit pool. Lu Miaozhu said, What a beast! My skin is all swollen. Pei Qingran remained silent, panting heavily. She had to admit that Lu Yan was a freak. If his level continues to improve, they really can't handle it. Zhang Yuanying's eyes gleamed with excitement, though in pain, she felt a strange pleasure, thinking to herself, it would be even better if I could get pregnant. She could predict that Lu Yan would become stronger and stronger, and it would be a great thing if she could get pregnant. I hope my belly will cooperate. Her achievements in this life are destined not to be very high. It all depends on her children. As soon as Lu Yan stepped out, Nagi Kaozhinjuan outside pinched his waist. You finally decided to come out. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. 3 women, 4 months. You're even more insane than the tyrannical emperors of ancient times. Lu Yan did not refute. No way. Who gave him the many children, many blessings system? To become stronger, you have to be abnormal. After Najimitsu pinched himself for a while, Lu Yan bent down to listen to her stomach and said, You're 6 months pregnant, and you'll give birth in 3 or 4 months. I'll give you a second child then. Get lost. Nagi Ko Shinjun thought Lu Yan was really outrageous. He hadn't even had a baby yet, and he was already thinking about having a second child. He really wanted children that much. Lu Yan touched her belly and said, Come on, I'll take you to get some sun. Long Nanji, who was not far away, thought that if Lu Yan were an emperor of a mortal dynasty, he would definitely have 3,000 beauties. I really don't know what Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Nagi Kaozhinjuan, and Zhang Yuanying like about him. She still can't understand it. How can so many people like such a lecherous person? I don't get it. Anyway, there's no way I could like her. Unless the universe is turned upside down and the sea flows backward. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 35. Ha! Lu Yan was supporting Najimitsu when a line of text suddenly appeared in the system. Long Nanji's favorability rating has increased again, TSK. The Empress of Hwasong Kingdom is really interesting. Lu Yan chuckled to himself. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, bowed to Lu Yan and Najimitsu Jinjuan upon seeing them. Master, Lady Najimitsu. Go ahead and get busy. Lu Yan waved his hand. The twins had just stepped down. They've had some free time lately. Because Lu Shi and Lu Feng are both 2 years and 9 months old. It doesn't need much care. 2 points are worth mentioning here. First, Lu Changsheng is currently 7 years and 5 months old, and has cultivated the qi refining technique to the 17th level. Secondly, Lu Baiji's cultivation method is very strange. Lu Yan asked the snail. The snail said that Lu Baiji was cultivating the Tai Xian scripture. This technique can only be practiced by the true disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Lu Baiji has never left the Great Tao sect since birth. How did she obtain it? Then there's only one possibility: he probably didn't drink the Mangpa soup. In short, this second daughter is definitely not simple. Her eyes didn't look like she'd lived for decades. It seemed she must have been reincarnated without drinking the Mangpa soup. The snail directly revealed a secret. Reincarnation decree. This order has been used. One can be reincarnated with memories of their previous life. Lu Yan was shocked. There's such a thing? These were crafted by powerful beings during the Divine Path era, and there are no more than 5 left today, the snail said. I can't believe such a thing exists in the world, it's really amazing. Lu Yan felt even more strongly that cultivating immortality was no simple matter, with all sorts of methods emerging one after another. Lu Yan spent some more time with Najimitsu Jinjuan and said, "I need to see my master's wife about something." Etc. Chapter 69. The Master's Wife's Disguise. Empress Zhuanqiu is a tribulation transcending supreme being. Nagi Ko Shinjun called out to Lu Yan, "Wait. What is it?" Lu Yan asked. Nagi Ko Shinjun said, "You should be at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage by now." Lu Yan nodded, "Yes. You're looking for your master's wife to ask about breaking through, right? Could you take me there? I've been stuck here for a long time, and I also want to break through to the nascent soul realm." During the days that Nagi Koku and Lu Yan cultivated together, their cultivation levels did indeed improve every day. But it's just improvement. She tried countless times but just couldn't break through. "I feel like something's missing." However, they didn't know what it was. Lu Yan grabbed her hand and said, "Come with me." It carried her soaring into the sky. A moment later. The main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Yan led Najiko no Jinjuan into the hall, cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, master's wife." "Greetings, master's wife." Nagi Ko Shinjun also bowed and addressed her as master's wife. She would follow her husband wherever he went, no matter how he called her. The ceremony is complete. She started secretly watching her teacher's wife. Yang Wanjin sat upright, her hands folded on her lap like a lady from a prominent family. His face was cold, as if he kept everyone at arm's length. Her signature full head of silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, like a waterfall in the Milky Way, breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone says that Yang Wanjin is the most beautiful woman in the Great Tao sect. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. She thought she was pretty good looking, but compared to Yang Wanjin, she was like a grain of rice vying for the moon's brilliance. She and Yang Wanjin were not even on the same layer of the image. She's like an ethereal fairy, while I look like a haggard old woman. Etc. She suddenly realized that Yang Wanjin looked remarkably like the Empress of Zhuanqiu Kingdom. Aside from the different clothes, the others are exactly the same. The Empress of Zhuanqiu wore a black dragon robe. His every move exudes domineering presence. She seemed to be the greatest being in the world. The person in front of me had an icy demeanor and an ethereal air. How did she manage to have two different identities with completely different temperaments? Just as she was wondering, Lu Yan's voice rang out in the main hall. "Master's wife, I have a question for you. How can I break through to the nascent soul stage?" Yang Wanjin glanced at Lu Yan indifferently, trying to discern his level of understanding. The result was unexpected. Not found. She immediately noticed the gourd pendant hanging around Lu Yan's neck. His brow furrowed. He had figured it out. It turns out to be the material for the legendary immortal tear green gold, one of the 10 great immortal golds. This disciple, though born out of wedlock, has such an extraordinary opportunity. That's interesting. Yang Wanjin withdrew her gaze, her tone slightly shocked. "You broke through to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm so quickly? Just lucky." "You're kidding me." Yang Wanjin calculated that Lu Yan is now 56 years and 5 months old. He was 47 years old and still only at the second level of qi refining. In just a few years, he reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. It takes an ordinary cultivator at least 200 to 300 years to reach the nascent soul stage. He's fine, though. It will take several years to complete. What kind of constitution does this person have? Yang Wanjin's cold voice came again, "Come forward." Lu Yan came up to her. "Reach out your hand," Yang Wanjin said again. Lu Yan extended his hand in front of her. Yang Wanjin gently covered her own hand with the cloth and gently checked her pulse. After a while, her face flushed red, and she quickly let go of Lu Yan's hand. He thought to himself, it's actually the ancient kidney body. Legend has it that he has the strongest furnace physique in the ancient immortal era. If the witch of the Hawan sect knew about this brat, he would be blown to bits. The furnace physique, as the name suggests, is a physique that can help women cultivate. No wonder Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran were able to break through to the nascent soul stage in an extraordinary way. I see. Fortunately, few people know about this constitution, and even pulse diagnosis wouldn't reveal it. She breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to Master's wife? Lu Yan noticed that his teacher's wife's face turned red for a moment, which was unusual for her. Yang Wanjin resumed her cold expression and said, "It's all right, you're fine. Your physical condition is excellent, so breaking through to the nascent soul stage shouldn't be difficult. I'll share some breakthrough experience with you. She pointed her finger. A golden light traveled along Lu Yan's brow and into his sea of consciousness. Go back and digest this slowly, Yan Wanjin said. Get out of here. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and a good idea popped into his head. Master's wife, I will soon break through to the nascent soul stage, but I need to undergo a tribulation. Tribulation is very dangerous. I wonder if Master's wife has any powerful magic treasures for me to protect myself. Question mark. Yang Wanjin was stunned. So you came here to ask about magic treasures? No. She shook her head. She felt that Lu Yan's physical body was very strong. No magic weapon is needed. The magic weapon was completely unnecessary. Get lost. Yang Wanjin waved her hand, signaling Lu Yan to leave, then looked at Najiko no Shinjuan. You stay here, Lu Yan, you go out first. Lu Yan retreated outside the hall. Bang! The door slammed shut. Inside the hall, Nagi Ko immediately knelt down and cowed out heavily. Greetings, Empress Chuanshu. Get up, there's no need to kneel. Lu Yan calls me Master's wife, so you can call me Master's wife from now on. Also, don't mention the identity of Empress Chuanshu again. Empress Chuanshu was merely one of her avatars. It's not worth mentioning. Yes. Najimitsu rose and remained as polite as ever. Because Empress Chuanshu was decisive and ruthless, she annexed all the states in a very short time, subjugating them completely. I've heard that Empress Chuanshu was a supreme being who had transcended tribulations. Empress Chuanshu is equivalent to Yang Wanjin. Doesn't that mean Yang Wanjin is also a tribulation transcending supreme? The information was incorrect. Isn't it said that only when the three masters of the great Tao sect join forces can they rival the supreme being? The intelligence was completely wrong. Just as she was still reeling from the shock, Yang Wanjin spoke up. I just examined your body with my eyes and found that all the wounds inside your body have been repaired and your physical functions have reached their peak. It won't be long before we break through. You are so lucky to be Lu Yan's wife, saving you decades of detours. Now that you have received the benefits, you should focus on your cultivation in the Hunyuan cave and have less contact with the Hahuan sect. Otherwise, I would have wiped out the Hahuan sect as well. Nagi Ko trembled as if shedding chaff, and immediately knelt down. Yes, Master's wife. Retreat. Yes. Nagi Ko Shinjun quickly left the main hall. She was genuinely scared. Because for a powerful figure at the tribulation transcending realm, killing her or the entire Joyful Union sect would be a matter of a snap of the fingers. I never expected the Great Tao sect to be so awesome. It is common for only 30 sects to have a supreme being. The Great Tao sect is not one of the 30 sects, but it has a supreme being. So, the Great Tao sect is more powerful than the 30 sects. Oh my god. Choosing Lu Yan was indeed the right decision. I will have a bright future. That said, she had a woman's intuition that her teacher's wife was being a little too nice to Lu Yan. It's the kind of good that's a little ambiguous. Doesn't Master's wife have a husband? What if she were with Lu Yan? It's terrifying to think about. You shouldn't think like that. It's very dangerous. Bang! The door was opened. Nagi Ko Shinjun ran out, took a deep breath, and said, Let's go back quickly. Lu Yan asked curiously, Why are you running so fast? My master's wife isn't a tiger. What did you all say? Tell me about it. Nagi Ko Shinjun fled as if she were being hunted by a god of death. Until the Hunyuan cave. She finally calmed down and hugged Lu Yan tightly. You scared me to death. What? Is my master's wife that scary? No. That's pretty scary. A supreme being who has transcended tribulation. Facing a tribulation transcending supreme being alone, it's already good enough that she didn't wet herself in fear. It seems that my master's wife knew all along that I was from the Hahuan sect. Speaking of which, the Hahuan sect is really ridiculous. The Dao sect has a supreme being, yet they still dare to send people to infiltrate here. It's only because Master's wife is magnanimous and doesn't hold grudges otherwise, the Hahuan sect would have been wiped out with a single slap. She thought to herself, I must sever ties with the Hahuan sect. I can't let my master's wife misunderstand. She made up her mind. After holding Lu Yan for a long time, Najuhiro Shinjun let go, pulled him down to sit, and looked somewhat puzzled. Speaking of which, how did your master's wife, such a cold person, fall in love with Li Daoxian? Chapter 70, the fifth offspring is born, and strange phenomena appear from the sky. Lu Yan asked in surprise, "You don't know Li Daoxian?" Nagi Ko Shinjun shook his head. "Li Daoxian is my master, he's capable of slaying immortals," Lu Yan recounted. "It is said that he cultivated to the Mahayana realm and did not want to ascend, but the immortals in the celestial realm said that his delay in ascending was disrupting the order of the mortal world, so they descended to the mortal world to force him to ascend. As a result, he killed the immortal. That's how my master became famous." Nagi Kyoujinjuan said, "What you've said is known throughout the cultivation world. I want to know the story of your master's wife and him." Lu Yan, "This involves my blind spots in knowledge. What I know is about the same as what you know, and I don't really remember what my master looks like. I haven't seen him for decades. Actually, I was raised by my teacher's wife." Lu Yan tried to recall carefully, attempting to sketch his master's appearance in his mind, but it remained blurry. "That's really strange. Perhaps it's been too long and I can't remember anymore." Lu Yan didn't think much of it. Nagi Kyoujinjuan then asked, "By the way, I know you are Li Daoxuan's sixth disciple. What about your 5 predecessors? I haven't met any of your 5 senior brothers and sisters. I've only seen them once. They're said to live on a secondary peak, but I don't know which one exactly. Logically speaking, you've broken through to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, which isn't considered weak, but your senior brothers and sisters haven't come out to see you even once." After Najimitsu's reminder, Lu Yan also felt something was strange. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan said, "Perhaps they are just in seclusion. Is it possible that he simply passed away peacefully?" After saying that, Nagi Ko quickly spat and said, "I'm sorry for being so mean. I didn't mean to curse them. I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to my room and sleep for a while." Pregnant women are prone to feeling sleepy. Lu Yan escorted her back to her room, covered her with a blanket, and then left. The instant Lu Yan left, Nagi Kyoujinjuan opened her eyes and immediately used the communication jade slip to send messages to several elders of the great Dao sect she knew. They asked if he had seen Li Daoxuan's 5 disciples. Everyone says they've never seen it before. Even Li Daoxian had only heard about it. Is it that mysterious? Najimitsu felt that this matter was a bit strange, but she dared not investigate it in detail, for fear of finding something out. "Let's pretend we don't know anything about this. It rots inside my stomach." Outside the room, Lu Yan was also pondering. "I haven't seen my senior brothers and sisters at all. Could they be dead?" Upon closer reflection, some great figures can go into seclusion and hundreds of years pass in the blink of an eye without any major problems. It's best not to overthink it. Lu Yan changed his mind and went out to play with the children. Half an hour later, Long Nanji, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked over step by step and deliberately bowed in front of Lu Yan. "Lu Yan, how about we take the children to play outside the Great Dao sect for a few days?" She lowered her voice and bent over, saying, "It's just the 2 of us and the child. Please don't tell them, okay?" She deliberately struck a pose. She seduced Lu Yan. Seeing how generous she was, Lu Yan didn't stand on ceremony and looked at her openly. This woman has an excellent temperament. Those who should be fat are fat, and those who should be thin are thin. She has a delicate face. She even has floral decorations on her face, which gives her the air of a queen. However, the way the mother of the nation poses and flirts is quite charming. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she moved closer to Lu Yan and asked, "Am I pretty?" "Nice." Lu Yan stared intently. Her dress was very loose, revealing her entire body. "I also saw her snow white. Etc. Why is there a red spot on her arm? Is this a virginity mark?" Suddenly, Lu Yan snapped awake, fully waking up, and thought to himself, "What's wrong with this woman? Hasn't she been married to the Emperor of Huasong Kingdom for many years? How could she still have her virginity mark? This is impossible. The Emperor of Huasong Kingdom would never leave a beautiful woman unslept with. Then there is only one possibility, it was Long Nanji who did this. Could she be able to create illusions or illusions?" Lu Yan thought to open her data panel immediately. Name, Long Nanji Spirit Body. Age, 2784 2800 3000. Realm level, Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul Stage. Identity, Demon Queen of the Fire Mulberry Kingdom, Second Princess of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, naturally alluring. Objective, to possess Pei Qingran's body and live a second life. Rating, 95. Favorability, 35. After reading it, Lu Yen noticed the phrase born with a seductive nature. These words are present. Therefore, it is certain that Long Nanji is an expert in this area. It's perfectly normal for them to possess illusions and create dreamlike realms. Long Nanji smiled broadly. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. It'll just be the two of us. Smack. Lu Yen raised his hand and slapped him. Slap her face. Long Nanji spun around in place and roared. Lu Yen, are you sick? Lu Yen immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I was thinking of someone I really dislike, and I mistook his face for mine. I apologize, I didn't mean to. Long Nanji felt that he did it on purpose, ruining her mood. What a waste of her outfit. She turned to leave, but after a few steps she ran back, blushing, and said, we were talking about going out. Lu Yen revealed a big smile and said, I'm not going. Unless the Yellow Springs Palace is destroyed. Long Nanji turned and left without saying another word, quickly running back to her room. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 50. Wait, how come the favorability rating has increased? Lu Yen was a little confused. Could it be because of that slap? Lu Yen suddenly seemed to understand something. A masochist, huh? So that's what she likes. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? I never expected the Empress Dowager to have such a taste. TSK. Lu Yen discovered a new continent. Unfortunately, when Lu Yen tried to hit her, she ran away quickly with a red face. Time flies. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 60. On this day, Najimitsu Shinjun came before him. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news, which do you want to hear? Bad news. The list of assassins from the Palace of the Dead could not be found. Lu Yen asked, what's the good news? The good news is that my people have found the address of the Yellow Springs Palace branch, the Netherworld Hall. Nagi Ko Shinjuan handed the note to Lu Yen. The address has been confirmed to be real, but leaving the Great Tao sect is dangerous. I suggest that we stay put and improve our strength here. Once I reach the Tribulation Transcending stage and the Mahayana stage, I will go out and beat the Yellow Springs Palace to a pulp. Lu Yen said, I am absolutely certain that I cannot leave the Great Tao sect, so don't worry. He valued his life more than anyone else. I won't act impulsively. Then I'm relieved. The Yellow Springs Palace is certainly hateful, but as long as we are in the Great Tao sect, we are safe. Right. Lu Yen agreed and put the note away. 2 weeks later. Nagi Ko Shinken was eating when he suddenly had a stomachache and his water broke. Lu Yen immediately carried her back to the room. This day, myriad strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the Hunyuan cave. Auspicious purple clouds are coming from the east. Cranes dance in the air, and dragons and phoenixes bring good fortune. A colorful flame illuminated the vast land. Suddenly, a cry shattered the myriad of strange phenomena. Lu Yan's fifth child was born. Chapter 71 Rewards for Giving Birth, Scapegoat Puppet. Inside the room. The midwife, holding the baby and beaming, called Lu Yan and the others into the room, saying, Congratulations! It's a big, healthy boy, weighing 8 pounds. The midwife handed the baby to Lu Yan. Lu Yan carefully carried the child to Najimitsu Shinju and said, It's a boy, let's give him a name. Najimitsu stared at the boy, racking his brains, and finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. This child is chubby and weighs 8 pounds, how about we name him Lu 8 pounds? The midwife's face darkened, ? What a naming genius! Lu Miaozhu, Pei Qingran, and Zhang Yuanying, the twins, were so astonished that their jaws almost dropped, ? Even the child was stunned, ? Lu Yan's vision went black, and he said, when the child was born, purple clouds came from the east, cranes flew, dragons and phoenixes brought good fortune, and a terrifying colorful flame illuminated the heavens and the earth. He will probably be a master of fire when he grows up. Let's call him Lu Yan, and his nickname will be Bajin, how about that? Good. Everyone agreed. Only Najimitsu Shinjun bit his lip and said, Since a cluster of colorful flames illuminates the heavens and earth, why not call it land colors? I think that would be more. Lu Yan quickly covered her mouth. The name is settled. His formal name is Lu Yan, and his nickname is Bajin. If a child's given name is Lu Bajin or Lu Se, they will be ridiculed by their peers and unable to hold their heads up when they grow up. Seeing that she seemed to still want to insist, Pei Qingran said, "Trust your husband, the name he chose must be right." Pei Qingran thought her husband had a knack for naming things. Lu Changsheng, Lu Baiji, Lu Shi, Lu Feng, and Lu Yan all sound quite nice. Najimitsu smiled gently, "I believe in my husband." "Alright, you all go out first, I'll treat her." Lu Yan had the twins take the child away and told everyone to leave. He immediately used the mystic spring hand to help her heal her wounds. About 2 hours later, the external injuries had completely healed. However, her vitality and complexion were still weak. Lu Yan had no choice but to hold her down and kiss her lips. Najimitsu Shinjun said, "Husband, I just gave birth and you already want to be with me." Lu Yan interrupted her. "I have a special constitution and can help you recover. Trust me." Najimitsu Shinken naturally knew that she had a special constitution, but he didn't expect it to be effective even on a newborn. She was skeptical. But she soon had no time to think about it further. Because Lu Yan had already aroused her desire. 3 days later, Najimitsu Shinken miraculously discovered that his mental state had been restored. She was shocked. "Husband, what kind of constitution do you have?" "I feel exactly the same as before I gave birth. My body has fully recovered." "You're amazing." Lu Yan chuckled, "Now you know how amazing your husband is, TSK TSK TSK. In the days to come, just follow the prescription I gave you and take the medicine to recuperate. In 3 to 5 days, your body will be back to its peak condition. It's like I've never had a child." Nagi Ko gave Lu Yan a kiss and said, "Thank you." She quickly dressed, feeling refreshed, and left the room to visit her twins. Lu Yan did not leave the room. Legs crossed. Look up at the system. "Congratulations to your spouse, Najimitsu, on the successful birth of your 5th child, Lu Yan, a male. The host has actively responded to the call for many children and many blessings, and the system has immediately issued 3 rewards to you. Please check your accounts." Lu Yan ignored these useless and nonsensical words and immediately checked them. The text began to appear. 6 functional skills, as the name suggests, it means being able to do 6 things at the same time. This? When Lu Yan saw this, he was reminded of a child prodigy named Yuan Jia from the northern and southern dynasties period. He can draw a circle with his left hand, a square with his right, recite classic texts with his mouth, count sheep with his eyes, write poems with a pen between his toes, and conceive articles in his mind. He was later known as the Divine Child. Whether the Yuan Jia incident is true or not is unknown, but it is recorded in history. Lu Yan always felt it was fake. Even a cultivator like him cannot multitask. Fortunately, it can be done now. He immediately tried using the one mind, 6 functions method. With his left hand drawing a circle and his right hand drawing a square, he recited the incantation of the great Dao Qi cultivation technique, counted the dust particles with his eyes, wrote words with a pen between his feet, and conceived a college entrance examination essay in his mind. I never expected that we could do it all at the same time. TSK TSK. Not bad, this skill. Lu Yan was very satisfied. Then he looked at the 2nd and 3rd rewards. Invincible artistic path, in the realm of painting, no one can rival you. Another invincible series? Lu Yan had already mastered many invincible techniques. He subconsciously felt that these invincible series could be combined to form a powerful killing move. Surrogate puppet, place a surrogate puppet. Upon death, you can indiscriminately swap positions with the surrogate puppet, and all your injuries will be transferred to the surrogate puppet. Note, only triggers upon death. When Lu Yan saw the 3rd reward, his pupils dilated in surprise. That's awesome, it's like having an extra life. Lu Yan never expected that the many children, many blessings system would reward him with something so awesome. He walked out of Najimitsu's room. Go back to your room. He dug a basement under the room with his bare hands and then put the substitute puppet inside. Then cast a spell to restore the room to its original state. Now that I have an extra life, I suddenly have a bold idea. Lu Yan used to be afraid of death, so he dared not leave the Great Dao sect. Now I have an extra life. That would be different. He immediately went to the main hall of Zhuke Peak to pay his respects to Yang Wanjin. Master's wife, I'm preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm. How confident are you? My teacher's wife asked with a cold, icy expression. Lu Yan said, 98%. Yang Wanjin glanced at her and said, then let's go for it. Lu Yan said, Master's wife, I have an idea. My cultivation level curse can attract a lightning tribulation. I currently hold a position in the Yellow Springs Palace branch, the Netherworld Hall. I plan to leave the Great Tao sect and undergo my tribulation in the Netherworld Hall, using the lightning tribulation to destroy the Netherworld Hall. I've been waiting for the Yellow Springs Palace for a long time, but unfortunately there's only a spot for the Netherworld Hall. Yang Wanjin's eyes turned cold. Your idea is very bold, not bad, not bad. You probably didn't come to me just to talk about this, did you? I want my master's wife to watch over me throughout my tribulation and protect me. Although there is a scapegoat puppet. But Lu Yan was still afraid of dying. Without the substitute puppet, he wouldn't dare leave the Great Tao sect even if he had 10 lives. With the substitute puppet and the master's wife as double insurance. Only then did he dare to leave the sect and kill. Yang Wanjin said, no problem. This time you are undergoing your tribulation, I will protect you and ensure your safety. Lu Yan finally felt reassured and said, thank you, master's wife. Then I will begin to draw lightning to transcend the tribulation. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached up to the sky and snapped his fingers with a deafening roar. Suddenly, the sky above the Great Tao sect was swept by a whirlwind. Dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Master's wife, I'll take my leave first. Lu Yan used the divine speed flowing light step to rush out of the Great Tao sect. The dark clouds in the sky, and lightning struck him directly. So from a distance, it looked as if Lu Yan was moving with lightning. All the disciples of the Great Tao sect were shocked. Isn't that Lu Yan? What is he trying to do? I don't know, let's go and see. Chapter 72 The Fourth Tribulation, A Relentless Bombardment. Lu Yan is undergoing another tribulation? Upon hearing this news, Shen Xinglan, the holy maiden of the Great Tao Palace, raised an eyebrow. How did he cultivate? His speed is too fast. She remembered watching Lu Yan undergo the nascent soul tribulation 3 years ago. I never imagined it would only be 3 short years. He is about to undergo another tribulation. This speed is unheard of. She stopped cultivating, soared into the sky from the Great Tao Palace, intending to follow and see how Lu Yan was doing during his tribulation. We just flew to a high altitude. A strikingly handsome man stood atop a cloud, his black hair dancing wildly. It was none other than the long-lost holy son, Zhang Junlin. Saintess Shen Xinglan was surprised. You were alerted too? More than. Saint Zhang Junlin's expression was serious. The 4 outstanding talents and 7 gentlemen of the Great Tao sect, the young sect master, and the young ancestor were all alarmed. They all came out of seclusion to follow Lu Yan and observe his tribulation. Saintess Shen Xinglan gasped. The Great Tao Palace is the core of the Great Tao sect. The disciples there were known as the chosen ones of heaven. These prodigies are extraordinary in both background and strength, and they bear the future of the Great Tao sect on their shoulders. It belongs to the key cultivation category. The Great Tao Palace has a total of 16 prodigies. Ranked by strength. From lowest to highest, they are Holy Maiden, Holy Son, 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, Young Sect Master's true disciple, and Young Ancestor. The Young Patriarch is the strongest. Legend has it that after the founder of the Taoist sect ascended to heaven, no one could command the Great Tao Sword until he was born, at which point the Great Tao Sword automatically recognized him as its master. Everyone agreed that he was the reincarnation of the founding patriarch. Therefore, he is called the Young Ancestor. The requirements for becoming a disciple of the Great Tao Palace are extremely strict, with restrictions on both age and cultivation level. One must reach the level of a deity before the age of 300. Otherwise, he had no hope of ever reaching the Great Tao Palace. She and the Holy Son Zhang Junlin were both quite talented, reaching the divine transformation stage around the age of 200. Therefore, one was granted the title of Holy Maiden, and the other the title of Holy Son. All the chosen ones of the Great Tao Palace have come out of seclusion to observe him, which shows how much they value him. Saintess Shen Xinglan clenched her fist. Wait, how old is Lu Yan again? Saint Zhang Junlin said solemnly, I have investigated, and he is currently 56 years and 8 months old. To be able to break through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age? Shen Xinglan was stunned, incredulous. Wait, I remember he used to be called a good-for-nothing? Zhang Junlin said, yes, you're not mistaken. He was still at the 2nd level of qi refining before he turned 47. After that, his master's wife forced him to marry Pei Qinran. From then on, he made great strides and was able to break through to the nascent soul realm in just a few years. Shen Qinglan was shocked. How did he do that? I don't know. Let's go and see. If he can break through to the nascent soul stage, then the great Tao Palace will have another prodigy. Jiang Junlin transformed into a wisp of wind and quickly followed. Shen Qinglan followed. The 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, the young sect master, the sect master's true disciple, and the young ancestor were all in front. Aside from these chosen ones, many other disciples of the great Tao sect followed suit. Some ride swords. Some ride swords. Furthermore, elders from the great Tao sect secretly accompanied Lu Yan, recording his every move. The dark clouds above Lu Yan's head grew thicker and thicker, gradually forming a black vortex. Many bolts of lightning had already struck him, but he didn't seem to care at all. It flew rapidly in one direction. The places it passed through were all struck by lightning and completely destroyed. Many trees were killed by lightning. It passed through the bandit strongholds of several mortal dynasties. They turned the counterfeit goods into ashes. This demonstrates the power of the lightning tribulation. The tribulation lightning is indeed terrifying. Lu Yan agreed. However, this time I have to use you. As long as he doesn't break through to the nascent soul stage, the tribulation lightning will continue to follow him until he breaks through his realm or dies. Rumble. The dark clouds are becoming increasingly terrifying. Perhaps because of Lu Yan's escape, the lightning tribulation became even more violent, as if the end of the world was coming. The hall of the underworld, the netherworld hall, is it? I've arrived. He quickened his pace, hoping to get there immediately. The Yellow Springs Palace branch, Netherworld Hall. The leader of the Netherworld Hall, with a curvaceous woman in his arms, raised his wineglass and said, "Congratulations on reaching 1,000 assassins in our Yellow Springs Palace branch, the Netherworld Hall. A cause for celebration. Cheers. Let's all drink. He is very happy today." They specially gathered all the assassins together to celebrate. Because the number of assassins recruited by the Netherworld Hall has been increasing for several consecutive days, it now has exactly 1,000 people. This means that the power of the Netherworld Hall is expanding rapidly. It won't be long before we reach 10,000 assassins. At that time, Yuming Hall can be changed to Yuming Gate, which is a cause for celebration. Netherworld Hall has achieved what it has today under my leadership, and we should celebrate. Let's raise our glasses and drink. Ladies, don't stop, keep the music playing and keep dancing. He was swaying unsteadily, walking unsteadily. He was so happy that he drank too much. He threw himself into the beautiful woman's arms. I suddenly felt a little suffocated. "Beautiful lady, very nice, very big," he mumbled dazedly. The assassins below became even more frenzied, each with a beautiful woman in their arms, twisting and groping each other. The scene of wine, women, and fragrance is vividly depicted. If Lu Yan were to arrive at this moment, he would definitely say, "You're having a lewd party, aren't you?" An elder holding a palm leaf fan said, "Master, we haven't even completed the task assigned by the higher-ups, to eliminate Lu Yan. We shouldn't be so lenient. If the higher-ups find out, they'll think we're not doing our job." The hall master said, "It's all right. Lu Yan is nothing. As long as he leaves the great Tao sect, he can be wiped out with a flick of his finger." Strategist, today is a joyous occasion, we shouldn't be saying such things. Play music for me, let me dance, today I want to fight 10 of them. He raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then, with a swift movement, he picked up a voluptuous woman and carried her into the room, saying as he went, "Someone, I need to take on 10 of them. Arrange it for me." His subordinates were somewhat speechless, muttering to themselves, "You're a real father. Where in the Netherworld Hall are there 10 women left? I'll find you some from anywhere." Presumptuous. The leader of the Netherworld Hall turned around and punched his subordinate who had just been muttering, sending him flying. "Don't think I didn't hear what you said. If you don't have a wife, won't you just steal her? There are always more solutions than problems. You're the one complaining." The subordinate, coughing up blood, muttered under his breath, "He's really a living father." The lord of the Netherworld glared angrily, like a raging lion. "What did you say?" Muttering to yourself, "Do you really think I'm deaf? Say it again if you dare." "I say the Netherworld Hall should be destroyed." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the void, as if a great bell had been struck. The Netherworld Hall master's eyes flashed with lightning. "Who the hell is talking? I'll kill you." "It wasn't me." The subordinate trembled, pointed to the sky, and said, "It's that lightning man speaking." "Lightning man? The master of the Netherworld Hall looked up at the sky. A white-clad man was enveloped in lightning, with a black vortex above his head. There were 16 lightning pillars inside the black vortex. Each one is the size of a water tank. Who is this guy? The leader of the Netherworld Hall rubbed his eyes. Am I drunk? Why do I feel like I've run into a tribulation transcending expert? Etc. This. He sobered up considerably in an instant. This guy looks like. That's right, he is Liu Yan. Liu Yan, you're very good. You actually dared to leave the Great Tao sect. Very good, today is your death day. All the assassins of the Netherworld Hall are here. Kill this bastard. He was in high spirits. Today is truly a double blessing. Liu Yan actually chose to come when the Netherworld Hall was at its strongest. More than 1,000 assassins. He is doomed. However, his pupils dilated rapidly. Liu Yan snapped his fingers. The black vortex above their heads split open like the end of the world. 16 lightning bolts descended simultaneously. Chapter 73 Yellow Springs Palace Branch, Netherworld Hall, Annihilation of 1,000 People. Smack! Liu Yan snapped his fingers, and the black vortex above his head looked like a giant abyss beast opening its jaws. 16 lightning bolts descended simultaneously. It struck Liu Yan. To drown him. At the same time, the area within several miles of the Netherworld Hall was submerged in lightning. The Netherworld Hall master's drunkenness vanished instantly, and he roared as he regained his senses. Everyone, run! Don't get caught in the lightning tribulation, or you'll be locked on and unable to escape. Unfortunately, his reminder came too late. Even he himself could not escape. He was overwhelmed by the aftershocks of the thunder. His entire body was covered in electric sparks, his shirt was shattered by lightning, his hair exploded from the shock, and black smoke billowed from his mouth. Fortunately, he was at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, only half a step away from the void refinement realm. It can withstand a mere bolt of lightning. However, once the person is affected by the tribulation, the lightning tribulation will mistakenly believe that the person undergoing the tribulation has invited outside help. Therefore, the higher the realm of the outside helper, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation that the outside helper will suffer. He is at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, what they will face is the tribulation of refining emptiness. He has never experienced the transitional tribulation, so once the refinement tribulation arrives, he will surely die. He immediately used the floating light step of the underworld to escape. Unfortunately, the lightning tribulation had already locked onto him. No way. He had no choice but to use the 6th grade magic weapon, the Yellow Spring Umbrella. Make a hand gesture. A giant umbrella of the underworld covered him, completely enveloping him. He then shouted, "Everyone, quickly gather around me. This umbrella of mine is a 6th grade magic treasure. It can hold out for a while. Even a 6th grade magic weapon can withstand the void refining tribulation to some extent. Let's hurry over there." Several assassins tried to run forward, but were struck down to ashes by lightning in less than 5 steps. One by one, the assassins were killed by lightning. Before the thunder, they were as weak as ants, utterly unable to withstand it. Interfering in the karma of others' tribulations. There are no exceptions. It basically meant certain death. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen assassins were killed by lightning. This beast actually used the lightning tribulation to kill people. The Netherworld Hall Master gritted his teeth and said, "It will be very difficult for us to leave, but there is another way. As long as we kill the tribulation transcender, the lightning will also disappear, so let's work together to kill him. Let him die under the lightning tribulation, only then can we be safe." He had just tried to leave, but the lightning tribulation bound him. He currently has a 6th grade magic weapon to withstand the lightning tribulation, but as the tribulation becomes increasingly terrifying, his 6th grade magic weapon will inevitably be unable to withstand it. Brothers, kill him. Slaughter Liu Yan. He has a Yellow Spring Umbrella on his head. Other assassins followed suit. Moment. Hundreds of assassins charged in. Liu Yan formed a hand seal, his face cold and stern. The full-scale tribulation of lightning has begun. Boom! The lightning tribulation erupted, directly shattering his clothes. Liu Yan immediately put on the 5th grade magic weapon replica, the Thunder Emperor's robe, for defense. Those who came to attack were in for a terrible time. Hundreds of people were killed instantly. Because Liu Yan was at the center of the tribulation, the lightning was too terrifying, and the Netherworld Hallmaster dared not approach any further, and could only watch helplessly from afar. However, before long, his 6th grade magic weapon, the yellow spring umbrella, began to falter. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Damn it! The leader of the Netherworld Hall cursed, "Beast, truly a beast." Liu Yan was too lazy to pay him any attention. Because the leader of the hall possessed magical treasures, he first killed the assassins who did not have any magical treasures. Wherever it goes, it becomes the center of the lightning tribulation. The assassins seem to bloom like flowers. They keep dying. It's the kind that vanishes into thin air. In an instant, 200 or 300 assassins were killed. The remaining creatures panicked and kept charging, trying to break free from the lightning tribulation's restraints, but unfortunately, they couldn't escape. Liu Yan has arrived. The assassins were either struck dead by lightning or killed by a single finger strike from the rainbow refining finger scripture. Puff, puff, puff. Liu Yan was like a god of death. Every time he moved, a group of people would die. The onlookers felt as if a god had descended upon them. Because Liu Yan was truly terrifying, he used the lightning tribulation to lock onto the Netherworld Hall, leaving all the assassins nowhere to escape, and then slowly killed them. This boy is no fool. He had planned this all along. Saint Jiang Junlin felt a chill run down his spine. He's not letting a single assassin escape. Saintess Shen Qinglan gasped, terrifying. Using lightning tribulation to kill someone, they really have a lot of guts. Aren't they afraid of being schemed against? Jiang Junlin said, the Yellow Springs Palace has tried to kill Liu Yan 3 times and even issued the Immortal Order. Liu Yan is probably furious this time. Shen Qinglan nodded. Liu Yan was not angry. They've gone mad. No one dares to use lightning tribulation like this. Liu Yan is considered the first person in the Hunyuan realm to play like this. Besides the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, the young patriarch, the young sect master, the sect master's personal disciple, and the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen all offered their comments. This child has the bearing of a great emperor. The young patriarch spoke. The great emperor here refers to the Mahayana realm, where individuals in the Mahayana realm can have their own great emperor title. Many cultivators secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I'm not his enemy, otherwise I can't even imagine the consequences. It's terrifying. He kills people like slaughtering chickens. Kill. Liu Yan was like a walking thunderbolt. In less than half an hour, Liu Yan killed 800 cultivators. The number of monks is decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. From being densely packed at the beginning to now being rustling softly. Liu Yan, I am the head of the Netherworld Hall. If you kill me, the Yellow Springs Palace will definitely annihilate you. Liu Yan laughed and said, I have long been at odds with the Yellow Springs Palace. Do you think I would be afraid? He revealed a strange smile and cast the divine flowing lightstep in the void. Splash, splash. Sparks flashed with lightning. The assassin was powerless to fight back. Within the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they were all dead. Of the 1,000-strong assassin gang, only the leader of the Netherworld Hall remains, and he is using the Yellow Spring umbrella to sustain himself. But the Yellow Springs umbrella could no longer withstand the strain. It breaks continuously. It almost burst open, but it held on. I'll speed things up for you. Liu Yan waved his hand toward the sky. When the 3rd level of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, minor success, is achieved, 3 lightning tribulations appear simultaneously. Boom! 3 more bolts of lightning were added. The underworld umbrella finally gave way and burst open completely. Boom! The leader of the Netherworld Hall was struck by lightning, and his whole body was shaken. Liu Yan. He exhaled smoke whenever he spoke. Liu Yan, you deserve to die. The Netherworld Hall Master's eyes flashed, and he took out a magic weapon called the Crimson Netherworld Whip from his storage bag. He charged towards Liu Yan, bearing the lightning tribulation. Liu Yan snapped his fingers again and slowly uttered a few words. Open the yin-yang life and death diagram for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the world lost its color. The entire Netherworld Hall was transformed into a black and white landscape painting. The 2 fish, representing yin and yang, slowly rotate around it, as if reversing yin and yang and turning the world upside down. The leader of the Netherworld Hall was frozen in the void. Adding to the Thunder's fur, his skin was torn open, and his body was covered in blood and gore. The blood-red Netherworld Whip shattered instantly. This is a divine ability. To have a divine ability comparable to the nascent soul stage is truly worthy of someone who has transcended tribulation and established a foundation. The Netherworld Hall Master's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "I also possess supernatural powers. Now I'll show you what they are." The Netherworld Palace, filled with white bones, has appeared. Chapter 74 I, Lu Yen, am invincible, I'm awesome. 4 updates. The Netherworld Palace, filled with white bones, has appeared. The leader of the Netherworld Hall was in high spirits, his entire body seemingly burning with spiritual energy. This was created when I first stepped into the nascent soul realm. As time went by, it was continuously improved. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and I have reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, as well as the great perfection of my supernatural powers. Today I will use the Palace of White Bones to kill you and break your tribulation of lightning. Before he could finish speaking, a dark and gloomy underworld palace rose from the ground, occupying half of the underworld hall. Gloomy. Strange. Fear. A suffocating atmosphere emanated from the Netherworld Palace, accompanied by the wailing and howling of ghosts, as if evil spirits were about to pour out of hell. Someone shouted. This supernatural power is too terrifying. At best, the body will be devoured by evil spirits. At worst, the soul will be taken away by the Netherworld Palace and sink into eternal damnation. Retreat, retreat quickly, retreat 1,000 miles away. Everyone gasped and quickly stepped back. Lu Yen is probably going to die this time. Some people sympathized with him, saying, "What terrifying talent! If he had grown up, he would have become a supreme being. It's a pity that he encountered someone with perfect supernatural powers. He was just unlucky." Ha ha ha. Lu Yen laughed loudly. "Your supernatural power is strong, but it's useless, because lightning tribulation is specifically effective against supernatural powers such as evil spirits and strange phenomena." The Hall Master of the Netherworld Hall remained silent. After a long pause, he roared, "Die!" The White Bones Netherworld Palace crashed down on Lu Yen. Lu Yen reached out and fully mobilized the spiritual power within his body, and instantly, lightning from the sky cleaved down again. 16 more lightning pillars appeared. There are a total of 32 questions. Such a terrifying pillar of lightning. Lu Yen's 5th grade magic weapon replica, the Thunder Emperor's robe, was directly shattered by lightning. Lu Yen sighed. "I never thought a 5th grade magic weapon would be so useless. This is a counterfeit." He was somewhat looking forward to seeing just how powerful the real Thunder Emperor's robe would be. Pity. He didn't. 32 lightning bolts descended, directly engulfing the Netherworld Hall. The buildings of the Hall of the Dead collapsed directly. It was reduced to ruins in an instant. The leader of the Netherworld Hall was struck directly by lightning, blood splattered everywhere, his body charred black, and he was even missing his underwear. A moment later, a fragrant aroma wafted out. It tastes like roasted pig penis. His supernatural power, the Palace of White Bones, was also destroyed by lightning. It simply cannot be sustained. As expected, we must not be affected by the lightning tribulation. Once we are affected, we will surely die. The head of the Netherworld Hall sighed. Tribulation is specifically designed for those undergoing it. Anyone else affected, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will suffer greatly. Lu Yen deliberately took advantage of the rules of the tribulation to dare to undergo his tribulation at the Netherworld Hall. "You guessed right, it's a death sentence, you old bastard, die." Lu Yen leaped out of the lightning tribulation, followed by a blast of lightning. "I don't want to die." The master of the Netherworld Hall then tossed out a magical artifact called the soul-capturing bell from his storage bag. Boom! The magical artifact couldn't withstand the lightning strike and shattered instantly. The leader of the Netherworld Hall had a strong will to survive, throwing out one magical artifact after another. I lost more than a dozen in a row. Ultimately, they were all shattered by lightning. His body was charred black, his blood congealed, and his flesh had been cleaved to death. The nascent soul has emerged. The Netherworld Hall Master truly did not want to die. His nascent soul left his body and he fled. The speed of a nascent soul is very fast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. Unfortunately, the rules of the tribulation kept him locked in, preventing Lu Yen from understanding the direction. Immediately unleash the divine speed steps and simultaneously activate the Wind and Thunder treasure scroll to its fullest potential. Wind and Thunder wings appeared behind them. This allows him to easily keep up with the other person's speed. 10,000-mile escape. The Netherworld Hall Master's nascent soul hand seals were incredibly fast. It was like a streak of light rising from the sky and falling to the other side of the sky. Damn, that's fast. Lu Yen made a hand seal, increasing his speed. They carried 32 lightning pillars as they relentlessly bombarded the area. Finally, they stopped him when they were more than 30,000 miles away. 32 thunderbolts surrounded it. The nascent soul is inherently fragile and cannot withstand the thunderbolts of the tribulation. After 2 or 3 times, the nascent soul became extremely weak. Lu Yen stepped forward and grabbed the nascent soul by the neck, saying, "Go ahead and run. Let's see how you run this time." The nascent soul struggled incessantly, then shouted towards the sky. "I am the Hall Master of the Netherworld Hall and the Deputy Hall Master of the Underworld. Save me." Lu Yen grabbed his neck, surrounded by lightning. The nascent soul was pierced by the lightning, gradually weakening and almost unable to withstand it. "Deputy Hall Master of the Underworld, Lu Deng, save me. Lu Deng, save me. Lu Deng, save me." The nascent soul kept shouting, but it shouted several times. There was no response. Just when the leader of the Netherworld Hall thought he was doomed, music rang out in the sky, and then a golden, seated phantom appeared. A phantom image stretches across half the sky. His whole body was radiant with golden light. Someone who didn't know better might think a giant Buddha had descended. Holy crap! The cultivators who came to watch the battle, including the holy maiden Shen Qinglan and the holy son Jiang Junlin, felt their scalps tingle, their bodies tremble, and cold sweat pour down their backs. If I were to make eye contact with it unintentionally, my eyes would ache and tears would involuntarily stream down my face. If you foolishly look at it again, you will bleed and go blind. Everyone lowered their heads. I dare not stand by and watch. What the hell is this? What level of cultivation is required to unleash such a powerful divine ability? Saint Jiang Junlin said, "Idiot, this is not called supernatural power. This thing cannot be looked at directly, otherwise misfortune will befall you. I think this should be the legendary Dharma of heaven and earth." Wa'ada. "Vice Hall Master, you've finally come to save me." The Hall Master of the Netherworld cried, "My physical body has been destroyed by the lightning tribulation, and my nascent soul has escaped. I can't hold on much longer. Please, Vice Hall Master, save me." Lu Yen never expected such a big shot to appear. They fear the Netherworld Hall Master might not die. He immediately shattered the nascent soul in his hand, and the Netherworld Hall Master vanished into thin air. From this day forward, they will no longer be subject to the cycle of reincarnation. "How dare you kill my sex disciple?" The Deputy Hall Master of the Underworld spoke, his eyes resembling 2 burning suns. Lu Yen was not afraid and looked directly into his eyes, but unfortunately, she felt pain in her eyes after only 2 seconds and immediately looked down. Outrageous! What level of skill is this? My eyes hurt and water after just a couple of glances. The snail on the back of the ear immediately opened its mouth. "Master, this is the Dharma image of heaven and earth. The other party is thousands of miles away, and they haven't come. The Dharma form of this Deputy Lord of the Yellow Springs is very special. As long as his sex disciples call his name, the Dharma form of heaven and earth will appear." Useful knowledge has increased again. This was the first time he had ever heard of something so awesome. The snail said, "The Dharma form of heaven and earth is an ability exclusive to the integration realm. It is extremely powerful and can be used to attack from tens of millions of miles away. Fortunately, you are currently in the tribulation transcending state. He dares not touch you, because if he does, he will also have to undergo tribulation. It's not worth the risk. So don't worry, he's just trying to scare you with words, he won't actually lay a hand on you." Lu Yen breathed a sigh of relief, put his hands on his hips and looked at the Dharma image of heaven and earth, then immediately lowered his head 2 seconds later. "I killed him, what can you do about it?" Lu Yen said. "Look up and talk to me." Lu Yen didn't look up and said, "If you're so capable, then hit me. Give me your name. I won't report it. Where are you from?" "Earthlings." After a long silence, the other party said, "Very good, that's a very good attitude. I hope you can maintain that attitude later." Lu Yen looked up, then immediately looked down a second later. "Stop talking nonsense, if you've got the guts, hit me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." He felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to leave as soon as possible. He felt like his life was in danger at any moment, as he was now dancing in front of a nascent soul realm expert. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're in the tribulation stage. I'm invincible right now, what can you do about it? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Lu Yen was trying to provoke him into making a move. What was there to be afraid of? He had the substitute puppet to ensure his survival. That would be really exciting if we could drag someone at the integration realm into the tribulation. The deputy lord of the underworld lived for 9,000 years. This is the first time I've been provoked like this by a mere kid. Very well, he's truly enraged. As you wish, I'll crush you to death right now. Chapter 75, The Edict of the Yellow Springs Emperor, 5th update. As you wish, I'll crush you to death right now. Lu Deng's heaven and earth Dharma image immediately closed its eyes, its golden light receded, it made a hand seal with one hand, and its mouth chanted an incomprehensible incantation. Let's run! Saint Jiang Junlin immediately said, it would be safer to retreat to a range of 10,000 miles. He led the way in fleeing. They could directly use magical artifacts to traverse the void and teleport thousands of miles away. He was afraid that if he ran too slowly, he would die here. Having finally cultivated to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and become a holy son of the great Tao sect, he didn't want to die here just to watch a show. Others followed suit. Some traversed the void, while others formed formations to teleport. In short, each of the 8 immortals displayed their unique abilities. A moment later, they all migrated to places thousands of miles away. Jiang Junlin felt it was still not safe enough, so he moved another 10,000 li. Only in this way can one feel safe. He muttered to himself, this should prevent any negative impact, right? Saintess Shenxinlan also came to his side and said with a smile, you seem to be very afraid of death. Jiang Junlin said, life is hard one, so we must cherish it as we go. Shenxinlan was speechless. The young patriarch, the young sect leader, the sect leader's personal disciple, the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen originally wanted to retreat 10,000 miles, but after thinking about it, they retreated several thousand miles more. This day, their horizons were broadened. This was the first time I had ever seen the Dharma image of heaven and earth. My longing for it has only grown stronger. The young sect leader asked, young ancestor, do you think Lu Yen can survive? If he survives, he'll be famous in the primordial chaos realm. The young patriarch didn't think Lu Yen could live, after all, he was at the integration realm, and his abilities were unimaginable. Seeing that he had his eyes closed and was making a hand seal, Lu Yen asked, Old snail, what is he doing? I don't know, it seems to be summoning something. Should I run away? No need, trust me. As long as you are in the tribulation state, no one can kill you. The tribulation state is the state in which the heavenly Tao protects you. Only the heavenly Tao can kill you, no one else can. After hearing what I said, Lu Yen felt relieved. However, my heart, which had just settled down, started to pound again as the clouds in the sky parted. A yellow scroll appeared. Upon closer inspection, it resembles an ancient, rolled-up imperial edict. This thing unleashed unparalleled power, like a sun shining upon the world. Lu Yen looked up. The scroll slowly unfurled. The following words were written on it. The decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor. Lu Yen had a bad feeling, what is this? The snail had to admire Lu Deng's methods this time, saying, this is a magical artifact left behind by the Yellow Springs Emperor in the mortal realm before his ascension. Seeing it is like seeing the Emperor himself. Wasn't this thing supposed to be lost? How come? The snail stared at it carefully, then breathed a sigh of relief, it was a fake after all. You scared me to death. He used the counterfeit decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor to attack you, causing the Yellow Springs Emperor to take the blame. So even if Lu Deng makes a move, he won't be struck by lightning. I wonder if the Yellow Springs Emperor would be furious if he knew his descendants were using him like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the scroll in the void slowly unfurled, and the overwhelming pressure of the great emperor descended. People thousands of miles away also felt the pressure, some even buckled in their knees and couldn't help but kneel down. Immediately afterwards, this imperial edict spread across thousands of miles. They attempted to turn Wanli into ruins. Lu Yen gritted his teeth, blood gushing from his body, and immediately began to undergo the tribulation by forming hand seals. He was attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao detected a force affecting a person's tribulation, and immediately the laws above the black vortex emerged, transforming into a giant hand in the void. The giant hand was surrounded by laws. Stars and moon appeared, seemingly as if the will of heaven itself had come into play. This giant hand emerged from the vortex and directly grasped the edict of the Yellow Springs Emperor, which covered an area of 10,000 miles. A gentle squeeze. Bang! The decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor turned into powder and vanished into the world. The decree was crushed, and the giant hand immediately became ethereal and gradually disappeared. The heavenly Dharma image of the Deputy Lord of the Yellow Springs Palace also vanished instantly, startling the person millions of miles away. Good heavens, even the laws of heaven have arrived. Fortunately, I used the decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor to make the Yellow Springs Emperor bear the consequences. If I had done it myself, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I hope that the Yellow Springs Emperor will not resent his disciples and grand disciples in the immortal realm. He prayed silently. We need to go back to the Yellow Springs Palace. Having said that, it transformed into a gentle breeze and disappeared. There are two sides to the story. On the other side, Lu Yan swallowed hard. What was that big hand just now? The snail explained, it is the embodiment of the laws of nature. I'm outta here. Lu Yan was truly terrified when he encountered a nascent soul realm expert on this trip. Fortunately, I was in the process of undergoing tribulation, otherwise even 10 substitute puppets wouldn't be enough for me to wreak havoc. He immediately fled in a cloud of sparks and lightning. Yang Wanjin was thoroughly enjoying the main hall of Zhuke Peak. Not bad, not bad. This time, we've finally broadened this brat's horizons, so he won't improve too quickly and think he's invincible. Remember, there are always people better than you and there's always something beyond your understanding. This is a good thing. However, it's true that the good-for-nothing I unintentionally guided back then has actually cultivated to the integration realm. TSK. Time really flies. She wanted to continue reminiscing and reflecting, but suddenly she sensed an aura of tribulation. A sweep of divine sense. That brat runs fast. He's back in less than half an hour. Looks like he's really afraid of dying. She shook her head, smiling broadly, her eyes fixed on him. Hunyuan Cave. The first thing Lu Yan did upon returning was to use the tribulation lightning to cultivate the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. 1 hour later. The Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique has been mastered. It can summon 4 lightning bolts to attack at once. Next, he used the Zetting refining divine method to temper his divine consciousness. Allow your divine consciousness to enter the level of divine transformation. The last time I tempered my divine sense to enter the nascent soul stage, I discovered that the divine sense cauldron had changed, and the cauldron was covered with lightning. Unexpectedly, his divine consciousness was still preserved even after he reached the nascent soul stage. If one uses divine sense to launch a surprise attack, one can kill a high-ranking nascent soul cultivator as long as one reaches the nascent soul realm. Sure enough, every time I used lightning to cultivate the Zeding refining god method, I had unexpected gains. Lu Yan was very satisfied. The next step is to truly attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. Transforming into a deity is a great realm. Countless cultivators tried to cross it, but all failed. Take Najimitsu Shinjun for example. Lu Yan had witnessed it firsthand. Her attempts to break through had all ended in failure, allowing Lu Yan to eventually surpass her. Lu Yan's tribulation this time was even more terrifying. 32 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. The Holy Maiden Shen Xinglan and the Holy Son Jiang Junlin were both horrified by what they saw. If I were to face such a calamity, I would probably have a slim chance of survival. Saint Jiang Junlin felt that Lu Yan was truly powerful. The other party's cultivation speed is very fast. The foundation is so solid. This is extremely rare. He had a premonition that once Lu Yan reached the nascent soul stage, none of the nascent soul cultivators from the Great Tao sect would be his match. The premise is that he successfully overcomes the tribulation. The Saintess Shen Xinglan asked, do you think he can succeed? Jiang Junlin said, it's hard to say. This time it's obviously much more terrifying than his last nascent soul tribulation. It's estimated that he will have a slim chance of survival. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko no Xinjuan, and Zhang Yuanying were all very worried. They were terrified that something might happen to Lu Yan. Nagi Ko Xinjuan said, this tribulation is terrifying. It's too difficult for him. Every major realm has to undergo tribulation. However, I believe he can successfully overcome the tribulation. I believe it too. Pei Qingran's gaze was resolute. I believe in my husband. Zhang Yuanying and Lu Miaozhu spoke at the same time, I believe it too. While the group was filled with anxiety, Lu Yan's skin was torn open and his hair was burned off by the high temperature. What a terrifying lightning tribulation. The snail on the back of Lu Yan's ear trembled. Luckily, it wasn't me undergoing tribulation, otherwise I would have been doomed. How come you're completely unharmed? Lu Yan asked. The snail said, I am neither buried by the heavens nor buried by the earth. I belong to the kind of race abandoned by the heavens. Why would you strike me down? It's a waste of time. Besides, the heavens can't kill me. Despite its low level of cultivation, its defense is invincible. Come on. The snail said, think about it, you still have a wife and children. If you fail to transcend the tribulation, one day Lu Deng will inherit your wife and children. Can you bear to see your wife call another man husband, and your children call another man father? Boom. Boom. Lu Yan was suddenly struck by lightning, and his nascent soul and second nascent soul were almost damaged. Little snail, shut up. It's better if you don't talk. It's easy for me to get distracted when you talk. Little snail? The form of address has changed again. This owner really is a dog. You must be a reincarnated dog spirit. They used the old snail, but not the young snail. Lu Yan said, Little Wu, don't talk, just stay put. The snail remained silent. Boom. Boom. Several more lightning bolts descended. Lu Yan was directly engulfed by the lightning tribulation. Gradually, the noise subsided. Chapter 76 Successful Tribulation, Heavenly Reward. Pei Qingran's face turned ashen. Why did it suddenly go silent? Lu Miaozhu held her hand, her heart pounding in her throat, and said, Sister Pei, don't panic. He went through a similar ordeal before, so he'll be fine this time too. Gurgle, gurgle. Najimitsu was very nervous and swallowed hard. She silently prayed that Lu Yan would be alright. Zhang Yuanying's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her eyes were red. My husband will be alright. Someone sighed, alas, the young supreme has fallen. It was already fortunate that he could reach the fourth tribulation. Unfortunately, heaven no longer favors him. Yes. An old man stroked his beard and sighed, the path to becoming a young supreme being is not easy. Reaching the fourth step is already considered the pinnacle. Someone chimed in, yes, it's just a bit of a shame. Lu Yan has already died from the lightning tribulation, everyone should disperse. I never expected him to die like this. Witness his rise, witness his fall. I just didn't expect him to fall so quickly. I thought he could grow into a supreme being. I was wrong after all. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko no Xinjuan, and Zhang Yuanying turned pale upon hearing the crowd's discussion, and tears streamed down their faces. Just when everyone thought Lu Yan was dead, the sudden engulfing lightning tribulation was pushed aside by endless golden light. A 300-foot-tall ancient divine ape rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. Saint Zhang Junlin exclaimed in shock, that monkey looks so familiar. I remember now, in the Golden Core Prodigy battle, Man-Air from the Qingyun sect used this method. How could Lu Yan know it? He was in charge of the Golden Core Prodigy battle at the time, so he had a particularly deep impression of it. The other Golden Elixir contestants also remembered. It was indeed the work of Man-Air from the Qingyun sect. But how did it end up on Lu Yan? Saintess Shen Qinglan suddenly had a bold idea. Holy Son, do you think that Man-Air of Qingyun sect might actually be Lu Yan in disguise? Zhang Junlin, what nonsense are you talking about? Man-Air is a disciple of Qingyun sect, and has nothing to do with De Dao sect. Even if Lu Yan wanted to impersonate someone, he would impersonate a disciple of De Dao sect, not a disciple of Qingyun sect. Etc. I remember the elders of the Qingyun sect said that they had investigated, but there was no such person as Man-Air. Could it really be? Saintess Shen Qinglan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Moreover, it's not just Man-Air, Wei Yi of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhang San of the First Saint sect, and their related sects have also failed to find this person. Do you think it's possible that Lu Yan is also in disguise? The idea came to mind. Shen Qinglan herself felt she was overthinking it. The Battle of Golden Core Prodigies produced a multitude of geniuses. Even if Lu Yan can impersonate someone, he's already a genius. What if he's the one who gets all 4 of the top 4 spots in the competition? How is that possible? After listening to the Holy Maiden's words, the Holy Son Zhang Junlin fell silent, also pondering this possibility. Upon closer reflection, it's clear that the top 4 in the Heavenly Pride battle have never actually met, so perhaps it really was just Lu Yan playing the role. But he still felt it was impossible. Zhang Junlin said, although it is possible, how could one person master so many techniques? I think a person's energy is limited, and it is impossible for them to master so many methods. Saintess Shen Xinglan remained silent. She too felt it was impossible. My idea just now was indeed a bit crazy. Look up. See? The ancient divine ape unleashed a sun-like radiance as it battled against the lightning tribulation. Wrong. That wasn't a fight. Lu Yan was actually tempering his physical body. That's crazy. Saintess Shen Xinglan gasped. Saint Zhang Junlin also felt that Lu Yan was too abnormal. The others were already shocked by Lu Yan's power. Drink. Lu Yan couldn't afford to expose himself now, because his physical body couldn't withstand it. If I don't use the divine ape mountain moving technique to transform into a 300-foot tall ancient divine ape, I will really be killed by the lightning tribulation. Since it's all been exposed, then let's use the tribulation lightning to properly temper the body of the primordial divine ape. Rumble. The lightning tribulation became even more violent. Lu Yan spent 3 days and 3 nights undergoing his tribulation, alarming the entire Great Tao sect. From the sect leader down to the lowest ranking disciple. Everyone's just watching and waiting. The sect leader, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the young sect leader and his personal disciple, and said with a look of disappointment, "Look at them, you should learn from them. They've already made such a big commotion before even reaching the nascent soul stage. Imagine what they'd be like when they do. You guys should go back and reflect on why you're so incompetent." The young sect leader is the sect leader's biological son. He never expected that he wouldn't be scolded by his father for watching a play. The sect leader's personal disciple is the sect leader's only disciple. She rolled her eyes and quickly moved away from her master, afraid of being scolded. The young sect leader and the sect leader's personal disciples both disliked the sect leader because he was a nag. The sect leader was very impressed. Not bad, not bad. Our great Tao sect has a promising future. Perhaps we can one day become a holy land with a prestigious reputation. I originally hoped that you would shoulder this responsibility, but you have failed me. Sigh. He sighed and looked at his son and female apprentice, but they were gone. They slipped away really fast. He withdrew his gaze and continued watching Lu Yan undergo his tribulation. Fortunately, on the morning of the 4th day, Lu Yan's tribulation has finally come to an end. His entire body turned into charcoal. At the moment it ended, his life force was fully restored, and he successfully entered the nascent soul stage. This day, the entire Great Tao sect was discussing Lu Yan. Except for those who are in seclusion. Everyone knows this name. The record is absolutely insane. Using the tribulation to destroy over 1,000 people in the Yellow Springs Palace branch, the Netherworld Hall. He also had a heated argument with Lu Dengang, the deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs Hall. Even the appearance of the decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor could not stop it. Not only that, he escaped unscathed and remained unharmed until he successfully transcended the tribulation and entered the nascent soul realm. Who has such a record? Awesome. In the canteen, the market, and the taverns, everyone was talking about it, some even adding fuel to the fire. On that day, he stood firmly on the earth, transformed into an ancient divine ape, held the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, and shattered the darkness with thunder. Even if Lu Yan himself were to come, he would be shocked by the description. The hype has continued. Judging from this trend, it will probably be a topic of discussion for several months. Hunyuan Cave. Lu Yan was being held by 4 women. They all cried. The women burst into tears. "We were so scared. We thought you were going to die. The tribulation is truly terrifying." Pei Qingran's tears flowed freely. Each time is more terrifying than the last. Who knows what kind of tribulation will happen next? Will I be able to withstand it? Lu Yan wiped away her tears and said, "It's all right, my body is strong, I can withstand it." Long Nanji gazed at Lu Yan from afar, her eyes full of admiration. This time, she felt that Lu Yan was truly amazing. This level of lightning tribulation. She would die 100 times over. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 62. The system suddenly displayed a notification, and Lu Yan looked up. Long Nanji immediately looked down at her toes, but damn it, she couldn't see them at all. Her favorability rating is getting higher and higher, hee hee. Lu Yan thought with an evil smile. And Jiyu's favorability rating, 88. And Xichan's favorability rating, 88. Well, I really am attractive to women. Being handsome is a hassle. Come on, let's go inside. Lu Yan looked at the four women. The four women rolled their eyes in unison. Pei Qingran said, "By the way, what reward did heaven give you for successfully transcending your tribulation this time?" Chapter 77 Supreme Immortal Seed, Refusing the Invitation from the Great Tao Palace. Lu Miaozhu, Najiko no Shinjun, and Zhang Yuanying also looked at Lu Yan with curiosity. Guess? Lu Yan asked with a smile. Pei Qingran pinched Lu Yan's waist. Guess what? Just tell me. Lu Yan pouted. They're not even cooperating. The snail on the back of the ear suddenly shouted, "Stop being so mysterious, hurry up and tell me, stop dawdling." Damn it, that was so loud. Lu Yan felt like his ears were about to go deaf. He rubbed his ears and then, amidst everyone's anticipation, took out a seed the size of a thumb from his storage bag. The seeds were covered with ancient totems. Birds, fish, insects, and beasts. There is also a very strange pattern. 9 dragons pulling a coffin. The women asked, "What is this?" Lu Yan said, "This is what heaven has rewarded me with this time, a seed. As for what type of seed it is, heaven has not given me any relevant information. This is, let me see." The snail snatched the seed, bit it with its mouth, and said, "This is a legendary supreme immortal seed, extremely rare in all the heavens and the great realms. If we plant it, it might give birth to deities such as the 9 heavens mystic maiden and the queen mother of the jade pool. Or perhaps it can give birth to an innate spiritual root. For example, laurel trees, gourd vines, hibiscus trees, ginseng fruit trees, yellow plums, hollow willows, and the creation lotus. Or perhaps it could give birth to a world, like the world tree. In short, anything is possible." Lu Yan found it amazing. This thing is so awesome. Snail, that's for sure. No matter what you grow, the only thing that's certain is that it's exceptionally powerful. You've made a killing this time. Lu Yan stared at the seed. Is there any significance to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin on it? This involves a blind spot in my knowledge. Maybe it's a magic weapon. I'm not sure. It's not important. The most important thing right now is to plant it and see what grows. Good. Lu Yan planned to plant the seeds in the front yard of the Hunyuan cave. If what grows isn't a person but a tree, it can provide shade. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Yan, are you there? A somewhat familiar voice came from outside the Hunyuan cave. Lu Yan couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Lu Yan put the immortal seed into his storage bag, went outside and saw 2 people. One of them was Zhang Junlin, the holy son who presided over the Golden Core Prodigy battle at that time. Another. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her chest was high and full, round, and smooth. Those peach blossom eyes seemed to possess the power to steal one's soul. I've never seen this beautiful woman before. But she's really good looking. The snail exclaimed in surprise, "What a beautiful woman." TSK, TSK, TSK. Its sound came out clearly and could be heard within a radius of 500 meters. This made Lu Yan feel utterly humiliated. "Thank you for the compliment." The woman tossed her hair, her smile as bright as the morning star. Lu Yan glanced at her a few more times before the system's built-in character assessment slowly started, and the data appeared clearly. Name, Xin Qinglan. Age, 298-30003000. Realm level, 8th level of nascent soul. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Great Tao Sect, beloved disciple of the Vice Sect, master of the Great Tao Sect, 3 incarnations of Calamity Body. Goal, to attain the Tao of Emperor and ascend to the immortal realm. Rating, 94. Favorability, 60. The only one worth noting here is the 3 generations of natural disaster body. I don't know what that means. Ask the snail afterwards. Saint Sun Zhang Junlin was very enthusiastic. He walked up and said, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am the Holy Sun Zhang Junlin. Hello. This is the Holy Maiden Xin Qinglan. Hello." Lu Yan glanced at the 2 men and asked, "May I ask what business you 2 have with me?" Zhang Junlin said, "We have come on behalf of the Great Tao Palace to invite you to join the Great Tao Palace and become one of its chosen ones. We wonder if you are willing to do so?" Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about the Great Tao Palace. This is the core of the Great Tao sect, containing a total of 16 prodigies. The minimum strength of every prodigy is the nascent soul stage. It can be said that the core combat power of the Great Tao sect is contained within this group. Once you're inside, it means a continuous flow of resources. This means that you will definitely be able to break through to the void refinement realm in the future. This is the true value of the Great Tao Palace. All resources are tilted towards you. Legend has it that 90% of the Great Tao sect's resources are concentrated in the Great Tao Palace, which is crucial to the future of the Great Tao sect. Lu Yen had no opportunity to access this level before because he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage. Now he has the opportunity, but he's not in a hurry. Lu Yen said, "What price do I need? What will I do after I enter the Great Tao Palace?" Saintly Sun Jiang Junlin said, "The first thing is to cultivate, the second thing is to go to the secret realm." The disciples of the Great Tao Palace either cultivate or venture into the secret realm. Can we skip venturing into the secret realm? Lu Yen asked. He didn't want to take any risks. Jiang Junlin said, "No, the Great Tao Palace requires you to enter a secret realm every 6 months. This is to train your combat strength and prevent you from having a high cultivation level but no combat experience." Lu Yen said, "Then I cannot join." Unprecedented. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter were shocked. This was the first time the Great Tao Palace had been rejected. Why? The Holy Son asked. Lu Yen said, "I don't want to enter the secret realm. If you can solve this problem, I will join the Great Tao Palace. However, let me state in advance that I will not live in the Great Tao Palace. I am used to living in the Hunyuan cave." Alright, I forgot to mention earlier that disciples of the Great Tao Palace must reside within the Great Tao Palace, Jiang Junlin said. Then I am not destined for the Great Tao Palace. It doesn't matter if you live in the Great Tao Palace. We've all reached the nascent soul stage, so it doesn't matter where we live. It's different. I have 4 wives and children. The Holy Son Jiang Junlin and the Holy Daughter Shen Xinglan were shocked, as this was the first time they had heard this reason. That's ridiculous. Having reached the nascent soul stage, why would one still let go of romantic feelings? Isn't it better to pursue the Great Tao and immortality? They couldn't understand it. Lu Yen said, "You won't understand without a Taoist partner. You'll understand when you get married. Go back now, I have to go back too." He turned and left. The Holy Son Jiang Junlin and the Holy Daughter Shen Xinglan, who remained in place, looked at each other in bewilderment. "We've been rejected, haven't we?" "Yes." "What an outrageous reason." The two went back. Report this truthfully to the Vice Sect Master of the Great Tao Sect. The Vice Sect Master of the Great Tao Sect is the true ruler of the Great Tao Palace and the most powerful person under the Sect Master. Absurd, utterly absurd. To abandon the Great Tao for the sake of his wife and children. This child is destined to be abandoned by the Great Tao and will be stuck at the nascent soul stage. You should not have any contact with him. The deputy sect leader was furious and slammed his fist on the table, saying, "I knew he wouldn't have the resources to break through to the void refinement stage. I'm waiting for him to beg me." The front courtyard of Hunyuan Cave. Lu Yen was digging a pit with his sword. Pei Qingran asked, "Husband, won't your refusal of the Great Tao Palace's invitation anger the Vice Sect Master?" "I'm not afraid." Lu Yen said, "Everyone has their own path, and I have mine. You're just a lecherous scoundrel." Not far away, Long Nanji couldn't help but think to himself, "You're definitely reluctant to part with your wives, you lecherous scoundrel, Tui, you shameless womanizer." Long Nanji's favorability rating, 65. Lu Yen muttered to himself, "Why is it rising again? What is this woman thinking?" "That's true, everyone's path is different." Pei Qingran smiled broadly, "Husband, why are you poking the ground?" "I want to plant the fairy plants." Lu Yen was a little excited. He had finally dug the hole and then carefully buried the immortal seed. "Old snail, when will the immortal seed produce results?" "How would I know? Is there a way to speed this up?" "Try taking a piss there." "Good." Lu Yen immediately took off his pants. Pei Qingran was speechless. This was far too casual. She couldn't bear to look and turned back to her room. Long Nanji's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 80. And Jiyu's favorability rating, 90. And Shichan's favorability rating, 90. Ignoring the 3 women's favorability ratings, Lu Yen directly urinated on the immortal seed. "Snails? Wow. You're really not afraid of looking ugly." The snail had seen many men urinating, and would immediately change direction when someone came, so it ended up with its hand covered in urine. But Lu Yan is different. He's blatantly shameless. Lu Yan said, "Why should I be afraid of looking ugly? I'm so old, what do I have to be afraid of?" He can urinate 10 feet into the wind. The snail was a little annoyed. "You got away with it again." Chapter 78 The Tree of Heavenly Treasures. Eating one fruit extends life by 300 million years. It is nourished by urine. However, the immortal seed remained unchanged. Lu Yan is balding. Actually, he was very concerned about what the fairy seed could grow into, and he wished it could grow into a transformer. He had wanted a transformer since he was a child, but he never had the money to buy one. "As I've grown up, I realize how childish I was." He doesn't think it's childish anymore. It's perfect right now. Lu Yan muttered incantations to the ground. "Transformers, transform." The snail thought Lu Yan was toxic and covered its eyes, unable to bear watching. For the next few days, Lu Yan observed the immortal seed 2 or 3 times a day, but there was no change. Lu Yan sighed, "Little Wa, do you think this thing might take hundreds of years to produce results?" "I don't know." The snail on the back of the ear wiggled its antennae. "This is the first time a fairy seed has been planted. No experience." Several more days passed. Lu Yan suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the seed, as if it was about to break through the soil. He is really looking forward to the appearance of transformers. As a result, the ground cracked open, and tender seedlings sprouted, looking like mung bean sprouts. "What's this?" Lu Yan asked the snail. The snail said solemnly, "It seems that we can't grow a god, only a tree. We just don't know what kind of tree it is. We can't tell yet. We'll have to wait until it grows a bit bigger to find out." Before the words were even finished, the mung bean sprout grew tall in the wind. He grew 3 inches taller all at once. Several tender green leaves have sprouted. Then it continued to grow, grew wildly. 3 feet. 3 zhang. Lu Yan looked up. Wow, it's grown so fast, it's 10 meters tall all of a sudden. However, it hasn't stopped yet. This tree is moving like it's on mad dog juice, it's moving ridiculously fast. 30 zhang, approximately 33 meters. 300 feet. 600 feet. 1,000 feet. It only took a few blinks. This tree is the size of more than a dozen water vats, towering into the clouds, with lush branches and leaves, like a giant umbrella. It completely covered the entire Hunyuan cave. What's even more outrageous is that each leaf bursts with golden light, making it look from a distance as if there are suns living inside. The snail exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap, master, what incredible luck you have! The Supreme Immortal has planted a rare and precious tree. This is a sacred tree that is even more famous than the Fusang tree and the World Tree." "Is it famous?" "I've never heard of it," Lu Yan asked. The snail's mouth spews out words like a machine gun. "A rare and precious tree, truly unique. It is said that there is only one in all the heavens and the great world. And only one can grow. If this tree reaches the end of its lifespan, it will spontaneously combust, transforming into a seed that flies to the heavens and the great realms, or it will one day be reborn and grow anew when the time is right." Lu Yan clicked his tongue in amazement, "So amazing." The snail continued, "Moreover, the heavenly treasure tree has another characteristic. It grows tall when it faces the wind, and can grow 1,000 feet in one breath. When it grows to a certain stage, it will also exude a divine aura that is even more intense than spiritual energy. Each of its leaves will automatically form innate Tao patterns to protect the tree, which means that an innate formation has been formed in this Hunyuan cave. This makes it impossible for outsiders to see the height of the tree, only those who come here know how tall it is." Lu Yan said, "You mean to say that the Hunyuan cave now constitutes a world of its own?" "Yes, and what's even more outrageous is..." At this point, the snail danced with excitement, gesturing wildly. "The rare tree of heaven and earth blossoms every 90,000 years, bears fruit every 90,000 years, and matures every 90,000 years, and only 9 fruits are produced each time. It is also called the rare and precious fruit of heaven and earth. Smelling it can extend one's lifespan by 200,000 years. Eating one can extend one's lifespan by 300 million years. Even a mortal's cultivation level can directly surge to the half-step golden immortal level." Lu Yan was moved upon hearing this. There are still such miraculous products in the world. The snail put its hands on its hips and said, "You think it's something special? Even in the vast world, even a great Luo golden immortal would fight tooth and nail for it, yet you managed to get it. Logically speaking, rare and precious trees of heaven and earth often grow at the ends of the heavens. How could it be in the mortal realm? The snail couldn't understand. It had never seen this tree before, but had heard of it through long living. Lu Yen was a little worried, since it's so awesome, what if people find out? Wouldn't this place be? The snail said, "Don't worry, no one in the mortal world knows about this rare tree of heaven and earth. But in the immortal realm, it's hard to say." Lu Yen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. You're incredibly lucky. How could heaven reward you with something like this?" "Anyone who didn't know better would think heaven is your father," the snail said indignantly. Lu Yen pouted. He doesn't have the habit of randomly recognizing fathers, not even the heavenly Tao. What's going on? When the women saw a large tree suddenly rise from the ground, they all ran over to ask what was wrong. Even several children came to watch. Lu Yen thought about it and decided to lie. After all, the person involved was too powerful. This is a spiritual tree, grown from a celestial seed. It is said that cultivating under its protection has miraculous effects. That's amazing. The women had never seen this before and were a little curious, pointing and gesturing around the tree. What's outrageous is that there are rare innate Tao patterns faintly visible on the tree trunk, as if they can transport people to another realm. What an outrageous spirit tree! It's grown so tall. I wonder if it will ever bear fruit. Lu Miaozhu licked her lips. She wanted to taste the fruit. Lu Yen felt helpless. If he wanted to eat its wild fruit, he would have to wait 270,000 years. 270,000 years. Can they live that long? Lu Yen quietly asked the snail. Is there a way to accelerate ripening and make it bear fruit sooner? The snail said, "No, the world's knowledge of it only exists in legends." Long Nanji stood before the tree of heavenly treasures. She had been familiar with the classics of the demon race and the human race since childhood, but she had never seen this tree before. This means it must have a very important background. I need to stay and find out where it came from. She wanted to ask Lu Yen, but after taking 2 steps, she gave up. If Lu Yen wanted to say it, he would have said it already. The original purpose of coming here was to lure Pei Qinran away from the Great Tao sect, but now I find that Lu Yen seems to have more secrets. Long Nanji felt that Lu Yen seemed to be more important than Pei Qinran. In such a short period of time, one person has cultivated from the second level of qi refining to the level of nascent soul. If it were solely up to his own cultivation. She didn't quite believe it. She quickly contacted the real Long Nanji, explained the situation, and expressed her feelings. I think the most important thing right now is not to possess Pei Qinran, but to figure out why Lu Yan's cultivation speed is so fast. Long Nanji thought for a moment and said, "Then you should figure it out." Long Nanji said in spirit form, "Lu Yan is a very smart man. If you want to understand him, I think you have to become his woman." No. She didn't want her spirit body to pay such a heavy price, because the spirit body's memories would be synchronized with her real body. The true form said, "Find out his secrets, except for the method of sacrificing yourself." Okay. The spirit dragon Nanji thought for a moment and said. Just as she was about to go find Lu Yen, she saw Najimitsu secretly pulling him into the room. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yen was still studying the rare and precious tree when she pulled him into the room. Najashi rolled his eyes. "I missed you." She then reached out to take off Lu Yan's clothes. Lu Yan's eyes lit up as he understood her meaning. He picked her up and gently placed her on the bed. At the same time, Lu Yen threw the snail on the back of his ear out the window. "My husband, please cherish me." Nagi Ko Shinjun twisted his millstone-like buttocks. Lu Yen leaned in and pressed forward. "Madam, I've arrived." He had recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, but some things delayed his cultivation, so he has to work hard now. Chapter 79 Second Level of Nascent Soul, Helping Najimitsu Breakthrough, 4 updates. Lu Yan's hands continued to explore the valley and ramps. At the same time, a high-speed operation of the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing accelerates the progress of cultivation. 1 day later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 0.66%. 2 days later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 1.32%. 4 days later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 2.64%. 2 weeks later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 9.90%. 1 month later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 19.80%. 2 months later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 39.60%. 4 months later. Level 1 Nascent Soul Transformation, 79.20%. 5 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. The first chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 78%. Lu Yan was somewhat speechless. It took a full 5 months to break through to the first minor realm. It seems that the more realm one cultivates, the more days one needs to spend in joint cultivation. There's no way around it, that's how cultivation is. The higher the realm, the harder it is to cultivate. If the chosen ones of the Great Tao Palace heard these words, they would surely be furious. 5 months per floor. Let alone the divine transformation stage. It's still too fast for cultivators in the Qi refining realm. TSK Tisk. After 5 months of joint cultivation with Najimitsu, Lu Yan did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely energetic. On the contrary, Najimitsu begged for mercy several times. She had already reached her breaking point. She was in the physical body of a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. How could she withstand the hard work of a deity transformation body? I fainted several times. However, she was struggling to keep going because her cultivation was improving every day. It might be because Lu Yan is a nascent soul cultivator. It helped her improve a lot. Now, she has finally reached a bottleneck. My husband, I can't improve any further. I need to try to break through my current realm and see if I can overcome this limitation. Okay, I'll protect you. Lu Yan did not leave, he stayed there and watched her cultivate. Several more days passed. Najimitsu Shinjun still hasn't made any progress. Lu Yan stopped her and offered his suggestion. During these past few days of your cultivation, I've come up with a plan for you. I remember you're a 5th grade array master. I think you can try a different approach to break through your cultivation level. You can use arrays to break through to the nascent soul stage. ? Nagi Ko Shinjun was stunned for a moment when he first heard this statement. You can do that? Explain in detail? You need to combine the formation with your cultivation level, using the formation to assist in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Simply put, it's about using the formation to achieve nascent soul status. Don't just say it simply, explain it in detail. Najiko Shinjun rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shining brightly. She had never thought of this before. My husband is truly a genius. I made the right choice. Lu Yan understood the invincible formation Tao, so he explained to her in a simple and easy to understand way how to achieve the divine transformation. They talked for several hours. Nagi Koku jumped onto Lu Yan, wrapped her legs around his waist, and put her arms around his neck, saying, My husband, thank you. I know how to proceed. Thank you. You are truly my lucky star. The problem that has troubled me for so many years has finally been solved. You're a genius. She kissed and hugged Lu Yan, very excited. A moment later, she jumped down, immediately opened the storage bag, and began to inscribe a formation on the spot. Lu Yan did not leave, watching how she sketched. She had been sketching for several days and finally finished. Then she looked at Lu Yan. Husband, please take a look at this for me. Lu Yan made some further modifications to her formation, bringing it to the 6th rank. You can now use the formation to transform into a spirit. You can try to break through. I'll be watching you from the side. If anything goes wrong, I'll stop you. Thank you, my husband. She said something, immediately formed a hand seal, and began to break through to the nascent soul stage with the help of the formation. Its entire body was enveloped in a luster. The pressure from the nascent soul cultivator surged forth, shaking the room violently as if it were about to collapse. Long Nanji looked bitter. No, it's been 5 months and they're still doing it? That's really amazing. Aren't they afraid of grinding an iron rod into a needle? As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure of the nascent soul surged forth. Lu Yan acted swiftly, suppressing the nascent soul's pressure within the room. Najimitsu Shinjun is breaking through the realm with unstoppable momentum. Bang! 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 The sounds continued and could be heard. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and Zhang Yuanying blushed. Was this someone poking the ground? The next day at noon. The sound disappeared, all sound vanished. Nagi Ko Shinjun suddenly opened his eyes, and the purple light in his eyes flashed and disappeared. My husband, I've succeeded. I've broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage. She stood up, as excited as a child, and hugged Lu Yan, saying, Thank you, my husband, you were so wonderful. She finally broke through the realm that had troubled her for so long. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. Upon hearing this, the women outside came to the door and knocked. Nagi Ko True Lord released Lu Yen, went to open the door, and said, I've broken through. I've broken through to the nascent soul stage. Luckily, my husband helped me, otherwise I wouldn't know how I would have broken through. She was very excited. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu stepped forward one after another. Congratulations, congratulations. They felt this feeling most deeply. It was only with Lu Yenkai that they broke through to the next realm. Otherwise, they would have surely died when their lifespan ended. It was Lu Yen who allowed them to live for several hundred more years. Zhang Yuanying also stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Of the 4 women, she had the lowest cultivation level, at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. We need to step up our game. Zhang Yuanying tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve and said shyly, Husband, will you help me with my cultivation as well? Upon seeing this, Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu's eyes lit up, and they immediately dragged Lu Yen to the bed. Hey, I want to go out for some fresh air, please don't do this. Lu Yen struggled. He had been busy for 5 months and wanted his second brother to rest for a while. But they don't want to be idle. Najimitsu Shinjun left the room and said, You guys are having fun, I'll take a break for a while. She left the room and locked the door. Long Nanji was filled with envy, but also felt a pang of jealousy. This woman is outrageous, breaking through to the next level so quickly? She couldn't understand the reason behind it. She clearly slept with Lu Yen, so how did she break through to the next level? That's unscientific. Can you break through to a higher level just by sleeping? A thought popped into her mind. After leaving the room, Najimitsu went straight to the library, a place she hadn't visited in a long time. It just appeared. Countless eyes were fixed on her. The Grand Elder of the library is still the prettiest, those legs, that butt. It's a pity she's already married. Married women are better, they have more charm. It's a pity I can't beat Lu Yen, otherwise I would have given it a try. Aren't you afraid of dying if you try? A sudden voice rang out. It was Elder Zhua Weian of the Great Dao Palace who spoke. Stop gossiping behind my back, or one day you'll die without even knowing how you died. Yes, Elder. The group of people who were talking quickly flew away on their swords. He immediately approached Najimitsu Shinjun. Hello? Oh, you actually broke through? She said casually, yes, is there something you need? It's nothing, I just said hello when we bumped into each other, I'll be going now. Without any hesitation, he left immediately. He was afraid Lu Yen would misunderstand. Once you've transcended tribulation and established your foundation, the ability to instantly kill someone of the same realm is no joke. Even if he were to fight Lu Yen, even if he used every trick in the book, he might not be able to win. She also broke through to the nascent soul stage while she was with Lu Yen. That kid's got some skills. I wonder what he's doing now. He's probably cultivating diligently. That's right. Lu Yen is diligently cultivating and working hard. Day 3. Zhang Yuanying fainted. On the 7th day, Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran could no longer bear it and fled the room. Mock up. Lu Yen smiled as he looked at their disheveled appearance. At this moment, Zhang Yuanying woke up, her eyes filled with terror. Husband, no, I need to calm down. Lu Yen smiled. Don't worry, I'll give you a few days to rest. She shrugged and limped away from the room. Lu Yen sighed helplessly. There isn't a single one who can fight. He also went out of the room, placed the snail behind his ear, and said, Come on, I'll treat you to some diaolong, a type of succulent. Okay. The snail licked its lips. Chapter 80. The Three-Legged Golden Crow. The women gain a fortuitous opportunity. 5 updates. Lu Yen made a hand seal. He used the Thousand Faces divine art to instantly change the snail's appearance before bringing it to the restaurant in the market. If you don't change your appearance, you'll be surrounded by onlookers. He's too famous. Upon arriving at the restaurant, we immediately ordered 30 plates of hanging dragon meat. The snail's eyes shone brightly with excitement, and it immediately began to devour its food. Lu Yen also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He had long since stopped eating grains, but he still quite enjoyed the delicious food. Have you heard? Lu Yen was enjoying his meal when he noticed someone speaking in this manner. Without a doubt, a conversation that started with this structure was bound to be gossipy. He quickly perked up his ears to listen. What did you hear? Someone asked. I heard that the holy maiden Xinxinglan agreed to become Lu Yan's Taoist partner and has now moved into the Hunyuan cave. It is said that she is 3 months pregnant. What? 3 months? Yes, Saintess Xinxinglan has been stuck at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage for a long time, and her cultivation is difficult to improve. I heard that Lu Yan has a way to break through it, so she did it in this way. Your information is outdated. I heard that the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect has also become Lu Yan's man. You beast. Why wasn't it me? Wa'ada. Lu Yan was stunned. This is a complete rumor. He has absolutely no connection with Xinxinglan. I've never even met the leader of the 100 Flowers sect. I never imagined that there would be people in another world who could spread lewd rumors. Your information is still outdated. I heard that the young sect leader plans to forcefully propose to Lu Yan. Isn't the young sect leader a man? Yes, it's a man on top of a man. Question mark. Lu Yan was speechless. He thought these rumors were all outrageous. The authenticity is zero. Just as he was about to block out his hearing and consciousness, a somewhat familiar name came into view. A middle-aged man said, I heard that Su Luoxian is about to be born. Su Luoxian? Lu Yan thought about it carefully. I just remembered this name. I remember my teacher's wife told me that there were 4 names, and I could choose one of them to be my wife. Jiang Suyi, Su Luoxian, Lu Miaozhu, Pei Qingran. The 2 women behind him are now his women. I've never heard of the names of the 2 women before, so they probably aren't from the Great Tao sect. Su Luoxian, who is that? Someone asked, not understanding. The man was taken aback. You don't know this woman? Have no idea. The man explained, she is the pride of the Heavenly Tao sect, the number 1 sect among the 30 sections. Title, Heavenly Saintess. It is said that she had been in seclusion trying to break through to the integration realm. Her emergence from seclusion this time caused a sensation among the 30 sections. Presumably, she has successfully broken through to the next realm. I heard that the young sect leaders and disciples of the sect leaders of the 30 sects have all come to propose marriage. Unfortunately, she didn't like any of them. He also said that there was only one person who was good enough for her, and no one else was good enough for her. This matter spread like wildfire. I learned about it because a friend of a relative's son is a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. So you're saying she has someone she likes? Right. Do you know who it is? If we knew the specific name, the entire Hunyuan realm would probably be shaken up. After listening for a while, Lu Yan finally understood. Su Luoxian should be at the integration realm, or at least at the great perfection of the void refinement realm. So powerful, my master's wife actually told me to choose. First, she had a relationship with her teacher's wife. Secondly, the master's wife was strong enough to easily subdue her and force her to marry him. But Lu Yan was more inclined to believe that his master's wife had a relationship with her, and that they were very close. However, this woman actually has someone she likes? That's not very fair of me, master's wife. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Luckily, I didn't choose her back then. It seems like I didn't have a choice back then. Pei Qingran was chosen for me by my master's wife. It has to be said. Pei Qingran is also very good. The man added, I heard that the person she likes is in one of the 10 great holy lands, so it's normal that she looks down on the 30 sects. I see. Everyone understood immediately. Lu Yan listened to the gossip for a while longer before paying and leaving the restaurant. To restore one's appearance. Return to Hunyuan Cave immediately. He didn't rush to practice with the girls, but instead spent a few days playing with the children. To my surprise, I discovered this. The eldest daughter, Lu Changsheng, cultivated to the 20th level of the qi refining technique. This is equivalent to the foundation establishment level in the 9 realms of immortality. The second daughter, Lu Baizhi, has rapidly advanced her cultivation level with the help of the Taishan scripture, and has already reached the 5th level of qi refining. The eldest son, Lu Shi, had a supreme bone that was glowing, seemingly revealing the supreme rune. The second son, Lu Feng, has developed double pupils, with a small world hidden within his pupils. The third son, Lu Yan, was playing in the mud and sand. Strangely, she was not afraid of fire and could bathe in it. These kids are just too amazing. Lu Yan gasped, they are destined for greatness. After spending 2 more days with them, Lu Yan was about to cultivate with the women when suddenly the heavenly treasure tree underwent another change, growing from 1,000 feet to 3,000 feet. Old snail, how did it grow so tall all of a sudden? Lu Yan asked in confusion. Don't panic, it's like this. The rare trees of heaven and earth are like this. They can grow a little taller every once in a while. Legend has it that their limit is 90,000 zhang, approximately 40,000 meters. Won't it pierce the sky with such a height? No, its height cannot be perceived from the outside, it can only be seen from the tree roots. Lu Yan continued to observe. As I watched, a ball of fire suddenly drifted down from the sky. It's like a little sun flying towards us. It moved with incredible speed, instantly landing on this rare and precious tree, stopping at the 3,000-foot branch. Lu Yan gasped, this thing has 3 legs, like the sun, isn't this the golden crow? The snail said, that's right, it's the legendary 3-legged golden crow. Legend has it that the sun was made from the 3-legged golden crow. I never expected that the tree of heavenly treasures would attract it as well. Wait, it's not a creature of the mortal realm, it came down from the immortal realm because it's shrouded in immortal mist. The snail could tell at a glance that this 3-legged golden crow had descended to the mortal realm by severing its own cultivation. Hello, what's your name? Lu Yan asked. The 3-legged golden crow was too lazy to lower its head. Lu Yan asked the 3-legged golden crow several times, but it didn't respond. Shouldn't such a divine creature have developed sentience by now? The 3-legged golden crow is very arrogant. Unless you are very strong, it will not bother with you. All right. Lu Yan glanced at the bird, its feathers were very beautiful, but he wondered if it tasted good. The snail said, the 3-legged golden crow severed its cultivation and descended to the lower realm. There must be a reason for its arrival here. This tree may hold great opportunities. Quickly call your people to the base of the tree. Lu Yan did as instructed. Bring everything from the Hunyuan cave to here, including the children. He suddenly remembered something. Summon Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, here immediately. She appeared. The women stared intently at their master's wife, for she was simply too beautiful, breathtakingly so. Her silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching the ground. Her breasts were full and high. A bell jingled on her ankle as she walked. Everyone's attention was drawn to her. Even Long Nanji, who was naturally alluring, couldn't resist the impact of such beauty. Everyone stared at her in awe. Yang Wanjin stared wide-eyed at the 3,000-foot-tall tree and the 3-legged golden crow, her face full of confusion. Lu Yan gave a brief explanation that it was a reward from heaven. The reason for calling her over. Oh. She uttered a single word. Like spring water flowing through a mountain stream, it is very crisp, solitary, and melodious. The crowd then came to their senses. Long Nanji thought to herself, you're the real succubus, born with a seductive nature. Lu Yan asked her to sit next to him. No one spoke after that, they just sat there quietly in meditation. Really? Less than 2 incense sticks time. The tree suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, as if announcing its return to all the heavens and the myriad worlds. The trees burst forth with light. This causes the leaves to be enveloped in a light mist, like the ethereal atmosphere of a fairyland. The snail said, this is an opportunity. The leaves are exhaling immortal mist for the first time, which is good for the human body. Everyone, hurry up and inhale as much as you can. Absorb it into your body first, and then refine it as soon as you are full of power. Your cultivation will definitely increase. Heeding the snail's advice, everyone immediately began to suck. Lu Yan was no exception. Like a whale sucking up a river. He used the great Dao Qi cultivation technique to absorb the immortal mist into his body. Chapter 81 The Master's Wife is Pregnant, Yu Guanqiao takes on the challenge, 6 updates. The tree, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, stands 3,000 feet tall. The 3-legged golden crow sucked in air so intensely that when it opened its mouth, it resembled a funnel, and the celestial mist continuously converged upon it. Secondly, there was the teacher's wife, Yang Wanjin. She is like a river flowing into the sea. The celestial mist quickly gathered around her. Lu Yan thought he was outrageous enough, but the 3-legged golden crow and his master's wife were even more perverted. Lu Yan activated his second nascent soul and began absorbing energy. Whales drink and cows suck. He inhaled for half an hour. It can't be sucked up. At this moment, the celestial mist gradually dissipated. The 3-legged golden crow closed its eyes, its belly bulging, and its wings flashing, clearly refining this power. Lu Yan, I'm going back now. Yang Wanjin stood up, her belly protruding. Lu Yan looked at her stomach and said, you can refine it here too. Inconvenient. Yang Wanjin glanced at Lu Yan again. She had many secrets that she couldn't let others know. It didn't matter if Lu Yan knew, but there were still many people here. I owe you a favor. Don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. How can you say such a thing, master's wife? You've been protecting me all these years. Then I'll be going now. The master's wife's cheeks flushed as she covered her slightly protruding belly, looking as if she were 5 or 6 months pregnant. She found the ethereal mist a bit overwhelming. We must go back quickly and refine it. She stopped talking nonsense. Disappeared on the spot. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze and looked at the women. You should strike while the iron is hot and refine it quickly. After he finished speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the immortal mist on the spot. 7 days later. Lu Yan opened his eyes. He refined all the immortal mist and added it to his second nascent soul and the immortal ancient desolate demon guide. Then, the second nascent soul successfully broke through to the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. Having successfully cultivated the first chapter of Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, his combat power is equivalent to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. I've finally mastered the first introduction. Taking all the data and combat power into account, I can now fight against a great perfection nascent soul cultivator as easily as beating a child. He stood up, twisted his body, and looked at the crowd. They were still refining it. I will not bother you anymore. Several more days passed. Everyone broke through to the next level. Lu Miaozhu and Pei Qingran both reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Nagi Ko Shinju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Yuanying achieved the great perfection of the golden elixir. The twins, Njiyu and Njichan, have both reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. Long Nanji is still at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, but he has a chance to break through to the void refinement stage. Lu Chongqing's Qi cultivation technique level 23. Lu Baizhi has reached the great perfection of Qi refining. Lu Shi and Lu Feng are still young and have not yet absorbed the nutrients. The effects will gradually become apparent as they grow up. Lu Yan was the same. Everyone was very happy because this opportunity was just too good to pass up. Avoid taking decades and countless detours. Several women circled around him, saying, "Husband, you are so wonderful." Lu Yan suddenly discovered something terrifying. Little snail, why hasn't your cultivation level changed? I remember you also absorbed the immortal mist. It's not important. Its cultivation speed was slow to begin with. Even with extraordinary opportunities, it's no use. It's the curse of the immortal snail clan. With invincible defense. His cultivation level is ridiculously weak. There are gains and losses, but it doesn't really care. Lu Yan didn't know how to comfort him, so he said, I'll treat you to some scallops. I'm not going. It has no appetite. It wanted to find a secluded corner to cry its heart out. Seeing that it wouldn't leave, Lu Yan didn't say much. He looked at Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Nagi Ko Shinjuan and said, Come on, let's go inside. I have to go to the library. I need to practice my swordsmanship. I still have a bucket of rice that I haven't eaten yet. I'd better practice my sword skills instead. Zhang Yuanying wanted to go inside with Lu Yan, but no one else was going, and she couldn't handle it alone. Don't run away, come on, come inside. Lu Yan stopped them, intending to go inside to cultivate together and improve their cultivation. The main reason is that I haven't tried taking on 4 opponents at once yet. As a result, neither of them wanted to. Lu Yan spoke slowly and patiently until they all agreed. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out outside the Hunyuan cave. Lu Yan, come out quickly. The man arrived here and suddenly felt that the spiritual energy here was very strong. Just by taking a single breath, he felt his cultivation levels subtly increase. He looked up. Then you notice a towering, enormous tree that seems to reach into the clouds. When was this tree planted, he wondered. Lu Yan came out and asked, Who are you? Do you need something? The man began to introduce himself. I am Yu Guanqiao, one of the 4 outstanding talents of the Great Tao Palace, with the cultivation level of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Never heard of it. You know the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen of the Great Tao Palace, right? I am one of the 4 heroes. The sword technique I practice is the tide-watching sword technique. With 1 strike, the tide comes. With 1 strike, the tide disappears. Lu Yan asked, briefly explain why you've come here. I didn't want to come either, but the vice-sect leader of the Great Tao sect asked me to come. Yu Guanchao sighed and said, he said that your refusal to enter the Great Tao Palace would damage the prestige of the Great Tao Palace, so he sent me to challenge you and let you know how awesome the disciples of the Great Tao Palace are. I see, thank you for letting me know. I accept your challenge. Tell me, how do you want to fight? How else can we fight? Let's just go for it. Lu Yan shook his head, that won't do. I'll make a bet with you. If you win, I'll kneel before the vice-sect master and beg him to accept me into the Great Tao Palace. If I win? Yu Guanchao interrupted Lu Yan, impossible. I've seen you undergo tribulation. Although you are very powerful and are known for your ability to instantly kill those of the same realm, that's only possible at a lower realm. Transformation into a deity is a high realm. I have cultivated 3 supernatural powers and even perfected them. You are no match for me. Lu Yan said, could you please stop interrupting me? If you lose, how about you become a guard here? Help me watch over the gate of the Hunyuan cave. Yu Guanchao sneered, you mean you want me to be a watchdog? Same meaning, I'm just asking if you want to bet or not, Lu Yan said. I cannot agree to that. He is one of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. If he loses and becomes Lu Yan's watchdog, he will be ridiculed for the rest of his life. Since you won't agree, then there's no need for me to agree to fight you. Lu Yan turned and left. Yu Guanchao said, don't go, can we change the terms? Lu Yan looked at him, are you afraid of losing? Since I joined the sect, I, Yu Guanchao, have never been afraid. Alright, I agree. I hope you can keep your promise. Even if I lose, I will still keep my promise. Very well, let's start the battle. You make the first move. Lu Yan Dao. Pei Qingran and the others naturally heard what the two were saying and rushed out to try to stop them. But it's already too late. Yu Guanchao swung his broadsword at him. Other disciples of the Great Tao sect, hearing that there was a show to watch at the Hunyuan cave, all flew over to the place. I wonder who will win. Someone wants to start a betting operation. The one running the betting operation was naturally Zue Gongzi, the son of Zue Huayin. It must be Yu Guanchao. Lu Yan has only just entered the nascent soul stage, there's no way he can beat him. Lu Yan, who was undergoing tribulation in foundation building, was instantly killed by someone at the same level. Dream on. Only those at a lower cultivation level can instantly kill enemies of the same level. The nascent soul stage is a higher level. You think you can kill enemies beyond your cultivation level? You're dreaming. How about we take a gamble? We'll bet on Lu Yan losing, with odds of 1:1, and on Lu Yan winning, with odds of 2:1. The speaker was the drunken young master, who was looking to rake in some more money. Gentlemen, the betting has begun. Place your bets now. Unfortunately, the betting odds haven't been opened yet. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was Lu Yan who made the move. Chapter 82 Lu Yan's domineering approach, I can kill you 3 times. Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and 4 pillars of lightning appeared in the vortex. Yu Guanchao knew that Lu Yan was about to make a move. I didn't expect him to start with the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique. I can't underestimate him, I have to go all out. He knew that Lu Yan had indeed just stepped into the nascent soul stage, but he was a nascent soul cultivator who had undergone tribulation. Underestimating him would surely lead to defeat, so he did not underestimate his opponent and attacked with all his might, wielding his heavy sword. A wave of blades surged forth. The seawater boiled, and the boundless waves seemed to rise from the horizon, making the space seem to freeze. Saintess Shen Qinglan gasped. Yu Guanchao truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. His first move was the divine power, tides rise and fall. She glanced at Jiang Junlin, the Holy Sun, and asked, can you withstand this attack head-on? Jiang Junlin shook his head, it's a bit difficult. He was second to last among the 16 prodigies of the Great Tao Palace. How could he possibly withstand the divine power of a veteran prodigy, unless he was given time to catch up? Both he and the Saintess were highly talented. The only problem right now is that they are young and their supernatural abilities are not yet fully developed. It's only a matter of time before they catch up with the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. Lu Yan, this is my first supernatural power, 1 strike, and the tide rises. Yu Guanchao wielded his heavy sword and slashed down fiercely, as endless tide surged from the horizon and struck down at Lu Yan's location. Without any hesitation, another slash was unleashed, and the blades energy soared into the sky. The tide recedes. One strike, and all is lost. Yu Guanchao slashed twice, then quickly withdrew the sword. Looking out. Lu Yan's figure could no longer be seen. He had obviously been swallowed up by the supernatural power. Tides rise and fall. Lu Yan, you've lost. Quickly admit defeat, or my divine power will devour you, and you'll need to recover for at least several years. As fellow disciples of the great Tao sect, he did not pursue them to the bitter end. Moreover, he didn't come here to kill Lu Yan, but was ordered to recruit him. Some people were surprised. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. I didn't expect Lu Yan to be unable to withstand even one move. As expected of one of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, his strikes are swift and decisive. Something's wrong. Look at the ebb and flow of the tide, something's not right, someone exclaimed in alarm. Everyone looked over. Lightning flashed and thunder roared amidst the waves, which were then broken apart. Lu Yan tore it apart with both hands. The waves were torn apart. He appeared out of nowhere, pointing his finger towards the sky. Thunder, thunder, fall upon me. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, 4 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, locking in on Yu Guanchao. Yu Guanchao's expression changed, and he quickly dodged using his footwork. The place where the lightning tribulation struck. The ground shattered, and the void cracked open. Yu Guanchao wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide, so he could only take the hit head-on and cleave the lightning with his sword. In a hurry. The burst of power was insufficient, so he was struck by lightning, his whole body was smoking, and his hair exploded. Fall. Lu Yan controlled the 4 lightning pillars, which descended from the sky like 4 lightning dragons, striking directly at Yu Guanchao's brow. Yu Guanchao wanted to retaliate, but Lei Long was too fast, and he couldn't use his supernatural powers at all. This strike. He is doomed. Just as the lightning was about to strike his brow, the lightning bolt stopped. Disperse. Lu Yan uttered a single word. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. I lost, Yu Guanchao said through gritted teeth. If Lu Yan hadn't stopped, he would be dead, but he's not satisfied. Because he didn't even use his supernatural powers. Lu Yan said calmly. What? You look like you're not convinced? I haven't been able to use either of my supernatural abilities. Yu Guanchao said softly. Then I'll give you 2 more chances. Believe me, I can kill you twice more. Lu Yan said with a smile. Yu Guanchao felt that Lu Yan had a very strong presence. I've already lost half the battle in terms of momentum. Lu Yan is too arrogant. Yu Guanchao is one of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. If he could use his supernatural powers, he might be able to win, said Saintess Shen Qinglan. Jiang Junlin remained silent, quietly watching the show. Lu Yanfeng said calmly, I'll use my supernatural powers on you. If you can beat me even once, what I just said still stands. Okay. Yu Guanchao said good 3 times in a row because he felt that Lu Yan was insulting him. Enraged, he said, very well, now I'll let you experience my second supernatural power. He was really angry. He unleashed a burst of energy, wielding the sword with both hands, gathering all his spiritual power into the blade, creating a dazzling sword aura that stretched for 100 meters. A single strike was delivered. The sky shattered, and the shattered space seemed to freeze. The divine tide of mountains and rivers. As soon as Yu Guanchao finished speaking, the entire land seemed to be engulfed by boundless divine waves. Waves erupt. It was poured into a terrifying hellish palace. What a terrifying aura! Saintess Shen Qinglan was shocked. This must be his second divine power. This is the first time I've ever seen it. Saint Sun Jiang Junlin, this is the first time I've seen this before. It's really impressive. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, stunned by the incredible scene. However, everyone was immediately stunned, because Yu Guanchao had not stopped yet and immediately unleashed a 3rd supernatural power. He transformed into lightning and entered the 2nd supernatural power. With a single slash of the 2 swords. The 3rd divine power, Divine Tide Rises Sun and Moon, was unleashed. The 2 supernatural powers overlapped. It was as if the sun and moon were appearing above the divine tide of mountains and rivers, and the entire world was surrounded by this strange phenomenon. Lu Yan's eyes flashed, as if he were deep in thought. So supernatural powers can be combined and used in combination, I understand now. Inspired, he immediately cast the yin-yang life and death diagram, and instantly the world turned gray, with a colorless landscape painting covering the surroundings. The yin and yang fish alternate. It rotates slowly. Everyone felt that the world had lost its color, appearing as black and white, a hazy gray. This is a divine ability he obtained during his golden core stage, a reward from the heavenly Tao. Now, as a nascent soul cultivator, its range has expanded considerably. The Divine Ape's mountain moving technique. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Lu Yan immediately transformed into a 300-foot-tall primordial divine ape. The primordial divine ape, traversing the yin-yang life and death diagram, has pupils surrounded by black and white, resembling the chaotic giant ape of the primordial era that destroyed heaven and earth. Lu Yan slammed down with a punch. The enormous fist covered several miles. A dazzling golden light filled the sky. 8 collapse fist. Lu Yan added another fist technique, which he then unleashed using the body of the primordial divine ape. 8 punches stacked together. Boom! Yu Guanchao's sun and moon were directly shattered by the fist intent, and his third supernatural power perished. The intent of the fist is boundless. It bombarded down. Yu Guanchao's third supernatural power has been lost. He knelt on the ground, spitting blood, his face pale and ashen. I lost. He was truly convinced this time. At this moment, the entire venue was completely silent, as if time had frozen. A moment later, Lu Yan withdrew his spiritual power. The ancient divine ape and the yin-yang diagram of life and death vanished, and the black and white world returned to color. Everyone stared at Lu Yan as if they'd seen a ghost. He's a monster. He's only just reached the nascent soul stage and he's already defeated a nascent soul grand perfection cultivator. Is the foundation establishment stage really that amazing? Everyone, disperse. Lu Yan waved his hand. Everyone left reluctantly. Lu Yan looked at Yu Guanchao. You lost. I hope you can abide by the agreement. Yu Guanchao immediately stepped forward and said solemnly, from today onwards, I will be the gatekeeper. I will take good care of the Hunyuan cave and report to you immediately if there are any important matters. Lu Yan nodded, Yu Guanchao asked, by the way, may I ask you, did you use your full strength? Lu Yan shook his head and remained silent. He didn't use his dark spiritual power, immortal ancient desolate demon guide, nor did he unleash his second nascent soul power. That wasn't even at full strength, okay? Upon hearing this, Yu Guanchao was completely convinced. He nodded to Lu Yan and immediately landed at the entrance of the Hunyuan cave. From this day forward, he would be Lu Yan's gatekeeper. They guarded the Hunyuan cave. He looked up at the towering tree that seemed to reach into the clouds and fell into deep thought. What is this thing? What's even stranger is that he felt his injuries had healed considerably as soon as he landed here. How strange. There was another important reason why he was willing to stay here and guard the gate. The spiritual energy in the Hunyuan cave is very rich. It made it very comfortable for him to breathe. He felt that practicing here would definitely be beneficial. Lu Yan said, work hard, and you'll get your share of the rewards. Yu Guanchao said, okay. He sat cross-legged at the entrance of the Hunyuan cave, meditating and cultivating. How amazing! He actually felt that his cultivation level had increased slightly. It seems there's hope for reaching the void refinement realm. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. I really made the right choice coming here. Chapter 83 What's Wrong with Being a Dog? Woof woof woof. The Great Tao Palace. When the deputy sect leader heard that Yu Guanchao was helping Lu Yan act as a gatekeeper, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Lu Yan has gone too far. He thought highly of Yu Guanchao. After all, he was one of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, but he never expected that he would become someone else's dog. He felt he had been thoroughly humiliated. He had intended for Yu Guanchao to subdue Lu Yan, but unexpectedly, he was the one who was subdued instead. Lu Yan, you're really quite capable. He was so angry that his beard twitched. He said, someone, summon the young patriarch, the sect leader's personal disciple, the young sect leader, the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, and the holy son and holy daughter. The subordinate immediately rushed to inform them. A moment later, only 2 people came. The holy son Jiang Junlin, the holy daughter Shin Qinglan. The deputy sect leader asked, where are the others? The subordinate replied tremblingly, the young patriarch has gone into seclusion to fuse with the great Tao sword, and he is not expected to emerge from seclusion for some time. The sect leader's personal disciple and the young sect leader were both summoned by the sect leader, who said he was going to impart his skills to them. The 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen went to the Starfall secret realm half an hour ago, and they shouldn't be able to come out for at least half a year. The deputy sect leader tapped his fingers on the table, his tone icy. Therefore, only the Holy Son and Holy Daughter are currently unavailable. He glanced at the Holy Son and Holy Daughter as he spoke. One is second to last, and the other is last. None of them can compare to Yu Guanqiao. They won't save face if they go to Hunyuan Cave. As the deputy sect leader, he couldn't very well make a personal appearance that would be even more embarrassing. All right, why should I argue with a junior? He stroked his beard and said, I'm giving you a task. Yu Guanqiao helped others guard the gate. It's so embarrassing. From today onwards, he is removed from the ranks of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. You will find someone else to fill his place. Find a suitable person for me within half a month. Saint Shin Qinglan was shocked. Half a month? Can't find it? Abel. I'll just have to bite the bullet, said Zhang Junlin, the Holy Son. The deputy sect leader issued an order to leave. Get out. The two then walked out of the palace. Where are we going to find this person in half a month? Shin Qinglan asked. Zhang Junlin also shook his head. The conditions for entering the Great Dao Palace are too harsh. One must reach the nascent soul stage before the age of 300. Where are we going to find such a person? If there are any, there's no need to look for them. The elders of each sect will report them to the Great Dao Palace. Yes. Shin Qinglan sighed. Let's go ask them. Perhaps there are some who have slipped through the net. I really don't want to do this job. I should have gone down to the secret realm with you. Holy Son Zhang Junlin couldn't help but complain. The two were forced to work. There are two sides to the story. Hunyuan Cave. Lu Yen looked at Yu Guanqiao and asked. I heard you were kicked out of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. Do you regret it? He laughed and said, no regrets. I think this place is better. I can improve my cultivation every day. It seems that I am not far from reaching the void refinement stage. When he breaks through to the void refinement stage, the vice sect master will regret it. He even wants to see the vice sect master's regretful face. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Call me if you need anything. Lu Yan stopped comforting him. A grown man doesn't need comforting. Besides, he's not lacking in any way. After some more time, the rare tree of heaven and earth spewed forth celestial mist, and he was among those who benefited from it. I wonder if Master's wife has digested it yet. Lu Yan felt excited just thinking about Master's wife's bulging breasts. It would be even more exciting if Master's wife were pregnant. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he quickly retracted it. If his master found out, he'd be in deep trouble. Is Master Li Daoxian still alive? He hasn't come back for decades, nor has he sent a message to let us know he's safe. Sigh, his wife is left to live a life of widowhood. He felt sorry for his teacher's wife. I really want to help my master take care of his wife. Just as he was thinking this, he glanced over and saw Najimitsu and Zhang Yuanying acting suspiciously. What are they doing? Lu Yan quietly walked up behind the two women. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanying ask, Sister Nagi, how did you get pregnant? Why have I been unable to conceive? Lu Yan smiled and said, you want to get pregnant, right? I'll help you. Come on in. He pulled Zhang Yuanying and Najiko Shinjun into the room. No. Zhang Yuanying twisted her hips in resistance. Najimitsu wasn't afraid, because she felt she had become stronger. 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Hey. Lu Yan said, this time I'll be gentle, obediently stick your butt out. The Sutra of the Plain Girl on asking the way is being circulated. 1 day later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 0.66%. 2 days later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 1.32%. 4 days later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 2.64%. 2 weeks later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 9.90%. 1 month later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 19.80%. 2 months later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 39.60%. 4 months later. 2nd level of nascent soul, 79.20%. 5 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. The 2nd chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 10%. Exhausted, Zhang Yuanying rolled her eyes and said, my husband, will this make me pregnant? Perhaps. Lu Yan didn't know either. These things depended on luck. There is a tacit rule in the Hunyuan realm. The chances of pregnancy decrease when a person of high or low spiritual level unites with another person of low spiritual level. But there is also a chance. Incomplete. Don't force it, leave it to fate. I need to get some fresh air, I can't hold on any longer. Najimitsu Shinjun limped out of the room. Zhang Yuanying also followed, limping out. Lu Yin pondered, currently, each level of the nascent soul stage requires 5 months. If I were to cultivate to the void realm or a higher level on my own, it would take even longer. It seems that finding someone with a higher cultivation level to cultivate with might increase efficiency. I wonder what the effect would be if it were with my master's wife. Lu Yen quickly dismissed the idea. I dare not think about it anymore. Stand up, get dressed, and leave the room. Surprisingly, Lu Miaozhu's swordsmanship also entered the second realm, swordchi. I looked at the children. After playing with his youngest son, Lu Yen, for a while, he planned to find Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu to cultivate together. He only wants to improve. They hadn't walked far when they heard a dispute breaking out at the entrance of the Hunyuan cave. He projected his divine sense outwards. I saw Yu Guanxiao arguing with a group of people floating 2 meters above the ground. Judging from their words, it seems to be the 4 outstanding men and the 7 gentlemen. Excluding Yu Guanxiao, that makes exactly 10 people. Yu Guanxiao, holding his broadsword, said helplessly. I said, do you live by the sea? Damn it, you're being too nosy. I'm just here guarding the gate, I'm not going anywhere. Get out of here right now, or, don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood. A man with a halberd strapped to his back crossed his arms and sneered. Yu Guanxiao, I only made you one of the 4 heroes out of respect for you. Now you're acting as someone else's watchdog. Where is your dignity? I'm willing, it's none of your business. Foolish, a dignified great perfection nascent soul cultivator acting as someone's dog. So what happened? Yu Guanxiao didn't care. He didn't want to either, but he couldn't win. After 5 months, he was happy to guard the gate because the spiritual energy in the Hunyuan cave was rich and suitable for his cultivation. Fang Hua was so angry that his veins bulged, and he said, this is utterly foolish. Idiot. Others chimed in with their own insults, they've really disgraced the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. Yu Guanxiao said. I've been kicked out, I'm no longer part of the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen. It's just a name. They don't care at all. His purpose in entering the Great Tao Palace was to break through to the void refinement stage. As long as he could break through to the void refinement stage, nothing else mattered. Fang Hua, one of the 4 heroes, took down his halberd from his back and said, this is outrageous. From this day forward, we, the 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen, sever all ties with you. Good. Yu Guanxiao waved his hand and said, if you have nothing else to do, get lost. Don't disturb my cultivation. You're just Lu Yan's dog. Woof woof woof. So what if it's a dog? As long as a breakthrough can be achieved, Yu Guanxiao is willing to be a dog. Once he attains the Tao and ascends to the Great Emperor realm, who will care that he was once a dog? He can then proudly say, that's the way I came. Every emperor has a dark past, like the Yellow Springs Emperor. She is a good wife. I almost got beaten to death back then. But this did not prevent him from ascending to the immortal realm through the righteous path, leaving behind a glorious legend. He had read many stories, and the more hardships one experienced in childhood, the better if one's entire family died, the easier it would be to attain enlightenment. The 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen trembled with anger and coldness, there is no cure. One of them wanted to make a move. Yu Guanxiao said, I advise you not to make a move. If Lu Yen can beat me, he can beat you too. Otherwise, you will be the ones who lose face. I'm so angry, let's go. The 4 heroes and 7 gentlemen angrily planned to leave this place. That's interesting. Lu Yen suddenly felt that Yu Guanxiao was something special. Withdraw your divine sense and stop paying attention. His gaze fell upon Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu. He quickly came up behind them, suddenly hugged one of them, and said, come on, let's go inside. Then they pulled the other one into the house as well. Chapter 84 4th level of nascent soul, subduing Long Nanji and presenting the treasure bottle. Devil? Pei Qingran struggled, rolled her eyes, and said, ouch, you're pressing on my hair. Lu Miaozhu covered her mouth and chuckled. Lu Yen slowly circulated the Sunu Daowen Jing scripture of the plain girl asking the way, after all, they couldn't bear to mess with themselves. 2 weeks later. Level 3 of Nascent Soul, 9.90%. 1 month later. Level 3 of Nascent Soul, 19.80%. 2 months later. Level 3 of Nascent Soul, 39.60%. 4 months later. Level 3 of Nascent Soul, 79.20%. 5 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. The second chapter of the Immortal Ancient Desolate Demon Guide, 20%. After practicing his cultivation technique for 5 months, Lu Yan broke through to the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage and told the 2 women to rest. What a beast! Pei Qinran discovered that her swelling had returned. Wah! I won't be able to get out of bed for several more days. Lu Yan, I'll treat you. His Miaochuan hands hadn't been used in a long time. He placed his hands on it and gently massaged it. As time passed, the redness and swelling slowly disappeared. Lu Miaozhu crawled over. I want one too. Lu Yan immediately began treating her. 1 hour later. The 2 women fully recovered and were lively and energetic again. Lu Yan's interest was greatly piqued, and he said, "Shall we do it again?" Pei Qingran stomped her foot directly on Lu Yan's face, stomping hard several times, and said, "Dream on. I'm going to practice my sword now. You want to find Nagi and Jenny I?" Lu Yan said, "Then don't leave yet, step on my face a few more times." Pei Qingran was stunned for a moment, then kicked him, "Pa, pervert. Looks like I'll have to let Nagi step on my face next time. Her legs are nice, so it should feel more comfortable to step on them." Lu Yan had a plan in mind. He got dressed. As soon as I stepped out of the room, a fragrant breeze wafted towards me. Lu Yan, a few days ago, the Emperor of Huasan Kingdom sent me a message asking me to bring my daughter back to the country for a visit. Lu Yan didn't expect her to still be so persistent, and said, "No, I wiped out 1,000 people from the Netherworld Hall, and now I have an irreconcilable feud with the Yellow Springs Palace. Going out would be extremely dangerous. But I've been here for 4 or 5 years, if I don't go back." Lu Yan said, "Then you can go back first." Long Nanji blurted out, "No, I have to take my daughter Qingran back." Lu Yan asked, "Why?" Long Nanji blurted out a lie. Her father misses her and says he misses his grandson. He can have Qingran take Lu Changsheng and Lu Shi back with him. Lu Yan said, "Let's wait a while longer." Long Nanji said, "If you don't have time, I can take them back. Don't worry, I will protect her and my grandson with my life." Lu Yan still made up various excuses to brush it off. Long Nanji was speechless. I think Lu Yan did it on purpose. She has to take a risk. If Pei Qinran isn't taken out of here soon, she's doomed to die when her lifespan ends. Pei Qinran is the perfect body to possess. 3 days later. She found Pei Qinran, knocked her unconscious, put her into her storage space, and immediately walked outside. Lu Yan stopped her. "Where are you taking my wife?" Long Nanji was startled, but forced herself to remain calm and said, "The Emperor of Huasan Kingdom misses her, so I have no other choice." She also prepared herself to fight Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at her with a smile. "Do you think you can beat me?" When he was in the nascent soul stage, if Long Nanji had made a move, Lu Yan wouldn't have been able to defeat her, but the situation is different now. He reached the 4th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. "Lu Yan, you broke your promise and kept delaying me from taking my daughter away. Now I'm sorry, I have to take her back. Don't worry, I will bring her back in 6 months." Lu Yan looked at her. "Do you think I believe what you say?" Long Nanji, spirit body. "No, how did you know?" Long Nanji was shocked. Lu Yan said, "I also know that you chose Pei Qingran to be your body to possess." "How did you know?" "I just know." "When did you find out?" Long Nanji was taken aback. "I knew you had just arrived. You've been playing me for 4 or 5 years. Moreover, Pei Qingran also knows about your plan to possess her body. You fucking animals." Long Nanji was swearing constantly. She hadn't expected to be exposed as soon as she arrived here. "I thought she was hiding it well." She asked in bewilderment, "Then why didn't you expose me sooner?" "We weren't strong enough back then." Lu Yan said, "But now, I can beat people of the same level as me with ease." "I believe you're not much stronger than me." Long Nanji gritted his teeth. She felt like she had been played by Lu Yan and Pei Qingran for 4 or 5 years. "Since you already know, very well. Today I must take Pei Qingran away. Anyone who tries to stop me, I will kill them." Then let's see what you're capable of. Okay. Long Nanji acted decisively. Fire Phoenix soars through the heavens. She immediately made a hand seal. A magnificent blood-red phoenix soared into the sky. This was her first supernatural power. A phoenix descended from the sky, its endless flames burning the heavens and earth. Lu Yan immediately cast the yin-yang life and death diagram, and the landscape painting unfolded instantly, with two fish, representing yin and yang, circling around it, causing the world to lose its color. Two supernatural powers clashed. With no clear winner yet, Lu Yan snapped his fingers. The Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique has appeared. 4 pillars of lightning descended. The blood-red phoenix in the yin-yang life and death diagram was directly turned into ashes. Whoosh! Lu Yan quickly dodged past, grabbed her neck, and squeezed it tightly, saying, "I told you, you can't beat me. I also possess supernatural powers. Do you think I'll give you another chance to use your supernatural powers?" Lu Yan grabbed her by the neck and said, "I know you know the spirit body secret technique. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." Long Nanji said, "I can, only the true form can." "Then you can go inside." Lu Yan put her into the Guanyin treasure vase. Guanyin treasure vase, a magical artifact crafted primarily from 3,000-year-old Guanyin bamboo, capable of containing living beings. This was the reward given by the system when Lu Miaozhu gave birth to Lu Feng. I haven't used it yet. Now it's come in handy. The first person was actually dressed as Long Nanji. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 84. Lu Yan suddenly noticed the system notification. No, this Long Nanji is really crazy. Even though I treat her like this, she can still increase her favorability rating. Lu Yan shook his head, went inside the Guanyin treasure vase, and said, "You'd better contact the real body right now and have her bring over the cultivation method for the spiritual body, otherwise, I'll sleep with you." Long Nanji gritted his teeth. Lu Yan glanced at her a few times before leaving Baoping. He carried Pei Qinran back to her room. She didn't wake up until an incense stick had burned. She got desperate and did something reckless. I wasn't on guard and she knocked me unconscious. Pei Qinran felt somewhat ashamed. Lu Yan patted her on the back and said, "It's all right now. I've caught her. You get some rest, and I'll go interrogate her later." We arrived at the Guanyin treasure vase space. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare, I won't contact my real body." Seeing that she was being stubborn, Lu Yan beat her up again. Result: Long Nanji's favorability rating, 88. Lu Yan sighed helplessly, "So you got to enjoy it, huh?" Lu Yan stopped, "Hurry up and contact your real body, or I'll beat you up every day." "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Lu Yan was furious. He pinned her down, pressed his body against hers, and said, "I'm not a good person, contact me quickly, otherwise." She immediately kissed Long Nanji. Long Nanji froze, her heart pounding, her breathing quickening, and her mind going completely blank. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 90. The real body, thousands of miles away, was resting on a chaise lounge when it was suddenly struck by an electric shock and jolted awake. Feel it carefully. It felt like my lips had been kissed. "Lu Yan, you beast." Long Nanji immediately jumped up, her chest heaving, her face flushed, and said, "Lu Yan, I'll kill you." Soon a strange feeling spread, like an itchy sensation in my legs. "Ah, no, not there, ah." She was furious, "No, not there." Suddenly, the Emperor's voice came, "Empress, what's wrong?" "It's okay, go have fun." She created an illusion that captivated the Emperor. Her face flushed red, and she trembled all over. Because the spiritual body's reactions can be transmitted to her, she can clearly feel the tingling, itchy sensation. I could feel my spirit body going limp from being touched. Ah! How could the spirit body do this? How could she fall in love with Lu Yan? She grabbed her hair, furious. "Lu Yan, release her. I will personally bring the spiritual body secret technique to her. Give me some time, but you cannot touch my spiritual body." The Guanyin treasure vase, Long Nanji's spirit received the message from the real body and told Lu Yan the truth. Lu Yan said, "That's more like it." She held Long Nanji's chin and said, "You stay here and wait until my spiritual body secret technique is delivered." "Lu Yan, I want to." Her face was flushed, and her cheeks were rosy. She held Lu Yan's hand, her eyes pleading, clearly aroused. "No, I have to keep my word, I can't touch you." He feared that if he slept with the spirit body, the real body would not give him the secret techniques. It's not worth the risk. So we still have to grit our teeth and bear it. A beautiful woman is in my arms, and I want to eat her, but I can't. Pain. Lu Yan reluctantly left the guanine treasure vase. Chapter 85 My master's wife's fox best friend, Mu Jinli, for updates. Next. Lu Yan hopes that Long Nanji's true form will give him a secret technique. With the secret technique, one can create a separate spiritual body to cultivate a second nascent soul and the immortal ancient wilderness demon guide, allowing it to travel the world in one's place. However, many days passed. There has been no word from them. Lu Yan was a little annoyed. I suddenly remembered my teacher's wife, Yang Wanjin. Her face appeared before his eyes. I have to say, my teacher's wife is really beautiful. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I visited my teacher's wife. I'll go see her at noon. The main hall of Vermilion Bird Peak. Achoo! The master's wife was drinking fine wine when she suddenly sneezed. Could I have caught a cold? That's impossible. Someone must be thinking of me. I wonder who it could be. The faces of Lu Yan and the others flashed through my mind. First, we can rule out Lu Yan. He has so many Taoist companions. They definitely wouldn't think about themselves. Who could be thinking of me? Looking puzzled, she took a few more swigs of wine, when suddenly she heard a crisp sound. I missed you, baby. Who? Yang Wanjin looked in the direction of the sound. The great Tao sect was visible 1,000 miles away. There was a little girl who was about 1.4 meters tall. Her chest was high and prominent. It's impossible to tell that she has the figure that someone her height should have. Behind her was a fluffy white tail, and her ears drooped limply. Upon closer inspection, it was a breed unique to Qingqiu. The fold-eared fox of Qingqiu. There was also a super large purple gourd on her back. It's bigger and taller than her. 4 cute characters are written on the top of the gourd. Koi. Wanjin. There are 2 overlapping hearts between the 2 names, which looks very cute. Ah, Erbao, what brings you here to see me? Yang Wanjin was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly. Mu Jinli swayed her white fox tail and pouted her little face, saying, I was kicked out of my home and had to start traveling the world. The first person I thought of was you. The 2 were thousands of miles apart, but it did not affect their conversation at all. Come quickly. Yang Wanjin reached out her hand into the void. I am coming. Mu Jinli also reached out his hand into the void. 2 hands, separated by thousands of miles, actually clasped together, as if ignoring the spatial distance. Yang Wanjin gently pulled. Moment. Mu Jinli arrived at the main hall of Zhuke Peak and rushed into her arms. She hugged Yang Wanjin, like a puppy rubbing against its owner, and pouted her little mouth, saying, Baby, I miss you so much. Erbao, I miss you too. Yang Wanjin also put her arm around her. If Lu Yan were here, he would be absolutely shocked, because he had never seen his master's wife like this before. Every time Lu Yan saw his teacher's wife, she was cold and aloof, with a kind of cold goddess vibe. Baby, how much do you miss me? Mu Jinli asked, looking up. Yang Wanjin said, I really, really want to. She has known Mu Jinli for tens of thousands of years. At that time, she was also this tall and big. The thumb here is the chest. She met Mu Jinli under a different identity at the time. Later we got to know each other better. She kept calling her baby while holding her hand, and then, in a moment of madness, she called her second baby. From then on, Yang Wanjin unlocked her silly and quirky personality. She herself found it amazing that every time she saw Mu Jinli, her own IQ would immediately drop to the level of Mu Jinli's. She couldn't figure out why. But I felt very happy. So I've kept in touch with her all these years. He never expected that she, from the Qingqiu tribe of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, would travel all the way to the Great Tao sect to find him. Mu Jinli snorted coldly, You don't even come to find me when you miss me. You haven't come to find me for hundreds of years. Humph. I've been busy, haven't I? What are you busy with? Okay, I won't make excuses, I apologize, I'll drink it all in one gulp. She reached out and took the wine gourd from the back of the koi carp. Mu Jinli immediately jumped several meters away and said, trying to steal my wine again. Want some drinks? Yang Wanjin licked her lips and said. Fine, I won't hold it against you. The two immediately started drinking. Glug glug. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time and were very happy. They chatted a lot and unknowingly got drunk. They lay in a cross shape on the floor of the main hall. He has no sleeping posture whatsoever, and no image whatsoever. Around noon, when Lu Yen arrived at Vermilion Bird Peak, he could smell the aroma of alcohol from the main hall from afar. Go in immediately. The air was immediately filled with the smell of alcohol. I saw two people lying on the ground. His gaze was fixed on his teacher's wife, and he didn't even glance at the other one. He stepped forward and picked up his master's wife. He held it in his arms. I walked step by step toward her room. The teacher's wife's mouth moved slightly, and the smell of alcohol she exhaled from her nose tickled her neck. Lu Yen turned his head. He almost bumped into his teacher's wife's chest. Wow, it's huge. Lu Yen swallowed hard, quickly carried his teacher's wife to the room, and gently placed her on the bed. The teacher's wife's cheeks were flushed red, as if they were about to drip water. My teacher's wife looks so young. Lu Yen thought his teacher's wife was beautiful from every angle. Looking at her moving lips, Lu Yen couldn't resist wanting to kiss her. In the end, I gave up. Afraid of being beaten. After tucking himself in, Lu Yen locked the door and went to the main hall to see another person. Lu Yen's gaze was entirely focused on his master's wife. He hadn't paid attention to the other one. I didn't expect this little girl to be 1.4 meters tall. Yet his heart is so broad. It was even bigger than her small frame, and her clothes barely covered it, as if it were about to burst open. May all your wishes come true. Creak. Her dress was under so much pressure that it started to come undone. Lu Yen gasped, immediately bent down to cover her up, and then carefully picked her up. Today's miners are developing so well. Lu Yen didn't look around carelessly. After all, she was his teacher's wife's friend and a miner. At this point, the system's task identification function is automatically activated. Name, Mu Jinli. Age, 42,300 100,000 100,000. Realm, perfected integration. Identity, Drunkard Master's best friend Demon Clan Princess of Qingqiu 9-tailed fox bloodline innate divine strength physical sainthood pure in immortal body. Goal, to not want to cultivate, but simply live a life of idleness and waiting to die. Rating, 95. Affection level, none, never seen you before. Lu Yen browsed through her information, especially her age, which had so many zeros. Densely packed. I've only ever seen so many zeros in Chengdu. I counted twice. Only then was it confirmed to be 100,000. May he live to be 100,000. As expected of the demon race, they really know how to survive. The lifespan of a human at the integration realm is only 10,000 years, increasing to 100,000 years only upon reaching the tribulation realm. A demon's fusion realm cultivator has a lifespan of 100,000 years. Lu Yen was somewhat speechless as he read on. No wonder she's my master's wife's best friend. They both just want to coast along and wait to die, so how come someone like that has such a high level of cultivation? Looking at the 1.4 meter tall, big-breasted lowly in his arms, Lu Yen felt a little helpless. I never imagined that she would still be so short even though she's tens of thousands of years old. She's so cute, I really want to touch her ears. Lu Yen quickly carried her to another room, put her on the bed, and then touched her ears. It might have been triggered. The folded ear fox immediately perked up its ears. She opened her eyes too. He wrapped his arms around Lu Yen's neck and said, "Baby, give me a kiss." She then kissed Lu Yen on the cheek. "Baby, let's go to sleep together." She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Lu Yen's lips twitched, and he muttered, "Baby? Such a trendy nickname? Do she and her teacher's wife play around with this kind of thing?" Chapter 86 For Beauty's Cry for Help, Lu Yen kills them remotely, 5 updates. Lu Yen wasn't so narcissistic that Mu Jinli called himself baby. She must be calling for her master's wife. TSK TSK. I didn't expect my master's wife to be so cunning behind my back. Lu Yen gently laid her down, carefully covered her with the blanket, and touched her fox ears before leaving. It's fluffy and so fun. After touching her fox ears a few more times, Lu Yen finally left the room satisfied. Back to the main hall. There was only a huge purple gourd on the ground, with words written on it. Koi fish and Wanjin. It seems they have a good relationship. Lu Yen wanted to pick up the gourd and put it aside, but he couldn't move it. That's really weird. He mobilized all his spiritual power at the nascent soul stage and tried his best to move it, but it still wouldn't budge. This gourd must be a magic weapon. Seeing that he couldn't move it, Lu Yan looked down into the gourd and saw a vast expanse of wine. He can really drink. Lu Yan was surprised that someone so small could drink so much. As he watched, he suddenly licked his lips, wanting to try a sip himself, so he used his spiritual power to take a sip. It's sweet and has no alcohol content. Lu Yan smacked his lips and drank a few more mouthfuls. Gradually, he felt a little sleepy and dizzy. The next moment, it fell directly to the ground. 1 month later, Lu Yan opened his eyes and saw two faces almost touching. He jumped up in fright and looked up. Master's wife. You're finally awake, Yang Wanjin said. I've been waiting for you for over 20 days. If you hadn't woken up, I was planning to slap you awake. Lu Yan felt his master's wife was a bit rough and asked, how long have I been asleep? Yang Wanjin said, you've been drunk for a month. This is homemade fruit wine made by Jinli. Although it's sweet, it's easy to get drunk. Luckily you didn't drink much. If you had drunk a few more drops, you might have been drunk for 3 to 5 years. She explained, then pointed to a child who was 1.4 meters tall next to her. This is my good friend, her name is Mu Jinli. Let me introduce you. This is my husband's disciple, his name is Lu Yan. Lu Yan and she introduced themselves to each other. Mu Jinli's affection level, 80, handsome. Lu Yan looked her over again. Although she was short, she was really pretty. He speaks in a cute and innocent way. She has big breasts. A typical big-breasted loli. Yang Wanjin added, she is a demon, from the Qingqiu tribe of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. You can call her Sister Mu from now on. She will be staying with us for a while. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. I'll take her around for a while. Goodbye, Master's wife, Sister Mu. Lu Yan did not linger any longer. He waved his hand and immediately flew back to the Hunyuan cave. After Lu Yan left, Mu Jinli jumped directly onto Yang Wanjin and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. What are you doing? The texture is different, is that strange? Mu Jinli was in a daze. She kept thinking she had kissed the wrong person because the taste was off. Did he kiss Lu Yan while drunk? Impossible. She shook her head. Ah, never mind, why worry about so much? Come on, baby, take me to play. Walk. Yang Wanjin took her for a stroll around Hunyuan cave. Lu Yan twisted his neck, and a cracking sound came from it. I feel even more tired after sleeping for a month. Even when he and several women practiced together, they weren't this tired. It's better to repair them together. Lu Yan plans to find Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Nagi Kaoshenjuan. He's going to fight 4 people at once. But they couldn't find a single person. Where is he? Lu Yan couldn't find anyone, so he went to the door to ask Yu Guanchao. He said, the ladies took me to stroll through the market. No wonder. The market town is located within the Great Dao Sect's territory. There's no need to go outside, and it's quite lively. Lu Yan returned to his room, intending to lie down for a while longer. The communication jade slip at his waist suddenly lit up. Are you there? The first thing to ask is where it is. Who is so good at chatting? Lu Yan didn't want to reply, but then he noticed that it was a message from Hong Fu Nu. Lu Yan, it's me, I'm Hong Fu Nu. That's fucking amazing. Lu Yan did some quick calculations. When the Golden Core Prodigy battle ended and they came looking for him, he was only in his early 50s. Now he is 58. 6 years have passed, damn it. We finally heard from them. Exist. Lu Yan replied, I've finally received your message. The woman in red briefly explained their situation. On our way from the Hahuan sect to the Dao sect, we were pursued by the immortal martial dynasty and were unexpectedly teleported to the forbidden zone of life, the immortal tomb. We lost all our communication jade slips, but we found this one by chance, so we contacted you immediately. Lu Yan gasped, Immortal's tomb? You guys are really unlucky. It's a miracle that he survived 6 years in a forbidden zone. Are the 4 of you still together? We're all safe and sound, but we don't know how to get out. We're still being hunted by the immortal martial dynasty. It's been 6 years, and they haven't given up. How many people are chasing you? A nascent soul realm expert. You guys are really lucky to be alive. He can hold out for 6 years even against a nascent soul cultivator. Why are we hunting you down? He wants to kidnap our furnace cauldron. Damn it, do you know his name? I'll kill him for you. His name is Wu Ming. Do you know when he was born? I know. He used to be a disciple of the Chusheng sect, but he left the sect and joined the immortal martial dynasty. He even broke through to the nascent soul stage. Give me his birth date. By the way, he used to have another name, Lu Fei. Okay, wait for my good news. Lu Yan immediately took out the growth-type magic weapon, Misfortune Wooden Fish, and began to strike it, accompanied by unpleasant incantations. Sprites and spirits, their heads pierced by armor, with the southern dipper on the left and the 7 stars on the right, the 3 wonders of the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. They penetrate heaven and earth, startling ghosts and gods. All gods bow down in worship, and evil spirits flee without stopping. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding, heed my command. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl lead the heavenly army. What god does not submit, what ghost does not tremble? Obey my talisman and sweep away the demons. They kept knocking for several days in a row. The Red Buddha woman said, good news, he started to go crazy, saying that people keep talking in his head. Wait a few more days. Lu Yan continued striking the Misfortune Wooden Fish. 7 days later. The Red Buddha woman said, he went mad and charged into the horde of spirit beasts, only to be trampled to death by the beasts. He's a mangled mess. Okay, then you can try to go out. They chose the direction of the bridal chamber, but unfortunately, they walked for a long time and were still going in circles. Lu Yan said, use your spiritual power to communicate with me via video and I will have the snail guide me. Lu Yan placed the snail on his head, hoping it would help him escape from the immortal's tomb. The snail seemed to be a pro. Very skilled. Following the route indicated by the snail, the 4 beauties of Hahuan spent 2 days finally leaving the forbidden zone of life, the immortal's tomb. Breathing in the outside air. All 4 women were very happy. We're finally out. You've trapped us for 5 or 6 years, it's unbelievable. Luckily you're here, we're coming to find you now. The woman in red was dancing with excitement, almost impatient. After all, we've waited 5 or 6 years. Lu Yan was also a little excited. Okay, be careful on the road. Call me anytime if you need anything. The 4 women nodded. It instantly transformed into a stream of light. They sped towards the direction of the Great Tao sect. The woman in red had a big smile on her face, full of anticipation, something she had been looking forward to for several years. Lu Yan, I'm here. Chapter 87 Marrying 4 beauties simultaneously, the lecher's infamy spreads far and wide. At dusk. 4 women with slender waists and delicate, fair feet descended upon the Hunyuan cave. One of the women, dressed in red, cheered and shouted. Lu Yan, I'm here. The gatekeeper, Yu Guanxiao, stared at the 4 women. Who are you shouting like that? The 4 were startled, and only then did they notice the man meditating at the door. His aura was restrained, and his divine sense could not detect him, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. If you don't make a sound, you'd have no idea someone's sitting here. So strong. It requires at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. When did a nascent soul level expert arrive at the Hunyuan cave? The woman in red asked, who are you? The man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, I am Yu Guanxiao, the gatekeeper. If you have something to say, just say it and I will report it to the gatekeeper. Ha ha ha. No need, I'm here. Lu Yan walked out calmly, came to the Red Buddha girl, and took her hand directly. I was going to meet you at the sect gate, but I didn't expect you to come here. Red Buddha girl hugged Lu Yan tightly, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yan, I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Yan patted her shoulder. It's nothing, just a celestial tomb. As the saying goes, those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune, and here comes the good luck. Why, a Red Buddha girl hugged Lu Yan and cried. Lu Yan also put his arm around her waist, she was so tender. The gatekeeper, Yu Guanxiao, was taken aback and felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Nagi Keo True Monarch already make 4. How come this one is 2? Just how many Taoist partners does he have? He was very curious whether Lu Yan's kidneys could still hold up. Lu Yan comforted her, don't cry, it's alright, as long as you're alive, wait. Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed. He released Hong Fu Nu, immediately grabbed her hand to check her pulse, and after a few breaths, his face darkened. Your meridians are not right. They are flickering, as if they are about to harden. This was the first time Lu Yan had witnessed such a bizarre situation. After thinking for a moment, he immediately formed hand seals and created a Taoist incantation. Aura Observation Technique, activate. Using the Aura Observation Technique, the aura and meridians on the red Buddha woman's body were mobilized and manifested. A wisp of purple aura and strange meridian lines suddenly appeared above her head. Lu Yan couldn't understand, so he quickly asked the snail behind his ear. Old snail, she doesn't seem to be sick. It's more like she ate something wrong, which caused her illness. Ah! Red Buddha woman exclaimed in surprise, several of us sisters do have some health problems. We occasionally experience severe pain in our meridians and bones. These problems started after we entered the forbidden zone of life, the immortal's tomb. The snail on the back of the ear stretched and said, Did you eat some kind of red, egg-sized fruit? Red Buddha girl said, Yes, we've eaten it. We thought it was tomato, and it was quite delicious. Yun Shangi, Hua Shangrong, and Zi Buyu all nodded to indicate that they had eaten. The snail said, That's a petrified fruit. Lu Yan suddenly realized, I remember now. The Book of Green Bags records that if you accidentally eat the petrifying fruit, your meridians, bones, and internal organs will slowly petrify, and the final result will be death from petrification of the body surface. The solution is not recorded in the Qingnan book, but I do have 2 ways to solve it. First, once you cultivate to the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul will leave your body, and you will simply take on a new physical body. Secondly, marrying me will solve the problem. My own The Scripture of the Plain Girl Asks the Way should be able to solve the petrification problem. Even if it can't, dual cultivation with me will still be beneficial, as it can help me break through to the nascent soul stage. Speaking of which, all 4 of them are terrible. 6 years have passed and he is still stuck at the great perfection of the golden core stage. I've even become a god of the May 4th movement myself. Yu Guanchao rolled his eyes, thinking that Lu Yan was taking advantage of the situation. The red Buddha girl didn't even think about it. I'm willing to marry you. She had always liked Lu Yan, and her purpose in leaving the Hahuan sect was to become Lu Yan's Taoist partner, but it was delayed for 6 years. No. Yun Shangi, Hua Shangrong, and Zi Buyu all spoke almost simultaneously. They each have someone they like. They shared the same mindset as the red Buddha girl, both coming from people they liked. The woman in red asked, Why are you unwilling? We'll all marry Lu Yan, and the 4 of us sisters can be together and take care of each other. What's wrong with that? I have someone I like, Yun Xiangyi said. Red Buddha girl slapped her forehead, Lu Yan, I just remembered, my eldest sister likes Wei Yi, my second sister likes Manair, and my third sister likes Zhang San. Lu Yan then remembered the battle between the golden core prodigies. Come in with me. Lu Yan led the 4 women into the Hunyuan cave. Seeing that Yu Guanchao hadn't followed, he said, Watch closely. He used the Thousand Faces divine art to immediately change his appearance and become Wei Yi. Yun Shangi was shocked. You? I'm afraid you won't believe me, so I'll show you my swordsmanship. Lu Yan immediately began to demonstrate. The swordsmanship was executed with fluid, graceful movements. Yun Shangi was dumbfounded. Lu Yan said, Wei Yi mainly masters the Tai Ching sword technique and the Tai Ching Tian sword technique. Do you know why? Because Lu Miaozhu uses the Tai Ching sword technique and Pei Qingran uses the Tai Ching Tian sword technique. I have instructed them before, so I am quite familiar with these 2 sword techniques. Yun Shangi felt a chill run down her spine. Wei Yi was actually you in disguise. More than. Lu Yan made a hand seal and immediately used the divine ape moving mountains technique, instantly transforming into a 300-foot-tall ancient divine ape. Man air is also me. As Lu Yan spoke, he immediately transformed into the appearance of Zhang San and unleashed the 8 collapse fist and the 9 dragon seal of the abyss. Zhang San is also me. I was the only one to get into the top 4 of the Golden Core Prodigies battle. Lu Yan's voice was strong and clear, and then he regained his Lu Yan appearance. Yun Shangi, Hua Shangrong, Zi Buyu, and Hong Funu were all dumbfounded, their shock indescribable, and their emotions running high. They swept the top 4 spots. Lu Yan is incredibly awesome. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Nagi Ko Xinjuan, who came out after hearing the sound, were all dumbfounded. The scene fell silent for a moment. No one spoke. After an unknown amount of time, a bird song suddenly brought everyone back to their senses. Everyone looked up. I saw a three-legged bird very, very high up, about 3,000 feet away. It was covered in flames. Like the sun. Is this the legendary three-legged golden crow? Yun Xiangyi screamed. Hua Shangrong swallowed hard and said, "What a tall tree! Why doesn't it look that tall from the outside?" Lu Yan said, "If you want to know more, then stay and marry me so you can get to know me better." The four women smiled shyly, not refusing, which was considered as agreement. There's no time to lose. To avoid any unforeseen complications. Of course, Lu Yan wanted to make progress even more. Without any hesitation, he married the four beauties of the Hahuan family that very day. The news that Lu Yan married four women at the same time somehow got out and immediately sparked heated discussions. Awesome! He's a true role model for us all. Of all the Golden Core prodigies I remember, these four beauties from the Joyful Union sect are the only ones I've seen. I never imagined they would all marry Lu Yan at the same time. A role model for us all. I want to know if his kidneys can handle it? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, the holy maiden Shen Xinglan was stunned for a moment. A true lecherous scoundrel, a lustful man, indulges in debauchery once he reaches the nascent soul stage, and his achievements are destined to stop at the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, the deputy sect leader rolled his eyes and said, "A lecherous fellow is destined to amount to nothing. It's fortunate that we didn't take him into the great Dao Palace." The whole clan was gossiping about Lu Yan, and even discussing whether his kidneys could hold up. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanjin, the master's wife of Zhu Ke Peak, frowned. "So this brat is such a womanizer? Come on, baby, let's go see him." Mu Jinli, carrying a large gourd on his back, said excitedly, "Let's go see if the beautiful girl is pretty." Before Yang Wanjin could agree, she took her hand and flew towards the Hun Yuan cave. A moment later, we have arrived at the Hun Yuan cave. Yu Guanqiao, who was meditating, immediately stood up, bowed his head, and said, "Greetings, Deputy Peak Master of Vermilion Bird Peak." He dared not look Yang Wanjin in the eye. It was because the other party was too powerful that he didn't even have the courage to look up. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a miner. 1.4 meters tall. What a short little guy. That gourd is huge, though. I wonder what's inside. No need for formalities. Yang Wanjin said something. He led Mu Jinli into the Hun Yuan cave. "Baby, what is this?" Mu Jinli was immediately attracted by the 3,000-foot tall tree in the front yard. "Wow, baby, look, there's a three-legged golden crow up there. This is the first time I've ever seen a golden crow." She was clearly very excited and immediately jumped up. He leaped 3,000 feet in one bound. They wanted to catch the three-legged golden crow. But the three-legged golden crow instantly flew into the clouds and disappeared. Mu Jinli stretched his hands out from the clouds. Tear it open with force. It directly tore the clouds apart. However, the three-legged golden crow was not found. She landed dejectedly, but after a short while, the three-legged golden crow flew back. "Hey, hey!" She immediately jumped up and tried to catch it again. Then it flew away again. Mu Jinli finally gave up, raised a middle finger at the three-legged golden crow, and said, "I'll remember you. Don't let me catch you." The three-legged golden crow patted its feathers. His face was full of disdain. The terrifying actions of Mu Jinli were witnessed by Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Zhang Yuanying, and Najiko True Lord, who were cultivating in the front courtyard. The four of them didn't dare to utter a sound. It completely overturned their expectations. What level of cultivation is required to achieve this? Yang Wanjin scanned the room with her divine sense but did not see Lu Yan. She guessed he was probably in the bridal chamber with the four Hahuan women. "Never mind. Then I won't bother you. Let's take the second child and leave." "Lu Yan! Come out quickly, your master's wife and I have come to see you," Mu Jinli shouted. "Wait." Yang Wanjin tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Creak. The door slowly opened. Lu Yan and four women walked out of the room, their clothes disheveled. Master's wife, Sister Mu. Chapter 88. The giant Lolita with a childlike face delivers the immortal binding chain. Lu Yan led the four beauties of Hahuan out of the room, looking refreshed, and came to his master's wife, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is my teacher's wife, Yang Wanjin." The four beauties of Hahuan straightened their clothes, their cheeks flushed, and looked up, their hearts suddenly trembling. Because it was the first time they had ever seen such a beautiful woman. She was like a celestial maiden descended to earth. It's so beautiful, it's like a dream. One glance and you're instantly captivated. This is a true fairy. Lu Yan's words quickly brought them back to their senses. This is my teacher's wife's good friend, named Mu Jinli. The four women greeted each other. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko no Xinjuan, and Zhang Yuanying also came over to greet them. Hello, ladies. Mu Jinli's gaze swept around, carefully examining the 8 women. Pei Qingran has a unique body fragrance, probably due to some special constitution. Lu Miaozhu has a standard pear-shaped figure. Nagi Kojin has a buttocks like a millstone. Zhang Yuanying is fair skin and thin. Yin Shangyi, Hua Shangrong, Zibuyu, and Hong Funu are all of the same type, with long and slender legs and jade feet that are crystal clear like a water curtain, and sucking on them would probably taste delicious. Each one has its own unique characteristics. Where did Lu Yan find so many stunning beauties? That's awesome. Since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to give you, so I'll just give each of you a protective item. With a wave of his hand, Mu Jinli sent 8 pieces of tortoise shell flying out of his storage bag. This is a 5th grade magic treasure called the 6-pattern spirit turtle, which can defend against a full-force attack from a nascent soul expert. As they spoke, the 8 pieces of tortoise shell landed in the hands of each woman. The 8 women smiled broadly and bowed, saying, "Thank you." Seeing that Mu Jinli wasn't planning to give it to him, Lu Yan had no choice but to shamelessly reach out and ask. Sister Mu, where's mine? Mu Jinli glanced at Lu Yan. 4th level of nascent soul, let me think, what kind of magic weapon should I give you? The 4 beauties of the Hahuan sect noticed the keywords and looked up in shock. Husband, you're at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Yes. The 4 women were extremely shocked. Weren't you only at the 5th level of the golden core stage when we met? Yes. 6 years have passed and you've already reached the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Lu Yan laughed and said, just lucky, just lucky. The 4 of them were all dumbfounded and bewildered. It's impossible to hide your strength in the golden core prodigy battle, because if you're not at the golden core level, you'll be kicked out by the rules. That's why Lu Yan cultivated from the golden core to the nascent soul stage in just 6 years. What kind of monster is this? If given more time, becoming a Dao Emperor wouldn't be out of reach. I secretly rejoiced that I had chosen the right person. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko no Xinjun, and Zhang Yuanying didn't show much expression, because they were used to it. 6 years? That's fast. You have a bright future ahead of you. Mu Jinli was shocked and looked Lu Yan up and down. Then he waved his hand. A black chain flew out of the storage bag and locked Lu Yan up. Mu Jinli said, "Try to break free with all your might?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yan immediately unleashed the power of his physical body. Seeing that the monkey remained motionless, he immediately used the divine ape-moving mountain technique to transform into an ancient ape. A physical body 300 feet tall. As a result, the black iron chain grew longer and larger, still binding him tightly. He struggled for a long time. Lu Yan gave up and recovered. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, said with a smile, "This is the 8th grade magic treasure, the immortal binding chain. It can freely expand and contract according to the size of the object. Even a powerful expert in the tribulation transcending realm would find it difficult to escape once bound by it." 8th rank? Lu Yan was shocked. Thank you, Sister Mu. Now I will pass on the key to control to you. Mu Jinli extended his index and middle fingers, the tips of which emitted purple light, and quickly flew into Lu Yan's brow. Lu Yan quickly memorized the formula. A thought struck me. The immortal binding chain quickly detached from his body and landed in his palm. He put it into his storage bag. Thank you, Sister Mu. You're welcome. If your sister ever needs you in the future, please remember not to refuse. Definitely not. Good. Mu Jinli blinked and said, I'd like to stay here for a while. Is it possible for someone to stay here? Yang Wanjin frowned. Bao, are you going to leave me? Mu Jinli quickly grabbed Yang Wanjin's hand and said, Baby, the spiritual energy here is very special, it's emanating from that tree. I've been stuck at the great perfection of the integration realm for over 20,000 years. Just now, when I landed here, the barrier between my realms started to loosen. I think the key to my breakthrough lies in this tree. You don't want me to be stuck at this level forever, baby? Besides, it's not far from where you are. If you can't bear to leave me, you can stay here. I think there are quite a few rooms here. Yang Wanjin's face flushed. No, I want to go back to my place. When Lu Yan lived on Vermilion Bird Peak, she could hear Pei Qingran moaning during sex. If I lived here. 8 women. She didn't want to hear other people moaning in bed every day. Yang Wanjin dragged Mu Jinli along, saying, "You have to come back with me. I need to cultivate under this tree, baby, will you stay with me?" "No. Baby." Bao. Lu Yan watched helplessly as Yang Wanjin and Mu Jinli talked. "This is the first time I've seen my teacher's wife like this. It seems that her aloofness is just a facade." In the end, Mu Jinli said that she would visit her every now and then. Only then did the master's wife reluctantly agree. The master's wife was reluctant to leave, feeling that she had lost out. She had brought one person with her, but was leaving one person short. Actually, she also wanted to stay in the Hunyuan cave, since it would be more lively with more people. But Lu Yan spends almost every day with women. She felt shy listening to this. After his master's wife left, Mu Jinli immediately went to cultivate under the tree of heavenly treasures, attempting to break through to a higher realm. Yun Shangyi found it outrageous. The integration realm, it's actually the integration realm. "Husband, may I ask what realm your master's wife is in?" Lu Yan shook his head, "I don't know. The system couldn't even tell her age or level of understanding. Who knows how strong it is? The only thing we know so far is that the master's wife has many identities. There are so many that the system has difficulty loading them." Hua Shangrong analyzed. Sister Mu is at the integration realm. To be friends with her, one's cultivation level must be quite high, at least at the integration realm. Lu Yan did not explain further. Because he wasn't sure either. Lu Yan didn't dwell on this, and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Let's not talk about that. A moment of bliss on the night of love is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Come on, let's go inside." If it weren't for his master's wife and Mu Jinli suddenly appearing, he would have already stripped naked and started cultivating together with the 4 women. No more procrastination. Lu Yan pulled them into the house. 2 hours later. Lu Yan was a little shocked, not expecting that all 4 of them were actually uniting. "I'm really lucky. I found 4 at once." He had a total of 8 women, all of whom were virgins. It was better in ancient times. They valued reputation. If this were on Earth in my previous life, someone would have taken advantage of it long ago. Lu Yan's gaze swept over them one by one. A slender waist. Her jade feet were crystal clear, like pendants. His interest was greatly increased. Full power. 3 days later. Lu Yan stopped and didn't continue, because the system's reward had already arrived. He glanced at the reward and couldn't resist checking it immediately. "You all get some rest." Lu Yan kissed them both on the forehead and said, "I'll go out first. Call me anytime if you need anything." The woman in red spoke, but her voice was hoarse. "Okay." My throat was hoarse from shouting. The 3 older sisters also had hoarse throats. After Lu Yan left, the 4 of them discussed in hoarse voices. "I never imagined my husband would be so ruthless. He's actually the legendary one-horned dragon king, terrifying beyond belief. No wonder he has so many Taoist partners, it turns out he can't satisfy them." As the 4 were discussing, the Red Buddha woman suddenly said, "Hey, I feel like I've improved quite a bit." Yun Shangyi placed her legs on her stomach and asked, "What kind of improvement?" "It's about cultivation level, why don't you all try and feel it?" After some verification, all of them have been improved. The 4 women were shocked. Could it be that our husband has the legendary furnace cauldron physique? Wait, my illness seems to be getting better. Hua Shangrong suddenly realized. The 4 women also examined it and were shocked once again. So this was the healing method Lu Yan was talking about. That's right, he must have the furnace physique. I've heard that the furnace physique consumes one's life essence and is extremely difficult to repair. It's really kind of my husband to secretly treat us. How can we possibly repay him? I'll repay her by having her child. That makes sense. On the other side, Lu Yan quietly walked to another unoccupied room. Lock the door from the inside. Open the system now to check your rewards. Chapter 89: The Maze and the Fetal Breathing Clone Technique by Lu Huang. Congratulations, host, on marrying Yin Xiangyi. A reward is now being sent. Please check your mail. The Primordial Maze, a disorienting illusion created by the Primordial Emperor during the Divine Era. Those below the rank of emperor who mistakenly enter this maze find it difficult to escape and gradually become lost within its confines. Currently, the Hunyuan Cave has Nagi's fifth great formation, the mountain and river heavenly gang formation. There are also the array patterns that come with the rare and precious tree of heaven and earth. If we add the reward of the primordial maze, then the Hunyuan Cave will be easy to defend and difficult to attack. Lu Yen took out the formation rewarded by the system. Take a closer look. Understand its principles. Immediately throw the formation into the sky above the Hunyuan Cave. A little while. A burst of light erupted, and the great formation collapsed. The entire Hunyuan Cave was enveloped by a strange array. After a while, the light faded and the formation completely disappeared. Lu Yen granted access to the Hunyuan Cave mansion to people he was familiar with. Master's wife, Yang Wanjin. Mu Jinli, Pei Qingran, Lu Meizhu, Najiko Jinjuan, Zhang Yuanying. Clouds yearn for clothes, flowers yearn for beauty, the man remains silent, the red-clad Buddha woman. The twins, in Jiyu and in Xichan. Lu Changsheng, Lu Baishi, Lu Shi, Lu Feng, Lu Yen. There is also Yu Guanchao. Lu Yen thought through the list. That's all for now. We'll add anyone we've missed later. As for strangers, once you arrive at this place and cross the mountain and river heavenly gang formation, this formation will be triggered, and you will fall into the primordial maze. Lu Yen became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. With triple protection, Hunyuan Cave Mansion finally has the ability to protect itself. However, he overlooked the three-legged golden crow that lived on the tree of heavenly treasures, which could come and go freely even without permission. What is that? The koi carp of the tree of heavenly treasures sensed the change in the formation, opened its eyes, and then closed them again. She doesn't understand formations. Apart from her, no one else could detect the additional layer of the primordial maze. I finally feel a little safer. Let's see what the next reward is. Lu Yan looked at the system. Congratulations, host, on marrying Hua Xiangrong. A reward is now being sent. Please check your mail. Fetal breathing avatar technique. Based on one's own spiritual power, one can create up to one avatar with the same strength as the original body through fetal breathing. The avatar needs to be cultivated, otherwise, its cultivation level will no longer increase. There's such a good thing. Lu Yan imprisoned Long Nanji in his Guanyin treasure vase because he wanted her true form to come and deliver the secret method of spiritual body to him. The real body hasn't shown up yet. He didn't expect the system to directly reward him with a secret technique similar to the spirit body technique. Interesting. Lu Yan immediately went into seclusion to integrate the fetal breathing and body splitting technique. Several dozen breaths passed. Lu Yan integrated and mastered it. The next step is to create a clone through fetal breathing. Forming hand seals. Operating the magic formula. As time went by, his forehead was covered in sweat. His face turned pale and then purple. Half an hour later. Lu Yan failed. He opened his eyes. I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Let's take a break and continue. After resting for a few minutes, he continued to refine his fetal breathing clone. Time flies. The sun sets and the moon rises. It's the dead of night. Lu Yan failed again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Yan exhaled a breath of stale air. I've failed several times already. I need to go out and get some fresh air. He did not rush to condense his embryonic breathing clone. I left the room. At night, the Hunyuan Cave Mansion is bathed in the twinkling stars of the sky and the bright moonlight, which casts a golden hue over the palace. Except for Mu Jinli, who was cultivating under the tree of heavenly treasures, everyone else was sleeping. She immediately noticed Lu Yan's gaze and opened her eyes. Why aren't you asleep? Lu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he moved swiftly and appeared before her. Are you planning to sit under this tree forever? Yes, Mu Jinli said calmly. Lu Yan looked down at her. She was petite, but her breasts were quite large, standing tall and proud like a giant mountain range. This caused Lu Yan's breathing to quicken involuntarily. He quickly shifted his gaze, fixing it on her ear. Your ears are so cute, can I touch them? Roll. Seeing her cold refusal, Lu Yan looked at her tail. Your tail is quite cute, could you? She knew what Lu Yan wanted to say. Cannot. She knew that many humans had peculiar fetishes and wanted to touch her ears and tail. Anyone who dares to offend. Kill them without mercy. Because her ears and tail are her sensitive spots, it feels strange every time her body is touched. That feeling was wonderful. It feels like humans are about to mate. I can't explain it. Oh. Seeing that he had been rejected again, Lu Yan sat down in front of her, his gaze constantly drifting to her chest. No. He's easily mistaken for a pervert. He quickly shifted his gaze and chatted with her about random, unimportant things. Half an hour later, he returned to his room and began practicing the fetal breathing and body splitting technique again. Condensing a clone. Until midnight. Finally, they managed to create a body that looked exactly like themselves. A clone with the same nascent soul level 4 strength. Good. Lu Yan was very satisfied. When Nagi Ko gave birth, the system rewarded him with the secret technique 1 mind, 6 functions. It can be used on clones. The clone must be completely under one's own control. It does not act out of its own consciousness, but is controlled by itself. Lu Yan was afraid of following Long Nanji's path. Like her alter ego, she's now fallen in love with herself. We cannot allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, he must take absolute and complete control over his clone, and this must be done by his own initiative. Fortunately, 1 mind, 6 functions perfectly solved this problem. Don't worry. I will transfer my dark spiritual power to you, and you will transfer your golden spiritual power to me. Because the clone created by the fetal breathing and body splitting method is identical to the true body. Lu Yan has 2 different kinds of spiritual power within him, but right now he only needs the golden spiritual power. The dark spiritual power was entirely absorbed by the clone. As they spoke, the 2 attacked simultaneously. Each gets what they need. In an instant, the dark spiritual power within Lu Yan's body disappeared, leaving only golden spiritual power, and his strength increased by half. The clone was in the same situation, but because its whole body was covered in dark demonic energy, it had a purple lotus pattern mark on its forehead. Its aura appears even more domineering. As expected, turning evil strengthens one's power. Lu Yan took out a set of black dragon and python clothes and helped him put them on, saying, "From this day forward, you are me. You will travel the world in my place. The ancient immortal demon guide is yours to cultivate. Your name is Lu Huang." Lu Yan stood up, looked at him and said, "Go, I'll call you back if I need you." "We will certainly live up to our mission." Lu Huang nodded, and the dark spiritual energy transformed into a black dragon, silently leaving the Hunyuan cave and the Great Tao sect. My clone Lu Huang travels the world for me. When we merge in the future, my cultivation will surely increase dramatically. He vaguely saw himself becoming invincible. The seeds have been planted. Waiting patiently for the harvest. After finishing all this, it was already late at night, around 4 a.m. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the system interface. I hope the system will continue to reward useful things. Congratulations, host, on marrying the silent wife. A reward is now being sent. Please check your mail. Chapter 90, 6 Paths Divine Chains, Reincarnation in Young Life and Death Diagram. Congratulations, host, on marrying the silent wife. A reward is now being sent. Please check your mail. Primordial Sword Embryo, a sword-shaped artifact that can continuously absorb high-level magical treasures to grow, eventually evolving into a primordial-level magical treasure. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. The system is really great, it's so generous, it even rewards me with such an amazing treasure. He stretched out his hand. The primordial sword embryo fell into his hand. The sword was black and covered in rust, looking dilapidated. Lu Yan had never seen such a broken sword before. If it weren't for the system prompt, such a broken sword would probably be left on the ground and no one would even pick it up. Fortunately, it can devour and evolve. Lu Yan immediately took out the 3rd-grade magic weapon Quest for Heaven sword given to him by Zhang Yuanqing from his storage bag. The primordial sword embryo was directly slashed at the heavenly sword. A moment later, the heavenly sword melted and turned into strands of golden light. It was quickly absorbed by the primordial sword embryo. After absorbing the 3rd-grade magic weapon, the sword's appearance remained completely unchanged. Lu Yan continued to take out magical artifacts. The 3rd-grade magic weapon, Skull Mountain, was obtained by annihilating the entire Wang family. The 3rd-grade magic weapon, the oil paper umbrella, was obtained by defeating Junior Sister Song in the resource hall. They also took out the Heavenly Barrier Divine Wood, which was a reward Pei Qingren gave birth to Lu Shi. It is the best material for refining weapons. Lu Yan fed them all to the primordial sword embryo. Unfortunately, it remains unchanged. He also took out the magic treasure star compass, which is a treasure that can traverse the void and is his only 9th grade magic treasure. I can't bear to part with it. Return the storage bag. Even after taking out the fire-avoiding pearl, he still couldn't bear to part with it. Lu Yan finally fed the primordial sword embryo a little bit of guanine bamboo. There's nothing we can do if you're not full. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll give you more food when I find some powerful magic weapons in the future. He put the primordial sword embryo into his storage bag. Lu Yan looked up at the system again, at the final reward for this marriage. Congratulations, host, on marrying the Red Buddha maiden. A reward is now being sent. Please check your mail. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique, a technique long lost from the era of the Divine Path. Legend has it that by cultivating it to the level of the 6 Immortals of Tai, and then combining it with this technique, one can open the path of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, provided that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation still exist. Friendly reminder, the system has detected that you have the 8th grade magic weapon, Binding Immortal Chain. You can combine it with the first half of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique to form the supernatural power 6 Paths Divine Chain, but the latter half of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique and the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram can also be combined to create a new supernatural power, the Reincarnation Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. After reading the message, Lu Yan slapped his thigh. This helpful tip is brilliant. Thank you, system, for helping you achieve a 6 billion yuan birth. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to digest all the knowledge of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Because it was a reward from the system. It was almost like a sudden enlightenment. In less than half an incense stick's time, Lu Yan had fully comprehended it. Then, he took out the 8th grade magic weapon, the Immortal Binding Chain. This was a gift from Mu Jinli. She really climbed to the top rank. I'd like to repay her by having her bear me a few children if I have the chance. Without any hesitation, he began to integrate the first half of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique with the Immortal Binding Chain. The system only provided a friendly reminder and did not offer any solutions. So he could only figure it out slowly. For several days in a row, he studied combinations, or rather, fusions, day and night. Unfortunately, we had no ideas. Until the 7th day. He finally had an idea. Place the binding immortal chain into your dantian and let the golden spiritual field nourish it day and night. Treat it as part of your body. For more days passed. Lu Yan finally managed to develop the supernatural power, the 6 Paths Divine Chains. A thought crossed my mind. The 6 Paths Divine Chains unleashed their supernatural power. The divine chains can be enlarged, shrunk, and extended indefinitely. In addition to attacking with the chains alone, they can also be combined. For example, using divine chains to form a large net or a prison. This divine power is simply amazing. It is enough to make me invincible in the nascent soul realm. Although he was invincible before, he can kill enemies even faster now. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage. He could kill a whole group by himself. Awesome! Lu Yan himself was impressed. He calmed his excitement and withdrew his supernatural power, the 6 Paths Divine Chains. He then began to study his second supernatural power, the Reincarnation Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Combine the latter half of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation with the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Lu Yan was most familiar with the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. This was a reward from heaven when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. This made him the first cultivator to use supernatural powers while still in the Golden Core stage. This is also the key to his invincible rampage. By fusing the power of reincarnation cultivated through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation into the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram, one can unleash the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram of reincarnation. The theory is very simple. However, it's not easy to put into practice. It took him a full half-month. I've finally mastered it. Lu Yan went to the back mountain alone, made a hand seal, and muttered. The cycle of yin and yang, life and death diagram, open. Instantly, the world changed color, a landscape painting took shape, and the power of reincarnation began to flow in. Its supernatural power covered an area of dozens of miles. The grass that hadn't yet broken through the soil quickly sprouted from the ground, and the grass that had grown grew several inches taller, gradually turning yellow and old. Dozens of trees died prematurely due to aging, gradually withering away. Lu Yan witnessed a lively, bouncy white rabbit rapidly age and die, eventually turning into bones. Lu Yan swallowed hard. If it were applied directly to a person, it could age them by decades. So this is the effect of reincarnation. Not bad, not bad. This supernatural power is even stronger than the first one. Withdraw your supernatural powers. However, the damage from the supernatural power has not dissipated, meaning the damage is still ongoing. That's some serious supernatural power. Lu Yen felt a surge of emotion. Very satisfied. He flew back, smiling all the way. He has now mastered 2 great supernatural powers. Although I'm not very skilled at it yet, I'm sure I'll be able to unleash my full potential once I practice more. Seeing this, the Red Buddha woman asked, "Husband, what makes you so happy?" Lu Yen stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and said, "Good news." She asked, "What is it?" Lu Yen didn't say anything, but put his arm around her waist and groped her haphazardly. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled with one hand, and it felt very familiar to the touch. I only touched it a few times. The woman in red suddenly felt weak all over. Her eyes held endless springtime charm, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow, and her beauty was boundless. Lu Yen touched her waist and couldn't help but move his hand down. Well. The woman in red suddenly shuddered and collapsed onto Lu Yen. Lu Yen wrapped his other arm around her waist, forcing her into a corner of the palace, and kissed her directly. "My husband, I. She said in a loud, panting voice, "Let's go back to our room." "No, I prefer being outside." Lu Yen cornered her against the wall. "I'll be so embarrassed by how nice the other girls are to me later." "Don't worry, I'll be careful, I won't be discovered." Lu Yen pinned her against the wall with one hand. His other hand wandered around. Gently, knead, twist. The woman in red couldn't help but make a sound, so she immediately covered her mouth and let Lu Yen do as he pleased. Lu Yen teased her for a while, and saw that she couldn't resist. He then lifted her clothes. Then they went straight for the heart of the enemy. Red Buddha girl covered her mouth. Lu Yen frowned at the same time, suddenly realizing that a stranger had touched the first layer of the formation. That is, Najimitsu's 5th grade formation, the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation. However, he didn't bother to check who it was and charged forward with overwhelming speed. The battle ended in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Red-haired Buddha girl lay limp in Lu Yan's arms, her face radiant with pleasure. "Husband, before anyone notices, quickly carry me back to the room." Lu Yan made a hand seal and used his spiritual power to carry her back to her room, his gaze sharpening. "I'd like to see who it is." Chapter 91 Lu Deng's External Incarnation, Mu Jinli's Invincible Body. Nagi Ko Shinju's 5th grade formation, the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation, has been improved by himself and can easily detect intruders. He was just a bit busy and didn't have time to investigate. "I'd like to see who it is." Lu Yen began to investigate and saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man. It can be confirmed that this man has never been seen before. He quickly used his divine sense to investigate the other party's cultivation level, but he was unable to detect it and was instead detected by the other party. The man smiled. "Lu Yen, is that you?" Lu Yen remained silent, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters in front of him using the divine flowing light step. This is the intersection of the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang formation and the Primordial Maze formation. I feel very safe. I'm not flustered at all. It really was you. The man's eyes gleamed, but he exuded no murderous intent whatsoever. But Lu Yen just found her terrifying. He involuntarily took a few steps back and said, "Who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you an assassin from the underworld?" The middle-aged man didn't speak, but simply waved his hand and said, "Stop hiding in the formation. Although I don't know what kind of formation it is, I feel that going in will waste a lot of time. You should come out now." One suck. A vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. He directly absorbed Lu Yen from the Primordial Maze into the Mountain and River Heavenly Gang array. This formation is the first layer of the formation. It is a 5th grade formation. Clearly, they couldn't do anything to him. Lu Yen was startled. "I never expected to be sucked out by the other party. Now that we're out here, let's exchange a few blows." Using the suction force, Lu Yen unleashed the 9-dragon seal of Jinyuan. 9 dragons surged forth. At the same time, they moved to suppress the middle-aged man. Even a nascent soul cultivator at the Great Perfection stage would not be unharmed by this attack. To Lu Yan's shock, With a gentle wave of his hand, the opponent froze Lu Yan's attack in mid-air, and with a light tap of his finger, the attack dissipated into fragments. This. Lu Yan was startled, his expression turning serious. An attack of this level must be above the void refinement realm. I am no match for you. He didn't try to hold on and immediately shouted for help. Master's wife, save me. Master's wife, someone's trying to hit me, save me. At the same time, she cried out, Sister Mu, save me. Sister Mu. I hope my master's wife and Mu Jinli can arrive in time, otherwise I will have to use up a substitute puppet. There is only one scapegoat puppet. He really didn't want to use it to save his life unless absolutely necessary. To his astonishment, his voice was frozen in the void, unable to travel at all. What level of strength is this? Lu Yan was utterly shocked and couldn't believe it. Even a void refinement realm cultivator couldn't be this powerful, right? Perhaps it's a body integration realm cultivator? He couldn't understand it. When did I offend a powerhouse at the integration realm? The thought flashed through my mind quickly. Suddenly, I realized that the middle-aged man looked somewhat like the celestial being. Holy crap! This is Lu Deng, the deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs. This is a nascent soul realm expert. Lu Yan felt utterly hopeless. The dignified deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs Palace actually came to kill him in person. What have I done to deserve this? No, we have to run away. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The next second, he found himself unable to move. The space I was in was frozen. He struggled desperately. Without hesitation, he used his supernatural power, the reincarnation yin-yang life and death diagram. Instantly, supernatural powers covered the area. The power of reincarnation emerges, covering the landscape painting. Let him break free from the frozen space. At this moment, the supernatural power, reincarnation yin-yang life and death diagram, covered him as well. Lu Deng, who had been calm and composed, froze for a moment, utterly shocked. Good heavens! Your supernatural power has caused me to lose 12 years of my lifespan in an instant. Fortunately, my cultivation level is high, otherwise, I would have lost at least 25 years of my lifespan. This was the first time he had ever seen such a level of supernatural power. No wonder he was given the Immortal Order by the Yellow Springs Prince. It's a good thing I came in person, so you won't have a chance to grow. Otherwise, once you've grown up, my Yellow Springs Palace will surely be destroyed. You have already found a way to die. Die. Lu Yan tried his best to activate this divine power, attempting to hinder him for a moment. But his supernatural powers were quickly frozen. It was crushed by the opponent's hand. No supernatural power is useful against a nascent soul realm expert. The mysterious scripture of gathering rainbows and refining the rainbow. Lu Yan shouted in his heart, gathered all his spiritual power and unleashed a strike. Whoosh! With lightning speed, it instantly punched a hole in Lu Deng's clothes. Question mark. Lu Deng didn't expect Lu Yan to still be able to struggle in his death throes. You broke the clothes that the goddess of Lingshu gave me, you fucking want to die. He struck out with one hand. Boom! The immense spiritual power created a path 30 meters wide. Dust billowed ahead. He sighed, that's it for today. If I could personally take action, your death would have been worthwhile. It's just a pity about the clothes that the goddess of Lingshu gave me. If she knew, she would probably scold me. I'll see if I can fix it when I get back. He was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the billowing dust, blocking all the attacks with one hand. She didn't use any special techniques, she simply blocked his attack with her hand. Who are you? Lu Deng asked curiously. I never expected that this short guy, who is only 1.4 meters tall, could be so strong. Judging from her appearance, she has a fox tail and folded fox ears. Are you a fox demon from the Qingqiu tribe of the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons? You guessed right. Mu Jinli, carrying a large purple gourd on her back, stood beside Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, how are you? Seeing that he could move again, Lu Yan immediately shielded Mu Jinli in front of him, still shaken, and said, I'm fine, thank goodness you came. She already knew. She sensed it the moment Lu Deng stepped into the Great Tao sect. Yang Wanjin naturally noticed it as well. She noticed it before I did, and even challenged me to a game of rock paper scissors, best 2 out of 3. He lost 3 games in a row. They had no choice but to take action. I am Lu Deng, the deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs Hall. May I ask who you are from Qingqiu? Lu Deng asked. Mu Jinli glanced at him and said, What are you? A mere avatar, yet you dare to know my name? Let your true self come in person. Lu Yan, hiding behind Mu Jinli, looked shocked. He's an avatar? Mu Jinli said, yes, his true self didn't dare to come to the Great Tao sect, so he sent his avatar to try his luck. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and ran into me. Lu Deng's face was ashen. Now that you know, let's start the war. He came here with no intention of leaving alive. The ultimate killing technique, the Yellow Springs Palm. He immediately unleashed a terrifying killing technique, his enormous hand tearing through the clouds and descending from the sky. Sister Mu, be careful. Upon seeing this, Lu Yan immediately retreated over 100 feet. He couldn't participate in battles at the fusion realm, he could only watch. Mu Jinli rolled up his sleeves. He reached out with both hands into the void. Both arms were stretched out very long, like two pillars. Break! She held up the yellow spring palm that spanned half the sky with both hands, then gritted her teeth and tore it apart fiercely. Bang! The yellow spring's palm collapsed. My turn! The koi carp shot out like a cannonball. She didn't use any magic, she just charged around with her bare body. Old Deng, take this elbow strike. Chapter 92 Physical Achievement, Five-Tailed Rampage Lowly. Old Deng, take this elbow strike. Mu Jinli's speed exploded, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and in the next second he was in front of the enemy. Bang! Lu Deng was sent flying dozens of feet away by an elbow strike. Again. Mu Jinli continued her onslaught, transforming into a purple line of fire, relentlessly elbowing Lu Deng and forcing him into a retreat. Lu Deng's arms went numb, and he exclaimed in surprise. Your physical body is that strong? Bang! Mu Jinli doesn't like to talk nonsense, and her small body bursts with tremendous energy. He rushed out again. She simply charged forward with her bare body, like a raging bull unleashing endless physical attacks. Each move he made caused the void to tremble. Lu Yan's eyes couldn't keep up with Mu Jinli's pace several times. That's incredibly fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he launched dozens of attacks. Now it's my turn to counterattack, you Qingqiu full-eared fox. This was the first time Lu Deng had encountered someone with such a strong physical body. Driven by his competitive spirit, he also tried to withstand the attack with his own body, but in the end, he was beaten black and blue by Mu Jinli. Blood was flowing from both arms. He exclaimed in amazement, born with divine strength, your physical body has become sacred. In terms of physical strength, I'm afraid no one can rival you. Fortunately, you're just a thug who only knows how to use brute force. He stomped his left foot on the ground, shattering it and unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. The Dharma form of heaven and earth. He uttered a few words, and instantly a massive golden body occupied half the sky. They're here, they're here. Lu Yan recalled that Lu Deng had also used this move when he was undergoing his tribulation last time. Such a powerful sense of oppression, as if the gods of heaven and earth were making their appearance. Lu Yan retreated again and again until he reached the entrance of the Hunyuan cave. Yu Guanchao could no longer withstand the oppressive force, his legs trembled, and he knelt down. Is this the Dharma form of heaven and earth? It's terrifying. Inside the Hunyuan cave, Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and the other women peeked out. Lu Yan said, don't come out. If they come out, they'll have to kneel too. Pei Qingran asked, what happened? Lu Yan's expression was solemn. That was the deputy hall master of the Yellow Springs Palace. He came to kill me, but fortunately Sister Mu intervened in time. Should we call her master's wife? Pei Qingran was very worried. My master's wife probably already knew. Now that Sister Mu has made her move, she's probably just watching the show. Lu Yan was not afraid at all. Lu Deng was destined to die today. It's just unknown whether it's in the hands of the dead Mu Jinli or his master's wife. What is that? Pei Qingran pointed to the golden phantom in the sky. It was the first time she had ever seen such an outrageous move. She glanced at it, felt a pain in her eyes, and dared not look again. Lu Yan quickly said, that is the Dharma image of heaven and earth, none of you should look at it. Just one glance is enough to cause pain in the eyes and tears to flow uncontrollably. If you are foolish enough to look at them for too long, you will bleed and go blind. Upon hearing this, all the women immediately lowered their heads. Yu Guanchao rubbed the blood flowing from his eyes, terrifying indeed. He almost went blind. The Dharma of heaven and earth? Mu Jinli looked up and roared, "Go to hell with your heavenly Dharma image." She swore, took the large purple gourd off her back, and, holding it in both hands, smashed it directly at the image of the deity. Die! Lu Deng's heaven and earth Dharma form erupted with boundless golden light, and a giant hand slowly pressed down from the void. The golden hand was burning with flames. Spatial ripples erupted. It crushed the void. Such a violent power instantly attracted the attention of disciples from other peaks, who flew over to watch. What the hell is that? Why are my eyes bleeding tears? How did I suddenly go blind? What exactly is that thing? Don't look, everyone! The deputy sect leader of the Yellow Springs Palace stepped forward and ordered, "Take them all back." He remotely created a spiritual barrier, separating the Hunyuan cave from the other peaks, and also separating the Dharma image. At this point, simply keeping an eye on the image will ensure your safety. After creating a spiritual barrier, he looked into the void. A short man holding a gourd smashed the golden flame hand of the Dharma image, shattering the Dharma image itself. The Dharma image was broken after only a few hits. This little thing is actually at the integration realm, awesome. The vice sect master of the Great Tao sect stared at it for a moment. It's actually a Qingqiu fold-eared fox. Isn't this kind of creature found in the 10,000 demon kingdom? Who is that guy who can unleash the power of heaven and earth? He looked completely bewildered. More and more people gathered, and eventually even the sect leader of the Great Tao sect arrived. Mu Jinli didn't like being watched. Looks like I'll have to finish this quickly. He raised the large purple gourd, pulled out the stopper, and kept pouring wine into his mouth. Glug glug. Then, 4 more fluffy tails slowly grew out from behind her. Her face flushed red, and she threw the wine gourd away. Drink. They charged towards Lu Deng and unleashed a devastating attack. Lu Deng could no longer maintain his divine appearance, and seeing that more and more people were gathering, he wanted to run away. Unfortunately, a 5-tailed koi carp appeared before me. Her physical body has reached a new level. Boom! As the fist was thrown, spiritual energy swept across the heavens and earth. Break! Mu Jinli roared. The fist was thrown out, and endless spiritual energy exploded. Lu Deng couldn't withstand it and was blasted hundreds of feet away, his body imprinted in the shape of a star on a secondary peak. Cough cough cough. Lu Deng coughed up blood, his eyes bloodshot. With so many people watching, including several at the integration realm, it's unlikely we can escape. We can only take one with us. He chose Mu Jinli. He wanted to take her away. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. The 5-tailed koi has completely changed its level, its combat power has gone wild, and its purple spiritual power is like magma erupting from the earth. Lu Deng was pinned down and beaten. It was being kicked around by the koi carp. Could you read out his information for me? I need more information related to Lu Deng. Lu Yen transmitted his voice to the rampaging lowly. Mu Jinli remained silent, then beat him for the duration of half an incense stick, before grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. His divine sense rushed into the space between his eyebrows. A massive amount of information was absorbed. Seeing that there was no way to reverse the situation, Lu Deng committed suicide on the spot. Boom! Several mountain peaks collapsed. Mu Jinli also coughed up a mouthful of blood. She wiped her mouth. For a mere avatar to move me to this state, it seems his true form is very powerful. She descended before the rare and precious tree of heaven and earth in the Hunyuan cave. This time the cost was quite high. It will take several days to recover. Lu Yen, here's what you wanted. She tossed a ball of light to Lu Yen. Inside were things related to Lu Deng. Thanks. Lu Yen took the ball of light. Read now. Unfortunately, there is too much information, all of which is related to Lu Deng's experience. The information about the realm related to the refining void realm is somewhat fragmented. Unable to connect. Lu Yen made a note of it for the time being and continued his investigation. Half a day later. Finally, we obtained a complete and useful piece of information. They obtained Lu Deng's birth date. Very good. Lu Yen had a big smile on his face. Return to the room and immediately retrieve the misfortune wooden fish. This thing is currently only rank 5 and has not been upgraded yet, because the thing that I asked Nagi Ko no Shinju to find has not yet been found. Even if his rank is a bit low, it should still be able to affect him. Without delay, Lu Yen, in accordance with the incantation, immediately grasped the wooden mallet and began striking the wooden fish. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. 6 Jia and 6 Ding, heed my command. Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, leading the heavenly army, what god will not submit, what ghost will not tremble? Obey my decree and sweep away the demons. Those who obey me live, those who defy me die. Chapter 93 Curse Lu Deng, Spirit Void Goddess, Conditions for Refining to Emptiness? Lu Yan repeatedly chanted this rather annoying incantation. Several rooms near him were affected, and the women fled, moving away from Lu Yan. Because Lu Yan's strength has increased, the power generated by striking the wooden fish is even greater. I've been nagging about it for half a day. Lu Deng, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly opened his eyes. It felt very strange. What's going on? Why do I keep hearing the sound of a wooden fish being struck in my head? Lu Dengang, the deputy head of the Yellow Springs Hall, realized that the situation was not good. He immediately severed his connection with his external avatar. Therefore, no matter what happens to his external avatar, it will not affect his true self in the slightest. Lu Deng suddenly remembered that there were records in the Yellow Springs Palace mentioning assassins who died mysteriously, and that they had all heard the sound of a wooden fish being struck before their deaths. Could this be it? He looked puzzled. He took out a palm-sized tortoise shell and a copper coin from his storage bag. He was about to begin the deduction. A moment later. The conclusion is that it is a curse-type magic item. Who on earth is capable of influencing me? He searched his mind for the people he had offended over the years who had reached the integration realm. There were far too many people who wanted him dead. He couldn't be sure who it was either. He continued his deductions. It took 30 years of his lifespan to finally deduce the Great Tao sect. As for deeper calculations, they would require too much of his lifespan, which he was unwilling to do. The only person from the Great Tao sect who has a grudge against me is Lu Yan. Good heavens, I didn't expect him to have a magic weapon of this level. It's a pity that the magic weapon is of a lower grade and can't affect me. He waved his hand to silence the irritating sound of the wooden fish in his mind. He then continued his meditation. Half a day later. Lu Deng opened his eyes again. I've already turned off the sound of the wooden fish, so why is it still so annoying? He felt unwell all over and inexplicably irritable. He would never do that. This only shows that the other person is still influencing her. This won't do. You can't continue cultivating, it's easy to go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. He then thought, why don't I ask the goddess of Lingshu for help? The goddess of Lingshu is the purest and most sacred goddess of the Lingshu Holy Land. She was of incomparably noble status and possessed unparalleled beauty, like a celestial being. She was the most beautiful woman besides the woman surnamed Yang who had given him guidance. He couldn't quite remember the woman surnamed Yang, but he did remember that she had given him some pointers when he was jilted and called a good for nothing. It's a pity that the guidance was given. She left. All I know is that her surname is Yang. He later tried to find a woman surnamed Yang, but the Hunyuan realm was too vast, and he couldn't find her at all. Just when he was feeling lost, he met the goddess of Lingshu who illuminated his path. She radiated a divine glow, and appeared before him on a rainbow, saying, in this world, things are often unattainable if you desire them, but when opportunities arise, you should cherish the present moment. That's all there is to it. He fell in love with the goddess of Lingshu at first sight, and in order to pursue her, he gave away a lot of treasures and jade. But the other party said she wanted to get married. But I can't get married. The sect didn't train her to get married. She said that when she becomes strong enough to challenge the Holy Land, she will be free, and whether she marries someone will depend on her own choice, not on the sect. She told him to wait a moment. He believed it too. They waited for 800 years. It's unclear how many resources were given away during the process. Fortunately, she replies to his messages every few months. Even so, he was satisfied. He sent his information to the goddess of Lingshu via the communication jade slip. The sacred site of Lingshu, a secret chamber. When the goddess of Lingshu saw that her communication jade slip lit up, she opened it, glanced at it, and rolled her eyes. Simp number 268 has encountered a problem, which unfortunately I cannot solve either. I will not reply for now and will reply in a few months. After saying that, he put the communication jade slip aside and quickly picked up another communication jade slip. It was a message from sycophant number 688. Goddess, after 19 years, you finally mastered the pocket sword you requested. When can we meet? I miss you. I remember you said that if I mastered it, you'd let me hold your hand. The goddess of Lingshu replied instantly. I'm currently in seclusion and can't go out. Please leave the pocket sword on Filio Cliff in the Lingshu Holy Land. I'll retrieve it when I come out of seclusion. I want to see you, I miss you so much. The goddess of Lingshu replied, can you please stop being so selfish? I'm still working hard to cultivate myself, but you're only thinking about yourself. If this continues, I'll have to reconsider whether I should date you. You know, the people who like me could stretch to every kingdom in the heavens. If you're sincere, I'll agree. I plan to have 8 children in the future. I love children. Okay, I like children too. I'll send the pocket sword over right away. After replying to the sycophant, she picked up another communication jade slip. Goddess, I've secured the 60,000 spirit jades you requested through a loan and released Liuya. When will you become my Taoist partner? The goddess of Lingshu shook her head, thinking to herself. Alone? That's doomed to failure. There's no need to reply to this jade slip anymore. However, you can take the spirit jade. After waiting for a while, several communication jade slips glowed. Goddess, I love you. Talk about love but take no real action, block them. Goddess, my family has discovered a gem that we intend to present to you. Where are you? Currently in seclusion, as usual, just leave him at Filio Cliff. She sent an address and suddenly noticed that Lu Deng's communication jade slip was lit up. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? The goddess of Lingshu rolled her eyes. Just send him useless messages, ignore him for a year, and then reply after a year. Why aren't you replying to me? Seeing that the other party didn't reply, Lu Deng thought, she's probably busy. I can tell she likes me. Oh no, the wooden fish sound is back again, my head hurts so much. He tried to suppress it, but after a while, the sound of the wooden fish would inexplicably start again. This can't go on, we need to think of a solution. The 4th day has passed. In the Hunyuan cave, Lu Yen sensed that the misfortune wooden fish was no longer effective. Lu Deng's head was throbbing. Lu Deng is feeling irritable. At first, the misfortune wooden fish would give hints. If there are no hints on this day, it means that the other party has already figured out a way to suppress it. It seems the rank is still too low. Lu Yen put away the misfortune wooden fish and walked out of the room, only to find that the Hunyuan cave was deserted. Where is he? Lu Yen found it strange. A sweep of divine sense revealed that even the child had vanished. Has something happened? What the hell happened? 2,000 feet above the rare tree of heaven and earth, a koi carp dangles its tiny toes. You've been banging on the wooden fish all this time, it's too noisy. They're all resting here. Lu Yan looked up and saw a group of people standing near the tree branch next to Mu Jinli. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm not going to knock anymore, you can come down now. The women descended to the ground and each went about their own business. Lu Yan approached Mu Jinli and said, I read Lu Deng's memories, fragmented and incomplete. It seems that the void refinement realm is not a simple realm. It seems that 3 conditions are required to break through to this realm. Yes. Mu Jinli said, the first condition is that your divine sense reaches the refinement realm. This requires a secret technique for cultivating your divine sense. First, you need to make your divine sense reach the refinement realm. Lu Yan thought for a moment and realized that with the Zeding refining spirit method given to him by Yuanjiu, breaking through to the refining void realm with his divine sense was not a problem. And the second condition? Lu Yan asked. Mu Jinli said, we need to refine the void pill. What is that? This was the first time Lu Yan had heard of it. Mu Jinli said, it's a pill needed to break through to the void refining realm. This kind of pill has been lost, and no alchemist knows how to make it. Lu Yan asked in surprise, so how did everyone break through? Mu Jinli, relying on the refining pills left over from the past, most sects have some resources. If not, they can only explore the secret realms of their predecessors, where there might be refining pills. In short, there are no more alchemists in the primordial chaos realm who can refine the void refining pill. When Lu Yan first learned of this information, it was utterly shocking. How many void refinement pills does the Great Tao sect still have? Mu Jinli said, as far as I know, of the 16 prodigies of the Great Tao sect, apart from the Holy Son Jiang Junlin and the Holy Daughter Shin Qinglan, each of the other prodigies has one. As for the refining void pills for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, the Elder Hall has already sent elders into the secret realm to search for them, but there has been no news for several years. However, it is only a matter of time before the refining void pills are found. The Holy Son and the Holy Daughter must each possess one. Lu Yan hadn't expected that the refining void pill was already so scarce. It seems that I can only obtain my refining void pill through other means. Is it possible to skip the refining void pill? Like foundation establishment, you can directly undergo tribulation without taking foundation establishment liquid. I don't know, I've never heard of it. Lu Yan didn't dwell on it and asked, what is the third condition? Mu Jinli said. 1 million spirit jades are needed. Spirit jade? Isn't it spirit stone? Lu Yan found it strange. No. Mu Jinli said, spirit jade comes from the spirit jade mine. Nowadays, most of the spirit jade mines in the Hunyuan realm have been developed. Only the forbidden zones of life have spirit jade mines. So now, if you want spirit jade, you have to go into the forbidden zones to mine it. As far as I know, every prodigy in the Great Tao Palace has 1 million spirit jades. As long as you enter the Great Tao Palace, the Great Tao Palace will take care of everything. You don't need to struggle, that's the benefit of joining the Great Tao Palace. Lu Yan's face darkened. You should have said so earlier. Why didn't his mother say so sooner? I knew he would insist on entering the Great Tao Palace no matter what. He's currently at odds with the Great Tao Palace, so getting in is probably impossible. Why didn't anyone tell me these things before? Lu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. Mu Jinli noticed something. Are you unhappy? No, not at all. Lu Yan shook his head. Thank you for letting me know. He turned and left. She hadn't walked more than a few steps when the 4 beauties of Huan pulled her away. I feel some pain inside my body, it might be due to petrification, my husband. I almost forgot, this time I will completely cure you. Chapter 94 Healing Petrification, 6th level of nascent soul, Zhang Yuanying's pregnancy. Inside the room. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. It swept away the previous gloom. He's still some distance from the void refinement realm, he can plan slowly. The most important thing now is the 4 beauties of Huan. After cultivating with them, Lu Yan discovered that the Su Nu Daowen Jing could cure their petrification disease. Now he could rest assured, otherwise, it would have been just empty boasting. Based on my own estimation, it will only take 4 or 5 months to be completely cured. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ladies, all of you should obediently bend over and lie down properly. Lu Yan rubbed his hands together. The clouds yearn for her clothes, the flowers for her face, but the man remains silent. The red-clad Buddha woman's eyes sparkle with allure, her gaze shimmering like spring water, like a drop of water falling into a lake, stirring up countless ripples. Although they were shy, they did as Lu Yan ordered. They lined up, their seduction slowly unfolding. Please, my husband, cherish me. Lu Yan swallowed hard. No wonder ancient emperors had 3,000 concubines in their harems. No wonder everyone wants to be emperor. He no longer held back, took up his spear and went into battle, favoring each of them in turn, while simultaneously operating the Su Nu and Dao Jing at high speed. 2 weeks later. Level 4 nascent soul, 8.60%. 1 month later. Level 4 nascent soul, 16.66%. 2 months later. Level 4 nascent soul, 32.20%. 4 months later. Level 4 nascent soul, 67.30%. 6 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Because the immortal ancient desolate demon guide was given to Lu Huan, the fetal breathing clone, for cultivation, there is no data related to the immortal ancient desolate demon guide here. I never expected that it would take 6 months to cultivate with the 4 beauties of Huan. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, Najiko Nozhenjuan, and Zhang Yuanying can break through 1 level in 5 months. It seems that having a lower level of understanding does indeed offer no advantage. They must be helped to break through to the nascent soul stage. Yun Shangyi was very surprised and said, My husband, the petrification disease that plagued us sisters has been completely cured. Actually, they recovered in a little over 4 months. But Lu Yan persisted for 6 months in order to break through to the next level. Lu Yan felt that he could cultivate together indefinitely. They just couldn't handle it. They faint several times every month. Lu Yan used the miraculous spring hands to treat them, and this cycle continued until they finally managed to hold on for 6 months. It was still too much of a challenge for them, who had reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. Lu Yan patted their heads and said, I told you I could cure you, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Husband, do you have a furnace physique? What do you need to eat to replenish it? We'll find some for you. Lu Yan smiled and said, You're very kind, but I have a special constitution and don't need any supplements. The woman in red said, My husband is wonderful. Of course, this is the one-horned dragon king. I can be even better, do you want to? No, I feel like I'm about to fall apart. The four beauties of Hawon quickly dressed and ran away. He was running in a very disheveled state, limping. Lu Yan smiled and said, I think I could take on a whole bunch of them. He felt he hadn't had enough and suggested he ask Pei Qingran and the others for help. Let's get right to it. Step out of the room. A sweep of divine sense. They quickly carried Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu, who were practicing swordsmanship, over, and also carried Nagi Ko and Zhang Yuanying over. It's been half a year, I miss you all so much. No, aren't you tired? Pei Qingran asked in shock. He's been with the four beauties of Hawon for half a year now. Lu Yan said, What's there to be tired about? How can a man say he's tired? I need your help with my cultivation. He pounced on them with a howl, like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, roughly tearing their clothes apart into strips. The Su Nu when Dao Jing, a scripture of the plain girl asks the way, quietly began to operate. 2 weeks later. Level 5 nascent soul, 9.90%. 1 month later. Level 5 nascent soul, 19.80%. 2 months later. Level 5 nascent soul, 39.60%. 4 months later. Level 5 nascent soul, 79.20%. 5 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Time really flies. Lu Yan didn't expect that 5 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he finally broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. It's time to celebrate. Lu Yan wanted to continue cultivating with them, after all, he really wanted to improve. As a result, Zhang Yuanying couldn't bear it and vomited incessantly. Ugh. I feel like I'm going to throw up. It's happening too frequently. I feel like I'm going to die suddenly. I'm going to go out and calm down. I was just about to leave. Lu Yan took her hand and checked her pulse. Her eyes lit up immediately. You're a month pregnant. Congratulations. Pei Qingran, Lu Miaozhu, and Najiko all offered their congratulations. They also want to get pregnant. But getting pregnant depends on luck. Once Lu Yan's cultivation level reaches a higher level, it will be even more difficult for them to conceive. Lu Yan did not continue the joint cultivation. Based on her condition, a prescription for pregnancy support was written, and the twins and Jiyu were instructed to go to the market to buy and prepare the medicine. The koi carp beneath the rare tree of heaven and earth were quite puzzled. It seems like Lu Yan is really addicted to that kind of thing. He spends 11 months of the year doing things in bed. What kind of kidneys does he have? Can he even handle it? She was puzzled and couldn't understand it. Hearing their moaning all the time makes me feel itchy inside. She wanted to try them all. Unfortunately, she nipped the idea in the bud. Cultivation is the most important thing. Mu Jinli closed his eyes and continued to ponder. Lu Yan has been quite free lately, and instead of cultivating with the women, he's been playing with the children. 2 months later. The rare tree of heaven and earth has changed once again. It grew another 1,000 feet tall. The three-legged golden crow moved overnight and settled at a place 4,000 feet high. This time, the rare tree of heaven and earth still exudes a white, ethereal mist. Lu Yan then called the women over. Lu Yan inhaled quickly, and at the same time, he made Lu Huang inhale as well. At this moment, Lu Huang was cultivating the immortal ancient desolate demon guide in the Xianning sect. The Xianning sect is the head of the 6 major demonic sects. Lu Huang's cultivation progressed very quickly. As expected, demonic cultivation techniques must be practiced in demonic places. He has now reached the middle stage of the second part of the immortal ancient wild demon guide. They met at the nascent soul stage, one of the 9 realms of immortality. Once he reaches the peak of the second stage of immortal ancient desolate demon guide, he will advance to the void refinement stage. He and Lu Huang are now absorbing the immortal mist at the same time. This was Lu Huang's first time inhaling it. Therefore, the progress is very fast, and it has already reached the middle and late stages of the second part of the immortal ancient wild demon guide, only 1 step away from the peak. as expected of the number one cultivation technique in the immortal ancient era. Lu Yen was very satisfied, and he only stopped when Lu Huan could no longer inhale. Seeing that the women had made no progress, since they had all taken the medication, he noticed that they hadn't made any progress. The second attempt was very unsuccessful. Only Master's wife, Yang Wanjin, was unaffected. She was like a vast ocean, absorbing knowledge continuously. Her belly grew big again very quickly. It looks like she's pregnant. When she reached her limit, she left, just like last time. The remaining Mu Jinli and Yu Guanchao are also absorbing the nutrients rapidly. It was their first time, and the effect was terrifying. Mu Jinli's cultivation level has advanced significantly, and he is only 2 steps away from the tribulation transcending realm. The most effective example here is Yu Guanchao. He made a breakthrough. He took out the refining void pill and 1,000,000 spirit jades, and broke through to the refining void realm in one go. The Great Tao Palace didn't take back your refining void pill and spirit jade. Lu Yen was a little curious. Yu Guanchao laughed and said, "They probably forgot, ha ha ha. Now that I've used it, they can't have it even if they want it." Lu Yen smiled as well, indeed. Yu Guanchao knelt before Lu Yen, deeply moved. "Thank you. If it weren't for this opportunity, it would have taken me at least 200 years to break through. Thank you. From today onwards, I will continue to guard the gate until you no longer need me." Lu Yen pulled him up and said, "It's because you're good at handling things. Besides, you've been immersed in the great perfection of the divine transformation realm for hundreds of years. You're just breaking through ahead of schedule. Saving 200 years is a big difference. It allows me to go much further in the void refinement realm. I still have to thank you. Don't be so polite. As long as you do your job well in the future, there will be many more opportunities. Breaking through to the integration realm and the tribulation realm will not be a dream." "Thanks." Yu Guanchao's eyes lit up, and he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. In the Great Tao Palace, the goddess Xinxinglan, having just broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, stretched. "Finally, I've made a breakthrough." Just as they emerged from seclusion, news broke that Yu Guanchao had broken through to the void refining realm, causing an uproar among the geniuses of the Great Tao Palace. Because everyone knows him. He needs at least 200 years of accumulation before he can break through. But he arrived ahead of schedule. The 3 heroes and 7 gentlemen said, "He must have had some stroke of luck. Let's go see him and see if we can find out anything." So the group quickly headed off. Saintess Xinxinglan and Saint Prince Jiang Junlin also secretly followed. Chapter 95 Yu Guanchao erupts, Lu Yen rejects the fairy. Hun Yuan Cave. Yu Guanchao was practicing his cultivation at the entrance. He practices the way of the sword. Now that he has broken through to the void refining realm, he needs to raise the level of his sword skills as well. One stroke. Millions of waves come. Yu Guanchao, how did you break through to the void refinement realm? 10 people, including the 3 heroes and the 7 gentlemen, descended directly before him. One of the men, with a halberd strapped to his back, spoke the most arrogantly. He is Feng Hua, one of the 3 outstanding figures. Yu Guanchao raised his head and slashed with his sword, the wave instantly engulfing the 10 people. All 10 were at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, but had not reached the void refining stage, so they were no match for them. They were overwhelmed by the waves in a single encounter and became soaked to the bone. Feng Hua was furious. "Yu Guanchao, you've gone too far." "Excuse me, I was cultivating just now and didn't notice you." Yu Guanchao offered a feigned apology. "I'm sorry, why didn't you tell me you were coming to visit me?" The 3 heroes and 7 gentlemen gritted their teeth in anger. But they dared not retaliate. They were all at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, only 1 step away from the void refinement stage. But it is this 1 step that allows Yu Guanchao to defeat a whole group of them. Yu Guanchao stared at the 10 people. "Hey, there are 11 people in total, the 4 heroes and the 7 gentlemen. You still haven't found replacements?" It seems the Great Tao sect has declined. The holy son Jiang Junlin and holy daughter Xinxinglan, who were watching from a distance, were stunned. They were responsible for finding the replacement, but they hadn't found anyone who met the requirements to enter the Great Tao Palace yet. Fortunately, the deputy sect leader didn't blame them. "Stop talking nonsense. The 3 heroes and 7 gentlemen are quite good too." Fan Hua took out his halberd, pointed it at him, and said, "Logically speaking, you still need 200 years of accumulation before you can break through. Why did you break through ahead of schedule?" Is there some secret to it? Are you out of your mind? What kind of secret is there to cultivation? Yu Guanchao naturally had a trick up his sleeve, which was that Lu Yan let him enter the Hunyuan cave. He broke through ahead of schedule precisely because he absorbed the white mist exhaled by the spirit tree. The Hunyuan cave is truly a hidden wonder you wouldn't know unless you went inside. There's an incredibly tall tree inside. The fewer people who know, the better. Unless Lu Yan agrees to hand over the spirit tree to someone else. You. The 3 heroes and 7 gentlemen were so angry that their veins bulged. They never expected to be scolded by Yu Guanchao here. Yu Guanchao said, "What do you mean, you? Get out of here. If you disturb my cultivation again, I won't be polite, especially Fang Hua. I've tolerated you for too long. Pointing a halberd at me like that, do you want to die? I'll kill you." Fang Hua couldn't hold back any longer and took action on the spot. A single halberd cleaves mountains and rivers. He gripped his halberd and drew a line around himself, causing hundreds of mountains and rivers to swirl around him haphazardly, collapsing towards Yu Guanchao. This is his divine transformation power. It has reached its ultimate perfection. Yu Guanchao gripped the knife with both hands, his face cold and stern. A mere trick, I think it'll be easily defeated. He drew his knife swiftly. The sword flashed like a rainbow. Like the setting sun falling on Changyang Mountain. With a single slash, the one halberd cuts mountains and rivers, was shattered. He acted swiftly, and in the process, he also cut the opponent's halberd in half. Then kick it out again. He kicked the painting 300 or 400 meters away. Puff! Fang was depicted coughing up blood on the ground. So this is how strong he is after stepping into the void refinement realm. His opponent didn't even use any supernatural powers. A simple strike was enough to severely injure him. Before he could even react, Yu Guanchao's knife was already pressed against his throat. I'll spare your life this time, but from today onwards, if you bother me again, I'll kill you all. I mean what I say. The other 9 dared not speak. Yu Guanchao said, "Get lost." The 9 people quickly soared into the sky. Wait for me. Seeing everyone running away, Fang Hua gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Saint Shin Xinglan said, "The void refining realm is indeed incomparable to the nascent soul realm. I must reach this realm." Me too. Saint Sun Jiang Junlin clenched his fist. It's a pity we haven't obtained the void refining pill yet. Once we get it, we can break through to the void refining realm. Yes, let's go. Saint Shin Xinglan left and returned to the Great Tao Palace. However, she was so shocked by Yu Guanchao's void refinement power for several days that she went to ask the elders of the Great Tao Palace. They responded that they were looking for the refining elixir. It will take some time. She couldn't wait to find the Holy Sun Jiang Junlin. Let's go down to the secret realm. The Elder Hall has marked out several places that might have refinement pills. I'm planning to choose the Other Shore secret realm and try my luck. Do you want to come with me? Walk. I'd like to invite one more person. Who? Lu Yan. He doesn't have any refining void pills either, so. Saint Shin Xinglan smiled and said, "So he will definitely come with us." In the Hunyuan cave, the holy maiden Shin Xinglan was stopped by Yu Guanchao. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Hunyuan cave? Jiang Junlin, senior brother, don't you recognize us? Yu Guanchao said, "I don't know him." Jiang Junlin, we are the holy son, and she is the holy daughter. We have come to the Hunyuan cave to visit Lu Yan. Yu Guanchao said calmly, "Does that mean he can see just any Tom, Dick, or Harry?" Fuck, your mother. Jiang Junlin thought to himself. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and said, "Please trouble senior brother you to report this." That's more like it. Yu Guanchao immediately went to report. Lu Yan approached the two. I wonder what business the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have with me. Shin Xinglan said, "The Holy Son and I plan to team up to go to the secret realm. I heard that the secret realm has void refining pills, and perhaps even the pill formula. I wonder if junior brother Lu would be interested." I'm not interested. Since you're interested, let's go together. Wait. Shin Xinglan misheard. You said you're not interested. She had already invited him so humbly, yet he was so ungrateful. What a jerk. Shin Xinglan earnestly advised. Without the void refining pill, it is absolutely impossible to break through to the void refining realm. We are short of void refining pills, and so are you. If the three of us join forces, we can probably sweep through this secret realm. Sorry, I'm not interested. You guys go ahead. Lu Yan was mainly afraid of dying. He would only venture into the secret realm if he was forced to and had no other choice but to obtain the refining void pill. He's only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. No rush. For now, we can put the matter of refining the void pill aside. Shin Qinglan was clearly displeased. The refining void pill formula, aren't you tempted? To be honest, the Lu, have to spend time with my child and wife, so I really don't have time, Lu Yan said with a hint of helplessness. Shin Qinglan's voice rose considerably. We spoke to you so kindly, for your own good, and you just reject me like this? Lu Yan was speechless. No, I said I wasn't going, but you're still forcing me to go. Go if you want, Holy Son, let's go. With a cold expression, the holy maiden Shin Qinglan turned and left with Jiang Junlin. She felt that Lu Yan was truly beyond redemption. Those who are obsessed with women are destined to go nowhere on the right path. Just wait and see. Lu Yan, you'll regret this. Lu Yan watched Shin Qinglan's retreating figure inside. Typical behavior of a fairy. Although she's a fairy, the system gives her a pretty high rating. Based on the principle of not letting down good girls and not wasting bad girls, Lu Yan killed them. He withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the Hunyuan cave. At this moment, a woman with a bottom as round as a millstone swayed her hips and walked over with a big smile on her face. My husband, congratulations. Good news. Oh. Every time Lu Yan saw her wiggling her hips, his desire would be ignited. He wrapped his arm around her waist and began to explore downwards. What do you think you're doing in the yard in broad daylight? Everyone's watching. Let me go. Lu Yan naturally wouldn't let her go, so he slapped her bottom and said, What good news? Chapter 96 Zhou Muyo delivers the goods. The golden crow spits out the ancient Buddha's secret manual. What good news? Lu Yan asked, putting his arm around her. Najimitsu Shinjun said. I found the 4-leaf agave you asked me to find earlier. There are 3 plants, but they are in the East China Sea and it will take them 1 or 2 months to get here. Lu Yan said, no rush, how much? 1 plant costs 100,000 spirit stones, totaling 300,000, said Nagi Ko True Monarch. Lu Yan took out 300,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to her. This is 400,000 spirit stones, and 100,000 is your hard work fee. I have money. As the Grand Elder of the library, she certainly had some spirit stones, and she stuffed them back into Lu Yan's hand. Take it back, I don't want it. Take it, I have plenty of spirit stones, Lu Yan said. Najimitsu declined. There's no need for such formalities between husband and wife. As an elder of the library, I have quite a lot of spirit stones in my savings. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yan took back the spirit stones. Since you don't want it, I'll keep it for you. You can contact me anytime. Suddenly I feel like I'm being kept by you. I can afford to support you. Najimitsu Shinjun had a big smile on his face. Lu Yan put his arm around her waist and said, Thank you, come on in. No, I still have to go to the library. I have something to take care of. Do you need me to go? It's nothing, just a small matter. By the way, husband, do you want to cultivate supernatural powers? The library has supernatural power cultivation techniques. I'll get you a few. I already have 2 supernatural powers, so I won't learn any more for now. Lu Yan hugged her and kissed her ear. When are you coming back? Night. Wait for you. I'm leaving now, I'll look for you tonight. Nagi Ko gave Lu Yan a quick kiss and disappeared to attend to matters in the library. A person is in high spirits when they have a happy occasion. Lu Yan was surprised that the misfortune wooden fish could be upgraded so quickly. It was really great. Upgrading to the 6th rank will allow me to easily curse and kill cultivators in the void refinement realm. Lu Yan was somewhat expectant. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye. A month has passed. Nagi Ko Shinjun received a distinguished guest. She was the one who came to deliver the 4-leaf agave in person. Najimitsu didn't know this person either. She asked someone outside to find him, and that person then called other people. Coincidentally, she was in the East Sea and picked him back. Name, Zhou Muyo. Age, 7,200 9,510,000. Realm, perfected integration. Identities: Sect Master of Xianming Sect Fairy Yaoji Undercover Agent in Yaoqi Holy Land Goddess Jingshuang Undercover Agent in Lingshu Holy Land Immortal Fuyao Undercover Agent with the Myriad Body Holy Body Mortal Body. Objective: to devour all those with special physiques with a mortal body, slaughter all kings, and attain the status of a great emperor. Rating: 94. Favorability: 60. Lu Yan was somewhat shocked after reading her information. She was actually the sect leader of the Xianming sect of the demonic path. She even infiltrated 3 of the 10 holy sites. He's a real talent. The sect leader of the Xianming sect is really going all out. Zhou Muyo glanced at the Hunyuan cave a few times, her eyes lighting up repeatedly. So many special physical conditions. Pei Qingran is a 9-ben desire body, while Nagi Ko is a butterfly desire body. Lu Miaozhu possesses a gluttonous holy body, and Yun Xiang's jade pot desires a beautiful body. Hua Shangrong is the body of desire containing pearls, Zi Buyu is the body of desire at the Jade Gate, and Hong Funu is the body of desire swirling jade. All of them are special traits. Unfortunately, there's a fox at the great perfection of the integration realm guarding this place. This made her afraid to act rashly. These individuals are still young, they'll be fine in a few hundred years. This wave of growth has been worthwhile. She handed 3 4-leaf agave plants to Lu Yan with great satisfaction and then left. Wait until the chives are a little more mature before cutting them. That's impressive. Lu Yan watched her departing figure and murmured. Another integration realm cultivator, I must grow stronger quickly. Take away the 4-leaf agave. I also went to the back mountain and dug up some guanine bamboo. Lu Yan planned to upgrade the misfortune wooden fish, but unfortunately he didn't have a good refining furnace. I asked several people and they didn't know. Even Mu Jinli didn't have it. Lu Yan plans to go to the market to buy one. The snail, however, said that the quality was too poor and it was difficult to refine the 4-leaf angelica. I walked around. No suitable refining furnace was found. Lu Yan had no choice but to temporarily give up on upgrading the misfortune wooden fish. 3 days later, Mu Jinli was cultivating under the Tree of Wonders when he suddenly noticed that the 3-legged golden crow's belly was bulging, as if it had eaten too much and wanted to vomit. Sure enough, the next second, the 3-legged golden crow vomited. Mu Jinli ran away quickly, and then heard a loud bang as the ground was smashed into a huge crater. Lu Yan also heard the commotion under the Tree of Heavenly Treasures and quickly went over to take a look. He saw a golden book in the giant pit. The golden book gleamed. What the heck? Mu Jinli picked up the book. There were 3 large characters on the cover. Ancient Buddhist Secrets. She glanced at it casually, tossed it to Lu Yan, and said, "This is Buddhist cultivation, a practice of Western bald monks. It's not suitable for me. You can use it to prop up a table leg." Lu Yan accepted it. "I didn't use it to prop up the corner of the table. This is really good stuff. It's just that Mu Jinli doesn't know how to appreciate it. I never expected this golden crow could expel cultivation techniques, it's truly amazing." He thought that the golden crow had eaten something wrong and had indigestion, which was why it vomited it up. He immediately flipped through the book of exercises. In less than half an incense stick's time, he had memorized the mantra. To successfully cultivate it, it can transform into an ancient Buddha and walk through the world. Great, I've gained another skill. I need to start practicing it. He glanced around and saw that Nagi Ko was available in the courtyard, so he immediately pulled her into the room. She began using the Su Nu Wen Dao Jing to accelerate her cultivation. After 1 time, the first level of the ancient Buddha's secret. After 2 times, the second level of the ancient Buddha's secrets. After 4 times, the third level of the ancient Buddha's secret. After 8 times, the 4th level of the ancient Buddha's secret. The next day, the 5th level of the ancient Buddha's secret. On the 4th day, the 6th level of the ancient Buddha's secret. On the 8th day, the 7th level of the ancient Buddha's secret. On the 16th day, the 8th level of the ancient Buddha's secret. 1 month later, the 9th level of the ancient Buddha's secret manual marks the official completion of the great perfection. To cultivate to the point of perfection. This means that the ancient Buddha's secret manual has entered the first order ancient Buddha stage. As for the later stages of the ancient Buddha, such as the second order ancient Buddha, one needs to cultivate diligently on their own. Its effect is the same as that of Immortal Ancient Wild Demon Guide. Both can be expressed as an equal sign. A first-order ancient Buddha is equivalent to a nascent soul in the 9 realms of immortal cultivation. Even in the West, very few monks would know the ancient Buddha's secret, so this is a good deal for me. Lu Yan never expected that he would have such an opportunity. Thank you so much, Golden Crow. After reaching the first stage of the ancient Buddha realm, a touch of Buddhist power had been added to his body, and he was surrounded by Buddhist light. The power of Buddha and the spiritual power within his body do not conflict, but Lu Yan does not want to cultivate diligently on his own. It seems I'll have to leave the cultivation to my clone. Previously, I received the fetal breathing avatar technique as a system reward, but it only allows me to create one avatar through fetal breathing. It seems I will have to use the Long Nanji's spiritual body secret technique to create another spiritual body. Let the spirit go out for ascetic practice. He ultimately reaped the benefits without effort. Wonderful, wonderful. He entered the Guanyin treasure vase and lifted Long Nanji's chin. Why hasn't your true form arrived yet? Something happened to the real body, so it will be delayed for a while, Long Nanji said. Tell her to hurry up, I need it urgently. Good. Long Nanji looked at Lu Yan with a pitiful expression and said, Can you let me out? I'm so lonely in there. She was alone in the enclosed space. It's very uncomfortable. Lu Yan thought for a moment, then released her and said, Remember, don't leave the Hunyuan cave, otherwise. I understand. Lu Yan then released her. Fresh air. Long Nanji opened her arms wide, taking a deep breath of the New Year's air. Thank you, Lu Yan. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 93. Lu Yan looked at the system notification. He remained silent. Favorability rating has increased again. It seems she was really bursting with pent-up desire. Chapter 97 7th level of nascent soul, Xinlong Nanji, 6th offspring. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 95. In the blink of an eye. My favorability rating increased by 2 points. Lu Yan was startled. He looked at her with a strange expression. She kept her arms outstretched, breathing in the air, her face full of ecstasy. Suddenly, perhaps noticing Lu Yan looking at her, she smiled and turned around. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, lifting her hair slightly. Her face was exquisite and very noble, and with the gentle breeze and sunlight, she looked even more stunning. Her fair skin glowed. Like an elf. She truly has an innate allure. Lu Yan was completely mesmerized. He only snapped out of his daze when she spoke. Thank you, Lu Yan. I will be good and won't run around. I will stay here. Lu Yan opened his mouth as if to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. Very good. She hopped and skipped onto the grass, then slowly rolled around. Even the dignified and domineering empress of a nation has such an adorable side. It seems that no matter how noble a person is, they will go crazy if they are locked up. My husband. Pei Qingran noticed the situation and walked over gracefully in a light blue dress. What's wrong with her? Lu Yan said, I guess she's been locked up for too long and is feeling a bit repressed. Now she's starting to let loose. Don't worry, she won't try anything with you again. I can beat her now. It won't be long before her true form arrives. Pei Qingran's dark eyes lit up. I won't be possessed by her again, right? Lu Yan said, yes. Pei Qingran hugged his arm tightly. Thank you, my husband. I don't accept verbal thanks, hee, come on in. Lu Yan's interest was piqued, and he pulled her into the house. She reluctantly followed him inside. The progress of studying together by one person is too slow. He then summoned Lu Miaozhu, Najiko Jinjuan, Yun Shangyi, Hua Shangrong, Zibuyu, and Hong Funu. I was very reserved at first. Because the 4 beauties of Hawan were not familiar with the other 3. After several days of adjustment, I'm finally able to let go. Finally, Zhang Yuanying also joined in the fun. 2 weeks later. Level 6 Nascent Soul, 12.5%. 1 month later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 25.0%. 2 months later. 6th level of Nascent Soul, 50.0%. 4 months later. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage. After 4 months of hard work, Lu Yan successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Faster. Each of the women also gained something. Pei Qingran and Lu Miaozhu had already reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and this time they made even greater progress, with the prospect of becoming deity cultivators on the horizon. Nagi Ko Shinju broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Yuanying is still at the great perfection of the golden core stage. Whether he can break through to the nascent soul stage is just one opportunity away. The four beauties of the Hahuan family Yan Xiangyi, Hua Shangrong, Zibuyu, and Hong Funu are in similar situations to Zhang Yuanying. Lu Yan couldn't help but sigh. This, the classic of the plain girl asks the way, is truly amazing. It benefits both sides. Lu Yan did not continue the joint cultivation for the next period of time because Zhang Yuanying was about to give birth. Based on calculations, production can begin in 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know how to describe the snail on the back of my ear. Master, you're really something. You have several children and 8 women. I want to ask you when you're going to stop? Lu Yan didn't understand. What do you mean by stopping? Just focus on your cultivation and don't get distracted by women, the snail said. Lu Yan was taken aback. I've been cultivating all along. I knew it. Just as I guessed. What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? The snail was itching to try it out. Lu Yan said, I was just kidding. Actually, I have a furnace physique. Dual cultivation is beneficial for both men and women, but it is more beneficial for me. He will not reveal his system or the Su Nu and Dao Jing. That was a secret deep in his heart. No one can tell. Sooner or later someone would figure out his situation, so he planned to use the furnace physique excuse to get by. The snail was shocked. I've got it. Legend has it that in the Age of Gods, there was a physique called the Eternal Furnace Breakthrough Physique. It is the #1 furnace cauldron physique. It can not only help women in their cultivation, but also help men. It is the first type of furnace body that benefits both sides. However, they became extinct with the fall of the Shinto era. I never expected it to happen to you. Lu Yan blinked. There really is such a constitution. Shu, keep it low-key. I don't want my physique to get out and become a target for everyone to fight over, helping others cultivate. You need to be prepared. Your situation will be analyzed sooner or later. It seems I need to get stronger quickly. He secretly cultivated to the Supreme Realm and then to the Great Emperor Realm without anyone knowing. He reached the Supreme Being. That is, the Tribulation Transcending Realm. As long as you don't recklessly venture into dangerous areas, you can walk sideways without fear. There is still a long way to go before I can transcend the tribulation. We need to speed things up. Time is running out for me. As Lu Yan was pondering, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 98. This woman is really outrageous, inexplicably increasing her popularity rating. Lu Yan glanced at Long Nanji, who was sitting on the grass in the courtyard, lost in thought, and occasionally smiled. I don't know what she's laughing about. She laughed for a moment, then suddenly stopped, looked up, glanced around, and met Lu Yan's gaze. 10 breaths later. She stood up, walked towards Lu Yan, her face flushed, and said, Lu Yan. She smiled shyly. Where is your dignity as the empress of a nation? Although it is only a spirit. But she's almost identical to Long Nanji in real life, so why does she give off the impression of a crazy woman? What happened to the empress who had the air of royalty and domineering presence? Lu Yan looked at her face. What's up? Her face is really beautiful, both fair and pretty. He is clearly over 2,000 years old. It looks like the skin of an 18-year-old girl. Long Nanji chuckled, it's nothing. She's fine, she just came to say hello to Lu Yan. Lu Yan asked, where is your real body? Has it arrived yet? They haven't even set off yet. Are they still in Huasong Kingdom? What is she busy with? I don't know. I can share my information with her, but I only know a little bit about her. Hearing this, Lu Yan fell silent. I need to speed things up and get her here quickly. He stood up, put his arm around Long Nanji, and held her in his arms. What do you want to do? Long Nanji felt weak all over, and her eyes seemed about to overflow with tears. Lu Yan didn't speak. Just kiss her. Long Nanji struggled fiercely, but soon responded passionately to Lu Yan's kiss. Long Nanji, the true form of Huasong Kingdom, was cultivating when she suddenly felt a strange sensation on her lips. She opened her eyes abruptly and vaguely saw Lu Yan kissing her lips. What? Lu Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you kiss me? Long Nanji was furious. She was the empress of Hwasong Kingdom. Her hidden identity is the second princess of the Demon Kingdom. They are of noble status. Even the emperor of Hwasong Kingdom did not touch her lips. Lu Yan actually dared to kiss her. Because the spiritual body and the physical body are synchronized, they can experience the same sensations. The rush of blood to her head was driving her crazy. She roared. Lu Yan, shut up. Spirit body, what are you doing? Why aren't you resisting? Resist him. Bite his lip until it bleeds, and die rather than submit. She roared in the palace. However, the spirit body turned a deaf ear, and no matter how much she roared, it was to no avail. The spirit and Lu Yan embraced passionately, kissing each other, completely absorbed in their love, without even glancing at her. A moment later, she felt something was off about her lips. I reached out and touched it. It's wet. Lu Yan, spirit body, you. This was the first time she had been bullied like this, and she couldn't help but shed tears. She cried. She was the second princess of the Demon Kingdom, and unable to bear this injustice, she couldn't help but sob softly. You're bullying us too much. Stop it, please stop kissing me. Please, I'm begging you, please stop kissing me, wah. She felt her mouth was wet and disgusting. She cried her eyes out. Go to the pool immediately to wash. I cried as I wrote. Lacking experience with kissing, the spirit body became somewhat suffocated during the kiss, and pushed Lu Yan away, gasping for breath. I think I saw the real body crying, she said, her face flushed. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 99. Is she that fragile? Send her a telepathic message and tell her to send over the spiritual body secret technique quickly, otherwise I might do something even more outrageous next. What inappropriate behavior! Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. You tell her. Good. Long Nanji immediately spoke to her. The real body quickly replied to her, saying it would be delivered soon, at the latest within 2 months. Tell Lu Yan not to act rashly. Lu Yan is a man of integrity, so he would never go back on his word. Let's wait for her for 2 months. 2 weeks later, Zhang Yuanying gave birth. This day, a phoenix circled above the Hunyuan cave, attracting the strange phenomenon of hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix. It seems this child has quite a background. Lu Yan looked up, muttering to himself. The phoenix soared, unleashing terrifying flames of immortality. Moments later, it vanished in a flash, and the strange phenomenon disappeared. Eat? The sound of a baby crying could be heard. The baby was clearly born safely. Chapter 98 Immortal Emperor Reincarnation, Divine Furnace, Sacred Technique, for updates. Inside the room, Zhang Yuanying weakly held the child, her face full of doting affection. My husband, look at her, what an adorable child. Lu Yan smiled broadly, gently poked the child's little hand, and said, little kids are just so cute. She'll be even cuter as she grows up. By the way, have you named her yet? Zhang Yuanying had considered naming her child, but she wasn't satisfied with any of them. Husband, you should think about it. She looked on expectantly. Lu Yan thought for a moment and said, there was a phoenix flying by just now, and it was a girl, so let's call her Lu Shihuang. A good name. It sounds much better than the name she chose. She was thinking of Lu Yanran, Lu Zixuan, Lu Zihan, and the like. Lu Yan is truly skilled. She looked at her daughter with a face full of doting affection and said, from today onwards, your name will be Shihuang, Lu Shihuang. I hope you can soar like a phoenix and have a bright future. Wa'ada. The baby girl tried to open her eyes, but something was blocking them. It made her very uncomfortable. I had no choice but to close my eyes and listen to the people around me talking. I've finally learned some information. Immortal Emperor Shihuang, wasn't I dead? She remembered obtaining a mysterious green bronze cauldron at the Chaos Sea. Before they could even merge, she was poisoned by her fiancé and 6 disciples, who then joined forces to attack her. She fled all the way. They thought they could escape, but were instead besieged by 3 immortal emperors. It turned out that it was an outside help hired by her fiancé and his apprentice. She fought back desperately. In the end, she still tragically passed away. She shed tears of regret before she died. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely take revenge and turn the world upside down. I never expected to be reincarnated. There's actually such a thing as reincarnation? Wasn't it said that the 6 paths of reincarnation had already collapsed in the age of gods? Then how did I get reincarnated? I don't understand. However, since heaven has given me a chance to be reincarnated, your time to die has come. She was very confident that even if she had to start over, she could still cultivate to the level of immortal emperor in a short period of time. In her previous life, she spent 3 million years attaining the status of an immortal emperor. Shi Huang Immortal Emperor. Let's set a small goal this time. He attained the status of immortal emperor after 1 million years. Perhaps it could be faster. Because she inadvertently saw that there was an extra green bronze cauldron inside her body. This may be her destiny. As she listened to her parents' conversation, she gradually realized that something was wrong. This isn't the immortal realm? It's just an ordinary cultivation world, the primordial chaos realm. No matter, give me time, becoming an immortal emperor is not a dream. She was full of confidence. I had just set my goal when I felt like I was being picked up by a stranger. Madam, I'll go out now. The speaker was a girl with a crisp voice. I think her name was Njiu. She carefully carried herself out of the room. Don't be in such a hurry. Lu Shihuang had just left the room when she heard her mother's shy words. What the hell? Lu Shihuang felt that her father was a bit perverted, wanting to have sex with her right after giving birth. No matter how strong a woman is. The period after childbirth is definitely a time of weakness, but I never expected that my father would not care for or cherish me, and would instead be thinking about being affectionate with me. Absolutely amazing. This time, things started terribly wrong. She shook her head, wanting to resist and protect her mother. However, she was just born and had no magical powers, so how could she resist? They were then completely taken out of the room. Once the door was locked, Lu Yan put his arm around Zhang Yuanying and immediately used his wonderful spring hands to treat her. Then we studied together. In just a few days, Zhang Yuanying recovered to her peak condition, just like before she gave birth. My husband is amazing. I feel like I've fully recovered. Zhang Yuanying's eyes were full of joy. She poked Lu Yan's chest. Husband, my cultivation has improved enough, and I think I can break through to the next realm. Can you protect me? Don't worry about breaking through to the next realm, I'll stay in this room and not leave. Lu Yan touched her face. If it doesn't work, I'll continue to help you with your cultivation. Thank you, my husband. Zhang Yuanying immediately sat cross-legged and began to break through to a higher realm. 4 days later. A loud boom came from inside my body. The barrier between realms has been broken. His aura surged, and a golden light burst forth from between his brows. Immediately, a 1-inch-sized nascent soul emerged from between the eyebrows and floated before the eyes. Zhang Yuanying looked at the small object with excitement. Husband, I have successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Great. Lu Yan gave a thumbs up. Amazing, you succeeded on your first try, not bad at all. It is thanks to my husband that I was able to reach the pinnacle of my abilities and break through to the next level. She hugged Lu Yan, kissed him a few times, and said, I'm going to check on the baby first. I haven't watched it for several days. I miss you so much. Go. Lu Yan was also unavailable. He needs to check the baby birth bonus this time. Once Zhang Yuanying left, he immediately focused his attention on the system screen. Congratulations to your spouse Zhang Yuanying on the successful birth of your 6th child, Lu Shihuang, a girl. The host has actively responded to the call for more children and more blessings. The system commends you and is now issuing 3 rewards. Please check your accounts. Lu Yan checked the message immediately. The text appeared line by line. Invincible alchemy mastery, in the art of alchemy, no one can rival you. Phoenix Blood Divine Furnace, a comprehensive magic weapon. The front is an alchemy furnace, and the back is a weapon refining furnace. It can be used to refine pills and magical artifacts. Made of special materials, it will never explode. The sacred art of yin-yang harmony, as long as you cultivate with your partner, regardless of their consent, you can seize their memories and cultivation techniques. Lu Yan read it repeatedly and felt that this reward was exactly what he needed. Lacking a refining furnace. Then the weapon refining furnace arrived. It's still a comprehensive magic weapon, but with the added function of alchemy. The most terrifying one is the yin-yang harmony creation holy technique. I never expected there to be such a brutal technique. I've really learned something new. Lu Yan immediately sat down cross-legged to digest all the knowledge points. This time it took longer. It took a full incense stick's time to fully digest and comprehend it. I left the room. I went to see the baby, Lu Shihuang, for a while. I spent half a day with them. He returned to his room and immediately took out the Phoenix Blood Divine Furnace to upgrade the Misfortune Wooden Fish magic weapon level. He had previously obtained 100 solutions to weapon forging. It was a reward given to Lu Miaozhu when she gave birth to Lu Feng. This comes in handy right now. Although it was his first time refining a weapon, he seemed to have been immersed in weapon refining for hundreds of years. Very skilled. I started working on it without any hesitation. Place the Misfortune Wooden Fish into the refining furnace and activate the flames inside to heat the magical artifact. A moment later. Then put the guanine bamboo in. Wait a moment. Then add the last 4-leaf agave. Refine them together. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen continued refining. Fortunately, it was finally refined. The 6th grade magic treasure, Misfortune Wooden Fish, has been created. A 6th rank cultivator can easily kill a cultivator in the void refinement realm with a curse. He really wanted to team up with cultivators at the refinement realm, but unfortunately, the only person he had a grudge against was Lu Dang, the deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs Palace. He is at the integration realm. Never mind, let's try it out first and see how much damage a 6th grade magic weapon can do to him. Lu Yen began to curse Lu Dang in accordance with the incantation. Chapter 99. Lu Dang falls into the restricted area. Lu Yen scolds the dragon. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. The head is cut off from the armor, the left side is positioned with the southern dipper, and the right side with the 7 stars. The 3 wonders of the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars, penetrate heaven and earth, startling even ghosts and gods. 6 Jia and 6 Ding, heed my command. Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, leading the heavenly army, what god will not submit, what ghost will not tremble? Obey my decree and sweep away the demons. Lu Yen tapped the 6th grade magic weapon, Misfortune Wooden Fish, with his left hand while chanting incantations with his right. The incantation drifted out of the room in an eerie sound, much like a funeral ritual. One curse and you forget everything else. For several days in a row. The women and children living here simply couldn't bear it. Even if you block out your hearing, the sound of striking a wooden fish can still strike your soul. They had no choice but to fly to the rare and precious tree, which was 3,000 feet tall. Mu Jinli also wanted to fly to a place 4,000 feet away to catch the 3-legged golden crow. Unfortunately, the 3-legged golden crow disappeared in an instant each time it turned. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stayed at the 4,000 feet high without coming down, her gaze fixed on the room where Lu Yen was. I wonder who he's cursing this time. The Hall of the Dead. Lu Dang, the deputy master of the Yellow Springs Palace, was cultivating when suddenly the sound of a wooden fish being struck appeared in his mind again. These past few days. He tried various methods but couldn't get rid of the sound. So annoying. Why does this sound strike at the soul even more deeply than the last? Lu Dang thought for a moment and quickly came to a conclusion. Could it be that the magic weapon the other party used to curse me has been upgraded? The rank was low last time. It can withstand it. This time it has advanced 1 rank, presumably to a 6th grade magic weapon. A powerful 6th grade magic weapon might be able to kill even a half-step great power. Fortunately, he was at the integration realm. However, the opponent's magic weapon was truly bizarre, and the method used last time didn't work. Looks like we need to think of a new approach? How about we try contacting the goddess of Lingshu? He immediately opened the communication jade slip, but to his disappointment, the goddess of Lingshu had not yet replied to his last message. She definitely likes me, but why hasn't she replied to me? She must be busy. He immediately described his situation and sent it to the other party, but after waiting for a while, he still did not receive a reply. What exactly is she busy with? Lingshu's sacred land. A locked room. The goddess of Lingshu carefully categorized the treasures given to her by her admirers. There are miniature swords, flowing blades, jade sword tassels, dragon lake divine stones, 7-star pagodas, star blood grass, Shanhuang 9-leaf grass, fiery apricot vegetables, primordial chi iron, dragon pattern black gold sword, and spirit jade, etc. There were approximately 200 to 300 treasures and medicinal herbs. There are just too many. Fortunately, she had spent several days organizing the information and had finished searching. At that moment, communication jade slip number 268 lit up. She thought about it carefully. Number 268 should be Lu Dang, the deputy hallmaster of the Yellow Springs Hall. I wonder why he sent me this message. Pick up the communication jade slip and read the message. She rolled her eyes. It's that same old mess again. I don't know, and I'm too lazy to reply. After reading it, he tossed the communication jade slip aside and continued sorting the treasures. Finally, with a sigh. We're still missing too many spirit jades. The sect only gives me so much, so we still have to rely on these sycophants. She started sending messages one by one again, and even replied to Lu Deng's message. I'm sorry, I've been in seclusion and suddenly realized I don't have enough spirit jade. I'm so happy to see your message the moment I opened the communication jade slip. I'm so excited. I don't understand your situation either. I'll ask the elders of the Holy Land after I come out of seclusion. Then, no matter if I have any news, I'll come to find you in person as soon as possible. Remember, don't go looking for other women, okay? Wait for me. Lu Deng saw the communication jade slip light up, read the message, and noticed the keyword, not enough spirit jade. I knew she wasn't ignoring me, she was just in seclusion and didn't have time. Just because of these few words, Lu Deng was as happy as a 300-pound fat man. She even came to find me in person and asked me to wait for her, so I knew she liked me. He replied immediately. I'll try to figure out a way to deal with Ling Yu's matter. My problem isn't urgent, you can ask the Holy Land elders after you finish your seclusion. She's really licking his boots. The goddess of Lingshu shook her head, ignoring him, and began replying to the others. After all, everyone should receive the benefits. Lu Deng discovered the message and, seeing that the goddess wasn't replying, he was still very happy. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just as I was laughing, the sound of a wooden fish being struck suddenly echoed in my mind again. Hold! He immediately suppressed the sound. However, it just couldn't be suppressed. I tried various methods. Neither will work. Sometimes I get so frustrated that I feel like my soul is being torn apart, and I feel so much pain that I roll around on the ground in agony. They persisted like this for 3 months. Lu Deng's face turned pale, his blood and qi flowed backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His level of understanding had unknowingly declined. He fell from the great perfection of the integration realm to the 8th level of the integration realm. You brat, I'm going to kill you. This was the first time he, the deputy master of the Yellow Springs Palace, had been so humiliated. Lu Yen, you son of a bitch. Put. He spat out another mouthful of blood. No, if this continues, he will eventually cause my Dao heart to collapse. I finally reached the great perfection of the integration realm and am not far from the tribulation realm. I cannot let him ruin my Dao heart. I must minimize the losses. He thought for a moment, the only way now is to go to the forbidden zone of life. The forbidden zone of life is special as long as you stay inside. You can shield yourself from Lu Yan's curse magic weapon and also dig out some spirit jade for the goddess of the spirit ruins. Which forbidden zone should we choose? As far as he knows, there are 13 forbidden zones for life in the primordial chaos realm. I thought about it. Let's choose the weaker penalty area in the end. Hunyuan Cave. Lu Yan continued to strike the cursed, misfortune wooden fish. The text prompt appears as time passes. Lu Deng's head is throbbing. Yu Den is in a bad mood. Lu Deng was in so much pain that he banged his head on the ground. Lu Deng's cultivation level has dropped to the 8th level of the integration realm. Lu Deng visits the fairy tomb, a forbidden zone for life. After that, the misfortune wooden fish gave no further prompts. Lu Yan stopped knocking and said, "It seems this bastard has entered the immortal's tomb." I never expected the forbidden zone to be so miraculous, actually able to suppress the murderous wooden fish. You're lucky. I hope you can stay here a little longer. Since ancient times, forbidden zones have been considered taboo, and even emperors dared not venture into them. Good luck. Lu Yan worked hard for 3 months, but only managed to make Lu Deng lose his cultivation level. The price was still too low. 6th rank is still a bit lacking. I need to advance to the 7th rank. At the 7th rank, I should be able to curse Lu Deng to death. The materials needed for a 7th grade item are quite numerous. There are 5 in total. Dragon Lake Divine Stone, Star Bloodgrass, Xianuang 9-leaf grass, Fiery Apricot Vegetable, Primordial Qi Iron. Let Nagi keep an eye out for him. Put away the unlucky wooden fish and leave the room. A sweep of divine sense. As expected, everyone hung on the tree of heavenly treasures. I just don't know how long it's been hanging there. Mu Jili made a suggestion. Your magic weapon is too powerful, it strikes right at the soul. Next time, Try striking it from a different spot. Seeing everyone in such a sorry state, he nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Lu Yan said, "Come down, everyone. I'll definitely knock in a different spot next time." Then everyone descended from the sky and began their own cultivation. "Long Nanji, come here." Lu Yan grabbed Long Nanji and pulled her aside, angrily saying, "What's going on? Why hasn't your true form arrived yet?" One delay after another. "It's been delayed for a long time." Lu Yan coldly questioned. "Didn't she say she'd be here soon? Is Hwasong Kingdom very far from here?" Chapter 100, Cultivating Together with Long Nanji, the true body regrets his actions. Long Nanji was so scolded that she dared not speak. Head down. His eyes were brimming with tears, on the verge of overflowing. Seeing her like this, Lu Yan scolded her even more harshly. "Stop crying and wailing, it won't help. Tell me what's going on." Long Nanji wiped away her tears, not letting them fall, and said, "I don't know, I've been trying to contact the real person for the past 3 months. The real body has been telling me that it is on its way. I tried to video chat with her several times, but she refused. I feel that she is still in Hwasong Kingdom and has not yet set off." Lu Yan asked, "Why haven't we set off yet?" Long Nanji lowered her head, looking very aggrieved. "I don't know, it's just a feeling." The snail on the back of the ear spoke, "I think I should know the reason. If I'm not mistaken, she should still be in Hwasong Kingdom. She is a wicked empress, but she is not stupid. How could she come here alone? Wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? She keeps stalling for time, there's only one possibility. She is using a secret method to sever all ties with your spirit body. She probably intends to give up on you, but she hasn't succeeded yet, so she's been stalling for time." After the snail's reminder, Lu Yan suddenly realized what was going on. Long Nanji asked, "Is there really a secret method to sever my connection with my true form?" The snail said, "Your relationship with your true form was never equal. Your information will be automatically synchronized with her. And she only kept in sync with you when she first created her clone. She is your true self, your main self. It's not difficult for her to sever her connection with you, it's just a matter of time." Long Nanji's face was ashen. Unexpectedly, one day the real body abandoned him. She staggered a few steps and lost her balance. If Lu Yan hadn't been there to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. "I've been tricked. Very well, now I'll show her what I'm capable of." Lu Yan tossed the snail aside. He immediately picked up Long Nanji and brought her into the room. "Lock the door from the inside." Long Nanji was startled. "Lu Yan, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yan didn't say anything, but threw her heavily onto the bed and slapped her buttocks roughly. "Duan Duan." Long Nanji's face was flushed. "Lu Yan, what are you trying to do?" Smack. Smack smack smack. Lu Yan didn't say anything, he just kept spanking her bottom. She couldn't help but groan softly, but her face showed great pain. "Lu Yan, it hurts." "Pain my ass. Do you think I don't know you're a masochist?" Lu Yan intensified his efforts. Slap slap slap. He continued to whip her buttocks, making her cry. "It hurts, it hurts." Long Nanji cried out in pain, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Lu Yan simply pulled out a leather whip from his storage bag and struck her directly. "Ouch. Lu Yan, it hurts so much. Please stop hitting me." She cried out, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." She cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like beans. "Lu Yan, it hurts. Stop hitting me." Long Nanji begged for mercy, she was truly terrified. Seeing this, Lu Yan was also a little reluctant, but just then, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 100. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 100. Long Nanji's favorability rating, 100. Holy shit. Lu Yan was also taken aback. This is the first time I've encountered such a system prompt. Previously, the maximum favorability rating only had 1 line. Could it be that Long Nanji's affection level is 100 simply because the maximum affection level is 100? Weird. This masochistic tendency is truly outrageous. As the fighting continued, Long Nanji's eyes were alluring, and her whole body radiated a pale pink glow. The person was enveloped in a special state. It made her look excited. both lustful and innocent. Her skin was flushed, not a normal red, but a pale pink. My husband. She got up abruptly, pushed Lu Yen onto the bed, and then stuck out her pink tongue to lick her lips. His pupils turned red instantly. It's like he flipped a switch and became a completely different person. The word sassy can be used to describe it. She pressed Lu Yen down and forcefully kissed him, saying with a seductive look, "Husband, it's so hot, I'm so hot, please cool me down." Seeing her like this, Lu Yen thought for a moment and realized that her innate charm had been activated. It really is lust. Lu Yen couldn't wait any longer, so he put his arm around her waist and said, "I'll cool you down right now." The royal palace of Hwasong Kingdom. Why can't it be cut? Long Nanji's true form attempted to sever its relationship with the spirit body several times, but all attempts failed. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and it's still a failure. It seems we have to keep dragging it out. If we give her another 6 months, we can definitely succeed in cutting the cord. From then on, she would not share the same feelings as the spirit body. Therefore, they would not be subject to Lu Yen's control. Such an incredible spiritual body secret technique. She would never hand it over, not even if her spirit died. Just as she was thinking about how to contact her spirit body to buy time, she suddenly felt someone patting her buttocks. Who? She stood up and looked around warily. Could it be the Emperor of Hwasong Kingdom? She immediately denied it, saying, "It's impossible for the Emperor, he's still immersed in the illusion he created." Smack! Suddenly I felt another slap on my butt. Slap, slap, slap. She finally understood where this feeling came from. It is the spiritual body experiencing the same sensations as one's physical body. It was Lu Yen spanking the spirit's bottom, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Lu Yen, what are you doing? It hurts so much. She couldn't understand why Lu Yen was attacking the spirit body, and why he was attacking it so hard. Aren't you afraid that the spirit will resort to desperate measures? Besides, is the spirit body an idiot? Why doesn't she fight back when others hit her? Just as she was completely baffled, Lu Yen and his spirit did something even more outrageous. The two began pulling at each other's clothes and kissing. She suddenly felt her clothes being torn. There was a sense of shame. She covered her body, then felt her lips were sticky again. Lu Yen, shut up, please stop kissing me, please stop kissing me. Long Nanji was scared, really scared. She never expected that Lu Yen would actually dare to do something like this to Long Nanji. She was a pure and innocent young woman who had never experienced anything like this before, and she cried helplessly, "Lu Yen, shut up, please. I will give you the secret techniques of spiritual body right now. I'll be right there. I will never go back on my word, I'll give it to you right now." She wanted to fly out of the palace, but suddenly her legs went weak and began to tremble. He can't even walk steadily. It was wobbling and swaying. She collapsed onto the bed, clenching her small fists. "No, Lu Yen, no, you can't do it here, please." She now deeply regrets it. If only she hadn't had so many ulterior motives, she would have simply given this spiritual body secret technique to Lu Yen. "Lu Yen, let's negotiate. I'm willing to pay any price, just please." Ah! No matter how much she yelled, cried, or begged for mercy, it didn't work. The spirit ignored her, focusing only on enjoying herself with Lu Yen. "Because I feel the same way." Long Nanji soon couldn't bear it any longer and lay in bed alone, wriggling like a cricket. 1 hour later. Long Nanji got out of bed and glanced at the wet sheets. She never imagined she would be so outrageous. They actually did such a thing. I'd be too ashamed to show my face if word got out. Immediately, they set fire to the bed sheets. "Very well, Lu Yen, from today onwards, you can forget about obtaining my spiritual body secret technique. They've done all sorts of shameful things. Therefore, it's even less likely that he would give this cultivation technique to Lu Yen. So what if it's dirty? It's the spirit that's dirty, not me. I didn't have a relationship with Lu Yen. She was just empathizing with the situation, treating it like being bitten by a dog." A moment later, she felt something was wrong because the feeling was coming back. "Lu Yen, are you fucking crazy? You still want more?" She immediately suppressed her thoughts. "In the end, I couldn't help myself." "Well, it's only human nature, it's normal to not be able to resist. Take out the new bed sheets." He lay back down in bed. 1 hour later. She burned the bed sheets and clothes. Although she didn't have a direct relationship with Lu Yan, her spiritual body could initially detect that Lu Yan was very strong. Not bad, not bad. She essentially acknowledged Lu Yan's abilities. No, what the hell am I thinking? Lu Yan, I'll never forgive you, don't let me catch you. She walked out of the room with her legs sticking out, and bumped into the emperor. So, I casually slapped him. The emperor fell to the ground, his face filled with shock, and said, Your Majesty, what are you doing? Don't call me empress. You mere nascent soul cultivator don't deserve to be my empress. You're a toad trying to eat swan meat. Get lost. Her purpose in coming to the kingdom of Hwasong was to find a body to possess so that she could go further. The plan has now failed. We have to leave. From this day forward, she will no longer stay in the kingdom of Hwasong. He no longer wanted to act with the emperor. Get out of here, I won't kill you. She leaped into the air. The emperor followed, saying, Empress, I can't live without you. I can't go on living without you. But Long Nanji's speed was just too fast. He couldn't keep up. Hunyuan Cave. Long Nanji is still demanding. Because her innate allure was fully activated, leaving her sexually unsatisfied. If she had married an ordinary person, that would be uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Yan possessed the ancient kidney body. Absolutely no problem. 7 days later. Long Nanji had finally recovered and leaned against Lu Yan's chest, her face full of tenderness. My husband, from this day forward, I am yours. Lu Yan stroked her hair, his face full of tenderness. My wife, you are amazing. She said shyly. My husband is still the best. Shall we continue? No, I feel like my whole body is falling apart. Let me rest for a while. Lu Yan nodded. By the way, what about your true form? She's gone, left the kingdom of Hwasong. As for where she went, I don't know, my husband. Long Nanji looked at Lu Yan with a face full of apology. I'm sorry, it's my fault. The real body probably won't come here again, so you probably won't be able to obtain the spirit body secret technique. Lu Yan smiled broadly and rubbed her head, saying, I've got it. Question mark.